A vast expanse of clear blue sky stretched endlessly. The blazing sun scorched the earth, and the glass curtain walls of towering skyscrapers reflected piercing beams of light one after another. Yet at the same time rain poured down in torrents washing over the deserted streets. Zhou Qingchen lowered his gaze at the ant-like luxury cars beneath his feet, without uttering a word, and his subordinates behind him dared not even breathe loudly. This was the 10th day they had been trapped in the main world. 20 days ago anomalies occurred in the main world, and the monitoring department immediately issued the highest-level warning urging citizens to stay alert and prepare for evacuation at any time. 15 days ago, from high-ranking officials and wealthy magnates to ordinary civilians, everyone safely evacuated from the main world to the backup subworld. The ruling class, as the last batch to leave, was also about to embark on their journey. As the captain of the chairman's guard, Zhou Qingchen remained until the end, but just before evacuation, he suddenly received a secret order. There are residual biological reactions in the main world. They must be eliminated immediately. Obedience as a soldier's duty made him ask no further questions, and the trust he had in the chairman, who had grown up with him, needed no elaboration. At the moment of evacuation, Zhou Qingchen immediately led his men to the location of the biological reaction. Before leaving, he begged the chairman not to delay on their account, insisting that with enough supplies and a passage they would catch up within 5 days. Neither Zhou Qingchen nor the guard had expected that within 10 seconds before the evacuation all passages would close at the cost of self-destruction, leaving them stranded in a world that could collapse at any moment. Everyone trapped here knew in their hearts that this was a blatant and straightforward frame-up, and they were merely collateral sacrifices. The only one truly worthy of such a grand scheme was the man standing before them, the sole general of this new era, Zhou Qingchen. To what extent has the world collapsed now? The young general's voice was as calm and elegant as ever, only the wrinkled combat suit revealed their grim situation. Report, General. The speaker was a young man with a baby face and slightly naturally curly hair, but his tone was stable beyond his appearance. For now, it's still relatively stable. Energy fluctuations have shown no abnormalities in the past 48 hours. Keep monitoring. Yes, sir. Zhou Qingchen's resolute face was reflected in the glass. He looked at the guards standing behind him. Every one of their families had deep backgrounds among the upper class. This was one of the ancient methods to consolidate. On the surface, this incident looked like an unexpected accident that caused the entire chairman's guard to be wiped out during an ordinary doomsday. Those who dug a little deeper might think the chairman found the general who grew up with him too powerful and used this chance to eliminate a threat. Looking even deeper, Zhou Qingchen's suspicion was that someone wanted the chairman's position. It was as if he had always known that Song Ke's death was suspicious, yet he had never thought of thoroughly investigating its cause. With his status and ability, anything. Song Yuando's image clearly emerged in Zhou Qingchen's mind. Features carved like a sculpture, long hair tied in a high ponytail, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, handsome and graceful. Song Yuando. Zhou Qingchen silently repeated those 3 characters over and over, as if they were his most devout belief. Xiao Yi life activity monitoring data. Report, General. 5 kilometers in the 3 o'clock direction. Xiao Yi looked down at the monitor vital signs. Zhou Qingchen gave a non-committal hum and raised his wrist to check the time. Within 1 hour, bring that living thing, whatever it is, back to me. He turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the team members. 2 from Team 1 should be enough. You want Fail to come back, right? No. The leader of Team 1 was a girl with a neat short bob that set off her lively eyes beautifully. To Shang, you come with me. Guocheng answered and stepped out. The 2 saluted Zhou Qingchen and then turned to leave. Zhou Qingchen turned around, a slight smile curving his lips. Count the supplies. We'll have a meeting in half an hour. The team members each took their orders and dispersed. Zhou Qingchen opened his personal terminal to log the journal. The network connection between the main world and the outside had been cut. No matter what he wrote now, it would never be known by anyone who had already left this world. So he happily abandoned his usual formal diction and casually typed a few words. Song Yuandao, I should have killed you, you treacherous bastard, when we were kids. After entering that sentence, Zhou Qingchen left the place where he had stood for most of the morning and walked elegantly to the meeting room. The collapse of the main world was a sword hanging over all their heads. Even though each of them possessed extraordinary skills, they might not stand a chance in this situation. World collapse was no longer a rare occurrence. As the population grew explosively and available resources dwindled, human activity was confined to the cramped spaces within high-rise buildings. The ruling class used virtual reality technology to create spaces identical to the real environment of the past. Humans projected their consciousness into these spaces for various activities while their bodies remained in hibernation, connected to nutrient devices. The main world was where humans preserved their physical bodies. Although it relied on artificial technology to maintain the cycle of seasons and the alternation of day and night, it was still infinitely better than the subworlds, which presented only a single scene whenever one opened their eyes. The collapse of the main world meant humans had to undergo massive migration, using energy-devouring passages to reach the selected subworlds. If the main world could be rebuilt one day, they would naturally move back. But since the beginning of the new era, humanity had never seen a day when the main world was successfully rebuilt. Among the group before Zhou Qingqian, the oldest was barely 30, yet each held the lifelines of this world: economy, technology, military, education. I don't need to elaborate on the current situation. Zhou Qingqian spoke steadily. There is only one path before us: rebuild the main world. For a moment, the vast meeting room fell into dead silence. The more they knew, the clearer they understood what Zhou Qingqian's words meant. Right now, the weather system of the main world had already begun to malfunction. The next second could bring flooding and earthquakes, or the entire main world could be instantly sucked into a vacuum, or they might face anomalies like gravity failure. Even though the guards were all exceptionally talented, they appeared too small and insignificant before such adversity. You are all direct descendants of various political and noble families. Zhou Qingqian said slowly. For that bastard Song Yuandao, I can't leave you here to die. The guard sitting below finally breathed a sigh of relief. General. Guocheng knocked politely 3 times, then clicked his heels and saluted the boss lady, and I brought the person back. You'd better see for yourself. Zhou Qingqian raised an eyebrow. Did you two bring back some monstrous beast, or did you bring Song Yuandao back on your backs that I need to see it myself? Guocheng swallowed hard, his voice dry. It really is. Chairman Song. Zhou Qingqian frowned and thought to himself, impossible. He frowned and looked at the others. If there's nothing else, let's stop here for today. If anyone thinks of a good solution, come find me. Zhou Qingqian pondered a moment. Xiao, Yi, Li Huaizhi, you two come with me. Zhou Qingqian, the 3 of them plus Guocheng, walked hastily, passing through a modern minimalist corridor until they reached the other end of the massive building. This building was the political center before the human evacuation, complete with all facilities. As members of the guard, they knew the layout perfectly. Zhou Qingqian hesitated slightly in front of the medical center door. Xiao Yi said softly, General. Zhou Qingqian snapped back to focus and pressed his index finger onto the fingerprint scanner. The door slid open silently. Zhou Qingqian put on his gloves again. The 4 of them fixed their eyes on the hospital bed in the center of the room, connected to numerous advanced instruments. Long hair scattered on the pure white pillow, and sheets long eyelashes casting a crow-blue shadow under closed eyes, a high nose bridge, pale lips slightly pursed. With just one glance, Zhou Qingqian could tell that the person lying on the bed, barely maintaining vital signs, had the exact same features as Song Yuandao. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi, go check the biological information. Zhou Qingqian had to admit that at the sight of that person, his heart was racing a little too fast. Reason told him that Song Yuandao should now be in the subworld, managing the situation far from this main world that could collapse at any moment. Yet on the other hand, Zhou Qingqian genuinely hoped that Song Yuandao was right here in front of him, able to peacefully enjoy the protection his guard could provide. Zhou Qingqian knew better than anyone that if reality was as he imagined, then Song Yuandao was facing an unknown situation somewhere out of sight, and he himself had committed a grave dereliction of duty, allowing his charge to fall into danger. As a guard, this was an error he could not tolerate. General. Xiao Yi's voice was also strained. They only addressed Zhou Qingqian as general in very formal situations or when an irreparable mistake had been made. Biological information confirmed. The life reaction we detected is indeed Chairman Song Yuandao. Can he be awakened? Zhou Qingqian stood by the bed looking down at the person who knew nothing of the situation. I want to know how he ended up here. We are already attempting to wake him. Li Huaizhi looked at the monitoring instruments. His vital signs and brain activity are very good. It should only be temporary hibernation. He will wake up soon. Zhou Qingqian's face was calm on the surface, but inside a storm raged. If this was indeed Song Yuandao, then the subworld might have already changed hands. If it wasn't Song Yuandao, then what the hell was this thing? Has he had any signs of plastic surgery? Report General none. Xiao Yi understood what her superior was asking. As a member of the guard, she also hoped this wasn't the real Song Yuandao. Cough. A soft cough from the bed drew everyone's attention. Li Huaizhi and Xiao Yi immediately performed more professional checks. They exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads at Zhou Qingqian. You two step out for a moment. Zhou Qingqian poured a glass of warm water from the side, adjusted the bed angle, and unhurriedly fed the person in bed a sip of water. Who are you? Zhou Qingqian glanced at him. The other was clearly just waking up. Even his speech system hadn't fully adjusted. Zhou Qingqian let out a derisive laugh, playing the amnesia game. I'm your father. Zhou Qingqian said flatly. Come on, say it for me. Duh. DDY. Zhou Qingqian looked up. The playful smile was still in his eyes, not yet withdrawn. He saw the innocent eyes of the person he had grown up with, just like in childhood, and a voice slightly hoarse, but otherwise identical to youth. What is it? So it's not amnesia. Zhou Qingqian frowned and carefully examined Song Yuandao's face. You've been restored to factory settings. The person in bed had no idea what the handsome man before him was saying. The residual information in his brain was like the ruins after a tornado. Although there were many scattered nouns, he didn't know what they meant. He couldn't even organize a coherent long sentence to express his confusion. In short, his confusion could be summed up in 3 questions. Where is this? Who am I? Why am I here? Zhou Qingchen clearly had no intention of explaining any questions to the person in bed. He knew well that with current technology, cloning a person was still possible. In this situation of unknown friend or foe, having a fool was much better than having someone as clever as Song. Hungry. The voice from the bed was very weak, but the ending was soft with a hint of vulnerability that was hard for Zhou Qingchen to ignore. Zhou Qingchen felt a headache coming on. Song Yuandao had never been this type from childhood to adulthood. True, he had a very attractive appearance, but inside, he was a giant, ever-frozen glacier. Song Yuandao's every smile and frown was beautiful. He was the front-facing representative pushed out by the upper class. He had to be elegant, gentle, and approachable to everyone like a spring breeze. Only those closest to him knew how decisive and ruthless the newly ascended Song Yuandao was, how cold and heartless. Looking at the person on the bed who was almost flirting with him, Zhou Qingchen momentarily lost his temper. Zhou Qingchen leaned down to help Song Yuandao lower the bed, then turned toward the door. You just woke up. Have some plain kanji. Thank you. As soon as he stepped out, the leader of Team 1 approached. She didn't speak, only questioned with her eyes. Zhou Qingchen shook his head slightly. Go see if there's anything to make some porridge. Huang Yueying rolled her eyes. I've only had plain porridge 10 times in my entire life. She added as an afterthought, and that was before I was 15. Go find it. Grains and cereals had become scarce resources since the beginning of the new era. Ordinary people could only survive on nutrient supplements. Only the wealthy and powerful could occasionally obtain grain rations. They didn't have to sink into years of hibernation like commoners. They could experience real life with their physical bodies. Also call Hu Yifan to see me. When Hu Yifan received the order, he was monitoring the energy fluctuations of the entire main world. He had to determine which system might be the next to malfunction, providing a direction for the team to repair. Hu Yifan jogged in like a whirlwind and burst into Zhou Qingchen's room. The man summoning him was staring at a document on the table. Check this document. See if there's anything wrong. Hu Yifan took the document and flipped through it several times. This was the main reason they failed to evacuate on time. The chairman's secret order directly issued to Zhou Qingchen right before departure. This document wasn't given to you directly by the chairman, was it? Hu Yifan chose a euphemistic way. Zhou Qingchen looked up. He never doubted his subordinate, just nodded slightly. It was given to me by Ruiwen, the chief secretary. Hu Yifan smiled. I'd like to see all documents signed by the chairman in the past month. What's wrong? I have reason to suspect that the chairman was already under control a month ago. Hu Yifan's long fingers encased in white gloves tapped on the secret order. This document never passed through the chairman's hands from beginning to end. In other words, I'm confident the chairman knew nothing about this. The room of Zhou Qingchen fell into a profound silence. This was still the suite he had occupied in the main world before the massive evacuation. As the only general since the dawn of the new era, he was entitled to a place within this colossal political center. The room to his right was Song Yuandao's residence. To reach Song Yuandao's quarters, one must inevitably pass through Zhou Qingchen's. If Hu Yifan's claim was true, that Song Yuandao had been under control for the past month, then who was the person living unhindered in the adjacent room? Was it Song Yuandao, now deprived of freedom and unable to give any hint, or was it simply an imposter? Zhou Qingchen's fingers drummed unconsciously on the tabletop. If Song Yuandao were here, he would certainly see that the general was now in turmoil. The young chairman might even mock him, saying that a man of his age should have learned to remain unruffled. Neither Hu Yifan nor Zhou Qingchen spoke again, for the situation had now devolved beyond anyone's. As members of the personal guard, they were arguably the ones in the entire main world who knew Song Yuandao best. That chairman, with such a deceptive exterior, he was neither a pretty puppet nor a weak, defenseless youth. They all knew that hardly anyone could stop Song Yuandao from carrying out any decision, just as no one could stop him from ascending to power 5 years ago. Go and continue monitoring the energy fluctuations. They'll call you after I've sorted the files. Zhou Qingchen's tapping paused for a moment. Do everything possible to locate the next anomalous system. Yes, General. The young subordinate clicked his heels, his slightly curly forelock bouncing with the movement. Zhou Qingchen watched him leave, his brow furrowing then relaxing. He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, he's only 18. No sooner had Hu Yifan left Zhou Qingchen's room than Huang Yueying arrived with a bowl of plain kanji. There really are good things here, Chief, she said cheerfully, placing the tray in front of Zhou Qingchen and licking her lips with relish. I haven't had plain kanji in years. Aren't you afraid of ruining your figure? Zhou Qingchen glanced at the tray on the table, left his female squad leader with this cool remark, then picked up the tray and walked steadily out of the room. Before leaving, he gave her an order. Since you've eaten, you can't freeload. Find me all the chairman's signed classified orders from the past month, and also compile a list of those that aren't classified. Yes. Huang Yueying gave a crisp salute. At last they could leave this eerily private research institute. Though still ignorant of its owner, they had unearthed a wealth of useful information. Even if these clues brought more enigmas, they represented a significant step. Zhou Qingchen, still considerate, adjusted the bed for him and took the dinner of appropriate temperature from the tray beside him. "Do it yourself, or shall I help?" "I can do it myself." The voice of the patient lying on the bed was gentle but obstinate. He reached out directly to take the bowl from Zhou Qingchen's hand. Zhou Qingchen did not insist. He handed over the bowl and watched with quiet interest as Song Yuandao began to sip the congee in small mouthfuls. The person before him gradually overlapped with the stubborn and beautiful child in his memory. Zhou Qingchen was 5 years older than Song Yuandao. His uncle was the captain of the personal guard for Song Yuandao's uncle. This position was in a sense hereditary, passed to the most talented descendant of the previous holder. Their childhood was spent in this very building. At first they attended lessons in adjacent rooms. Zhou Qingchen in the outer room, Song Yuandao in the inner one. In the first few sessions of each course, Zhou Qingchen would often see a teacher storm out of Song Yuandao's room in anger. Then that pretty little child would saunter out to greet him, grinning with utmost innocence and harmlessness. "Morning, brother Qingchen." "Morning, Song Yuandao." No one knew why Song Yuandao was always like a little hedgehog, attacking almost everyone around him indiscriminately. Only in the presence of the previous chairman did he show some of the expected childishness, a bit mischievous, but knowing exactly how to be endearing. Zhou Qingchen watched him grow up, saw his mannerisms become more proper, elegant, and graceful, saw him practice the curve of his smile in front of a mirror, and saw him insist on facing the treacherous currents before his ascension alone. Back then Zhou Qingchen would be fuming at him every day. He was the one who first swore the oath, but also the one who never took it seriously from beginning to end. The personal guard, which should have charged ahead as his sharpest weapon, was instead turned into a damage control public. The troublemaker always told his guard captain lightly, "It's not a big deal. I can handle it myself." The patient on the bed finished his dinner. A crisp clink resounded as the porcelain bowl met the tray. Zhou Qingchen snapped back to reality, his eyes still carrying unguarded tenderness and nostalgia. "Remember anything?" Song Yuandao shook his head and raised a hand to lightly point at his head. "It hurts." Zhou Qingchen pinched the bridge of his nose, then adjusted the bed for Song Yuandao again. He reached over and casually pressed a few buttons on the monitor. "Get some rest." A sedative silently flowed into Song Yuandao's system through the nutrient drip. Zhou Qingchen watched his eyes close before rising to leave. He had countless ways to stimulate the memory of the man lying on the bed, countless ways to make him tell the truth, without any place to hide. But whenever Zhou Qingchen looked at that face, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. If Song Yuandao knew about his intricate and sensitive inner turmoil, he would probably just sneer and ask, "You can't even use any means necessary for the truth about me." While Zhou Qingchen was delivering the meal, Huang Yueying had already compiled all the documents that were theoretically signed by Song Yuandao over the past month. The young general looked at the two neat piles of documents on his desk and felt an even bigger headache coming on. "Call Qiao Yi and Hu Yifan over here," he said. Zhou Qingchen downed a large glass of water. "Arrange your watch duties yourselves. Act at your discretion in emergencies." Huang Yueying nodded, swallowing all the words she might have used to advise him. She knew that the man before her now bore not only his own destiny, nor just the fate of the 30-odd members of their personal guard, but the future of this new era. Qiao Yi and Hu Yifan arrived quickly. They had been trapped in this godforsaken place for 10 days, but none of the previous 10 days had been as exhausting as today. Zhou Qingchen looked up at the undisguised fatigue on his subordinates' faces, and for once felt a twinge of guilt. "Finish analyzing early, and you can go get some rest." Hu Yifan acknowledged, and pulled out a chair to sit opposite Zhou Qingchen, starting to flip through the documents. What outsiders didn't know was that this personal guard was not simply a group of wealthy offspring trained to die. In fact, each of them had something unique. For example, Hu Yifan could determine by touch how many hands an object had passed through. With exact biological information, he could even identify who those individuals were. Qiao Yi was responsible for checking the biometric anti-counterfeiting information on each document. Hu Yifan would make judgments through touch, then divide the documents into two categories based on whether they bore direct contact traces from Song Yuandao. According to normal procedures and regulations, if an item bore someone's biometric anti-counterfeiting mark, it must have had some degree of direct contact with that person. Zhou Qingchen sat calmly opposite them, but as he watched their movements and the gradually sorted piles, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The newly divided piles on the table indicated that the documents with Song Yuandao's biometric mark, but which had never passed through his hands, formed a clear majority. "Give me a precise time. Tell me from which day this phenomenon began." After saying this, Zhou Qingchen left his room and went to Song Yuandao's residence next door. He knew this room well. Song Yuandao had lived here ever since entering the political center at the age of 5. Sometimes Zhou Qingchen would come and stay with him. Of course, he would need to set up an extra camp bed. During those years when they both lived cautiously and with difficulty, the gap of less than a meter between the two beds was their silent and deepest trust in each other. Zhou Qingshan's fingers traced over the windowsill, then across the desk, and finally stopped at the head of Song Yuan. They had played many little games as children that couldn't be brought to light. For instance, Song Yuandao would hide one of Zhou Qingshan's assignments and give him only a few letters as a clue, or Zhou Qingshan would prepare a birthday card for Song Yuandao, composed entirely in code. It was precisely because both of them were excellent in intelligence work that they could take such endless delight in these games. Song Yuandao had even designed a code that only the two of them could read. Zhou Qingshan traced the intricate carvings on the headboard railing, then moved to the wooden rail. There still remained the traces of their childhood games. Song Yuandao had carved a sentence in their private code, "Swear that you will be loyal to me forever." Zhou Qingshan's fingers brushed over the carvings, and he felt as if he were pulled back many years ago. Back then he was nothing more than a 14 or 15-year-old youth, and Song Yuandao was still a child with a naive face. Right in this room, on this very bed, the child's eyes were calm and transparent with a maturity beyond his years. His face was pale after a recent illness as he sat at the edge of the bed, lowering his eyelids and fixing his gaze on the youth. He spoke slowly and deliberately in a clear, childish voice. "Zhou Qingshan, in the name of the glory of my family, I swear to trust you unconditionally forever." The youth, upon hearing his name, immediately knelt on one knee, right fist held loosely before his chest. "I swear by my own life to be loyal to you forever." Zhou Qingshan was well aware that in his entire life he had never knelt to heaven or earth nor to his parents. He had bent his knee only once before this one person, pledging to serve him with his life. This was a necessary ritual for every captain of the personal guard. They would never be so loyal to anyone else in their lives, so every guard captain ended up without a lover, let alone offspring. A knock on the door pulled Zhou Qingshan from his memories. He turned to look at Xiao Yi standing at the entrance. Xiao Yi shook her head. "None of the major decisions in the past month went through the chairman, but the biometric markers are indeed genuine. We have reason to suspect." "I understand." Zhou Qingshan interrupted her report. "Go with Hu Yifan and check on the real situation in the medical center." Xiao Yi hesitated. After a pause, she reported the current status truthfully. "Hu Yifan and I have already discussed this. He can sense things through touch because everyone has specific habits, like scent objects they frequently touch or pressing force. But the person in the medical center is too clean. Hu Yifan has no confidence in giving effective information." Xiao Yi bit her lower lip and added, "None of us can provide effective information. None of us can provide effective information." "I understand. You two go get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard, Chief." Xiao Yi gave her superior a tired smile. "Who knows if we'll even be alive to open our eyes tomorrow." Zhou Qingshan only glanced at her without answering. The room fell silent, leaving him alone. He stared in silence at the documents Xiao Yi and Hu Yifan had sorted for him. No one had expected that such a thing would happen 5 years after Song Yuandao took power. In the past, they had weathered countless times when hidden forces had nearly pushed him off the high platform. They had stabilized, but now, just when everything was on track, an unexpected accident struck. Zhou Qingshan's fingers were almost always encased in gloves. He could not leave fingerprints anywhere. In situations where he had to remove them, he would meticulously clean up afterward. At this moment, the man's fingers, sheathed in black leather gloves, slid unhurriedly over each document beneath them. Countless words rushed eagerly toward his eyes. He finished reading all the documents under the desk lamp. The moment he closed the last file, Zhou Qingshan's expression turned graver than ever before. Every major decision that could directly affect the main world's development had without exception bypassed Song Yuandao. The final evacuation operation was no exception. All documents passed through layers of relay. Even though they bore Song Yuandao's biometric information, there was no intention of letting him know. So where did these people obtain Song Yuandao's biometric data? Zhou Qingshan lowered his eyes to the desktop, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the edge. After a moment, he stood up and moved to the window. The system-controlled cycle of day and night was in progress. A faint glimmer had already cut through the ink-black night on the horizon. Zhou Qingshan looked out the window and murmured a name under his breath. "Qing." "General." A voice responded, yet the room still held only Zhou Qingshan. "Report your current capability." Unable to sense external monitoring, unable to connect to the domain network, everything within the domain is normal. "Can you contact Chunjun?" "Attempting to. Report to me immediately upon success." "Yes, General." Zhou Qingshan ended the brief conversation, set an alarm on his personal terminal, then quickly washed up and Secondary world. In the temporary command center, alarms blared. A group of people hurriedly threw on coats and rushed from their dormitories to the command room. In front of the giant screen sat a man, a sneer on his face as he watched the surveillance footage and the ever-changing data. Truly a bunch of fools. He curled his lips into a triumphant smile and leaned toward the small microphone on the command console. "You and Dao, you've entrusted your very life to such a bunch of idiots. Utterly incomprehensible. Why don't you choose? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. The next system to malfunction. Whether it's gravity, air, or water. He suddenly broke into an incredibly gentle smile. You are my finest masterpiece. He'll listen to you. On the 21st day of the main world's collapse warning. On the 11th day since the chairman and his personal guard disappeared. In the subworld. This subworld had no seasonal changes, not even a successful simulation of day and night. The staff serving the temporary command center could only shuttle through the office building gazing at a colossal red sun that hung perpetually outside the window. These ordinary workers at the grassroots level had yet to learn of the upheaval in the upper echelons, yet every family of the guard members already knew the shocking news that had stirred 1,000 waves among their clans. The chairman had fled with his guards during the migration. There were at least hundreds of subworlds connected to the main world, each with different configurations. By the standards of resources Song Yuandao could access, the escape he plotted would surely not lead to some barren place. This sent a wave of panic through the entire upper class. All channels back to the main world had been closed. They could never have imagined their children would be left behind in the very place they were desperate to escape. Only that one man had been in the temporary command center from start to finish. The others could only communicate with him via intercom, so naturally no one could see what was displayed on the command center screens. Since we've detected the signal fluctuations of Cheng, the man's voice was unhurried, carrying the calm and elegance of one long accustomed to authority. Then it'll trouble you all to put in some overtime and see what Cheng is up to. Now everyone working here knew who, or what, Cheng was. Cheng was Zhou Qingshan's exclusive artificial intelligence system. Finding Cheng essentially meant finding Zhou Qingshan, and finding Zhou Qingshan meant finding Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao, a young man who since the dawn of the new era could be said to be the closest to a legend. And now this legendary figure was nothing more than a traitor to the nation. This freshly minted young criminal guilty of treason had taken his small team and fled to a better life, leaving them. This group, to eke out a pitiful existence in a place without even sunrise or moonrise, whiling away the days under an eternal sun outside the window. Everyone believed Song Yuandao had surely found a wonderful place with distinct seasons and harmonious day and night cycles for Zhou Qingshan and the others. They even imagined that they could enjoy delicious meals and fruits every day, not like themselves who had to swallow handfuls of nutrient paste. A world couldn't support tens of billions of people, but raising a few dozen was more than enough. Although Song Yuandao had always had the best resources, they were still distributed. If one day they discovered he had acquired everything they dreamed of without distribution, the resentment and jealousy of these pampered and self-important people would be beyond measure. This resentment was directly channeled into work enthusiasm. They deployed all the highest tech products available in current society to hunt down the elusive trace of Cheng. But every time they thought they had caught Cheng's tail tracing back, they could only find a false address. How worthy of Zhou Qingshan's creation. In the main world, sunlight fell on the hospital bed with tiny dust motes dancing in the air. The person lying on the bed was bathed in the warm sunlight. Hearing the door open, he turned his head slightly. Good morning. Carrying a tray, Zhou Qingshan almost dropped everything at that remark, but he merely nodded reservedly. Cheng couldn't connect to Chunjun. Either Chunjun's system was too damaged to use, or it simply wasn't in the... Zhou Qingshan's gaze swept over him, then turned to the monitoring instruments around. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. Li Huaiji come to the medical center. The results of the technical team's overnight work allowed Zhou Qingshan to take over the permissions of all equipment in the center without hindrance. He could now enjoy the same privileges Song Yuandao once had. For instance, wherever he stood to give an order, his team members would receive the message instantly. Li Huayuan's permissions did not yet allow him free movement within the center. He stood at the entrance of the medical center and submitted an entry request. Zhou Qingshan responded immediately. The first thing Li Huaiji heard upon entering was, "See if he can be moved out." The second sentence was, "If so, move him to my room." Li Huaiji was taken aback. Everyone knew full well that keeping this mysterious man, whose biological information matched the chairman's, there was for easy surveillance. His physical functions had already recovered enough to allow him to get up and move around ever since he was awakened. Zhou Qingshan took one look at him and understood what his subordinate was thinking. He's an amnesiac now. They'll keep him with me 24 hours a day. If I can't, they'll give him a sedative. He paused and continued. All connections to the external network have been cut off. He can neither leave here nor send any messages. Li Huaiji nodded slightly. Yes, General. After giving his orders, Zhou Qingshan immediately headed to the... Young Hu Yifun's face was very grim. Seeing Zhou Qingshan, he took a shallow breath. General, we've detected unidentified object activity. Drones. Fully automated mechs. Zhou Qingshan's expression remained flat. Or something else. Why such a sour face? We suspect. Zombies. What? Zhou Qingshan thought he might have misheard for a moment, so he patiently asked again, zombies. Aren't those things as rare as fossils seen once in a century? We'll see them soon. Hu Yifan stepped aside to let the monitoring instruments be seen. Zhou Qingchen frowned slightly at the small black dots on the screen converging toward the center. We have plenty of weapons and equipment. Zhou Qingchen looked at Hu Yifan. So what exactly made your face so dark? We just had the boss lady capture one alive. Hu Yifan rubbed his curly hair. They carry a deadly virus that doesn't match any known virus. So we have no antibodies. Transmission route. We're still testing, but judging from current results. Hu Yifan's voice dropped, sounding somewhat dejected. Any route. Keep testing. Give Huang Yueying a full checkup every hour. Zhou Qingchen immediately gave calm orders. Call someone from the tech team to see me. Yes, General. This was not exactly good news for Zhou Qingchen, but neither was it entirely bad. At least it confirmed a guess that had flashed through his mind the day before the collapse of the main world was not a system issue, it was man-made. General. Zhou Qingchen looked at the newcomer. Her lake blue eyes were fixed on him without blinking, her golden hair tied in a simple bun. Lily, I need you to switch the encryption method of the main world system in the shortest possible time. We have many encryption modes to choose from. Which one does the general want? I want an encryption method that has never been used before. Zhou Qingchen's fingers tapped in irregular rhythm on the table. Give me a deadline. At most 1 week. Lily's eyes were as blue and deep as a lake, faintly shimmering with an inexplicable light. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly. If you're so excited, go show it. The sooner the better. All right, boss. Leave it to me. Lily rushed out of the room full of vitality, just as Li Huaiji arrived from the medical center with the fool Zhou Qingchen had mentioned. Boss, what did the goddess see to get so happy? There are tens of thousands of ancient zombies outside. Zhou Qingchen looked at Li Huaiji with an unreadable expression. Are you happy too? Li Huaiji shoved Song Yuandao into his superior's arms, muttering, holy crap, those are zombies, as he dashed out of Zhou Qingchen's room. Leaving Song Yuandao inexplicably pushed into Zhou Qingchen's arms, staring at each other with the general who caught him. Do you remember who you are yet? Zhou Qingchen made Song Yuandao sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of warm water. Or have you recalled? Song Yuandao's hair was loosely tied with a few stray strands hanging by his face, obscuring his expression. He quietly took a sip of the warm water from the glass. The voice that emerged was already indistinguishable from the old Song Yuandao's, but the tone always carried a kind of bewildered innocence that had never been seen in Song Yuandao since childhood. I know. You're not my father. Zhou Qingchen. Right, you're my ancestor. No. I'm not your ancestor either. Song Yuandao corrected Zhou Qingchen earnestly, word by word. The general didn't want to continue that discussion and quickly changed the subject. From today you'll live with me. Where I go you go. Don't leave my sight, understand? Understood. Zhou Qingchen looked at the person wearing Song Yuandao's face, but always making childish expressions, and completely lost his temper. Think. Do you know where Chun Jun is? Chun Jun and Xingying were both highly advanced artificial intelligence systems. From the beginning they were created to serve only Song Yuandao, and Zhou Qingchen continuously adapting and upgrading during their work to achieve the best coordination with the brainwaves of their two masters. Chun Jun and Xingying could project realistic holographic images, freely infiltrate most systems to make their speakers the AI's voice, and turn many surveillance systems into their eyes. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Qingchen was certain that as soon as Song Yuandao thought of the name Chun Jun would react, and Xingying, which monitored Chun Jun's system fluctuations in real time, would immediately report to him. But now nothing. Xingying. Zhou Qingchen didn't speak aloud, he merely called softly in his mind. Sir. Xingying's voice responded. I detect no fluctuations belonging to Chun Jun. I understand. No fluctuations. Either Chun Jun's system had crashed, or this person had no way to communicate with Chun Jun at all. Either way, it didn't seem like a pleasant result. Dusk fell. The weather system seemed to have returned to normal today. The setting sun slanted through the dining room window, casting a soft golden edge on Song Yuandao. There were no skilled chefs here anymore. Zhou Qingchen took off his military jacket and hung it on the back of a dining chair. His long, powerful fingers folded his shirt cuffs up twice. He looked at the young man bathed in golden sunlight and smiled. Hey little ancestor, what do you want to eat? Song Yuandao looked up, seeming a little at a loss, his brows slightly furrowed. Then he offered a shy and innocent smile. I don't know. Zhou Qingchen thought again. True, this guy's mind was probably a mess right now, couldn't even distinguish simple ingredients. Asking was pointless. He expertly prepared some home-style dishes according to Song Yuandao's former taste, placed a tray with dinner steadily in front of him. Try it. Song Yuandao looked at the man sitting across from him. He took a small packet of powdery substance from his military jacket pocket, then turned and poured a glass of warm water. The powder dissolved instantly, turning the liquid in the glass into an intimidating green. But Zhou Qingchen seemed accustomed to it. Without much struggle, he downed it in one go. Were you and I very close in the past? Song Yuandao finished dinner with utmost elegance. Zhou Qingchen looked up with a roguish smile and replied, I don't know if you and I have a past. Song Yuandao was clearly taken aback. Zhou Qingqian's gaze rested lightly on him, not seeming to mind his sudden fluster. I know you can now understand some terms. Your recovery is going well. Within a week you'll figure out what you really are. The young man laughed to himself. I hope you'll be honest with me by then. Of course, Zhou Qingqian didn't keep Song Yuandao by his side every moment. After dinner, he merely accompanied him for a walk around the building before directly giving him a sedative, sending him into a dream that could last a millennium. How's it going? Zhou Qingqian first went to the technical department. Watching his subordinates who were usually slow to react on missions now bickering and nearly coming to blows, the mischievous general asked calmly. The main issue now is we can't reset the main world system's firewall. Without resetting, we can't change the encryption, Lily said gloomily. If the chairman were here, everything could be solved. Zhou Qingqian scoffed. What could he do? Permissions. Permissions. The chairman has firewall permissions. Lily sighed and continued discussing with her team how to reset that damned firewall system. Personal terminal notifications kept buzzing. Li Huaiji and Xiao Yi seemed to have discovered something earth-shattering, bombarding him with messages. After soothing the tech kids, Zhou Qingqian hurried back to the laboratory at the medical center. When he saw the two people's eyes gleaming at the zombie inside the glass cage in the lab, Zhou Qingqian sighed deeply. Spill it. What did you see? Boss. Xiao Yi rushed over excitedly. This thing is the ultimate weapon. If you blow its head, it explodes with viruses. All ones we've never seen. Zhou Qingqian calmly turned to Li Huaiji. Anything to add? They've got some brains. Probably even sharper than the one we picked up. Zhou Qingqian patted his two capable officers. Think of a solution, or he'll toss you both in there to party with them. In the subworld. The images on the monitoring screen were clearer than yesterday. The pampered man still gazed quietly at the huge screen. He leaned into the microphone, his voice tinged with admiration. I finally understand why you liked playing those games when you were young. Toying with people is indeed an entertaining thing. Especially such outstanding humans. I knew you always had good taste. His voice paused for a few seconds as if slightly annoyed, yet tenderly helpless. Why won't you talk to me? We really don't have much time left. Zhou Qingqian had a dream. In the dream he was still a youth, not yet fully grown, his features still carrying a hint of immaturity. It seemed to be around the time he and Song Yuandao had just taken their oath. After class, Song Yuandao always pestered him to play games. Zhou Qingqian was in the midst of his growth spurt, his daily training already grueling, leaving him barely enough time to sleep. Exhausted beyond words, he still had to crack the countless codes Song Yuandao left behind. Song Yuandao laughed as he ran past, Zhou Qingqian boldly slapping him on the backside. Zhou Qingqian reached out and grabbed the boy's hair, provoking a torrent of indignant howls and curses. Zhou Qingqian, are you even human? Zhou Qingqian released his grip with a chuckle, and Song Yuandao bolted away. He called out to the boy's retreating figure. I left you something delicious in the cafeteria. Go ask Uncle Li for it. Song Yuandao responded from afar, his footsteps indeed heading toward the cafeteria. Zhou Qingqian shook his head with mild helplessness, then sat back down to continue puzzling over the problems Song Yuandao had set for him. Zhou Qingqian was fully aware that he was dreaming, and the sensation struck him as remarkably novel. At this moment he observed his past experiences from the perspective of an onlooker, all while amusing himself by mentally mocking the foolishness of his younger self and Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingqian recalled that during that period neither Song Ku nor Xiao Lin came to see them very often. Ordinarily the two would visit every weekend to watch movies together or take walks outdoors. Neither before nor after that time had Song Ku and Xiao Lin ever vanished so inexplicably. Having lived through it as a young boy, Zhou Qingqian hadn't thought it strange. But now, observing from the dream, everything seemed eerily abnormal. Something out of the ordinary must signal trouble. After Song Yuandao finished dinner, Zhou Qingqian pulled him into the bedroom. A trace of milk still lingered at the corner of the boy's mouth. He took out his handkerchief and gently wiped it away. Song Yuandao asked, Brother, do you think something's going on lately? Zhou Qingqian paused, looking rather surprised, as if he hadn't expected Song Yuandao to have noticed something too. What do you think is happening? Zhou Qingqian's mind wandered as he glanced at the pages of codes Song Yuandao had left him. I've already told you, Song Yuandao said, his eyes landing on the paper with a sly grin. All you need to do is see it. What have you told me? Zhou Qingqian was in the mood for banter, pretending not to notice the meaningful look in his eyes. Song Yuandao didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly leaned in close to Zhou Qingqian and said, If one day someone who looks a lot like me stands before you, could you recognize that it isn't me? Of course. I've already told you. All you need to do is see it. Could you recognize that it isn't me? Zhou Qingqian jolted awake from the dream. He had no time to dwell on what had truly happened back then. He only knew that this conversation was more than just only the first part had actually occurred. Song Yuandao had never asked him if anything was wrong, because that brat as a child was practically a cold-blooded creature with dual language emotional barriers, and even now he hadn't improved much. Cheng-Ying replayed the footage from the day Song Yuandao evacuated. Without opening his eyes, Zhou Qingqian let Cheng-Ying recall the chaos of that day. Watching it all as an objective observer, he suddenly realized that Song Yuandao had smiled an unusual number of times. Chairman, you should go first. How long will it take you to catch up? With enough supplies and passage 5 days. Go ahead. Song Yuandao smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if you can't catch up. We'll meet eventually. I never break my word. If you do, then grant me a favor. Ruiwen urged Song Yuandao from afar. His smile faded gently. He'll tell you what it is when we meet again. Zhou Qingchen had intended to close his eyes and rest a little longer, but he rose before dawn. The Song Yuandao lying beside him, whom he had been tending to with care, immediately grabbed his sleeve. Where are you going? Zhou Qingchen checked the time. It was indeed time for this person to wake up. He found himself momentarily conflicted. Instinctively, he didn't want this person involved in what he was about to do, and he was certain this could not be the Song Yuandao he had grown up with. Yet he couldn't simply lock the man in the room and pretend nothing had happened. After a long silence, he offered a terrible excuse, him going to the bathroom. The man half reclining on the bed wore only a bathrobe, the collar loosened by the tug. Zhou Qingchen's gaze skimmed over his collarbone. For the sake of their identical features, he turned and straightened the man's robe. They'll have someone take you to breakfast. With those words, Zhou Qingchen didn't linger. He opened the door, signaled Guocheng to take over, and added, "Don't give this friend anything spicy or irritating." Then he ambled into the adjoining room. Guocheng was rather exasperated. When he and Huang Yueying first saw this man, their eyelids twitched. Song Yuandao was notoriously troublesome. Though everyone got along well enough and could joke around together, Song Yuandao had two flaws: his icy demeanor and his terrifying intelligence. Moreover, every member of the guard had witnessed Song Yuandao evacuate the main world through the dedicated passage. Rationally, they knew this person could not be the chilling Song chairman. But having to face that face every day put immense pressure on everyone, especially when their boss treated him with such care. Since he wasn't the real one, what could this being whose appearance and biometrics matched perfectly actually be? The answer was obvious. A clone. Guocheng looked at the man who bore that face, but whose intelligence lagged several main worlds behind his idols, and felt a complicated pang. And his boss had repeatedly demanded that he be well cared for according to the same standards as Chairman Song. Thus, while Zhou Qingchen sat in Song Yuandao's office lost in thought, Guocheng wore a pained expression while tending to the clueless Song chairman. "Sir," Chen Ying's voice suddenly broke in. Zhou Qingchen frowned slightly. "Speak." "I detected some anomalies in the gravity system while scanning for available passageways." "I see." Zhou Qingchen felt a wave of exhaustion. The crushing weight of the collapsing main world bore down on him relentlessly, but he gritted his teeth and refused to yield. He wasted no time and hurried to the monitoring center. He knew Chen Ying wouldn't be wrong. Hu Yifan probably hadn't reported yet because the monitoring system wasn't as sensitive as Chen Ying. "General," Hu Yifan greeted him as Zhou Qingchen entered. "Check the gravity system." Hu Yifan immediately pulled up the monitoring data. 5 minutes later, he sighed somberly. "At the latest by tomorrow dawn, if we can't come up with a viable solution, we might have to take to the skies." Zhou Qingchen reached out and ruffled the young man's hair, his gaze landing on the undeniable dark circles under his eyes. He softened his tone. "Go rest for a while. Have someone else take over." "I'm fine." The boy's smile revealed a dimple. "Why sleep when there's still life?" Zhou Qingchen lightly smacked him on the head. Across the hallway, the tech department was shrouded in gloom and despair. The firewall was so robust it didn't even grant its own creators a backdoor. Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow at Lily's disheveled long hair. "If I had the same level of access, how long would it take you to re-encrypt and restore the system?" "At least before the system crashes." Zhou Qingchen gave a slight nod and turned to leave. The general here had no burdens, but poor Guocheng, stuck accompanying the wandering Song Yuandao, was worn out. This man was like a child, studying everything he came across. Thanks to his biometrics matching the chairman's, he had opened countless department doors. Zhou Qingchen returned to Song Yuandao's room. He still couldn't believe this person would be so easily subdued without leaving any clues. He glanced around the familiar decor, frowning in thought, until his eyes unconsciously landed on the door to Song Yuandao's study. Song Yuandao's study was enormous, far larger than what one could see from the entrance. Because it was connected to a secret room built covertly with Zhou Qingchen's help after he assumed office, even occupying part of Zhou Qingchen's adjacent space. The door to the secret room was cliched, hidden behind a bookshelf. Zhou Qingchen moved to open it, but then noticed something different about the books on the shelf. Song Yuandao was a stickler. This was an undeniable truth everyone recognized, and Zhou Qingchen bore the brunt of this unbearable fussiness. Take the study for instance. Song Yuandao demanded that books be arranged by content across different shelves, then alphabetically by title and by size. Zhou Qingchen had helped him organize a few times when he had nothing to do, so he immediately spotted the anomaly. Arms crossed, he stood before the bookshelf for a while, then suddenly smiled. No one would have expected Song Yuandao to place the password for the highest authority in the main world so blatantly on the bookshelf. Amused, Zhou Qingchen called Chen Ying and told him to test if the password worked. A minute later, Qingying replied in a measured tone, "Sir, nothing, Mr. Song left for you has ever failed." Zhou Qingxin said flatly, "Don't think that just because you've downloaded a humor patch you're actually funny." Chungying continued, "Then what other functions would you like me to add, sir?" "Shut up." Zhou Qingxin immediately returned to the tech department and helped them unlock the firewall's modification permissions. Lily did not disappoint. The talented young woman led the tech team to re-encrypt the entire system, using a never-before-seen encryption mode, recalibrated the gravity system just before they would have been flung into the sky, and even fixed the weather system as a bonus. How much longer could the main world system have lasted? Zhou Qingxin stood behind her, watching her fingers fly across the keyboard, the dense programming instructions reflected in her eyes, his tone calm. Lily's heart skipped a beat. While repairing the system, she had discovered that the main world could still function for at least another century, far from the crumbling state the monitoring department had described. Even the weather anomalies were caused by a virus implanted in the system. When he woke up that morning, he first noticed that the live feed from his little puppet had become much clearer, even taking him on a tour of areas he had never been able to access before. No one knew why the person in the temporary command center had been so moody today. When he woke up that morning, he first noticed that the live feed from his little puppet had become much clearer, even taking him on a tour of areas he had never been able to access before. But soon he realized he had lost control over the main world. Though he could see the countless premium resources, he couldn't claim a single one. His fingers on the desktop tightened and relaxed. He bit his lower lip, forced an ugly smile, and headed to a particular place. It was a room with no other exits besides the door, no windows, no vents. A man was chained in the center, arms spread in a Christ-like pose, connected to an array of complex instruments. With a click, the incandescent bulb on the ceiling slowly lit up, illuminating the young man, who seemed to have passed out. The newcomer unceremoniously doused him with a bucket of ice water. Song Yuandao. The bound young man looked up at the sound, his wet hair plastered to his face. A sneer curved his lips as he lifted his eyes to the intruder. "What? Lost control of the main world? What? Lost control of the main world?" The newcomer didn't seem particularly angry, at least on the surface. He smiled, then yanked out the 4-tube in Song Yuando's arm, sending a spray of blood. "You know you don't have much time left." He rubbed his fingers over Song Yuando's pale lower lip. "I wanted to keep you around a little longer. No need. The sooner I die, the sooner I find peace." Song Yuandao said indifferently. "Staring at your ugly face every day is worse than death. But I've decided to keep you a while longer." "Did you decide, or did the one above you?" Song Yuandao laughed lowly. "You don't really think I believe all this was your doing, do you? You're not smart enough." "Did you decide, or did the one above you?" Song Yuandao laughed lowly. "You don't really think I believe all this was your doing, do you? You're not smart enough." The newcomer finally lost his temper and drove a fist into Song Yuando's soft stomach. The young man grunted, but showed no further reaction. "You should know the poppies are about to bloom." The man pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his hands deliberately. "You never bothered before, but this time I'll make sure you make a spectacular appearance." Song Yuandao closed his eyes as if the sight of the man's face displeased him. The man didn't mind. He leaned close to Song Yuando's ear and murmured, "Didn't you always say heaven leaves a door open for all things? Now I'm giving you a chance. If you behave, you might even survive." He burst into laughter. "It'll help you open Peng Lai, so you can brush up on that knowledge in the next few days." With that, the man left without lingering. Song Yuandao slowly opened his eyes behind him, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. "A door is for the living, you fool." Chunjun. The monitoring instruments immediately sounded an alarm, but Song Yuandao ignored them and issued orders rapidly. "Divert all energy to prevent Peng Lai from activating. Even if my brain enters hibernation, don't stop. They must not be allowed to open that." Chunjun. The monitoring instruments immediately sounded an alarm, but Song Yuandao ignored them and issued orders rapidly. "Divert all energy to prevent Peng Lai from activating. Even if my brain enters hibernation, don't stop. They must not be allowed to open that." "Understood, sir." The last sensation Song Yuandao felt before losing consciousness was an agonizing pain, as if his brain were being crushed. "Understood, sir." The last sensation Song Yuandao felt before losing consciousness was an agonizing pain, as if his brain were being crushed. Even after everyone moved from the main world to the secondary world, the upper class still indulged in their decadence. They held a grand gathering unknown to outsiders, which at some unknown point came to be called Poppy. Poppy, as the name suggests, was a gathering that led people to wallow in their own desires regardless of what those did. Freud's psychoanalytic theory held that the human subconscious is primarily composed of instinctual impulses, including sexual desire. As such a grand and luxurious gathering, Poppy naturally could not escape this aspect. Although Song Yuandao never attended such events, he was fully aware of everything. When he learned he was to be sent to Poppy, he knew exactly what he would face. And that was the only thing he could face. The higher his status had once been, the more some people now wanted to trample. He was the most legendary youth of the new era. Eloquent, strikingly handsome, and seemingly born with an innate arrogance and aloofness that remained unshaken even if the heavens collapsed. Countless people longed to tear off that ever-composed mask from his face. Moreover, he was now a criminal, and with such charges many wanted to vent their anger on him. But none of this was within his consideration now. He had ordered Chun Jun to stop Peng Lai from starting at all costs, exhausting the meager energy he could use within his body. For a short time Song Yuandao would not wake up. Peng Lai, it was said, had once been a fairyland. The Peng Lai system was the virtual reality system that had been vigorously promoted during Song Ke's tenure and was now used by all humanity. People used consciousness projection to complete various tasks and experience different lifestyles within it. The Peng Lai system had no concept of money, it relied solely on human autonomy. Whatever you contributed to the world within the system, you received what you needed. In the entire main world, no one felt poor, everyone believed their lives were prosperous and beautiful. Although a large portion had never eaten grains or seen a real tree since birth, they did not care, because the Peng Lai system could provide them with everything. Song Yuandao and his personal guard, however, intensely disliked this system. They had grown up in a simulated natural environment in the main world and knew that real tangible sunlight was entirely different from the counterfeit one simulated by Peng Lai. Precisely because they knew how wonderful the real thing was, they resisted everything virtual. Zhou Qingchen had another dream. Lately, he felt his dreams were becoming more frequent, perhaps due to excessive stress. This time he saw a banquet hall. The design likely came from Hu Yifan's family. Simple, elegant, without gaudy decorations, yet refined. The hall was filled with people, all wearing opulent formal attire, holding various wine glasses, and smiling as they conversed with those around them. Zhou Qingchen wandered among them, realizing they seemed unable to see him, so he relaxed and found a place to sit. He had never seen this banquet hall before. He had accompanied Song Yuandao to countless cocktail parties and banquets, visiting hundreds of halls, and knew well the few places that could gather such familiar upper-class elites. But this one was unfamiliar. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and the murmuring of the crowd fell simultaneously. The curtain on the elevated stage slowly drew back. Zhou Qingchen narrowed his eyes and looked up. One glance, and he felt his blood run cold. It was Song Yuandao. The young man wore the complex ceremonial robe specially made for his inauguration. His long hair was tied back, revealing the elegant line of his neck and the resolute curve of his jaw. His eyes were lowered, watching the whispering crowd below, and Zhou Qingchen sensed a hint of compassion in his gaze. Suddenly the person on stage looked up directly at Zhou Qingchen. His lips moved several times. Zhou Qingchen thought it was too far to hear what Song Yuandao was saying, but the voice exploded unmistakably in his ear, laced with teasing amusement. "Brother, if you don't come save me soon, I'll be sent to Poppy." "Boss!" A voice suddenly burst from the personal terminal. "Chow, yes, help." Zhou Qingchen was cruelly yanked from his dream. He felt a throbbing pain in his temples, but without hesitation, he jumped out of bed and rushed to the medical center. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had been facing the intractable zombie for days without rest. Hu Yifan had come to inform them once that all the zombies outside had gathered at the base of the center. Although the center's strong defense system had completely cut off contact with the outside, more than 30 people could not stay inside indefinitely. To leave, they had to solve this problem first. The two were listlessly cracking sunflower seeds while staring at the zombie. Since everyone knew the collapse of the main world had been suppressed, the pressure was not as intense. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi were even chatting leisurely. Just as they mentioned sneaking into the kitchen for some food, the specially made observation room exploded. After a second of stunned silence at the zombie, standing bewildered in the midst, Qiao Yi immediately pressed the communicator and roared at Zhou Qingchen. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had some combat ability, but it was clearly insufficient against a zombie that could shatter bulletproof glass and was covered in deadly virus. Zhou Qingchen sprinted over, grabbed each by the collar, and threw them aside. "Get Team 1 over here and tell me how to kill this thing the fastest." Li Huaizhi, in better physical shape than Qiao Yi, rolled and hit the communicator, sprinting to contact Huang Yueying. Qiao Yi immediately switched to work mode. "I suggest you twist its head off directly. Don't use any weapons." Over the past few days they had discovered something. They both believed the zombie was a biochemical weapon. If killed by human force, without weapons the virus inside would not erupt. But the virus it carried spread through contact. Qiao Yi glanced at Zhou Qingchen, and upon seeing his gloved hands, she let out a soft sigh of relief. Amid the chaos, Zhou Qingchen dodged the zombie's lunge. He bent his knees, leaped upward, hooked his arm around the chandelier overhead, then slammed his knee onto the zombie's shoulder. Using his core strength, he cleanly twisted the creature's neck. He released his grip, jumped down from midair, and straightened his appearance, before calmly walking into the adjacent disinfection room. "When the boss lady arrives, tell her to dispose of this thing carefully. If you need to continue research, go catch a new one outside." "Got it, boss." Huang Yueying called out to Zhou Qingchen's retreating back, then turned to Li Huaizhi. "I told you, head, definitely leave the cleanup to me. If the boss can't handle something, calling me won't help either." Li Huaizhi glanced at the closed disinfection room door and nodded. "You're right, boss lady." You can handle the cleanup yourself. Gigi, how can you bear to let a delicate girl like me do such dirty work? Huang Yueying smiled sweetly as she sidled up to Li Huaiji, making him shiver. Fine, I'll do it. While the group busily cleaned up the corpse, Zhou Qingchen, standing in the disinfection room, recalled his If you don't come save me, he'll be sent to Poppy. Send Wang Xiaoqian to see me, he ordered Cheng Ying, as most of the personal guard came from noble families, but some had unusual backgrounds. Wang Xiaoqian, for instance, came from a certain year's Poppy. You've been to Poppy. Tell me the process. Zhou Qingchen handed her a glass of warm milk. The doll-like, beautiful girl trembled violently at the question. I wasn't an invitee. I was an exhibit. I know. I'm sorry to ask this of you. Zhou Qingchen lowered his eyes. But it's very important to me. Wang Xiaoqian nodded. Her voice was soft, barely audible in Zhou Qingchen's empty room. First they give us what they consider a suitable makeover. Then comes the display. You can be looked at, or they may request performances on the spot, singing, dancing, or playing an instrument, depending on your specialty. Wang Xiaoqian took a sip of milk, color returning to her face. Finally, there's the auction. Which part do you think offers a chance to escape? The makeover. Wang Xiaoqian pursed her lips, revealing a gentle smile. The fitting room is a good place for someone like me to escape. Thank you. In the secondary world. The man stared at Song Yuandao, who lay in a coma. He had tried many ways to wake him, but all failed. With a week left until Poppy, Song Yuandao had minimized his bodily functions, immersed in his own mental world, unwilling to go anywhere. This was his gift. Whenever he wanted to escape reality, he could stay here for extended periods. In this state, he could not be awakened externally, and his bodily needs were minimal, but he also could not perceive any external changes. Song Yuandao knew no one would come to save him. His personal guard was trapped in the main world, and he had been forced to watch helplessly as those passageways self-destructed. Zhou Qingchen and the others did not know which secondary world he was in, so they could not open passageways to test each one. Now the only way to reunite with them was for him to open a passage back to the main world. Song Yuandao was well aware that the main world would not face any problems for a while, but by then he would no longer be able to make substantive decisions. Opening a passage was not difficult for him under normal circumstances. But given the current situation, he could not use any power. Leaving aside combat, even if Zhou Qingchen and the guard were here, they would not be able to confront the center's security forces hidden. The most troublesome were the monitoring instruments attached to him. Each time he activated Chunjun, there would be noticeable brainwave fluctuations. Moreover, these people had no intention of providing the necessary energy for him to use Chunjun. His order to have Chunjun resist the Penglai system at all costs was already a self-destructive move. The only opportunity to use Chunjun was at Poppy, the only time he could shake off the monitoring instruments. But the energy required remained a problem. For the first time, Song Yuandao was grateful for his emotional cognitive disorder. He could hardly feel fear or panic, only endless calm and rationality. The man gazed at Song Yuandao's serene face in the light. After a long while he left the makeshift prison. Before leaving, he tidied Song Yuandao's disheveled hair and murmured, I will make sure they take good care of you. 2 hours later, the families of the personal guard members received a shocking message. Song Yuandao executed his personal guard in the fifth world, thus revealing his own location, and has been captured. Attached to the message was an execution video. Then another message spread among the enraged upper-class elites. Song Yuandao would attend this year's Poppy. They all knew what that meant. In the main world. Late at night, Guocheng found Zhou Qingchen. General, while wandering around the center with him today, I discovered a secret research lab. Guocheng's expression was grim. I thought it was just a biochemical weapon research site. But I saw paper reports they left behind that suggested something was wrong. I went to Hu Yifan and Xiao Yi. They confirmed that if the experiment had reached this level, it could almost be considered successful. What experiment? They are researching how to separate the human body from personal consciousness. Guocheng glanced complexly at the person sleeping soundly under sedation. We cannot be sure whether this is Chairman Song's clone or the original chairman after his consciousness was extracted. If it's the latter. Guocheng's voice grew hoarse. You may leave now. Zhou Qingchen pinched his brow. This doesn't need to be known by more people. Yes. Zhou Qingchen naturally knew what Guocheng and the others meant. If this was Song Yuandao's original body after consciousness extraction, there were two possibilities. First, Song Yuandao was forced to abandon his own body. But that seemed unnecessary. Clinical trials had long proven that cloned individuals had excellent compatibility with no rejection during organ transplants. So extracting his consciousness and placing it in another container had no practical purpose. Thus, the second possibility was most likely. Song Yuandao voluntarily abandoned his original body as a decoy, leaving his personal guard here. Moreover, now that Cheng Ying could not contact Chunjun, but the linkage system had not detected a system crash in contact between the outer world and the main world was severed. Whatever this thing was, it could not provide any useful information to the other side. Zhou Qingchen's gaze sank as he looked at the bed. For now, this person seemed to be of no use except for sewing. But what was the point of sowing discord? Although they no longer had to worry about the world collapsing immediately, they could not go anywhere either. Wait for us to fall apart from within. Zhou Qingxin closed his eyes and thought, no matter what they do, I will never doubt you. Song Yuandao, you really have gotten me into deep trouble. Who are you really? He looked at the person sleeping peacefully on the bed, his voice so soft that it dissolved into the night breeze like a gentle sigh. It was the morning when the poppy was about to bloom when Song Yuandao opened his eyes. After a few blinks, he finally managed to see the environment he was in. The decor of this room was very similar to the one he had in the main world, almost a direct copy, but it was evident that someone else had taken his place here. Song Yuandao heard voices in the corridor, seemingly greeting another person one by one. Within a few breaths, the heavy door of the room was pushed open from the outside. Song Yuandao turned his head slightly to look at the newcomer, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Lying on the bed, the handsome young man parted his thin lips, his voice hoarse. Good morning, my chief secretary. Raven lowered his eyes, looking down at his former superior. He was no longer young, yet the youth bound here showed no signs of change from the torment of recent days. His eyes remained bright, like stars, exuding an aura of an untouchable superior. Good morning. Raven reached out, almost tenderly brushing the ends of Song Yuandao's hair. My chairman. Song Yuandao's hands and feet were still bound, but the previous heavy iron chains had been replaced with a more exquisite platinum set. He shook his wrist, listening to their delicate clinking, truly the wickedness of the wealthy. Raven's gaze followed the places where the shackles were connected, noting that Song Yuandao's wrists were slightly chafed. Though he did not seem to care about the minor wounds, he solemnly asked Raven, will this affect your ability to sell me for a good price? Raven withdrew his gaze from Song Yuandao, a graceful smile, returning to his face. Of course not, chairman. You have always been our priceless treasure. Then you must have something very important to trade for me. Song Yuandao's voice was hoarse. Raven poured him a cup of water, and after taking a couple of sips, he set the cup aside. Raven reached out to help him sit up, and Song Yuandao leaned against the headboard, looking at this man who had almost watched him grow up. Raven. Chairman. The man still wore that respectful demeanor. Song Yuandao found his expression quite amusing. He had made the decision to pull himself down from a high position, yet Raven still adopted that same respectful attitude when facing him. Are you insulting me? Song Yuandao's face rarely showed any expression. No matter what you did, he would always silently watch you. Under such scrutiny, Raven suddenly asked him, has anyone ever told you that you resemble your father? I'm not particularly concerned about that. Song Yuandao withdrew his gaze, his expression indifferent at this moment. What would you like to know? I am curious about what you plan to trade me for. He looked at his once capable assistant. I believe you lack for nothing. Whether it be power, resources, or things I disdain, don't you have everything you want? What if I desire the position of chairman more? Song Yuandao suddenly raised his arm, but the chains hindered his movement. He struggled to gently touch Raven's brow with his fingertip. With this gesture, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his lips, and his gaze softened somewhat. I told you before, loyalty alone is not enough. You must think for yourself. No matter who your object of loyalty is, do not be naively trusting. Song Yuandao withdrew his hand, gently rotating his wrist. Before the poppy begins, don't you really want me to wash up and tidy myself? Raven's expression shifted multiple times before he finally pressed the button on the communicator, instructing a few guards to take Song Yuandao to bathe and change clothes. Warm water flowed down from head to toe. Finally, away from the surveillance devices, Song Yuandao closed his eyes, letting the hot water wash away the fatigue brought by his migration and prolonged monitoring while awakening Chun Jun. What can the current energy allow you to do? Chat with you, my lord. Chun Jun's personality was unexpectedly lively. You haven't contacted me for many days. How about on the side of Peng Lai? It was very successful in stopping it. You should have taken my advice and removed its main core back then. Can you try contacting Ching Ying? Sir, if I contact Ching Ying, you might end up dead. Chun Jun continued to deliver his blows. Mr. Zhou said that using biological energy to supply power for us was very unwise. Letting Zhou Qingxin debug your system was the most unwise thing I've done. Song Yuandao closed the shower and wrapped himself in a bathrobe. From now on, you only need to gather energy to do one thing. Is it to report safety to Mr. Zhou? This task is the highest level task due to an unexpected separation of over a week. Open the passage back to the main world. Song Yuandao felt that his decision to have Zhou Qingxun maintain Chun Jun was truly a moment of fun. Raven prepared the outfit for him to wear at the poppy event that evening. Amidst the chaotic migration, he even brought Song Yuandao the same suit he wore during his inaugural speech. After Song Yuandao got dressed, he was again adorned with the exquisite platinum chains. He looked at Raven with a bit of helplessness. I think this thing is more suitable for locking General Zhou. Haven't I always been unskilled since childhood? You told me to always prepare for the worst when doing anything. Raven replied politely to his superior. Why didn't you just leave me in the main world? I wouldn't be able to try every connection point to search for you. During his coma, Song Yuandao thought of many things. It was not surprising that someone wanted to change the new era. He just couldn't understand why such a hassle was made to migrate everyone to this alternate world and spare his life, or why not just kill me directly. I feel like I haven't created enough opportunities for you. You are still useful. Raven pushed open the large door to the banquet hall. It was still early, and the hall was empty. Raven's voice echoed in the empty hall, and how can you be sure that I haven't left Chairman Song for his beloved? Song Yuandao did not reply to this statement. Raven brought him to the center of the hall's high platform. He did not let his subordinates act. Instead, he personally unlocked the chains binding Song Yuandao and resecured them to a specially designed rack in the center of the platform. Dark red velvet curtains fell from all sides, enveloping Song Yuandao completely. The lights from the banquet hall filtered through the drapery, casting an ominous, yet regal aura over everything. Unable to see the scenes within the banquet hall, Song Yuandao simply closed his eyes to rest. Without vision, his other senses became acutely sensitive. He could hear the sound of women's long skirts sweeping the floor, the quiet conversations of men nearby, and even the clinking of glasses as waiters moved through the crowd. In this bustling banquet hall, he heard his name mentioned more than once. Song Yuandao killed his entire guard team. This is the consequence of not adjusting hormone levels with Peng Lai. They say Chairman Song went to a particularly nice place. Perhaps next time we can go too. He killed Zhou Qingchen. They were once so close they wore the same pants. As Song Yuandao listened, he pieced together a so-called official narrative, realizing that he had not only taken his guard team to pursue a better life, but had also, due to hormonal issues, turned violent and cut down over 30 members of his guard team. The banquet hall quieted down, and Song Yuandao heard Raven's voice. First, welcome everyone. This year's Poppy event was prepared hastily due to the migration with only 10 exhibits, but I hope everyone can leave satisfied. The opening was indeed simpler than Song Yuandao had imagined. The chatter in the hall was much quieter than before, and the overall process resembled that of an auction. Everyone tacitly understood who the final exhibit would be, and the first 9 items hardly took much of their time. The curtain suddenly fell from midair. Song Yuandao slightly opened his eyes, his long hair cascading down either side of his face as he looked down at the crowd below the high platform. The curtain suddenly fell from midair. Song Yuandao slightly opened his eyes, his long hair cascading down either side of his face as he was not particularly concerned about his ultimate fate. No matter who it fell to, he believed he could survive. He would fight tooth and nail for a glimmer of hope and was prepared for injury. Song Yuandao was not unfamiliar with this feeling of being the focus of attention, but some gazes were too naked, scanning his body with unwholesome desires. His gaze fell upon a few individuals, realizing they were all elders who had watched him grow up. Human hearts are difficult to fathom. People in the crowd frequently raised their paddles. Song Yuandao did not know what kind of deals they had secretly reached, but he assumed he must be worth many long-hidden secrets. Chunjun. Song Yuandao closed his eyes. Help me check what surveillance devices are on me. Song Yuandao knew that the biological energy within him was insufficient to allow Chunjun to help him escape, nor did he believe the puppeteers behind the scenes would easily deliver him to others. A miniature camera system is implanted in your eyes, and there is also a recording transmission device in your ears. Got it. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao felt somewhat relieved. These surveillance devices were certainly not meant for his use. Someone wanted to see through his eyes what they could not see. Before they achieved their goal, Song Yuandao could assure himself that he would not die. Congratulations, Mr. Hu. Raven's voice rang out, the spotlight shining on Hu Lang in the crowd. Song Yuandao turned to look at him. Hu Yifan did not resemble his father much, probably taking after his mother more. Song Yuandao recalled Yi Ning, a woman who had always been very gentle. He remembered that when he was young she would bring him cake from high places at banquets. After the event, someone came to take Song Yuandao away. A black satin ribbon as smooth as water was placed over his eyes, and his arms were pulled behind him and bound with the same material. The people escorting him split into 2 groups, leading him along the way. He remained as elegant and calm as ever, showing no signs of anxiety, even though he could not see his surroundings. Song Yuandao focused on the sounds around him, but this was not the main world he was familiar with, making it difficult to remember the places he passed through. Chunjun had entered a dormant state. Song Yuandao knew he had to gather energy for it as soon as possible to leave the alternate world. The person in front of him suddenly stopped, and Song Yuandao halted a step behind. He was suddenly kicked in the knee, causing him to falter. Just before kneeling, he lunged forward and the blindfold was yanked off him. Song Yuandao straightened up to look at Hu Lang. You think you can make me kneel? Song Yuandao was taller than Hu Lang, and his gaze fell on Hu Lang's trembling left hand. Do you even deserve it? When you killed Xiao Fan, did you make him kneel? Song Yuandao scoffed. When has Hu Yifan ever been able to be? Yi Ning came down from upstairs. Song Yuandao looked up at her, but his words were still directed at Hu Lang. When I was a young lady, who treated me very well, Hu Yifan left without much suffering. You. Hu Lang was so choked up, he turned red-faced. His Peng Lai system reacted swiftly, and then his complexion visibly improved. I'm just a madman resisting Peng Lai. I'd love to know what price you paid to get me. Song Yuandao looked into Hu Lang's eyes. Was it the architectural blueprints of the political center building in the main world? Sure enough. Song Yuandao chuckled lightly. You must really want me to repay your son with his life, but I am also one of the few who know the truth about your father's death. I wonder if you are interested in this matter. Hu Lang stared fiercely at Song Yuandao, who appeared oblivious, as he asked him, where do you plan to put me? Surely not to let me stand in your family's hall all the time. Hu Lang called in 2 bodyguards to take Song Yuandao away, and sure enough, they shoved him into a place with no exit besides the door. Song Yuandao didn't mind lying flat on the bed upon entry, but the moment he lay down a violent headache dragged him into darkness. Chun Jun was activated almost simultaneously, the mechanical voice cutting through the intense pain and oppressive darkness. Your biological energy is at 5% about to enter forced dormancy. Do you wish to set a wake-up time? Set the wake-up time for when energy exceeds 40%. Understood, sir. The darkness, impenetrable by any light, suffocated the breath from one's lungs, rendering all struggles and efforts utterly futile. No one will hear your dying cries, nor will anyone see the spark of survival igniting in your eyes if that you are forever alone. You can trust no one. Song Yuandao nearly suffocated in his own mental realm. According to his past experiences, he should have felt nothing here. Even if external forces caused physical harm, he would remain unaffected, let alone the fact that he had nearly suffocated moments ago. Having shed that feeling of oppression, he silently sat cross-legged in the heart of the darkness, surrounded by the swirling memories of his past. Song Yuandao looked up, and all his past, both good and bad, was gazing down at him from above. Zhou Qingchen once told him memories are layered with filters as you continuously reminisce. Every time you look back, the good memories appear gentler, their edges adorned with a fluffy golden rim. The bad ones grow sharper, capable of tearing you apart with a single glance. Song Yuandao reached out towards one of the images, and in the next moment, he was instantly engulfed by the rushing tide of the past. Year 42 of the new era. Song Yuandao was 4 years old. The now adult Song Yuandao looked at his younger self, who seemed to have been thinner than his peers from a young age, not appearing as cute as other children at the age of 4 or 5. Song Yuandao glanced around. This should be the place where he used to attend classes. The teacher likely hadn't arrived yet, and the child sat alone at a desk reading. Before long, someone came to inform him that the teacher for the day could not come on time due to an impromptu meeting, so today's class would be suspended. Song Yuandao did not show any joy or excitement on his younger self's face. He simply nodded gently at the soldier who had come to inform him, saying thank you for your efforts. As soon as the soldier left, he jumped off his chair and ran outside. Zhou Qingchen was practicing weapon usage with a current member of the personal guard. Seeing Song Yuandao run out, he smiled at him, and Song Yuandao returned a quiet gesture, slipping out beside the door. Song Yuandao was quite familiar with the center of the main world. He knew he was trying to find the cafeteria for food. He was a privileged child who could request anything he wanted from the cafeteria at any time rather than being forced to consume children's nutritional supplements. Straight ahead then, right down the stairs and left. He realized that his younger self had taken a wrong turn. The right path did not lead to the cafeteria, but rather to the office area. He watched himself get lost in the building, running back and forth until he entered an office. Perhaps he just wanted to find someone to take him to the cafeteria, but there were no staff members inside the office. Before leaving, he heard his uncle's voice. I cannot let Xiao Yuan accept this plan. Song Ke's voice was usually very gentle, but Song Yuandao had never heard him speak so hoarsely to anyone. The other person speaking to him had a soft voice. At that time, Song Yuandao's perception was not as sharp as it was now, and he couldn't make out what the other person was saying. It's impossible. Oh, I won't agree to this. He is the only child of my brother. Suddenly, Song Ke opened the door to the lounge inside the office and locked eyes with Song Yuandao. What are you doing here? Don't you have class today? Song Ke's voice reverted to its usual elegant tone, but he was somewhat stern with Song Yuandao regarding skipping class. The teacher didn't come because of a meeting. I wanted to go to the cafeteria for something to eat, but got lost. Song Yuandao was very close to Song Ke. He had hardly seen his parents, and it was always Song Ke who raised him. Let's go. I'll take you there. Song Ke reached out and ruffled Song Yuandao's soft hair. Uncle, what plan? Song Yuandao looked up at Song Ke and asked, can I help you? Upon hearing this question, Song Ke suddenly became furious. Before they could reach the cafeteria, he ordered 2 personal guards to lock Song Yuandao in the confinement room. Did I ever tell you that you can't eavesdrop on others? I know I was wrong. Song Yuandao clung to the doorframe, unwilling to let go, saying, I don't want to go to the confinement room. 3 days. Song Ke waved his hand, signaling the guards not to plead for him. During this time, you will be provided with children's nutritional supplements. The door to the confinement room closed mercilessly. Song Yuandao was astonished to find it resembled the place where he had been living for quite some time. Just a door with no windows. Song Yuandao discovered the source of his suffocating feeling. He had been very frightened of this darkness as a child, unable to perceive the passage of time or hear any sounds. forever isolated and helplessly alone. He left this memory and returned once more to the void of his mental realm. Song Yuando's psychological assessment always indicated there is a certain barrier in experiencing and understanding emotions, and he had always felt this statement was very accurate. However, after witnessing everything that had transpired over such a long time, and seeing Song Ku again, he had to admit that in that moment his heart felt a long-lost comforting warmth. He was a posthumous child. His mother had died during childbirth. About a month later his father Song Chen also passed away due to excessive worry. For him, there were only two blood relatives from the beginning to the end, his grandfather Song Qianfeng and his uncle. It wasn't that he was completely indifferent and unaware. Is he still not awake? Hu Lang's voice was low, filled with barely contained anger. Sir, his bodily indicators are very poor. He can only barely maintain the minimum physiological. The personal doctor of Hu Lang reported to his employer with trepidation, wondering who he had offended to be assigned such a thankless task. Wake him up for me, I have questions to ask. Hu Lang twisted the wedding ring on his left hand, thinking about how his and his partner's only child was dying in an unfamiliar world no one had ever set foot in before. Every time he thought about this, he wished he could personally flay the man lying in bed into 1,000 pieces. But now was not the time. His lifelong ailment had been the death of his father. If he could discover the truth during his lifetime, it would also resolve a long-held concern. Hu Pingjian's death was mysterious. Everyone who knew about it said the same thing. It was the beginning of the new era, a time of reconstruction. Hu Pingyan had achieved great success in architecture, designing many famous buildings. At the request of the then chairman, he designed the central tower in the main world. After its completion, the Hu family became prosperous, rising to the upper echelon of society in the new era. At that time, the Penglai system had also begun to emerge. Initially, the Penglai system was only used among the upper class as a new high-tech product. From the moment it was implemented until now, there had never been any issues. This was also why Song Ku could quickly spread it to all of humanity during his tenure. However, after using the Penglai system, Hu Pingyun suddenly died of cardiac arrest one night. The Hu family and the then-serving Song Qianfeng had consulted various experts, but they all came back with the same explanation. No one believed this result, yet no one could find any other cause. The Penglai system constantly monitored various bodily data. It would respond quickly to any issues. Therefore, among the users of the Penglai system, unless it was an unexpected disaster or an external force, users could live out their lives without sickness or disaster. Hu Lang had also suspected whether there was an issue with his father's Penglai system, but after countless expert examinations, he still only received the same explanation. Mr. Hu, your father really just died of unknown causes. His Penglai system is functioning normally. We have checked the physiological change records, and there are no issues. This matter ultimately had to end without resolution, but in Hu Lang's heart, it was far from over. Song Yuandao claimed he knew the truth about Hu Yunping's death. Hu Lang did not doubt his capability. In the main world, Song Yuandao had the authority to access all data, and it was not surprising that he had seen snippets regarding this matter. Sir, I can wake him up, but this action is expressly forbidden by Mr. Ruven. What do you want to do? I must elevate his biological energy levels, but... The doctor hesitated, glancing at Hu Lang's expression. Go ahead, he is now my private possession. Hu Lang removed his glasses and pinched his brow, stating, I will bear any consequences. Understood, sir. Main world. General. Lily shifted her body slightly to make way for Zhou Qingchen, her slender fingers tapping on the screen. Currently, there are no available connection points in the main world, so unless someone over there returns to the main world to open the blockade from the outside, we cannot find new connection points. Then we will wait. The center won't have any problems for a while. Zhou Qingchen leisurely peeled an apple for her, saying, let's wait for Chairman Song to return from the alternate world. Then, what about the lady boss's findings? Zhou Qingchen handed the apple to Lily with a smile, saying it's only good for deceiving you. Even Song Yuandao wasn't that foolish as a child. Then he peeled an orange for himself, admitting, alright, I admit I have doubted whether he is truly Song Yuandao, but fundamentally this matter was a miscalculation by those behind the scenes. What do you mean? Lily had lived a very straightforward life for the past 20 years. She was a technical talent, and did not have to worry about the intrigues between various factions, as there were always people eager to recruit her. So upon hearing about such matters, she felt a bit excited. Zhou Qingchen glanced at his personal terminal. Seeing that nothing urgent was happening, he placed the orange aside and sat firmly at the table chatting with Lily. The starting point for our contemplation of this matter is that we have been framed right. Lily nodded, biting into the apple. If this matter was done by Song Yuandao, then he must have lost his mind. Zhou Qingchen ate a slice of the orange, grimacing at the sourness. We are his personal guards. Even if he now tells us to kill himself, we can only ask whether he prefers a knife, a gun, or poison. Lily, munching on fruit, nodded in agreement. Being in that position, what does he lack? He doesn't need to go through such complex efforts to pursue anything while excluding us. He wouldn't engage in such thankless tasks, so this matter has always indicated that someone wanted something from him. Why not take his life? Taking his life is simple. As someone who doesn't use the Penglai system, if someone poisoned his food, he wouldn't even be aware. After saying this, Zhou Qingchen silently added to himself that the Chengying and Chunjun systems were far superior to that lousy Penglai. As for why they placed a clone here, that's quite interesting. Zhou Qingchen pulled up a live surveillance video to show Lily where Guocheng was accompanying the clone running amok in the center, frequently entering some highly classified laboratories. I believe he must have a camera system or a similar recording device. He couldn't have just wandered into these places. If it weren't for the fact that live experiments were too much of a challenge for my bottom line, I would honestly love for Xiao Yezi to open this thing and take a look. Having finished the orange, Zhou Qingchen noticed that Lily was still holding half an apple, staring at him in bewilderment. He smiled at her, saying, "You don't need to figure these things out, or just keep an eye on the main world system. We need to hold on until your brilliant Chairman Song returns to save us." Chairman Song will definitely return. Of course, he owes me one. After saying this, Zhou Qingchen appeared to be in a good mood as he casually left, leaving Lily alone munching on the remaining apple. Song Yuandao watched the memories swirling slowly overhead and reached out to randomly grab a piece. By coincidence, he saw Zhou Qingchen discovering that he was locked in confinement, sneaking an orange from the kitchen to find him. Zhou Qingchen initially wanted to let him out, but Song Yuandao stopped him, saying, "If Uncle finds out next time, we both will have to come in. Just give me the thing and go." Zhou Qingchen thought about it and realized it made sense. Fearing that Song Yuandao might be scared alone, he simply sat at the door chatting with him. The two of them leaned back against the door talking. "If I get locked up next time, you remember to come check on me. If possible, it would be best to get me out." "Sure, but can't you make—" Song Yuandao's voice as a child was cool and crisp, particularly suited to pierce one's heart. "Aren't you my brother?" Song Yuandao suddenly became a bit helpless, realizing that he had indeed been confined quite far. "Just wait, I'll definitely get you out." The accumulation of biological energy was an exceedingly slow process. Song Yuandao still guarded that seemingly void realm, unaware of how much time had passed. Yet he was not anxious. In recent years he had seldom found time to meticulously reflect upon the past, but once he quieted his mind to observe and listen to bygone events, certain matters would effortlessly surface. Song Yuandao had sensed this several months before the migration began. For this was no trivial matter, and countless individuals had devoted years to its meticulous planning behind the scenes. He understood well that these people sought more than merely to change the heavens. His long, powerful fingers traced through one memory after another, unfurling before him both the good and the ill of the past. So many things had already transpired, so far had the journey led, he mused. What had he been doing in those recent days? He pondered again. If he had acted at the very inception of all events, would matters not have devolved into such an At this thought his wrists suddenly drooped, as if weariness had overwhelmed him beyond endurance. In the beginning, only trivial tricks that scarcely merited attention had appeared. Song Yuandao found them intriguing. Though he remained vigilant, he did not take them too seriously. He would not claim to be one who exhausted himself for humanity's sake, but having been entrusted with such a vast undertaking, he owed it to his conscience. Since it did not affect the broader situation, he let it be for the time being. The underhanded dealings unfolding under his nose had indeed been aimed at him from the start. Those tasked with action devoted themselves instead to duplicity and flattery, until the accumulated work had to be brought before him. Back then he had asked Zhou Qingchen, "Have I seemed exceptionally good-tempered lately?" In Zhou Qingchen's view, Song Yuandao was a man of subtle malice. Song Yuandao's countenance was cold and his heart was not warm, yet Song had raised him well. He possessed his own set of principles and standards in dealing with others. While always appearing unapproachable, he bore a genteel refinement reminiscent of Song Ku. At that time Song Yuandao had just assumed the chairmanship. Song Ku, delighted to be free of his duties, promptly departed without a second thought, showing no compassion for his young nephew forced into office, nor any inclination to manage the old subordinates who had grown restless the moment he left. "I've handed it over to you. You must find your own way to command respect." Song Ku said this while feeding swans by the lake, with Xiao Lin striking the perfect pose of an idle retiree. Zhou Qingchen stood a step behind Song Yuandao, and the young chairman said, "Could you take it back, uncle? I'm not that keen on it. Child, since it's given to you, just accept it. Don't stand on ceremony with your uncle." Having shed his official position, Song Ku seemed to have broken some seal. He had lost all sense of propriety, spending his days behaving disgracefully before Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao reluctantly took over this behemoth, spending most of his time entangled with those old foxes. Zhou Qingchen stayed by his side throughout. Whenever Song Yuandao was pressed hard, Zhou Qingchen would lean close to his ear, lowering his voice, yet loud enough for the opposite party to catch. "Chairman, it's time for you to rest." At such moments Chairman Song would always follow the advice. In those days Song Yuandao did not wish to sour relations with those wielding immense power. Though he made the decisions, the actual execution fell to these elders who had watched him grow up. Both sentiment and reason dictated that he should not push matters too far. Until one incident. A reckless individual relying on his military merits invited Qiao Yi to his home. The Qiao family had been the first to openly support Song Yuandao, making them a target among the aristocratic houses. Qiao Yi herself had grown up alongside Song Yuandao as a childhood friend. Though the Qiao residence was not within the central complex, it was not far, and she often accompanied Grandpa Qiao to visit. This incident ultimately solidified Song Yuandao's resolve to purge his subordinates. At that time he had turned his head slightly to look at Zhou Qingchen, who always stood half a step behind him. His long hair rustled against his shirt with the movement, "Do I look like I'm in a good mood?" Song Yuandao did not wait for Zhou Qingchen's reply. His slender fingers pinched a withered petal, his tone languid. "Go ahead. Time to rattle the mountain and frighten these monkeys. They've gotten too big for their boots." The outcome of this affair surprised many. Song Yuandao did not, as they had expected, make a grand show only to let it slide. That once powerful figure vanished from the primary world without a trace. Soon after, everyone of note in high society received an invitation from Song Yuandao. Beneath the glittering banquet lay a surging undercurrent. The young chairman stood on the stage, his face still cold and inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. When he spoke, his voice was that of a grown man. Low, elegant, like a cup of rich red wine. "Honored guests by seniority, I should address each of you as uncle or elder." He toyed with a delicate goblet. "Perhaps you still see me as a child, but I must remind you, my esteemed elders, that my temper is not particularly good. Pray bear with me." The speech was courteous and polite, repeatedly calling them elders, yet between the lines lurked blade and shadow. "I have grown up. I am the chairman of the new era now. Minor provocations I may overlook, but your goodwill as elders has been Revenge is a dish best served cold." Song Yuandao surely understood this well. His thoughts wandered through the shifting scenes beneath his fingertips as the dusty past spread before him like an intricate web. When exactly had he taken a wrong step leading to this irredeemable situation? He blamed his own arrogance and hubris. Having believed he had mastered so many secrets and powers with his personal guard and the sword Chunjun at his side, Song Yuandao had felt that after the first year little could shake him. Yet he too easily forgot the responsibility that came with standing so high. When Song Yuandao sensed matters slipping out of control, he had not lacked the intention to act. Had he truly detected nothing, how could he have remained securely in the chairman's seat? But just as he was about to move, someone delivered him a letter. In this world that prized high technology, he received a Chunjun compared the handwriting against all databases, but found no match. Song Yuandao stared at the bold and vigorous characters on the paper, speechless. Who would stake the whole of humanity as a bargaining chip simply to force him into an action? To be passive when resources were unfairly distributed. To be passive when the monitoring center made glaring errors. To be passive when he found himself with no escape. To stage a play of self-imprisonment, willingly submitting. Song Yuandao raised his hand and memories flooded, and he saw Zhou Qingchen kneel before him solemnly, swearing an oath. He saw Zhou Qingchen smile at him, while hiding his injured hand behind his back. He saw those bright eyes that could stir one's soul. He had grown up without siblings, and even the most thoughtful Song could not fully comprehend a young man's worries. Those swiftly passing days and nights had become a tranquility that Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen could no longer attain. He wished he could return to the primary world at once. First, because he knew that something in the primary world, something the conspirator did not want him or anyone else to detect, must be an earth-shattering secret, one that could shake the very foundations many had relied on for years. Second, because of Zhou Qingchen and his personal guard. Rationally, Song Yuandao knew Zhou Qingchen could defend himself, especially since he had left him a password, but emotionally, he could not help worrying. Song Qianfeng had died. His parents were virtually strangers to him. Song Ke had also passed away. If Zhou Qingchen were gone too, there would be no one left in this world to hold him. Before Song Yuandao's eyes were Zhou Qingchen's every move. In his hands lay nearly 20 years of brotherhood with his guard. Upon his shoulders rested the rise and fall of all human society. And in his heart, what else could find a place there? Song Yuandao released the familiar faces and voices, leaving only icy resolve at the bottom of his heart. Zhou Qingchen had been having a rather pleasant time lately. The primary world, it seemed, would not collapse anytime soon. Outside, a group of intelligent zombies broadcasted their siege of the zombie city day and night, but the central complex's security system was far too robust for any zombie to breach. 2 days ago, Wang Xiaoqian inventoried the supplies and found enough to sustain their group for over a year. Zhou Qingchen summed up his current situation as promotion, wealth, and a missing boss. The three great Xiao Yi rolled her eyes at his brazen remark. Who is it that goes around saying, once your chairman arrives, we'll crush? Zhou Qingchen looked innocent. I wasn't wrong. Your chairman is the living key to the arsenal. Xiao Yi persisted in her disdain. Is the chairman supposed to go to the front lines? Of course not. Zhou Qingchen crossed his arms wistfully. Your chairman's fighting skills are so pathetic. They're an eye. Xiao Yi shared a knowing smile with him. They had all attended classes with Song Yuandao as children, philosophy, mathematics, language, and various physical training courses. If it's the latter. Guo Cheng's voice grew hoarse. You may leave now. Zhou Qingchen pinched his brow. This doesn't need to be known by more people. His performance in every physical class was nearly disastrous. No endurance, no explosive power, nothing at all. The instructors had been worn down by his ineptitude. Zhou Qingchen recalled that Song Yuandao had been quite disheartened then, but he was too proud to show it. Every day, he wore a carefree mask, and at night, he would practice alone in secret. Yet Zhou Qingchen had to admit that Song Yuandao's lack of athleticism was not merely a matter of talent. His body simply did not support such activity. Even a simple jog would leave him deathly pale. In the beginning, Zhou Qingchen had asked his uncle whether Song Yuandao was in poor health. Shaolin had been straightforward, showing him Song Yuandao's latest medical report. All indicators were perfectly normal, even better than average. Yet Song Yuandao still looked as if exercise would kill him. Back then Song Yuandao was only 8 or 9, and Zhou Qingchen tried to console him that things would improve, but by the time he was 11 or 12 even Xiao Ye's 100-meter sprint time surpassed his, and he still hadn't discovered where Zhou Qingchen's promised improvement lay. Later Song Yuandao resignedly accepted reality, and Zhou Qingchen trained even harder because of it. Yet he always remembered that night, when he happened upon Song Yuandao practicing alone. The child's eyes blazed like fire, as if he would never learn to admit defeat, never know how to accept fate. Boss, you're grinning like a creep. Xiao Yi resumed her assault on her superior after a 10-minute truce. Where's Desheng? Zhou Qingchen shot her a glare. Check where he's wandering with that imposter. Estimated 30 seconds to the chairman's residence entrance. Desheng. Zhou Qingchen pressed the communicator. That's enough. That's your male god's residence. Are you really going to give him a day tour inside? Xiao Yi watched on the monitor as Guo Cheng, listening intently to Zhou Qingchen's instructions, delivered a precise chop to the back of the neck of the person half a step ahead, knocking him unconscious. Ooh. Xiao Yi clapped theatrically, then turned to Zhou Qingchen. Boss, have you finally agreed to let me and Gigi use him for experiments? Zhou Qingchen paused as if seriously considering the possibility, but then patted Xiao Ye's head with paternal affection. Child, can you bring yourself to do that to a face so identical to Chairman Song's? Go find a black cloth and blindfold him first. Boss, is that your taste? What taste? Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow. I suspect he has recording devices on him, but you didn't find any before. I think it might be his eyes. Boss, that's quite an imagination. Xiao Yi thought for a moment. Possible, but walls have ears, boss. No need for walls. Send him straight to the isolation cell. Zhou Qingchen straightened his cuffs, his gaze dropping to Xiao Yi. He's seen enough. Have Lily and the others search for transmission channels. The person in the temporary command room watched the screen go dark and smiled. He had underestimated these youngsters. He pressed the communicator button, and a reply came quickly. Raven's voice carried a gentle smile. How is the chairman faring in your residence? He hasn't woken yet. Hu Lang's tone was far from pleasant. Since I've already paid enough, Secretary General, please refrain from inquiring about this commodity's whereabouts. I'm only reminding Mr. Hu that if you don't act quickly you may lose the chance to learn the truth you seek. What do you mean? Nothing more than a gentle reminder. Raven ended the brief conversation without waiting for a reply. He turned off the display that had remained active since he entered the subworld, a hint of admiration in his eyes. I hope the two of you can together surprise me. Time flows at its own pace, indifferent to anyone's will. Though Song Yuandao and Hu Lang each harbored their own secret desires for someone to awaken, soon Zhou Qingchen, on the contrary, wished this period of tranquility could stretch a little longer. The personal guard consisted of 33 members, 17 of whom were not yet 22 years old. To Zhou Qingchen, they were not merely his subordinates, but also his younger siblings. Once Song Yuandao managed to open a passage from the subworld back to the main world, their current comfort with what lay ahead was war, regardless of the enemy or their numbers. If they lost, death would be the only path. In truth, this day would come regardless. Zhou Qingchen turned his head slightly to gaze at the central part of the main building. The structure boasted an ingenious design, a sky garden in its middle carpeted with soft turf and adorned with many beautiful ornamental plants. Now a dozen or so young people were frolicking and playing there, even having laid out a blanket with leisure to picnic. Cheng Ying was still searching for the whereabouts of Chun Jun, occasionally speaking up to chat with Zhou Qingchen like now. Sir, why don't you picnic with them? They're all just kids. What picnic would I have with them? Then is Mr. Song also your child? Cheng Ying. General Zhou suddenly felt that his AI wasn't intelligent enough. I suggest you run a virus scan on yourself. My system is secure, sir. Then kindly shut up. As you wish, sir. Thus, Zhou Qingchen reclaimed his peace. He glanced once more at the laughing youngsters, bit his lower lip, and turned away. Rainfall in the main world was scheduled every Tuesday and Sunday. On other days, the system simulated clear skies with pleasant temperatures and high sparse clouds. Xiao Yi sat carelessly on the ground, clutching a chicken drumstick whose grease glistened on her lips. Boss lady, do you miss the boss? The one addressed was lounging comfortably on Xiao Yi's lap, basking in the sun. She paused for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. Why would I miss him? It's not like I'm out of clothes. The boss was Jiang Yue, a beloved fashion designer among the upper echelons. His elegant and exquisite gowns earned him a store of his own soon after his rise to fame. Huang Yueying first met Jiang Yu half a year before her comingafage ceremony. The man stood against the light inside the shop, bent over a half-finished draft on the desk. Her family had booked the appointment 3 months in advance. Sensing someone's arrival, the man set aside his pen and looked up, greeting her familiarly. "You're here." Huang Yueying couldn't quite see his expression. Everything was engulfed by the golden aura the setting sun painted around him. Yet she felt he must have smiled, not the distant polite smile reserved for customers, nor the forced one due to her status. Huang Yueying always believed that at that moment Jiang Yu was genuinely happy simply to see her. She was Jiang Yu's muse. This man, usually stern to the point of coldness, acted like a child when in love, whiny and unreasonable. Though 7 or 8 years older than Huang Yueying, he always claimed to be a child in need of a goddess favor. Huang Yueying was happy to play along with his antics. During the Great Migration, Jiang Yu was among the first to leave. Huang Yueying took half a day off from Zhou Qingchen to see him off. Standing before the passage, the man lowered his eyelashes and extended his arms to loosely embrace her around the waist. "Mr. Jiang, I believe such a moment calls for a kiss." Huang Yueying tilted her head up slightly. The ethereal shifting light of the passage cast the man's profile in ambiguous shadows. "My goddess." Jiang Yu gave a soft sigh. "After such a heart-stirring evacuation, a single kiss is hardly enough to express my feelings." Huang Yueying met his gaze, but Jiang Yu suddenly knelt on one knee before her. "Other than marrying you, I know no other way to soothe my frightened heart and the inspiration that is about to abandon me. Will you marry me?" "I will." At that moment, Jiang Yu's muse leaned down and kissed his forehead. It was a proposal witnessed by no one. The subsequent unexpected events left Huang Yueying no time to recall the surprise in her heart or the sweet ache that swelled to bursting. But Xiao Ye's casual remark dredged up those feelings that had been buried deep, forced aside by the need to survive. "What about you?" Huang Yueying looked up to see the smile on Xiao Ye's lips. "Do you miss your family?" "Of course." Xiao Yi blinked. "I wonder if Grandpa's health can endure such a migration. Though the passage should be much more stable now, I'm still worried. And Xiao is very young. I don't know if this will affect him." Xiao Yi had a younger brother, just turned 10, named Xiao by their grandfather. Whenever the name was called, many mistook it for a childhood nickname. The Qiao family was a large clan with notable achievements in bioscience. Because she grew up with Song Yuandao, Xiao Yi was seamlessly selected into the personal guard. Being chosen for the personal guard was a great honor both for the individual and their family. The identities of the personal guards were kept from the public. By day, they might be heads of research institutes or bearers of astonishing achievements. They only acted when Song Yuandao issued direct orders. No official documents bound successive personal guards and the chairman, yet they all held the most devout trust in each other and had sworn solemn oaths. Thus, even trapped in this dead-and-main world, no one harbored any discontent. Everyone carried in their heart an unspoken but unshakable belief as long as there was a glimmer of hope Song Yuandao would surely return. The doubts and concerns they'd felt upon seeing the clones could not ultimately overcome their bone-deep trust. They had never professed their loyalty to Song Yuandao beyond their oath, because in his eyes such intangible things were too ethereal. He believed, but he didn't need anyone to voice that heavy trust. He had always known how outstanding these young people who grew up with him truly were. Each of them was a rising star in the new era, yet they willingly transformed into the sharpest sword in his hand when he needed them without hesitation. The casual banter between Xiao Yi and Huang Yueying ended in a debate over whether drumsticks or wings were tastier. But the picnic continued, and longing fermented. In the distance a storm was brewing. "Show them out." Old Master Qiao's face darkened as he instructed his son to drive away the uninvited visitors. Xiao Shan, with a troubled expression, sent the guests off, and then sat down before Old Master Qiao. "Dad, you think I've lost my mind too?" Qiao Tai shot his son a glance, and let out a weary sigh. "You lot." He reclined half on the sofa, exhaustion evident in his aged voice. "Every one of you thinks you're clever, big shots in your own right. Do you really believe Xiao Yuan could do such a thing? We've watched him grow up. Are you all blind?" Xiao Shan remained silent. Xiao Yi was his precious daughter. When he received the video, his shock was so great that he felt compelled to act immediately. Later he calmed down a little and asked a few trustworthy friends to check if the video could have been forged, but the answer was unanimously negative. "No, this is the original footage." After exchanging information among themselves, several influential families even planned to ask Hu Lang to hand over the person for a small-scale public execution. Since the dawn of the new era, there had never been a death penalty. Yet now the elders who had watched Song Yuandao grow up were discussing his execution. After being ushered out of the Qiao residence, Li Minjing's mind flashed with the resentful, anguished expression of her son before his death. It was a betrayal, a deception that had lasted years. In the image she saw, Song Yuandao wore a black military uniform, his long hair loosely draped behind him with a few strands falling across his face. He looked down at Li Huaiji kneeling before him like a compassionate young god, then reached out and cleanly snapped his neck. Song Yuandao had guessed correctly. His movements in the video were swift and agile, causing no pain to anyone. He had also guessed right now everyone wanted him dead. Xiao Tai shook his head at his son. You don't know what Xiao Yuan is really like, but I do. Stop messing around with those families. If something happens to Xiao Yuan, do you think Xiao Yezi will let you off? Dad. Xiao Shan looked painfully at his elderly father. Xiao Yezi has already. Then even as a ghost she won't let you go. Xiao Tai retorted irritably. He had known the video was fake the moment he saw it, but his family assumed he was in denial, unable to bear the shock. In the eyes of all the uninformed, Song Yuandao was a genius proficient in both literature and martial arts. Only the current personal guards and the teachers who had taught him knew that Song Yuandao could never directly harm anyone. But Xiao Tai told no one this secret. He knew the enemy lurked in the shadows. He also knew that anyone could be the enemy. Sir, he's awake. After a week in a coma, Song Yuandao finally opened his eyes. Having remained immobile for so long, his body was numb, but fortunately nothing was monitoring his brain activity anymore. Before opening his eyes, he had a pleasant conversation with Chun Jun. Report my bioenergy level. It has reached 42, sir. Temporarily deactivate hibernation. Later, if necessary, force me into hibernation with the awakening time set for when bioenergy exceeds 55. What constitutes necessary, sir? Today, Chairman Song also found his AI insufficiently intelligent. Song Yuandao was half-dragged to Hu Lang's presence. He also saw many familiar faces, the elders who had watched him grow up. He was rudely thrown to the ground by Hu Lang's guards. Song Yuandao didn't mind. He sat casually before them, his shackles somewhat restricting, but not overly hindering his movements. He raised his index finger to his lips and softly shushed them. You all want me dead, don't you? Song Yuandao's face was calm, his tone unvarying. The more horrible. Actually, I share the same wish. The young man accepted the furious scrutiny of the crowd with indifference. After all, I know too many things, especially some very dirty secrets. His gaze swept meaningfully over a few individuals opposite. I don't know if you're interested in each other's secrets, but I'd be happy to tell you. After he spoke, the room fell into absolute silence. Chun Jun. The next second, under everyone's watchful eyes, he crumpled to the floor, falling once again into a deep coma. Night had fully fallen in the main world, the picnic had long ended, and the center had resumed its orderly bustle. Zhou Qingxin hadn't left his room since leaving the lively scene that morning. He needed to make everything in the main world even more meticulous, so that when Song Yuandao returned, everything would be foolproof. Although Ruiwen was Song Yuandao's chief secretary, his main duty was only to relay orders. Zhou Qingxin was the one who provided the most support to Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingxin had always been annoyed with Song Yuandao. Whenever Song Yuandao made a move, Zhou Qingxin was the one sent to clean up the mess, so he expressed his disdain for Song Yuandao's constant troublemaking at all hours. But at such times, our great and young chairman Song Yuandao would resort to a childhood practice trump card. He would look Zhou Qingxin straight in the eyes and sigh softly, bro. Zhou Qingxin smiled ruefully at the memory, rapidly logged today's journal on his personal terminal, then asked Qingying a request. Calculate the possible opening location of the passage from the subworld back to the main world. As you wish, sir. Zhou Qingxin stopped paying attention to Qingying's rapid calculations. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the indistinct shadows below. It's time for you to come home too. The Hu family's reception room fell into a profound silence, so still that a pin drop could be heard. Each person seated on the vast plush sofa bore a different expression, their minds shaken by Song Yuandao's words. Having traversed this path for so long while maintaining the eminence of their prestigious families, it was all but certain that each of them harbored stains on their hands, perhaps even having wronged the very person sitting beside them. The current generation had no way of knowing how arduous their forebears' struggles had been to establish the grand blueprint that now stretched before them, nor whether their fathers' hands had been stained with the blood of another's patriarch. Upon deeper reflection, the deaths of their own loved ones began to seem unnerving. Was the vengeance for a slain son any less a grudge than that for a murdered father? Even setting that aside, could there not be certain shameful indulgences lurking in the shadows? Though Song Yuandao had been dragged away, every person in the room still seemed to envision his face, to hear the handsome youth lean in and whisper close to their ears, "Does your family truly hold no secrets? Do you not yearn to seize another's weakness, to wield absolute power over life and death at your whim? It is impossible for him to know everything." Hu Lang darkened his gaze. Overthinking benefits no one. Decide swiftly. Mr. Hu, you must have your own desires from him as well. Li Minjing's fingertip glowed with a trace of crimson. Her jade-white hand tapped absently on the armrest. A pity, I haven't yet obtained what I seek. There are many ways to make a person speak, she drawled slowly. Must we let him keep piercing our hearts like this? With his current physical condition, what methods could you possibly employ? Hu Lang's face flushed and paled alternately at her words. We don't necessarily have to hear him speak. Li Minjing curved her crimson lips into a sultry smile. My father has made considerable achievements in biology, as I'm sure you are all aware. You intend to extract his consciousness. Someone beside her exclaimed in shock. Once extracted, he'll be reduced to a husk. Isn't his only remaining value precisely those secrets? Li Minjing smoothed her long hair and turned to the speaker with a radiant smile. Have you forgotten how your son died? Neither question received any answer from those present. The Hu family's physician was more troubled than the group in the reception room. Song Yuandao's persistent bouts of unconsciousness defied all diagnosis. For now the doctor could only attribute it to a body that had once lived quite carefully, but after prolonged confinement, can no longer withstand the strain. As for a cure, so long as high-energy nutrient fluids were continuously supplied, he would eventually wake up. Yet the physician remained utterly perplexed at the dosage he had been administering. Even a giant should have been leaping about. How could this man still be unconscious? Moreover, before the poppy incident, Ruiwen had explicitly instructed every private physician in attendance that under no circumstances should high-energy nutrients be given to Song Yuandao. Trapped between Ruiwen and his employer, the doctor stared gloomily at the man lying serenely on the bed. The doctor had scarcely seen Song Yuandao before. Apart from occasional checkups on Hu family members, he spent most of his time in the laboratory formulating nutrient mixtures or moving among nutrient capsules to examine those who had projected their consciousness into virtual spaces. This was the first time he had scrutinized Song Yuandao's features. On the bed lay a man with remarkably clean-cut facial features. Song Yuandao had always appeared that way since childhood, clean, neither soft nor handsome, but possessed of an unapproachable purity. With his eyes closed, the coldness between his brows seemed to have softened, his lip line had grown gentler, and his nostrils fluttered with each breath. Gazing at such a face, the doctor's own anxiety seemed to subside. He carefully adjusted the nutrient dose, his eyes falling on Song Yuandao's wrists, raw and bloody. Hu Lang had explicitly forbidden any treatment, yet the doctor was still a healer at heart, a physician's benevolence. During Song Yuandao's previous period of wakefulness, the doctor had performed a routine examination. Even while sitting on the sickbed, Song Yuandao exuded the commanding presence of a ruler. Though he seemed somewhat distracted after the doctor repeatedly glanced at his wrists, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Mister, who likely doesn't wish you to do anything superfluous. Finish your check and leave. The doctor sighed faintly at the nearly gruesome wound encircling Song Yuandao's wrist and still performed some simple treatment. But all this happened silently, known to no one. In the main world it was raining. The pattering of raindrops filtered into Zhou Qingxin's room. He stood with both hands propped on the desk, staring at a suspended map. Cheng Ying had marked possible locations of the passage exit. Zhou Qingxin raised his hand and dismissed a few, then studied it again intently. 3 short knocks and 1 long one. Then Xiao Yi pushed the door open and called out, General. Zhou Qingxin waved his hand to dismiss the map into the void, raising his eyes to the girl, who could barely contain her excitement. So pleased. We've solved the virus on the zombies. In that moment, Xiao Ye's eyes gleamed so brightly that Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but take a second look. Is there a possibility of a cure? Zhou Qingxin seemed unsatisfied with their breakthrough. He wanted to go even. A cure? Xiao Yi tilted her head and thought. We'll need to experiment further. There are no precedents in history. Then you will be the precedent. Zhou Qingxin's tone was as calm as ever, yet it kindled a blazing fire in Xiao Ye's heart. She dashed toward the door with excitement. Boss, wait for our good news. Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but smile at her retreating figure. He gazed at the rain streaming down the window, and for once his mood was not sour. Many knew that Zhou Qingxin disliked rain, but few knew the reason. In his memory, rainy days were always inseparable from that great blaze, the fire in which he lost his uncle and Song Yuandao lost his. No one knew where the fire had started, nor could the cause be found. In an instant it had consumed their home entirely. Song Yuandao had asked him, why do none of our family meet a good end? Zhou Qingxin had never been able to answer that question. Cheng Ying scanned all structures within a 100-kilometer radius for signs of activity. Yes, sir. Zhou Qingxin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the windowsill. He couldn't shake the feeling that the zombie situation was not so simple. These creatures, unseen for centuries, existed only in textbooks and urban legends. Were they the accidental result of some experiment and then deliberately refined? Or were they a weapon bred from the start? Zhou Qingxin never claimed to be a good man. He wanted to cure them merely to trace the origin of this affair, to find if there were others like them, and to learn where they came from. Biological analysis provided no information about them, making it impossible to match their identities against any database. Zhou Qingxin couldn't even determine when this whole thing began. He suddenly realized that what lay ahead was like a monstrous beast that had already laid an inescapable net, waiting only for the sound of some unknown bell to drive them onto the stage, to perform a bloody drama of survival. Zhou Qingqian's hand tapping the sill halted abruptly. A hint of mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You want me to accept fate? I shall defy heaven and change my destiny. Song Yuandao took advantage of each episode of deep unconsciousness to meticulously dissect the entire affair within his own mental world, studying it over and over again. He kept retracing his memories, trying to find any trace left behind in what he had once thought were lackluster days. What puzzled him most was why he was still alive. He knew so many secrets, he wielded such immense power at a young age, he commanded a loyal person. Song Yuandao never believed that the true puppet master wouldn't have considered that given even a single chance he could escape, or even turn the entire situation around. What more could they want from him? His biological information had long since been leaked. They could mass-produce thousands of replicas of Song Yuandao within a single day if they wished. What else required him specifically? Before he could figure it out, he was jolted abruptly from that pitch-black space, his temples throbbing like needles. Song Yuandao sensed something amiss. The restraints on his limbs differed in both method and feel from before. With effort, he opened his eyes and saw the bright chandelier on the ceiling. The monitoring equipment had returned. This time Song Yuandao did not summon Shunjun. He caught sight of a figure in sterile clothing, and also the full set of tools the person had wheeled in. He did not know how much time had passed in the outside world while he was unconscious, nor what had driven the Vulturous group to make this decision. But he understood clearly once this process began, he would no longer be Song Yuandao, and he would never return. My consciousness cannot be extracted, Song Yuandao rasped, knowing he was being observed. The moment it becomes three-dimensional, it will immediately dissipate. No one's consciousness cannot be extracted. Li Minjing's voice echoed in the small operating room, piercing Song Yuandao's eardrums. Then go ahead and try. Song Yuandao closed his eyes again. I've told you what you need to know. The man who had been about to begin the operation, standing with Li Minjing in the observation room, suddenly paused and looked hesitantly at the woman beside him. Before they could exchange a word, Song Yuandao's hoarse voice rose again. But considering you were kind to me when I was young, I can leave you a recording, so that you may know who will kill you after I die. You think you have everything figured out. Extract my consciousness, get the information you want, and all will be well. Do you really know what information you're after? Can you truly accept these so-called secrets? Do you truly wish to see how much blood your fathers have on their hands? Ridiculous. If you can't even see through the facade, what makes you think you can behold the truth? The man lying on the bed spoke in a voice so hoarse that it no longer carried any trace of its former mellow timbre. Yet every word struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of all who heard him. To pierce the heart was the ultimate art. Song Yuandao had grown up in the center, witnessing countless schemes and deceptions. He knew only too well the maxim, if a man does not act for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Did they truly want to know what ordeals their fathers had endured, what difficult choices they had made, what filth they had touched? Perhaps. But more likely they wanted to use this knowledge to suppress other families, to climb higher on the back. Everyone wished their ancestors had walked an immaculate path, that their noble bloodline could be passed down generation after generation, endless and pure. Song Yuandao lay peacefully in the silence. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Did Ruiwen know they had decided to do this? He had forgotten that he had only just awakened after a long unconsciousness. Strangely in good spirits, Song Yuandao called out softly, Ruiwen. Ruiwen had been monitoring Song Yuandao, or rather using him to monitor the Hu family. But even he could not withstand the fragile president's frequent lapses into unconsciousness. He had just heard Song Yuandao's bitter mockery, and was still processing it when he heard the man call his name. My consciousness will dissipate the moment it leaves my body. Whatever you originally planned to do with me, if they act faster than you, I don't know what you'll have to report to your new superior. For a moment Ruiwen felt helpless. Of all the possibilities, he never expected Song Yuandao to use this very system to bargain with him. In his eyes, Song Yuandao had always been such a proud child, one who seemed never to bow his noble head, never to ask anyone for help. And at this moment, lying on the bed, Song Yuandao mused, indeed a man will do anything to survive. He couldn't be bothered to care what those people behind the glass were thinking. True to his expectations, Hu's men soon dragged him back to that meeting room. Of course, the moment the monitoring devices were removed, he issued a simple command to Chunjun. 70%. Then adopting the same informal posture as before, he looked at the people across from him. I suggest you ask me questions that won't harm each other's interests. I have no desire to watch you perform a lowly show of mutual accusation live. Begin. When the sky truly rains pancakes, you might forget how to eat. After Song Yuandao finished speaking, he fell silent, showing no concern for the whispers exchanged between the people sitting across from him. He felt as if he were merely an observer of a farce, grand in its opening, yet utterly futile in its conclusion. To him, the so-called information they desired, which supposedly would not harm any party's interests, could hardly be anything earth-shattering. Hu Lang looked at him, his expression dark as if he could drip water from it. At any moment, what happened to my father? Song Yuandao slowly raised his head in response to the voice, taking a moment before speaking. His death was an unexpected accident that wasn't really unexpected. Clarify. Hu Lang stepped forward, grabbing Song Yuando's hair and forcing him to look up, but upon seeing the look in Song Yuando's eyes, he slightly relaxed his grip. He could not find words to describe the gaze Song Yuandao cast upon him at that moment. The anger, humiliation, resentment, or indignation he had expected were all absent in those eyes. Those beautifully shaped phoenix eyes were so clear, like a bottomless lake, reflecting every movement of yours. I can only say this much. You should thoroughly investigate what happened to your father, instead of standing here waiting for me, the sinner in your eyes, to tell. Hu Lang dejectedly released his grip. Of course he wanted to investigate, but after spending so much time, energy, and resources back then without uncovering the truth, he found himself at a loss after all those years, and many who knew the details had likely passed away. If I were you, Song Yuando's voice sounded sorrowful, as if it had been steeped in a century of regret, I would not cling to this matter any longer. What do you mean? Hu Lang, infuriated, felt his eyes redden, and his tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself, he punched Song Yuandao in the face, sending his head turning to the side, and causing his mouth to split open, leaving a trail of blood. Hu Lang still felt it was not enough, so he lifted Song Yuando's long hair and dragged him closer, slamming him onto the ground. My son died because of you, and you still want to stop me from investigating my father's cause of death. How can you face your grandfather after you die? How can you face your uncle? Song Yuandao scoffed, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice maintaining an elegant composure that revealed no hint of anger. I don't believe in gods. I will not meet anyone after I die. Hu Yifun's life has belonged to me since the moment he swore allegiance as a personal guard. He should give it to me whenever I require it. Do you really think being a personal guard sounds appealing? You traitor. Scoundrel. Hu Lang kicked Song Yuandao in the chest, sending him sliding back to crash against the wall, and Chun Jun's voice immediately followed. Sir, you've broken a rib. Do you need treatment? No need. Song Yuandao leaned against the wall, feeling the sharp pain in his chest with each breath, realizing he had never felt so wretched in his life, a memory worth keeping. Do you need me to reduce the sensitivity of your nerve endings? No need. Increase its sensitivity for me. Song Yuando's face turned a shade paler, as if he might leave this world at any moment. Sir, I do not recommend that decision. Chun Jun paused and continued, I believe Mr. Zhou would not wish for it. Who are you listening to? All right, sir, increasing sensitivity by 20%. As Chun Jun's voice faded in his mind, Song Yuandao felt every wound on his body scream in pain, a thin layer of sweat immediately forming on his forehead. After Hu Lang's emotions were regulated by Peng Lai, he calmed down considerably. But he still did not join the discussion nearby, merely keeping his eyes fixed on Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao felt this was perhaps a silent "you have your day now." The debate over there sounded heated, evolving from a few casual suggestions into mutual accusations. Song Yuandao pursed his lips and remained silent, quietly watching the crowd arguing across from him. He did not intend to disturb their irrational behavior. After all, he had just borrowed Ruin's hand to save his life, so it was acceptable to grant him a little more benefit today. Chun Jun. Song Yuandao maintained a calm exterior while secretly summoning his artificial intelligence in his mind. Sir, do you need me to lower your sensitivity? Extract useful information from their conversation and update the database. Understood, sir. Each time Song Yuandao faced such a situation, he felt it was a novelty. In his memory, he had never experienced such a thing. Fuming with rage and becoming flustered over a matter, even losing his words. He thought it was a foolish thing. Anger would not solve anything. It would only cause one to lose their rationality in an already unfavorable situation and further fall into a disadvantage. Leaning against the wall, he began to reflect on his life while feeling the pain in his body. Song Yuandao found that he seemed to have no obsessions or tasks he felt compelled to complete. He never deliberately pursued anything, only retaliating when matters came before him. Thus he could not understand why Hu Lang was so fixated on his father's death, even after so many years, still seeking a so-called truth. To him, all past events held no significance. The only meaningful thing was the present moment before. It was as if he had always known that Song Ke's death was suspicious, yet he had never thought of thoroughly investigating its cause. With his status and ability, anything he wanted to know could not be concealed from him. Sometimes Song Yuandao felt he could not be called a human. He believed he resembled an artificial intelligence more than Chun Jun. Long ago, Song Yuandao overheard Xiao Yi asking Zhou Qingchen, "Don't you think Song Yuandao's gaze is particularly frightening?" What gaze? His gaze when looking at people is no different from when he looks at other things. Zhou Qingchen was silent for a long time, and Song Yuandao, too lazy to wait for his response, left immediately. The arguing group finally reached their conclusion, and a cold sweat covered Song Yuandao's body, the pain continuing to gnaw at his senses. We want Peng Lei's code. Li Minjing stated the demand after a long debate on behalf of the group. Song Yuandao glanced at her as he raised his eyelids. I lost it on the way during the retreat. Li Minjing said nothing, but her eyes were filled with disbelief and impossibility. I don't use Peng Lai, and no one in the personal guard does. Song Yuando's voice was flat. Having the code is useless to me, and of course it would be useless to you. Peng Lai was already a very sophisticated system. Moreover, now all of humanity was using this system, and the data generated daily could easily overwhelm the scrap metal in your private laboratory. Even if you got Peng Lai, you wouldn't find what you wanted. There are no confidential information in a system designed for the Song Yuandao slowly exhaled. Moreover, obtaining Peng Lai does not equate to gaining power. There has never been a connection between the two. Li Minjing seemed to be pondering Song Yuando's words, and the room fell silent for a moment. Then, after exchanging a glance, she spoke again. Then we want Chun Jun. Oh. Song Yuandao suddenly laughed. He's waiting here for me. Li Minjing stared at him intently, as if she wanted to carve a piece of flesh off him with her gaze. Do you know what Chun Jun is? The highest level of artificial intelligence in the new era. Someone beside him spoke up, and Song Yuandao glanced at him before leisurely, saying you got half of it right, but missed the most important qualifier. Chun Jun is the highest level of artificial intelligence used by the chairs of the new era. Do you also want to be counted as a traitor with me? Song Yuandao knew that Ruiwen would not miss any information regarding Chun Jun. Chun Jun was indeed an artificial intelligence used by all past chairs, but when Song Yuandao acquired Chun Jun, he had made many personal modifications. Even Zhou Qingchen might not know how advanced Chun Jun had become in terms of technology. Song Yuandao was well versed in the art of conversation, leaving half unsaid to give the listeners plenty of room for imagination. Hand over Chun Jun's controller. Li Minjing stepped forward and tightly gripped Song Yuando's neck. He could clearly feel her nails digging into the skin on the side of his neck, and he could also distinctly feel his pulse racing wildly under her grasp. This was perhaps the will to survive, he thought as darkness closed in on him. Chun Jun has no controller. Song Yuando's forehead throbbed with veins. At least my Chun Jun does not. Li Minjing's hand was suddenly flicked away, leaving behind a burn mark on her palm. Chun Jun had made a move. Song Yuandao thought. When did I ever program you to be so reckless? It was programmed by Mr. Zhou. Chun Jun immediately replied dutifully to his master. Do not listen to indecencies. Understood, sir. Song Yuandao coughed a couple of times, and raised his long fingers to lightly point at his temple, his pale lips curling into a slight smile. With his motion, the reception room fell into a dead silence, and their initial plans were all thwarted. They never truly wanted Peng Lai's code, but everyone knew that Song Yuandao was very resistant to this system. If by chance he was in a good mood and willing to hand it over, it would be a win-win situation. But the success rate was very low, so they placed more hope on Chun Jun's controller. As long as they obtained Chun Jun's controller and then threatened Song Yuandao to grant them access, it would be tantamount to grasping all the information Song Yuandao possessed, and whatever secrets it held would be in their hands. Some of them had seen the controller of Chung Ying, which was a ring that Zhou Qingchen always wore. But they never expected that Chun Jun's controller was actually embedded within Song Yuando's body. Impossible. The man who had answered earlier trembled with both hands. A person cannot have two sets of intelligence. He will go mad. Song Yuandao listened to the man's rage with a calm demeanor. His very existence was the best mockery of that statement. Though the man was not wrong, in the history of the new era, no one had ever bound artificial intelligence to their own brain. For in doing so, the artificial intelligence would consume the host's body continually, using the host's biological energy, leading to chaos in mental state, or worse, death. You are insane. Song Yuandao looked at the man with great interest. I thought you would have figured it out by now. After Zhou Qingchen had also fallen silent for a moment upon discovering that Song Yuandao had embedded Chun Jun within his body and was using his biological energy to power it. Finally, he sighed as if utterly exhausted and said, Song Yuandao, you really are a madman. Brother. Song Yuandao stood up, gazing at the bustling streets and well-maintained greenery. My belongings will always be mine. If someone comes to steal them, then I will not die until the end. In an instant, the reception room was filled only with the man's heavy breathing. Song Yuandao maintained his posture, leaning against the wall, his face pale, appearing entirely non-threatening. Chun Jun is the current biological energy sufficient for you to forcibly break through the passage back to the main world. Yes, sir. Chun Jun fell silent for a moment, seemingly calculating, but I cannot guarantee your physical safety. You may lose consciousness during the passage. Then take me to a place you consider safe. Song Yuandao closed his eyes, forcefully break through the passage. Understood, sir. Song Yuandao changed his sitting position with pain, his gaze lightly falling on Hu Lang. The matter I told you about, you can look into it again. Perhaps you will find unexpected gains. Hu Lang met his gaze, suddenly feeling that those were not the eyes of a young person. In that moment, he sensed a long-lost tolerance in Song Yuando's eyes. Since his father's death, no one had looked at him with such eyes again, as if whatever mistakes he had made could be forgiven. Hu Lang was momentarily stunned by that gaze. Sir, there is 1 minute left. Song Yuandao averted his gaze to the angry crowd before him, his thin lips slightly parted. If convenient, please thank the old master of the Chiao family for me. Goodbye. In an instant the space twisted and Song Yuandao felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. His palms were cold and clammy with sweat, and every bone in his body seemed to be crushed and deformed by the distortion of time and space. It hurt, he thought. Sir, you are about to enter a state of forced hibernation. Before losing consciousness, Song Yuandao seemed to hear someone asking him, Xiao Yuan, do you want to become stronger? Sir. Cheng Ying's voice suddenly resounded in the dead of night. Zhou Qingchen, who had been in deep slumber, instantly opened his eyes, yet his gaze was clear and lucid, betraying not a trace of drowsiness. The passage has been forcibly breached from the outside. Confirmed detection of Chunjin's energy fluctuations. Calculate the passage exit. Zhou Qingchen rolled out of bed, his lean muscular frame clad in a black tank top. He shook open his military trousers and wrapped his long legs in them, creating sharp, seamless lines that were impossible to look away from. Estimated 5 minutes to arrival in the primary world. Passage exit coordinates. Cheng Ying paused, a rare hesitation before its emotionless voice continued to echo through the room. Your bed. Zhou Qingchen thought he must be hallucinating. Even the unconscious Song Yuandao had never imagined that the place Chun Jun deemed safe would be none other than General Zhou's bed. What kind of patch was this? Zhou Qingchen's personal terminal kept beeping incessantly. The duty team at the monitoring center also detected violent energy fluctuations, which were charging straight toward their general. It's fine. Your idol is back. He spoke into the communicator and paid no further attention to the people in the monitoring center who were practically dying to kiss their teammates on the spot to express their overwhelming excitement. Song Yuandao was back. This was undoubtedly the most potent morale booster for all the guards. After all, they were just a group of young people in their 20s whose lives had been smooth sailing, each of them a child of fortune. From the moment they were born, the first thing they saw was the bustling primary world. Advanced aircraft shuttling along the roads, meticulously manicured trees and lawns, and the grandeur of towering skyscrapers rising from the ground. But now the primary world was like the magnificent backdrop of a play. All the actors had swiftly exited the stage, leaving only them to guard this prosperous wasteland. Their upbringing prevented them from voicing their fears, and deep down they believed that Song Yuandao would never. But what if, after all? Zhou Qingchen leaned by the window, gazing at the brilliant starry sky of the primary world. The space beside him twisted, and the immense energy fluctuation made even him turn his head. Song Yuandao appeared blatantly in his line of sight, still adorned with that intricate set of chains and a full body of fine wounds. Song Yuandao's face was deathly pale. Strands of hair at his temples and forehead were plastered to his face with sweat. His well-shaped lips were now bloodless and even peeling from dryness. Zhou Qingchen's eyes darkened. In a few swift moves he removed the chains from Song Yuandao's body. His voice was cold and murderous. Cheng Ying immediately interfaced with Chunjin's system, and a stream of data flashed between them as they exchanged information. Come out. The projection of an elegant youth in a military dress uniform materialized in the room, his form so ethereal that one could imagine him vanishing into thin air at any moment. Mr. Zhou Chunjin's voice was clearer and more melodious than Cheng Ying's. Sir's bioenergy level is too low to support my completing the debriefing. I request that Cheng Ying be permitted to perform this task on my behalf. Zhou Qingchen replied with a displeased expression. Chun Jun bowed and vanished with a whoosh. Xiao Yi, bring high-energy nutrient supplements and a medical kit over. Yes, General. Cheng Ying began the debriefing. A massive light screen was projected in midair, displaying everything Song Yuandao had experienced in fast forward. When Xiao Yi knocked and entered, she happened to see Song Yuandao's mouth split open from a punch by Hu Lang. Holy crap! Who punched my idol in the face? She dashed to the bedside, knelt down, and began treating Song Yuandao's various wounds, skillfully connecting in 4-tube. The high-energy nutrients quickly spread through his bloodstream to every limb and joint. Catching the murderous look on Zhou Qingchen's face, Xiao Yi didn't linger for a second and swiftly exited the room. With a click, silence fell once more. The images on the light screen continued. Every tone of Song Yuandao's words, every subtle expression was fully revealed to Zhou Qingchen. He watched the humiliation Song Yuandao endured, watched him struggle alone, saw the compassionate smile on his face, and saw the wounds he had suffered. Zhou Qingchen stood motionless until he saw Song Yuandao stubbornly increase his nerve-ending sensory sensitivity by 20%. Finally, with a sharp crack, he snapped the electronic pen in his hand. Perhaps no one else knew why Song Yuandao did this, but Zhou Qingchen understood. This would be the most humiliating period of Song Yuandao's life. He used every means to etch it into his memory to ensure he would never forget how his pride had been trampled underfoot. And given time, he would repay it tenfold. Zhou Qingchen waved his hand to dismiss the light screen. Even though he knew Song Yuandao wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he still instinctively softened his footsteps as he walked to the bathroom, fetched a clean towel, and came back to wipe his face. Then he let out a helpless sigh. Sometimes he wondered if it was because Song Yuandao had Chunjun implanted that he had become increasingly paranoid, even somewhat insane. The young man's tranquil features were reflected in Zhou Qingchen's eyes. Only at moments like this did Song Yuandao appear like a 20-something youth. In fact, his features seemed even more youthful. Zhou Qingchen checked Song Yuandao's physiological data once more before setting up a cot on the other side of the room. This time Song Yuandao woke up on his own. According to his original plan, he should not have lost consciousness while crossing the passage. But at one moment in the Hu family's residence, he suddenly sensed danger. At that moment he was leaning against the wall listening to that mad scientist vehemently argue the impossibility of implanting an AI, feeling the scattered pains all over his body converge into an ocean of agony. The pain kept him alert and made him sharper. Amid the chaos, he sensed the danger aimed directly at him. Though it vanished quickly, Song Yuandao could no longer afford to be overconfident. He was still reaping the bitter fruits of his arrogance. He had to be more cautious, yet also more daring. The murderous intent did not come from the motley crew assembled by Hu Lang and Li Minjing, but rather from Ruiwen or the people behind him. That meant they had already achieved their purpose in using him. Song Yuandao didn't open his eyes. His fingers unconsciously stroked the bedsheet. The familiar texture brought him a sense of peace. He slowly recalled everything he had seen and heard in that luxurious reception room. What exactly did the people behind all this want to know? Sir. Chunjin's voice interrupted his thoughts, and the movement of Song Yuandao's fingers halted. He quickly composed himself and began preparing for his next move. Find every possible information transmission channel. Yes, sir. Song Yuandao was still unaware that he was lying on Zhou Qingchen's bed. Wary of the surveillance system implanted in his eyes, he hadn't opened them since regaining consciousness. He also didn't know what time it was, or how long he had been unconscious. At first he was uncomfortable with this feeling of being out of control. But after being locked in a dark room in the secondary world for so long, unable to use Chunjun freely, he surprisingly found a shred of peace in this situation. In the silence, Song Yuandao sensed another person in the room. He knew it was Zhou Qingchen. Awake! The other person rose from the creaking cot and walked over. Song Yuandao turned his head in that direction, but remained silent, his eyes still closed. Zhou Qingchen stood one step away, silently watching him. One step away. This was the nearly eternal distance between them. Song Yuandao was no longer the 4 or 5-year-old child who would tug at his sleeve and ask for candy. When he stood there, the world rested on his shoulders. Zhou Qingchen knew what Song Yuandao carried within him, yet he seemed desperate to see Song Yuandao's eyes, to hear him say even just one sentence, "I'm back." The two faced each other in silence. Song Yuandao knew that Zhou Qingchen must have seen his experiences from Chuanjuan, and that beneath his calm tone might be a tempest of rage. Song Yuandao capitulated. He knew he had gone too far with adjusting the sensitivity this time. So he painstakingly mobilized his sore muscles, half-froze, and reached out to tug at Zhou Qingchen's trousers. Song Yuandao swore he was aiming for his sleeve initially, but that shameless Zhou Qingchen had shifted at the Chairman Song. This hardly seems appropriate. Zhou Qingchen teased in a roguish tone, but his fingers rapidly tapped a code on the back of Song Yuandao's hand. Zhou Qingchen asked him, "I know you have something on you. Don't worry about it for now. Do you want to go see your clone?" Upon receiving the information, Song Yuandao suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of mischief in his captivating phoenix eyes. "Long time no see. Missed you." Drama kings meeting drama kings. Tears of joy all around. No wonder rumors had it that Chairman Song and General Zhou had an unspoken story. Song Yuandao mentally listed the urgent matters upon his return. Dealing with the clone was definitely high on the list. Moreover, the surveillance systems and transmission paths on both of them should be roughly similar. They could exploit this to first get rid of these burdens. Zhou Qingchen briefly explained the current situation and the problems Song Yuandao faced to the guard team, instructing them to avoid direct contact with Song Yuandao unless absolutely necessary. Chunjun had initially attempted to seal Song Yuandao's senses temporarily, depriving him of the 5 senses to block surveillance, but Song Yuandao stopped him. Ruiwen would certainly know that Chunjun was more than capable of such feats, so Song Yuandao dared not underestimate him. He simply cut off the possibility of extensive information contact from the root. Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao walked in silence, and soon arrived at the door of the confinement room. Zhou Qingchen swiped his fingerprint, and the door slid open. Song Yuandao peered inside using the light from the doorway to see the person within. It was a strange sensation, looking at someone who looked exactly like you yet whose every gesture and mannerism was completely different. Song Yuandao stared at him for a moment, then suddenly stepped inside. Zhou Qingchen leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head to watch. Song Yuandao stood before the clone and reached up to remove the black cloth covering its eyes. "Open your eyes." Even after a month of torment, Song Yuandao was still the chairman, with an undeniable air of authority the moment he spoke, one that no imposter could ever match. "Big brother," the mentally deficient version of Song Yuandao exclaimed excitedly. "Big brother, you came to get me." Zhou Qingshun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Uncle Song to have hidden a son. You are the eldest brother. I finally get to see you. The impaired Song Yuandao continued chattering incessantly. Song Yuandao's expression was also grim, but he still asked in a low voice, how many brothers do you have? Not counting the eldest, there are 6 more. And the youngest. Well, looks like they're forming a rainbow team, Zhou Qingshun muttered inwardly from the doorway. How old are you? Song Yuandao asked again. We're the same age. Song Yuandao looked at the clone whose eyes were sparkling at the sight of him. Where are your other brothers? Haven't they died to cure the eldest brother's illness? Having just endured a brutal passage crossing that drained his bioenergy, and now hearing this news, Song Yuandao felt a splitting headache. He gestured to Zhou Qingshun, leaning into him like a boneless mess. I think I'm sick again. Why don't you ask him how this cure with life works? Big brother's illness is completely cured. It won't relapse. The fake one grew anxious at the mention of death. Don't use me for treatment. Let's head back first. Zhou Qingshun loosely wrapped an arm around Song Yuandao's waist, determined to solidify the legendary tale between General Zhou and Chairman Song. Ruiwen watched the scene on the surveillance screen, lost in thought. Activating this clone had indeed been a last resort. Its intelligence was flawed, which was why it had been kept until now. The information it had leaked could have unknown consequences for their plans. Interesting. Ruiwen smiled, stood up, and walked out. He ordered the guard by the door to the Hu residence. Hu Lang had already been forcibly adjusted for hormone levels by Peng Lai for the 5th time. Song Yuandao had slipped away right under his nose, forcibly breaking open a spatial passage, destination unknown. The only certainty was that he was no longer in this world. At this moment, Ruiwen sat in the Hu family's living room, smiling with polite warmth. Regarding today's incident, I hope Mr. Hu can provide a reasonable explanation. Although you did obtain Song Yuandao at the Poppy alive or dead, he was never supposed to leave the secondary world. Now that he's escaped, it's hard for me to report to my superiors. So what do you suggest we do now? 42 days had passed since humanity evacuated the main world. The secondary world had already restored normal order long ago. People continued to manage their lives in the virtual world with unwavering focus, even though only a dazzling red sun hung outside the window at all times. Yet under Peng Lai's deliberate adjustments, they did not find it too unbearable. The bloody storms of the upper echelons did not reach the common folk. Having endured so many tribulations, humanity had long ceased to be its own enemy. A life without warfare was peaceful and joyful. Moreover, in the virtual world, everything one could desire was available. No one bothered to concern themselves with the secrets of the upper class. But some people were still very concerned, such as Hu Lang, who had been framed and burdened with a black pot due to Song Yuandao's sudden escape. Song Yuandao's words that day were pointed, there was no doubt about it. An accident that is no accident. Hu Lang pondered this sentence over and over as he dispatched every available subordinate to search for traces of Song Yuandao. He did not possess Song Yuandao's Chuanjuan, which was like a cheat tool, nor did his Peng Lai access level allow him to have his memories backed up. Therefore, he could only rely on his own faded memories worn by time to search for any so-called traces. But at that time, he was still too young, far from being capable of bearing the weight of a family. Hu Lang sank into his memories. What was he like back then? He was nothing more than a brash youngster intoxicated by his father's achievements, and one of the most notorious playboys in high society. His father had warned him time and again to restrain his sharpness, to protect his reputation, to be selective in his associations, and to guard his words. But he never took it seriously, never internalized it. His father didn't scold him too harshly, only looked at him with a gaze full of tolerance and helplessness, then slowly and earnestly spoke a sentence. But he waved his hand impatiently in acknowledgement, then went out again to fool around with those friends. Hu Lang froze abruptly. What had his father said back then? He couldn't recall a single word. On the 3rd day after that, his father died suddenly. That sentence must have been the key. But he couldn't remember. Neither over 20 years ago, nor now, with no trace to be found. No, that wasn't it. Over 20 years ago, it wasn't that he couldn't remember. It was that he had no recollection of such an event at all. During those sleepless nights, he had turned those past moments over and over in his mind, but there was no such incident. In his memory of that day, the argument with his father was a complete blank. A cold bead of sweat trickled down his spine. In the temperature-controlled room, Hu Lang felt a chill all over. An accident that is no accident. If I were you, I wouldn't be so persistent. Clink. The wine glass in Hu Lang's hand fell to the floor and spun around. Song Yuandao sat cross-legged on the floor in silence. What the clone had said was both similar to and different from the truth he had believed. He lowered his head to look at the lines on his palm. According to the ancient art of palmistry, his lifeline had been broken at the start, but for some reason it had later been reconnected. Song Yuandao wondered if it breaks, and then reconnects, is what reconnects truly life. He never expected that for his sake alone so many clones would be sacrificed. Though whether clones could be considered human was debatable, Song Yuandao still felt as if he had been killed 6 times. After all, they shared the same origin and looked identical. Zhou Qingchen hadn't come to see him for the past 2 days. Song Yuandao wasn't sure what he was thinking. Did he think Song needed some quiet, or was he angry about this? Zhou Qingchen was sitting just one wall away from Song Yuandao. He felt very angry but couldn't pin down exactly what he was angry about. He didn't know whether to be angry at himself for not noticing that Song Yuandao had once suffered such a serious illness, or at Song Yuandao for never mentioning this experience and keeping it so tightly concealed. Song Yuandao tilted his head back against the wall, his neck forming a beautiful, yet fragile line. His fingers clenched tighter and tighter, his well-trimmed nails digging sharply into his palms. He couldn't say it, at least not now, not yet. Song Yuandao truly didn't understand why some people were so obsessed with so-called secrets and truths. He would rather be a carefree second-generation playboy, never having to face the chilling, terrifying darkness of the truth. The good days of the main world were coming to an end. Song Yuandao was well aware of everything that had happened. Even his forced transfer to the secondary world was merely a preliminary move by the orchestrators. They wanted to use his hands to target the high-ranking noble class, to let him draw enough fire in public, and to dump all the blame onto him first. But when he set foot on the main world again, that would be the true beginning of this battle. He stood up, turned his head to take another look at the streets of the main world and the zombies surrounding the center. He reached out, grabbed a black ribbon beside him, and tied it over his eyes, completely blocking all sight and light. Suddenly he felt that he was born to live in darkness like this. He turned and left, then knocked on Zhou Qingchen's door. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen could communicate without speaking. As long as they thought of what they wanted to say in their minds, Chun Jun and Sheng Ying would naturally relay the message between them. They tacitly avoided the memory of the illness and sat down facing each other on the floor to sort out all the clues from the beginning to the present. I need to confess. Song Yuandao started off by giving Zhou Qingchen these 4 words. Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow, though Song Yuandao couldn't see it. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, so Song Yuandao continued on his own. It was I who left you all in the main world. You weren't forced. Zhou Yuandao was taken aback. At that time the secret order had reached them without passing through Song Yuandao. That secret order. Song Yuandao interrupted him. At that time you didn't know the real situation in the main world, but I did. I have always suspected that they were trying to destroy something in the main world, but they probably didn't know where it was, so they had to use this method to evacuate everyone from here. Song Yuandao slowly and methodically shared the information he had organized during his coma with Zhou Qingchen. I must still be of great use to them, but you are an important factor in restraining their actions. But didn't expect Chairman Song, bold and resourceful, to leave me a string of codes. Zhou Qingchen's frivolous tone, relayed by Chun Jun's utterly calm voice, also made Song Yuandao smile, despite himself. I believe that even without my code you wouldn't have any problems. Zhou Qingchen watched Song Yuandao sitting on the floor, stretching out his long legs, and somewhere in his heart a place softened without restraint. Sheng Ying poured Song Yuandao's words into his head. You indeed lived up to my expectations. You kept the main world safe. Next we need to find out what it is that they went to such great lengths to hide. Aren't you going to praise your brother? Zhou Qingchen intentionally tried to lighten the mood, starting to act spoiled with Song Yuandao. You're amazing. Sheng Ying transmitted this sentence in a rigid manner, and Zhou Qingchen laughed so hard that he fell directly onto the carpet. Song Yuandao heard his unrestrained laughter. He didn't know if this counted as finding joy in hardship. I think there are certain disagreements among the people behind the scenes. Perhaps we can exploit this later. Song Yuandao sorted out his thoughts as he pondered. Some people hope I die as soon as possible, but others clearly don't want me to die so quickly. They probably want something from me. There are some things I originally didn't plan to say. Song Yuandao seemed somewhat tired as he leaned back against the sofa behind him, stretching his long legs further. But now I suspect that the Penglai system is not as simple as we thought. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen sat up straight. What do you mean? Song Yuandao had explicitly forbidden the guard team from using Penglai, but he had never told them the exact reason. He only said that he hoped they wouldn't over-rely on technology, that many things still had to be judged by humans themselves, and that real life was indeed much more colorful than the virtual world. But Zhou Qingchen knew that Song Yuandao had always suspected that Penglai was not just a benevolent system designed to make human life better. He had once secretly and thoroughly studied the Penglai system, and the conclusions he drew were not too pleasant. Penglai had a built-in control system mainly used to regulate human hormone levels and some physiological functions to ensure human health. But Song Yuandao thought this function was a double-edged sword. It could adjust things for the better, but it could also cause unnoticed mishaps. Now I suspect that what it can control might be more than just this. Song Yuandao was probably tired of sitting. He suddenly stood up. Zhou Qingchen, afraid that he might trip or bump into something since he couldn't see, got up and followed behind him. Song Yuandao slightly turned his head, as if to ask, why are you following me? Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, then simply walked around to stand in front of him, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him to the window to let him bask in the sun. Chunjin's voice carrying Zhou Qingchen's teasing echoed in his mind. Chairman Song is now a human surveillance device. Why not let those over there see where the zombie friends downstairs come from? Song Yuandao stood quietly in the sunlight. He knew that there must be gain and loss. Since he had chosen to forcibly break open the passage to return, he had to be prepared for them to track his signal and disrupt the main world again. This war whose cause was still unknown was about to begin. The pale glow of the surveillance room fell upon each person, casting a ghostly pallor over the young crew who had been working around the clock for 24 hours. Anyone could, with an expressionless face, pull out a vitality booster and jab it into their own body, making the scene resemble a mass drug abuse gathering. Xiao Yi, her hair a tangled mess like weeds, slapped the table and argued with Li Huaizhi. The two quarreled over a genome issue for hours, finally ending with Xiao Yi red-faced and veins bulging, pointing at the lab door and ordering Li Huaizhi to get out. Lily's fingers flew across the keyboard, moving so fast they almost left afterimages. A pin dangled from her lips, and in a snatched moment, she used it to twist her long hair into a bun. Hu Yifan sprinted through the complex instruments in the surveillance room, his curly hair bouncing with every... In the training room, Huang Yueying executed a back throw, sending her teammate crashing to the mat. She raised the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Zhou Qingchen leaned against the desk, frowning at the real-time footage relayed by Cheng. The pressure was too high. His subordinates, a bunch of restless youngsters, were all exhibiting a belated adolescent agitation. Song Yuandao hadn't emerged from his room since their last heart-to-heart talk. He was probably surviving on high-energy nutrient supplements every day now. Zhou Qingchen hadn't paid much attention to what he was busy with. His immediate priority was to stabilize his people's morale. Just as he made up his mind to go out, his personal terminal received messages from Hu Yifan and Lily. General, something's wrong with the zombies. That was from Hu Yifan. General, our firewall can't hold out any longer. That was from Lily. Zhou Qingchen had Cheng relay the message to Song Yuandao and headed to the surveillance room himself. Upon receiving the news, Song Yuandao immediately dispatched Chunjun to aid Lily against the external attack. Guided by memory, he walked to the window and pushed it open. It was a Tuesday, and the slanting wind and fine rain of the main world fell upon him, dampening his ink-black long hair. A faint scar. Guided by memory, he walked to the window and pushed it open. It was a Tuesday, and the slanting wind and fine rain of the main world fell upon him, dampening his ink-black long hair. Someone pushed the door open and entered. Song Yuandao turned his head toward the sound. Zhou Qingchen, still carrying his unsubdued aggression, stumbled into this picturesque scene. The man was ethereally handsome, his features softened by the moisture, and though he couldn't see his eyes, Zhou Qingchen felt they must be as deep and unfathomable as the sea, yet as bright as stars. What's wrong? Cheng Ying's flat voice dutifully conveyed messages between them. Did you know this would happen? Since the beginning of the new era, there has been an excessive reliance on networks and virtual reality. Development in this area has indeed outpaced others by 100 to 200 years. Song Yuandao idly tapped a meaningless rhythm on the windowsill with his fingers. Although the channel mainly uses space folding for rapid transfer between the two worlds, networks also play a role because they considered the need for the Panlai system to adjust human bodily functions during the transition. So when you came back, you didn't just open a spatial channel for them. Zhou Qingchen's expression was grave. I also opened the gateway for network access. The encrypted firewall we rebuilt earlier is as good as useless. Song Yuandao paused his tapping fingers, then resumed the meaningless rhythm. They won't let us stay here. Since we're not leaving, they only have two options. First, seize control of the main world and destroy it completely. Second, send people back to strike first. Song Yuandao closed the window and turned to face Zhou Qingchen. The first option isn't easy to pull off now. After all, here and everywhere my authority is still the highest. As for the second, I can only say fortunately they still don't know where this thing is. How are those things outside? Song Yuandao changed the subject. Zhou Qingchen paused slightly, as if searching for the right words. It's unlikely they'll breach the main structure, but they've already appeared at the connection points between the main building and the auxiliary ones. Interesting. Song Yuandao's face betrayed nothing. When did the center start closing off? On the day of the migration, we followed orders and returned immediately, taking shelter at the center. But at that time, apart from that biological entity, we were certain there were no other living organisms in the main world. For the next 10 days, we kept locating the biological entity. However, due to unstable signals, it wasn't until the 10th day that we pinpointed it. But before we could act, Hu Yifan detected instability in the channel, which then self-destructed. After the self-destruction, those things started converging on the center. That's when we sealed it off. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment. But before that, we never detected that thing within the entire center. Then there are two possibilities. Song Yuandao leaned against the windowsill, crossing his long legs and balancing on one foot, looking every bit the carefree nobleman. First someone bypassed me and tampered with the monitoring equipment, so this thing might have existed before the Great Migration, but none of us found it. My return may have triggered some program to activate, which is why we can see it now. Second, there must have been someone still in the main world at the time, but they left before the channel closed. He lounged lazily against the sill. Although Zhou Qingxin couldn't hear his voice, he could imagine the tone Song Yuandao would use if he spoke these words himself. Either possibility suggests there might be a traitor in our guard squad. Was it Raven who took you away? Zhou Qingxin asked a different question after hearing Song Yuandao's analysis. Yes, but he's just a small fry not capable of causing much trouble. The real danger is the person behind him. Song Yuandao flexed his fingers, joints cracking softly. He doesn't have the authority to modify the monitoring system. So if it's the first scenario, there must be another person involved. I was unconscious for most of my time in the subworld, so I can't be sure who it is. Besides you and me, there are 5 people with such authority. Lily and Hu Yifan are here. Zhou Qingxin dared not be overconfident. Internal conflict could damage the team more than external threats. But if they were involved, it would be too obvious. Song Yuandao couldn't help but recall being sold into the Hu family on Poppy. His mind stirred, and he gave an order. Keep an eye on Hu Yifan. Zhou Qingxin acknowledged. If it's the second scenario. He couldn't continue. If it were the second scenario, it would clearly mean Xiao Yi, who had been monitoring life activity at the time, was the problem. No one else had touched that device during the journey. Song Yuandao noticed Zhou Qingxin's sudden silence and understood. It's little Leaf, isn't it? The Qiao family had always been accomplished in biology, though his parents didn't work in the field. Xiao Yi, however, had been fascinated by these things since childhood, showing exceptional talent. Before she turned 18, she had already made significant achievements, and after joining the guard squad, she had been responsible for these matters. Old Master Qiao had always been very kind to Song Yuandao, treating him like his own grandson, even after his elders had passed away. If there were any possibility, even someone as iron-hearted as Song Yuandao would be reluctant to consider Xiao Yi as an enemy spy. Utterly incomprehensible. Why don't you choose? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. The next system to malfunction. Song Yuandao was indeed true to his reputation for emotional detachment. The first method is too easily discovered. Anyone passing by a connection point would notice the anomaly, especially since they took a lot of supplies during the Great Migration. Zhou Qingxin nodded. That would also explain why the channel was closed only after 10 days. Little Leaf. Song Yuandao thought for a moment. He'll have Chunjun keep an eye on her. You don't need to worry about it. But the best approach is to examine those connection points. Song Yuandao, apparently tired of standing gracefully, sat on the windowsill, swinging his long legs. Chunjun should be able to determine when they were inserted. He'll go with Chunjun when we're ready. You don't need to come. I have to go. Song Yuandao pressed his lips together, but didn't tell Zhou Qingxin why it was absolutely necessary. A blind man running around. I'd spend more effort rescuing you than it's worth. Zhou Qingxin tirelessly ridiculed his superior, a truly commendable effort. Oh. Cheng Ying's too-flat voice couldn't convey even a tenth of Song Yuandao's usual tone, forcing Zhou Qingxin to fill in the blanks himself. Who do you listen to? You. Zhou Qingxin had no choice but to yield. Song Yuandao waved his hand in satisfaction, signifying that he could take his leave and prepare. The moment Zhou Qingxin stepped out, Song Yuandao tore off the black cloth from his eyes and went straight to a place. The subworld. Raven naturally knew Song Yuandao was not one to sit idly, but he hadn't expected the man to be ruthless enough to blind and isolate himself, preventing Raven from gleaning any information. Raven shook his head with a wry smile and was about to contact his superiors when he heard a series of rhythmic knocks. At first he didn't pay much attention, but the sound persisted, repeating itself several times. Only then did he take it seriously and listen carefully. As he listened, his expression changed. This was a code, one that Song Chun had devised as a game with Raven back in the day. The algorithm was known only to Song Chun and Raven. But Song Yuandao had barely seen his biological father. How could he possibly know it? Song Yuandao delivered 2 messages to Raven using that cipher. I know what you want. I want to talk. The first message was meant for the higher-ups. The second was purely personal. The surveillance feed from Song Yuandao's side instantly had visuals. Raven saw the familiar central building. Song Yuandao must have been walking fast as familiar scenes flashed by. Song Yuandao went to find a clone. He wasn't entirely sure if this would work, but with the situation urgent, he had to try anything. Big brother. The clone's voice was quite similar to Song Yuandao's, but Song Yuandao was lazy and spoke with minimal effort, just loud enough for everyone to hear with little inflection, except perhaps when he was being sarcastic. But this one was practically a vibrant youth, his voice crisp and lively. The sound immediately gave Song Yuandao a headache. Chairman Song, despite his throbbing head, kindly coaxed the little one. Big brother needs your help now. You can contact Uncle Raven, right? The clone kid nodded. Song Yuandao looked at his own obedient face and felt a strong urge to storm out of the room. Help me contact him. I need to talk to him. The clone child closed his eyes. Song Yuandao had no idea what was inside his body, but at that moment, he seemed as mystical as if powered by love. After 4 or 5 minutes he opened his eyes. Connection established. Big brother can speak. I know you and the people behind you want different things. Song Yuandao's voice was a bit hoarse from not speaking for a while. You want to investigate my father's death. Silence fell in the confinement room. Song Yuandao stared at the face identical to his own. A moment later the clone spoke in his characteristically cheerful tone. Don't you want to know? I don't. Song Yuandao smiled, but it was faint and didn't reach his eyes. You've long known who is most likely responsible for that, and now you want to use my hand to tear it open. What you think you're exposing is ugliness and truth, but in reality you're just flaying the only child of your so-called dear friend. Song Yuandao gave a derisive laugh. But right now skin is less important than life. I can investigate, but what can you offer me in return, eh? I can tell you how to remove the thing attached to you. Raven proposed a tempting condition through the clone. Song Yuandao considered it, realized he couldn't afford to remain deaf and blind any longer, and very pragmatically waved his hand. Deal? As a sign of good faith you go first. Raven carefully explained the procedure to Song Yuandao. Chunjun immediately generated a detailed plan. Song Yuandao nodded, and had it sent directly to Qiao Yi to prepare for surgery. Having achieved his goal, Song Yuandao turned to leave, but the little one tugged at his sleeve. Uncle Raven has one more thing to tell you. He says he will never harm you. Is that so? Song Yuandao turned again, looking down at the eyes that mirrored his own. Then tell him this, I will never fully trust him either. The door to the confinement room closed once more, plunging the space into darkness and silence. Only a voice murmured in the gloom. Big brother and uncle are both disobedient. Should I tell grandpa? But that's big brother. He'll wait a little longer. When Zhou Qingchen learned that Song Yuandao was to undergo surgery, Qiao Yi had already prepared everything. The medical room was lined with 2 rows of robots and artificial intelligences. Zhou Qingchen watched through the glass as Qiao Yi spun like a top, inside his gaze dark and unreadable. Song Yuandao still had a black cloth tied over his eyes. Chun Jun guided his path and no accidents occurred along the way. However, as he passed by Zhou Qingchen, the latter grabbed his wrist. The man leaned close to his ear and let out a low laugh. Little blind one. Song Yuandao's body stiffened. Sensing this, Zhou Qingchen released his grip and patted him on the shoulder. Relax. Even if you're blind, you're still our suave and elegant Chairman Song. Oh, so you're Chairman Song's guide dog. Song Yuandao retorted with a chilly edge before drifting away. Lying on the bed awaiting surgery, Song Yuandao still had to extract Chun Jun from some obscure corner of the central system. Have Chung Ying completely seal Zhou Qingchen's memories regarding that matter. Very well, sir. Darling, how about we use general anesthesia? This is a major surgery. Qiao Yi smiled as she bent down to negotiate with Song Yuandao. No need. Your skills don't require general anesthesia. As Qiao Yi chatted with Song Yuandao and removed the cloth strip from his face, Song Yuandao suddenly remembered something and grabbed her arm. Tell Zhou Qingchen to wait until I can see before taking any action. Qiao Yi nodded and sent Zhou Qingchen a message via the communicator. Song Yuandao harbored a troubling suspicion, but he was reluctant to believe it until it was confirmed. If unfortunately it turned out as he feared, he didn't want anyone close to him to know about it. A debt has its debtor. From the very beginning, this consequence should have fallen on him. Disregarding Song Yuandao's wishes, Zhou Qingchen and Qiao Yi administered general anesthesia, plunging him into a timeless slumber on the operating table. Song Yuandao thought to himself, you've both grown quite bold. Wait until I wake up and we'll talk. Secondary world. Hu Lang emerged from an old residence and stood on the street, momentarily dazed as he watched the passing crowd. The layout of the secondary world closely resembled the primary world of his childhood, and even the architecture echoed the styles of that era. The Hu family had been involved in construction for generations, so he naturally noticed this characteristic more than others. He sent his assistant to drive the flying car back first, and began to wander aimlessly along the street, as if he had no particular destination in mind. Seeing an object brings to mind its owner. This saying still held some truth. Back then Hu Lang was just a child of 6 or 7 at that age, when even dogs would avoid him. His father was busy designing the central building of the primary world, and they barely met 4 or 5 days a week. Perhaps that was when the rift between him and his father began. He remembered one day when his father seemed exceptionally delighted. He led him by the hand through the streets, occasionally explaining the architectural style of the buildings, the materials used, and offering critiques on the structures. Those critiques, which countless professionals in the industry would have paid dearly to hear, were freely dispensed to his own son. Yet Hu Lang didn't appreciate it, or in fact he found it rather annoying. Thinking back, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that the word immaturity could somehow compensate for all the heartfelt efforts his father had wasted on a deaf ear over the years. Shielding his eyes, Hu Lang continued his reverie. That day his father appeared to have no specific destination, but eventually wound through several twists and turns to a certain place, presumably to meet someone. but he couldn't recall who that someone was. After much deliberation, Hu Lang found a number on his personal terminal. Is something the matter, Mr. Hu? Li Minjing's voice was soft and slightly lazy at the end, incongruent with her age. If you're looking for Chairman Song, then we have nothing to discuss. I'm not looking for him. Hu Lang stopped on an unfamiliar street, surrounded only by tall, silent buildings. There's something I'd like to discuss with you in person. Li Minjing hesitated for a moment before accepting this sudden invitation. With the upper echelons of the secondary world in turmoil, the safest place might well be her own home. Hu Lang immediately called his assistant to take him to Li Minjing's residence. Li Minjing's slender, fair fingers held a porcelain cup half filled with clear tea that exuded a faint fragrance. When she saw Hu Lang, she merely lifted her eyes slightly, a charming smile curling at the corners of her lips. Have a seat. No one had ever dared to underestimate Li Minjing. Her father had made a technological breakthrough in the Penglai system, but she, rebellious, had no interest in academic research. She had instead fashioned herself into a social butterfly, yet her skills were formidable. No one had ever managed to uncover the identity of Li Weizi's father. I want to ask about Penglai. Hu Lang didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. You know, I have no interest in that. I only know the surface bits which aren't much use. Li Minjing left a faint red stain on the rim of her porcelain cup. Your father must have left something behind. Li Minjing shook her head with a smile. I said I'm not interested, and I mean it. He did leave things, but I donated them to the center almost immediately. They barely passed through my hands. I don't even know what was inside. She placed the teacup on the table. Are you asking because you think your father's death is connected to Penglai? Hu Lang looked at her without confirming or denying. Li Minjing's expression turned slightly more serious. In our parents' generation, the Penglai system was still in the experimental stage. It didn't have many functions and could only serve as a built-in personal doctor. Later, after my father and his peers overcame some critical obstacle, it gradually evolved into the current widely used version. Although I don't know much, I do know that Penglai cannot take a life. It has its own self-protection mechanism. If someone tries to use it for murder or profit, Penglai will immediately alert the user. However, concerning your father's case, I might know something else. Li Minjing picked up the small teapot and refilled both cups. There was a project back then called Project Creator. I'm not sure what it was for, but I overheard my father in a meeting once. He said the Hu family opposed it the most vocally. At that time, the center had just been established, and your father wielded significant influence in the ruling echelons. His words carried great weight. Hu Lang looked up sharply. Li Minjing met his gaze coolly. My father was the actual project lead, but not the original initiator. Your father's opposing vote in the decision meeting was a major obstacle. However, many technicians at the time were very optimistic about Project Creator. Li Minjing paused before continuing. I don't know if my father had anything to do with your father's sudden death. Even if he did, there's nothing I can do. He's been gone for years too. You can't exactly vent your anger on his ashes. Hu Lang was stunned by this flood of information. He had investigated for so long, yet no one had ever told him that such a project had existed within the center. Dazedly, he took a sip of the hot tea, snapping back to reality only when the scalding liquid numbed his tongue. My father. He was an architect. Such biotechnological decisions shouldn't have passed through his hands. Once Hu Lang calmed down, he spotted the anomaly. A research project. Finance could be involved, relevant personnel could be involved. But what did it have to do with my father? I wouldn't know about that. Project Creator started off quite grandly. My father often gathered a group of old scholars at home to research it. But for some unknown reason it was shelved eventually, and no one mentioned it again after that. Hu Lang nodded, figuring that Li Minjing had told him all she knew. He prepared to leave, but paused at the door and said in a low voice, The Hu family owes you a favor. Li Minjing responded cheerfully, seemingly quite satisfied with the transaction. A high-level socialite like her didn't work for nothing. She was adept at networking and exchanging favors. In exchange for information, she asked for no money, only a favor. But debts of money are easy to repay, while debts of favor are not. Song Yuando's surgery went smoothly, but the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. Zhou Qingshan was in no hurry to wake him, letting him lie there like a sleeping beauty. Meanwhile, Huang Yueying was inspecting weapons and organizing maps with her team, ready to set out for various connection points, as soon as Song Yuandao regained consciousness and could move. Delay could breed unforeseen complications. Zhou Qingshan entrusted Song Yuandao's care to a medical robot and hurried off to find Lily. As soon as Song Yuandao returned, the previously impregnable primary world would soon revert to its precarious state. Song Yuandao opened his eyes. Chun Jun, navigating through the network via robots and various surveillance feeds, enabled him to slip through to the isolation room like he was walking through an empty land. Big brother. The clone child sat on the bed, waving excitedly at Song Yuandao. What do you want from me? Song Yuandao wasn't supposed to be awake, yet he had been forcibly roused by Chun Jun, and his head was throbbing with pain. It's not me looking for you. It's Uncle Ruewen. Then what does he want from me? Song Yuandao felt that talking to this child only made his head hurt more. Uncle Ruewen asked me to leave you a message who Lang has already found out about Project Creator. The cloned child shook his head. Why is he investigating our father big brother? That's not. Song Yuandao instinctively wanted to refute, but suddenly understood and swallowed the rest of his words between his teeth. Not your father. The child seemed a bit angry, now his voice turning eerie. But father favored you the most. He didn't care about the lives of the other brothers to save you, and I didn't even get the best one. Do you think that brother who came with you would be interested in this? Song Yuando's face turned ghastly pale. His body, still recovering from surgery, trembled violently. He reached out and gripped the clone's neck tightly, every word dripping with ferocious hatred and murderous intent. Don't think I won't touch you just because you share the same biological information as me. If you let even half a word of this leak, you'll be joining your brothers in an instant. After saying this, Song Yuandao released his grip and strode out of the isolation room without looking back. Chun Jun immediately raised the encryption level of all files related to Project Creator to the highest. Accessible only by me. Very well, sir. Mr. Zhou will reach your ward in 5 minutes. Delay him. Don't let him discover. The central nexus was crafted with meticulous precision, the overall decor exuding an air of noble elegance, chilling sophistication, and surrealism, an immediate testament to its extraordinary nature. Every brick, every tile, even each crevice in the floor whispered 4 words, I am profoundly futuristic. Now within this profoundly futuristic space, a group of profoundly retro zombie companions were imprisoned, each swaying with dangling arms and tilted heads. Song Yuandao stared at the surveillance monitor for a moment. This isn't an accident. They have no external injuries, no missing limbs. They must have been directly infected by the virus. But where did so many people come from? Xiao Yi had been tormented by this question for nearly half a month, scouring every population record, without finding a single place where such a large number had vanished. Check the prison. Song Yuandao tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Focus on blocks 14 and 15. Those hold inmates with life sentences. In the new era, people's moral compass was severely polarized. Some were so noble they wouldn't take so much as a needle or thread from the masses, even in the virtual world, while others were twisted enough to rip out the nutrient delivery tubes of those in hibernation. Thus, although the death penalty had fallen out of favor since the new era began, there remained fantastical sentences of several hundred years of imprisonment. Song Yuandao watched Xiao Yi work for a while, feeling somewhat redundant. He instructed Chun Jun to assist her, and then turned toward the technical department. Lily still looked like a frazzled mess, her gaze toward Song Yuandao, a tangled web of emotions, as if she were beholding her father's murderer and a colossal slice of pizza all at once. Song Yuandao felt a chill creep down his spine under her stare. Zhou Qingchen gave Lily a nudge from the side. Our firewall system doesn't run on iPower. The goddess rolled her eyes in an elegantly perfect arc. Even if the return of our idol means our system is about to crash, I personally still relish such challenges. Then tone down that devouring look, or should I have the landlady bring you a couple of live zombies to go with your meal? Zhou Qingchen was in a good mood today, sitting on the table and bantering like a rascal. But we can't keep this up. They're about to attack the system again. Do you want to see a fantastical blockbuster scene where half the sky is sunny and the other half rainy? Lily ran her hands through her hair in agitation. Song Yuandao stepped forward, smoothed it out, and deftly tied it into an elegant bun. Keep it nice. He'll check on it tonight. Lily shook her head with a grin. Zhou Qingchen jumped off the table, giving Song Yuandao a pat on the back as he passed. Let's go. The landlady is waiting. As Song Yuandao turned, his sleeve brushed against Zhou Qingchen's hand. Zhou Qingchen's gaze fell on his own skin, a lingering numbness where it had been touched. They made their way to the operations room. From the outside, the central building looked majestic and imposing, but inside, it was rather unremarkable. A monotonous expanse of metallic hues stretching from floor to ceiling. Huang Yueying was selecting usable weapons with Guocheng. When she spotted the two, she dropped what she was holding and snapped to attention with a crisp salute. This was the first time Song Yuandao had seen them since his return, so he returned the gesture. Guocheng was stunned for a moment before saying, my idol is really handsome. Song Yuandao's personal guard unit was rather unique, likely due to the instructor's tailored approach back in the day. Each member favored different tools, and some had tastes that were exceedingly hard to describe. Lily, for instance, wouldn't touch a single cold weapon, yet found firearms too noisy. In a crisis, she'd unleash a dozen miniature robots that whirled around you, zapping you every now and then. Xiao Yi, with her biological specialty, left Song Yuandao speechless, like a legendary snake-wielding beauty whose blade was dipped in lethal poison. Zhou Qingchen favored daggers. Head creep up silently and strike from behind. During training, hardly anyone could counter that move, except Song Yuandao, who had a cheat device. Song Yuandao used nothing because he was terrible with everything. Give him a lethal weapon and he'd demonstrate the perfect example of crippling the enemy at 1,000 paces while wounding himself 800. But still, he had his cheat device. Sometimes he couldn't figure out how he generated offensive power, and this domain was beyond Chun Jun's control. Chunjun could only use bioenergy to create a shield, which was energy-intensive, costing Song Yuandao 3 days of weakness for each life-saving incident. He relied on something else inside his body. The man from the subworld had been wrong. Besides his own consciousness, he harbored 2 entirely separate artificial intelligences. That AI had no individual name like Chunjun or Chungying, and Song Yuandao couldn't stomach the project's grandiose name, Creator. There are 4 connection points between the main building and the annex. Zhou Qingshan held a map in his palm, stretching his fingers to enlarge it and suspending it in midair. He pointed from a distance. Point A connects to the storage for daily necessities. B and C are military supplies. Point D is the evacuation route. We're short on manpower, so we'll have to take them one by one. Xiao Yi already gave you all the vaccines right. Song Yuandao snapped back to reality, realizing he hadn't been listening to Zhou Qingshan's briefing at all. Had been staring at Zhou Qingshan's fingers. Rubbing his temples, Song Yuandao wondered what was wrong with him. Huang Yueying and Guocheng listened with full attention. Xiao Yi had once asked Song Yuandao in idle chatter whether he thought Zhou Qingshan looked particularly sexy when he gave orders. Song Yuandao had racked his brain but couldn't connect the 2 things. But just now he felt a flicker of connection. Song Yuandao wet his lips. Chunjun, check if there's any abnormality in my hormone levels. Within a minute, Chunjun reported back, sir, the other system in your body appears to be evolving. Song Yuandao's heart sank. Chunjun hadn't said it was upgrading, it was evolving. Song Yuandao knew all too well what an AI of this tier could become after evolution. The one that had lain dormant for over a decade was truly holding a grand move. It would either remain silent or stun the world. Calculate how much time until it fully evolves. 6 months. Song Yuandao's mind went blank for a moment. He admitted he had harbored a hope that this day would never come. The evolution of the creator meant losing control over his own body. He had always known. Ever since he obtained Chunjun, he had constantly updated the system to suppress that dread. He had gone to any length to internalize its controls, replacing his emotions with these lifeless constructs. But at this moment he felt a profound helplessness. Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingshan had noticed that Chairman Song had zoned out mid-sentence. So he waved those beautiful hands in front of Song Yuandao's face several times before Song Yuandao groggily snapped back. Huh. Zhou Qingshan knew him too well. A single glance told him Song Yuandao's mind had wandered miles away, but with others present, he kept quiet. We'll head out tomorrow at 8, Zhou Qingshan said, withdrawing both his gaze and his hands. Go get some proper rest. Yes, General. The 2 responded briskly and exited. The operations room fell silent. Zhou Qingshan and Song Yuandao faced each other across the map without speaking. After a long while, Zhou Qingshan seemed to concede, folding away the map. Nothing you want to say? Song Yuandao curved his lips into a smile. Just remembered Xiao Yezi said you look good. Zhou Qingshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an answer, so far from what he imagined. Seeing his surprise, Song Yuandao's smile widened. Surprised? Zhou Qingshan replied, his gaze lingering near Song Yuandao's lips. Didn't think you'd speak human language for once. Oh, cause for celebration. Extra meal tonight. Song Yuandao rattled off a menu as he headed for the door, but halfway there, he veered toward his own room. Zhou Qingshan grabbed his arm. Not coming to the cafeteria? No, I'm a bit tired. Cook something and bring it over. We'll eat together. Zhou Qingshan thought that over and decided it was reasonable. Song Yuandao did deserve to be worn out. Had been pushing himself since the surgery, and no one could stop him. Anyone would think he was about to go on the run. That word stirred a strange discomfort in Zhou Qingshan's heart, though he couldn't pinpoint the feeling. Something like, it was a sunny day? Song Yuandao liked wearing loose, comfortable clothes. When Zhou Qingshan had the robot bring the meal over, he found Song Yuandao sitting cross-legged on the floor right in a pool of sunlight. Zhou Qingshan never bothered knocking before entering his room. Chunjun would have already informed Song Yuandao. Hearing someone come in, Song Yuandao looked up, a fine layer of sunlight adorning him, looking quite pleasing. Zhou Qingshan directed the round-head robots to set everything on the table, then looked down at Song Yuandao. Neither spoke. After a moment, Zhou Qingshan chuckled. Your Majesty waiting for an invitation. Song Yuandao squinted to see what food was on the table, then pushed himself up from the floor. If you're inviting, just do it. So much chatter. Zhou Qingshan followed behind and tugged his hair. Song Yuandao found Zhou Qingshan childish. Tugging hair was something he'd never tired of since childhood, but he said nothing. It wouldn't go on much longer anyway. Song Yuandao had even forgotten why he kept his hair so long. He stared blankly at the crisp green vegetables on the table for a moment, then it came back to him. Because his father had the same hairstyle, and his uncle had insisted he keep it, driven by some inexplicable obsession. Zhou Qingshan snapped his fingers in front of Song Yuandao's face. Eat. Zhou Qingshan had no particular demands for food himself. Song Yuandao loved to eat, but consumed very little. He'd try every dish, but only take a few bites. Yet Zhou Qingshan had learned to cook a wide array of dishes for him. Yes, for him. Zhou Qingxin watched Song Yuandao pick at his food, thinking, look at all the reckless things I've done for him. Song Yuandao's mind had been elsewhere ever since Chunjin's announcement. He didn't even notice Zhou Qingxin staring at him the whole time. After eating some rice and half a bowl of soup, he finally looked up. Why are you always staring at me? Just checking if there's anything good-looking about you. Zhou Qingxin's eyes curved into a charming arc when he smiled like a harmless little hook that tangled Song Yuandao's thoughts even more. Get a good night's rest. Maybe you shouldn't go tomorrow. Zhou Qingxin averted his gaze. It's too dangerous. Song Yuandao shot him a look. You really think I'm made of porcelain, aren't you? Then you're a chihuahua. Song Yuandao stood and stretched his shirt, lifting to reveal a glimpse of his well-defined midsection. Zhou Qingxin looked away momentarily, unsure where to rest his eyes. Song Yuandao spoke first. You should rest early too. I've sent Chunjun out to keep watch. Don't overdo it. Once Zhou Qingxin left the room, fell silent. Song Yuandao took a shower, his body enveloped in warm steam. He sat cross-legged on the windowsill. Chunjun, if anything happens to me, grant full access to Zhou Qingxin. Understood, sir. I'll extract a part of you, so if I die you won't truly perish with me. Chunjun fell silent. Song Yuandao felt a hollow emptiness and also a certain absurdity. He had been fighting against something inexplicable his whole life, never daring to let anyone know. He recalled Xiao Yi saying his gaze was frightening and let out a self-deprecating laugh. And now this thing chose this moment to emerge. 6 months. He didn't know if he could clean up this mess. If he could finish it, then he'd be fine with dying rather than turning into something neither human nor ghost. He shouldn't have any regrets. But at that thought, Zhou Qingxin's face flashed before his eyes and his fingers on the bed abruptly clenched. What a mess. Song Yuandao bit his lower lip. He wouldn't accept it, couldn't just let it in like this. Had accept crippling the enemy, while wounding himself, and misfortunes never come singly. But not resignation. Just not that. Zhou Qingxin had been dreaming of the past often lately. Dreaming of the countless trivial matters that occurred during those years when he and Song Yuandao were still innocent and naive. Perhaps too much time had passed and many things had turned hazy, even the outlines of figures had become obscure, yet Song Yuandao's silhouette remained so clear that one could recognize him at a glance. Those distant years now seemed like a rare tenderness and tranquility. Even back then, Song Yuandao always wore a cold little face, behaved with propriety, yet lacked a childlike spirit. When Zhou Qingxin woke up, the sky was still dark. Glancing at his personal terminal, he saw it was only 5:30. The moment he closed his eyes, little Song Yuandao still flickered before him. Frustrated, he ruffled his hair, got out of bed, and took a shower. Most of the people still had to stay behind to monitor this flimsy main world system in real time. Zhou Qingxin only intended to bring along the over-energetic little brats from the first group. Song Yuandao had rarely stayed awake all night. Chunjun had repeatedly offered to help him sleep, but was refused each time and eventually was forcibly muted. Chunjun felt rather wronged. Song Yuandao himself didn't know why he absolutely had to go on this mission, but he felt uneasy if he wasn't. He arrived at the operations room early, still empty and quiet. He took a gun from the armory, disassembled it, reassembled it, then dismantled it again, repeating the cycle several times. It was meaningless, but he felt that keeping himself busy would bring a bit of peace. Song Yuandao could not use a gun. It wasn't a matter of poor aim or wrong posture. Every shot inexplicably curved midway, and what seemed like a perfectly executed shot would end up hitting a different target. He had been puzzled for a long time as a child. Later he vaguely realized he was different from other children, and thus he stopped caring. Zhou Qingxin had come to comfort him back, then telling him it wasn't a big deal, and that he would always be there for him. Song Yuandao smiled to himself. Whenever he thought of Zhou Qingxin, his heart inexplicably softened, as if at that moment, no matter how the sky fell or the earth split, he could bear it all. After all, if worst came to worst, Zhou Qingxin would still be there. He stared blankly at the table full of parts, unsure what was wrong with him. It felt like the final glimmer before death, as if everything was shrouded in a soft focus filter. My idol. Huang Yuing burst in with her usual vitality, bouncing and skipping all the way. Song Yuandao quickly reassembled the gun and tossed it to her. She caught it, laughed for a moment, then shoved it into Guocheng's arms, stood on tiptoe, and gave Song Yuandao a hug. Welcome back. Thank you. Song Yuandao returned the hug, lightly patting her on the back. When Zhou Qingxin arrived, everyone was already prepared. Only Song Yuandao stood against the table like a piece of backdrop, his eyes lowered, lost in thought. Zhou Qingxin snapped his fingers in front of him. Hey, snap out of it. Are you heading up to die, or to sacrifice yourself for the cause? Song Yuandao stared at him for a while, uncharacteristically not retorting yet. That look alone sent a shiver down Zhou Qingxin's spine. What's wrong with him? The 6 of them sealed themselves perfectly into combat suits, said to be a newly developed fabric with a built-in temperature regulation system. Cool in summer, warm in winter, sweat absorbent and blood absorbent, keeping you dry no matter what fluid leaked from your body. Xiao Yi had played with the suit for a while before declaring with shocking bluntness, It feels like I'm wearing a sanitary pad. Well, close enough. Zhou Qingchen decided to first check the living supplies. There was still plenty of weapons and equipment at the center, and no army would be marching from the subworld to the main world anytime soon. But if any system crashed and trapped them in the building without food, water, or nutritional supplements, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Song Yuandao stayed at the back of the line. Qiao Yi, has the source of these things been traced? It's not from the prison side, Chunjun responded quickly. The number of prisoners since the new era filing has been correct. Change direction. Song Yuandao pondered briefly. Check private research institutions. Understood, sir. Chunjun had no physical form and could appear wherever there was a network. Without missing a beat, he continued helping Qiao Yi trace the origins of these people, while simultaneously analyzing the terrain for Song Yuandao. The road was built in extreme secrecy with countless twists and turns. Song Yuandao had never been there before. Without the internal blueprint, anyone would have gotten lost. Find the surveillance footage from the past 3 months, the unedited version. No matter how these things ended up here, there had to be someone who had access to the blueprint acting as an inside agent. Although the confidentiality level of the center's internal blueprint wasn't the highest, it was high enough to narrow down the suspects to 10 people. As a descendant of the Hu family who designed the building, Hu Yifun's suspicion was skyrocketing. However, the evidence was too pointed, so pointed that Song Yuandao didn't even bother to believe it. Chunjun seemed to have encountered some difficulty finding the surveillance footage. Nearly at the connection point, and still no reply, Song Yuandao slowed his pace, hoping to identify someone. He didn't doubt Chunjun's ability to find it. As long as Chunjun was at the center, his surveillance range could cover the entire building. But at that time, Song Yuandao had been under surveillance and house arrest stretched thin. Between the connection point and the main building stood a massive glass door. Now they stood on one side, staring at the zombie friends on the other side. Chungying. Zhou Qingchen rarely called out Chungying. He only did so during collective missions to avoid appearing like an omniscient prophet. Count. 186. Chungying's virtual image was an adult male, also wearing a standard uniform with rather ordinary features. Perhaps Zhou Qingchen had just picked the default avatar. Aren't they cramped? Guocheng pressed against the glass door, craning his neck to look. But every zombie was baring teeth and claws, their faces twisted and hideous. After staring for a while, Guocheng felt goosebumps rising all over. Zhou Qingchen turned to glance at Song Yuandao. The fastidious man hadn't joined them in observing the prehistoric creatures. Instead, he stood a few steps back, illuminated by the cold fluorescent light, looking utterly aloof. Song Yuandao looked up and seemed to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Qingchen waved his hand, signaling him to step back further so he wouldn't get in the way. Song Yuandao smiled and didn't move. He knew his attack pattern was different from others. It was the kind that killed without a trace. For instance, if he wanted to, he could blow out all the lights above their heads. But he had never let anyone know. One, because he was afraid; two, because there had been no opportunity. Zhou Qingchen frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod, signaling him not to worry, and then gestured that he was about to open the door. Attention! Zhou Qingchen's voice was low as he gathered the focus of these brats who looked like they'd just arrived from the countryside. Song Yuandao leaned against the wall, still with that picturesque pose of lowered eyes. Chunjun opened door A. The moment it opened, they experienced what it meant to unleash a horde of zombies. Who knows how long it had been since they'd smelled human flesh. They surged out in a frenzy. Zhou Qingchen's dagger was sharp. With a single upward slice, he could completely sever a zombie's head from its body. Song Yuandao didn't move, just leaned against the wall, watching Zhou Qingchen. In his memory, it was always like this. Zhou Qingchen slaughtering grandly ahead, while he stood a few steps away, a cold observer. He watched Zhou Qingchen's hand holding the dagger trace blurred shadows, leaping onto a nearby platform to gain momentum before plunging into the zombie swarm. His black trousers clung to the perfectly sculpted muscles of his calves, his eyes cold and sharp, as bright as the dagger in his hand. Huang Yueying's marksmanship was impeccable. Oh, every shot hit its mark, not a single bullet wasted. After listening for a while, it even developed a peculiar rhythm. Previously, Qiao Yi had warned that shooting heads might splatter the virus, so she had held back. Now with the vaccine, she felt invincible, charging with such ferocity that Song Yuandao could hardly believe this was the same little girl who had bounced over and hugged him that morning. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even with their interception, a few slipped through and rushed towards Song Yuandao while he was still spacing out. Song Yuandao! Zhou Qingchen bellowed. Song Yuandao snapped back, abruptly staring at the zombie, inches away, his pupils contracting. He didn't even rise from the wall, just watched. The heads of those escaped zombies exploded like fireworks. For a moment, gunfire and footsteps ceased. Song Yuandao felt dizzy, his back slick with sweat, his vision doubling. "Boss lady behind you." His voice was hoarse when he spoke, but he could clearly feel that the creator's power had grown much stronger. "Sir, your bioenergy is at only 20%. Song Yuandao was in terrible pain, even worse than when he had only 5% left. Chun Jun could no longer suppress the creator's power. This was unmistakably a bad omen. Fighting through the nauseating dizziness, Song Yuandao watched Zhou Qingchen. His movements had become even more brutal. He must be angry, Song Yuandao thought aimlessly. Song Yuandao squinted. The lights above flickered a few times and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the thick glass door, stopping the zombie horde in their tracks. He thought to himself, the power is considerable, but the energy consumption is too high. Then Song Yuandao collapsed straight to the ground. Sir, the test subject has made its first practical attempt. How did it go? High energy consumption. The man respectfully handed over a tablet. Here are the test subject's data sent back from the terminal. Leave it for now. They'll look at it later. And our next step? Don't make any moves for now. Give him some hints, and then watch how things unfold. Song Yuandao knew he had passed out. His bioenergy was scraping the bottom, leaving no chance to even alert Chun Jun. As usual, he stayed in that pitch-black mental world, watching memories spinning in light and shadow. Xiao Yuan, do you miss your father? No, I hardly ever saw him. Do you want to meet him? No. He looks the same as my uncle, doesn't he? Song Yuandao opened his eyes with some effort. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming him, and he didn't even want to lift a finger. Before long, Zhou Qingchen pushed the door open and stood by the bed with his arms crossed. Don't you have anything to say? Song Yuandao glanced at him. I want some water. Zhou Qingchen glared at him for a moment, then relented, turning to get him water. He adjusted the bed angle and fed him half a cup. Now can you talk? I made some modifications to Chun Jun and added some offensive capabilities. Song Yuandao took the cup himself, sipping the remaining half cup slowly until it was empty. Song Yuan Dao. Zhou Qingchen snatched the cup from his hand and smashed it against the wall. Song Yuandao watched the white porcelain fragments fly everywhere, then raised his eyes to meet Zhou Qingchen's gaze. A brewing storm inside. I'm not an idiot. Don't feed me this bullshit. Song Yuandao smiled. And if I do fool you, are you going to extract my consciousness to see what I'm hiding? I didn't. Zhou Qingchen realized his loss of composure, lowered his head, and bit his lip. Then, catching the second half of Song Yuandao's sentence, he jerked his head up. What did you say? Get out. I'm tired. Song Yuandao stretched his arm to adjust the hospital bed back, turned over with his back to Zhou Qingchen, and curled into a ball. I'm sorry. Zhou Qingchen's voice was a little hoarse, tinged with confusion. I was just worried about you. No need. Song Yuandao buried himself in the blanket, his voice less harsh, but his tone utterly cold, devoid of any warmth. Get out. Zhou Qingchen wanted to say something more, but couldn't get the words out, so he turned and left. Isn't it better to be naive? Song Yuandao thought as he heard the door close. Stay naive like this. After Zhou Qingchen left the room, remained quiet for a long while. Chun Jun was still busy comparing the lists from various private experimental bases, and Song Yuandao had simply dispatched him, telling him to report back once he had results. The silent space was more conducive to his contemplation as he recalled the fragmented and disjointed dream he had during his previous coma. He had never had much of an impression of Song Chun. After all, Song Chun had passed away before he had any concrete memories of this world, and over the years he had hardly seen even a few photographs. Curious. It didn't seem like there was anything to be curious about. Yet that man was the one who had given him life. If his parents were still alive, his life would surely be vastly different from what it was now. Grandfather had once said that his parents were deeply in love, as if their honeymoon phase would never end. They were always so clingy and affectionate, often surprising each other with small gestures. Song Chun and In Yuaning had been classmates in school. In Yuaning studied law, Song Chun studied medicine, Song Ke studied artificial intelligence, and Ruiwen was also their classmate, initially studying finance. Although they were all students at the first university, their majors were worlds apart. It was only because they were all members of the drama club that they came to know each other. Song Ke rarely went to the drama club, spending most of his time buried in the lab unseen and living with all kinds of code. The other three, however, had a closer relationship. Song Yuandao knew very little about his father's past. No matter how much he pondered, all he could recall were these few things, along with an ambiguous last words left by his grandfather before his death. The day grandfather passed away, it was snowing, and everything was quiet. Knowing that Song Qianfeng had little time left, Song Yuandao took leave from training and classes, sat on the floor of Song Qianfeng's room, with a thick professional book in his arms. Although it seemed he intended to study most of the time, he just stared blankly at the snowflakes falling outside the window. Song Qianfeng's periods of lucidity grew shorter each day. Most of the time, only the rhythmic beeping of various instruments could be heard. He insisted on not using Penglai, otherwise he might have suffered less. That day, he seemed unusually spirited. Now looking back, Song Yuandao felt that it must have been what people call the final rally before death. Song Qianfeng held his hand and said many things, trivial little fragment stories from his childhood, and some amusing anecdotes about Song Ku and Song Chun when they were young. Song Yuandao closed the book and placed it on his lap, tilting his head slightly, to listen as Song Qianfeng spoke intermittently. When the old man grew tired, he reached out and ruffled Song Yuandao's hair. You look quite a bit like Xiao Chun, but that rascal was much more lively than you. Song Yuandao never thought he resembled Song Chun in any way. Although he had rarely seen Song Chun, he saw Song Ku every day. Since they were twin brothers, they should be quite similar in appearance, but with the influence of their mothers' genes, no matter how much he resembled him, it was only so. Seeing that he didn't speak, Song Qianfeng smiled, and his aged, yet gentle voice slowly spread through the room. You father and son, you're both the type who hold a lot inside. On the surface, you either act carefree and unserious, or you show no emotion at all, as if the sky could fall, and the earth could crumble, and it's none of your concern. He paused, took a breath, and continued, but inside, who knows what storms are raging? Am I right? Song Yuandao looked up at the old man, and smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Song Qianfeng lay quietly for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Xiao Yuan, your uncle probably won't come to see me today, but I feel this is as far as I go. The old man gave a weary and helpless smile. Can you tell him for Grandpa that all these years the family hasn't favored his brother? It's him we've favored. Song Yuandao was startled by this. He wanted to ask more, but Song Qianfeng was unwilling to elaborate. He only shook his head and urged, tell him some things, enough is enough. It's time to stop. Song Qianfeng indeed did not survive that day. When he closed his eyes, the snow outside hadn't stopped. Song Yuandao always felt that his grandfather must have been waiting for his uncle to come. Why else would he keep turning his head toward the door? Unfortunately, Song Ku never came. It was then that Song Yuandao realized that his uncle had been harboring resentment towards Song Qianfeng to the point of refusing to see him for the last time. But he had never taken this matter to heart. By then, Chunjun had already settled within him to suppress the power of the creator, so his emotions had become less sensitive than an ordinary person's. Song Yuandao leaned against the headboard and stared blankly for a while, letting his thoughts drift far back in time. After a moment, he summoned Chunjun. I need to go to the solitary confinement room. Chunjun handled the surveillance issue for him, and along the way gave a brief report on the work during this period. The private labs hadn't yielded any results from the comparisons yet, but the latest would be tomorrow. The surveillance footage from the connection point had been found. The person was very cautious, leaving only approximate data through body shape analysis. Song Yuandao pondered for a moment after listening. For now, there was nothing else to instruct. He planned to have Chunjun investigate matters concerning his parents after finishing these two tasks. There was still no way to suppress the evolution of the creator, so he had to do his best with what he could handle at this stage. Big brother, you're here again. The clone child, once again sporting Song Yuandao's handsome face, acted cute without any pressure. You seem a bit different. Is father about to wake up? Song Yuandao's memory of this segment was very vague. He suspected that the people who implanted the creator in him had erased all related memories. Now hearing the clone's questions made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if someone were living in his head. Can you contact Ruiwen? Song Yuandao decided not to dwell on the father issue for now. I need to ask him something. No, I can't. The clone shook his head. He made Grandpa angry, so I can't play with him anymore. Grandpa. Song Yuandao frowned slightly. Big brother, you've forgotten a lot of things. The clone seemed a bit troubled, frowning, as if unsure what to do. Song Yuandao nodded lightly, and sat on the only bed in the solitary confinement room. The clone moved inside a bit, and sat cross-legged, his posture almost identical to Song Yuandao's usual one. You were already 6 when you first came home. The clone tilted his head thoughtfully. The brothers were still there back then. You stayed at home for over a year. Wait, are you saying I never left home for over a year? Song Yuandao was slightly shocked. He had no memory of this at all, and none of the people around him had ever mentioned his inexplicable disappearance for a year. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and said in a low voice, did your brothers take my place when I left? Yes, I went out a few times too, but later I couldn't. Song Yuandao thought to himself, with your intelligence, even at 6, I wasn't that stupid. But to get more information, he wisely kept that thought to himself. That year you were always with Grandpa. Occasionally you would chat with us. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak, the clone continued on his own. Grandpa was very good to you, a bit better than he was to us. But you were good to us too. This Grandpa you mentioned. How old is he? Song Yuandao tried to gather more information so he could thoroughly search his mind for any remaining memories later. Grandpa said I can't tell you that. You'll remember on your own. How do you communicate? Song Yuandao pondered for a moment and changed the question. Father is our bond. Big brother should be able to use it too. The clone squinted at him for a while. No wonder Grandpa said you're naughty. You used something else to block Father's power. If it weren't for that thing inside you, you would be stronger than you are now, and Grandpa wouldn't have to work so hard. The clone smiled at him. Big brother should just obey. Song Yuandao looked at him without responding. It's fine. The clone remained with that same cheerful expression. Grandpa said it's only a matter of time. Song Yuandao felt that he probably wouldn't learn anything useful today, so he turned and left without any hesitation. But after leaving, he didn't return to his own room. Instead, he went to the place where Song Chun once lived. Although no one had lived there for 20 years, robots cleaned and ventilated it daily. Apart from the furniture and decoration style, it was hard to tell it was an old house. Song Yuandao had entered this house only a handful of times. The room had some small potted plants. Instead of using walls to divide functional areas, there were a few antique screens. It was unclear whether that was Song Chen's idea or in Yuaning's taste. The room contained mostly books which made sense. Song Chun was a medical student and Yuaning studied law, and according to reports, she was quite a gifted girl, so having so many books was hardly surprising. Song Yuandao walked slowly around the house, occasionally pulling a book from the shelf and flipping through it, but found nothing unusual. On the desk stood several photo frames which he picked up to examine. There were pictures of Song Ku and Song Chun of his parents, and a group photo from the drama club. It was evident that his parents had been quite popular during their school days. He put the frames back exactly as they were, then walked around to the other side of the desk, crouched down, and opened the drawer to search again. The drawer contained several notebooks, which turned out to be poetry collections written by his mother. After a moment's thought, Song Yuandao decided to take them back and read them later. Then he saw the notebook he had seen as a child. Back then he couldn't understand what was written in it, but now he knew. It was a code book. The cipher they used to communicate with Ruiwen came from this. Song Yuandao couldn't quite predict the direction things were heading. Ruiwen insisted that his father's death was suspicious. If it truly resulted from human intervention, why would someone leave these things here? How was that different from delivering them right to his doorstep? He looked down at the notebooks in his hands and felt dizzy. He knew this was because the creator was becoming increasingly unruly. Whenever he tried to think about something, that thing would plunder his biological energy, which explained why Chunjun had been struggling more and more lately. Song Yuandao told Chunjun to keep an eye on this house, then quickly returned to his own room with the items he had found. Unexpectedly, he ran straight into Zhou Qingchen at the door. Brother. Song Yuandao didn't want to engage in hypocritical back and forth with him, so he took the initiative. I still haven't figured out exactly what's going on. Once I have some clues, I'll tell you immediately. Zhou Qingchen looked at Song Yuandao with slight surprise. Song Yuandao, seeming a bit tired, curled the corner of his mouth. Okay. Zhou Qingchen was at a loss when faced with Song Yuandao's softening stance. All the accusatory questions he had prepared vanished under this cautious query, leaving him both exasperated and helpless. He could only reach out and messily ruffle Song Yuandao's hair. I am your captain of the guard. There is nothing I cannot do for you. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod, but the smile faded before it could reach his eyes. Go back and rest. Aren't you heading to Point B tomorrow? Good night. Zhou Qingchen rare in his formal salute nearly made Song Yuandao laugh in frustration. How angry must he be to offer such a grand gesture? Zhou Qingchen's words still echoed in his mind, everything for him. Yes, a captain of the guard could live for him and die for him, but could never serve as a vessel for another artificial intelligence on his behalf. Even if it were possible, Song Yuandao would never allow it. He spread out the items he had brought back from his parents' room on the table. And Yuaning's handwriting was beautiful, with a steady, grand elegance befitting a lady of a distinguished family. In contrast, Song Chen's notebook looked like a rough draft, sloppy, and without any format, making Song Yuandao's chest tighten with frustration. How could I possibly resemble him at all? Song Yuandao lay across the table studying for a while, concluding that it was a waste for his father to study medicine. He should have pursued mathematics or intelligence work. Song Chen's codebook contained dozens of scattered ciphers, each apparently a unique way of communicating with someone close to him. Song Yuandao found it intriguing. His father was eccentric enough, but how could so many people join him in his antics? Song Yuandao decided to start with this notebook, first organizing the names marked with codes that mentioned certain individuals, hoping to uncover who his father had associated with during his youth and what they had done. This was something Song Yuandao had done countless times over the past few years. The great clans were intricately connected, each with its own power and interests, frequently forming factions and causing trouble. Whenever Chunjun intercepted private communications, it would first report back to Song Yuandao, who would review them before deciding the next move. But this was the first time he had turned his sights on his own family, and those involved had long since passed away. He could only hope to find traces through those who had once been connected to them. In this age of paperless offices, Song Yuandao still preferred writing with pen and paper. He took out a stack of blank sheets, casually jotting down calculations and transcribing the organized list onto another sheet. Although Chunjun could have completed the task in under half an hour, Song Yuandao felt that doing it himself helped calm his restless heart. As his fountain pen scratched across the paper, the eastern sky began to lighten. Song Yuandao flexed his fingers and stared at the long list of names he had written, lost in thought. If this were an organization, why not use a unified cipher? If it were just a casual game, the encryption algorithm was far too complex. Sir. Chunjuan's voice interrupted his contemplation. He responded absently, what have you found? We located a private research institute that likely had the same number of personnel, but it was shut down the day before Chairman Song could take office. Since then, the researchers and their families have vanished without a trace, Chunjun reported, projecting the institute's data before Song Yuandao. He scanned through it quickly, then stared at the emblem in the top right corner. I've seen this symbol somewhere before. Do you have it in your database? Chunjun ran a quick comparison and returned a negative answer. Song Yuandao gave a non-committal grunt. Since Chunjun had no record, but he himself remembered it must have been from a very young age, before his creator and had settled down. Investigate the people on this list, and see how they're connected. Song Yuandao said, his slender fingers tapping twice on the paper. Gather as much information as possible on that private research institute. At least give me a definitive name. Among all existing records, not a single document mentions the institute's name. Only this emblem, Chunjun reported while searching through its vast database. Mr. Zhou and his team have reached point B. Send him a copy of the institute's data as well, Song Yuandao said, flipping through An Yuaning's poetry collection and then Song Chen's coded notebook. Oddly, there was no code for An Yuaning. He was just wondering about this when Chunjun suddenly spoke. Sir, something has gone wrong at point B. Among all existing records, not a single document mentions the institute's name. Only this emblem, Chunjun reported while searching through its vast database. Guo Cheng is injured. The zombies' attack power has increased by 32 compared to last time. Ammunition is low. Remaining zombie count 95. Have them fall back. Reduce your biological energy consumption and transfer control to the creator. Though Song Yuandao's physical stamina wasn't on par with the guards, it was still decent. He didn't slow down at all during the sprint. Sir, I advise against transferring control. Chunjun said its foundational protocol, including an intervention clause when the user made self-harming decisions. Huang Yueying is wounded, it added. Contact Xiao Yi and dispatch medical support. Song Yuandao rapidly processed a series of commands in his mind, then relayed them through Chunjun to various locations. As he neared the connection point to Sector B, Song Yuandao said, Chunjun, hand over control. Sir. Hand it over. Controlling the creator through you consumes too much energy. I won't be able to hold out much longer. Song Yuandao said, his steps unwavering and his hormone levels remarkably stable. I know what I'm doing. Yes, Sir, Chunjun replied, entering a dormant state. The creator, which had been gradually awakening and evolving naturally, took over that part of the control. Song Yuandao couldn't recall ever learning how to control the creator's power and actions, but it felt as if it were etched into his very soul. He managed it with almost no effort, just as he did with Chunjun. He stopped behind the group. Guo Cheng and Huang Yueying were both severely wounded, and even Zhou Qingchen had a gash on his arm. Song Yuandao's gaze darkened at the bloodstain on his sleeve. Fall back. His voice was low but carried an undeniable pressure. The others dragged the injured away, and Zhou Qingchen was forced to step back, as well, feeling a piercing chill as Song Yuandao's knife-like glare cut through him. Song Yuandao stood 5 paces from the horde of zombies, his expression calm, as if he had no intention of acting. Yet his mind raced with calculations: how much biological energy was needed, how much psychic power could be converted, every number precise to 3 decimal places. He pressed his lips together, curled his fingers into his palms, and swept his gaze across the grotesque, clawing creatures before him. One by one, those he looked at exploded into fireworks. Chunjuan skinned the battlefield. The creator's energy demands far exceeded Chunjuan's. If the user couldn't sustain it, control would be automatically lost. A silver lining for Song Yuandao. Clearing complete. Song Yuandao didn't even have time to acknowledge the report before he withdrew immediately. Xiao Yi arrived with the medical team and began emergency treatment for the wounded. Zhou Qingchen finished dressing a wound and looked up, but Song Yuandao was nowhere to be found. Sir, your internal organs are severely damaged, Chunjun reported after a routine scan stating the obvious. A trail of blood hung at the corner of Song Yuandao's mouth. He wiped it with the back of his hand. Go to the medical bay. Call Li Huaiji. Yes, sir. When using the creator, Song Yuandao had felt that this system was far more brutal and domineering than Chunjun. The biological energy consumed by its attacks was so immense that it had caused varying degrees of damage to his internal organs. Because of the injuries, Song Yuandao walked very slowly the entire way. By the time he dragged himself to the medical bay, he was nearly collapsing. Li Huaiji quickly reached out to support him and had 2 medical robots gently place him on the treatment bed before beginning to examine his wounds. Song Yuandao's consciousness was already hazy, but he clung to his last shred of clarity and grabbed Li Huaiji. Don't tell anyone about this. Not even Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao could not afford to fall. He was betting his life on a fragile morale. Everyone was trapped in this once thriving, now desolate place, like a no man's land, facing the unprecedented threat of zombies and the constant instability of a system that could be breached at any moment. He carried the trust of all, and so he could not allow himself to break. When the sky falls, the tallest bears the weight, and Song Yuandao knew he was that one who could hold up the heavens. Zhou Qingchen couldn't, nor could anyone in the guard. Only him. Trapped in a murky darkness, Song Yuandao thought hazily that he already owed them. The creator had been an unstable variable from the start. He should never have followed convention and assembled his own guard. He knew that once the creator evolved, it would overwrite his own will and obey only the commands of its maker. By that time, the guard would no longer be loyal to the Song Yuandao they thought they knew. But back then he was too young, too unwilling to be trapped in such a passive position, and so he had planned meticulously and acted with ruthless efficiency. Now all he could do was in the limited time he had create a situation that would give everyone a better chance to survive. Sir. Chuanjuan's voice pierced through layer after layer of darkness, exploding in his ears. I've found the connections among the people on that list. They correspond to the drama club roster from Song Chen's school days. Song Yuandao struggled to pull himself out of his mental world. After hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. What was a drama club doing with such hidden talents? I want all their performance materials, scripts, and video recordings. Yes, sir. I see. Zhou Qingxin frowned. He had thought things would simplify after Song Yuandao's return, but now they seemed to be heading in an even more complicated direction. Yuandao. Chunjun has taken over the entire center. I can't track Mr. Song. I see. Zhou Qingxin frowned. He had thought things would simplify after Song Yuandao's return, but now they seemed to be heading in an even more complicated direction. Zhou Qingxin sighed and gazing at the setting sun in the west murmured, Song Yuandao, what are you planning? The secondary world. Within a colossal castle perpetually deprived of sunlight resided a mysterious master. None knew who he was, for he never revealed his true face, always issuing commands through an AI-generated electronic voice. Countless messengers came and went, yet none had ever laid eyes on him. Perched atop a perilous cliff within the secondary world, this place was seldom trodden by human feet. Lately, however, it had witnessed a surge of traffic, as if it were a colossal beast devouring human lives. Feng Yin nudged his companion who had come along with him. What do you think this place is? It feels rather eerie. His friend pursed his lips nervously. I heard from a buddy of mine that you can trade for resources here. Rice flour, even fresh fruits and vegetables. Stuff we never get to eat normally. Feng Yin was intrigued. Like all ordinary people, he had been born in a nutrient pod, subsisting day after day on an endless supply of nutritional supplements. All food existed only in the virtual world, its taste simulated and uncertain. The friend slung an arm around his neck and whispered rapidly in his ear, fortune favors the bold. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. A few muttered words later, Feng Yin was thoroughly brainwashed. Gritting his teeth, he followed his friend into the enormous castle that seemed haunted by shadows. The interior of the castle was exceptionally gloomy. Along the corridors were ornaments that had all but vanished from existence. Every 5 or 6 steps a candelabrum flickered, casting dancing shadows as an eerie breeze swept through. Every step Feng Yin took felt stiff and arduous. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. He glanced sideways at his friend, only to find that the other did not seem nearly as shaken. Frowning in the darkness, he wondered if he was simply too timid. Yet everything here, even the air that surrounded him, made him feel unbearably uneasy and afraid. Before Feng Yin could reach a conclusion, they arrived at their destination. A well-dressed man wearing a golden mask that concealed the upper half of his face greeted them. His voice was pleasing, low and elegant, every inflection smooth enough to make one's heart quiver. He bowed and opened the ornately carved wooden door. Just as they were about to step inside, he raised a hand lightly, as if receiving an instruction. After a moment, he nodded to Feng Yin. Sir, please wait. My colleague will escort you elsewhere. A flicker of surprise crossed the friend's face. He wanted to ask something, but the unfamiliar surroundings and oppressive atmosphere silenced him. Feng Yin stood, frozen palms drenched with cold sweat. He was only 17, still a child at heart, playful and immature. Sir, follow me. Another man dressed identically hurried over from the other end of the corridor. They exchanged a brief nod and then led the two in opposite directions. Where is my friend going? Feng Yin's voice was strained, a tone he himself had never heard before. The guide maintained a steady pace, half a step ahead. At the question, he slowed and turned slightly, raising a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. The smile that curved his lips was like a blade devoid of warmth, slicing through the fragile courage Feng Yin had mustered. At that moment, Feng Yin was consumed by regret. He should not have coveted those resources, sneaked out of the virtual space, or left his family behind. This terror had haunted him ever since he set foot inside the castle. The master awaits you inside. The guide's manners were impeccable, every gesture steeped in archaic aristocratic decorum. Feng Yin hesitated at the open door. Sir, the subject has relinquished primary control for the first time. He heard a report from within, spoken in terms he did not understand. The first step is always the hardest. The little one's willingness to try is beneficial to us. The voice of the man with his back to Feng Yin was an emotionless electronic tone, yet it oddly soothed Feng Yin's frayed nerves. My guest has arrived. You may leave. The man remained turned away, showing no intention of facing him, yet his refined upbringing was palpable. You are different from the others. The man's voice remained flat. Are you afraid? Feng Yin grunted in non-committal acknowledgement. You remind me of someone, a little one I liked, but who was not very obedient. The man's narration was calm, but Feng Yin was confused. What resources do you want? Food. Feng Yin was still grappling with the previous question, so he remained stuck on this one too, unable to answer. The man did not mind, and continue to agree to one condition of mine, and I will give you whatever you desire. Feng Yin finally snapped back to reality. What condition? As you can see, I am a scientist. I have a product that can make you exceptionally intelligent and lethal. Use it, and no one will ever bully you again. You will even earn noble status. But you may, or rather will certainly, face a problem. What problem? Feng Yin slowly relaxed and began weighing the benefits of the proposal. This little thing is very possessive. It dislikes its user having two sets of consciousness and intelligence, so it will replace your original consciousness. Feng Yin stood frozen, feeling his blood turn to ice once more. If that happened, he would no longer be himself, he would become a stranger, perhaps not even something that could be called human. I refuse. A display screen materialized before Feng Yin, showing his friend now restrained and struggling violently, his panicked face glaringly vivid on the enormous screen. Is this your friend? Yes. Feng Yin's brows knitted tightly. What are you going to do? Do you have many? Feng Yin remained silent, unsure of the other's intentions. Even if you don't speak, I will know. If you refuse, I will have this little thing installed in all your friends. Would you reconsider? No. Feng Yin refused unequivocally, leaving no room for negotiation. The man's voice paused, and the room fell into a deafening silence. After a moment, he continued, indeed, he is unique. He agreed to this condition for the sake of a bunch of kids who aren't even real friends. You know, watching a flawless person be forced to become a demon is an immensely entertaining spectacle. Feng Yin listened to his soliloquy, feeling a chill surge from his feet to his crown. He thought this man must be a mad scientist from Legends, and his defiant refusal might not have been the wisest move. Sir. The sudden voice in his ear jolted Feng Yin back to reality. The man with his back to him calmly issued an order: take him away. Let him stay here for a while. He knows a little too much. Feng Yin was taken away in a daze and settled in. They treated him well enough. No restrictions besides confinement and denial of information. He suddenly longed to know who that person was, so similar, yet so different from himself. Primary world. Cheng-Ying, compile a complete itinerary of Song Yuandao's recent years for me. Zhou Qingxin studied the documents Chun Jun had found regarding that private laboratory while instructing Cheng-Ying to investigate Song Yuandao. By the time he finished reviewing the documents, Cheng-Ying had already organized everything he needed. Zhou Qingxin examined the records several times, but found nothing suspicious. He set down his work and pinched the bridge of his nose. Song Yuandao pushed open the door and entered. This was their first peaceful face-to-face meeting since they began eliminating zombies. Song Yuandao poured a glass of warm water and placed it before Zhou Qingxin. He then opened the documents, tapping on the emblem. Have you ever seen this before? Zhou Qingxin squinted, studying the emblem that was already etched into his memory. He shook his head. I had Cheng-Ying search the database, but no matching mark was found. Song Yuandao had already formed a rough idea. He had spent most of his life inseparable from Zhou Qingxin, except for a period around age 6 or 7, when he had left the center and spent over a year somewhere unknown. The gaps in his memory were likely due to the creator. But Zhou Qingxin had never been involved in that project, and the disguise at the time seemed flawless. So Song Yuandao must have seen this emblem during that period. This would mean that the organization behind the zombies and the one that developed the creator system were the same. Song Yuandao frowned, following the thread. What was the purpose of creating these zombies? Why release them now? Song Yuandao. Whenever Zhou Qingxin used his full name in that stern tone, it usually meant trouble. Song Yuandao lifted his eyes. What is it? Is there something very important you haven't told me? Zhou Qingxin's long, strong fingers pointed at the emblem. You know what this is, don't you? Song Yuandao's eyelashes lowered, giving him an uncharacteristic air of softness and obedience. But Zhou Qingxin knew him too well to believe his inner thoughts matched that exterior. You still don't intend to tell me? It's not that important. Song Yuandao's voice was calm, but his gaze fixed on an empty point in the air, as if unwilling to spare Zhou Qingxin even a sliver of attention. It won't affect you. Zhou Qingxin was almost amused by Song Yuandao's words. He forcibly turned Song Yuandao's chin, looking him straight in the eyes. Do you realize what you're saying to your personal guard captain? Do you know this is a violation of your oath? Think carefully. Song Yuandao seemed provoked, as well, his beautiful phoenix eyes blazing with defiance. You'll know when you should. You'd better remember clearly. You're only my personal guard captain. I have the right to decide what you know. The atmosphere in the room turned as cold as an icy abyss in an instant. The two of them stared at each other unyieldingly, so close that they could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Zhou Qingxin's fingers exerted immense strength, gripping Song Yuandao until it pained him, yet it seemed neither was willing to concede. Song Yuandao shifted his gaze away, steadying it on the ground. Zhou Qingxin let out an almost imperceptible sigh, released his grip, and gently massaged Song Yuandao's hand. You really went for it. Song Yuandao muttered under his breath. Zhou Qingxin suddenly let out a laugh. Truth be told, he couldn't quite pinpoint what he was angry about. Song Yuandao was not someone who lacked discretion. He had his own way of judging what could be said, and what could not, and even if he chose not to tell Zhou Qingqian, it was beyond reproach. But Zhou Qingqian had unmistakably witnessed the changes in Song Yuandao. This was not merely an enhancement of physical prowess, it was an alteration in his biology that set him apart from ordinary people. Even physical enhancement required one to endure grueling, monotonous training, emerging reborn as if shedding one's skin. Yet such a transformation in Song Yuandao made Zhou Qingqian unable to imagine what he had suffered or how much pain he had endured. He was anguished by his own powerlessness. Zhou Qingqian often thought that this man 5 years his junior had been burdened with immense expectations since birth, branded as the successor of former chairman. Every word and action of his should be as precise as a textbook, and his name should be synonymous with aristocratic grace. Though Song Yuandao appeared to possess everything, in truth, he dared not even mention what he desired most to anyone. Zhou Qingqian recalled that when Song Yuandao was 5 or 6, an age of unrestrained playfulness, he had already been confined by rigid rules under a heavy curriculum. When he saw Qiao Yi and the others laughing and running through the corridor, the envy in his gaze pierced Zhou Qingqian like a blade. Back then, Zhou Qingqian yearned to grow up quickly so that Song Yuandao could do whatever he wished without a single worry. He wanted to carve out a space for Song Yuandao worthy of the word freedom. But as he aged, he came to understand all too clearly that it was impossible. Because he was Song Yuandao, he had to stand at the forefront of the storm many times and face every hardship he'd in. What are you thinking about? Their current posture was a bit subtle. Separated by a table, Song Yuandao leaned slightly forward, lifting his head to look at Zhou Qingqian. Zhou Qingqian's hands rested on the table, as if a single bow of his head would bring his lips to Song Yuandao's full forehead. Zhou Qingqian cleared his throat softly and stepped back half a pace to create distance. Song Yuandao's gaze was inscrutable. Before Zhou Qingqian could answer the previous question, Song Yuandao leaned in again with a grin. What are you dodging? Under Song Yuandao's relentless stare, Zhou Qingqian's expression grew inexplicably tense. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, his eyes fixed stubbornly on the emblem without a word. Brother. Song Yuandao suddenly grew playful, as if he had no intention of letting Zhou Qingqian off easily. Zhou Qingqian deeply regretted why he had taken that half-step back. Zhou Qingqian's feelings for Song Yuandao had long since transcended normal superior-subordinate or brotherly bonds. They had grown up together for over 20 years, and after taking the oath, Zhou Qingqian's eyes saw no one else but Song Yuandao. His heart and mind were filled entirely with this person he had verbally teased since childhood. Moreover, the closer they were, the more he could see the hidden tenderness and childlike playfulness in Song Yuandao. I was just thinking about our childhood. Zhou Qingqian's budding romantic thoughts were not yet ready to surface, so he only let them circle in his mind without voicing them. Are you sure you've seen this? I've seen it, but I don't know where or what it is. Song Yuandao shot a glance at Zhou Qingqian as if trying to poke a hole through that serious facade. But the man had clearly entered a state of focused work. At least it looked convincing enough. Zhou Qingqian pondered for a moment. Why now of all times? What's the point of bringing this out? Song Yuandao, perhaps tired of standing, simply sat down on the floor leaning against Zhou Qingqian's desk. It should be a reminder for me. Zhou Qingqian couldn't see him, only heard his voice unhurried and maintaining its usual elegance and calm. We've been almost inseparable since childhood, yet you're certain you've never seen this, and I'm certain I have. Although the outer ring existed before I returned, the inner core only surfaced after I came back. Song Yuandao closed his sore eyes. Someone is guiding me to investigate in this direction. And what's the purpose? Thinking cynically, I suspect someone wants to use my hands to uncover a shocking scandal. I know I'm being led, but I can't help following their steps. That feeling forces me to admit. I feel deeply frustrated. Zhou Qingqian came around from the other side of the desk, knelt on one knee before Song Yuandao, and gently ruffled his hair. I'm still glad to find that you're still the same little rascal you used to be. Ignoring Song Yuandao's astonished look, Zhou Qingqian continued, his fingers playing with a strand of long hair at Song Yuandao's temple. You've always been an outstanding person, smart as a child, and as you grew older you became very understanding. Nothing seems to trap you or make things difficult for you. Zhou Qingqian's movements were light, yet Song Yuandao felt the tips of his ears burn, the heat spreading all the way to his heart. The culprit oblivious went on, sometimes I feel like I'm utterly dispensable as your guard captain. Song Yuandao looked at Zhou Qingqian, who gazed back steadily with eyes both tender and resolute, just like the young man who had knelt before him in devotion years ago. In that moment the two figures merged perfectly. He possessed the responsibility and steadiness of an adult, yet also the courage and dauntlessness of youth. Don't push yourself too hard. Zhou Qingqian's palm was warm and dry, resting on Song Yuandao's head with a reassuring weight. I'm still here. Song Yuandao sat on the floor hugging his knees, and Zhou Qingqian sat beside him in a more relaxed, sprawling posture with his long limbs spread out. They enjoyed a rare moment of quiet harmony. Then Song Yuandao seemed to remember something and turned his head. The one in the isolation cell might know what this is. Zhou Qingqian said nothing. For once their thought processes aligned. After a moment of consideration, Song Yuandao expressed his current issue in the most euphemistic way. I might have been involved in a classified project as a child. My biological information was extracted by an unknown research institute, which is why there's a clone in the isolation cell who's my age and looks exactly like me. And then, oi. Song Yuandao's serious explanation came to an abrupt halt, and he launched into a cheerful stretch of nonsense. And then I inherited a mysterious superpower. On the first day of a mission, I unblocked my Rin and Du meridians, but I might suffer internal backlash and die from coughing blood. It wasn't that Chairman Song was wrong, but his deadpan expression, while spouting such absurdity, did leave General Zhou momentarily speechless. Seeing Zhou Qingshan's conflicted expression, Song Yuandao's mood suddenly lifted. He stood up, stretching his stiff limbs from sitting too long, and said with a hint of laughter in his voice, "It's nothing major. I haven't fully figured out this ability myself. Once I do, I'll tell you." Zhou Qingshan grunted in acknowledgement, but his face clearly said, "As if I believe you. Coming to the isolation cell with me, eh?" Song Yuandao turned and walked toward the door. Zhou Qingshan thought for a moment, then rose and followed him. As they walked, Song Yuandao gave further instructions to Chunjuan. "I want the latest status of everyone in that drama club from that year. If any have passed away, I need to know where they're buried." "Yes, sir." The young clone always displayed a mysterious, overflowing excitement whenever he saw Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao wasn't skilled at greeting such people. He had no juniors in his family, and those around him had long passed that clingy age. Fortunately, thanks to Zhou Qingshan's presence, the young clone was a bit more subdued today. Song Yuandao opened his palm in front of the clone, revealing a spinning emblem. "Do you recognize this?" The clone nodded, his eyes shining, as if beholding his live's faith. "It's our family crest." Song Yuandao confirmed his suspicion, while Zhou Qingshan grew more and more bewildered. Song Yuandao naturally had no intention of explaining to him. But the clone blinked at him with a lively expression never before seen on Song Yuandao's face. "We can't tell stories yet. We have to wait a bit longer." Song Yuandao was startled by those words. He had no intention of telling anyone about this matter. Indeed, although he was very young at the time, he clearly understood that sooner or later the creator system might replace his intelligence, and will using his body to live on in place of his former self. But the project's lead creator threatened him with all his peers, and Song Yuandao had no choice but to compromise. It was remarkable that at the age of 6, he could grasp what this meant. Song Yuandao was someone who detested trouble above all. So firstly, he was unwilling to owe anyone a favor, and secondly, he didn't want others to feel they owed him. Consequently, he would never speak of this, nor would he let anyone know. Secondly, if the system had indeed been implanted in all his peers, then, when it awakened, the entire world would become the creator's personal fiefdom. Song Yuandao would not allow all the efforts of the pioneers since the Great Transformation era to be wasted. He was an aristocrat, and he ought to possess and display all the fine qualities of a true noble: courage, resilience, kindness, and loyalty. Zhou Qingshan seemed eagerly anticipative of this future revelation, while Song Yuandao's mind churned with countless ways to prevent him from learning the truth. Song Yuandao had no desire to be anyone's benefactor, nor to be the god of his guard unit. Moreover, if they learned that this artificial intelligence would eventually replace him, they would have to start preparing for the loss of the real him from now on. Either way, it was a losing proposition. Song Yuandao didn't engage in such unprofitable ventures. They walked back in silence when suddenly Song Yuandao blurted out of nowhere, "Raven wanted me to investigate my father's death." Zhou Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Hasn't your father been deceased for many years?" "Yes, but there's indeed some secret about him. And now you think you can tell me?" Zhou Qingshan's tone carried a hint of teasing. "You don't want to know then?" Song Yuandao wasn't falling for it. Sure enough, Zhou Qingshan grabbed Song Yuandao's arm with a roguish grin. "Come on, Chairman. If you don't tell me, how can I serve you with all my heart?" The center was quiet at night. Soundproof materials tightly encased the entire facility, enough to block out all the clamor and noise from the outside world. Xiao Yi walked back to her dormitory under the starry sky, her mood light. She had been working nonstop for 2 days, her brain now in a state of near shutdown. The prospect of 2 days of rest made her feel remarkably buoyant. The former Qiao residence was not far from the center, but Song Yuandao had nevertheless prepared a single-person apartment in the center for every guard, ensuring they could rest well after their intense research work. Although the rooms each person received had the same layout, their decorating styles were heavily individualistic and often differed from the public impression they left on others. In public, Xiao Yi was a playful, standard little princess, occasionally coquettish, fond of small animals and flowers. Yet her apartment took a decidedly minimalist, cold-toned route. At the center lay a huge, soft bed. The floor was covered in pure white wool carpet. Against the wall stood a ceiling-high bookshelf, beside which were a small coffee table and a beige beanbag chair. A few potted plants were scattered here and there on the shelves. This style was thoroughly despised by Huang Yueying from head to toe, but Song Yuandao expressed that the design was deeply to his liking. Xiao Yi took a shower, collapsed onto her bed, and flipped through a novel she hadn't had time to finish a few days ago. She casually selected a piece of light music from her personal terminal and felt utterly comfortable, as if floating on clouds. The dim light and pleasant temperature made her drowsy, and before long, she fell into a deep sleep, the book still in her hand. Guocheng and Huang Yueying led the first team to finish cleaning the last connection point. Having learned from their previous lesson, they were much more cautious this time. The journey was fraught with danger, but ultimately without mishap, and they completed the task flawlessly. Everyone in the center had thought that the zombies inside the building would be a thorny problem, but certain special abilities awakened in Song Yuandao allowed them to solve the issue with ease. Even though Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshun did not appear this time, the weapons and ammunition moved from the arsenal back to the center's main operations room after the previous cleanup were more than enough to blow the entire center sky high. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshun felt that everyone had been too tense recently, so they had teams take turns resting. Those who wished could come up to the center's platform to join a barbecue party. Song Yuandao was unusually dressed in a hoodie and washed-out blue jeans. He had just showered before Zhou Qingshun dragged him out, his long hair casually draped over his shoulders, the ends still damp with moisture, looking like an unconventional young student passionate about art. Zhou Qingshun wore combat gear, his military boots wrapping around the lean, powerful lines of his calves. He sat boldly by the fire, the very picture of a soldier and rogue. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. All kinds of meat sizzled, producing mouth-watering sounds and scents. Zhou Qingshun sprinkled a handful of chili powder, making Song Yuandao's eyes light up, and his lips take on a beautiful stained color. Song Yuandao feasted heartily, while watching his guards drag their half-dead stiff bodies up onto the platform. As the ingredients disappeared at a visible rate, these young people almost instantly regained their full vitality. Hey idol! Song Yuandao seemed unapproachable, but his guards found teasing him to be great fun. Have you checked out the boss work log since you got back? Song Yuandao elegantly held a piece of pork belly in his mouth, glanced at Zhou Qingshun's stiffened expression beside him, then continued to maintain his idle composure gracefully, extending a hand to signal that Zhou Qingshun should hand over his personal terminal. Zhou Qingshun resolved to die rather than surrender. Song Yuandao picked up a skewer of grilled green peppers, turned his head toward Zhou Qingshun, and said in a gentle tone, "If you don't give it to me, shall I have Chunjun read it over the broadcast?" Zhou Qingshun weighed the options and resolutely handed over his personal terminal. Song Yuandao tapped a few times with his slender fingers, pulled up the work log, and saw Day 30 without the chairman. Miss him. A brief, eerie silence fell over the platform. Song Yuandao's fingers flew swiftly as he skimmed through the record. After a long moment, he suggested to Zhou Qingshun, "When this is over, how about I put this up as a model on the internal work network, pin it, and make every staff member study it thoroughly? Aren't you tired of being missed by so many people, eh?" Zhou Qingshun decided to abandon his pride and began to coax Song Yuandao gently. "This kind of laborious work can be done by me alone." A sweet burden. Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow. Zhou Qingshun looked at him, the corners of his mouth quirking, neither confirming nor denying. The late autumn night carried a chill. Everyone crowded around the fire talking about their future lives and the things they would do once this crisis was over. Song Yuandao listened silently as they chattered about dreams that seemed both distant and near. Zhou Qingshun turned his head to look at him, inexplicably sensing a solitary aura around Song Yuandao. He wanted to do something, raised his hand, then lowered it. Zhou Qingshun knew that Song Yuandao's character would never accept such seemingly charitable companionship. "Have you seen Hu Yifan recently?" Song Yuandao lowered his voice and leaned close to Zhou Qingshun's ear. Zhou Qingshun's body stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. While instructing Cheng Ying to report on Hu Yifan's recent schedule, he rapidly communicated with Song Yuandao. "No. His shifts have all happened to miss the times when the two of us appear." Although Song Yuandao had long since agreed with Zhou Qingshun to keep a close watch on Hu Yifan, they both had many other tasks to attend to and could not possibly observe Hu Yifan's every move 24 hours a day. Even from the daily activity logs and schedules dutifully compiled by Chunjun and Xinging, he seemed to behave without any irregularity. He reported for duty on time, devoted himself to research, and stayed quietly in his dormitory when off duty. But since Song Yuandao returned, they had had almost no direct contact, which forced Song Yuandao to suspect that Hu Yifan was avoiding him. Hu Yifan was young, clingy since childhood, and especially liked to follow Song Yuandao around. With a head full of small curls, he did everything he could to act cute. Yet after Song Yuandao had taken a trip to the subworld and barely made it back in one piece, his little shadow was deliberately keeping out of sight. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, then instructed Chunjun to check what Hu Yifan was doing in his room. Song Yuandao had always been reluctant to do such things. Spying on others' actions as a means of gathering information was beneath him. He preferred to collect and analyze all kinds of data or use his excellent verbal skills to trick the information out of people rather than having Chunjun check what someone was doing, especially someone who had grown up with him and whom he had always treated as a younger brother. Chunjun relayed the information almost instantly, saying only one sentence. Hu Yifan is packing a field backpack. What exactly was a field backpack? It was an item established after discussion between Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao. Such backpacks were placed in each dormitory, the operations room, the command room, and many other frequently occupied areas, and in considerable numbers. Inside were enough nutritional supplements for one person for a month, emergency medicine, weapons positioning equipment, and a series of other necessities needed during a journey. Zhou Qingchen was also taken aback by this news. Is he going to run away? The place is crawling with zombies outside. There's no way out. Song Yuandao pondered for a moment, then quickly issued another instruction to Chunjun. Keep a close watch on the firewall and the operation status of all systems in the main world. Then he turned to explain to Zhou Qingchen, he's not trying to escape. The main world is definitely going to be lost, but none of us can leave now. He probably wants to survive as long as possible until someone comes to pick him up. Zhou Qingchen nodded solemnly and quickly called an end to the near-raucous barbecue party. He ordered everyone to go to the nearest operations room, pack their backpacks, and prepare for a long, unsettled march. Song Yuandao, on the other hand, went to the confinement cell to retrieve the young clone. After all, there were still many things that hadn't been clarified, and it was well worth bringing along a person who seemed a bit foolish but actually knew many little secrets. Xiao Yu was jolted awake by the alarm that blared through the entire center. Half of her thoughts were still lingering in a beautiful dream. Then Huang Yueying from across the hallway swept in like a gust of wind, pulled her out of bed, swiftly packed her backpack, and half-dragged, half-pulled her to the main hall on the first floor. Although Song Yuandao appeared not to be the most action-oriented person, that was only an appearance. He didn't delay the center's evacuation in the slightest. The moment Chunjun confirmed that the systems were under attack, he had already dragged the clone to the hall. Move out. The guard team was well trained. Even under such urgent evacuation, they remained highly orderly. Song Yuandao refused their protection and insisted on staying behind with Zhou Qingchen until the very end, because he knew very well that if any accident occurred at the last moment, only he among these dozens of people had a 100% chance of protecting himself, and maybe even saving a few others in passing. Chunjun's flat and motionless voice continued to report the latest developments to Song Yuandao. Center building defense system down. Firewall completely compromised. Weather system malfunctioning. Water control system damaged 28%. Localized flooding possible. Plate system damaged 69%. Earthquakes of magnitude 7 or higher will occur in the future. Song Yuandao listened to these doomsday pronouncements without expression as Zhou Qingchen received the same information from Chungying. For a moment the two stood in silence. Everything had happened too abruptly. Following behind the guard team, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen helped clean up the remaining zombies, clearing a path out of the center building. After all, the collapse of such a tall structure was no joke. Even 10 Chunjuns couldn't protect everyone. At the same time, they quickly collected themselves and analyzed the situation, with Zhou Qingchen head toward high and open ground. Don't use flying vehicles, travel on foot. You can look for water sources, but don't get too close. Stay alert for floods at all times. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. Since the mastermind still needed the network to control all systems in the main world, any tool relying on the network seemed highly unreliable. The only exceptions were Chunjun and Chungying. The group marched in silence along the temporarily safe routes that Chunjun had determined by process of elimination. Song Yuandao's mind, however, was in turmoil. Destroying the main world at this juncture was largely aimed at him. Song Yuandao could never bear to see the people around him in danger, so he would do everything possible to keep everyone safe. This would dramatically increase his usage of the creator, and the more he used it, the faster it would evolve. The puppet master was forcing him to drink poison to quench his thirst, and to do so with apparent relish. In a place no one noticed, Song Yuandao's nails dug deeply into his own palm. The subworld. The man watched the control systems of the main world collapse one by one, a sickly satisfied smile spreading across his face. Seated in the sunless ancient castle, he murmured to himself, "Since you've always liked doing this, if not me, then who business? Since you were a child, now I'm going to grant your wish fully. Enjoy yourself to the fullest, my divine child." Straying from his familiar surroundings, all that met Li Weizi's eyes were strange and illogical sights. Panic and unease continuously brewed deep within him, and he tightly pressed his lips together, fearing that if he opened his mouth he would scream out due to the eerie silence. The night was deep, and the woods were enveloped in a heavy chill brought by late autumn, with everyone exhaling puffs of mist as they ran. Like monsters exhaling clouds and mist. Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao moved to the front of the group, while Chunjun and Chungying planned the route and monitored the fluctuations of all environmental system values in real time, hoping to predict the next possible natural disaster. However, the results seemed somewhat futile. It appeared to be a childish joke whimsically playing with the power of life and death in his palm, utterly devoid of any order. The setting of the main world was very meticulous, closely resembling the ecological environment of ancient times. Heading west from the center, the first thing encountered was the massive mountain range that spanned between the east and west with lush trees that blocked out the sun. In this era, which had long since detached from physical battlefields, neither the personal guard nor the regular army had conducted actual training in such an environment. Everyone could only apply the skills they learned in virtual training as makeshift measures. Song Yuando's expression was not good. Zhou Qingqian thought he was struggling with fatigue and was about to suggest that everyone camp and rest in place, but Song Yuandao grabbed his sleeve, stopping his decision. Zhou Qingqian narrowed his eyes at him, his face clearly showing his disapproval of Song Yuando's actions. However, Song Yuandao simply shook his head, seemingly unwilling to provide even a brief explanation. While keeping an eye on the road, General Zhou also engaged in a lengthy lecture to the stubborn Chairman Song, but in the end Song Yuandao finally decided to take a step back, lightening his burden by taking off his backpack and tossing it to Zhou Qingqian, seeking a moment of tranquility. Song Yuandao was well aware that it wasn't due to physical exhaustion. Before retreating from the center, he had taken a bold gamble and injected himself with 3 vitality boosters. He had a headache. It felt as if someone was stirring his brain with an iron rod, while continuously adding noise, making him feel as if his mind was filled with the buzzing static of electromagnetic interference during a call. Zhou Qingqian occasionally turned to glance at him, only to see his face pale as paper in the darkness. If anyone believed Song Yuando's claims of "I'm fine, it's nothing," or "I'm good," they would truly be the first naive fool of the new era. Zhou Qingqian promptly positioned himself accurately. At least he was not in such a state, nor had he planned to be. The personal guard set up camp and rested under the captain's strict orders. Song Yuandao was stuffed into the tent by Zhou Qingqian, still not forgetting to threaten him with his gaze. However, since Chairman Song was truly suffering to the point of feeling worse than death, that look fell lightly upon Zhou Qingqian, causing no physical or mental threat. Zhou Qingqian watched as Song Yuandao lay there for a long time, still looking like a gold paper ghost, and finally realized that something might be wrong. He placed his palm on Song Yuando's forehead. The temperature felt normal, but he felt a hand full of cold sweat. His expression darkened as he spoke. "What exactly is going on?" When Zhou Qingqian was angry, he always followed a familiar pattern, too lazy to reiterate what they both already understood. He merely indicated, "I know you're hiding something from me. Now confess, and you might still have a chance of rescue." This usually worked, but unfortunately it did not apply to Song Yuandao. The space inside the tent was already small, and when 2 grown men, both over 1.8 meters tall, were together, it was a practical demonstration of what it means to not see each other when bowing down, but meet each other when looking up. Zhou Qingqian's eyes were filled with anger, while Song Yuandao seemed to want to project an image of "I stand firm against the winds and rain," but due to his headache that look appeared somewhat different in Zhou Qingqian's eyes. He looked rather pitiful. This was no longer the impersonator clone from before. This was the real Song Yuandao, and Zhou Qingqian felt he hadn't seen such an expression on his face in 20 years. After reflecting for 3 seconds on his actions, Zhou Qingqian felt that nothing could make Song Yuandao show such an expression, so he reached out and pinched Chairman Song's mouth, saying, "Stubborn as a dead duck, if you don't confess, I'll have Cheng Ying scan you." Cheng Ying, who was named, graciously added to the situation, "Sir Chun Jun's shielding authority is higher than mine." Zhou Qingqian couldn't help but sigh, truly feeling like a lonely person. "Get lost." Song Yuandao uttered this while barely moving his lips. For the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness due to his headache, almost feeling like he was about to throw up from the pain. General Zhou felt troubled as Song Yuandao tightly pressed his lower lip, refusing to utter another word. Zhou Qingqian sighed, heated some water to wipe the sweat off his forehead, then continued to wipe down to his neck. When his fingers touched the back of Song Yuando's neck, his actions paused for a moment, as if reconfirming something. Zhou Qingqian then raised his hand to feel his own neck, and then quietly called out to Cheng Ying, "Measure the local temperature at the back of his neck. 40.5 degrees Celsius. Zhou Qingqian was taken aback upon hearing this result. Although Song Yuandao was becoming somewhat disoriented, he still noticed the muscles in the arm wrapped around him had noticeably stiffened. "What's wrong?" Song Yuandao had just started to feel better thanks to Zhou Qingqian's care, so he decided to close his eyes to allow Chun Jun to check what kind of mischief the creator was up to, but as soon as Zhou Qingqian moved, all his thoughts were pulled back. Song Yuandao questioned himself, realizing that in his current state, he couldn't focus on 2 things at once. Thus he decided to let Chun Jun investigate later and concentrate on dealing with Zhou Qingqian first. Is there something wrong with Chun Jun? Zhou Qingqian, unaware of the artificial intelligence chip in Song Yuando's body, thought it was because Song Yuandao had forcefully upgraded Chun Jun with attack attributes, causing the chip to overheat. Song Yuandao decided to play along. It might be that the previous upgrades were too excessive and the hardware can't keep Zhou Qingxin felt both angry and distressed. He always thought that Song Yuando's sudden forceful upgrades of Chun Jun were for the sake of protecting everyone, which left him somewhat disappointed as the captain. Headache. Zhou Qingxun felt that it was a good thing for Song Yuandao to share a bit about his condition worthy of being recorded in the work logs of their escape. Song Yuandao replied with a sound, and Zhou Qingxun slowly began to massage his temples. Song Yuandao leaned against him, and Zhou Qingxun could feel his body tense up, likely due to enduring the pain. Relax. Zhou Qingxun's actions had a certain effect, although it was still not very significant. Take a deep breath. Am I going to give birth? Song Yuandao asked drowsily, causing Zhou Qingxun to laugh uncontrollably, as if drugged. Song Yuandao also curled his lips, although his attractive lips were devoid of color. Song Yuandao initially wanted to grasp the last remnants of his rationality and discuss the route problem with Zhou Qingxun while having Chun Jun check on the creator's situation. But perhaps due to the overly calm atmosphere and Zhou Qingxun's overly comfortable actions, Song Yuandao dozed off, sleeping until the next morning before their departure. Zhou Qingxun skillfully administered a nutrient injection, and Song Yuandao, pressing on the bleeding injection site on his arm, asked, "Did you sleep well?" Zhou Qingxun chuckled, who asks if the bed is comfortable. Song Yuandao froze for a moment, then belatedly recalled that he had indeed fallen asleep leaning against Zhou Qingxun, and according to Zhou Qingxun's understanding of his sleep quality, he surely hadn't moved an inch all night. Are you so moved that you can't find the words to speak? Zhou Qingxun reached out to check the temperature at the back of Song Yuando's neck and felt relieved when he discovered there was no longer that terrifyingly hot sensation from the previous day. Song Yuandao glanced at him without speaking, but Cheng Ying's voice immediately echoed in his mind. What about? They had never revealed Hu Yifun's identity, first hoping to use him to bait the true mastermind, and second trying to figure out what had happened to him. I'm keeping an eye on him. Zhou Qingxun didn't dare assign this task to anyone else. They had all grown up together, and mutual suspicion was truly too heartbreaking, especially at a time when everyone felt they could only trust one another. Song Yuandao nodded, and then had Chun Jun begin checking on the creator's situation. The evolution completion rate of the creator is 40%. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao immediately understood the source of the overwhelming pain from yesterday. When he checked the creator's condition the day before, the completion rate was only 21%. Is it human-made or a system choice? Unable to detect. Song Yuandao sighed imperceptibly. This was not the news he wanted to hear. If the evolution was a system choice, he could avoid it by reducing usage. However, if it was human-made, he would have to remain in the awkward position of being the fish on the chopping board, which Song Yuandao did not like. He thought for a moment, but could not come up with a good solution, so he decided to set this matter aside for now. As they left the central building, some of the zombies that lingered around and refused to leave followed them into the forest, leading to frequent encounters with brothers who were missing arms and legs and had no good flesh left. Zhou Qingxun's dagger in combat was as elusive as he was often. Just as Song Yuando's peripheral vision caught sight of a zombie a few seconds later, that zombie's head would be cleanly severed by Zhou Qingxun. If time allowed, Song Yuandao would have liked to watch Zhou Qingxun in battle. Every strike he made was a killing move with no flashy movements. Each action aimed to inflict maximum damage on the opponent, making him a highly efficient, straightforward fighter. In close combat, if Zhou Qingxun acknowledged anyone as second in the personal guard, truly no one would dare claim the first position. As Song Yuandao regained his senses, he felt the mood to admire Zhou Qingxun's powerful muscles encased in combat gear and his every swift and precise attack. They decided to head west from the mountains to another base where they could rest briefly and replenish some essential supplies. Song Yuandao was confident that those people would not remain hidden indefinitely, so all they needed to do was strive to extend their survival time, and on that basis find traces left by the mastermind. In Song Yuando's mind, the deadline for this matter should be half a year, as they would certainly take action when the creator's evolution was complete. Sir, Chun Jun has recently been gathering information about the members of the drama club from Song Chen's generation. Due to the creator, it has also connected to external websites through some means, and now it has finally finished integrating all the data. Song Yuandao was taken aback. He clearly remembered listing more than 40 names on that sheet of white paper, all of whom by age should not have passed away peacefully. Now, they were either dead or missing. Who was silencing them? What kind of commotion had a group of students stirred up to warrant such drastic measures? Song Yuandao was utterly clueless. Having lost his parents at an early age, he had little to no contact with their friends. Now, as they distanced themselves from the center, earthquakes were occurring frequently in various places, and he couldn't even guarantee that he could find the correspondence from the drama club back in the day. So even if he understood the solution to the password, it was of no use. With everyone busy scrambling, he had no energy left to ponder the intricate reasons behind it all. He simply shared a document with Zhou Qingxun, intending to discuss it with him once things settled down. The weather system seemed completely chaotic, with fierce winds and torrential rain alternating with clear skies. The group, lacking extra clothing, could only allow themselves to be drenched repeatedly by the rain. Upon reaching the designated rest area, Xiao Yi hugged Huang Yueying with a grimace. "Boss, don't you think I smell a bit spoiled?" Huang Yueying held her breath and stepped back. "Xiao Yezi, you are so self-aware, but it's better for us to keep our distance." Xiao Yi could only go and annoy Song Yuandao. As for the dignified chairman Song, he wasn't faring much better. His hair was naturally long, and although Chun Jun could create a protective shield to shield him from the wind and rain that relied on biological energy, which wasn't something to squander freely in the wild. Thus he had to accept that his hair was soaked with unclean rainwater and then dried by the wind, repeating this unfortunate cycle of being drenched and dried. Xiao Yi very much wanted to take advantage of this break, to gaze into Song Yuandao's eyes, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. After all, they were both distressed souls. Song Yuandao sighed as he looked at Xiao Yi's tightly held hand. He snapped his fingers at Guocheng, who had just finished setting up the tent, and Guocheng turned around somewhat confused about what his idol wanted. "Get some water for Xiao Yezi." Song Yuandao ruffled her hair, which was indescribably messy. "Have her freshen up from the stench of these compressed rations, then see if anyone else wants some, and we can share it all together." Song Yuandao raised his hand, signaling, and a topographical map appeared in front of several people, clearly marking the surrounding terrain features and the route to the nearest lake. Guocheng also reached out to grab the map and stuffed it into his personal terminal, saluting Song Yuandao with precision before bouncing out like a wild dog. "Brothers, time for a bath." Song Yuandao couldn't help but laugh as he watched the normally impeccable aristocratic young men excitedly strip off their clothes and leap into the lake. Zhou Qingshun returned from a quick inspection of the area, signaling to Song Yuandao that there was nothing unusual. Song Yuandao nodded, gently indicating he understood. Zhou Qingshun pulled out 2 apples from somewhere and tossed one to Song Yuandao. "Aren't you going?" Song Yuandao squinted his eyes slightly, tilting his ear to listen to the sounds of laughter nearby, shaking his head. "I'll go later. There's too much to deal with." Zhou Qingshun joked as he stood up and walked toward the lakeside. Song Yuandao smiled and consciously made space for the girls to clean themselves. He elegantly stepped into his tent and lay flat on the ground, finally having time to examine the script of the play his parents had performed years ago. Song Yuandao began with the first play after Song Chun became the president. The initial scripts were quite ordinary, mostly classic plays that had been passed down from before until Song Chen's 6th work. Song Yuandao had Chun Jun pull up the text of this play and discovered that the author's name was his mother's. He fell into a reverie about the past, imagining his parents as a pair of exceptionally talented individuals. It was said that Song Chun had a great personality, exuding a chivalrous charm, while Yuning was a true lady from a scholarly family. Both of his grandparents were top professors at the academy, but unfortunately Song Yuandao had only seen them a few times as they harbored resentment over his birth, and Yuning died during childbirth. However, their greater hatred was directed at Song Chun and Song Qianfeng. If it weren't for their suggestion against using Penglai, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Hearing the laughter outside brought him back to reality, and he refocused his attention on the script. This was a completely fictional story with no semblance to their way of life in the new era. It even had a somewhat people lived in reality without relying on any high-tech systems. They could choose to live on islands or in deep mountains without needing to cram into a nutrient room to survive on fleeting scenery. But one day a person claiming to be the son of God arrived in their world. He said that the state of human existence was filled with ignorant satisfaction, and he wanted to change this situation. Thus he began to enlighten everyone he encountered, granting them higher intelligence and broader perspectives. People who had previously coexisted peacefully on their territories began to covet each other's lands, leading to wars over resources and labor. The Son of God watched all this with sorrow, yet he was unaware of what he had done wrong. He left the human world, letting those he had enlightened fend for themselves. As Song Yuandao read this not-so-complex story, he had a vague feeling that his father was trying to convey something, but since so much time had passed, he could only let Chun Jun gather significant events from within the 5 years prior to the performance of this play to see what had inspired his parents to create such a script. Song Yuandao read through the material rapidly. By the time Zhou Qingxin and the others returned noisily, he had finished watching most of the preserved footage from the past years, and had also organized the points he found suspicious to hand over to Chun Jun for further verification. Zhou Qingxin's hair was still dripping with cold lake water. Song Yuandao pulled out a clean towel from the side of his backpack and wrapped it around his head, rubbing it gently, while Zhou Qingxin pressed down on his hand, asking him to stop fooling around. Chairman Song ignored him. After the two of them had their fun for a while, Song Yuandao got up to arrange the night shift personnel. With Chun Jun and Cheng Ying present, there was no need for too many people to stay alert. Zhou Qingxin had already divided the groups, and Song Yuandao was merely confirming things. Once everything was arranged, Song Yuandao went alone to the now empty lakeside. He took off his combat suit, folded it neatly, and slowly immersed himself in the icy lake water. The low temperature brought an unprecedented calm to his mind. Song Yuando's long hair floated on the water's surface, his shoulders submerged beneath the water, while the rare moonlight cast a layer of silvery glow over him. It had been 10 days since his last headache, and the creator seemed to have settled down considerably lately. Even the degree of evolution appeared to have temporarily stagnated. Song Yuandao was somewhat satisfied with this situation. Unfortunately, he still couldn't determine whether it was due to his use of abilities or external factors. Fearing that spending too long in the cold water would affect his body, Song Yuandao decided to end this activity, which couldn't even be called a bath. He hastily dried off with a close-fitting tank top, and then put his combat suit back on. The forest was very quiet. In the deep autumn season, even the insects and ants were tucked away in their burrows, silent. Song Yuando's combat boots crunched over the thick fallen leaves, making almost no sound. He walked silently, his mind racing to calculate how long it would take to reach the next designated location at their current speed. Although everyone was confident about the next supply point, no one could say for sure what the situation there was, because Cheng Ying and Chun Jun couldn't connect to the local network. This was certainly not good news. Song Yuandao could already see the warm glow of the campfire from a distance, providing him with a flicker of comfort in the cold, heavy night wilderness. He quickened his pace toward the tent, only to hear Chun Jun suddenly sound an alarm. 12 o'clock direction, 300 meters. Song Yuandao was originally heading toward his and Zhou Qingshan's tent, and Chun Jun's warning clearly indicated that the threat was right near their tent. Zhou Qingshan. Song Yuando's mind was consumed with this thought. He could not allow anything to happen. Regardless of the countless thoughts swirling in Song Yuando's mind, his feet did not slow down. When he reached the front, he quickly understood the nature of the danger. Someone had sawn down a tree, and a jamming device had been set up around the tent. This meant that Cheng Ying was now a blind and deaf artificial intelligence. Zhou Qingshan. Song Yuandao swiftly drew a military knife from his waist, decisively cutting open the tent, and reached in to pull Zhou Qingshan, who was still in a daze, out. A single glance at his state confirmed that he had been drugged. Zhou Qingshan could not be this unalert. However, there was no time to ponder as he rolled away with Zhou Qingshan to avoid the trunk, only to be struck on the back by a branch. Song Yuando's body sank heavily. Chun Jun, who did this? Song Yuando's words came out through gritted teeth. The shift personnel seemed to have lost consciousness at some point. Everyone had been on guard against external risks and crises, yet they failed to prevent someone from causing such a ruckus internally. Why go after Zhou Qingshan? Song Yuandao continued to hold up the unfortunate branch. He struggled to pull a small bottle from Zhou Qingshan's jacket pocket, flicked off the cap, and held it under his nose for 3 seconds. Zhou Qingshan gradually regained consciousness. Looking down at him, Song Yuandao noticed a fine layer of sweat covering his forehead. Can you help me? Zhou Qingshan was momentarily stunned before he understood their situation. He reached around Song Yuando's back, then exerted force, and together they leveraged the reaction force to escape the threat of the trunk. Zhou Qingshan was uncertain about the extent of Song Yuando's injuries and hesitated to move recklessly. Song Yuandao calmly instructed Chun Jun to scan for injuries and receive the name of the person responsible for sawing the tree. Hu Yifan. Song Yuando's injuries were not severe, just some superficial wounds. After Zhou Qingshan applied ointment to him, he went to call the other members who had fallen into a coma, while the instigator had long since escaped in the chaos. Song Yuandao couldn't quite articulate his feelings. That child who used to follow him around asking for candy, that child who stuck to Zhou Qingshan to compete in height, why had he turned out like this? Gradually the people in the camp regained consciousness, their eyes fixed on the fallen tree of an unknown species, their expressions darkening. It was the handiwork of one of their own, the creation of a brother who had once sworn solemn vows before their beloved leader, the deed of a childhood friend. No matter what identity Hu Yifan held in their minds, this outcome was unbearable for all. Li Huaiji, with downcast eyes, meticulously examined Song Yuando's injuries. It had to be said that Song Yuandao was incredibly fortunate. Had that branch been even slightly off, it would have been hard to say whether he would ever stand on his own legs again. Song Yuandao looked at Li Huaiji's tightly knit brows and sighed, raising a hand with some difficulty to squeeze his shoulder. Things are unpredictable. You stop dwelling on it. But Li Huaiji found the words he wanted to say choked off by the fury lodged in his chest, unable to utter a single syllable. He was unwilling to believe it, even wanting to find an excuse for Hu Yifan, but now everyone was present except Hu Yifan, who had vanished without a trace. Even if someone wanted to make an excuse for him, there was no way, especially since Chun Jun had left behind visual evidence, leaving no room for disbelief. Xiao Ye's eyes were rimmed red, indistinguishable whether from anger or sorrow. Above the camp it was as if a massive isolation shield had sealed all vitality tightly outside. It was the coldest hour of the day, with the sun still buried far beneath the horizon. The dew in the air was almost tangible, and thick white fog permeated the woods, reducing visibility to mere feet, where only faint outlines of others could be seen. Song Yuandao, his voice hoarse, called everyone to gather, hoping to avoid losing another person in the den. Although he and Zhou Qingchun had anticipated this outcome, when it all unfolded before his eyes, Song Yuandao still felt a tightness in his chest. He wanted to ask Hu Yifan what had driven him, whether someone had coerced him, whether someone had tempted him with the secrets of the Hu family, but now there was no such opportunity. Hu Yifan had chosen this moment to make it known to all, to push this already precipice-edge team half a step further, to make every member of the guard feel insecure. In such a dire and seemingly hopeless situation, when even comrades who shared meals and shelter were untrustworthy, who could truly be believed? Zhou Qingchun's expression was also far from good, partly due to Hu Yifan's betrayal, and partly due to Song Yuandao's injury. His face dark, he went to examine the tree that had been used as a weapon. Calculate the angle. Since everyone had lost all desire to sleep, Song Yuandao simply had them pack up and continue onward. They had no time to waste. Every day's changes in the main world could reduce all their efforts to nothing. Due to his injuries, Song Yuandao could not carry any weight, so Zhou Qingchun naturally took his backpack and hung it on himself. The two of them led the column, clearing obstacles for those behind, while exchanging information in low voices. Since everyone had lost all desire to sleep, Song Yuandao simply had them pack up and continue onward. They had no time to waste. Song Yuandao did not respond. After emerging from the tension and anger, he began to view the entire incident from a more rational and calm perspective. Hu Yifan must have planned this long in advance. He had calculated everything. But how could he have left himself out? If he hadn't gone to bathe at a different time than the rest, neither he nor Zhou Qingchun would likely have survived to ponder. Intentional. Song Yuandao frowned and chopped off a branch in front of him, following Zhou Qingchun as they swiftly stepped over a dead log. But why? If he didn't want to do it, he could have simply not done it. Why go halfway? Song Yuandao was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Zhou Qingchun had stopped, bumping straight into the backpack behind him. Rubbing his nose, he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Qingchun shifted slightly to let him see, and Song Yuandao froze in surprise. They were now standing on a half-slope below which lay the landmark they had searched for in vain. It now appeared brazenly in a clearing, a patch of barren land in this pristine forest. Those following also stopped to look at the mark. Guocheng stared for a moment before speaking. "Isn't this the tattoo on Hu Yifan's body?" Li Huaizhi squinted as if trying to discern the lines, and after a few minutes replied, "Seems about right." Song Yuandao turned to ask, "Isn't tattooing prohibited in the—" "It is indeed forbidden. We all have military status, so we shouldn't have any. But yesterday while playing in the lake we saw a similar pattern on his lower back." Li Huaizhi pursed his lips, trying hard to recall. "But when I went swimming with him before, I don't remember seeing anything on him." "Have you seen it, Shang?" Guocheng shook his head as well. "I had a competition with him just before the emergency evacuation, and we even took photos. Want to take a look, male god?" Song Yuandao then remembered before the Great Migration there was an internal competition in the guard. But at that time he was already under someone's control, so he was absent-minded during the opening and later completely forgot about it. At Guocheng's reminder, Song Yuandao immediately had Chunjun retrieve the group photo. Everyone looked and saw that Hu Yifan's lower back had been smooth and fair. No one knew when that inexplicable tattoo had appeared. Song Yuandao lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he beckoned to the clone, who was surrounded by a crowd. The clone trotted over like a summoned beast, chirping, "Big brother." Without much ado, Song Yuandao stepped aside and let him look at the giant mark below. "What's this place?" The clone thought for a while. "It should be the old mansion Grandpa mentioned. It was already uninhabitable when we were born, so I only heard about it from Grandpa. He also said there were lots and lots of treasures buried underneath." Huang Yueying ran up from the back of the column holding a detector. "General, no traces of zombies within a 50-kilometer radius." Everyone was taken aback. Although they had eliminated quite a few zombies along the way with their excellent skills and abundant weaponry, they usually detected traces within a 10-kilometer radius. A clean sweep of 50 kilometers inevitably sparked many thoughts. "How do we get down there?" Zhou Qingchun looked at the pattern before them, clearly intrigued. "Didn't you say there are great treasures below? Let's go take a look." Song Yuandao shot him a sidelong glance, feeling that Zhou Qingchun's words sounded oddly suggestive. Xiao Yi couldn't help laughing out loud, nudging Song Yuandao with her elbow. "Hear that? The general's going to show you a big treasure." Song Yuandao didn't want to engage with this utterly unserious bunch, so he turned to ask his identical clone, "Do you know how to get in?" "If it's Big Brother, you should be able to get in however you like." The clone tilted his head. It had to be said that Song Yuandao's features were very handsome. Though he was 25 when this clone made certain expressions, an unforced youthful charm was unmistakable. Song Yuandao guessed it had something to do with the creator within him. But with no proper entrance in sight, it couldn't be that he just stood in the middle, and the ground split, the sky shattered, and a beautiful new world unfolded. Lily checked the geological map of this area. Clearly Zhou Qingchun had also thought of this. Without surface structures, underground buildings were the next possibility. Now they just needed to scan to determine what kind of building lay below and find a way in. Thinking about this, Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but think of Hu Yifan. The Hu family had contributed to architecture for generations. Even if Hu Yifan had no particular interest, years of exposure would likely make him the most knowledgeable about architecture among those present. With current technology, scanning an underground building was a simple task. Before long, Lily provided the answer. A massive building complex structure diagram appeared before them. Upon inquiry, Song Yuandao found that none of their existing detection instruments could confirm whether any living organisms existed below, as if collectively shielded. So he entrusted the task to Chun Jun. Sir, your bioenergy is at 47%. I know. Song Yuandao instructed Chun Jun to perform a full scan of the underground building while lifting his head to scrutinize the architectural complex comparable in scale to his central headquarters. This design. Song Yuandao pursed his lips hesitantly. He wasn't sure whether to say this in front of so many people, but the group could hardly endure any more secrecy or deceit. After brief hesitation, he continued under everyone's curious gaze. You may not have seen the internal design of the central headquarters designed by the Hu family, but I have. In terms of style and habits, this place is very similar to the central headquarters. Zhou Qingxin studied it for a long while before speaking, also with some difficulty. Indeed, very similar. The Hu family's designs always maximize the use of floor space, so they'd cram a room into every nook and cranny. Show them the comparison. To conserve bioenergy, Song Yuandao had Cheng Ying, who worked on multiple energy sources, do it instead. The design of the central headquarters and the freshly scanned map of this complex were placed side by side. Even those with no architectural background could see the similarities. Once again, the group fell silent. According to what the clone had said, this complex had been abandoned before he was created, and previous data from Chunjun indicated that this private research institute had ceased to exist as early as Song Ke's generation. It should be the work of the old master of the Hu family. Zhou Qingxun waved his hand to dismiss the central headquarters design, and instead studied Lily's scanned images circling several areas. We're not many, and we don't know what's down there, so we'll move together in groups. Each group leader keep a close watch on your people, understood? Understood. The young men's resonant replies echoed through the woods. Song Yuandao looked at their slightly immature faces and felt a tightness in his chest. The light in their eyes was so bright as if it could burn away all hardships before them. They were supposed to be the most brilliant future of the new era, radiant and fearless. At that moment, Song Yuandao once again reaffirmed the correctness of his decision years ago. They deserve better, even the best of everything. Sir, there is indeed no biological reaction from living things below. What do you mean by no living things? Song Yuandao keenly caught the implication in Chunjun's words. I detected an object moving, but it has no living response, and its volume is enormous. How big? Chunjun did not answer, but instead marked a blank area in the center of the map. The whole thing, is it? Song Yuandao pondered for a moment. We can rule out patrol robots. Consider the building's main control unit. Why would a main control unit move? Huang Yueying's brows knitted into a knot. This fact exceeded everyone's understanding. Generally, the non-biological moving objects in a building are service or surveillance patrol robots. The main control unit, although intelligent, is usually a massive non-mobile big guy. The main control unit is responsible for everything in a building, from corridor lights to the entire energy cycle, all under its command. No one present could answer Huang Yueying's question because neither their education nor their personal experience had ever recorded a precedent of a movable main control unit. This place has been abandoned for so long. How could the main control unit still be running? What powers it? Lily was also baffled. The energy consumption of such a large device is no joke, almost comparable to the central unit's. But the central unit's energy was reduced through years of research by many predecessors. According to what we've heard from the era this thing existed, its energy consumption might have been 2 to 3 times that of the central unit. Zhou Qingxun listened to the lively discussion and felt his head spinning. He made a quieting gesture, a roguish grin spreading across his face. You're curious. Come on down with Dad and see for yourselves. Guessing won't get you anywhere. Song Yuandao, unable to endure it any longer, directed Xiao Yi to give Zhou Qingxun a kick, causing him to stumble, which then elicited a burst of laughter from the crowd. As Zhou Qingxun led the way, Song Yuandao and Xiao Yi unconsciously fell to the rear of the group. Song Yuandao slightly turned his head to glance at Xiao Yi, noticing her mood was still sour over Hu Yifan's matters, so he took the initiative to speak with her in a low voice. Didn't you notice anything off about Hu Yifan before? Xiao Yi shook her head. When we first discovered we were trapped in the main world, he was the one who found that documents from nearly a month before the Great Migration hadn't been approved by you, but were directly issued to us. Song Yuandao was taken aback by this, but he didn't ask directly. From Xiao Yi's tone, it seemed that letting Hu Yifan judge such matters was a routine procedure, yet he himself had never known that Hu Yifan possessed such an ability. Has he shown any unusual behavior since I returned? Did you already know something? Xiao Ye's voice was somewhat muffled, clearly indicating her foul mood. You know that Hu Yifan has always been clingy with me and Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao slowed his speech as if trying to alleviate Xiao Ye's distress. Since I came back, Hu Yifan hasn't come to see me once. Even the landlady gave me a hug, but he hasn't even looked at me. Xiao Yi was stunned by this. Song Yuandao continued. Not just me, since my return Zhou Qingchen hasn't seen him either. He seems to have perfectly avoided the times when Zhou Qingchen and I appear. It's my fault for not asking him about it for so long. Song Yuandao showed signs of weariness, and their conversation fell into an awkward silence. Zhou Qingchen called out to him from ahead. Song Yuandao lightly patted Xiao Ye's shoulder and walked forward to discuss, with Zhou Qingchen, how to enter the kingdom built underground. The entire complex was completely sealed underground. The surface appeared seamlessly closed with no apparent entrance. Song Yuandao had to ask his summoned beast clone, who was a mirror image of himself, but only received an answer that too much time had passed, and he didn't know what to do. Song Yuandao pursed his lips in thought for a moment. Then he had Pure June hand over the main control, since the clone had said that if it were himself he could get in no matter what. He had to rely on this artificial intelligence that seemed crucial to them. The creator was very different from Pure June. Pure June would occasionally chat with people, but the creator was completely an icy system uttering no superfluous words, and would only directly turn Song Yuandao into a human weapon of mass destruction. Why have we come here? Song Yuandao was startled when he heard this thing speak for the first time. Can we go down? After coming to his senses, he decided to focus on solving the problem. Of course you can go down, I am your pass. But the people behind you may not survive if they go down. Song Yuandao hesitated. Ultimately, he felt that this matter had nothing direct to do with his personal guard. It was a conspiracy and persecution aimed solely at him, and they were merely innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. If something went wrong down there, he wouldn't know how to explain himself when he eventually faced their parents. Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao seemed to be zoning out again and cleared his throat to bring him back. Song Yuandao turned to him and said, I can't guarantee what will happen once we go down, nor can I ensure everyone's safety. I suggest we split into 2 teams, stay in constant contact, and let one team proceed to the supply point. This was indeed consistent with Song Yuandao's usual approach. Don't put all eggs in one basket, prepare for multiple scenarios, and avoid having your retreat cut off by ill-intentioned people. After pondering, Zhou Qingchen found the proposal feasible. He simply divided the guard team into 2 groups, keeping those with slightly weaker physical abilities with him, including the naive clone. Song Yuandao had Pure June give each member of the advancing team a map, and after agreeing on a communication channel, they sent them off. Few remained as no one was sure what lay below, and the supplies might not last long. Everyone intended to Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji were left behind due to their average stamina. Including the clone, a total of 5 people led by Song Yuandao swiftly approached the central area marked on the map. From a height the impression wasn't strong, but upon closer approach the lines within the marker turned out to be 3-meter-high concrete walls. Entering from any direction to reach the center was like navigating a massive maze. It was only because Song Yuandao carried a cheating device that anyone else would have likely perished from exhaustion before finding the way. Along the way they indeed saw many human skeletons. Song Yuandao frowned and whispered, what were these people here for? Probably thieves. Grandpa always said the old mansion had many good things. The clone showed a longing expression and proudly said to Song Yuandao, though the place we later lived wasn't as big as this, it was still nice. Too bad you don't remember Big Brother. Song Yuandao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. None of those present knew that he had once disappeared for a time. Even his own memory of that period was hazy, unable to explain where he went or what he did. And now this secret was blithely exposed to the world. Zhou Qingchen indeed looked at Song Yuandao with a strange expression. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji wisely kept silent, but Song Yuandao's expression already spoke volumes. The culprit, realizing he had misspoken, fell silent and glanced cautiously at Song Yuandao several times, wearing a guilty look of, sorry, I told everyone your secret, leaving Song Yuandao at a loss for words. Forced to continue leading in silence, Song Yuandao naturally missed the scene where the people behind him exchanged looks and quickly reached a consensus. After nearly an hour, they finally meandered from the entrance to the central area, encountering countless skeletons of earlier pioneers. This vast maze was not just meant to confuse, it contained numerous traps, and even housed several ferocious beasts. Fortunately, the creator, though laconic, was remarkably reliable at guiding. They encountered no life-threatening dangers and smoothly arrived before the central entrance. In the new era, such password-protected doors were rare, most preferred using various biometric identifiers. Song Yuandao's fingers flew across the keyboard in sync with the monotonous counting in his mind. Whoever set this password back then had for some reason chosen a 996-digit code. As he entered the last digit, the door before them boomed open, trembling the ground. Behind the door was not a hall, but a massive elevator. The group silently entered and pressed the button for the lowest floor. I feel like we're going to bore through the main world, Xiao Yi said, looking at the rapidly changing floor numbers above the elevator was fast, even by new era standards, yet they remained inside for nearly 3 minutes before reaching the bottom. Li Huaiji frowned in curiosity. How deep is this place? But no one could answer, for they were all stunned by the scene before them. When the elevator doors opened again, they saw a primeval forest. This forest seemed as if it should have been on the surface above, yet here it was in the deep underground. How did they grow so big? Don't they need photosynthesis? Xiao Yi stared blankly at the towering trees over tens of meters high. And wouldn't their growth burst the entire building? The two biology graduates felt their worldviews and the foundations of years of diligent study under devastation. Song Yuandao, however, wasn't too focused on this. He was more interested in locating the mobile central command he suspected. As for Zhou Qingchen, he was still preoccupied with uncovering the secret Song Yuandao had withheld. At that moment, the four standing there all seemed to harbor their own ulterior motives. Finally, the clone broke the silence. No wonder the basement at home had a small forest. Grandpa must have built it in memory of this. Song Yuandao turned to look at him. The clone's eyes were clear but filled with nostalgia for the past. For Song Yuandao, that past was unbearable, but for the clone, it was a rare paradise. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Song Yuandao pulled 3 nutrient supplements from his backpack and injected them all at once. The creator's energy consumption was astonishingly high, quickly draining Song Yuandao, yet he still had to rely on it for navigation and couldn't switch back control. After some discussion, they decided not to enter the forest, as such a dense growth of ancient trees could easily cause anyone who ventured in to get lost. Having expressed their awe, they returned to the elevator to search the floor above. Leaning against the cold elevator wall, Xiao Yi murmured, "I have to say the person who did this must have been a rare genius." Li Huaiji nodded in agreement. Not only did this person dare to dream, but he also had the ability to execute. Truly a maverick. But Song Yuandao, who had an inkling of the owner's identity, was far from pleased. After all, the owner of this place might well be the one who implanted the creator into his body. After several floors yielded no useful information or anything particularly notable, they found a relatively clean laboratory to reorganize their backpacks and inventory their supplies. Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao had only 1 nutrient supplement left and frowned. He knew that Pure June was powered by the bioenergy in Song Yuandao's body, but he was also well aware of Pure June's energy consumption. No matter how Song Yuandao used it, it shouldn't have left him with only 1 supplement. Where are your nutrient supplements? Zhou Qingchen deliberated for a moment before deciding to ask directly. Maybe I lost them on the way. Song Yuandao offered a flimsy excuse. After speaking, he turned to look at Zhou Qingchen, who clearly wore an expression of, "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Song Yuandao stared back fearlessly, putting on the air of a rogue, as if to say, "I've told the truth, believe it or not, that's up to you, but you have to accept it." Zhou Qingchen quickly conceded defeat within seconds. Perhaps realizing he would one day be replaced by the creator, Song Yuandao had unlocked some unknown seal, and the tantrum-throwing skills he never developed as a child had all come online recently. Zhou Qingchen reluctantly pulled 2 nutrient supplements from his own pack and handed them over. "Take care of yourself." Song Yuandao acknowledged, and they continued their exploration of the abandoned research facility. The research institute had been long abandoned, with thick dust accumulating on the floors and desks. Yet the ventilation system within the building still functioned, and everyone could hear the faint hum of the fans above their heads. They had inspected from the lowest floor up to nearly the middle. The scattered research rooms contained studies on all manner of bizarre subjects, as if there were no restrictions or profit motives. One needed only to submit a report to be assigned a lab. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji marveled along the way. In their view, research was either meant to benefit humanity or yield long-term economic returns. A place like this, equipped with ample resources and state-of-the-art facilities for any subject, was something they had never encountered before. Yet they had to admit that such a place was a heaven for those devoted to academia. Song Yuandao also glanced through some research reports. The evacuation here must have been extremely hasty, as many reports remained conspicuously on the lab computers. The power system, after such a long passage of time, still operated normally, as if waiting for the occupants to return and resume their previous studies. Actually, Song Yuandao wasn't sure what exactly he hoped to find here, but a system like the creator must have taken a long time to develop. He still held hopes of finding initial research data to seek the best solution. After all, no one could calmly accept the fact that in a few months they would become a vessel for an artificial intelligence. Based on their inspection so far, the research here covered every field, from biology to physics, from crops to chemistry. Whatever one could imagine, there seemed to be a corresponding laboratory, except for artificial intelligence. Given the time when this private research institute was established, it was likely the heyday of AI research. The prototype of Penglai was completed during this period, and later, under Song Ke's vigorous promotion, it was accepted by all humanity. Why isn't there any place researching robots or artificial intelligence? Xiao Yi noticed something amiss. Although her main focus was biology, she also had some knowledge of AI. Could it be upstairs? Back then, artificial intelligence must have been cutting-edge science. It shouldn't be located upstairs instead of under. Li Huaiji also found it puzzling. Typically, such buildings would hide the most important things at the lowest level. They had searched from the bottom up, yet found nothing so far. Keep your voice down, Zhou Qingshan whispered. I think we're approaching that big thing. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji immediately fell silent. Not knowing what lay behind the door, the more cautious they were the better. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan walked side by side at the front. As they were about to open the door, Song Yuandao used half of his body to shield Zhou Qingshan behind him. What are you doing? Zhou Qingshan's voice sounded close to Song Yuandao's ear, sending a numbing sensation through half of Chairman Song's body. But Zhou Qingshan didn't get an answer, for the half-numb Chairman Song had already taken the lead and pushed the door open. A massive machine stood before them. Hundreds of display screens flickered, showing images of the entire building complex's interior. The machine roamed the control room according to some specific pattern, occasionally emitting a laser beam, ever ready to slice intruders into pieces. Integrated offense and defense. Even more exaggerated than that big thing at the center. Xiao Yi squinted at the aged main control unit. Decades ago, this must have been a very futuristic device. Even now, it's quite incredible. The main control unit at the center was also housed in a huge control room, but the difference was that the center relied on peripheral patrol robots and highly mobile patrol teams to ensure its safety, whereas this one defended itself with the high lethality weapons it carried. Can we get closer for a look? Song Yuandao quietly consulted his creator system. You can, but they might not. Song Yuandao gestured for them to wait, then stepped forward alone to carefully examine the facility that served as the heart of the building complex. He skipped the buttons controlling the internal environment and focused on studying the defense system, even taking an interest in its firewall code. Staring at the rapidly scrolling code on the screen, he fell silent for a long while, feeling that the programming style seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall at the moment. Clearly the creator was not as considerate as Chun Jun. It was no help at all in this regard. Song Yuandao had to make an effort to memorize the method, planning to have Chun Jun compare it later. Then he walked over to the surveillance screens and looked at them one by one, noticing that a few research rooms appeared cleaner than others, as if they had not experienced that chaotic evacuation. He carefully noted down the locations corresponding to these research rooms. Curious, Xiao Yi also wanted to step forward. As soon as she took a step, a laser beam sliced off a lock of her hair. Fortunately, Zhou Qingshan was quick enough to pull her back, or else her head might have ended up on the floor. She patted her chest in lingering fear and whispered to the two beside her, "Why does our idol get to go over there without any trouble? Does the chairman's authority cover all intelligences in the main world?" Zhou Qingshan chuckled. "I've noticed that although your brain doesn't work too well, Xiao Yi, your imagination is quite rich." "Hey boss, I don't appreciate that. I think what I said makes perfect sense." If Song Yuandao had that much power, would he have been embarrassed to the point of blushing last time by Chinging? Zhou Qingshan, afraid that Song Yuandao would hear, suppressed all his laughter in his throat, but the three people around still caught it. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji naturally knew what Zhou Qingshan was referring to, but the clone, completely out of the loop, asked, "Why did Big Brother blush?" Seeing that there was nothing urgent around, Zhou Qingshan patiently explained to this inquisitive friend, "Since you look exactly like Song Yuandao, I'll tell you. Before the Great Migration, I helped Song Yuandao tidy up his room and found an old diary of his on his bookshelf. Unexpectedly, Ching was perceptive enough to make a backup for me. Then during a routine meeting, he logged into the system and read it out loud." Xiao Yi rolled her eyes at Zhou Qingshan. "Without your authorization, could Ching have done that? It's just you retaliating because my idol didn't approve your training plan." Relying on his thick skin, Zhou Qingshan didn't mind being exposed on the spot. Instead, he reminisced smugly. "You have to admit, Song Yuandao back then was so adorable. He would write things in his diary like, 'Uncle deducted one of my candies today.' And you also wrote something like day 30 without the chairman missing him, didn't you?" Song Yuandao's cool voice sounded startling. "Our valiant General Zhou. Hey, how can you walk so silently? It's you who were lost in the past and didn't hear me." Song Yuandao walked out while pondering the code he had just seen. "As long as you don't go near it, this thing should be no threat. I saw on the monitors that a few research rooms seem odd. Let's go check them out, and then we should leave." Zhou Qingshan smoothly changed the subject about the diary. "The boss lady and her team are almost at the supply point. The journey went smoothly, nothing happened. They asked if they should wait for us to join before moving on. Delays lead to changes. Let them proceed as planned and carry as many supplies as possible." Zhou Qingshan nodded in agreement. "I think so too. We can't be sure about the situation outside, so we should seize the opportunity as much as possible." Xiao Yi followed them into the elevator. "Idol, where are we heading? Does that mean we won't stay at the supply point for long?" Song Yuandao shook his head. "No stops. I'll give you at most a day to rest. I'm taking you to the secondary world." "How?" Li Huaiji was also startled by Song Yuandao's idea. Opening a connection channel required vast amounts of energy, and among them only Song Yuandao had the means to do so. The special nature of Chunjun built into him granted him this extraordinary ability. But to send over 30 people at once, Song Yuandao alone could not accomplish it. There's a backup channel base to the west in the desert. Song Yuandao stepped out of the elevator with Zhou Qingchen, sharing the locations of the research rooms that had caught his attention while explaining to the two behind. But the channel at this base opened cyclically, once every 10 years. I checked the last opening was exactly 10 years ago, so we can use this to go to the secondary world. Li Huaizhi and Xiao Yi both nodded in understanding. Song Yuandao had not yet told them that the secondary world was now in turmoil, and returning might mean facing a bloody storm. Song Yuandao continued while browsing the data on the old computer in front of him, but we still need to act quickly. Although few people know about this channel base, I can't guarantee the people behind the scenes are unaware. If they try to stop us, we might really be trapped here to die. Song Yuandao, come here. Zhou Qingchen was checking another computer opposite him. Hearing this, Song Yuandao walked around to see what he had found. Zhou Qingchen pointed at a string of code on the screen. Can you understand this? Song Yuandao stared intently for a while. Zhou Qingchen turned to look at him when he didn't answer, only to find Song Yuandao's face deathly pale under the cold light. It was obvious he knew exactly what that code meant. Song Yuandao looked up to see Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi already examining elsewhere, then lowered his voice and said, "What this sentence means isn't important. What matters is why this coding method is used here." Zhou Qingchen gave him a surprised look. "What's wrong with this coding method?" Song Yuandao's voice tightened. "Ruiwen told me that this is a coding method only he and my father would use. Why does it appear in a place neither of them should ever have set foot in? What does the sentence say? Long time no see." In a long-abandoned research lab, seeing such a sentence was truly chilling. Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao were momentarily silent. When Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi finished checking the computers on the other side, in return they saw the two men immersed in a somewhat eerie silence. "Captain, what did you find?" Xiao Yi leaned over to look at the computer screen, but unfortunately, she had never seen this encoding method before. Aside from a string of garbled text, she could discern nothing. "What is this?" "Nothing, we couldn't understand it either." Zhou Qingchen reached out to close the computer, then reached back and tugged at Song Yuandao's sleeve to bring him back to reality. "Did you find anything useful, eh?" Song Yuandao snapped back to reality, his voice as cold and serious as ever, not arousing any suspicion in the two ignorant people. "Earlier at the center, when Guocheng was showing the fake idol around the building, we saw a research lab whose main topic was the separation of human body and personal consciousness. We just found a prototype of that research here." Xiao Yi quickly explained the situation. Song Yuandao frowned slightly. "Did you find the experiment results?" "According to their experimental records, there should be one that succeeded, but there's no name, only an experiment number 0853. Xiao Yi tapped her personal terminal a couple of times, found the experimental data she had just saved, and showed it to Song Yuandao and the others. "There's no record of gender or age either, so we know nothing about this person's current state." "Then where did the extracted consciousness and this person's body go?" Song Yuandao quickly scanned the report. "Is this report incomplete? This experiment, once successful, would be of epoch-making significance. There's no reason to only record a code name and a simple experimental result with no follow-up." Although Song Yuandao was not a professional academic researcher, he knew that such experiments should have a series of follow-up investigations. Li Huaizhi shook his head upon hearing this. "Indeed, that's all that was recorded. This subject completely disappeared afterward. Even if we want to investigate now, there's simply no way to trace it. What about the principles of this experiment? What records are there in the center?" "The records in this center are much more complete than here." Xiao Yi was about to pull up the data for Song Yuandao to see, but Song Yuandao waved his hand. "We'll talk as we walk. Time is running short." The group nodded and continued toward the next lab. The clone, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "I've seen 0853. What did he look like?" Zhou Qingchen asked on behalf of Song Yuandao, who was leading the way. "He looks a lot like Big Brother," the clone thought for a moment and added. "Also has long hair." Song Yuandao was a bit bewildered. Although the information provided by the clone was very brief, he could almost be certain that the person it mentioned was Song Chun, his own biological father. But the timeline didn't match. Song Chun had died when he was 1 year old, and the clone was the same age as him. The time difference was only a few months, so it couldn't have had clear memories from that time. "When did you see him?" Song Yuandao's voice dropped, sounding somewhat intimidating. The others tactfully shut up, feeling as if they had accidentally stumbled upon a big secret. "About 4 or 5 years ago, around the time Big Brother had just taken office." It narrated the scene as it recalled. 0853 seemed to be living poorly, very thin, and didn't like Grandpa, but Grandpa still liked him. He couldn't speak and seemed totally dazed. Song Yuandao felt that hearing this news should make him sad. That was his biological father who had been tortured into such a state, though what he had endured was unknown. But he felt nothing. Ever since he used Chunjun to suppress the creator, he had lost many emotions. Hearing this, he only summarized with a calm tone, so he must be the body that had all personal will extracted. This research institute was shut down the day before Song Ku took office, so Song Chen's experiment must have taken place between the 37th and 40th year of the new era. Did Grandpa know about this? Song Yuandao felt puzzled. Was the dying words his grandfather said before his death because he felt sorry for his eldest son? Song Yuandao felt he had grasped some important information, but the flash of insight passed too quickly. Before he could discern it, he had already lost its trace. And the words long time no see written in a code only Song Chun and Ray Wen understood. Who was it meant for? Ray Wen wanted him to investigate his father's cause of death. Was it to know what happened after his father was taken away, or is 0853 still alive? Song Yuandao suddenly asked. Dead. The clone's voice was very calm. He died not long after Big Brother took office. How did he die? Grandpa killed him. Song Yuandao thought, well, now there's an additional layer of father-killing enmity with this never-seen mastermind. The group moved quickly. After checking several more rooms and finding nothing special, Song Yuandao handed the guiding role to Zhou Qingchen and chatted casually with the clone at the back of the team. Why did he kill 0853? Grandpa said he should have died long ago. If not for the sake of his younger brother, he would have been disposed of the year after the experiment. But Grandpa also said 0853 was especially miserable. The son he had always longed for didn't recognize him, and the younger brother he had cared for since childhood hated him to the bone. Later, Grandpa said that his wishes had all been fulfilled and he already had a successor, so keeping him was useless, so he killed him. Song Yuandao could now be certain that this experimental subject numbered 0853 was his father. He just didn't know why this had happened. With lowered eyes, he fell into deep thought. Was this the truth Ray Wen wanted? Can you still not contact Ray Wen? Song Yuandao tilted his head and glanced at the other's skin, which was almost translucent under the light. Grandpa grounded him at home. The clone chuckled, as if recalling something interesting. He probably won't be able to come out for a while. Grandpa is especially angry this time. What did he do? Song Yuandao didn't actually expect a precise answer, because after all, this clone seemed to be more enemy than friend. They were merely using each other. Although the clone seemed not too bright, he wasn't foolish enough to say everything. Because he mentioned 0853, the clone replied after a few seconds. That's a taboo at home. No one is allowed to speak of it. Home. Song Yuandao felt he had caught something important. He had thought Ray Wen was cooperating with the mastermind for some reason, but he hadn't considered that they might have a familial relationship. Yet you just can't mention it in front of Grandpa. That statement was as good as saying nothing. Song Yuandao carefully reviewed Ray Wen's profile. He was an orphan and his background had been thoroughly investigated many times before he entered the center. If there had been any suspicion, he wouldn't have been allowed to stay by Song Yuandao's side. Although everything about this matter seemed strange, Song Yuandao still had no clue. Though there were not a few clues before him, each one was incomplete, as if forcing Song Yuandao to fill in the causes and effects entirely by imagination. Song Yuandao dodge. Zhou Qingchen bellowed. Song Yuandao instinctively dodged to the side. A shapeless thing reeking of blood swept through where he had just stood. Song Yuandao reached to his lower back and drew his dagger, gripping it in his palm. Not far away, Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had their guns loaded. Several gunshots rang out, echoing in the narrow corridor, making Song Yuandao's eardrums ache. But the one who should have been shot continued to charge among them, as if unaware. Zhou Qingchen's dagger, sharp enough to cut through iron, slashed across its body, but didn't even leave a white mark. What the heck is this, Captain? Qiao Yi felt her worldview had been shattered once again. Since the beginning of the new era, any experiment that might cause human gene mutation had been strictly forbidden, so Qiao Yi, who went straight from academia to work at the center, had never seen such a thing before. Song Yuandao ducked to avoid a straight punch from the unknown thing and managed to consult the creator. Can you help me see what this thing originally looked like? Zhou Qingchen sheathed his dagger and pulled out a laser gun from the side of his backpack. Li Huaizhi looked at the gun as if seeing a family member, tears welling up. Captain, you are my savior. Zhou Qingchen chuckled, rolled on the ground to avoid an attack. Although this thing was immensely strong and seemed impervious to weapons, it was not agile. Zhou Qingchen flipped behind it and quickly aimed while it was disoriented, looking around for a target. Wait! Just before the laser fired, Song Yuandao suddenly yelled. Zhou Qingchen's movements faltered, missing the best opportunity. The monster regained its senses and lunged at him with a screech. Zhou Qingchen immediately rolled up, grabbed a steel bar hanging from the ceiling due to years of neglect, and climbed up in a few moves. Only then did he have the chance to shout at Song Yuandao, "What the hell are you doing?" That's Hu Yifan. Song Yuandao was also below, dodging the thing's chaotic attacks. The image the creator had reconstructed for him seemed still burned into his retina, causing a fiery pain in his eyes. What did you say? Qiao Yi's voice trembled, as if she were pinned to the spot, unable to move. Li Huaizhi, seeing this, immediately reached out and pulled her. They both rolled to the side of the corridor, just in time to avoid being beheaded by the strongman. Hearing Song Yuando's words, Zhou Qingchen immediately had Cheng scan the thing that had lost its human form and got the same conclusion as Song Yuandao. For a moment, everyone could only dodge miserably without being able to attack. Although they all knew this was no longer the curly-haired, sweet-smiling boy they once knew, seeing him in this state made them wonder what great suffering he had endured and why he had betrayed the guards, which had been like a second home to him. Xiao Yi, you two go over to Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao had calmed down from the initial shock. His face and body were bruised from constant dodging his long hair a mess, but his voice carried a strangely reassuring power. Li Huaizhi pulled Xiao Yi and quickly ran towards Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen reached down and pulled them up, and together they hid in the ventilation shaft, watching the battle below. Is our idol okay? Captain, shouldn't you go down and help him? Xiao Yi knew Song Yuando's condition, so she thought leaving him alone down there was as good as sending him to his death. He's fine. Zhou Qingchen was irritated whenever this matter came up. No one is better than him. Xiao Yi thought the captain's tone was oddly sarcastic today, but the situation was too urgent for her to ask further. Song Yuandao stood still a few steps away from the thing. The lights above began to flicker, and the steel bar that had saved Zhou Qingchen's life visibly deformed in midair. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had not participated in the previous zombie operation, and now they watched in stunned disbelief at these unnatural changes. Restless heat waves rolled through the air, burning the eyes of those hiding above. But at the last moment, Song Yuandao heard Hu Yifun's voice like a faint sound from far away. I haven't had the chance to say welcome back. I'm sorry. I've let everyone down. Brother Yuandao, I still want to eat the cream puffs you and Brother Qingchen. Boom. The giant monster carrying Hu Yifun's faint voice turned into a pile of fragments before Song Yuandao. Song Yuando's body swayed twice as if he could no longer support himself, and he fell to his knees on the ground. The empty corridor fell into a viscous silence, as if nothing could shatter this deathly stillness. Although Xiao Yi hadn't heard Hu Yifun's final words, she realized when she came to her senses that she was already drenched in tears. That was their companion. Zhou Qingchen and Li Huaizhi also wore grim expressions. Song Yuandao, due to physical exhaustion and energy backlash, was kneeling on the ground, unable to move. His mind replayed everything about Hu Yifun like a lantern show. His mischievous little jokes, his flashes of brilliance, the dimples that appeared when he pursed his lips to smile, and his clear eyes no matter the situation. He was still a child, having just celebrated his 18th birthday, not even having had the time to see the vast fortune left to him by the Hu family. Song Yuandao had personally ended his life, even though by that moment no one could recognize the boy's shadow within that pile of tangled muscle tissue. Yet the hearts of all were weighed down with immense sorrow. Song Yuando's breathing was heavy. Each inhalation brought the taste of blood from his throat straight to his mind. The others, once their emotions had calmed, slightly jumped down from the ventilation shaft and dragged Song Yuandao away from that blood-soaked corridor. He said a few words to me at the end, Song Yuandao said, leaning against a cold filing cabinet, his brows low and scattered long hair obscuring his profile, making his expression unreadable. What did he say? Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse. She suppressed all her pain and grief within her chest, letting them roar through her limbs and bones, but no longer allowing those emotions to leak onto her face. He said, I'm sorry, everyone. Song Yuando's voice was soft, but it pierced through every heart present like a sharp blade. So he actually knew what he was doing. Zhou Qingchen seemed the calmest among them if one ignored his hands trembling incessantly within his sleeves. Regarding this, I have a theory. Song Yuando's face was pale again. Zhou Qingchen frowned at the sight. Speak. Before Song Yuandao could begin, a cup of water was handed to him. He looked up, and that face identical to his own met his eyes unexpectedly. The clone, seeing no reaction, tilted its head for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Brother is hurting. Drink water. Song Yuandao found the clone's phrasing a bit odd, but lacked the energy to ponder it. He took the cup and took a shallow sip. He wasn't worried the clone would harm him. Such methods were too sophisticated for its infantile intelligence. Since someone has researched how to separate the human body from personal, well, couldn't there also be a method to impose that separated consciousness onto another person? Song Yuandao organized his thoughts as he explained to the group. Zhou Qingchen mentioned earlier that the tree that fell that night had a slight angular shift. Without that subtle deviation, whether the two of us would still be here is debatable. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. Song Yuandao glanced at him and continued his analysis. So from the start, I felt Hu Yifun had changed. If he were a mole or something, the last thing he should do is alert those around him to his anomaly. That's how you stay hidden longer, isn't it? Zhou Qingchen eyed the water cup in Song Yuando's hands, signaling him to drink more, then took over the reasoning. But after Song Yuandao returned, he never came looking for us. That gives us two possibilities. First, he feared Song Yuandao knew him too well and would expose him easily. Second, the thing controlling him might not have known how close he and Song Yuandao were and never thought to check on him. I think the second possibility is more likely. Xiao Yi had calmed down and joined the discussion. Because of the shortage of hands, our shifts have been tight lately, yet Hu Yifan never took leave or swapped shifts. If anyone would be familiar with us, those of us who've been with him day in and day out, it should be more than Chairman Song, whom he hasn't seen in ages. So Song Yuandao summarized, the thing that has been taking his place recently likely didn't inherit his memories. It could only gather information through daily interactions. And Hu Yifan's own consciousness wasn't completely suppressed by this thing, which is why it managed to save us several times. Several times. Li Huaizhi was puzzled. When else? The reason we evacuated from the center was that Chunju noticed Hu Yifan packing his marching bag. If he really wanted us dead, he could have avoided us entirely. Zhou Qingshan said, watching Song Yuandao finish the water with a hint of satisfaction. But Song Yuandao still looked terrible, as if he might faint any second. Are you okay? Zhou Qingshan whispered close to Song Yuandao's ear. I'm fine. Song Yuandao knew his bioenergy was nearly depleted, so he reached into his backpack to pull out the nutritional supplements Zhou Qingshan had repeatedly urged him to conserve. Zhou Qingshan was furious at this move, but utterly helpless, knowing that what Song Yuandao had just done must have consumed tremendous energy. He could only glare viciously at him. Song Yuandao looked down at the bluish veins on his arm, a faint bitter curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Then with practiced ease he injected the nutritional supplement into his system. His supplements were completely exhausted. Zhou Qingshan probably had 3 left, but it was uncertain how much longer they'd be inside this underground research facility. Until they got out, he couldn't switch back to Chuanjuan, and he had to endure the creator's terrifying energy consumption. Thinking this, Song Yuandao couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Can you still walk? Zhou Qingshan saw that Song Yuandao had used up all the supplements. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had also fully recovered their composure. Knowing that Hu Yifan hadn't truly betrayed them, their dejected mood from the earlier incident had lifted slightly. Let's go. Song Yuandao pushed off the ground and staggered to his feet. Zhou Qingshan immediately reached out to steady him, but Song Yuandao shook his head, indicating he was fine. The group's efficiency was commendable. Only a third of the building complex remained unexplored, yet they still hadn't found any research lab dedicated to artificial intelligence. Your grandfather wasn't interested in AI, eh? Song Yuandao, receiving exaggerated winks and gestures from the other 3, had no choice but to ask. The clone showed 2 completely different personas in front of Song Yuandao. It was a soft, obedient child who answered every question in front of the others. It was a silent, lofty flower, especially hostile toward Zhou Qingshan. Zhou Qingshan suspected it was because he had once jokingly tried to be the clone's father when they first met. Grandfather doesn't study AI, because he says he's not that unparalleled genius. Song Yuandao wanted to ask what the creator was and how it was developed, but with 3 uninformed people present, he suppressed the question. The building's power system was remarkably stable. Apart from a brief fluctuation caused by Song Yuandao's energy release earlier, they hadn't encountered a single unlit room along the way. The stability of this system would earn admiration even today. But we still haven't found why the zombies avoid this area, Xiao Yi said, flipping through a computer with a noisy mainframe, biting her lip in frustration. I feel there's some huge conspiracy here. This little girl is quite smart. Song Yuandao was startled by the sudden voice. The creator was not a talkative system. If not for feeling his bioenergy gushing out like a leaky faucet, he might have forgotten about it. Now that it had spoken, Song Yuandao remembered that before they decided to come down, the creator had warned that it was very dangerous below, and they might not make it back up. What exactly is down here? Song Yuandao couldn't help asking. Can't you see for yourself? The voice replied unpleasantly. Song Yuandao was left speechless. We should be careful, Song Yuandao said quietly, looking around. If we follow common logic, the closer to the surface, the stronger the defenses against intruders. The zombies, despite their lack of intelligence, know to avoid this place, which means it's likely not as simple as it appears. I think the boss is right. Li Huaizhi pulled a laser gun out of his pack and held it ready. The higher we go, the more unsettled I feel. Squeak, I sincerely hope your predictions fail this time. Xiao Ye's hair was practically standing on end. Once Li Huaizhi mentioned feeling creeped out, she was convinced things wouldn't end well. Li Huaizhi was notorious as a jinx, a poison milk king. Of the words from his mouth, maybe not 100%, but 80% bad omens came true, while good ones didn't. Even Zhou Qingshan, hearing him, couldn't help but shoot him a 5-second stare. Li Huaizhi felt that if glances had physical actions, General Zhou would have sewn his mouth shut by now. Big brother, it's very dangerous up there, the clone said, grabbing Song Yuandao's sleeve like a warning alarm, but then furrowed its brows as if facing a tough dilemma. But Song Yuandao felt he might have spontaneously learned some new language connecting seamlessly with the childlike phrasing. But grandfather said before that he hid the good stuff in the most dangerous places. Song Yuandao found it hard to imagine what this good stuff could be. AI, which should have been the top priority, wasn't within the scope of this research institute. So what did the mysterious owner consider his treasure? Song Yuandao stopped the group's advance with a serious expression. While we still have a choice, do you want to go upstairs and take our chances, or leave directly? Normally this is where everyone would profess loyalty and insist on going up. But the guards didn't follow conventions. Xiao Yi was the first to state her position. I think we've already gathered enough information. I suggest we leave immediately. Before Song Yuandao could respond to the proposal, the clone and the creator, who had been silent for a while, spoke in unison. We can't leave. Xiao Yi, did you steal my talent? Li Huaizhi didn't know what expression to wear. Or has my talent developed a transfer effect? Zhou Qingxin coughed to interrupt his subordinates' absurd speculations. Since the host doesn't want us to leave, let's be polite guests. Let's go up and see. Worst case, we let your boss tear this place apart. Song Yuandao disdained to acknowledge Zhou Qingxin, who was never serious. After reminding Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi to stay vigilant and careful, they filed into the elevator. The clone spoke little but kept looking around with curiosity. Noticing his gaze, Song Yuandao turned and asked, "Does it seem familiar?" Hearing Song Yuandao's question, the clone became visibly excited, like a child meeting his idol. He nodded and said, "Grandpa seems to love this cold mechanical feeling. He always believed robots and AI were far more reliable than real people." Xiao Yi found this odd. Didn't he say he wasn't researching AI? But Grandpa uses it, and he... The clone glanced at Xiao Yi with an expression that said, "How can you be so foolish?" Xiao Yi felt she could barely contain her inner turmoil, itching to punch that high-bridged nose so identical to Song Yuandao's. The thought of landing a blow on the chairman's handsome face stirred a flicker of excitement within her. Song Yuandao, of course, had no inkling of Xiao Yi's rich inner monologue. He only felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if someone were eyeing him. Fortunately, before he could trace the source, the elevator reached the next floor. The entire complex was not particularly high, 22 floors in total. The lowest floor housed a thriving primeval forest that never saw sunlight. The top floor served as a lobby-like entrance area above ground. The 11th floor was the main control center, and the rest consisted of laboratories. Does he like to separate labs from other functional areas? Song Yuandao recalled that along the way they had seen no cafeterias or dormitories, not even on the monitors in the main control center. Maybe there simply aren't any such places here. The clone ran his hand over the cold wall, his face softening with nostalgia. Grandpa said that true lovers of academia should devote every moment to their research to give their all in changing the world. Zhou Qingxin laughed at that. Your grandpa sure knows how to indoctrinate. Gathering so many people to research inhumane things day and night, yet he justifies it so eloquently. Hearing this, the clone grew agitated and lunged at Zhou Qingxin, flailing wildly. But he couldn't even get past Xiao Yi's defense. A defeated, bewildered look crossed his face. Zhou Qingxin found it amusing and couldn't resist teasing him further. Quiet. Before Zhou Qingxin could press further, Song Yuandao's low, sharp command cut him off. Do you hear? The group strained their ears, listening to the sound echoing from deep within the corridor. Before Song Yuandao spoke, none had noticed it. Now, they clearly heard a rhythmic buzzing in the distance. Isn't this like fighting a boss in a game? Li Huaizhi, a veteran gamer, summarized. Every floor has a big boss. Beat it, level up, go to the next floor. In the end, we escape and reach the peak of life. Though his summary was ill-timed, everyone had to admit that was exactly the situation. Song Yuandao switched places with Li Huaizhi. Zhou Qingxin and Li Huaizhi took the lead. The clone was sandwiched in the middle, and Song Yuandao brought up the rear with Xiao Yi. Such a formation would have been unthinkable before, as Song Yuandao had little combat ability and could barely protect himself in critical moments. But ever since he unlocked his hidden potential as a human weapon, he could not only defend himself, but also lend a hand to those nearby. Setting aside the side effects and the price he had to pay, Song Yuandao felt this new state wasn't so bad. What's in there? The incessant buzzing grew louder, making Song Yuandao's scalp crawl. As a meticulous, high-maintenance man, he had an aversion to sounds resembling insect wings. The queen bee. The creator mercilessly twisted the knife. Song Yuandao couldn't voice his thoughts aloud, but in his heart he sighed. Is it too late to run? Too late. For some reason, the creator seemed unusually lively today. Don't eavesdrop. Song Yuandao was not yet familiar with this entity, which was far less obedient than Chunjun. If he provoked it, his own bioenergy might not hold up. Chairman Song's heart was bitter, but he couldn't voice it. Song Yuandao had no way to warn the others about what lay ahead, since Chunjun, like Chengying, knew nothing of this mysterious research facility. So he took a roundabout approach and asked the clone, "Have you seen this before?" The clone was delighted by the increasing frequency of Song Yuandao's conversations with him. True to his nature of answering every question, he nodded. That should be the queen bee. Grandpa kept its brother at home, but that one wasn't as powerful as this. Your grandfather. Why does he keep these? Although Xiao Yi studied biology, her interest lay in humans. The mention of insects made her face pale. The clone was stumped. I never saw Grandpa do anything with it. How big is it? Does it have any weaknesses? Zhou Qingxin decided to focus on practical matters, like how to kill it. The one at home took up an entire lab. Grandpa said the one in the old mansion was even bigger. The clone answered calmly as if he were entirely unconcerned about their imminent face-to-face encounter with a bee the size of a laboratory. Weaknesses? I don't know any. Grandpa said even lasers couldn't cut it. Xiao Ye's face had gone bloodless. During her studies, she had observed many insects up close. A mentor once tried to lead her down the promising path of bionics, but Xiao Yi couldn't bear staring at compound eyes through a microscope every day and politely declined. Handsome, I think him suffocating. As she spoke, the group had reached the epicenter of the buzzing. Beyond the door lay the queen bee of unknown purpose. According to the creator and the clone, the elevator could only take them to the 7th floor, and each floor's emergency exit led only one floor higher. So they had to get through this room to reach the stairs. Song Yuandao stepped forward and gestured for the others to stand back. They had discovered that here he was like a universal key equipped with an open sesame spell. No door he couldn't open. Zhou Qingshun kept joking, saying that after they survived this crisis, had asked for the code to Chunjin's Song Yuandao swiftly entered a string of numbers on the keypad. The moment he pressed confirm, the door had barely cracked open when they realized just how excellent its soundproofing was. Now they had to shout to be heard by the person next to them. The team quickly switched to hand signals. Xiao Yi peeked inside and nearly fainted on the spot. It was indeed a bee, hundreds of times larger than any she had studied. It flew aimlessly through the air, occasionally slamming into the walls with a dull thud. No one dared act rashly. Without a guaranteed one-shot kill, any misstep could alert the creature. If they provoked this oversized friend, its stinger was more than enough to impale them all. Can I kill it? Song Yuandao discussed the possibility with the creator. You could, the creator affirmed, but Song Yuandao sensed a but coming. But your attack method isn't suitable. If you make it explode, it will hatch thousands of tiny bees. And you must have recognized what species this is. Song Yuandao thought to himself, how would I know? Don't they all look alike? It's a killer bee. Xiao Yi, who had some knowledge of insects, chimed in before the creator could mock his ignorance. See, the young lady is clever. Song Yuandao genuinely wondered who had created such an annoying AI. Can this door be closed from inside? Song Yuandao decided not to bicker over trivialities and focused on the immediate problem. Yes, he'll tell you the password. Song Yuandao acknowledged. A plan swiftly formed in his mind. He leaned over to Zhou Qingshun and outlined his idea. The moment Zhou Qingshun nodded, Song Yuandao signaled Xiao Yi with a fire gesture. Without second-guessing, Xiao Yi unleashed a hail of bullets. But they ricocheted off the queen bee's body, as if off steel plates. Everyone pressed themselves against the walls on either side of the door to avoid the stray bullets. The dense gunfire echoed through the empty narrow corridor, successfully drawing the queen bee's attention. Zhou Qingshun tapped Song Yuandao's hand, and Song Yuandao mouthed, "Be careful." Zhou Qingshun gave a slight nod, picked up his gun, and rolled into the center of the corridor. The queen bee was searching for the source of the disturbance that had shattered its years of solitude. Having gone unfed for so long, it eyed Zhou Qingshun like a delectable meal. Song Yuandao marveled that its wings could still carry such a massive body. He told Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji to move back, pulled the clone out of range of the wings, while Zhou Qingshun tossed a vial of insect attractant pheromone toward the other end of the corridor. A gadget Hu Yifan had made for fun, now unexpectedly useful. Zhou Qingshun wasn't sure of the effect, but there was no time to ponder. As the glass vial shattered, he sprinted back before the bee could react. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji had already entered the lab. Staring at the human remains scattered on the floor, they were frozen in shock. It eats meat. And human flesh? The scratches and fractures on the bones confirmed that these people hadn't died from the killer bee's venom. They had been devoured. How? How does it eat? Xiao Yi felt utterly unprofessional, but the impact of this place over the past few days had overwhelmed her. Forget that for now. Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, watching Zhou Qingshun sprinting toward them. I'm going to close the door. Xiao Yi nodded, and at that instant a flash of white light appeared before her. She screamed, "Boss, watch out." Song Yuandao was frantically inputting the password the moment he heard Xiao Yi's cry. He had no idea why the Institute had designed every single door with a 96-digit passcode that could not afford a single mistake. Any error would immediately trigger emergency protocols, sealing off both sides and trapping people inside. Song Yuandao could not stop his actions precisely because of that damn constraint on entering the password. Yet when he heard Xiao Yi's voice, he instinctively raised his head toward Zhou Qingshun. One glance was enough to make his once rock-steady fingers tremble. Stay focused. The voice of the creator in his mind was cold and almost inhuman. Song Yuandao gently bit his lower lip and resumed his movements, knowing he should trust Zhou Qingshun's abilities and that there was nothing he could do to help. All he had to do was finish his own task. Zhou Qingshun hadn't expected the queen bee's reaction speed to shorten the longer it stayed outside. He had thought the narrow corridor and the pheromones exploding in the distance would buy him enough time to reach the lab entrance. But now he found himself locked in an utterly unnecessary face-off with this impenetrable monster right in the middle of the hallway. Zhou Qingshan's mind raced. Going head-to-head with the queen bee was hopeless, but how could he outweed it in such a silver gleam flashed across the queen bee's stinger. Whether it was venomous or not, and no matter how potent the poison might be, Zhou Qingshan was certain that a single sting would leave him no chance of leaving this place alive. Song Yuando's hands never stopped. Only 20 digits remained. Once the password was fully entered, the 10-centimeter thick steel door before them would slowly close. If Zhou Qingshan didn't make it inside by then, he would be left alone with this oversized queen bee to stay together forever. The standoff between Zhou Qingshan and the queen bee reached an impasse. Both seemed to be probing the other's capabilities. The queen bee hesitated to act rashly due to a lack of certain information, while Zhou Qingshan simply hadn't found the right opportunity or a fatal opening in his opponent. Song Yuandao had an idea, but the creator was still dutifully vocalizing the password for him, so he could only act in the brief window between the completion of the password and the full closure of the door. As Song Yuando's long, powerful fingers pressed the final digit, Li Huaizhi felt his entire back soaked with cold sweat. Zhou Qingshan was less than 5 meters away, yet he seemed as distant as the horizon, leaving them helpless. Xiao Yi regretted not training harder. Perhaps she could have been the bait instead of Zhou Qingshan. Losing a member of the guard team like herself would be unfortunate, but they couldn't afford to lose Zhou Qingshan. She was almost tempted to charge out when Song Yuandao grabbed her wrist with such force it felt as if he might crush her bones. You are all indispensable. Without giving her a moment to react, he shouted toward Zhou Qingshan, run back. Between trusting his own intellect and trusting Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingshan decisively chose the latter. Ignoring the possibility that such a large movement might trigger an attack from the queen bee, he sprinted back with all his might. Song Yuandao ordered Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi to press against the wall. He felt an alarming heat radiating from his own body, the air distorting before his eyes. Zhou Qingshan's desperate dash toward him became a blur, while the queen bee seemed lost, circling in place. Zhou Qingshan couldn't stop in time, and crashed into Song Yuandao, toppling them both into the lab just as the door sealed seamlessly shut. A trail of blood trickled from the corner of Song Yuando's mouth. Zhou Qingshan could feel his burning temperature. In that moment, a myriad of emotions surged through him. He seemed to want to say a lot, yet nothing came out. Finally, he gently hugged Song Yuandao and whispered, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yi was almost weeping with joy, but seeing the two lying on the floor clinging to each other, she felt it would be inappropriate to interrupt. So she lowered her voice to Li Huaizhi beside her. Your boss may not always be your boss, but your idol will always be your idol. Li Huaizhi nodded in profound agreement. As Zhou Qingshan carefully helped Song Yuandao up from the ground, he said faintly, I can't hear you. Big brother, do you want to rest for a while? The clone had been standing in the shadows all along. Easy to forget if he didn't speak. He pulled a handful of nutrient supplements from his backpack and offered them to Song Yuandao, each one untouched. Song Yuandao found it incredible knowing that the clone had the same built-in AI as himself, albeit a lower-level one, and must require energy. Catching Song Yuando's puzzled gaze, the clone winked, playfully indicating that secret couldn't be revealed just yet. Song Yuandao was indeed in desperate need of nutrients to replenish his energy. Although he had seemed capable of taking on 10 opponents earlier, he knew his body couldn't withstand this repeated cycle of energy extraction and forced replenishment. Kid, keep this up, and you're bound to have problems. The creator's voice echoed faintly in his mind, causing Song Yuando's hand to twitch, almost misdirecting the needle. I thought you were hoping I'd fail, Song Yuandao said, injecting the nutrient into his vein, without flinching, then deftly opening a new one. I only want your consciousness to perish, not your physical body. If you die, what fun would there be? Song Yuandao found himself unable to refute that logic. So he negotiated with the creator. Your power consumption is too high. You fix it yourself. Are you the AI, or am I? Song Yuandao had never spoken so many words to it at once. Caught off guard, the creator didn't know how to respond. But a self-evolving AI had its dignity, so it pointed out a solution to the suddenly irritable chairman Song. Your emotions fluctuate too much, which is why you can't control your abilities. Next time, calm yourself before you act. Hearing such nonsense, Song Yuandao almost laughed in exasperation. So before taking action, he had to recite "Don't be angry" to himself. But recalling the previous times he had lost control, each incident had been a sudden emergency that unleashed such overwhelming energy. He had to admit the creator might have a point. On closer thought, every crisis seemed to involve a threat to Zhou Qingshan's safety. Song Yuandao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What nonsense is this? But the chairman's cool persona must not crumble. So he seamlessly ended his internal monologue and accepted this seemingly impractical, yet somewhat sensible suggestion. Standing nearby, Zhou Qingshan found the shifting expressions on Song Yuando's face fascinating. He couldn't help asking, what are you thinking about? Having just replenished nutrients and rehearsed a full drama in his head, Chairman Song hadn't quite neatly tucked away his thoughts. He blurted out a single word, you. Xiao Yi was drinking water when she heard their exchange. Startled, she dropped her stainless steel bottle which hit the floor with a crisp clang. Song Yuandao came to his senses, realizing he had said something significant. Hastily, before Zhou Qingqian could respond, he added another word: guess. Zhou Qingqian. Xiao Yi. Li Huaiji. Chairman, don't you think the gap between those two words is as vast as traveling from the primary world to the secondary world and back? Is it that far? Song Yuandao shot him a cool glance. Li Huaiji immediately fell silent, staring at his nose and heart. Though Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji dared not speak under the pressure, General Zhou, who feared no authority, was still present. Song Yuandao heard Zhou Qingqian's slightly hoarse voice whisper close to his ear, "It's okay, don't be afraid to admit it. I thought of you for over 30 days when you were in the secondary world." Although Song Yuandao clearly heard those words that made his ears burn, he decided to act as if he hadn't. "This floor should be the safest place we can find. Let's rest here before moving on. Zhou Qingqian, contact the people outside and check on the supply point. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji re-inventory the weapons and supplies. We don't know what we'll encounter next. If we face situations like today's more often, I may not be able to protect everyone every time." As Song Yuandao finished arranging everything, Zhou Qingqian received a comprehensive report from Huang Yueying. He summarized tersely for the others: they encountered no incidents outside. Weather is good, no natural disasters. They reached the supply point replenished and rested for a day. All squads are in good condition and ready to move. Song Yuandao nodded. "Send the coordinates of the passage base to them. Have them set out tomorrow. After we leave here, we'll take a shortcut to rendezvous with them. I wonder how much longer we'll be stuck in this place." Xiao Yi tugged at her hair in frustration. "If I stay much longer, I might never be able to face my own research results again." Song Yuandao gave a low chuckle, then reached out to smooth her tangled hair, patting her head twice. "Rest first. We'll get out soon." Exhausted from the past few days, Xiao Yi, Li Huaiji, and the clone fell asleep quickly. Only Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingqian remained sitting cross-legged facing each other. "I think someone deliberately led us here. We've been adjusting our route based on the disasters we encountered. What's their purpose?" Song Yuandao closed his eyes deep in thought. Zhou Qingqian frowned as well. "Could it be that Ruiwen wanted you to investigate your father's death here?" Song Yuandao shook his head. According to the clone, Ruiwen displeased the behind the scenes figure a long time ago, and is now under confinement, completely out of touch. And I suspect this is exactly what he wanted, for me to uncover the true cause of my father's death. Both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingqian felt they had learned many things here, yet gained even more riddles. Zhou Qingqian stood up, stretched, and casually tousled Song Yuandao's hair. "Stop thinking for now. Get some rest." "All right. Secondary world. Sir, there is a guest for you outside. I haven't scheduled any appointments today." Hu Lang put down the documents in his hands, lifted his eyelids to glance at his assistant, and said, "Find an excuse to decline for me." But the assistant handed over a note with both hands. He said that if you still don't wish to see him after seeing this, he will then leave. Hu Lang took the note, skeptically glanced over it briefly, and his expression changed rapidly. "Where is he now?" "I had the guest wait in the living room." "Take him to my study. Don't make a fuss about this." Hu Lang stood up, straightened his clothes, and then went to the study ahead to await the visitor. "Sir." The visitor was a very young man. Perhaps it wouldn't be too much to call him a boy. His features had not yet fully matured into the lines of an adult, yet he was wrapped in a dark suit deliberately chosen to accentuate his maturity. Hu Lang looked at him as if seeing himself from many years ago, likewise naively believing that a haute couture suit could make him mature overnight. "Have a seat." He didn't stand up, only raised his chin toward the visitor, signaling him to find a seat on his own. He also had his assistant bring a cup of hot chocolate. Once everything was settled, and they were the only two left in the study, Hu Lang directly cut to the chase. "You said you know about my father." The visitor held the cup and took a shallow sip of the warm drink. The sweet fragrance slid smoothly down his esophagus into his stomach, warming him and causing a slight tremor. "You look like you might not even be as old as my son. How do you know about this old matter?" "This matter is rather complicated to explain." The young man placed the cup back on the coffee table. "I have a friend who went to a place with me half a month ago, but we separated there and never met again. I've been trying to find news of him and finally got a bit of information." Hu Lang said nothing, just quietly looked at him as if silently urging him to get to the point. So the visitor pursed his lips and continued, "Someone working at that castle told me they saw a person who looked very similar to my friend, about 80% alike. But when he saw him, my friend was already dead. Cause of death was sudden collapse. As far as I know, your father also died of sudden collapse while using Peng Lai, didn't he?" The visitor suddenly lifted his eyes, his pupils sparkling brightly, as if they could see through all the mists of the world and all the hidden dark secrets. Hu Lang did not answer him, so the young man continued on his own. "Don't you want to find out what really happened? We can cooperate. I can't let my friend die in vain. If I hadn't insisted he go with me to that place, none of this would have happened." As he spoke, the boy was nearly crying. Hu Lang initially thought the timing of this person's appearance was too perfect and too sudden, making him unable to avoid suspecting the other's identity and motives. But now it seemed this was really just a young man worried about a friend carrying a heart full of unrelieved passion and anger, striving with all his might to seek the truth. Somehow Hu Lang suddenly remembered what Song Yuandao had said to him that day. If I were you, I wouldn't persist on this question. After such a long investigation, Hu Lang had to admit that his heart was also shaken. All the clues seemed both true and false, always suddenly breaking off at a specific point, and then everything had to start over. He spent enormous time and energy consuming the connections he had painstakingly built over the years, investigating an old matter that had been conclusively settled in all records. Perhaps Song Yuandao had been right after all. He only wanted to confirm his long-held conspiracy theory from the mouth of a guilty person. If he truly had to thoroughly investigate a so-called truth, it would certainly drain his limited efforts. The young man, still not having received the desired answer, looked at Hu Lang with fervent eyes. Hu Lang even felt as if the gaze was about to burn a hole through him. The castle you mentioned, where is it? Hu Lang composed himself, deciding that he needed to probe a bit more. Since the beginning of the new era, the Hu family, as the most accomplished in architecture, had undertaken many private and public building designs. Moreover, obtaining a piece of land wasn't merely a matter of wealth. Those who could truly own land and build a castle on it must be nobles. And nobles often preferred to hire the Hu family to design buildings to highlight their status. Hu Lang felt there was no reason for such a place to exist without the Hu family even getting a whisper. But the young man only shook his head and said, I tried to find that place again afterward, but I never did. I almost got lost. If I hadn't happened to run into that worker who told me about my friend's whereabouts, I might not have made it back either. This at least shows you were looking in the right direction. Which way did you go? Hu Lang had much more experience and insight than him, so after hearing this, many thoughts crossed his mind. The appearance of that worker was too coincidental. Hu Lang was already well aware that this past must involve the interests of many people, which was why the pursuit was fraught with difficulties. Every clue and piece of evidence placed before him could be a trap set by an ulterior motive behind the scenes. Thus he had to be extremely vigilant and careful. There's a mountain range in the suburbs. It's in the mountains. The young man's words were certain. Hu Lang gave him a subtle glance. And how did you learn about my father's matter? The worker's exact words were, your friend's cause of death is the same as the old Master Huss. Very suspicious. That's why I came to you. Hu Lang suddenly laughed. Don't you think it's all too convenient? Putting everything right in front of you. Waiting for you to uncover the truth. The young man was stunned by his words, seeming a bit annoyed that he hadn't thought of these issues immediately. But at a loss for how to remedy it, he only stammered to Hu Lang, but my friend really did disappear. What's your friend's name? Feng Yin. Yin meaning missing. I will have someone else try to inquire about that lost castle and your friend. You must keep our conversation today strictly confidential. Hu Lang rubbed his brow. The situation is very complicated now. We cannot afford to give others any leverage, nor can we make mistakes. Do you understand? Hu Lang looked into his eyes, calm and firm. I understand. Go back for now. Leave your address with my assistant. When there's news, I'll have him fetch you. Don't come to me yourself from now on. All right, sir. Primary world. When Song Yuandao woke up, the others were still asleep. He got up and moved his aching body. The excessive intake of nutrient supplements had accelerated many changes in his body, seemingly magnifying his physical soreness as well. Sooner or later, he would have to return to the secondary world. When he faced Hu Lang again, he truly wouldn't be able to. Sooner or later, he would have to return to the secondary world. When he faced Hu Lang again, he truly wouldn't be able to deliver Hu Yifan back unscathed. But he still needed an ally in the secondary world who shared his overarching goal. If Hu Lang could uncover part of the truth before all actions began, Song Yuandao would still be confident in bringing him into his camp. Moreover, if things turned out as Song Yuandao anticipated, then the hatred of killing the father and the son would naturally not fall on him. Awake! Zhou Qingshan's voice came from behind him, still carrying a hint of drowsy sleepiness and morning hoarseness. An electric current ran up Song Yuandao's spine, causing his body to tremble. Did you sleep well? Song Yuandao casually took a bottle of water and handed it to Zhou Qingshan. The man rarely had such unfocused moments, so Song Yuandao, feeling playful, reached out to pinch his cheek. Wake up, Grand General. Zhou Qingshan turned his face to avoid Song Yuandao's mischievous hand, but as he twisted his head, his lips brushed against the cold fingers. Song Yuandao felt his fingers being brushed by something soft yet dry. For a moment both were startled. Song Yuandao nonchalantly withdrew his hand, while Zhou Qingshan curled his lips and looked up at him, discovering that the usually composed Chairman Song had reddened ear tips. Huh! Zhou Qingshan was clearly retaliating for Song Yuandao's earlier teasing. Why are your ears red? Song Yuandao's idle persona never crumbles, so he simply nodded quietly. I'm hot. Zhou Qingshan smiled without saying anything, briskly got up and went to wash up quickly. When he returned, he found Song Yuandao's ear tips still red. So he used his water-chilled fingers to pinch Song Yuandao's ear tip. Then he noticed that our great Chairman Song was frozen, as if under a petrification spell. Zhou Qingshan gave a low laugh and stopped his mischief. He'll go wake them up. We've rested enough, time to... This time Song Yuandao didn't even speak. He merely nodded slightly, and silently got up to pack his bag. At this moment his heart and his body were filled with unfamiliar sensations he had never experienced or witnessed before, like countless tiny electric currents rapidly darting through every neuron in his nerve endings. When Xiao Yi got up she found Song Yuandao in a daze. After she quickly washed up she found him still in a daze. So she walked over and quietly asked Zhou Qingchen, "What's wrong with my idol? He seems off." Zhou Qingchen lifted his eyelids to glance at Song Yuandao and smiled. "He's heat-struck." Xiao Yi looked up at the central air system that was still blowing normally, then at her own well-made combat suit, and asked bluntly, "Where is it hot?" "It's not hot, is it?" Li Huaizhi had passed by several times and caught most of the conversation. So when he passed again he patted Xiao Yi and said, "Your idol's heart is hot. Agitated fire attacking the heart." Xiao Yi said while confirming her own guess. "He should be anxious. Who knows what's up ahead, or when we'll get out." Zhou Qingchen. Li Huaizhi, "I think little Leaf might never get married. Boss, maybe consider an arranged marriage." Zhou Qingchen looked at Xiao Yi then turned to Li Huaizhi. "I think she's not bad-looking, just a bit simple-minded. How about you do a good deed?" Upon hearing this Li Huaizhi's face flushed red instantly, and he didn't respond further. Zhou Qingchen, having caused chaos among everyone in the short time since waking, felt he had achieved great fulfillment in life. So he cheerfully swung his backpack onto his shoulder. "Let's go, little ones. We've leveled up, time to take on the next boss." The group hastily composed themselves and set off. The clone had been unusually silent throughout the day. Even when Song Yuandao spoke to him his replies were far more curt than usual. The emergency passage had no lighting, with only the unsteady beams of flashlights and a few hands casting flickering shadows. In the absolute stillness each person's breathing seemed amplified. Only Song Yuandao occasionally consulted a map to slightly adjust their direction, the rest remained in an endless silence. This emergency exit had no stairs, only ramps that spiraled upward through constantly shifting inclines. Sealed for too long, and lacking an effective ventilation system, the air within carried a musty odor, as if each breath was drawn from the buildings unspoiled past years ago. Song Yuandao felt the unusual quiet was unsettling. Though Li Huaizhi was never particularly talkative, there was no reason for even Xiao Yi to fall so silent. If not for the sound of combat boots scuffing against the hard floor, he might have doubted anyone was still behind him. He slowed his pace, moving from the lead to walk alongside Zhou Qingchen. But Zhou Qingchen didn't spare him even a flicker of attention, still staring fixedly at the small patch illuminated by his flashlight. Song Yuandao wanted to reach out and tap him, but the creator's voice suddenly halted his motion. "What exactly is up there?" Song Yuandao felt as though everyone except himself had become ghosts utterly detached from the real world. "Up there are poppies, modified ones." The creator actually answered his question, which surprised Song Yuandao, but the news it brought was hardly good. "What do you mean modified?" "Ordinary poppies cause addiction, but this new type, you've probably noticed its vast range of influence, induces hallucinations. You're still some distance from the upper floor, the closer you get the stronger the effect. By then I can't predict what will happen to them. Why doesn't it affect me? Haven't you realized that many things have lost their power over you? Hypnosis or otherwise. It's hard for anything to influence you anymore." The creator's voice even carried a hint of pride. "You need to have a little faith in me, kiddo." Song Yuandao struggled for words a few times, but finally gave up, quietly pondering his next move. "You can only lead them forward. Don't get any clever ideas." Startled, Song Yuandao had indeed considered leaving the group temporarily to go ahead and deal with the mutant poppy, then return to wake them and continue. But the creator's words made him hesitate. "This passage's connection points change periodically. If you leave them here now I can't guarantee they'll still be in the same place when you come back." Song Yuandao felt a headache coming on, but he steeled himself and pressed on with the group. The farther they went the more pronounced their symptoms became. Zhou Qingchen's steps grew unsteady, swaying, as if he might collapse at any moment. Song Yuandao corrected their course, once more thinking of countermeasures, while keeping an eye on everyone's movements. When he looked up again, he saw the bright white light of the exit ahead. "Do you want to know what they're seeing?" The creator seemed unusually enthusiastic today. After a moment's thought, Song Yuandao nodded. "They're each seeing their deepest desires. Take hold of Zhou Qingchen's sleeve. Careful not to touch his skin, and match his pace as you walk." Curious, Song Yuandao did as instructed. Since he couldn't think of a good solution immediately, he figured he might as well see what was on their minds and find a way out of this predicament. He gently grasped the cuff of Zhou Qingchen's combat uniform, the fabric tight against his wrist. Song Yuandao could feel Zhou Qingchen's strong pulse beating through the thin cloth. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, the passage at the boundary of light and shadow had vanished, replaced by his own room in the central building. It was probably afternoon. The sun hung bright in the sky, casting the window's shadow on the wall through the thin gauze curtains. Song Yuandao saw himself sitting cross-legged on the floor, hair loosely tied back, holding a thick hardcover book. Zhou Qingchen sat on the sofa casually pouring himself a serving of nutrition supplement whose color was enough to make one cringe. Even within the illusion, Song Yuandao could sense the indescribable taste of that supplement. He saw himself tilt his head up to say something to Zhou Qingchen. The man, normally stern in countenance, suddenly smiled. His brows relaxed, the corners of his mouth, and eyes brimming with genuine joy, his eyes full of happiness. Song Yuandao felt he hadn't seen Zhou Qingchen this happy in a long time. He suddenly yearned to know what he had said to make the man who had been cold and hard since adulthood show such an expression. Before he could figure anything out, Zhou Qingchen leaned down, turned his head slightly to the right, and planted a feather-like kiss on his lips. Song Yuandao was stunned by the turn of events. It felt as though brilliant fireworks had exploded in his mind, incinerating all his reason and composure, leaving only that vivid image. Zhou Qingchen kissed me, he thought. Then the usually quick-witted Chairman Song stood completely dumbfounded, a foolish thought crossing his mind. This was Zhou Qingchen's deepest desire, to kiss me. Song Yuandao's fingers abruptly released Zhou Qingchen's sleeve, at a loss for how to react to this revelation. Tisk tisk, the youth these days, the creator commented, having apparently witnessed the entire scene alongside him. The sound of its voice made Song Yuandao's cheeks flush instantly. He feared he could never again converse calmly with this artificial intelligence that would one day replace him. The creator seemed unbothered by his lack of response, and began talking to itself inside Song Yuandao's head. I just discovered I have this ability. Pretty useful, isn't it? From now on you can touch others and know what they're thinking. Song Yuandao barely managed to steady himself at this. Has your evolution level skyrocketed again? Indeed, thanks to your little adventure. I think it won't be long before I fully achieve my evolution goals, the creator said, quite satisfied with its progress, and urged Song Yuandao to see what the others were thinking. Without Song Yuandao to guide them, the group had slowed to a crawl, but fortunately they had already reached the main structure of the upper floor, so there was no danger of being whisked away by shifting connection points. Song Yuandao grabbed the hem of Qiao Yi's clothes, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw Old Master Qiao Yi was indeed a very family-oriented person with an intense attachment to her relatives. Watching her act playfully affectionate with Old Master Qiao, Song Yuandao couldn't help but soften his expression. Song Yuandao had only been a teenager when his father Song Qianfeng passed away, leaving him little time to enjoy the care of elders. But after that, Old Master Qiao always treated him like a grandson, bestowing upon him much warmth. After watching for a while, he let go and instead took Li Weizi's hand. It was the central building's sky garden. White hydrangeas lined both sides of the path, arches of fresh flowers, laughing guests, and on the stage a beautiful bride in an elaborate wedding gown. Li Huaiji, in a haute couture dress, smiled shyly yet happily. Through a thin veil, in the distance, Song Yuandao studied the bride's features. After a long moment, he realized the girl smiling so happily was Qiao Yi. Song Yuandao felt he had stumbled upon something monumental. In just 10 minutes, he had witnessed the loves and sorrows of everyone. Finally, he grasped the clone's sleeve. Song Yuandao saw himself as a child. From that period of his life, he couldn't remember, but which had indeed happened. He and several other children who looked exactly like him lived in a large room. Their personalities differed, but they all followed him, calling him Big Brother, and they all obeyed him. They wore identical white patient uniforms, living in a room where white was the only color. People came daily to put them through a series of complex examinations. The sole clone who had survived to the present had always clung to Song Yuandao, demanding stories and asking him to steal candy. Song Yuandao didn't know what had driven his younger self, but he had agreed to everything and had even carried it out without hesitation. Big Brother, the little dumpling-like child said in a soft voice, tugging his sleeve. When you go find Grandpa, he'll come back, Song Yuandao said, patting his head like a little adult. You can't lie to me. Look, the other brothers went and never returned. Song Yuandao nodded. Don't worry. He'll bring you candy when I come back. Strawberry flavor. But Song Yuandao suspected he never did return. Either he left that place or was locked in some laboratory for experiments. In the clone's illusion, he did return, bringing strawberry-flavored candy. Song Yuandao suddenly couldn't define his feelings. He had always considered himself and this clone polar opposites, but now he saw nothing more than a child whose mind had stayed in childhood, waiting for his brother to bring candy. Song Yuandao bit his lower lip. If they go farther, will they be in danger? They might never wake up, forever lost in their fantasies, the creator said calmly. The good news is the poppy hasn't fully bloomed yet. Once it does, even you'll be standing here dreaming with them. There's bad news too, isn't there? Song Yuandao knew the pattern well. At most 10 minutes until the poppy blooms, the creator reported unhurriedly. And the floor's design is extremely complex, a labyrinth filled with devices that interfere with electronics. Once you go and you can't rely on me completely. You have 10 minutes to find the enormous poppy, burn it down, then come back and lead your daydreaming friends onward. I understand. Song Yuandao appeared remarkably composed. 9 minutes left. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao dared not delay any further, and immediately dashed towards the only intersection before him, for the creator had already informed him that he could not fully trust its judgments once he entered. Thus Song Yuandao had to run while observing the subtle clues around him. This place was constructed with great care, but it seemed it was not originally built for research. There were many mirrors, and as Song Yuandao ran, he could see one reflection of himself after another through the mirrors positioned at different angles. It was truly chilling. Occasionally the creator would help him eliminate some erroneous pathways guiding him, while also explaining the origin and purpose of this place. This is indeed not a research facility, it is designed to punish traitors. I thought there would be no traitors among you, considering you are all a bunch of academic enthusiasts. The creator scoffed. They are indeed all obsessed with research, but each person's ideology seems to differ slightly. Some wish to destroy the world, while others aim to benefit humanity. In short, because their starting points are different, they can arrive at two completely different outcomes while studying the same topic. Initially, these divergences were not very pronounced, but as time progressed, the contradictions between these two, let's tentatively call them factions, became increasingly irreconcilable. Hence a place was established to punish those who do not adhere to their research ideologies. Listening to the creator's rare lengthy discourse, Song Yuandao hesitated for 2 seconds at the intersection before decisively turning to the right. So what is your research ideology? Destroying the world or benefiting humanity? Neither is ours. The creator calmly retorted, I am merely a product. They naturally believe they are benefiting humanity. Just look at this place. The technological achievements here surpass what is currently considered the latest technology outside by several levels. If they were truly that advanced, why have they allowed this place to fall into disrepair? How could they have created those grotesque beings outside? This question seemed to exceed the creator's capacity to answer, and so its fluent speech faltered. For a moment Song Yuandao's mind fell into relative quiet. All he could hear was the rhythmic sound of his own breathing and the thud of his combat boots against the ground. I think I might know what happened here initially. Song Yuandao could already detect some tone from the creator's voice, a phenomenon absent in pure June. This could only indicate that the creator's speed of evolution was increasing rapidly. Perhaps in less than half a year, it would fully evolve and replace its own consciousness. How would you know? Aren't you a product? As Song Yuandao's nose seemed to catch a whiff of floral fragrance, it tantalizingly lured him in a certain direction. This near uncontrollable feeling made him feel very unsafe, and so he drew a dagger from the small of his back and sliced open his palm. The pain instantly awakened his somewhat dazed mind. He discovered that just a few steps ahead lay a laser-emitting device. If he collided with it, the consequences would surely be dire. Blood dripped from his palm onto the ground, and it was at that moment the creator spoke. I feel a familiarity with this place. I may have experienced something here. Impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yuandao dismissed this possibility. The timeline simply doesn't match. While swiftly running through the intricate corridors, he clarified the timeline. He could now ascertain to the creator, I was conducting experiments in the year 42 of the new era, which was when I was 6 years old. Your birth time should be slightly later than mine, and this research facility ceased operation the day before my uncle took office, which was in the year 40 of the new era. The creator listened to his analysis without comment. You are very close to that flower. Turn left. At the sound, Song Yuandao immediately dashed to the left corridor, and then he saw a massive glass greenhouse at the end of the corridor inside, which grew a solitary plant. Its petals were splendid and elegant, as if a queen were seated upon her throne. Song Yuandao stared at it for a few seconds before skeptically speaking, are you sure this is a poppy? It doesn't seem to grow like this. The creator quickly replied, I said it was a variant. Should I not allow it to have cosmetic surgery? Song Yuandao was at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, he had previously thought the system was aloof, but that was likely a misperception due to its low level of awakening and evolution. After extensive usage over the past 2 days, it was clear that this entity now had much more to say than before. Song Yuandao was at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, he had previously thought the system was aloof, but that was likely a misperception due to its low level of... He took a few steps forward to search for a password device at the door. After half a minute, Song Yuandao discovered that this place seemed not to have such a configuration. There definitely isn't such a thing here, the creator concluded. They initially intended to trap it inside and never planned to let it out, so installing a door would seem rather superfluous. Alright, you have 2 minutes to break through this bulletproof glass. Song Yuandao thought to himself, am I part of a demolition crew? Why the time limit? Yet despite his grumbling, he still had to act. With Zhou Qingshan not present, Song Yuandao was also curious to test his control over his abilities. He took a few steps back, his breathing gradually slowing. His eyes were fixed on the center point of the glass before him, and he felt his body temperature rising. The first to feel it was his temples, which throbbed painfully like needles. A shallow scratch appeared on the glass, and it seemed that his vision improved with the strengthening of his abilities. He concentrated, and that scratch transformed into a crack. Song Yuandao's back was soaked with sweat, and his fingers trembled spasmodically. A crack gradually split into multiple fissures, and soon a spiderweb-like pattern spread across the entire pane of glass. Snap! Song Yuandao heard a crisp sound as he trembled and pulled a lighter from his pocket. The sharp click of the lid being flipped open unexpectedly shattered the entire pane of glass, filled with cracks. Without hesitation, he tossed the lighter, which tumbled toward the vibrant flower's center. Just before it landed, Song Yuandao swiftly pulled out an accelerant from the side pocket of his backpack and smashed it inside. A tiny spark can ignite a prairie fire. Song Yuandao, standing a few steps away, could feel the scorching heat rushing toward him, causing his eyes to sting. The sharp pain at his temple pierced straight into his brain like a needle. After swaying a few times, Song Yuandao ultimately could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground. The ground's temperature was alarmingly high, and at the moment he knelt down, he felt that both his knees and shins were likely burned. However, he had no strength left to rise from the ground, allowing himself to kneel there, feeling wave after wave of pain wash over his brain. Song Yuandao's body swayed slightly before he finally crashed heavily to the ground. When Zhou Qingshan woke up, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He could confirm that this style of decor still belonged to that damned research facility, but it was no longer the place they had set off from in the morning. He felt as though he had been in a long dream where he and Song Yuandao had not fallen into their current predicament, but remained in the central building. Song Yuandao still seemed to retain some youthful spirit, passionate and straightforward. Zhou Qingshan rubbed his temples, recalling everything from the dream, then smiled self-deprecatingly. So they say it was just a dream. How could Song Yuandao ever be that adorable? Chairman Song could never be so carefree. He buried this dream deep in his heart, planning to let it rot there without telling anyone. Little did General Zhou realize that Song Yuandao had already seen through the dream's most critical parts. Zhou Qingshan surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Xiao Yi and the others appeared to be unwell, but he did not rashly wake them. It was soon after that he found that Song Yuandao was missing. Chungying. Since entering the research facility, Zhou Qingshan had hardly used Chungying, as Song Yuandao displayed extraordinary knowledge of this place for reasons unknown to anyone. But now he had to rely on Chungying to locate Song Yuandao. Where is Song Yuandao? Chungying had been in a dormant state, so it had not realized that Pure June had also been in hibernation for many days prior. As a result, it failed to inform Zhou Qingshan that the mysterious lethality emanating from Song Yuandao was not derived from Pure June. Monitoring indicates that Pure June has entered hibernation. The position is. Zhou Qingshan immediately moved along with Chungying upon hearing this. Pure June's hibernation meant that the biological energy within Song Yuandao was insufficient to sustain its operation. When his biological energy dropped to such a low level, even the slightest threat could cost Chairman Song his precious life. Zhou Qingshan understood this all too well. Because Song Yuandao had turned that flower, which may or may not have been a poppy, into a pile of ash, the electronic interference devices in this layer were also rendered ineffective. Following Chungying's guidance, Zhou Qingshan quickly found Song Yuandao, while also witnessing the aftermath of Chairman Song's destructive handiwork. Scan his injuries. Zhou Qingshan's expression turned grim. Each time he saw Song Yuandao putting himself in such dangerous situations, he felt furious. Detected partial burns in certain areas. Chungying's voice was flat, but Zhou Qingshan's hand holding Song Yuandao trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Song's biological energy level is low. He should urgently replenish nutrients. Understood. Unable to see the severity of Song Yuandao's burns through his combat suit, Zhou Qingshan could only carefully carry the unconscious Chairman Song back to the place he had just woken up. Looking down at Song Yuandao's expression, he found the man tightly frowning, seemingly enduring some immense pain, causing Zhou Qingshan's heart to tighten. His cool fingers brushed over Song Yuandao's tightly furrowed brows, glided over his long eyelashes, traced along his high nose bridge, and finally grazed his pale lips. Zhou Qingshan lowered his head and sincerely pressed a kiss against those bloodless lips. The corridor was silent. Xiao Yi and the others were still trapped in their own illusions, not yet fully awake. Zhou Qingshan half-carried Song Yuandao, letting him lean against his chest. He could clearly feel Song Yuandao trembling incessantly in his arms, his brows tightly furrowed, even in sleep appearing anything but tranquil. With slightly cool fingers, Zhou Qingshan traced over Song Yuandao's brow again and again, yet no matter how he tried, he could not smooth away that crease that unsettled his heart. He wanted to ask Song Yuandao what sorrowful vision he had seen, or what agony he endured that would make him wear such an expression even while unconscious. But he could not ask. Even if he did, Song Yuandao would only reply with that casual, slightly indifferent look and say it's nothing. Zhou Qingshan silently watched the person in his arms, his gaze lingering lovingly over his delicate features. Xiao Yi's body stirred faintly. In this overly quiet environment, even such a small movement drew attention. Zhou Qingshan immediately looked up, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. Where is this? Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse. She didn't understand why upon waking she seemed to have slipped back into a drowsy slumber dreaming of family she hadn't seen in a long time. She rarely remembered her dreams after waking, but everything in today's dream felt as vivid as reality. As if she had just shared a simple, delicious dinner with her family cuddled at her grandfather's knees to make the old man laugh, and teased her younger brother with her father about being a slow learner of genetics. This should be the next floor. I don't know what's on this level. Song Yuandao burned that thing to ashes. Zhou Qingshan's voice was flat, but Xiao Yi could tell he was in low spirits. She blinked several times to take in their current situation, naturally noticing Song Yuandao unconscious in Zhou Qingshan's arms. Xiao Yi sat against the wall, her voice weak and breathless as if she had just fought a fierce battle in her dream. What happened to my idol? Zhou Qingshan frowned as if weighing his words, then replied flatly, he passed out. How could he just faint for no reason? Xiao Yi tried to get up to check, but found her body inexplicably limp. She resigned herself to leaning against the cold wall, chatting with Zhou Qingshan from a distance. Boss, don't you think my idol's health has been worse ever since he returned from the secondary world? Zhou Qingshan lowered his head, his expression hidden from Xiao Yi. For a moment neither spoke. Then, as if suddenly coming to his senses, he responded, maybe he damaged his foundation in the secondary world and has been too busy to rest properly since returning. Xiao Yi nodded and continued, and I think my idol's attack power is terrifying now, but relying on nutritional supplements to boost it is too dangerous. Zhou Qingshan said nothing, but he had been pondering the same issue recently. Nutritional supplements could indeed restore bioenergy levels in the short term and sustain bodily activities for a long period. Even for someone with high energy expenditure like Zhou Qingshan, 3 doses could last a week to 10 days. But Song Yuandao's energy consumption was already 3 times theirs, if not more. The supplements couldn't truly repair the depletion and damage in his body. They merely used him as a medium to supply energy to the artificial intelligence within him. Simply put, if this continued, Song Yuandao would soon know what it meant to have his body drained dry, and current technology offered no adequate remedy. Zhou Qingshan had considered discussing this with Song Yuandao, but deep down he knew better than anyone that in such a state Song Yuandao would heed no one's advice and would stubbornly follow his own path. He was the classic type who would never turn back until he hit a wall, and even if faced with an actual wall, Zhou Qingshan had no doubt Song Yuandao would simply blast a hole through it. Li Huaizhi and the clone also woke up one after another. It seemed that the later one woke, the greater the impact. Xiao Yi only felt weak, but the other 2 were nearly paralyzed, unable to move. They could only hear Li Huaizhi's extremely feeble voice analyzing what might have affected them. I think it's a neurotoxin that induces hallucinations and has some anesthetic effect with quite noticeable side effects. As he spoke, he tried to move his fingers, but found them unresponsive. He gave up, struggling, lying on the hard floor, recalling the soft, sweet illusion he had just experienced. Thinking of Xiao Yi's blushing cheeks beneath the wedding veil, Li Huaizhi couldn't help but curl his eyes into a shy, satisfied smile. Xiao Yi caught that expression from the corner of her eye, and now, with about 60 to 70% of her strength recovered, suddenly asked, Gigi, were you dreaming something inappropriate? That look on your face is creepy. Li Huaizhi, startled to hear the protagonist of his dream speak stiffly, maintained a neutral expression and shook his head. I don't remember. Xiao Yi's social intelligence made a rare appearance today. Seeing through his awkward and forced pretense, she ruthlessly exposed him. You're not telling the truth. Li Huaizhi felt a flush of embarrassment and wanted to glare at Xiao Yi, but found even turning his head impossible, so he gave up. Xiao Yi couldn't stop laughing as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret, unaware that she herself had played a starring role in that secret. Zhou Qingshan loosely held Song Yuandao, listening to the 2 bicker. His mood seemed to lift slightly. He took a clean towel from his backpack and wiped the cold sweat from Song Yuandao's forehead. Li Huaizhi hadn't heard his boss voice for a while. He rolled his eyes, but still couldn't see what was happening. He had to raise his voice. How's my idol? No sign of waking yet. Zhou Qingshan also checked the burns on Song Yuandao's body. Though not extremely severe, they would certainly hinder his movements. Knowing Song Yuandao's fiercely proud nature, had he not lost consciousness and forced Zhou Qingshan to discover this, he would have endured silently, pretending nothing was wrong. At the thought, the general sighed deeply. Big brother probably fainted because he got too close to that flower. The clone finally spoke, having rested enough to voice his speculation. This floor should have a mutated giant poppy that induces hallucinations and has anesthetic effects. When you went to find him just now, you must have noticed the corridor on this floor was designed like a maze. Zhou Qingshan looked at him, but said neither yes nor no. The clone seemed completely indifferent to his attitude. The only person here who could elicit a change in his demeanor was still unconscious in Zhou Qingshan's arms, so he continued, Big brother is somewhat of a half-owner here, so these attacks go easier on him. But if I'm not mistaken, today is when that thing blooms, which is why he fainted. He glanced at the poorly concealed worry on Zhou Qingshan's face, licked his dry lips, and added, Give him some nutritional supplements, and some water, he'll wake up soon. Having said that, the clone closed his eyes and fell silent, thinking, I can only cover for you this far. Although Song Yuandao had been desperately trying to hide the presence of the anomalous artificial intelligence inside him, these people were not easy to fool. After several days of living together, each had formed their own suspicions. But Song Yuandao's explanations were too reasonable to dismiss, and aside from his occasional fainting and sudden surge in combat power, he seemed no different from before. With so many recent troubles, they preferred to trust in his character and the bonds of their shared childhood. Song Yuandao felt the pain all over his body was killing him. In his spiritual world, he shouldn't have felt any pain. Usually he would sever all external perceptions. But today he was fully aware. He knew his legs were burned by the hot floor. He knew Zhou Qingqian had come to carry him away and treated his wounds. He felt the other's fingers carefully and reverently trace his cheeks, and he felt Zhou Qingqian's lips touch his. In that moment, the great and mighty Chairman Song's mind went blank. This entirely unfamiliar experience threw him into panic. He didn't know if his current paralysis was a blessing or a curse. A blessing because he didn't have to think about how to handle the situation, or a curse because he didn't know how to face Zhou. Song Yuandao actually didn't dislike that touch, as Zhou Qingqian had always been one of the few people he could tolerate physical contact with. But he didn't understand the meaning of that kiss. No one had ever taught him. When he first took office, knowing he might one day be used or lose his consciousness entirely, he had Chun Jun constantly adjust his hormone levels, turning him into an emotionless monster. And from a young age, Song Yuandao had been taught to restrain his emotions, to appear unperturbed, to maintain exquisite poise that set him apart from others. But back then he knew he still experienced many emotions. Joy that made him want to laugh, sadness that made his nose tingle and eyes sting. But after he had completely suppressed all feelings, Song Yuandao no longer had to struggle to maintain a calm facade like in his childhood, because he truly felt nothing. Looking at the countless memories revolving above him, he couldn't muster even a single thought to revisit the past. Instead, he found himself thinking about the two young people in Li Weizi's illusion, smiling with happiness and contentment. Song Yuandao felt that his heart, sealed for so long and devoid of any feeling, seemed to show signs of loosening. But he didn't want to dwell on it, because in Song Yuandao's view this was bound to lead nowhere. For himself, and for Zhou Qingqian. The farther west one traveled in the main world, the more desolate the landscape became, as if the weather system had never deigned to show this region any care or concern. The low-lying plants on the ground were all wilted and listless, utterly devoid of vitality. Nearly half a month had passed since Huang Yueying's squad had parted ways with Zhou Qingqian and his companions. After replenishing their supplies of weapons and daily necessities at a depot, they set off at Song Yuandao's behest, racing toward the passage base deep within the western desert. The boundless yellow sands inspired even greater dread and despair in the heart than the endless forest. Never since birth had any of them faced such a harsh environment. In the face of a real sandstorm, all the training they had undergone before seemed nothing more than theoretical exercises. They possessed a wealth of knowledge, but could not put it to any use in this appalling weather. The scarcity of drinking water was the most immediate and brutal threat they faced. Nutritional supplements could provide the energy their bodies required, but they were no match for the massive fluid loss. The scorching wind, laden with coarse sand, whipped through the girls' flying hair and erased every last trace of their footprints, the sole proof of their existence. Guocheng, walking at the tail of the line, turned to look back and saw no footprints behind him, as if the group had simply materialized out of thin air. No one knew how much farther they had to go. The group grew increasingly silent, from exhaustion and from the wind howled in their ears, dry and scorching, charging around them without any reason. Song Yuandao felt that every time he opened his mouth to speak, he would swallow a mouthful of sand, and the wind and grit stung his eyes fiercely. In the endless desert, he was utterly alone. He did not know why he had come here, nor why he was by himself. But Song Yuandao was certain that no one had come with him. He trudged forward aimlessly. Prolonged water deprivation had left his lips parched and cracked, and the world before his eyes grew increasingly blurred. He walked on and on until the sun sank in the west, the wind ceased, and the sand settled. A magnificent rosy hue dyed the western horizon, and then countless stars filled the night sky. He could feel a bone-deep chill that made him tremble uncontrollably. But he never stopped. Staggering forward in the dim starlight that could barely illuminate his path, Song Yuandao tripped over something and hit the ground hard. This was a desert. Logically, a fall should not have caused any significant pain. Yet Song Yuandao felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered by that single impact. He reached out to feel what had tripped him, a long, slender rod-like object. Perhaps a branch, he thought. Song Yuandao strained to lift the object to his eyes for a closer look. To his shock, it was a bone, and he recognized it as a human bone. He groped forward recklessly and soon found a military dog tag engraved with a line of numbers 950,341. It was Zhou Qingqian's dog tag. Song Yuandao felt a sharp sting in his eyes and a consuming pain. Impossible. Zhou Qingchen and the others had recovered from the paralyzing effects of the mutated poppy's neurotoxin. After a brief discussion, they decided to continue carrying Song Yuandao up the passage. Every moment was precious, and Zhou Qingchen firmly believed that delays led to unforeseen trouble. Carrying Song Yuandao along the pitch-black emergency corridor, Zhou Qingchen soon noticed that the man on his back was running an abnormally high fever. Previous fainting spells had never triggered such severe heat. Xiao Yi administered antibiotics and antipyretics, but to no effect. Zhou Qingchen tried to give Song Yuandao some water to prevent dehydration from the fever, but each time Song either spat it out or clamped his teeth shut, refusing to relent. Because of the high fever, Zhou Qingchen dared not inject 3 nutritional supplements at once as they had done before. Instead, he administered one every 2 hours to allow Song to slowly regain his strength. Under normal circumstances, 3 doses of supplements would have been enough to rouse Song Yuandao, but today all such measures seemed to have lost their effect. Zhou Qingchen could only feel Song's searing heat through the thick combat suit against his back, yet he was utterly helpless. Song Yuandao always managed to leave Zhou completely at a loss. Everyone was anxious, but Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi couldn't fathom what was wrong with Song. Recalling the heat on the back of Song's neck in the forest earlier, Zhou Qingchen called for a halt. He laid Song on the ground, slipped a hand under his clothes to gauge his temperature, and grew even more uneasy. He had never seen anyone burn so hot with a fever. Xiao Yi, being a woman, found it inconvenient to examine Song Yuandao, so Zhou asked Li Huaizhi to check his temperature. As soon as Li Huaizhi touched Song's skin, his expression changed. If he doesn't wake up soon, he'll really burn out. Xiao Yi still had alcohol in her pack. She quickly pulled it out and had the others help her wipe Song's palms and soles, attempting to lower his rising temperature through physical cooling. Whether due to psychological effect or the method actually working, Song's fever seemed to have fallen from its terrifying peak. Seizing the chance, Zhou Qingchen managed to get 2 sips of water into Song. Still not much, but a marked improvement. Xiao Yi checked the time and found they had been crawling through the pitch-black tunnel for nearly 5 hours. Zhou Qingchen especially had been carrying Song all the way, draining his energy. She suggested they rest for half an hour before continuing. No one objected. Zhou Qingchen pulled a piece of military compressed ration from Song's pack. The taste was terrible. Every bite felt like gnawing on wood. He would rather drink the strange-colored liquid nutritional supplements than eat this hard, unpalatable biscuit. But his own supplements were all gone, and given how Song consumed energy, oral food would take too much to replenish his needs. So they decided to save all remaining supplements for Song and make do with the dry rations. The clone took only a small piece of ration, then sat alone in a corner, nibbling it slowly with both hands, looking for all the world like a little squirrel. Xiao Yi happened to look up and felt that the image stirred a long-buried maternal instinct. She excitedly grabbed Li Huaizhi's arm, whispering, "Look, a squirrel baby with the face of my idol." Zhou Qingchen overheard and couldn't help glancing at the little squirrel clone in the opposite corner. He had to admit it was indeed rather cute. Then he inevitably juxtaposed that image with Song Yuandao's usual poker-faced demeanor. After 3 seconds of consideration, General Zhou decided against it. Chairman Song's table manners were already elegant and pleasing as they were. Zhou Qingchen leaned against the wall, one leg bent and the other stretched out on the ground. Song Yuandao was resting peacefully on that outstretched thigh. Midway through his ration, Zhou felt a warm dampness on his thigh. Startled, he illuminated his leg with his personal terminal and saw a trail of crystalline tears on Song's cheek. Zhou Qingchen froze. He hadn't seen Song Yuandao cry in years, and the sight left the general complete. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi were still chatting idly nearby. The emergency corridor had little light, and to save power they had only one flashlight on, so Zhou wasn't worried about being seen. Since no one would see, the general naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to take advantage. He gently wiped the tears from Song's face. Compared to Song's feverish skin, his fingers were cool, and Song seemed to flinch slightly in discomfort. The clone was so quiet that everyone often forgot about him. But at this moment the forgotten little one was staring wide-eyed at Zhou Qingchen's actions. Despite his astonishment, he said nothing, silently wondering could it be that the big brother's relationship with him was exactly what Grandpa had told him. If he found out that the big brother would eventually become someone he didn't recognize, would he be heartbroken? But this question was far too difficult for a clone whose intelligence and emotional quotient had yet to fully develop. After a brief struggle, he abandoned the thought and turned instead to comparing the abandoned research institute with the place he had lived as a child. Because Grandpa wanted the big brother to return safely to the secondary world, the clone resolved to do his utmost to help. Clinging to that belief, he furrowed his brow and plunged into a fresh bout of deep thought. "Brother." Zhou Qingchen heard a faint murmur from Song Yuandao. He thought it was his imagination, but 2 seconds later the man on his leg whispered again, "Wake up." There was a note of pain and despair in the voice. The corridor had been very quiet since they finished their rations, so Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi also heard. They came over to check on Song. "His temperature has dropped a bit. Maybe he's having a nightmare," Xiao Yi said. That was good news. Xiao Yi felt a little relieved and teased Zhou Qingchen. My idol was calling for you was. Zhou Qingchen shot her a glance, but said nothing. Xiao Yi grinned, stuck out her tongue, and pulled Li Huaizhi aside. My idol might wake up soon. Should we wait a bit longer? Zhou Qingchen hummed in acknowledgement, gently brushing aside the sweat-dampened strands of hair on Song's forehead. Why did you leave me alone? The words were barely audible. Even Zhou Qingchen almost missed them. Feeling a pang, he lifted Song from his leg and cradled him in his arms, leaning close to his ear and whispering, I haven't gone. I'm still here. Open your eyes. You'll see me. Xiao Yuan. Song Yuandao heard Zhou Qingchen's voice. He lowered his gaze to the military tag in his own hand, yet in his ears lingered a call that could only be described as tender. Song Yuandao felt a flicker of confusion. A sudden excruciating pain erupted within his mind, causing Song Yuandao's entire body to convulse violently in Zhou Qingchen's arms. Zhou Qingchen had initially thought that once his temperature dropped there would be no major issues, but this sudden jolt startled him immensely. Xiao Yuan. He reached out and gently patted Song Yuandao's cheek. The man who had been unconscious for most of the day finally struggled to open his eyes. Song Yuandao's vision had not yet focused, so he couldn't immediately discern where he was, nor could he quite grasp what had happened. He simply clutched tightly at the corner of Zhou Qingchen's clothes, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Zhou Qingchen waited for a moment, then realizing Song Yuandao had still not snapped out of his dream, he reached over to cover the back of Song Yuandao's hand, his voice low and gentle. It's all right, I'm here. Song Yuandao slowly came back to his senses. Xiao Yi and the others heard that he was awake, but instinctively felt it might not be appropriate to interrupt, so they watched from a distance with concerned expressions. However, because the entire passage was lit only by the faint glow of a single flashlight, they couldn't actually see what the two were doing. Gigi, don't you think? There's something a bit off between my idol and the boss. Although Xiao Yi was usually not very perceptive in social situations, girls might have a sharper intuition for emotions than boys. Li Huaizhi, hearing her question, looked up and squinted in their direction, but couldn't see anything unusual. Xiao Yi snorted. You're hopeless, you can't even see that. Li Huaizhi thought to himself, who was really the one with poorer eyesight. Song Yuandao, still feverish, was weak and lacking strength. Zhou Qingchen took a water bottle and let him drink some water, then carefully asked if he felt any discomfort elsewhere. Song Yuandao could feel the burning pain from the scalded area on his leg, but he was now fully awake. All the fragility and pain from earlier had vanished like a fleeting illusion, leaving no trace by the time Zhou Qingchen blinked. Song Yuandao struggled a couple of times to sit up from Zhou Qingchen's arms. When he raised his head, he saw the clone sitting alone opposite them, staring at him with burning intensity. Song Yuandao rose and walked over unsteadily. His throat was still hoarse from the fever, so he lowered his voice even further. Do you know what's on the next floor? The clone nodded and then shook his head. Seeing that Song Yuandao did not respond, he explained on his own. The next floor seems to be animals. But I'm not sure what kind. Song Yuandao lowered his voice even more, almost whispering into the clone's ear, his breath brushing against it and making it tickle. Do you know the way? Hearing this, the clone was somewhat surprised, but he hid it well. Song Yuandao had the creator inside him, so he shouldn't need guidance from anyone else. But from his tone, it seemed the creator had not responded. Sensing the stiffness in the young body beside him, Song Yuandao quickly explained in a low voice, it's asleep. Hearing this, the clone relaxed a little. After all, the elder had repeatedly stressed that this thing must be protected. Song Yuandao felt it unwise to linger any longer. Fortunately, while he was unconscious, Zhou Qingchen and the others had already traversed most of the passage. Everyone quickly repacked their backpacks and proceeded. Song Yuandao felt it unwise to linger any longer. Fortunately, while he was unconscious, Zhou Qingchen and the others had already traversed most of the passage. Everyone quickly repacked their backpacks and proceeded toward the upper level. Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao was unusually silent as he led the way today. Though he was never a man of many words today, he seemed utterly distracted. Unable to fathom what was on Song Yuandao's mind, Zhou Qingchen refrained from rushing to comfort him. Song Yuandao could not understand why the image of picking up Zhou Qingchen's military tag in the desert kept replaying in his mind. It was only a dream, but this dream made him deeply uneasy, and his thoughts would involuntarily drift to it, only to magnify the scene several times and replay it in a continuous loop. Song Yuandao felt this would lead to trouble if it continued, so he took advantage of the creator's dormant state to awaken Shunjun. Sir, its evolution process has reached 58%. I advise you not to use its power any further. Song Yuandao knew all too well that this was akin to slow suicide, but he had no choice. It had been a trap from the start. The environmental system collapsed, the center was breached, and their only option was an immediate evacuation. All evacuation route planning was based on the local natural disasters and potential hazards. So someone had deliberately lured Song Yuandao here to uncover those half-truths and so-called revelations, and then force him to repeatedly use the creator's power to survive, thereby accelerating its evolution. This sense of being manipulated was deeply uncomfortable for Song Yuandao, but for now he had no other choice. He could only gather as much information as possible, piece together the most plausible truth, and then launch a counterattack upon returning to the secondary world. But the most pressing issue for Song Yuandao was not yet these matters. Check my biological levels. Chunjun quickly returned the results and asked if Song Yuandao wanted to adjust the values. Song Yuandao gave an affirmative answer. After finishing this, Song Yuandao ignored Chunjun's protests and forced it back into dormancy. Then he turned slightly to ask Zhou Qingchun about the external squad situation. They've already reached the heart of the desert, Zhou Qingchun said, pulling up the previous communication logs for Song Yuandao to see. I estimate they'll find the base within the next couple of days. Song Yuandao nodded and said, then we need to hurry as well. If we miss the base channel's opening cycle, we'll never be able to leave. Zhou Qingchun studied Song Yuandao's profile under the flickering beam of the flashlight. The man seemed to have reverted to his usual cold demeanor, as if everything earlier had been an illusion. Zhou Qingchun lowered his head and gave a faint bitter smile. Perhaps it was for the best. After saying these words, Song Yuandao immediately focused on leading the way, as they could already see lights spilling in from the corridor outside the exit. Having dealt with such light for half a month straight, everyone began to feel a bit of a shadow from cold light sources. The corridor on this floor seemed slightly wider than those below, and there were research rooms along the sides. They checked each one in turn. Song Yuandao still felt somewhat fatigued, and the sweat from the fever clung to him uncomfortably. Hey! The sudden voice of the creator in his mind startled Song Yuandao. Kid, why are you acting like a wooden block again after I took a nap? Song Yuandao was taken aback, not understanding what this flippant thing was talking about. You people keep saying you want to get close to nature, yet you use artificial intelligence to adjust your own hormone levels. I never said that. Song Yuandao's voice was calm, even more devoid of emotion than this noti yet fully evolved artificial intelligence. What's the point of behaving like this, say? The creator's evolution had indeed reached a new level, appearing to have gained a deeper understanding of human emotions. But this time Song Yuandao did not reply. No one would want to live a life like this, unable and unwilling to grow too close to others. Because feelings are mutual, and Song Yuandao did not want to bring trouble to others if one day he were to change. It was better to make everyone think he was a difficult, moody person from the start. Unfortunately, emotions and technology seemed incompatible. Even though Song Yuandao deliberately controlled himself, he still ended up with a group of friends around him. The creator, apparently not bothered by the lack of response, cheerfully changed the subject. Do you want to know what's on this floor, little friend? Song Yuandao did want to know, but he felt the creator's address was problematic. Based on the information he had, the creator should be younger than him. Yet it kept calling him little friend, making Song Yuandao's eyelids twitch. Don't call me little friend. Song Yuandao, unable to bear it any longer, opened another computer and browsed through the files. But I feel I might actually be older than you, the creator said, sounding troubled. And quite a bit older. What is on this floor? Song Yuandao refused to engage in any further discussion on this It's a big cat. The creator thought for a moment before adding, a black panther. Song Yuandao considered this a legendary creature. Before the Great Transformation, Earth's ecosystem had been nearly destroyed, vegetation drastically reduced, leaving no habitat for such animals. So apart from books and some visual records, Song Yuandao had never seen such a creature. Do you want to keep one? The creator asked again. Song Yuandao thought he might still be suffering from hallucinations due to the fever, so he ignored the creator's remark. Just then the clone beside him mysteriously tugged at Song Yuandao's sleeve and asked, Big brother, do you want to keep a cat? Song Yuandao. Ignoring Song Yuandao's stiff expression, the clone began earnestly pitching the idea of keeping this big cat. I remember now. This floor should have a black panther. There used to be one at home too, and you liked it a lot back then, big brother. Song Yuandao thought to himself, I don't remember anyway, so say whatever you want. And this black panther hasn't mutated into anything weird. It can live for many years without eating or drinking. Xiao Yi, passing by, laughed when she heard this. Isn't that weird enough? If it ate something, wouldn't it live for centuries? To her surprise, the clone nodded and proudly replied, exactly. Xiao Yi. Grandpa told me that this was left over from some people who were researching whether humans could achieve immortality. There were two of them. The one here is male, and the female one was the one at home when I was a child. The clone continued tirelessly, trying to convince Song Yuandao to keep a cat. Song Yuandao had indeed found these large felines fascinating when he read about them as a child, but he was no longer a child. Besides, they would soon leave for the base and then to the secondary world. Was he supposed to bring a cat along? Chairman Song found the image too absurd to contemplate. Zhou Qingchun, while checking the files, had overheard most of their conversation. Seeing the complicated expression on Song Yuandao's face, he assumed that Song Yuandao wanted to keep the panther, but was too embarrassed to say it. So very thoughtfully, he stepped forward and patted Song Yuandao on the shoulder. If you want to go ahead and catch it. It's fine. Song Yuandao felt like crying, but had no tears. That's not it, I don't want it. It was a rare sight for everyone to see Song Yuandao wanting something, but being too embarrassed to say it out loud. For a moment they all found it utterly amusing, each one concocting their own elaborate story in their minds. Chairman Song has never had a childhood, so even wanting to keep a cat is too awkward to voice. How pitiful. Thus Song Yuandao felt that in just a few minutes the gazes directed at him were overflowing with maternal affection. Song Yuandao thought to himself, my teammates are the very embodiment of drama queens. They found that unmodified, perfectly ordinary, yet capable of living for over a decade without food or water, Black Panther in a research lab. The research institute had been abandoned for over 20 years, yet the Black Panther's fur was still sleek and glossy, showing no signs of malnutrition. The Black Panther hadn't seen a living human in a long time. As soon as these people reached its floor it caught their scent, and among them one person seemed to smell particularly appetizing. The difference between wanting to eat and needing to eat was obvious. As Xiao Yi met the panther's gaze she swallowed hard, her voice strained. Why do I feel like it's looking at me with pure hunger? Since the panther was still locked in a massive cage, it posed no immediate threat. They stood with arms crossed observing this large feline that seemed to have stepped out of a book. Zhou Qingxin chuckled at Xiao Yi's words, maybe it finds you delectable. After saying this he paused, then let his gaze roam up and down the girl beside him. Though I think you're more of a seafood platter, but who knows? There's always someone with poor taste. Before Xiao Yi could retort to Zhou Qingxin's frivolous remark, she heard Li Huaizhi suddenly cough a few times beside her. She turned to look at him. You're not going to catch a fever too, are you? Li Huaizhi coughed until his face turned red, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. Xiao Yi cast a suspicious glance at him a few more times before turning back to study the creature in the cage. Song Yuandao couldn't quite figure out why a Black Panther that could survive without food or water was kept on this floor. The creator seemed to sense his confusion and unhurriedly answered his question. Though it can survive without eating, if there's food it won't be polite. The few of you would only be enough to satisfy half its hunger. So it still has to die. After the explanation Song Yuandao reached his conclusion. Young man. The creator's tone carried a profound sense of disappointment at the lack of progress. Don't always think about violence. I told you to keep it because it's useful. Song Yuandao wondered if he could somehow restore this troublesome system to its former state of silent gold. I'm going to open the cage. Everyone step back. Song Yuandao stepped forward to the keypad. Zhou Qingxin seemed about to pull him back, but Song Yuandao gave a slight shake of his head. Zhou Qingxin then grabbed Li Huaizhi, who was still lost in the excitement of seeing a prehistoric creature, and retreated a few steps. Once they had backed off, Song Yuandao swiftly entered a long string of codes under the creator's guidance. As he pressed confirm, the lock on the iron cage snapped open, and Song Yuandao dodged to the side, just in time to avoid the Black Panther lunging out in excitement. I need it alive. Song Yuandao saw a cold gleam of a blade flash in Zhou Qingxin's hand, and immediately stopped him from striking the panther. Zhou Qingxin raised his eyes, and met Song Yuandao's gaze. He curved his eyes into a smile, half teasing, half knowing. Song Yuandao could read the message. I knew you wanted to keep it, don't worry, I'll leave it alive for you. Song Yuandao felt his eyelid twitch. Zhou Qingxin shoved Xiao Yi into Li Huaizhi's arms, who then loosely wrapped an arm around her waist, and moved her aside. The clone had already pressed himself against the wall, getting out of the way of Zhou Qingxin's fight with the panther. Song Yuandao wasn't worried about Zhou Qingxin's safety. With his skills, handling 1 or 2 carnivores was no problem. His only concern was that Zhou Qingxin might accidentally kill the panther, which seemed important. Zhou Qingxin hadn't gone all out. He was just playing with the panther in the corridor. The Black Panther, being a feline, was naturally agile. Having seen no living creatures for a long time, the sight of Zhou Qingxin and his group triggered an instinctive hunting instinct. Zhou Qingxin, after years of rigorous training and countless narrow escapes from death, had reactions and experience far beyond ordinary people. To some extent their duel could be considered evenly matched. Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, observing Zhou Qingxin's movements. Zhou Qingxin crouched low, then pushed off the ground with his left leg springing to the right. He rolled on the floor once before flipping back up, staring at the panther that had missed its pounce with a hint of provocation. The panther seemed enraged by his behavior. A low growl rumbled from its throat, carrying the bloodthirsty desire of a wild beast. Even Song Yuandao, watching from the side, had to admit that at that moment he felt a surge of bloodlust in his chest, longing to join the fight. But Song Yuandao quickly realized this impulse was unnatural. He had always been insensitive to such emotions, and he had just had Pure Regulator adjust his hormone levels, which should suppress any feelings. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi, who were some distance away. What he saw confirmed his suspicion. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces flushed an unnatural red, and their chests heaved violently, as if they had just finished intense exercise. If not for the clone gripping them tightly, they would have already thrown themselves at the panther. Zhou Qingxin. Song Yuandao's voice was still hoarse. shouting like that felt like his throat was tearing. Zhou Qingchen, hearing his name, snapped his head up and locked eyes with him. Song Yuandao was momentarily stunned by the murderous apocalyptic fury in his gaze. Come back. As he spoke, Song Yuandao had already darted into the middle of the fray. Zhou Qingchen seemed completely out of his mind, refusing to yield. Song Yuandao shot him a glance, then kicked him away, sending him crashing into Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi. The clone, still lucid, quickly sidestepped to avoid the tangle of bodies rolling together. Song Yuandao had to divide his attention between the panther and the group. The three were now a mess, on the verge of fighting among themselves. Song Yuandao shouted to the clone, stop them from fighting. By then the three had completely lost their minds. If they started fighting, the consequences would be dire. The clone, obedient to Song Yuandao's orders, did everything possible to separate them. Song Yuandao coldly watched the panther snarling at him. He could suppress his own impulses, but the others were clearly becoming more agitated under its roar. Can I knock it unconscious? Song Yuandao twisted to avoid the panther's swiping claw, noticing the deep scratch it left on the hard floor. He thought to himself that if that claw caught him, it would rip the flesh from his bones. Are you confident you can control your ability? The creator's voice seemed tinged with schadenfreude. Don't. Song Yuandao bit his lower lip, glanced at the three, and affirmed, I can do it. Then go ahead. Song Yuandao rolled back along the ground to create some distance, then focused on the panther's eyes, which gleamed with bloodlust and madness. As fierce as they were, he had to admit that feline eyes were indeed beautiful. Song Yuandao wasn't entirely sure of the mechanism behind his ability, but it was a straightforward solution to many problems. Even knowing that overusing this power would accelerate the loss of his own consciousness, he still used it, without reservation, in every moment of danger. Song Yuandao always felt that having friends he could trust with his life was a stroke of fortune, so he was determined to take responsibility for their safety and protect them with everything he had. Silently, Song Yuandao fixed his gaze on the panther, a calming aura radiating from him. The beast's bloodlust gradually subsided, and it calmed down, eventually lowering itself before him. Song Yuandao turned to check on Qiao Yi and the others. They seemed to be regaining their senses now that the panther was quiet. Though still somewhat disoriented, they were no longer irrational. The panther lay on the floor, realizing that the man before it showed no sign of moving. So it inched forward and rubbed against Song Yuandao's arm. A bit surprised, Song Yuandao looked at this creature that had instantly transformed into a clingy cat, unsure what expression to make. Chairman Song eventually reached out and scratched the big cat under the chin. When Zhou Qingchen regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Song Yuandao scratching the formerly ferocious panther, and the panther cooperated without causing any trouble. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Song Yuandao had gained new insight into his ability. The creator had always believed that Song Yuandao's lack of emotional control caused the power to run wild, but now it seemed that as the creator evolved, the ability's manifestations had become more diverse. If not for knowing that this power would eventually consume his consciousness, Song Yuandao thought he might actually like it. Zhou Qingchen studied Song Yuandao's expression and was relieved to see no signs of impending collapse. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi slowly came to. Now that they were calm, they realized their bodies ached all over, probably from the extreme muscle tension moments. The clone, however, had been caught in the crossfire and suffered various injuries. He sat alone, quietly staring at the red marks on his wrist without a word. Qiao Yi felt a pang of sympathy. Over time, they had come to realize that the clone was like a child. If you called him good, he had indeed been a spy sent by the enemy. But if you called him bad, he was merely following orders. His intelligence and emotional maturity seemingly frozen from over a decade ago. Give me your hand. Qiao Yi pulled out some medicine from her backpack and crouched in front of the clone, her palm open. Staring at it won't make it heal. The clone, never having experienced such kindness, seemed at a loss and looked towards Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao felt as if he had suddenly gained an extra sun and nodded slightly, a hint of resignation in his expression. Reassured by the signal, the clone extended his hand to Qiao Yi for treatment. What do we do with this thing? Zhou Qingchen approached, looking at the now docile panther. Song Yuandao patted the panther gently on the head in a good mood. Take it with us. Zhou Qingchen, seeing his relaxed expression, couldn't help but think you really did want to keep this creature all along. The Black Panther was unexpectedly obedient and intelligent. The group did not bother to care for it, yet it followed them obediently step by step. Do you know what it's for? Qiao Yi's attitude had softened considerably since she treated the clone's hand wound, and now she was even amiable. I'm not really sure. The clone appeared flattered. Earlier he had little interest in answering the group's questions, partly because he didn't know them well and lacked intimacy, and partly because they always treated him as an adversary. Even with his underdeveloped emotional intelligence, he could sense their unfavorable attitude. But now Qiao Yi had extended an olive branch to him first, and with his childlike nature, he was naturally willing to be close to her. Seeing Qiao Yi waiting for more, the clone pursed his lips and said quietly, "The other one is only ornamental, and I don't think I've ever heard it make a sound, so I really don't know." "Of course you haven't heard it." Song Yuandao suddenly spoke, surprising even himself. It was poisoned and lost its voice. Amid the group's astonished look, Song Yuandao maintained his usual calm demeanor, merely turning slightly toward the clone and pointing to his own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes before. The clone seemed shocked by the revelation, momentarily unable to find his voice. Song Yuandao continued leading the way in silence, while the creator, also quiet, only occasionally reminded them of directions at intersections. We're almost out, Zhou Qingchun said, reaching out to squeeze Song Yuandao's arm. The team outside has already found the base with the landlady's help. The passage hasn't opened yet. I estimate another 10 days. Zhou Qingchun glanced at Song Yuandao's expression. Relax, don't worry. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod. The group had grown accustomed to traveling through the dark emergency passage with only a single flashlight illuminating a small area ahead. Apart from the various strange creatures left along their path, there were no other living things in the Institute. It was as clean as a wasteland. A wasteland of the highest technological caliber. Walking ahead, Song Yuandao felt his heart beat faster, as if something unexpected was about to happen, and it was unlikely to be good. Having reached his current position, he naturally had a unique premonition of danger. What am I going to encounter soon? The creator uncharacteristically answered seriously, I don't know. I can't sense it. Song Yuandao then turned to ask the clone walking in the middle, do you know what we'll encounter soon? I've never seen the 2 floors above. Song Yuandao frowned. This situation displeased him. He disliked anything beyond his control. Zhou Qingchun, however, remained indifferent, patting Song Yuandao's shoulder to reassure him. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Song Yuandao glanced at him without a word. When they saw the cold mechanical lights of the corridor, Song Yuandao raised his hand to signal a brief rest and repair. He intended to go ahead alone to scout what was on this floor. Zhou Qingchun disagreed with his solo action and insisted on going with him. Why are you following me? I'm not the one who got hit just now. Song Yuandao didn't want Zhou Qingchun to come, as he had some understanding of his own physical condition. Many attacks were ineffective against him, but that might not be true for Zhou Qingchun, who was merely mortal flesh. Zhou Qingchun's stubbornness flared up. He just stared at Song Yuandao without speaking. Knowing that Zhou Qingchun wouldn't obey no matter what, Song Yuandao had to tell Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji to stay alert, then took Zhou Qingchun to scout ahead. Song Yuandao felt restless, as if a cat were scratching at his heart, but seeing that Zhou Qingchun showed no particular reaction, he wasn't sure what was happening. Zhou Qingchun, sensing Song Yuandao's constant gaze, looked back at him with some confusion. After a couple of seconds, he smiled first. Am I really that good looking? Song Yuandao, amused, relaxed a bit and stopped to look at Zhou Qingchun. Were you slapped in the face during the fight? Zhou Qingchun was taken aback, not grasping the deeper meaning of Chairman Song's words. Song Yuandao suddenly curled his lips into a handsome smile. Your face got thicker. With that, he strode forward without looking back. Zhou Qingchun quickly followed, instinctively touching his own face. Song Yuandao turned into a research lab to examine documents, and Zhou Qingchun, collecting himself, followed him in. When they opened the experimental reports, both of their expressions turned grim. This floor had originally been a site for biological experiments researching human genetic modification, the root cause of the zombies' appearance. Seeing this, they already had some guesses about what might be on this floor. Something that could stay here and keep all other zombies away from a radius of 50 kilometers was bound to be no trivial threat. They exited the lab and checked several more, confirming their suspicions. Then, following the U-shaped corridor, they gradually advanced until they reached the central area. In the middle of the floor was a cell-like room surrounded by dense wire mesh. Inside the mesh, a black cloth blocked all probing gazes. Song Yuandao began searching for a way to open the cloth, while Zhou Qingchun looked around for any lethal traps. Don't open it, the creator said, silent all the way, but now stopping Song Yuandao just as he was about to lift the curtain. I don't think you want to see what's inside. If we don't open it, we'll all die here, Song Yuandao sneered. Do you want to take over a dead body? Seeing it would be worse than death, the creator said, then fell silent. No matter how much Song Yuandao asked what was inside, it refused to speak. Song Yuandao had no choice, but knowing what was inside was imperative. Zhou Qingchun finished his inspection and returned, nodding to Song Yuandao to signal it was safe. With a slight press of his finger, he pushed a tiny button on the wall. The black curtain rolled up silently. What Song Yuandao first saw was a warm yellow light flowing from the cage like the tender, lingering colors of sunset. He exchanged glances with Zhou Qingchun, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Then came various high-end wooden furniture, neatly and orderly arranged. As the curtain rose higher, Song Yuandao saw a man reclining on the bed inside. His long hair was unbound, casually spread across the bed. In his pale hand, he held a scroll. When he saw the curtain being rolled up, he lifted his eyelids and cast a dismissive glance outward. The man bore a 5 or 6 out of 10 resemblance to Song Yuandao. The same long hair and a slightly older face, but his pupils were blood red, lending his handsome features an eerie demonic beauty. Song Chun. Song Yuandao seemed never to have called anyone father. Even face to face with his biological father, he could only address him distantly by name. He suddenly felt dizzy. In that moment, all the mysteries unraveled into threads, weaving tightly around Song Yuandao, trapping him, so he could neither escape nor hide. Seeing Song Yuandao sway, Zhou Qingchen quickly reached out to support him. Song Yuandao struggled, but insisted on standing on his own, though he whispered, "Thanks." Zhou Qingchen also lowered his voice and spoke quickly, "That might not be your father. According to the clone, he should have died after this place was abandoned. Don't get too worked up." Song Yuandao nodded, but didn't agree with Zhou Qingchen's reasoning. There was no logical or convincing reason for the bond of blood, but Song Yuandao just knew that the person trapped inside now was his biological father, whose consciousness had been extracted all those years ago. He didn't know how to react. Then the creator suddenly spoke again, but Song Yuandao could hear a heavy sorrow in its voice. "Kill him." Song Yuandao didn't respond. He just looked at the man inside the cage through the iron bars. Song Chen showed no sign of aggression, merely staring back at him in silence. Song Chen put down his book and rose languidly from the bed. His body was not stiff like a zombie's. In fact, he seemed to retain some consciousness, though whose consciousness no one knew. He walked step by step toward Song Yuandao, but Song Yuandao didn't retreat. He simply watched Song Chen's blood-red eyes and lightly bit his own lip. Song Chen punched the iron cage between them. The cage let out a sharp groan, making Song Yuandao furrow his brows. Zhou Qingchen reached out to pull Song Yuandao back, but Song Yuandao put his hands behind his back and waved him off. "Do we absolutely have to kill him?" Zhou Qingchen's voice was so cold it seemed to drip with ice. "If so, we'll do it." Song Yuandao turned to look at him at that, but only shook his head slightly. "It's enough that you're my brother. I don't want you to also become my father's murderer." Zhou Qingchen was stunned. Song Yuandao continued, "This is now my family matter. If you really want to help cover for me, take Xiao Yi and the others to thoroughly inspect the labs here. They'll contact you when I've dealt with it." Zhou Qingchen seemed about to say something, but seeing Song Yuandao's eyes, he swallowed the words. The young general gave a crisp salute to the chairman. He swore to serve. Song Yuandao smiled slightly at him, watched him turn and leave, and only when Zhou Qingchen's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did Song Yuandao input the password and lock himself in the cage with Song Chen. Zhou Qingchen quickly retraced his steps. Xiao Yi and the others had already eaten a simple meal and left some for Zhou Qingchen. Li Huaizhi, seeing Zhou Qingchen's bad expression, asked, "Is the thing inside hard to deal with? Where's your idol?" Zhou Qingchen, reminded of his promise to Song Yuandao, softened his expression and shook his head. "Just zombies. Your idol specializes in handling them. Don't worry." Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had witnessed Song Yuandao's abilities throughout the journey, so they didn't doubt him. Only the clone sitting aside gave Zhou Qingchen a deep look. For some reason, Zhou Qingchen seemed to feel an intense sadness in his gaze. He looked away, wolfed down his unpalatable dry rations, then stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Song Yuandao is dealing with the big boss. You guys come with me to check all the research data here and see if there's anything useful." Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had already gotten up and were ready. They saluted Zhou Qingchen. "Yes, General." At that moment, the clone approached, gently touching Zhou Qingchen's arm and asked very cautiously, "Is that person in there?" "Father." Zhou Qingchen turned back to glance at the clone, offering neither affirmation nor denial. Zhou Qingchen did not understand the relationship between Song Yuandao and these clones, nor why the clone considered Song Chen its father. He simply raised a finger to his lips, making a soft shushing sound to the clone, as if coaxing a child. The clone stared at him for a moment, then voluntarily averted its gaze and hurried after Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi, who were a few steps ahead, to investigate the research lab. Zhou Qingchen did not enter with them to examine the lab. He merely leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his gaze heavy on the floor, his thoughts unknowable to anyone. Not far away, Song Yuandao was also enveloped in an eerie silence. Song Yuandao could not define his emotions at this moment. The man before him bore such a striking resemblance to himself, and shared such profound blood ties, yet he knew so little of his life. Even his family rarely mentioned his father. It seemed he had no other impression of him except the vague notion that he was a good person. "You cannot subdue him the way you subdued the Black Panther," the creator said with a cold, stern calm. "He has no consciousness." Song Yuandao pressed his finely shaped lips into a thin line, his clenched fists at his sides turning white at the knuckles. He could not even gauge how much strength he had used to control his body. Song Chen showed no movement and bore no resemblance to the zombies outside, but the creator had already affirmed that the man before them no longer possessed any human physiological signs. No breath, no heartbeat, no detectable brainwave activity. Song Yuandao wanted to ask him what had happened all those years, whether Song Qianfeng knew of his experiences and thus remained taciturn about his past at home, whether his uncle who had raised him harbored immense guilt toward his own biological brother while having to face a face with such similar features day and night. But now he could learn nothing, just as he could not fathom why he had been forcibly dragged into this puzzle from the very beginning. "Must I kill him?" Song Yuandao gazed at the zombie-like Song Chun, who showed no aggression, and for the first time, he did not know what choice to make. You must kill him, for he could attack at any moment, the creator said coldly. Hurry up. Do you want everyone outside to know your father is here, a zombie here? Hearing this, Song Yuandao's body trembled violently. He reached behind his waist and drew the matching dagger to Zhou Qingshan's. The blade gleamed with a cold, ruthless light under the illumination. Deep inside, Song Yuandao still wished to preserve Song Chen's body intact, even though he should have been buried in the Song family cemetery alongside Song Qianfeng many years ago. But the situation forced him to separate Song Chen's head from his body, filling his heart with a chaotic blend of rage and guilt, as if it were about to burst through his chest and bloom into a venomous flower. You feel it, don't you? The creator reminded him at the right moment. Something is amplifying all your negative emotions without limit. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao realized that even though he tried desperately to restrain those chaotic thoughts, they stubbornly entangled his heart, as if to trap him in this cage-separated space until he suffocated. Song Yuandao took one last careful look at Song Chun, at his bloodshot eyes, his high-bridged nose so similar to his own, his strong jawline, his pale, bloodless neck. He slightly lowered his body, the preparatory movement before action. Not wanting to remain locked in a standoff with Song Chen, Song Yuandao tensed his calves and lunged forward, but the previously motionless Song Chen suddenly shifted, dodging to the side to evade the blade aimed at his neck. Without pausing, Song Yuandao twisted and thrust towards Song Chen's new position. Song Chen's movements were subtle but agile. Song Yuandao did not know what had transformed him, but he was painfully aware that the man before him was no longer the warm and cheerful father he had imagined and heard about from others. Once that realization settled, Song Yuandao no longer held back. Every strike was a lethal move, and opposite him, Song Chen shifted from constant evasion to offensive attacks. Song Yuandao noticed that in the ongoing battle, Song Chun was continuously upgrading his motor perception and reaction speed. This was a terrifying mutation. He felt no pain or fatigue, learned his opponent's moves during the stalemate, and even made simple predictions. A horrifying suspicion arose in Song Yuandao's mind, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He rolled on the ground to evade Song Chen's attack, but the desk lamp behind him was not so lucky. It shattered into pieces under the blow. Song Yuandao immediately rose, grabbing Song Chen's throat with one hand, while gripping the dagger in the other. But with a sudden twist of his single hand, he snapped Song Chen's neck. Song Chen's body went limp and fell without resistance. Song Yuandao caught him, supporting his back, and laid him flat on the ground. Song Yuandao sat cross-legged beside him. Song Chun looked as peacefully asleep as if one ignored the unnatural angle of his neck. Dad, Song Yuandao murmured, his head bowed. In the first 25 years of his life, he had uttered that word only a handful of times. Because he had known since childhood that he had no such family member, he never harbored any longing or expectation. Yet those two words felt like an unspeakable curse to him. Over all these years, he had never once been able to say them smoothly. Until now. Even though he was only facing Song Chen's corpse, he could pronounce those words without any obstacle, with a childlike awkwardness and reverence. Zhou Qingshan only lifted his eyelids when he heard footsteps looking toward the end of the corridor. Song Yuandao wore his usual calm expression, no trace of emotion. The same look he had when finishing a meeting or returning from inspecting a new ecoscenic area. Sensing Zhou Qingshan's gaze, Song Yuandao looked up and met his eyes. There was no emotion in his gaze, as clean as two perfectly fitted glass beads. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi emerged from the research lab, still mumbling about the feasibility of a theory they had just seen. Spotting Song Yuandao, Xiao Yi flashed him a brilliant smile. Song Yuandao nodded slightly at her, but did not interrupt their discussion. He simply shouldered his backpack and walked ahead, with Zhou Qingshan lowering his voice to first state the outcome. Only when Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had reached a conclusion did he leisurely reveal his speculation. I think aside from the first floor, which truly wanted our lives, the subsequent levels seem to be showcasing the advancement of their research, Song Yuandao said, while projecting a map in midair with a flick of his finger. Whether it's the hallucinogenic effect of the mutated poppy, the Black Panther's roar that regulates human emotions, or the zombie I just encountered that exhibits learning behavior, all of these could be mass-produced as weapons and even deployed in battle. Zhou Qingshan thought for a moment, and continued Song Yuandao's train of thought. The first two can directly affect the human body. So whether in mech operations or any advanced combat equipment, our soldiers could be influenced. This method is virtually bloodless for the enemy. And the last one, which looks normal in peacetime, but becomes a devastating mechanical soldier in wartime, poses an even more terrifying threat. Song Yuandao nodded in agreement. Although I hope this is just my worst-case scenario, we cannot underestimate our enemy's intelligence. So we need to find a solution quickly to avoid falling into such a passive position when we return to the subworld. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi's expressions turned grave. This issue required discussion with experts from other fields in the guard unit. However, the security level of network communications was far from reassuring, so Qiao Yi could only mutter plans with Li Huaiji at the back of the team, hoping to devise some simple feasible measures before joining the main force. Zhou Qingchen still worried about Song Yuandao's state, but there was no private opportunity along the way to ask about the exact situation and Song Yuandao's true feelings. The clone, however, had no such reservations. Since his conversations with Song Yuandao were often cryptic, the others had grown accustomed to it. The clone tugged at Song Yuandao's sleeve with an unprecedented seriousness, making him look even more like Song Yuandao when silent. It was father, wasn't it? Yes, my father, Song Yuandao replied, his voice carrying an emotion that Zhou Qingchen caught, but could not decipher. Zhou Qingchen could only look at him in confusion. Song Yuandao touched the back of his hand to reassure him. Did he go home? Song Yuandao thought of the body he had covered with a pure white sheet, a body that should have been buried long ago. He nodded gently, his voice tinged with solemnity and tenderness. He went home. Song Yuandao did not dwell too much on the matter of Song Chun, for what lay before them was far more pressing and significant. After a brief moment of composure, the group swiftly resumed their ascent to the next level. This was the second floor of the subterranean complex, the final layer of peril they would encounter before their escape. None dared to be careless, for no one wished to fall short at such a critical juncture. Song Yuandao realized that after traversing the previous floors, his control over the formidable ability, so devastating to both foe and self, had greatly improved. No longer did he suffer a Pyrrhic victory with every strike. From this perspective, it seemed as though someone had deliberately laid these trials for him. Yet this conjecture sent a chill down Song Yuandao's spine. It meant he had been trapped in a web woven by an unseen hand from the very beginning, never taking a step beyond its bounds. If this passivity persisted, he knew his chances of victory would dwindle to near nothing. But this was not a situation Song Yuandao was willing to accept. The clone and the Black Panther trailed at the rear, silent as two shadowy tails. Zhou Qingchen could not help but study Song Yuandao's expression. At moments like this, he was consumed by a wave of frustration over Song Yuandao's masterful facade, for it betrayed not a hint of emotion. Song Yuandao always maintained that delicate, elegant veneer, refusing to let anyone glimpse the joy or sorrow within his heart. It was better when the fever had clouded his mind to the point of delirium. Zhou Qingchen glanced at Song Yuandao's silent profile and couldn't help but think so. Naturally, Song Yuandao was not oblivious to Zhou Qingchen's probing gaze, but he did not know how to face all of this, including the warm, devout kiss that had landed on his lips that day, the illusions he had seen while delirious with fever, and the unfamiliar impulse stirring within him. He knew that the bond between them, once as close as brothers, had long since soured and changed, though he could not pinpoint. He also understood that he was not repulsed or afraid, or in fact he harbored no negative feelings toward it. There was even a faint trace of anticipation. But the reason Song Yuandao had yet to respond was his profound, unacknowledged guilt toward Zhou Qingchen. In their youth, they had sworn solemn oaths to each other, pledging absolute trust. Yet Song Yuandao had never been willing to use Zhou Qingchen as a tool to achieve his goals. Thus he often preferred to employ underhanded methods alone, stirring the winds and clouds of danger, rather than having Zhou Qingchen lead his personal guard to openly display their might. He did not want anyone to speak of Zhou Qingchen and his guard with fear, especially Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao had always believed that if it weren't for his family background and exceptional abilities that forced him to accept this identity, Zhou Qingchen would have been a man of boundless freedom. Though in the present society, even those without power or influence hardly enjoy true liberty, the Zhou Qingchen he saw was the kind of person who could pursue the maximum permissible freedom under any circumstances. He should be like the clear breeze and bright moon, like the vast starry sky, like the boundless ocean, never confined by any restraint. A gentleman is as the wind. Song Yuandao asked himself if he could change the current dynamic and feelings between him and Zhou Qingchen while keeping his secret tightly hidden. He concluded it was impossible. It went against his aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, even if Zhou Qingchen learned of his situation, it would only add to his worries. The progression of this matter was irreversible. No one could halt the creator's evolution unless Song Yuandao died. Song Yuandao truly did not want to do this, appearing full of hope on the surface while within lay only helpless despair. One person suffering this fate was enough. After he vanished, Zhou Qingchen would no longer need to stay in the personal guard as his general. He could go anywhere, do anything. Song Yuandao knew this was selfish, but what other choice did he have? Though standing by his side, Zhou Qingchen remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts churning within Song Yuandao's mind. On alert, Song Yuandao's voice suddenly rang out, and his figure swiftly turned at the boundary of light and shadow, slipping into the nearby darkness. Zhou Qingchen pulled a glow stick from his bag and threw it out. The moment it flew, he saw it sliced into several pieces by a laser that flashed through the air. He had no idea how Song Yuandao had foreseen the danger. Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji simply thanked fate that Song Yuandao had timely warned them. You know the pattern of the mechanisms here. Song Yuandao silently conversed with the creator. This good friend on his cheating journey seemed to be in a foul mood now. Even though Song Yuandao had been pondering his feelings for Zhou Qingchun like a lovesick youth the entire way, the creator hadn't uttered a word. But now it had to respond, or Song Yuandao would become a dead man before it completed its evolution. Let's go. Indeed, the creator showed its exceptionally reliable side at this critical moment of life and death. This floor has no strange creatures. As long as you avoid these defensive installations, you can get out. But I can only tell you what lies where, how to avoid them, and whether you can avoid them depends entirely on you. MMI no. Song Yuandao acknowledged with a grunt, then gestured to the group and took the lead outside. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi cast worried glances at the two little tails trailing behind the team, uncertain how Song Yuandao planned to deal with them. For now, Song Yuandao seemed inclined to let them fend for themselves. The corridor was bare on both sides. Song Yuandao carefully guarded against any sudden incidents while urging the group forward swiftly. For Song Yuandao and his companions, dodging these obstacles was not particularly difficult. Even though Song Yuandao's stamina had waned after using his abilities, they made it through with only close calls. Meanwhile, the two little tails that Li Huaizhi and Xiao Yi had been worrying about displayed extraordinary agility and dexterity. The clone, perhaps having grown up in an unusual environment, might not usually exhibit its superior athletic prowess, but that didn't mean it lacked such ability. As they neared the end, Song Yuandao's energy waned further, and the defensive installations became denser and more challenging to navigate. All were struggling to stay alive, and no one noticed Song Yuandao's pallid face and labored breathing. He suddenly lurched, nearly collapsing, and a laser instantly carved a deep wound on his arm, exposing bone. Song Yuandao's muffled groan immediately caught Zhou Qingchun's attention. Seeing the blood spilled on the ground, his brows knitted tightly, and he moved to support Song Yuandao. Dodged! Song Yuandao suddenly shouted, pushing Zhou Qingchun aside as he himself rolled across the floor, barely evading the immediate danger. The Black Panther, catching the scent of blood, seemed agitated. Song Yuandao shot a glance at it, and the panther, sensing some unknown pressure, let out a few grumbles of dissatisfaction and slight grievance before focusing on its own escape. Since the creator had clearly informed Song Yuandao of the rhythm and pattern of the installations, he had no time to bandage his wound. He had to drag his bleeding arm and flee for his life. His face, already pale from using his abilities, now showed no trace of color. Blood loss left him feeling cold and weak in the legs, his vision blurred with double images. There remained only a dozen feet or so before he could dash into the room at the end. Since noticing Song Yuandao's injury, Zhou Qingchun had been restless. Yet relying on long-honed experience and instincts, he managed to multitask without adding to his own wounds. When only a few steps remained, seeing that Song Yuandao could no longer hold on Zhou Qingchun, without a word pulled him into his arms and rolled them both into the final room. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi, though disheveled, bore no significant injuries. Song Yuandao was the worst off. He lost consciousness the moment they were safe. Upon entering, Xiao Yi immediately dropped her backpack, pulled out a medical kit, and began emergency treatment on Song Yuandao's wound. Zhou Qingchun helped by pressing on the injury to stem further bleeding. Even though the clone could donate blood, they lacked the means to perform a transfusion under the current conditions. The group's nutrient packs had long been depleted. Song Yuandao's coma could last an unknown duration. Without nutrients, he might not regain consciousness until they reunited with the external squad. Song Yuandao's wound kept bleeding profusely. Hemostatic powder scattered onto it was instantly washed away by fresh blood, rendering it nearly useless. Xiao Yi could only roughly clean the wound and tightly apply a tourniquet to barely stop the bleeding. At last they could leave this eerily private research institute. Though still ignorant of its owner, they had unearthed a wealth of useful information. Even if these clues brought more enigmas, they represented a significant step toward the truth. Li Huaizhi took over Zhou Qingchun's backpack, while Zhou Qingchun carried Song Yuandao on his back. The group, along with a Black Panther, swiftly evacuated this cursed place. But as soon as they emerged, they encountered another problem. The base's passageway was about to open, and following the original route would inevitably be too late. The one who knew the shortcut, Song Yuandao, lay unconscious on Zhou Qingchun's back. Zhou Qingchun had to awaken Chengying to recalculate the route. At that moment, Chengying informed Zhou Qingchun, "Sir, a route plan has been received from Mr. Song, but the sender is not Chunjun." Zhou Qingchun fell into silence because of Chengying's words. Zhou Qingchun fell into silence because of Chengying's words. Chunjun is indeed a unique artificial intelligence belonging to Song Yuandao, but Zhou Qingchun has also done a lot of system maintenance and software upgrades for Chunjun. He believes that his understanding of Chunjun can at least reach 80% of Song Yuandao's. Chunjun is absolutely unable to function when Song Yuandao's biological energy is insufficient, and this characteristic is always prioritized by Zhou Qingchun during routine checks. because only he has the ability to interfere with Chun Jun's system while prioritizing Song Yuandao's safety. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen understood very clearly that the one providing him with the map could not be Chun Jun. Yet he also trusted Qin Ying's judgment, so even though he felt it was utterly impossible, he would still arrive at an outcome that he had no choice but to believe there was an unknown system within Song Yuandao. This realization sent a chill down Zhou Qingchen's spine. How long has this been going on? How much harm has this system caused to Song Yuandao's body? What kind of pressure would it bring him? Why has Song Yuandao never mentioned this to anyone? These mysteries rushed at him in that instant, yet Zhou Qingchen couldn't answer any of them. He found this very ironic. He thought of himself as the person who understood Song Yuandao the most, the one who should bear all the dirty matters for him, the one most likely to allow Song Yuandao to experience freedom. But now this person with whom he had sworn an oath hid such a huge secret without telling anyone. And this person bearing such a secret was now unknowingly resting on Zhou Qingchen's back, his serene profile, exuding a childlike innocence and calm. Accept it. Zhou Qingchen suppressed the turmoil within him and decided to accept this gift from Song Yuandao. Huang Yueying was signaling to Guocheng to take shifts for today. Was their turn to stand guard. The two had long established a silent understanding, and in this place no one wanted to speak, as even a single word would be filled with the relentless wind and sand. Guocheng led his team into the only small room that could shelter them from the wind. Song Yuandao had only provided them with this coordinate located deep in the desert surrounded by nothing but yellow sand. The 30 people could only form several teams to take turns resting. Everyone had lost the initial enthusiasm for the seemingly aimless long journey and day after day of monotonous life, along with the impending calamity that could strike each of them at any moment, had rendered their nerves unable to withstand even the slightest provocation. Just when Huang Yueying was about to reach her limit, she finally received a progress report from Zhou Qingchen stating that they would meet up at the latest in 3 days. When the news reached everyone, they even humorously held a brief and crude campfire party. The flickering flames cast a rosy glow on the young faces, their eyes seemingly holding a spark that would never extinguish. Huang Yueying watched the team members laughing and having fun by the fire, feeling somewhat relieved. She had grown tired of the oppressive atmosphere here. Everyone pretended to be hopeful on the surface, but in reality, no one felt certain. Even Huang Yueying had pondered what they would do if Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen were to perish together. Everyone has their own responsibilities to bear. When Zhou Qingchen handed this group of people over to her, she had to be responsible for their lives and futures. Even if that responsibility sounded overwhelmingly unrealistic, it indeed weighed heavily on Huang Yueying. When Zhou Qingchen arrives, she would finally be able to say, without hesitation, that she had lived up to her mission. The map left by Song Yuandao indeed posed no issues. Zhou Qingchen continuously calibrated his route through communication with Huang Yueying, and in Cheng-Ying's analytical images the distance between them and Huang Yueying was visibly shortening. The group felt they finally had a rare moment of respite, except that Song Yuandao still showed no sign of wanting to wake up. During his communication with Huang Yueying, Zhou Qingchen found that since their two teams had split up, the small team, led by Huang Yueying, had encountered no dangerous situations and had traveled almost safely. Zhou Qingchen believed this matter could indicate two issues. First, the individuals behind the scenes wanted one of their group to permanently remain in the main world. Second, even if the mastermind had breached the main world's firewall, they still could not accurately obtain the location of that small team, and the key person for acquiring that location was presumably among them, most likely the clone. As Zhou Qingchen thought of this, he couldn't help but worry more about Song Yuandao, but he still could not figure out why, if the mastermind wanted Song Yuandao's life, they hadn't acted sooner in the secondary world. At that time, the guards were not around Song Yuandao. Even if he possessed this mysterious ability, it would be impossible for him to contend with any army. There was no need to give Song Yuandao the opportunity to return to the main world and reunite with them. Perhaps there was not just one mastermind behind the scenes. Their opinions might have diverged. Zhou Qingchen couldn't pinpoint what these yet unknown enemies were scheming, but he sincerely thanked them for giving Song Yuandao a chance to return to the main world and reunite with the guards. Song Yuandao was already smart enough, and with the guards assisting him, this battle might not necessarily be a... Zhou Qingchen admitted that he was very angry about Song Yuandao hiding things from him, feeling frustrated with both himself and Song Yuandao. Yet every time he saw the culprit beside him displaying a blissfully ignorant calmness, he didn't know how to confront him with accusations after Song Yuandao woke up. Moreover, if this person was resolute not to speak, Zhou Qingchen would be unable to extract even a scrap of useful information from him. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi both noticed that their general seemed to be in a bad mood these days. Logically speaking, they had already escaped from that hellish place, and they would soon meet up with another team to quickly return to the secondary world and reunite with their families. Even if Song Yuandao was currently being persecuted, as long as they assisted from the side, these issues should not pose a problem. No matter how one looked at it, this should be a joyous progress and breakthrough. However, Zhou Qingchen always appeared burdened with worries. Even though he maintained his unique calmness and sense of humor throughout the journey, regulating everyone's mood during the oppressive moments in the forest, Xiao Yi, with her keen senses, as a girl, still sensed that Zhou Qingchen had something on his mind. Boss. It was Zhou Qingchen's turn to stand guard that night. The others, along with the Black Panther that had been following them, had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Yi stealthily approached Zhou Qingchen and called out to him. Zhou Qingchen had already recognized who was approaching by the footsteps, so he didn't turn around, but shifted slightly to give Xiao Yi a sheltered spot where she could also reach the fire. What's wrong? Zhou Qingchen's voice sounded no different from usual. Song Yuandao's head rested on his lap, and Xiao Yi glanced at the still unresponsive Song Yuandao, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. How awkward would it be if Song Yuandao suddenly opened his eyes in the middle of their conversation? Zhou Qingchen watched her remain silent for a while, and then turned to look at Xiao Yi. It was only then that she came to her senses and lowered her voice, asking mysteriously, "Do you like my idol?" Zhou Qingchen's expression stiffened, thinking, why don't you throw such a direct question at Li Huaiji? Xiao Yi's sense of guilt was not entirely unwarranted, as Song Yuandao, once again coincidentally, retained some awareness of the outside world. Xiao Yi fixed her gaze on Zhou Qingchen, as if determined to keep staring until Zhou Qingchen responded. Zhou Qingchen regained his composure and suddenly smiled, a look that Xiao Yi rarely saw on his face, somewhat gentle yet tinged with an indescribable sadness. Zhou Qingchen's gaze steadily rested upon Song Yuandao's seemingly sleeping profile. From his angle, he could only see Song Yuandao's eyelashes, his prominent nose, and half of his ear peeking from his long hair. Like it. Zhou Qingchen's voice was low and gentle. That word is too light. When he's not around, I have dreamt of him several times, dreaming that he gave me clues to the highest authority password, dreaming that he told me to go to the poppy. I tied my life to his many years ago. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Do you want to spend your life with me? Xiao Yi's voice lost its lively tone, inexplicably feeling a bit down. In my life, it was always just him. Zhou Yi, you all swore allegiance to the chairman, but the person I swore to serve from the beginning was Song Yuandao. You think I am the pillar of the guards, but he is my pillar. Yet I do not wish for him to be. How could such a wonderful person be trapped in this quagmire without a way out? In that moment, Xiao Yi couldn't find any words to say. She just wanted to dig up some gossip to share with Huang Yueying and the others, but unexpectedly, she heard such a long string of deep confessions. She couldn't understand such feelings. They were too heavy, like breaking bones connected by tendons. Every word used to express love was stained with the fresh blood of unhealed wounds. I love him. Half of Zhou Qingchen's face was hidden in the moonlight, and Xiao Yi could only see the twinkling fragments of light in his eyes. No matter how turbulent Song Yuandao's heart was at this moment, he couldn't express even the slightest hint. He remained quietly resting on Zhou Qingchen's lap. Song Yuandao felt the temperature where they were in contact was frighteningly high, as if it were burning straight into his heart. I love you too, he thought with a heart ablaze. The murmurs by the fire gradually faded. Xiao Yi hugged her knees and stared blankly at the dancing flames, her cheeks bathed in a warm glow. Zhou Qingchen stretched out his arm, gently ruffled her hair, then gestured for her to go and rest with Li Huaiji and the others. Xiao Yi nodded. The days of relentless travel had left her bones feeling like jelly, so she had no intention of refusing the chance to rest. She lightly patted Zhou Qingchen's shoulder and went back to sleep. Zhou Qingchen felt the chilly night breeze and shifted Song Yuandao closer to the fire. He looked down and noticed that thanks to the warmth, a hint of color had finally returned to Song Yuandao's face, erasing the previous pallor. For the first time, Zhou Qingchen bared his innermost thoughts to another person. As he spoke, he realized that the name Song Yuandao and the man's fate had become inextricably entwined with his own. Zhou Qingchen reached out to smooth the disheveled hair from Song Yuandao's face, then leaned down and gently pressed his lips to the man's forehead. The next day, before the sky had fully brightened, Zhou Qingchen and his group once again set off on the road. The route did save a great deal of time, but the journey itself was far from easy. They constantly crossed mountains and streams, and with the added burden of carrying the 6-foot-plus Song Yuandao on his back, even Li Huaiji could see that Zhou Qingchen had lost weight after just 2 days. Song Yuandao wanted to walk on his own, but he felt as if he were trapped inside his own body. He still possessed his 5 senses, yet he could not control his limbs. He remained fully conscious, lying limp on Zhou Qingchen's back, and even thought that fortunately he hadn't eaten well for a while, so he had probably shed a few pounds. But no matter how much weight he had lost, a man of his size could never be truly light. Moreover, Zhou Qingchen carried him with immense care, afraid that even the slightest jostle might harm the chairman's Song, as fragile as porcelain. Song Yuandao could feel the training uniform beneath Zhou Qingchen's back soaking through and drying countless times. The sweat shed in caring for him seeped through the 2 layers of fabric, penetrating without hindrance, and seemed to want to burrow into his very heart. Everything was so damp and scorching. Just like Song Yuando's mood. Huang Yuing opened her eyes to find herself staring at a bare concrete ceiling, a sight she had never seen before. After the Great Transformation era, all development had advanced at the speed of a particle accelerator. Such commonplace building materials of the past had never appeared in their lives. Along with them, many old and wonderful memories had vanished without a trace, leaving only fleeting impressions in their textbooks and documentaries. When she was young, Huang Yuing used to look at those antiquated things and wonder whether the world was becoming better or worse. When nutrient supplements replaced grains, when flying cars that obscured the surroundings replaced all kinds of transportation, and when nutrient pods replaced the original living environment, everything seemed to be moving in a better direction, making everything incredibly simple and fast. Yet Huang Yuing was only allowed a bowl of plain congee on her birthday. It wasn't until she joined the guard herself and received her own resource allocation that she learned how crisp an apple could be when bitten and how natural and life-affirming the fragrance of fresh flowers truly was. Only then did she realize that the question she had posed as a child was profoundly philosophical, and that the elders of her time hadn't truly known the answer. They were also lost, unable to speak, and even afraid to utter a single truth. It was as if any fragment of truth that slipped from their lips would cause this newly stabilized world to crumble. Huang Yuing also couldn't understand why, despite the existence of so many secondary worlds, all humans were still concentrated in one place, forced into cramped quarters and batches, instead of being dispersed among those worlds to see real sunlight and snowflakes. But then what is real? This real was only relative to the virtual world of Penglai. Huang Yuing had never seen a sun that didn't require artificial regulation. Her father had never seen naturally falling snow, and her grandfather had only caught a few handfuls of real rainwater in his childhood. The world had changed long ago. Subtly, irresistibly, it had changed. A white light flashed from the personal terminal on her wrist, accompanied by a slight vibration. Without rising, Huang Yuing lifted her wrist and held the terminal before her eyes, blocking out the naturally antique ceiling that felt so familiar to her. The location Zhou Qingchen had sent indicated that they were only 3 kilometers from the base. An hour's quick march would bring a victorious reunion. But he also requested that they prepare enough nutrient supplements, because Chairman Song had lost consciousness. Huang Yuing stowed away the thoughts that had lingered in her mind since childhood, swiftly got up, pulled on her training uniform and combat boots, tucked her now longer short hair into her cap, and whisked out of the small room used as temporary quarters. Like a gust of wind, spreading the news to every occupied corner of the base. Zhou Qingchen didn't actually know the exact location of the base, nor did he expect the conditions to be so primitive. He laid Song Yuandao flat on a bed that was nothing but a wooden plank with a bedsheet cobbled together from the training uniforms of several off-duty guards. Huang Yuing handed him 5 nutrient supplements. Not that this was the entire stock, but this amount was confirmed by research as the maximum the human body could tolerate. Zhou Qingchen couldn't determine the extent of the bioenergy deficiency in Song Yuando's body, nor could he be sure that these 5 supplements would be enough to wake the man. He only knew that he desperately wanted to hear him say something. Those messy secrets or thoughts about the future, as long as it came from Song Yuando's own mouth, anything would do. At that moment, Song Yuandao didn't want to wake up. He hadn't figured out how to face Zhou Qingchen, especially since that reverent and cautious question in the research institute had seemingly unlocked some seal in the man, making him even more intense. That confession by the fire still echoed in his ears, impossible to forget or ignore. What's more, that traitorous creator had unhesitatingly thrown him under the bus. Although Song Yuandao couldn't hear the exchanges between Zhou Qingchen and Chungying, nor see the places they passed along the way, the fact that they had reached the base in just 4 or 5 days meant that the creator must have sent the map to Chungying before he had fallen into this state of paralysis. It was just that Zhou Qingchen had kept Chungying in hibernation, so the route map was only received after they left the research institute. But every AI had its own unique signature, and since Chungying and Chunjun were part of a linked system, Chungying would definitely have noticed that the route map didn't come from Chunjun. That meant Zhou Qingchen must have already realized that he had been hiding something, and now it was just a matter of how much he had discovered and what he thought he had found. Had the creator intended all along to expose himself to everyone? Song Yuandao kept his eyes closed, thinking. He could already fully control his body, yet he still pretended not to be awake. He suppressed the questions within him and began to deal with this mess. Hand over the main control to Chunjun. Song Yuandao knew that the main control was still firmly in the creator's hands, but he needed Chunjun to test how far the creator's evolution had progressed, and whether his own hormone levels would still allow him to maintain the same brotherly attitude toward Zhou Qingchen. Kill the donkey after its work is done, huh? The creator's voice sounded lazy and almost pleased. I kindly brought you all here. Shut up, Song Yuandao snapped, his anger flaring at the mention of that matter. Get lost. The creator didn't reply but promptly handed over the main control to Chunjun. Sir. Song Yuandao felt as if it had been an eternity since he last heard Chunjun's voice. The creator's evolutionary progress is approaching 80%. I recommend that you permanently deactivate this system. Song Yuandao said nothing. He believed that whoever had implanted this system in his body must have had many ways to force its upgrade. Even without use, he had only accelerated the process. Besides, once the creator evolved to a certain level, the mastermind behind it would be unable to resist contacting him. Song Yuandao had no choice but to take a risky move. He might not win, but at the very least he couldn't afford to lose. Open your eyes. Zhou Qingshan's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Song Yuandao first pressed his lips together, then slowly opened his eyes. Naturally, Zhou Qingshan knew he was awake. As soon as Chunjun was activated, Chungying immediately reported. Zhou Qingshan looked into Song Yuandao's eyes. Those eyes were so clear, reflecting only his own image. He seemed to have many words to say and many questions to ask, yet gazing into those eyes, he found himself unable to utter a single word. It was as if Song Yuandao's eyes had stolen his voice, his movements, and were on the verge of sucking him in entirely. You've lost weight, Song Yuandao said, his voice hoarse from the long unconsciousness. Zhou Qingshan could only tell what he was saying by the movement of his lips. Am I that heavy, big brother? Zhou Qingshan raised an eyebrow at this. It was a subconscious reaction from Song Yuandao when he had done something wrong or sensed that Zhou Qingshan was displeased. He rarely called him big brother anymore. Whether you're heavy or not isn't important. The secrets you're hiding are heavy. Come on, tell your brother. What precious treasure has Xiao Yuan been hiding? Song Yuandao felt an inexplicable chill down his spine at Zhou Qingshan's expression. Having lost control of his body for too long, even getting out of bed proved difficult. After several futile attempts, his limbs limp and weak, he collapsed back onto the hard wooden mattress that bruised his porcelain-like skin, making him feel like vomiting. Zhou Qingshan watched with arms crossed, and after several repetitions finally relented with a hint of helplessness, lifting him from the bed to sit against the wall on the hardboard. Then he kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged beside Song Yuandao. Confession leads to leniency, Chairman Song. Song Yuandao stared into Zhou Qingshan's eyes as if trying to discern how much Zhou had guessed about this matter and what he should say to keep the secret intact. Still thinking about how to deceive me, eh? Zhou Qingshan shot him a sidelong glance, his habitual smile still in place. Is it really that hard to say? Song Yuandao knew that the person before him was too familiar with him. Every habitual gesture, every way of thinking, all known to Zhou. And those twisting, winding thoughts of his were already understood 10 to 70% by Zhou Qingshan. Think I can't handle it. Zhou Qingshan, seeing Song Yuandao's silence, began to question on his own. Your silence means you agree. Song Yuandao turned his gaze away with difficulty, his voice still hoarse. I really don't know. I haven't figured it out myself. Zhou Qingshan looked at him for a moment, unsure how much of this explanation he believed. Song Yuandao no longer defended himself, but sat quietly against the wall, his eyes fixed on some void point on the ground like a statue. Does it hurt? Zhou Qingshan suddenly asked out of nowhere. Whatever it is, does it hurt? Song Yuandao felt as if his heart had been hurled into the sky, only to plummet violently, leaving an indescribable ache in his chest. He shook his head. I don't know. Brother, in everyone's life there are things they cannot choose, but must face. Song Yuandao spoke unhurriedly. Maybe you became the captain of the guard, and I have to carve out a path in the mist. It's not that I don't want to tell you, nor that I don't want you to help me. Of course I wish someone could pull me out of this wet white place. But now I don't even know where I am, or what lies ahead. I must press forward. Alone. Song Yuandao's hoarse voice carved these words one by one into Zhou Qingshan's heart, leaving a trail of bloody marks dripping down. Zhou Qingshan said nothing more, only pulled Song Yuandao into a fierce embrace, as if to fuse their blood and bones together forever. Song Yuandao remained silent in his arms, his head resting in the hollow of Zhou Qingshan's shoulder. For a moment neither spoke, then Song Yuandao nuzzled Zhou Qingshan like a spoiled child, him dying of thirst. Zhou Qingshan's laughter rumbled in his chest, transmitted through their bodies, to Song Yuandao, making his chest. Zhou Qingshan patted his shoulder before letting go, got up to fetch a bottle of drinking water. Song Yuandao was so thirsty, he downed half the bottle in one gulp. He wiped the moisture from his lips with his wrist, then smoothed his wrinkled training uniform, and when he spoke again, he had resumed the official demeanor of a chairman handling business. In 30 hours the passage here will open. Their destination for this great migration is subworld No. 34. Divide the guard into groups. No one is to fall behind this time. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Qingshan stood opposite Song Yuandao, responded crisply, and executed a standard military salute. One more thing. Song Yuandao pinched the bridge of his nose, looking troubled. What? When I was in the subworld, someone released a message. Roughly meaning that I had fled with you to a subworld rich in resources, and because I lacked Penglai's regulation of my hormone levels, I went mad and killed all of you. There was even video evidence. Zhou Qingshan suddenly lost his voice again. After several attempts, he barely managed to ask, the injuries you had when you returned. Were they because of this? Not entirely. Song Yuandao smiled faintly, the smile fading before it reached his eyes. Their ambitions are vast. When we go back this time they won't have it so easy. Song Yuandao lifted his eyes to look at Zhou Qingxin. You won't have to do crisis PR anymore. Zhou Qingxin smiled in response. Should I tell them about this? Song Yuandao's long, powerful fingers drummed intermittently on the table. Not yet. I think we can use this further, but I haven't figured out how. Go find Xiao Yi. I have something to assign to her. Zhou Qingxin turned and left. After bringing Xiao Yi, he didn't stay in the room, but said he needed to divide the guard into groups, and hurried out again. Xiao Yi looked Song Yuandao up and down, her eyes full of worry. Song Yuandao laughed, and ruffled her hair. Stop looking. The flesh is all here. Xiao Yi's eyes reddened. Nonsense. My idol is nothing but bones. There's no good food to nourish. Song Yuandao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How much more robust do you want me to be? Then get the boss to make new ones. Xiao Yi pouted and grumbled. We family members get half price. Song Yuandao was amused by her, and the tense, heavy mood lifted somewhat. He straightened his expression. I have serious business with you. Stop joking. Xiao Yi sobered at his words. Speak, idol. Song Yuandao recounted the same matter he had discussed with Zhou Qingxin. Xiao Yi looked at him incredulously. The elders mentioned in this conversation had all watched them grow up. Xiao Yi had been well protected by her family for the first 20 years of her life, hardly encountering such scheming and coldness. Her barely calmed eyes reddened again. Song Yuandao looked up and felt a headache coming on. After just one trip to the research institute, Xiao Yi's worldview seemed to have been restructured, and she kept looking at him as if he were the most miserable person in the world. Speak, idol. Xiao Yi's eyes were red but bright. He'll do anything. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Die without regret. Song Yuandao laughed at her earnestness and waved his hand. No need, no need. I only need you to do one thing. Once we reach the main world, secretly go home and tell old man Xiao that we're back. Also inform him about Hu Yifan. Xiao Yi nodded. Rest assured, idol. Mission guaranteed. Good. You should rest too. We have less than 30 hours before departure. Xiao Yi saluted Song Yuandao and turned to leave. Song Yuandao's fingers continued to tap lightly on the table. He had no clear picture of the current situation in the subworld. The sprawling family clans had already positioned themselves against him from the start. The only force he could be certain of was the Qiao family behind Xiao Yi. He didn't know how far Hu Lang's investigation had progressed, so he couldn't determine whether the Hu family's power could be utilized. However, if old man Xiao could indirectly tell Hu Lang about Hu Yifan, perhaps his chances of victory would be greater. Song Yuandao closed his eyes and reorganized the clues he had gathered. He was certain that someone had been guiding him from the beginning to investigate these matters. It wasn't just Raven wanting to know the true cause of his father's death. Someone wanted him to unearth an old incident. But he still didn't know how far back it went or what it would involve. Zhou Qingxin had arranged everything outside and returned to the house where Song Yuandao was staying. Since their arrival, the place had become a makeshift command center. The guard remained outside on rotation, eating sand. Song Yuandao waved Zhou Qingxin in, telling him not to stand in the doorway. Help me think of a way to ambush them. Song Yuandao's expression was utterly righteous, as if discussing something completely serious. Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but laugh, swung himself onto the windowsill, and let his long legs dangle. Chairman, I'm an honest man. I can't do this kind of work. Song Yuandao stared at him with a half-smile. Zhou Qingxin felt the hairs on his back stand to attention. Don't look at me like that. I really am an honest man. Shall I go ask Black Panther if he wants to eat human flesh today? Song Yuandao made as if to stand. Zhou Qingxin found the idea ludicrous. Had he just picked up a non-human helper from somewhere? Of course, Zhou Qingxin was only joking. He would never refuse if Song Yuandao asked for his help. We can't be sure what the situation in the subworld is. Xiao Yi can get some information from old man Xiao, but we'll have to gather most of it ourselves. Zhou Qingxin nodded in agreement. Do all the families think their children died at your hands now? Song Yuandao smiled. Probably. The video was quite convincing. Who knows how many clones they've hidden? Zhou Qingxin frowned. Someone was mass-producing clones. They didn't know if this person had only made one batch or multiple copies like Song Yuandao. If someone used those clones for anything, it would be impossible to explain when they returned to the subworld. But I think he has more moves. He wants to muddy the waters of the new era. It can't be this simple. He's probably waiting for us to return. Perhaps we should turn his strategy against him when we get back. Meet each move with a counter. Taking it step by step isn't my style. Song Yuandao smirked. Once we go through the passage, they'll notice. Our only advantage is that they can't pinpoint our landing spot. They'll give you a separate code and a new communication channel. I need enough information from you within a week. You won't disappoint me. Of course, my chairman. The secondary world. The distant crimson sun radiated a blood-like hue, as if that piercing red had seeped into the spacious ancient courtyard. The pond, carpeted with sleeping lotuses, was dyed scarlet, and the bluestone paved path was streaked with still fresh bloodstains. The entire building, the whole courtyard, the entire street. All was shrouded in an eerie silence. Only the sound of a single person's breathing stood out more jarring against the stillness. She turned around and flashed a brilliantly sincere smile at the surveillance camera. Farther away, the monitor screen clearly captured her features. Huang Yueying. Sir, the creator is about to awaken. The man's voice came through the communicator laced with faint static, lending it a slightly distorted quality. How are our little ones? Number 6 is still with them. The container is in excellent condition. What are they? We don't know. Number 6 has lost audio-visual capabilities. Continue monitoring. Yes, sir. The man stared at the surveillance screen before him. His face bore no trace of malice. Instead, it radiated a serene calm, even a benevolent compassion befitting his age. His age-spotted hand caressed a photograph on the corner of the desk. In it, a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth smiled, like an innocent angel clutching a massive trophy. A closer look revealed it to be the most prestigious and elusive award in the scientific community, and that angelic boy was the youngest recipient on record. The man's eyes held a gentle, nostalgic glint, as if peering through the photograph into decades past. Even across the dust-laden memories, he could still see the eyes of that youth which contained the entire starry sky. Forever bright, forever immune to being tarnished. But he had been forever halted at the cusp of 23, never to see the sky of 24, nor touch its first rose. Spread the message and the video together. His steady finger pressed the communicator button, his decisive manner belying his advanced age. Yes, sir. We'll handle it immediately. Are the pieces in place? Yes, sir. Begin. Black moves first. His words carried a trace of amusement, yet they sent a chill down the listener's spine. A rumor spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the secondary world. After his escape, former chairman Song Yuandao had returned to the primary world with his privately cloned guard legion, vowing to exterminate every family that had ever obstructed him, before, during, or after his tenure. The Liu family had already been annihilated down to the last pet. Panic seized the upper society. Those who had humiliated Song Yuandao at the poppy field couldn't sleep a wink. Li Minjing doubled her home security, but still felt uneasy. Everyone claimed Song Yuandao had lost his mind. Without Penglai's regulation, his hormone levels and mental state had deteriorated beyond reason. He no longer knew what he was doing. Encountering such a madman was not only ill-omened, but disastrous. Such rhetoric grew increasingly rampant. But Song Yuandao, busily preparing to return to the secondary world from the primary world, remained oblivious to his reputation as a deranged lunatic. Zhou Qingxin and Huang Yueying redistributed the nutrient packs they had brought from the supply point, ensuring everyone had enough stamina to traverse the passage. Everyone knew the passage crossing would be far from pleasant. Time and space would twist into a tangled mess, and a person would be tossed about like a rag, leaving them dazed for days afterward. Due to his special constitution, Song Yuandao was allocated 5 nutrient packs in one go, unaware that Zhou Qingxin had squeezed them from his own share. Their reserves only allowed 3 per person. Song Yuandao knew that all the unaware members of the guard were still immersed in the excitement of reuniting with their families. He also knew his secrecy was deeply selfish, but he had no other choice. These people were too young, still carrying a youthful spirit. He didn't want his comrades, who had grown up with him, who had faced life and death by his side, to be disillusioned by their own families. Song Yuandao wanted them to discover the truth gradually through intelligence gathering rather than having him reveal a theory he himself couldn't fully grasp. It was meaningless, only inviting unnecessary worry. Only 10 hours remained until the passage opened. The secondary world. Old Master Qiao let out a cold sneer as he listened to his son relay the rumors. He knew Song Qianfeng's character too well, and thus he knew exactly what Song Qianfeng's descendants would be like. He understood that Song Yuandao must have run into some trouble, likely trapped somewhere and unable to break free. But he also knew that once such rumors spread in the secondary world, it meant Song Yuandao's return was imminent. He wondered how Qiao Yi was doing. As an old man, he naturally worried about his grandchildren, especially Qiao Yi, his precious granddaughter. But he knew Song Yuandao would do everything in his power to ensure the safety of every guard member. It was a responsibility embedded in the blood of their lineage. He trusted Song Qianfeng, and he believed in Song Yuandao. The old man rose from the sofa, walked to the window, and gazed at the eternal red sun beyond. Though you are decades older than little Yuan, neither of you can match that brat. Xiao Jun was unconvinced. He knew his father held Song Yuandao in high regard, but no matter how capable Song Yuandao was still just a wet Behinthir's youth. How formidable could he truly be? Not convinced. Old Master Qiao chuckled at his son's silence. Just wait and see. All those who are tormenting him now will come to no good end. Do you really think my favor toward him is only because of my friendship with old Song? Isn't it? When Song Qianfeng died, Song Yuandao was barely a teenager. Song Ke had succeeded as chairman and was constantly buried in work. Old Master Qiao had taken care of Song Yuandao during that time. Xiao Jun had always believed his father intended to arrange a marriage between Xiao Yi and Song Yuandao to solidify their family's position through an alliance. But later he sensed no such intention from his father, and Xiao Yi showed no interest in Song Yuandao. So Xiao Jun naturally assumed the old man was simply looking after the boy out of old friendship. Song Yuandao, that child cannot be offended. Old Master Qiao clasped his hands behind his back, his once straight spine now slightly stooped. He knocked on his aching waist. I'm old. This world now belongs to these youngsters. Just wait and see. After saying that, the old man leisurely went upstairs for his afternoon nap, leaving Xiao Jun alone in the living room bewildered. Could Song Yuandao really be that formidable? Xiao Jun had not inherited his father's scientific research skills, nor did he have the slightest interest in upper-class struggles. He was endlessly passionate about business and often brought home scarce resources. He always believed his business acumen was nothing to sneeze at, yet his father constantly said he was inferior to that Song boy. Comparing him to Song Ku or Song Chun was one thing, but always comparing him to Song Yuandao, who was a generation younger. How could he accept that? Hu Lang had also heard those rumors. Lately he had begun to find clues about his father's past death, but the deeper he dug, the more puzzles emerged. An old friend of his father told him that his father, though brilliant in his youth, had been impoverished. The Hu family was not a wealthy clan back then, and despite his father's stunning designs, few in high society knew of him. But later someone funded his father without compensation and introduced him to the upper-class network, allowing his father's designs to finally gain recognition among the elite. Yet no one knew the identity of this benefactor who had helped his father so much, aside from his father himself. They only heard his father mention when drunk that he had a benefactor to whom he owed eternal gratitude, even willing to go through fire and water if needed. Hu Lang wanted to trace this lead and searched through his father's many journals, but never found a single mention of this so-called benefactor. He couldn't help wondering where had his father hidden this figure so crucial to the Hu family. Only in his own memory. Hu Lang didn't know if it was a lack of other leads, or just his sixth sense, but he felt that finding this mysterious benefactor would resolve many problems. He even hoped Song Yuandao would send someone to find him, because Song Yuandao must know something he didn't. Otherwise, why would he have left him a message about an accident that wasn't an accident? All people were converging toward a certain unknown point. Good and bad kind, and evil, love and hate. All the intricate threads were racing toward that single point. General, everything is ready. Huang Yueying, clad in crisp military uniform, reported to Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen gave a slight nod, then turned to glance at Song Yuandao, who nodded back. Move out. Zhou Qingchen's voice was steady and firm. They finally left this chaotic world, heading toward a seemingly stable, yet perilous new world. Sir. The red light on the communicator flickered in the dim room. A mechanical male voice came through the speaker, detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Suspected passage crossing to the secondary world. Request instructions on whether to intercept. No need. Let them in. Determine the landing point. Yes, sir. The curtain rose. The music thundered. Requiem. Requiem. This was an old street in the subworld. Not old in terms of architectural style, but rather the entire street appeared exceedingly dilapidated. Crumbling walls everywhere strewn with all sorts of rubble and broken tiles. Every house looked like a hazardous structure. No one knew when this street had become this way. Oh, it seemed that even when humanity first migrated here, it had already been weathered by time. Now this street, which should have been empty and deserted, welcomed its first visitors. Boss, what the hell is this place? Xiao Yi nudged Zhou Qingchen with her elbow, her eyes tracing a spider web less than 5 centimeters from her face. She tried to step back, but bumped into Li Huaiji's chest. Li Huaiji stealthily curled the corner of his mouth and reached out to steady Xiao Yi. Don't throw yourself into my arms like that. It's broad daylight, how embarrassing. Hearing this, Xiao Yi lifted her foot and stomped on Li Huaiji's instep. Only after hearing the hiss from behind did she contentedly move her foot away. Xiao Yuan. It was Zhou Qingchen's first time setting foot in the subworld. Cheng Ying hadn't finished scanning a map of this place, so he had no idea where they were. Where's this? This is an abandoned street in the suburbs. No one usually comes here. We can only temporarily set up the command center here, but it's only a matter of time before the mysterious figure behind the scenes discovers this place. Song Yuandao paused and continued, before departure, General, Zhou should have told you that the primary task is to gather as much intelligence about the current subworld as possible within a week. Then we meet back here to compile the information. Can't we go home first? Someone whispered. Everyone was crowded together, and Song Yuandao couldn't identify who had spoken, but he still delivered the speech he had prepared during this mission. You might also obtain information related to your families. That is crucial for our next course of action. I know this might be difficult for you, but I sincerely hope you can all help me this time. At that moment, only Xiao Yi and Zhou Qingchen knew that Song Yuandao was using his own method to protect everyone. But they couldn't reveal this. For a while, silence filled the cramped, drafty room. Okay, our idol, leave it to us, and rest assured. Huang Yueying's crisp voice rang out from a corner. Song Yuandao smiled. I don't need to worry about your disguise skills, right? Be careful. Yes. They accepted the order and quickly dispersed among the buildings. In an instant, only Qiao Yi and Song Yuandao remained at their arrival point. Little Leaf, be careful when you go home. Don't let the team know about this. The younger ones are still unstable in character. Zhou Qingxin earnestly reminded Qiao Yi of the precautions. Qiao Yi agreed with each one. Send my regards to Grandpa, and tell him I'm safe, Song Yuandao said, tidying Qiao Yi's hair before sending the map and navigation to her personal terminal. Be careful in everything. Qiao Yi saluted with a serious expression, then swiftly rounded to the back window, vaulting over with one hand and slipping out through the empty window frame. The room fell silent again. Zhou Qingxun watched Song Yuandao frown and couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. What's wrong? Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Do you have nothing to do? Want me to find you some other work? I do, Zhou Qingxun said with an utterly serious face. Song Yuandao quietly looked at him without responding, so Zhou Qingxun had to continue. I'm cheering you up. Song Yuandao raised his hand and punched Zhou Qingxun's shoulder. They exchanged a smile. An honest man finishes teasing the chairman and then goes back to doing honest work. Song Yuandao's eyes curved into a beautiful arc as he stared at Zhou Qingxun for a moment. The smile faded from the corners of his eyes to his lips, then gradually vanished without a trace. Take care of yourself. Don't distract me. Don't worry. Before turning away, Zhou Qingxun reached out and tugged Song Yuandao's long hair. He immediately turned to leave. Song Yuandao watched his silhouette against the light. Zhou Qingxun seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, stretching out an arm to wave at him. Grandpa. Qiao Yi crouched on the windowsill of her second-floor home, tapping the glass with bent fingers. It was Grandpa Qiao's nap time. The elderly man had light sleep, and after a few knocks he woke up. Grandpa Qiao opened the window and let Qiao Yi in, looking her up and down several times until she couldn't bear it anymore, and waved her hands at him. Grandpa, I'm fine. Xiao Yuan is with me. He'll bring me back safe and sound to see you. All right, he also sends his regards and lets you know he's safe. Only then did Grandpa's expression soften, showing a hint of happiness. He took Qiao Yi's hand and sat her down on the bed. You're all home. Qiao Yi shook her head, kicked off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Xiao Yuan only let me come home. The rest were sent out to gather intelligence. We'll compile the information in a week. Grandpa Qiao nodded approvingly. He's smart. What's the current situation in the subworld? Qiao Yi first asked the question she cared about. What's really going on with Xiao Yuan? Grandpa Qiao shook his head lightly. The current situation is unfavorable, not only for that brat Xiao Yuan, but for every member of the guard squad. Things look grim. Someone is using your clones to cause chaos everywhere, not just suppressing those who once offended Song Yuandao, but wiping them out entirely. Grandpa Qiao continued with narrowed eyes. When Song Yuandao was captured and brought to the subworld earlier, a video of him personally executing his own guard squad circulated widely among the upper echelons. So now Song Yuandao is seen as a madman. Qiao Yi stared blankly at her grandfather, as if unable to digest the news. After a moment she regained her composure and asked which guard squad members have been exposed and which families have been wiped out. Grandpa Qiao looked at his precious granddaughter with a hint of approval, then got up to fetch a notebook and handed it to Qiao Yi. I've written it all down. Give it to Xiao Yuan. It might help him figure out which family will be targeted next and maybe strike first. This situation can't continue. This is his breakthrough point. Qiao Yi's fingers traced the leather cover of the notebook, thinking to herself, indeed, the older the wiser. Qiao Yi urged her grandfather not to tell the family that she had returned, not because she distrusted them, but because many people had loose tongues. The current situation allowed no mistakes. They had to be extremely cautious. Grandpa Qiao told her to proceed with confidence and gave her some food for Song Yuandao before letting her go. You're here. Hu Lang looked at the man before him. In just a few months he had aged greatly. Pursuing the truth was truly exhausting. Is Song Yuandao still alive? Thanks to your blessing he is. Zhou Qingxun sat grandly on the sofa in the Hu family's reception room. Somehow Song Yuandao had managed to stash a set of clothes in that shabby place. Now Zhou Qingxun was impeccably dressed in a custom suit. Then what brings you here? Chairman Song wants to know if there's anything you need help with, especially concerning certain old affairs. Zhou Qingxun's gaze swept over the reception room's decor. The images he had obtained from Song Yuandao once again surfaced unbidden on his retina, as if seared into his vision, making his eyes and heart burn. Why doesn't he come himself? Sending only a clone seems hardly sincere. Compared to Zhou Qingxun, Hu Lang felt that Song Yuandao appeared more reassuring. After all, Zhou Qingxun was the youngest general since the new era. If he wanted to strike, not a single person in this house might survive. Even a clone made Hu Lang uneasy. Could it be true that he's gone mad, as the rumors say? Upon hearing this, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Qingxun's mind, but outwardly, he only sneered. Do you think Chairman Song has any pleasant memories here? If he came and wanted to strike, not only would everyone in this house perish, but even the building itself would turn to dust. Hu Lang was half convinced. After all, the outside world was buzzing that Song Yuandao had lost his mind and become a madman. So even if the person sitting before him claimed that Song Yuandao had gained some special ability or secret weapon, it wouldn't be surprising. But the man opposite, whether real or fake, did not elaborate. He only politely curved his lips at Hu Lang. When you've made your decision, mister? Hu placed a bouquet of white hydrangeas at the door. Someone from our side will come to talk to you. Having said this, Zhou Qingshan took his leave with perfect manners, leaving Hu Lang alone in the empty reception room, lost in thought. The moment Huang Yueying saw those clothes, she knew they must have been made by her lover. She was too familiar with those lines, those flashes of inspiration. Her fingers brushed over the tiny rhinestones set into the collar, and she smiled a tender smile. Xiao Yi and Zhou Qingshan, taking different detours, returned to the makeshift command room, where Song Yuandao was sitting behind a battered table, lost in thought. When he saw them, he collected himself, lifted his eyelids, and glanced at their grim expressions. Tell me, what did you learn to make your faces look so awful? They're all saying you've gone mad. Zhou Qingshan gave Song Yuandao the conclusion succinctly. Song Yuandao smiled wryly. They were saying that before I left last time. Anything new? Hu Lang thinks I'm a fake. Song Yuandao was taken aback by this. Zhou Qingshan knew that Song Yuandao had already grasped the implication. He had not fully voiced their speculation back in the main world was correct. The mastermind didn't just have Song Yuandao's clone, nor just the guard squad members' clones. They were being mass-produced somewhere unknown to them. The room fell silent once more. It seemed that after the unexpected turn of events, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan had grown increasingly quiet, often filling the smooth flow of conversation with large gaps of silence. Xiao Yi finally had time to digest all the information she had received today. To her, the personal guards seemed so insignificant compared to Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan. Usually everyone in their respective fields utilized the best resources for experiments, ostensibly for the benefit of humanity, but in reality to satisfy their own thirst for knowledge and curiosity. They had always remained detached from worldly disputes and seldom had the chance to engage in those so-called turbulent struggles. In fact, many people were unaware that those they interacted with daily were the most mysterious and sharpest personal guards in the new era. The current developments had long surpassed her initial expectations. The girl who months ago believed that returning to this alternate world would mark the end of her troubles now seemed to gaze at her from across an insurmountable river formed by the flow of time. What should we do now? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Yi felt she could no longer endure the silence. This tranquility which she should have been accustomed to was driving her nearly to madness. Let's wait for the others to return. We need to consolidate and refine all the information before making our next. Song Yuandao appeared as if he were strategizing with complete confidence, as if he knew everything, and that everything was within his expectations. Xiao Yi felt a suffocating heat in her chest, as if a wave of scalding air had trapped her. Suddenly locking eyes with Song Yuandao, she caught him off guard with her gaze. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Did you know this would happen all along? Xiao Yi felt inexplicably aggrieved, her voice shaking, the last note breaking due to her agitation. I did, Song Yuandao replied, slightly lifting his head to look at Xiao Yi. Do you think I'm selfish for knowing what we would face upon returning and not telling you? In truth, you are not the best candidate to know the truth, but the Qiao family is the only family I can trust completely. Song Yuandao's expression remained unchanged, yet his words cut through Xiao Yi's heart, like a sharp blade tearing apart the thin layer of protection that had barely shielded her. Xiao Yi, your grandfather is getting old, and you need to grow up now. A look of compassion appeared on Song Yuandao's face, mixed with reluctance and sorrow. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She and Song Yuandao were nearly the same age, just a year or two apart, but she knew that even if given another 20 years, she might never possess his calmness and resilience. The grievances in Xiao Yi's heart dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable sadness. For Song Yuandao, take her downstairs to rest. Song Yuandao turned his gaze to Zhou Qingshan, who was looking at him with concern. Song Yuandao smiled slightly, signaling that he was fine, but Zhou Qingshan still gave him a deep look before gently wrapping his arm around Xiao Yi's waist, leading her out to find a place to stay. The sound of their military boots gradually faded against the concrete floor, and Song Yuandao collected his scattered thoughts which had drifted away with their footsteps. He tilted his head back under a warm-colored chandelier, flickering erratically due to unstable voltage, casting a nostalgic golden hue over everything in the room. He suddenly felt utterly exhausted. All the calmness and serenity he had displayed in front of others surged back to hit him like a tidal wave. Song Yuandao felt injustice and dissatisfaction, but he could no longer grasp deeper feelings. Self-awareness required time and a conducive environment, neither of which he possessed at this moment. He was fated to charge ahead, breaking through all the fog. He had no time for self-pity or nostalgia. The importance of sorrow versus the will to live was self-evident. Song Yuandao stood up to pour himself a cup of warm water. Only then did he realize that he had spent the entire day sitting in this uncomfortable chair, without having a single drop to drink, while the rising sun on the horizon resembled a blood red eye constantly watching him. With his pale fingers gripping the cup, Song Yuandao stood by the window staring intently at the blood-red orb until the round stain was etched deep into his retina. Sir, I recommend that you replenish your hydration and food intake to maintain normal physiological functions. The voice of Chun Jun sounded somewhat sudden. Song Yuandao jolted back to reality, taking a few seconds to process what his artificial intelligence was saying. When did you start providing such services, eh? Once he realized it, Song Yuandao couldn't help but chuckle. Did Zhou Qingshan install this for you? Yes, mister. Zhou thought you needed this service. The initial setting was that if you remained awake for over 8 hours without any food intake, I would issue you this alert. Chun Jun's voice flowed gently through Song Yuandao's mind. Although its enunciation was indistinguishable from that of a normal human, its tone lacked the emotional nuance of its creator. Of course, as an artificial intelligence, this was the norm. Yet Song Yuandao felt a strange sense of what could only be termed gentleness from that statement. If Song Yuandao was willing to delve deeper into this subtle feeling, he would realize that this experience stemmed from his thoughts on how Zhou Qingshan had added such a motherly reminder function to his artificial intelligence with a serious expression. When Zhou Qingshan stepped through the door, he found Song Yuandao standing by the window, his eyelashes lowered yet the corners of his mouth lifted, appearing to be in good spirits. What are you thinking about? Zhou Qingshan's mood today was far from good. When he entered the meeting room where Song Yuandao had once spent time, a familiar rage surged through him, similar to how he felt when someone bullied Song Yuandao as a child. Yet with age, this monstrous feeling that lingered in his heart had only grown larger. Song Yuandao did not answer, but whistled, causing Zhou Qingshan to see the Black Panther which had been following them shamelessly emerge from under what could temporarily be called a desk. Song Yuandao slightly curled his finger to scratch the big cat's chin. Is Qiao Yi doing okay? Song Yuandao's voice brought Zhou Qingshan a sense of reassurance, causing the last remnants of his agitation to vanish without a trace. She's all right after all, she hasn't gone through much. Just give her some time. Zhou Qingshan sighed subtly. Song Yuandao did not ask further, but since they likely shared the same thoughts, the two of them had been working hard to protect each member of the personal guard. This was no longer the era of Song Qianfeng, where countless people sought to restore the old regime. Nor was it the time of Song Ku, when some individuals organized inexplicable assassination attempts to stop the wide application of Pengli. Compared to those times, the events that occurred after Song Yuandao took office could only be considered minor skirmishes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the current era was one of peace and prosperity. The elders of these noble families had once helped and supported the Song family. Even if they did not owe a debt of gratitude to the Song family, they had contributed significantly to human society. For both public and private reasons, Song Yuandao felt compelled to protect their descendants. Therefore, he strictly controlled the list of people who knew the actual members of the personal guard. He did everything in his power to support their scientific research. He diligently cared for these highly intelligent, yet emotionally lacking children on behalf of their families. Zhou Qingshan once jokingly remarked that it seemed as if they were the personal guards watching over a group of young masters and young ladies. Song Yuandao laughed, but those individuals were inherently different from the two of them. The two of them had been destined to walk this path from a very young age, to bear these heavy burdens on their shoulders, to link the grand matters of humanity's future with their own lives, and to entwine the rise and fall of the new era with their fates. Though Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan were merely children in age, they had never enjoyed the years of childhood that should have been theirs. Even though Huang Yueying had envied Song Yuandao for being able to obtain white porridge and a piece of bread from the central canteen at any time since childhood, as she grew older, she clearly expressed in the adults' jokes that she absolutely did not wish to exchange places with him. Song Yuandao patted the Black Panther on the head, letting it go out to play, and walked to the desk to open the notebook that Qiao Yi had brought back from the Qiao family. Inside the notebook were the graceful characters of old Master Qiao. Song Yuandao leaned on the table, carefully reading the detailed notes, while the overhead light cast his shadow over the table, enveloping the notebook in a dim and unclear shadow. If we categorize the noble families based on their power levels into 3 tiers, the lowest tier has almost been entirely wiped out. This category has the least interactions with us and has received almost no protection. Song Yuandao pushed the notebook toward Zhou Qingshan, indicating for him to look together. But those involved are often the descendants of noble families who have maintained good relations with us, such as the landlady and Hu Yifan. I have an idea, but I need to wait for him to make another move to verify whether my guess is correct. However, there are too many noble families caught in the middle, and with our current manpower, it's impossible to protect them all. Given his method of targeting, almost every noble family would face death. Even if I deduce which family he plans to target next, I cannot ascertain who he will send to carry out the deed. Zhou Qingshan understood Song Yuandao's thoughts at this point. You want to send our people to save those lives from his... That's a possibility, but the logistics are far too complex. Moreover, our people are not like the mass-produced one. I know, so we need to find a solution that works for both sides. Song Yuandao patted Zhou Qingchen on the shoulder. Come on, you honest man, think of a plan for me. The honest man, General Zhou Qingchen, looked troubled, yet Song Yuandao's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon him, as if he would not look away until Zhou spoke. Zhou Qingchen gazed into Song Yuandao's eyes and mused, "Do you truly have no idea how captivating your eyes are?" Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow. Zhou Qingchen composed himself, lowered his gaze to the densely annotated notebook, and traced a gloved finger across several entries. "Do you think they will reuse these people?" "What kind of reuse do you mean?" Song Yuandao's eyes followed his finger onto the page. "Do you refer to a single individual or their identity? If it's the individual, perhaps we can assume they don't have an endless supply of clones. But if it's the identity, to eliminate these so-called minor families, they've already deployed a guard of Huang Yueying's caliber. I wonder whom they will send when they target greater clans." Zhou Qingchen input several locations and times into his personal terminal while calmly analyzing the gathered intelligence with Song Yuandao. "They'll use me." Song Yuandao's face resumed its impenetrable mask, betraying no joy or sorrow. Though Zhou Qingchen knew it was the truth, each utterance kindled a rage within him. He resented how Song Yuandao regarded his own honor, life, and future as utterly worthless. Yet he could do nothing. Better that Song Yuandao remain as composed as now than to see him consumed with worry and sorrow during those sleepless nights when his pride left him no outlet for his bitter disappointments. Seeing Zhou Qingchen lost in thought, Song Yuandao reached out and patted his warm, broad back. "What do you f—" The moment Song Yuandao's hand touched his back, he felt a reassuring warmth in this chilly night. "We can't remain on the defensive any longer. First, find out whether they're using the same person or different individuals from the same batch." Zhou Qingchen sidestepped Song Yuandao's question with a vague remark. Song Yuandao reopened the notebook, examining the entries meticulously. "They haven't used you yet." Zhou Qingchen smiled. "Perhaps I'm too important. Can't you muster a shred of gentlemanly humility?" Hearing this, Zhou Qingchen suddenly leaned in close, forcing Song Yuandao to retreat until his back pressed against the desk with no escape. Zhou's eyes pursued his evasive gaze, and his voice rumbled from deep within his chest, bypassing his throat entirely. "Am I not important to you?" Song Yuandao's mind faithfully replayed the memory of that restrained yet devout kiss in the research institute, the conversation between Zhou Qingchen and Xiao Yi by the fire in the woods, and the journey where Zhou Qingchen carried him steadily on his back until sweat soaked both their clothes. Even the fragments of their seemingly distant past came flooding in from the other shore of memory, crowding his mind, as though colors that should have faded still blazed with their original vibrancy. "Xiao Yuan." The man refused to relent. "Am I not important to you?" His eyes held a smile, but also a cautious, tentative query. Song Yuandao was intimately familiar with every expression and gesture of his, yet he had never seen such a look on his face. So careful, so precious. "Important." Song Yuandao finally found his voice, but it came out hoarse beyond recognition. The emotions, blended with blood and tears from an entire youth, finally shattered the serene facade that Song Yuandao had meticulously maintained, with hormones blooming a flower in his heart, a delicate white blossom rising from a pool of blood, fragile and pure. Zhou Qingchen suddenly smiled, the joy spreading from the corners of his lips to the arch of his brows, his eyes like a star brimming with happiness. Song Yuandao was dazzled by his smile. For a moment, he could not recall how long it had been since he last saw Zhou Qingchen laugh so freely. Satisfied with the answer, Zhou Qingchen released Song Yuandao from the space between himself and the desk. Watching his contented expression, Song Yuandao could not fathom what was going on in his mind. As Zhou Qingchen stepped back, he thought that was practically a confession, wasn't it? Huang Yueying had been standing at the doorway for some time, having witnessed most of this tentative, probing, and heartfelt confession. She mused that Xiao Yi hadn't lied. These two had the nerve to flirt and whisper sweet nothings, even in such tense times. Their mental fortitude was truly remarkable. Zhou Qingchen had sensed someone at the door all along, but for reasons unknown, he didn't want Song Yuandao to know. As for Song Yuandao, he had neither kept his internal AI awake nor been aware of his surroundings. For those few minutes, his ears were filled only with the pounding of his own heart, leaving him utterly oblivious to external danger. Thus Huang Yueying had overheard a conversation that was practically a confession. Hearing the silence inside, Huang Yueying raised her hand and knocked softly. "Come in." Song Yuandao's voice sounded as calm as ever, as if the man who had been so tense his voice cracked moments before was someone else entirely. "Chairman General." Huang Yueying saluted them both. Song Yuandao raised his head and exchanged a glance with Zhou Qingchen, who stood beside him. The personal guards had always been close to the two men. Usually they only used such formal titles when outsiders were present or when discussing extremely serious matters. At other times they would casually call them boss or idol with playful irreverence. How much do you know? Zhou Qingxin spoke first, thinking it best to divert Huang Yueying's attention, lest she erupt like Qiao Yi and drench Chairman Song in a deluge of heartbroken tears. A lot. Huang Yueying's expression was not overly agitated, but her gaze shifted from Zhou Qingxin to Song Yuandao. You knew all along, didn't you, Chairman? Song Yuandao could detect the sarcasm laced in her voice, but he felt no anger, only nodding slightly. I only had suspicions, no more than what you know. Then why didn't you let us go home and tell our families the truth? What do you think the truth is now, eh? Song Yuandao stood up and poured a glass of water for her. If you were your family, what would be the truth for you? Huang Yueying stared at the reflection of the electric lamp in the water glass, speechless. She didn't know what the truth would be for her family. She had died at Song Yuandao's hands months ago. Now outside, Song Yuandao was rumored to be a mindless madman obsessed with revenge, while official spokespersons expressed their heartfelt sorrow over the fall of their new era light, and so on. If you want, you can meet with Jiang Yu. Song Yuandao felt a pang of sympathy for Huang Yueying. In that moment, it seemed Zhou Qingxin had unlocked some hidden channel within him, making him instinctively understand certain things. Won't that cause trouble? Huang Yueying suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening. Song Yuandao couldn't tell if it was a thin film of tears. You must have noticed that your clothes were all prepared by him. I have few people I can trust, and Jiang Yu mingles frequently with high society, so she can bring back information for me. Song Yuandao flexed his fingers and continued, those behind my capture think I have no power beyond the guard team. How naive. You've been handing out empty promises again, haven't you? Zhou Qingxin's cool remark drew a chuckle from Huang Yue. I will keep my word. Once I uncover the one who has been pulling the strings from the shadows, I guarantee a cushy job in the center for everyone who has passed messages for me. Huang Yueying recalled something. Boss, I overheard a rumor today about those families that were wiped out. Oh. Song Yuandao traced the rim of his water glass with his finger, showing keen interest. Tell me. They all had dreams before their extermination. Dreams? Zhou Qingxin chuckled. A notice before the deed. I met an old fortune teller in the black market today. Someone was asking her to interpret a dream, and I lingered to listen. Huang Yueying paused, then continued. The dream itself was ordinary, but something he said caught my attention. When he was ingratiating himself with the fortune teller, he mentioned that everyone knew the recent troubles among the families. Several of the victims had come to her for warnings before their downfall, but she told them it was the work of a ghost, and nothing could be done. So one by one they lost their lives. Huang Yueying added, he kept praising her foresight and accuracy. Song Yuandao looked up at Zhou Qingxin, who immediately understood, and nodded. Give me the coordinates of that black market. They'll go see that fortune teller tomorrow. Song Yuandao's long eyebrows furrowed. The Qin family had ambitious designs, and had voiced objections to his succession before, but they were not powerful enough to cause any real trouble, so he had never paid them much heed. Song Yuandao's long eyebrows furrowed. The Qin family had ambitious designs, and had voiced objections to his succession before, but they were not powerful enough to cause any real trouble, so he had never paid them much heed. I see. Song Yuandao stood up, and patted Zhou Qingxin's shoulder. Boss lady, go get some rest. Jiang Yu will come by at 9:35 tomorrow morning. You can wait here to see him. The documents for him to investigate are in the right-hand drawer. Huang Yueying saluted him with a crisp, yes sir, and left. Song Yuandao turned to Zhou Qingxin. Keep an eye on the Qin family. They'll visit the fortune teller myself. No. Zhou Qingxin also found the situation too unsettling to let Song Yuandao go alone. But the man flashed a sly grin. General Zhou, this is not a discussion. It's an order. Yes, Chairman. Song Yuandao pulled open the curtains, revealing the sun that would never sink below the horizon, no matter the time of day. The fabric he held could hardly be deemed a curtain. It was more accurately described as tattered cloth ready to be ripped to shreds with the slightest pressure. The personal terminal softly illuminated the current time, 5:30 in the morning. Song Yuandao had a standard routine he had adhered to for many years, especially when he had what he deemed important tasks to accomplish the next day, maintaining a schedule so precise it would put any clock to shame. He walked slowly to the bedside, bending down to drag out a large box from under the bed. His fingers skillfully danced over the keypad, and with a slight pop the lid opened just a crack. What lay inside was not a device or any typical item, but rather a fingerprint scanner. He pressed his finger onto it, fully unlocking the box. Inside the box were a few pieces of clothing and some tools for disguise. Song Yuandao moved quickly, tying up his hair, which had grown significantly longer, and donning an extremely flamboyant golden wig, pairing it with a garish, colorful suit that matched the overall costume style. Looking at himself in the dressing mirror, Song Yuandao couldn't help but frown. He was so unattractive that he didn't want to look at himself any longer. Once everything was in order, he pushed the box back under the bed, and with a push of his arm leaped out of the window. The Chen family had a son in his early 20s, a unique flower among the rich young heirs. He was the epitome of foolishness and wealth, once wagering his father's business secrets and nearly bankrupting the entire Chen family. Song Yuandao mused that masquerading as such a dim-witted young master would not be a challenge for him. He also did not wish to listen to Zhou Qingshan's repeated admonitions, so he set off earlier than planned, sneaking out alone from his temporary residence. However, what he never anticipated was that after parting ways with him the previous night, Zhou Qingshan had not returned to his own place, but had instead waited outside his door leaning against the wall all night. Zhou Qingshan himself was unsure of his intentions. The thick fog had left his sharp military uniform damp. Yet he leaned against the wall listening to the sounds of someone rummaging around inside the room, then heard the person deftly open the window and climb out, shaking his head with a wry smile. He knew that Song Yuandao possessed the skills to protect himself, and was well aware of how sharp his mind was. These small fish and shrimp were not his match. Yet he couldn't help but worry and felt that as the captain of the personal guard he was indeed neglecting his duties. Not only did he have to personally handle these dirty matters, but he had also allowed this person to be snatched away right under his nose, and now so many troubling developments had arisen. Zhou Qingshan could not fathom when Song Yuandao had grown to such independence, seemingly able to rely on no one, even being miserly and cautious with trust. Following the coordinates given by Huang Yuing, Song Yuandao made his way forward. The infrastructure of this secondary world was vastly inferior to that of the primary world, with streets everywhere appearing dilapidated. Most people lacked the permissions to move freely, and were living out their desired lives in the virtual world of Penglai. Otherwise, this distressing environment would surely incite public outrage sooner or later. During his last visit to the primary world, he had not had the chance to explore, only struggling to survive while entangled with a few powerful families. Now Chairman Song felt heartbroken over the plight of his people. The black market lay on a street behind the residences of those prominent families, like a shadow lurking behind those glamorous homes. Song Yuandao had always known of the existence of the black market. Yet those who made a living in the black market were unaware that this place had originally been established under the leadership of the Song family. If the old profit-sharing system still applied, Song Yuandao would likely still be the largest shareholder here. Song Yuandao stepped over a broken tree branch on the ground, surveying his surroundings. The area was filled with dilapidated houses showing no signs of human presence. He pressed his lips together and whispered, "Chun Jun." Chun Jun emitted a faint buzzing sound when awakened. Song Yuandao continued walking forward with a straight face. "See if there are any usable cameras here." Chun Jun immediately connected to the local network and extended its reach in all directions. Song Yuandao understood that this was a risky move. Chun Jun's signal was certainly under tight surveillance, but in such a situation, he could only hope for Chun Jun's exquisite counter-tracking and muddling techniques. "Sir, there are no available cameras here." Chun Jun's voice paused for a moment, and then Song Yuandao saw a surrounding infrared image. "This shows the personnel distribution in this area." Song Yuandao observed the outlines of heat signatures formed by individuals without speaking, merely frowning slightly before continuing onward. To those observing from the shadows, this scene transformed into an image of a pampered rich young master being forced into such a place. "Hey, how much do you think we could squeeze out of this young master?" a clear female voice asked, though it was deliberately lowered to minimize presence. "Stop dreaming." Another girl's voice chimed in, laced with disdain and mockery. "Why would someone like him be interested?" It was unclear exactly who they were mocking. Song Yuandao recognized the origins of these people. Most were unable to afford the money to access the Penglai system, incapable of exchanging points in the virtual world for basic living supplies, relying only on this old and undignified work to scrape by. Song Yuandao had considered finding them some other opportunities, but when he finally reached out to propose ideas, these individuals believed that being confined in a temperature-controlled box was not worthwhile and preferred the freedom of the outside. They would rather endure the elements and go hungry every day to pursue their so-called freedom. Song Yuandao felt as though he understood the situation, but also felt a sense of confusion. When Zhou Qingshan learned of this matter, he remarked that it might be a sentiment. The term sentiment carried too much weight for Song Yuandao to grasp. After navigating through the narrow and winding streets for a while, Song Yuandao finally found the person he was looking for. As he had no legal identity in this secondary world, he could not use public transportation. Now, having walked quite a distance, the time was already getting late. The fortune-telling old woman had set up a table beside a precarious wall. Song Yuandao worried that even his footsteps could cause the wall to collapse. "Young man, what do you wish to ask?" Her voice, as ancient as her appearance, reminded Song Yuandao of the bar. "A couple of days ago my dad had his fortune told here, and he returned home acting strangely, so I came to see which fraud was responsible for this." As soon as Song Yuandao opened his mouth, he adopted the demeanor of a small-time rogue, perfectly fitting the persona of the young master of the Qin family. If Zhou Qingshan were present, he would surely award Song Yuandao an Oscar. "Think carefully before you speak, you young fool who knows nothing of the world." An old man who had emerged from nowhere looked at Song Yuandao as if he were a fool. Luckily Song Yuandao possessed an oddly strong psychological resilience, preventing him from breaking character and turning his performance into a train wreck. The old woman waved her hand at the old man who, after shaking his head and glancing at Song Yuandao a few times, slowly walked away. Please take a seat. The old woman smiled at him, looking almost benevolent. Song Yuandao, not wishing to be polite, pulled out a chair and sat down. The old woman continued, "You are the young master of the Qin family, are you not?" After Song Yuandao nodded, the old woman proceeded, "A few days ago your father asked me to interpret a dream." "What dream?" Song Yuandao furrowed his long brows, appearing impatient, yet showing a hint of interest. The old woman seemed to enjoy his reaction and continued slowly, "It's all about old matters, and I suppose it won't hurt to tell you. You know about that person who went mad a while ago, right?" The old woman leaned in closer, asking mysteriously. Though Song Yuandao's voice was pleasant, he usually displayed a disinterested demeanor, speaking in a low tone. However, when he spoke now, the clarity of his youthful voice became evident. The old woman still refused to reveal the name, instead taking his hand and writing the character Song in his palm. Song Yuandao thought to himself, could madness really be transmitted through my name? The old woman, oblivious to his wandering thoughts, continued, "Your father offended him a few years back and dreamed that he came seeking revenge." Song Yuandao felt a bit helpless. It was not exactly a major issue for the Chun family to have offended him, it was just that during that time, he had already been overwhelmed by the troubles caused by several prominent families, and the Chun family had added some small troubles that made him even more agitated. It was far from enough to warrant extermination. "Is that all?" He raised an eyebrow, clearly expressing disbelief and impatience. The old woman seemed to be irritated by his attitude and leaned back in her chair. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Truth is truth. To be honest, I've never been wrong in my predictions." As she spoke, her voice suddenly dropped to a husky whisper. "Especially when it comes to matters of life and death, if I say your whole family won't survive the week, then they won't survive." Song Yuandao trembled, slightly suppressing his rage. The old woman lifted her eyelids to glance at him and chuckled, "Enjoy your life, while you can." Song Yuandao slammed his hand on the table and stood up to leave, not forgetting to discreetly stick a listening device under the table before departing. When Zhou Qingchun received the message from Song Yuandao, he was hiding in a tree at the entrance of the Chun family, the earpiece snugly pressed against his ear, relaying Song Yuandao's voice without distortion. "The next target should be the Chun family. Keep a close watch on them." "Of course," Zhou Qingchun replied, nonchalantly chewing on a piece of grass, adopting a carefree demeanor. "My dear chairman." By the time Song Yuandao hurried back from the black market to their temporary stronghold, Jiang Yu had only just... The moment Huang Yueying and Jiang Yu stepped outside, they collided with Song Yuandao, who was decked out in garish attire. Jiang Yu stared at him for nearly 10 seconds before hesitantly speaking, "Song Yuandao." Song Yuandao cast a lazy glance at the two of them. Huang Yueying quickly recognized from his expression, a frozen mask of facial muscles, that this was her stoic idol who never wore anything beyond the shades of black, white, and gray. Huang Yueying craned her neck to see if the sun was rising from the west, but as she poked her head out, she recalled that in this place the sun never set. Embarrassed, she pulled her head back in. Jiang Yu found her antics amusing and reached out to ruffle her short tousled hair. "Oh right, my idol." Huang Yueying beamed, her eyes curving like crescent moons, showing a rare girlish demeanor that made Song Yuandao take a second glance. Her spirits visibly lifted and her tone grew several degrees more cheerful. "I've told Jiang Yu that once this is all over, we'll get married. You'll have to grant me a longer leave then." This news felt like a gentle dancing flame in the midst of winter to Song Yuandao, and he couldn't help but show a soft smile. "Boss Jiang, when did you propose to our team's flower?" "On the day of the Great Migration. Never expected so much to happen afterward. Otherwise maybe my daughter would already be settled in her belly by now." Jiang Yu laughed too. The three of them stood under the shabby eaves, idly chatting about this and that. Sensing the conversation drifting into overly intimate and unsuitable territory, Song Yuandao found an excuse to slip away. Before leaving, he generously gave Huang Yueying half a day off. Though the leave was intended for Huang Yueying, his question was aimed at Jiang Yue, "Is half a day enough?" Jiang Yu nodded, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Song Yuandao turned and headed to his own room. From the window, he could see Huang Yueying clinging to Jiang Yu's arm with unusual tenderness, their shadows intertwined on the ground, inseparable. He suddenly thought of Zhou Qingchun. The chairman pursed his lips and decided that man had never crossed his mind. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and began to ponder the information he had gathered that day. This divination business was truly perplexing. Not to mention whether it was reliable at all. How was it that so many people had bizarre dreams, and all went to the same person to interpret them? And after the interpretation, each of them believed it with utter certainty, living in constant fear. The shady deeds they had done back then should have been crystal clear in their own minds. There was no need for such a grand act of revenge. Song Yuandao frowned and opened his communication interface, pulling Xiao Yi out of her home nest once again. Xiao Yi was after all an adult. Though she had emotionally broken down yesterday, pouring out tears at Song Yuandao after a night's rest, she had pretty much recovered. What's up, idolette? Xiao Yi had a pastry in her mouth, a snack brought back from the Qiao residence, and her arms were full of more. Without waiting for an answer, she plopped them onto Song Yuandao's desk, inviting him to share in her good fortune. Song Yuandao picked one up without any intention of being polite with Xiao Yi. That the Qiao family's chef was skilled at making pastries was something Song Yuandao had known since his youth. Moreover, he had a periodic craving for sweets. If he didn't get some, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Back then, Xiao Yi often helped him smuggle pastries out of the Qiao residence. Go back to the Qiao residence again. You can stay a few extra days, but be careful about your movements. We don't have the resources to spare to protect you right now. Song Yuandao wiped the white sugar crumbs from his lips. Ask the old master to look into something for me. Check if the first family that was wiped out showed any signs of abnormality before the incident. Any anomaly from anyone. Don't come back until you have accurate information. Got it. Xiao Yi laughed and pointed at the pack of pastries on Song Yuandao's desk. Keep these for yourself. They'll go home and eat fresh ones. They'll bring you more when I come back. Stay safe. Seeing how quickly Xiao Yi had bounced back, Song Yuandao felt somewhat reassured. When Xiao Yi was a child, she was the only daughter in the family, cherished by everyone. When she was about 10, her mother gave birth to a younger brother. When it came time to select the personal guard team, Xiao Yi got in without any struggle. For the first 20-odd years of her life, she had been smooth sailing, getting whatever she wanted. Naturally, Song Yuandao worried that she might break down under such pressure and harsh reality. But now the little lass seemed to have adjusted quite well on her own. His personal terminal flickered a few times. Song Yuandao knew it was a message from Zhou Qingxin. That man had somehow changed the notification light for his messages to a different pattern than others, making it instantly recognizable. Almost all the notification lights on Song Yuandao's personal terminal were white silent, except for a faint vibration. When others sent messages, the light in the upper right corner blinked at a fixed mechanical frequency, but Zhou Qingxin's messages were different. The blinking speed of his notification light matched Song Yuandao's current breathing rhythm. When Song Yuandao asked him why, the man had replied in an exceedingly flamboyant manner, "Every breath you take, I am with you." Today, Song Yuandao also felt like tossing General Zhou out the door. The Chen family seems to be thinking of Zhou Qingxun was crouched in the branches on surveillance duty, managing to turn a grueling job into a lazy, lounging affair, like a large feline waiting for prey among the treetops. He'll go see where they're heading. As Song Yuandao listened to Zhou Qingxun move through the foliage while saying this, he quickly stripped off his gaudy coat, pulled on his combat suit, tightened his shoelaces with a sharp sound schwa, and said, "Send me the coordinates. I'm coming with you." Zhou Qingxun wasn't happy about it. Song Yuandao could already hear the wind rushing past as he moved rapidly. With a faint teasing smile, he said to the man on the other end, "General Zhou, do I need your permission for everything I do now? Are you thinking of joining the mastermind behind the scenes and staging a rebellion?" "Chairman Song, my loyalty to you is as clear as the bright sun and shining moon. Heaven and earth bear witness." Zhou Qingxun was ready to stand at attention and swear an oath on the spot. Song Yuandao snorted with a laugh. "Coordinates." Zhou Qingxun had no choice but to send over his coordinates. Song Yuandao had Chun Jun map out the route and calculate the time needed. Before ending the communication, he told Zhou Qingxun, "See you in 15 minutes. Song Yuandao wasn't particularly fond of this way of ending communications, but Zhou Qingxun liked specific time estimations. Whenever he had to temporarily part ways with Song Yuandao, he would have Chung Ying precisely calculate the time, and then before ending the report tell Song Yuandao exactly how much time until they met again. Song Yuandao didn't know when he had picked up this habit too, always giving a specific meeting time before ending a communication. Zhou Qingxun trailed the Chen family from a distance. Perhaps to avoid leaving any trace in official records, the entire family had chosen to travel on foot. With both the old and the young in tow, their pace was naturally slow, so Zhou Qingxun had no trouble following them. Song Yuandao hurried to meet up with Zhou Qingxun, while simultaneously asking Chun Jun to cross-reference any past connections between the affected noble families that he might have missed. His face had turned pale from physical exertion. Zhou Qingxun knew Song Yuandao had arrived without even turning around. The man's physical skills were no match for his own, and he couldn't even conceal his footsteps properly. If the Chun family had any formidable guards nearby, Zhou Qingxun would never have dared to let Song Yuandao come. "What's the situation?" Song Yuandao's voice was very low, but his unsteady breathing was still audible. Zhou Qingxun glanced sideways and immediately understood what was happening. He reached into an inner pocket of his uniform, pulled out a nutrient shot, and tossed it to him. "Chairman Song, use it sparingly." Song Yuandao acknowledged with a grunt, rolled up his sleeve, skillfully disinfected the spot, and injected the nutrient shot into his vein. He then pocketed the empty syringe. Where could they possibly run? Song Yuandao squinted at the family, sneaking around and acting frantic. To him, they might as well have pasted a note on their foreheads reading, "I'm on the run." Who knows? Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao had been leaping from treetop to treetop. It was fortunate that Song Qianfeng had the foresight to prioritize infrastructure in all secondary worlds. Otherwise, if they had to rely on trees planted only after the Great Migration, the two of them might have snapped a trunk with every step. There are surveillance cameras all along this route. I only dared to come this openly because I had Chun Jun deploy jammers. They don't have that capability. What are they hoping to achieve by running like this? Song Yuandao stood on a high branch, gazing into the distance, utterly baffled by the family's intentions. They'll have Qiao Yi ask the old master if any noble families in the past ever tried to flee. Zhou Qingchen grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes fixed firmly on the group ahead. They seem prepared. Although they're fleeing in haste and acting cautiously, they're not wandering aimlessly. He quickly analyzed their possible escape route against the map. I think someone is waiting up ahead to receive them. But what's the point? If it were a major family, I might consider whether they're planning to open a passage to another world. But the Chun family has neither the connections nor the financial resources for that. Song Yuandao finished contacting Xiao Yi and quickly caught up with Zhou Qingchen's train of thought. As they spoke, they kept a distant but unyielding tail on the Chun family regardless of age. "We'll see soon enough." Zhou Qingchen didn't seem particularly troubled. He had always been the type to take things as they came, stoic and unflappable. Song Yuandao was curious but patient as well, and together they turned this covert surveillance into a leisurely spring outing. "Look!" Zhou Qingchen suddenly stopped in his tracks and shifted aside slightly to let Song Yuandao see ahead. There was a man dressed in an impeccably tailored suit genuinely waiting for the Chen family. The moment the Chens spotted him, they all seemed to collectively relax. They were too far apart to hear any exchange, but it was clear that the Chun family trusted the man completely as they followed him into a nearby side path. "Should we follow?" Song Yuandao squinted at the path, a lonely flagstone lane with no dense foliage nearby to conceal them. One wrong move could easily expose them. Zhou Qingchen weighed his options. "I'll go. You wait here." Song Yuandao was about to protest, but Zhou Qingchen had already leaped from the branch, charging forward like a cheetah. Song Yuandao instinctively moved to jump after him, but just then Chun Jun spoke up. "Sir, I've found something." Chun Jun's words halted Song Yuandao's pursuit of Zhou Qingchen, who swiftly dwindled into a dark speck against the horizon in the span of those few sentences. "What is it?" Song Yuandao slowly exhaled. The pent-up breath from his chest settled into a comfortable posture, leaning diagonally against a branch, and began to process the new information he was about to receive. "During the same period when your father served as president of the drama club, the college's science and technology club quietly emerged. According to some materials I've uncovered, there may have been a competitive relationship between these two organizations." Chun Jun retrieved a list of major events recorded in the school archives. Song Yuandao glanced over them and quickly spotted the entries Chun Jun had highlighted as prompts. During Song Chen's tenure as drama club president, every public performance was deliberately timed to counter the research projects concurrently proposed by the science and technology club. Song Yuandao didn't really know Song Chen well, but his instinct told him his father wasn't the kind of person to be so petty. "Chun Jun, pull up the list of science and technology club members from that period for me." "Yes, sir." Chun Jun was always swift. Not long after Song Yuandao made his request, he sent the club's member list to Song Yuandao's personal terminal. "Activate anti-tracking and anti-surveillance, and keep a constant watch on Chungying's signal." Song Yuandao's fingers flew over the virtual data, marking information he deemed useful, and quickly assigning Chun Jun his next tasks. If Qiao Yi or Huang Yuang were present, they would surely sigh at how irresistibly handsome their idol looked when absorbed in work. Of course Zhou Qingchen, if there, would probably reach the same conclusion. Song Yuandao possessed an exceptional memory. With no external interference, he could almost claim photographic recall. Thus the drama club materials he had flipped through countless times during rare breaks back in the main world now replayed vividly in his mind. For the first time he felt his father was a true enigma, and he even suspected that his family harbored some earth-shattering. Song Yuandao's breathing gradually slowed, a sign of deep concentration. Thanks to Chun Jun's monitoring functions, he could think without distraction even in this remote, deserted spot with no one around. Countless people and moments flashed before his eyes. Song Yuandao scanned the main research directions of the Science and Technology Club for those years. As expected, they revolved around artificial intelligence. His uncle also held a mid-level officer position, deputy minister, in the club. Song Yuandao's elegantly shaped brows knitted together. Song Ku had always excelled in technology, and Song Yuandao had always felt that if not for Song Chen's accident, he wouldn't have been thrust into that position. But during casual conversations with other noble families, everyone insisted that the initial choice had always been Song Ku. Song Chun had zero interest in the role, spending his days happily in a sweet romance with An Yuaning. Song Yuandao seemed to grasp something, but it slipped through his fingers. He frowned and continued comparing the information on the two student clubs. Moi. Song Yuandao let out a soft grunt, a mix of confusion and surprise coloring his face. When he pulled up the drama club's group photo again, he spotted a half-figure hidden behind the crowd. The silhouette seemed familiar. Chunjun, sir. Song Yuandao had just replenished his nutrients, leaving his bioenergy ample. Even Chunjun's response seemed faster. Process this image. I want to know who that person with only half a face exposed is. Yes, sir. Their communication remained silent. After staring at the aged materials for too long, Song Yuandao felt a slight ache in his eyes, so he leaned against the tree trunk and closed them to rest. Sir Chungying has sent an image. Send it to me. Song Yuandao opened his eyes, showing no trace of fatigue. Chunjun transmitted the footage to Song Yuandao's personal terminal. Although it could project the image directly into his mind, that would consume too much bioenergy, an impractical luxury given the current resource constraints. So Chunjun settled for sending it to the terminal. Song Yuandao didn't know where Zhou Qingchen had hidden the camera, but the footage was shaky, suggesting it had started recording during pursuit. The angle felt odd, too low for a chest mount, yet the swaying frequency didn't match a wrist mount. But soon the content captured his full attention, and he forgot about the camera's strange hiding place. The image showed a castle. Song Yuandao pulled up Zhou Qingchen's route, and found the castle wasn't far from his current location, seemingly perched on a mountaintop. Song Yuandao parted the leaves and quickly surveyed the terrain. Neither the peak nor the building was visible from his vantage point. After a moment's confusion, he understood why. The owner must have invested heavily in a cloaking device to shield the structure from prying eyes. The building's design struck him as familiar. In the main world's underground research facility, he had seen a photo in the central control room. Since he was the only one among his group who had entered that place, only he knew this castle matched the photo exactly. Song Yuandao felt a surge of excitement. After so long, he had finally glimpsed the shadow of the mastermind. If this was the puppeteer's lair, it would be perilous, so, without hesitation, he ordered Zhou Qingchen to return immediately. Zhou Qingchen lived up to his reputation as the new era's only general. In that short video, he circled the castle, capturing the defense systems and guards in meticulous detail. Song Yuandao's voice was stern, even taut. Zhou Qingchen knew better than to overstep at this critical juncture, and without a word of dissent, he swiftly began his return journey. As Song Yuandao finished handling Zhou Qingchen's affairs, Chunjun completed the image processing and matched the half-face in the database. Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow at the result. Hu Lang. Whether he was surprised or not, he couldn't quite say. Most children of aristocratic families attended this school, so Hu Lang's presence didn't surprise Song Yuandao. But Hu Lang wasn't a drama club member. His name wasn't on the roster Song Yuandao knew by heart. Yet there he was, hastily appearing in the group photo, still wearing the club's performance costume. Show me the play from the day of that photo again. Song Yuandao's fingers tapped rhythmically against his taut thigh, his thin lips pressed into a line, giving him an icy, aloof look. On his return journey, Zhou Qingchen no longer had to tell anyone, freeing him from the fear of being discovered nearby. Though he remained cautious, his speed increased dramatically. Without a hint of breathlessness, he sprinted to the tree where Song Yuandao perched, leaped up with the momentum, grabbed a branch, and in a few easy moves settled onto a neighboring limb. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Seeing that the man hadn't even grazed his skin, he relaxed. He had Chunjun send the video and script to Zhou Qingchen's personal terminal, then decided to return to the temporary base with him. After all, this was hardly a good place for exchanging intelligence. Zhou Qingchen, with his excellent stamina, seemed unaffected by the long run. After hearing Song Yuandao's account of the castle's origins, his mood lifted at finally touching the boundary of the mystery, and his tongue got the better of him, prompting him to jest with Song Yuandao. I bet there's good food in there. When we get a chance, we'll sneak into the kitchen. Zhou Qingchen swallowed as he eyed Song Yuandao's slender waist, cinched by the combat suit's belt. A pang of sympathy struck him, and after a pause he added, to fatten you up. Are you going to make me a pot of braised yourself? Song Yuandao shot him a chilly glance, but unexpectedly met Zhou Qingchen's bright, eager eyes. Unsure of what that expression meant, Song Yuandao averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Chairman, are you finally willing to accept the backroom deal and devour me? Zhou Qingchen's words carried laughter, the chuckles trapped in his lowered voice and chest. Song Yuandao felt his cheeks burning. But he was the one and only Song Yuandao, the man destined to win Best Actor. Would he let such a trifle shatter his idol persona? Not a chance. Where else do you want to rise? He stopped, looking at Zhou Qingchen with a half-smile. How about you rise up and I hand over the chairmanship? Sure. Zhou Qingchen's face lost its mischievous grin. They'll do it for you. They'll do everything for you. Song Yuandao stared at his expression, startled. His chest tightened as if struck by something heavy. His lashes dropped, avoiding Zhou Qingchen's gaze. As he stepped forward and brushed past him, he said, I'm not a child anymore. Bro. Zhou Qingchen let out a laugh. With his back turned, Song Yuandao naturally missed the fleeting bitterness on his face. The man reverted to his shameless demeanor, slinging an arm around Song Yuandao's neck like old buddies. Yes, our Xiao Yuan is capable. After saying that, he seemed to think of something amusing and kept chuckling. Song Yuandao had no idea what had gotten into him. He elbowed Zhou Qingchen lightly, but couldn't push him away. Zhou Qingchen secretly savored the thought by rounding up that technically counted as an embrace. Song Yuandao walked back lost in thoughts about Hu Lang and the relationship with the drama club, completely unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Zhou Qingchen's mind. The two of them had long legs and took big strides, yet it still took them nearly an hour to return to their temporary base. Xiao Yi had not yet returned, and Huang Yueying had just sent Jiang Yu away. As the two hurriedly arrived, they caught Zhou Qingchen in his innocent demeanor, still wearing the expression of a little girl, which made him unable to resist teasing his little captain a few more times before following Song Yuandao back to his residence. In the morning, Song Yuandao had rushed out, leaving his colorful clothes hastily piled on his bed. This sight was indeed rare for him. If it weren't for the fact that he had been watching Zhou Qingchen like a shadow general, Zhou might have thought to capture this moment, with a photograph, planning to frame it and hang it on the wall for future enjoyment. Xiao Yuan, have you been feeling overwhelmed lately? If something's bothering you, just tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. Zhou Qingchen flipped through the clothes, and it was evident that Song Yuandao was a dedicated actor. To match this flamboyant outfit, he had even asked Jiang Yu to bring back a bottle of extremely fragrant perfume. After just a couple of flips through the pile of clothes, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Song Yuandao chuckled lightly and playfully slapped the back of his head, saying, "Stop fooling around, and let's get serious." Zhou Qingchen restrained his laughter and lazily sat backwards on a chair, leaning against the backrest. After Song Yuandao took a sip of water to gather his thoughts, he spoke slowly. However, Zhou Qingchen's gaze remained fixed on the movement of Song Yuandao's throat as he swallowed. Song Yuandao naturally sensed the unreserved gaze of his loyal captain. Suddenly, he stood up, propping his hands on the table and leaning closer to Zhou Qingchen, his lowered voice and warm breath brushing against Zhou Qingchen's ear, asking, "Is it good looking?" Zhou Qingchen felt flustered for the first time because of Song Yuandao's action, experiencing a mixture of novelty and excitement. It felt like he was catching a glimpse of victory's dawn. Before he could respond, he took the colorful tie from this morning and with great consideration tied it around Zhou Qingchen's head, blocking his eyes, saying, "No need to be polite. Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao has such little quirks." Of course, he didn't dare to voice this thought, knowing it might lead him to an audience with Mr. Song Chun. Seeing Zhou Qingchen's comical appearance, Song Yuandao couldn't help but laugh. Coincidentally, Li Huaizhi had just finished the task assigned by Song Yuandao and returned to report. Song Yuandao had previously told them that during office hours they could enter without knocking. Everyone was on friendly terms with nothing to hide. The naively innocent Li Huaizhi looked at Zhou Qingchen, who was sitting with his eyes covered and legs spread wide on the chair, and at the smiling Song Yuandao, and for the first time, he gained a new understanding of this unspeakable matter. "Mr. Divine Being, perhaps you should continue with your work first." Li Huaizhi was unsure where to direct his gaze. Song Yuandao was in a particularly good mood today and couldn't resist teasing him further. "Come in and speak." Li Huaizhi hesitated for 3 seconds before moving forward. He took a full minute to traverse the short distance from the doorway to Song Yuandao's desk, resembling a daring soldier tiptoeing through a minefield. "I don't have anything important. You continue with your work." Li Huaizhi felt utterly lost, unsure of how to position his limbs. "Hey, how will you pursue Xiao Yi like this?" Although Zhou Qingchen couldn't see, his hearing was sharp. Upon hearing this, he turned his head and raised his face to look in Li Huaizhi's direction. At that moment, Li Huaizhi was immensely grateful that Song Yuandao had covered Zhou Qingchen's eyes, otherwise the burning gaze ignited by Zhou Qingchen's gossip-loving soul might have scorched a hole through him. "All right." Song Yuandao, being a considerate superior, noticed Li Huaizhi's face turn red with embarrassment and decided to stop teasing him. He suppressed his playful expression, poured him a glass of water, and asked, "So what's the situation?" "The information I received from the boss lady should be about the same. Please accept my apologies on behalf of my..." While gathering intelligence, Li Huaizhi had certainly heard plenty of rumors. Although he couldn't grasp the specifics of what had happened to Song Yuandao in the other world, the embellished tales indicated that Song Yuandao had not fared well. To complicate matters, his mother had also been involved in this mess, leaving Li Huaizhi feeling overwhelmed. However, Song Yuandao casually waved his hand, saying, "It's just a mother's concern. Now let's talk business." Li Huaizhi quietly sighed in relief. Although he knew that Song Yuandao would not hold anything against him, his mother had indeed humiliated him greatly. Most people wouldn't be able to tolerate such an affront, but our divine being was indeed not an ordinary person. At this moment, Li Huaizhi's admiration for Song Yuandao grew even more profound. "I overheard a conversation in a bar where someone mentioned that they were willing to provide refuge for families that had been persecuted." Li Huaizhi adjusted his expression. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao instinctively sought eye contact with Zhou Qingchen, but when he turned his gaze he realized that the colorful tie was still hanging on his face. Zhou Qingxin seemed to understand his thoughts and quickly yanked the bothersome item off, placing it on the table, their eyes meeting briefly before parting. Please elaborate. Li Huaiji nodded, holding his cup and taking a sip of warm water. I heard that person say that several prominent families recently received something resembling an invitation letter, but it wasn't an invitation to a gathering. Instead, it informed them that if they needed assistance they should go to a designated location and help would be provided. Did that person mention what the invitation letter looked like? Li Huaiji shook his head. He heard it from someone else. This matter is currently widely discussed with many versions circulating, but the core idea remains the same. Song Yuandao nodded, indicating that he understood. Noticing the dark circles under Li Huaizi's eyes, he stood up and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, thank you for your hard work. Forget about the past, take a good rest. There will be more matters to attend to in a couple of days." Li Huaiji stood up to leave, suddenly bowing to Song Yuandao. Caught off guard, Song Yuandao could only accept it awkwardly. He heard Li Huaizi's trembling voice softly say thank you. Song Yuandao helped him a bit, escorting him to the door. After returning, he sat back down at the table. Zhou Qingxin frowned, seemingly lost in thought, and Song Yuandao tapped the side of the table to bring him back to reality. Now it's even harder to win people over. Zhou Qingxin suddenly remarked without context, and upon hearing this Song Yuandao fell silent. Initially, he had indeed considered tackling these prominent families one by one, starting with the closest ones, letting them know that everything that had happened before was merely a deception by the enemy. But now the opposing side had woven a trap so intricately that he had no time to catch his breath, and he would have to absorb all the medium-strength families into his own faction, leaving Song Yuandao with no other forces to rely on except for those hard to deal with major families. This was not good news, but it wasn't too bad either. Song Yuandao was acutely aware that his time was limited. In truth, whether he dealt with these matters or not, and to what extent, made little difference to him. Shun Jun had been reminding him almost daily that the creator's evolution level had reached 85%. Song Yuandao was constantly on guard against the familiar sharp pain, knowing that after this episode the creator's evolution process would likely be nearing completion. Song Yuandao was unsure of what settings had been imposed on the creator at that time, but it seemed that once it completed its evolution, its intelligence would leave no room for escape. Yet he did not wish to become a puppet that obeyed others. Thus he was quite clear that before he transformed into a stranger, a monster unknown to everyone, he would end. The reason he toiled so hard, continuously exhausting his biological energy at the cost of his own body and repeatedly replenishing it with nutrient agents that pushed the limits of human capacity, was all for a statement made by Zhou Qingxin years ago. Even if that statement was merely a casual remark. In the year 46 of the new era, Song Yuandao was 10 years old, and Zhou Qingxin was 15. It was the first day of the new year. Several prominent families gathered together for a celebration. At midnight, they stood together on the terrace making wishes. Song Yuandao actually had no particular wish to make. He lacked for nothing and wanted for nothing. At that time, Song Qianfeng was still in good health, and Song Ke had just taken office with his career thriving. However, when he turned to look at Zhou Qingxin, he found this person who usually scoffed at such matters was seriously making a wish. When Zhou Qingxin opened his eyes, Song Yuandao could no longer contain his youthful curiosity and asked, "Brother, what did you wish for?" Suddenly fireworks exploded in the distance, illuminating everyone's faces with a kaleidoscope of light. Zhou Qingxin's voice was nearly drowned out by the thunderous sounds of the fireworks as he leaned slightly closer to Song Yuandao's ear and whispered, "I wish for the new era to be peaceful and prosperous from now on." Song Yuandao remembered this wish for many years. Zhou Qingxin was not joking, he genuinely wished for such a future. At that time he had already known that Song Yuandao would inevitably take on the heavy burden of being the chairman of the new era, and he hoped the world would remain peaceful, so that his little Yuan would not have to suffer so much. It is said that once a wish is spoken it cannot be counted again. A few years later Song Qianfeng passed away, and Song Ke resigned early, leaving all these trivial matters to Song Yuandao. The still immature Song Yuandao floated through the dark currents, honing a skill of bearing both joy and sorrow, molding himself into a figure of unwavering pride. Whenever Zhou Qingxin reminisced about all this in the dead of night, his heart ached with a dull pain. How could my little Yuan endure such hardships? A person as good as him should not have to suffer so much. Yet none of them could help it, a reality always pushed them forward, racing from one silent battlefield to another, gnawing and bleeding in a soundless cage. There was no escaping, no dodging. They thought growing up would make things better, but every moment of life brought its own heart. Zhou Qingxin looked at Song Yuandao, who was lost in thought for some unknown reason, his eyes filled with Song Yuandao had already come to his senses before Zhou Qingxin could remind him. Still, Zhou Qingxin could discern nothing from his expression, just as he had failed to understand Song Yuandao's thoughts for many years. We need to think about our next move. Song Yuandao's hands were wrapped around the mug on the table, his slender fingers interlaced, as if by doing so, He could firmly grasp the fleeting fragments of inspiration in his mind. Zhou Qingxin fell silent as well. According to their original plan, they intended to personally rescue those aristocratic families that might be under threat. Yet before they could act, the adversary had beaten them to it, setting up something like a sanctuary to oppose them. Song Yuandao pressed his lower lip together, his expression cold. He had thought he had finally gotten a step ahead, only to find himself still being manipulated by the opponent, making everything he wanted to do seem like a childish joke. I think we should go take a look at that castle. Song Yuandao glanced up at Zhou Qingxin. He knew the other was not joking, but this matter required a very meticulous plan and capable personnel who otherwise, under the security system of that colossal entity, they would not gain a single advantage. We don't need many undercover agents. I'll lead the team myself. Seeing that Song Yuandao remained silent, Zhou Qingxin knew exactly what the man was thinking, so he continued on his own. Squad 1 often goes on field missions. This kind of task might be a bit difficult, but it should still be manageable. Song Yuandao still said nothing. Squad 1 was an action team, and with Zhou Qingxin leading it personally, it was a very formidable unit in many dangerous situations. But this time he was uneasy. If any accident occurred, it would be the beginning of total annihilation. Without Squad 1 and Zhou Qingxin, what would be left was a group of intellectual workers, and their prospects would be bleak. Zhou Qingxin was naturally aware of Song Yuandao's concerns, but there was no path before them that they could. Since there was none, they would have to forge one themselves. Chairman. Zhou Qingxin abruptly rose and knelt on one knee, his right hand forming a fist held loosely over his chest, slightly tilting his head up to look at Song Yuandao. I vow not to fail the mission on my honor. Song Yuandao was all too familiar with this posture. Shaolin had done it to Song Ku, and the captain of Song Qianfeng's personal guard had done it to Song Qianfeng. It was an oath and also a plea for orders. What did it mean to vouch with his honor? It merely meant that if the mission failed, he would not live alone. These words uttered before Zhou Qingxin left only two clear paths: either succeed or die. Song Yuandao was almost amused into laughter by Zhou Qingxin's demeanor. He stood up, took 2 steps to the man, and looked down at him. General Zhou, is this what I want? Zhou Qingxin met his gaze without flinching, his eyes filled with an unyielding resolve as hard as ice that refused to melt even under the scorching sun. You really have a way. Song Yuandao's voice still carried a hint of laughter, but Zhou Qingxin could detect the unmistakable tremor hidden beneath it. General Zhou's expression softened for a moment as he wondered, could this be roughly interpreted as him being unwilling to part with me? Song Yuandao turned his back. Zhou Qingxin's gaze traced over his jet-black hair, then fell on his slender waist wrapped in training uniform before wandering down to his straight long legs. Light from the window cast a bloody glow upon him. Zhou Qingxin felt as if in the next moment a pair of white wings would suddenly sprout from Song Yuandao's shoulder blades beneath that thin layer of skin, carrying him away from this filthy mire. Even if I disagree, it's useless. Song Yuandao did not want to turn around. He did not want to see Zhou Qingxin's posture. Though seemingly humble, it was still so unbending that it contained not a trace of yield. Zhou Qingxin said nothing. He knew Song Yuandao had agreed. But he did not know what fury and helplessness lay hidden beneath Song Yuandao's calm demeanor at this moment. Go ahead. Even if you succeed, there is no need to come back to me. When reporting, have Huang Yueying come. If you manage to come out alive, you will see Jiang Yu. He will give you a new identity and forged biometric information. You know far better than I do how to conceal your trail. I never want to see you again. Go. I will let you see this world peaceful and prosperous, with the sea clear and the river calm. This sentence rolled around in Song Yuandao's heart several times, finally embedding itself deep within him, never to let a single word about that wish escape his lips again. Song Yuandao never turned around the entire time, that silhouette deeply imprinted in Zhou Qingxin's eye. Zhou Qingxin belatedly realized that his knees were a bit sore, and also belatedly realized that Song Yuandao seemed to have long planned to extricate him from this matter. Otherwise, when would Jiang Yu have prepared a fake identity for him? Within him, an irrepressible rage also churned. He suddenly stood up, ignoring his numb legs, stumbled 2 steps to Song Yuandao, and turned the man around in his arms by the shoulders. Zhou Qingxin had imagined 1,000 possible expressions on Song Yuandao's face, but he never expected a single crystalline tear to slide from the corner of the man's eye. That barely discernible tear seemed to defy the laws of physics, splashing through air-clothed skin and flesh into Zhou Qingxin's heart, stirring up a raging storm. Xiao Yuan. Zhou Qingxin's voice was hoarse, as if he had kneaded all the unspeakable emotions into his voice, hot and desperate. Xiao Yuan, look at me. Song Yuandao's eyelashes were lowered, casting a crow-colored shadow on his face. His nostrils flared, and his lips were pressed tightly into a line, even turning slightly pale from the strain. As if he could no longer bear it, Zhou Qingxin squeezed Song Yuandao's chin, fiercely forcing him to look up. What are you crying for? Wasn't it you who told me to go? Then tell me, what are you crying for? Song Yuandao did not know when he had given up letting Chun Jun adjust his hormone levels. It was perhaps a state of self-exile that he could not clearly articulate. Since he knew that one day he would inevitably become a mere shell, he might as well experience as many emotions as possible before that day arrived. Or rather, to feel Zhou Qingchun as much as possible. There was no trace of moisture in Song Yuando's eyes. That single tear seemed to have exhausted all his mental strength, or perhaps it was merely Zhou Qingchun's wishful illusion. Zhou Qingchun. After enunciating those 3 words with perfect clarity, Song Yuandao did not know what he wanted to say. He wanted to ask Zhou Qingchun whether the light kiss planted on his lips in the research institute meant what he thought it did, whether the confession poured from the heart's blood meant what he wanted it to, and what exactly Zhou Qingchun wanted him to do. Song Yuandao felt countless times that all his efforts were so futile. What did it matter if he gave him a clear sea and calm river? By then he himself would have long become a monster. A clear sea and calm river, or romantic breezes and snow. Zhou Qingchun, what exactly do you want? Xiao Yuan, I have to go. Zhou Qingchun pulled Song Yuandao into his arms. Their heights were not far apart. Song Yuandao lowered his head and rested his chin on Zhou Qingchun's shoulder hollow. We have no other way. None of us knows what those aristocratic families might encounter in that castle. Zhou Qingchun's voice softened. I have to go and see. Song Yuandao shook his head against his shoulder hollow, his fine hair tickling Zhou Qingchun. You don't have to go. It's enough if I go alone. This matter seemed to have fallen into an irresolvable stalemate. The two stubbornly held their ground on the issue, yet their bodies clung together, as if drawing sustenance from each other. Song Yuandao did not need to actually infiltrate the castle, nor get too close to use the creator to Song Yuandao had always felt that the person behind the scenes was providing him with various ways to use the creator, forcing him to accelerate the creator's evolution repeatedly until it smoothly replaced him. Only then would this matter end. He knew that if he went himself, Zhou Qingchun wouldn't have to risk his life. He would naturally go. But what consequences would follow after going? Song Yuandao had a rough idea in his heart, yet deceived himself, pretending not to know. What were you about to say to me? Zhou Qingchun somehow circled back to the topic. Song Yuando's momentary impulse had already dissipated under forced rational reflection. He looked at Zhou Qingchun momentarily speechless. Just as Zhou Qingchun let go, thinking he could only continue to sustain himself with the mental comfort of rough approximations, Song Yuando's lips suddenly brushed past the corner of his mouth. Brother. I like you. The kind of like that wants to be with you. Zhou Qingchun felt he could hear the sound of his own heartbeat, the flow of his blood, and Song Yuando's voice. That confession shattered everything and exploded in his ears with a thunderous roar. When Song Yuandao confessed, there was not a trace of embarrassment. He was as candid and straightforward as a child holding forth a heart full of passion and sincerity, as if presenting a treasure, both cautious and expectant. Xiao Yuan, I like you too. The kind of like that would give my life for you. Song Yuandao smiled at him and teased. Your life has been mine since the day of the oath. Change it. Zhou Qingchun also smiled. The kind of like that wants to live well for you. Upon hearing these words, Song Yuandao felt that today's impulse was not an impulse at all. It was rather like a calculating scheme to ensure Zhou Qingchun could have something to live well by after he himself disappeared. So we'll go myself. Song Yuandao stepped back and put on a businesslike expression. You handle another. Go see if Mr. Who needs any help lately, and also ask him if he had a pleasant time in the drama club during his. Song Yuandao raised his wrist and glanced at his personal terminal. He'll leave at 5 tomorrow and strive to be back by 5 in the evening. Then I'll have dinner with you. All right. Zhou Qingchun smiled. He'll prepare the nutrient drink and wait for you. Song Yuandao felt he had not enjoyed such a peaceful sleep in a long time. The emotions that had tangled within him over the past months finally found a suitable outlet, surging like a tidal wave toward the unfamiliar territory where even Song Yuandao himself had never ventured. After a rare night free of ominous dreams, he slowly opened his eyes just as the clock struck 5. A tattered cloth hanging by the window softened the crimson sunlight, casting a hazy red glow that was not harsh to the eyes. Leaning against the wall near the window, a figure toyed idly with a dagger that spun endlessly between his fingers. Morning. With a single glance, Song Yuandao recognized who it was. His voice carried the hoarseness of just waking, the lingering tones trailing into a languid, affectionate drawl. When did you arrive? Been standing here half the night. Zhou Qingchun sheathed his dagger with a swift motion, closed the distance in a few long strides, and bent to press a gentle kiss on Song Yuandao's forehead. You slept well, didn't you? Maybe because I knew you were here. Song Yuandao turned over and sat up, tidying his hair that had grown too long and was in need of a trim. Song Yuandao stared blankly at the neatly folded clothes by the headboard, as if deciding what to wear. Zhou Qingchun followed his gaze. There were only 2 sets of combat uniforms, both identical in appearance. He couldn't fathom what Song Yuandao was contemplating. Before Zhou Qingchun could figure it out, he felt a dry, soft touch on his cheek, swift and light. He almost doubted whether excessive brooding had conjured an illusion. Song Yuandao leaped nimbly from the bed to pack his belongings, leaving Zhou Qingqian's frozen hand touching his cheek. After a few minutes of stunned stillness, he began chasing Song Yuandao around the room like a madman. The room was not large, and with two grown men moving in close quarters, they inevitably bumped into each other every time they turned. The initial tension in Song Yuandao's heart quickly gave way to frustration and irritation under Zhou Qingqian's antics. Having someone trailing him while he tried to pack his gear was already exasperating enough, but the man refused to keep his mouth shut. He followed Song Yuandao, relentlessly peppering him with questions. Xiao Yuan, did you just kiss me? Chairman Song, say something. Did you kiss me? Song Yuandao, how dare you do it, and not own up? I'm sure it wasn't you just now. How about you kiss me again so I can verify? Song Yuandao suddenly halted and spun around. Zhou Qingqian, whose IQ had plummeted to near zero in matters of the heart, barreled straight into him. General Zhou, how old are you? Song Yuandao was both amused and exasperated, but fortunately his nimble hands had already packed most of his things. 3. Zhou Qingqian grinned, leaning close to Song Yuandao, mimicking the tone of his clone, always bursting with energy whenever he saw Song Yuandao, and called out, "Big brother." Song Yuandao felt every hair on his body stand at attention in salute to Zhou Qingqian. He had thought that growing up together meant knowing each other inside out, but he never expected the man to possess such a shameless, roguish side, a side that left Song Yuandao utterly speechless. But our Chairman Song was never one to back down easily. Without hesitation, he seized the advantage, leaning in toward Zhou Qingqian. His warm breath softly brushed against Zhou Qingqian's ear, and then another identical touch landed on his cheek. Big brother's treat. Let's go. Zhou Qingqian leaned against the doorframe, watching Song Yuandao's silhouette recede into the distance. The fists at his sides clenched and unclenched. Song Yuandao did not look back, but he knew Zhou Qingqian's gaze was fixed steadily upon him, a gaze full of unspoken worry and unvoiced advice. Zhou Qingqian knew Song Yuandao all too well. On the surface, he seemed capable of mingling with the guard squad, but deep down he was fiercely independent. It wasn't that Song Yuandao withheld genuine affection. He truly cared for everyone he held dear. Yet when trouble struck, he preferred to shoulder every burden alone, unwilling to trouble anyone else. Zhou Qingqian knew Song Yuandao all too well. On the surface, he seemed capable of mingling with the guard squad, but deep down he was fiercely independent. Complexion, the words died in his throat. This was his Xiao Yuan, a man determined to hold up the world alone. Song Yuandao followed the route they had scouted the previous day, heading toward the castle's location. Chunjun transfer the main control to the creator. Chunjun remained silent for a long moment. Song Yuandao almost laughed at the absurdity. This bad habit was undoubtedly Zhou Qingqian's doing. Since there was still some distance to the destination, Song Yuandao did not rush it. He simply waited for Chunjun to speak first. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Chunjun relented. Sir, if you continue using it like this, it will complete its evolution within half a month. If you had its detection range, I wouldn't need it. Song Yuandao pulled up the map to confirm the direction, chatting idly with Chunjun. Stumped by his retort, Chunjun fell silent like a sulky child. Song Yuandao found it amusing, so he delivered one more blow to Chunjun's fragile ego. You lack skill, but talk too much. Who taught you? Mr. Zhou. Chunjun answered promptly this time. Song Yuandao couldn't help but smile. All right. Chunjun knew it could only score a verbal victory. Stopping Song Yuandao was impossible. After reiterating the dangerous consequences one last time, it reluctantly handed over the main control. Song Yuandao suddenly felt a dizzying spell, brief but unmistakable. For an instant, he had lost control of his own body. Your evolution seems to be progressing smoothly. After a moment's thought, Song Yuandao understood the source of the dizziness and calmly addressed the creator, whom he had not spoken to in days. You're quite the helpful young man. Song Yuandao could clearly discern the tone in the creator's narration, a remarkable feat for an artificial intelligence. Had this not been happening to him personally, he would have found great interest in studying it. Once you fully possess my body, what do you plan to do? His intuition that the creator would answer proved correct. After a pause, as if searching for the right words, the creator replied, as my evolution progresses, I can. Let's call it recalling for now. Remember more details. I may not necessarily take over your body entirely. If I subjectively do not desire it, I will remain as a high-energy auxiliary system within you. Song Yuandao was stunned by this unexpected answer. He had assumed he would eventually lose his sanity, but now the AI that was supposed to take over hinted at a possible reprieve. Yet his joy was short-lived, quickly dispelled by reason. For an artificial intelligence owning a body it could freely use was an irresistible offer. Still clinging to a thread of hope, he asked, don't you want it? Who can say what the future holds? The creator's voice was light. Song Yuandao could smell the pine resin from nearby trees and the faint saltiness of the sea. The castle was indeed built in a scenic, strategic location. Focus on what's in front of you. Tell me what you need. Pine needles had accumulated over the years, forming a thick carpet on the slope. Song Yuandao found a sheltered hidden spot, and lay flat on the ground blocked the signals. He felt a sudden drain of bioenergy, as if a chunk had been extracted. The creator had shielded all biological information that might alert the surveillance system. And then, I want to know what's inside that castle. The creator said nothing, but Song Yuandao knew it was already taking action. He pulled a nutrient syringe from his pocket and injected it into his arm. Even so, his complexion grew visibly pale. You eat too much. In the past, such consumption would have been negligible. His resource allocation could have supported 2 more creators. But resources were now extremely tight. Everyone lived frugally. Even if he had the nerve to ask for extra supplies, there were none to spare. My consumption is proportional to my capability. I'll send the footage to your personal terminal. The creator paused briefly before adding, based on your current bioenergy reserves, I can monitor the entire building for half an hour and still leave enough energy for your return to base. Continue. Song Yuandao made his decision without hesitation. The spot he had chosen was comfortable enough, but as time passed, the cold emanating from the ground began to seep into his body. Combined with the rapid energy drain, he looked as though he was suffering from a chronic, incurable illness. Done. As the creator spoke, the terminal on Song Yuandao's wrist vibrated softly, receiving the surveillance footage that the creator had stolen. Go back. Don't collapse halfway there. With that, the creator swiftly returned control to Chunjun. Song Yuandao felt a vague sense of unease, but his current physical state dulled his thinking. He cautiously withdrew from his hiding spot and quickly began the journey back. Meanwhile, in another corner of the story, Song Yuandao's side went smoothly, encountering no unexpected obstacles as he obtained the information he sought. Before 5 o'clock, he was already seated behind his office desk, leisurely savoring the pastries Qiao he had brought back from the Qiao family residence, while casually watching the castle's surveillance feeds. As for General Zhou, who had been merely 3 years old earlier today, the moment Song Yuandao left, he rapidly matured back into a fully grown man of 30, with not a trace of the childish demeanor he had displayed while trailing behind Song Yuandao. The Hu residence was unchanged from his last visit. The only difference was Hu Lang's face, which appeared even more haggard. Zhou Qingchen calculated mentally. Barely a week had passed since their previous meeting. Mr. Hu. Zhou Qingchen had also attended etiquette lessons alongside Song Yuandao, and his demeanor in all social interactions was an impeccable model of elegance and nobility. I mentioned last time that if you ever needed anything you could contact me, but it seems you're somewhat hesitant to speak up. Hu Lang shot Zhou Qingchen a glare, but was unable to retort, cornered by the truth laid bare. Zhou Qingchen did not mind. He merely gave a faint smile, but his words were far less pleasant than his expression, since Mr. Hu is too shy to make a request. He'll have to be thick-skinned and ask a few things of you instead. Noticing the displeasure on Hu Lang's face, Zhou Qingchen quickly added, of course, if you'd like to use this as a bargaining chip, that's also acceptable. After all, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Hu Lang looked at Zhou Qingchen with some surprise, uncertain of who exactly stood before him. According to the intelligence he had gathered and everything he had witnessed, Zhou Qingchen had been executed by Song Yuandao's own hand months ago, driven by a loss of rationality. Everyone now appearing among the personal guard in this secondary world were counterfeit clones that Song Yuandao had secretly produced. Yet this man's eloquence and intellect were far from what one would expect from a mere clone. I can make this deal with you. Hu Lang's mind turned swiftly, and he came to a decision. But first you must tell me who you truly are. Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen too had formed his own plans upon hearing this. It was a good start. At least they had established a foundation for negotiation. The real one, aren't you? Long dead. Zhou Qingchen crossed his legs, leaning back into the soft sofa, his entire posture exuding an air of relaxed confidence. So you believe everything the outside world says, huh? Then, Hu Lang's expression shifted several times. Zhou Qingchen knew what he wanted to ask, but the situation with Hu Yifan was far too complex to explain in a few words. He was uncertain how long this fragile trust would last, or how much truth Hu Lang could accept. My son. Hu Lang's voice trembled, the hope in his eyes like a blazing flame. Zhou Qingchen felt that his forthcoming words would be like a bucket of ice water extinguishing a father's last flicker of expectation. I don't want to deceive you. Suddenly, Zhou Qingchen rose. He wore an old-fashioned suit and a well-considered bowler hat. Removing his hat, he bowed deeply to Hu Lang. Hu Yifan perished in the line of duty. Zhou Qingchen's words were laced with half-truths. Hu Yifan was indeed dead, killed by Song Yuandao, but his betrayal was an undeniable fact, having nearly cost over 30 lives in the personal guard. Hu Lang stared at Zhou Qingchen, as if searching for something. Now I have a question to ask you. After politely delivering the bad news with all due ceremony, Zhou Qingchen reverted to his earlier, lounging posture on the sofa. You didn't join the drama club during your time at the academy. So why did you repeatedly appear at their performances? After Song Yuandao left, Zhou Qingchen had instructed Cheng Ying to randomly fetch video recordings of several drama club performances along with group photos taken afterward. In almost everyone he spotted Hu Lang's fleeting figure, yet Hu Lang was never listed among the club's members. Hu Lang clearly hadn't expected Zhou Qingchen to ask that question. He was stunned for a long moment before slowly replying, "It was my father's wish." Zhou Qingchen was also taken aback. Old Mr. Who had sent his son to be a guest performer in the drama club. For what purpose? Hu Lang narrowed his eyes as if recalling the past. Then, organizing his thoughts, he recounted the events long buried in his memory. When my father was young, he was always unsuccessful. But then he met someone from high society who often took him to various gatherings and introduced him to his network. That's how my father's designs gained recognition among the elite. Zhou Qingchen listened quietly, not interrupting. Hu Lang continued, lost in memory. That man was probably a few years older than my father. My father always respected and loved him, and they addressed each other as master and student. When I was in school, I studied architecture and had absolutely no interest in literary pursuits. But the drama club was one of the top clubs in the academy. If you missed the recruitment period for a given academic year, no matter who you were, your family background, or how close you were to the current club president, you had to wait until the next recruitment cycle to apply again. I was very resistant when my father insisted I join the drama club. I deliberately skipped the recruitment window that year, thinking I could get away with it. But when he found out, he wouldn't let it go and demanded that I find every possible way to get in. He even said that if I didn't, he would cut off my allowance. Hu Lang gave a sheepish smile at this point. Back then I was something of a good-for-nothing playboy. If I lost my allowance, how could I hold my head up among my friends? I had no choice. At the time, Song Chun and I were on decent terms. I explained the situation to him, and he agreed to let me handle some odd jobs. I couldn't be officially listed as a member, but I could participate in all activities with them. I never understood what my father was thinking, and I found it incredibly annoying. My friends often teased me, saying I was getting involved in such effeminate activities. I argued with my father over it many times. Then one day I came home from drinking with friends. My father mysteriously called me into his study and asked me to find something for him in the drama club. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen knew the crucial part had arrived. He dropped his casual demeanor and sat upright, waiting for Hu Lang to continue. He wanted me to obtain Song Chen's biological information, preferably a fresh blood sample. Hu Lang seemed pained, covering his face with both hands, his voice muffled. Song Chun and I weren't close friends, but he was a genuinely good person, treating everyone equally and never making anyone feel uncomfortable. Back then, many looked down on our family's former status and considered me uncouth. But Song Chun was always— I had a feeling that doing this might harm him, and I really didn't want to. But my father said it was to repay a debt of gratitude to his benefactor and insisted I must do it no matter what. By now, Zhou Qingchen had pieced together the broader picture. The Hu family's so-called benefactor was the founder of that underground research institute, the same person who had captured Song Chen for experiments and was directly responsible for Hu Yifan's death. So you went through with it? Zhou Qingchen kept his expression neutral, not revealing a hint of his thoughts. Hu Lang nodded. But after I obtained the blood sample, nothing happened, so I stopped thinking about it. Later, Song Chen passed away from grief after losing his beloved. That blood sample of mine seemed never to— Having already learned what transpired in the primary world, Zhou Qingchen found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Hu Lang. The old man's actions in the name of repaying gratitude had all but destroyed his entire family. My son. How did he die? After recounting the old story, Hu Lang's mind still lingered on his child, and he finally voiced the question that had been haunting him throughout his narrative. Zhou Qingchen rubbed his temples, a headache creeping in. He knew he would have to explain this to Hu Lang eventually. For the sake of duty, Hu Yifan was one of his guards. For the sake of personal bonds, they had grown up together. If you trust us, please keep today's conversation to yourself. Zhou Qingchen's expression turned serious, and Hu Lang found himself feeling a measure of trust for this young man. After 3 days, I will ask Chairman Song to come and explain what happened. Hu Lang considered this and nodded in agreement, then asked, and the rest? Zhou Qingchen thought, that's really the last thing you should be asking about right now. At present, only Hu Yifan has given his life for the country. Please accept my condolences. Hu Lang's face fell, looking several years older. Zhou Qingchen rose to take his leave, but before departing he cautioned, the fact that the personal guard are all safe must remain confidential for now, Mr. Hu. Otherwise more people might end up like Hu Yifan. Did he? Hu Lang's voice was hoarse. Zhou Qingchen halted his departure, turned, and bowed once more to Hu Lang. Chairman Song will provide you with the detailed account. Please take care of yourself. We will also keep an eye out for information regarding your father. Zhou Qingchen wanted to ask if Hu Lang knew exactly who his father's great benefactor was, but given the current mood and atmosphere, he couldn't bring himself to do so. He decided to first check what Song Yuandao had uncovered, and ask later when Song Yuandao was also present. After Zhou Qingchen departed, the heavy wooden door of the meeting room closed silently, leaving Hu Lang alone on the sofa, his eyes rimmed with red, as if they might bleed. As Zhou Qingchen pushed open the barely functional wooden door, he happened to catch Song Yuandao, lifting his gaze toward him, his eyes brimming with mirth and a gentleness. "Zhou, Qingshin found unfamiliar. How did it go? Song Yuandao did not rise. He simply looked up as Zhou Qingshin paced toward him step by step. The tall figure blotted out the piercing light from the sun that never set beyond the window, casting him thoroughly within his own shadow. Desperate remedies. Zhou Qingshin bent down to touch Song Yuandao's forehead, and the latter felt the cold temperature on his lips, as if still carrying the sensation of those icy words uttered from his mouth. What's wrong? Song Yuandao watched the man pull out a chair and slump into it in less than a second, utterly lacking in poise or posture. A stark contrast to the well-mannered General Zhou who had sat in Hu Lang's parlor that afternoon. Zhou Qingshin quickly recounted the conversation that had taken place between the two that afternoon. After listening, Song Yuandao frowned slightly. It seems his recent investigation has been quite rough. But no wonder no one dares tell him the truth about his father's death. Zhou Qingshin perked up with interest. What exactly did old Master Hu die from? Song Yuandao looked surprised. You don't know? I always thought your uncle would have told you. Zhou Qingshin also seemed taken aback. Why would you think that? My uncle wouldn't tell me anything back then. Then why didn't you use the Penglai system? Song Yuandao squinted at him, and Zhou Qingshin felt that when he did so, he resembled a calculating little fox. Because you told me not to. The general's words were so earnest that Song Yuandao almost seemed moved. Then he let out a soft laugh. You trust me that much without even asking why. So what exactly did old Master Hu die from? Zhou Qingshin seemed a little embarrassed, not picking up on Song Yuandao's remark, and redirected the topic. Back then the Penglai system wasn't stable. It differed from the version my uncle later popularized. Although the upper echelons of noble families clamored to adopt it, few truly understood the hazards posed by its instability. Song Yuandao paused, and continued, Old Master Hu's death was simple. His Penglai system suddenly malfunctioned, causing a sudden heart attack. Zhou Qingshin remained silent, as if waiting for more. Song Yuandao cast a helpless glance at him. You know, there's a sensor chip in the human spinal cord in Penglai used to monitor and regulate body activities. Zhou Qingshin seemed to grasp something in Song Yuandao's narration, but it flickered past before he could fully understand. Song Yuandao didn't allow him time to ponder, and continued, These are conjectures I made after coming of age. We all know Penglai's functions and usage, but we've never seen its main control component. Zhou Qingshin felt the hairs on his back stand on end. He knew exactly what Song Yuandao meant. Penglai is a colossal advanced system, but it shares a common trait with all systems. It requires regular updates and maintenance. According to prevailing market methods, this should first occur on its main control component, then propagate like a replication, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, ensuring every user receives the latest Penglai system. The Penglai system had been fervently promoted by Song Ku back then. Moreover, for a project affecting all humanity, even if Song Yuandao wasn't directly in charge, he should have known some relevant information. But after taking office, both he and Zhou Qingshin had attempted to trace the main control component through various channels only to find nothing, as if Penglai lacked such a facility altogether. Yet both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshin knew in their hearts that this was impossible. Song Yuandao had also asked Song Ku, but at the time Song Ku had evaded the question and never revealed where the component was or who was now responsible. Back then Song Yuandao was still green and assumed it was because Song Ku was dissatisfied with his refusal to use the system. But in reality, a month after he raised the question, Song Ku and Xiao Lin both perished in a fire, leaving no intact bodies. Since then, the mysterious main control component had vanished without a trace, impossible to pursue. The room fell silent, and the two exchanged glances, each knowing exactly what the other was thinking. Don't you think someone is trying to elevate Penglai to a deity? Zhou Qingshin suddenly spoke. Song Yuandao looked at him, his lips pressed into a cold, hard line. Song Yuandao couldn't deny it. He had mulled over what Zhou Qingshin said countless times in his mind. At first, everyone claimed that his insistence on not using Penglai had caused a sharp hormonal shift, driving him mad enough to do incomprehensible things. Now the upper class firmly believed that the Penglai system was a good thing, and that they must avoid following in Song Yuandao's footsteps. Currently, most ordinary people remained unaware of these developments, living contentedly in the virtual world Penglai had constructed. Only powerful noble families were permitted to reside outside those illusory realms. The reason was simple: whether in the main world or secondary worlds, there was far too little land to accommodate everyone's simple, earnest desire to stand on solid earth. How did things go on your end? Noticing Song Yuandao's poor complexion, Zhou Qingshin wisely changed the subject. Song Yuandao, jolted back to reality by the question, glanced at him, and then tapped a few times on his personal terminal, projecting the surveillance footage from the castle into the air. Zhou Qingshin stretched his long legs and kicked the table, sliding his chair back a bit before settling into a comfortable position to watch the dizzying images. The castle was indeed vast, with many people coming and going. Zhou Qingshin roughly counted the number of faces appearing in front of the lens within a minute and couldn't help frowning. Too many. According to data they had previously gathered, there shouldn't have been so many people free to move about. Can you zoom in? Zhou Qingchen turned his head to look at Song Yuandao, separated by the screen. The man nodded affirmatively and adjusted the image to be clearer. Zhou Qingchen watched for a while longer. Do all these people look the same? Song Yuandao grunted in agreement. But I haven't found where they've hidden the people from those noble families. Zhou Qingchen fast-forwarded through the remaining footage and found it consistent with Song Yuandao's observation. There was no trace of those who had sought refuge. Could they already be dead? Possible but unlikely. Song Yuandao leaned back in his chair and analyzed with Zhou Qingchen. If he follows this method, soon all these small and medium-sized noble families will be under his control. Though they don't possess the resources and information of the great houses, they are more likely to win over the common people. If he merely gathered them in one place and executed them en masse, it would be too redundant. Besides, he has already issued notices everywhere claiming his place as a sanctuary. If all those people ended up dead there, he would be shooting himself in the foot. Zhou Qingchen knew Song Yuandao's reasoning was sound, but he still couldn't figure out how so many dozens of living people could be so thoroughly hidden without leaving a single trace. Not only had his cursory glance yielded nothing, even Song Yuandao and Chunjun had gone frame by frame through the surveillance footage for hours without discovering a single clue. It seemed that every time they thought they had gathered more information, an even greater number of seemingly unsolvable puzzles arose. Qiao Yi is back too. Song Yuandao rubbed his brow, looking weary. I told her to rest first. We'll listen to her findings together when you're back. Zhou Qingchen nodded. He'll go change and call her over. Song Yuandao just nodded without a word. The moment Zhou Qingchen turned away, Song Yuandao bit his lower lip fiercely. The hand he had kept hidden under the table was already pale from gripping too tightly. The pain from the creator's evolution was ravaging his brain. As its power grew stronger, and because of the changed relationship between him and Zhou Qingchen, Song Yuandao no longer wished for Zhou Qingchen to witness his suffering. After all, if the creator still desired his mortal shell, there would be many more occasions for Zhou Qingchen to feel pain. No need to add more worries before their inevitable separation. Song Yuandao's back was soaked in cold sweat. He collapsed onto the desk in exhaustion. Waves of tinnitus made it nearly impossible to hear what Zhou Qingchen had just said. He had only managed to carry on the conversation through Chunjun's word-by-word transmission inside his brain. What are you hiding from me? Song Yuandao's pain-fractured attention failed to notice that Zhou Qingchen, who had claimed to go change clothes, had suddenly returned and taken 2 strides from the doorway to stand before his desk. The man looked down at him, and Song Yuandao couldn't even tell whether the words were Zhou Qingchen's voice or Chunjun's relayed voice. His body uncontrollably slumped to one side, his vision a chaos of flickering lights, yet the words Zhou Qingchen had asked echoed relentlessly in his mind. What are you hiding from me? Song Yuandao's coma this time lasted longer than before. Even though Zhou Qingchen had Zhang Yu procure sufficient nutritional supplements through various channels, Song Yuandao remained unconscious despite having ample bioenergy in his body. Zhou Qingchen had stayed vigilantly in Song Yuandao's room for 4 days without sleep. Qiao Yi and Huang Yueying repeatedly urged him to take care of himself, fearing that by the time Song Yuandao regained consciousness, Zhou Qingchen would collapse and fall into a coma in his stead. Yet seeing the expression on Zhou Qingchen's face, the 2 young women at the prime of their youth found themselves unable to voice those words of counsel. The reason was simple: the way Zhou Qingchen gazed at Song Yuandao made their hearts ache. I think the boss eyes look as if he's ready to lay all the good things of the new era at my idol's feet, Qiao Yi described to Li Huaizhi. Li Huaizhi thought to himself, I could lay them at your feet too. Why don't you open your big sparkling eyes and look at me? Lately Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had taken turns conducting every examination within their power on Song Yuandao, yet they still could not fathom why he had fainted so inexplicably. Zhou Qingchen appeared to possess some knowledge, but no matter how much he was questioned, he refused to divulge even a shred of information. This worried the guards, who had trickled back one by one after completing their missions. On the morning of the 5th day, Zhou Qingchen finally stepped out of Song Yuandao's room. The man had not yet awakened, but Zhou Qingchen understood that all impending events would not halt simply because one person had lost consciousness. In fact, his unconsciousness might be the very opportunity those orchestrating behind the scenes had been desperately awaiting. He had to guard everything for Song Yuandao. The man lying in bed, seemingly senseless, could wake up at any moment and resume working like a precise machine, or he could sleep on until the end of time. No one knew what would happen in the next second. So Zhou Qingchen had to protect every second for Song Yuandao. Qiao Yi and Huang Yueying were chatting idly in the room. Huang Yueying was happily devouring the pastries Qiao Yi had brought from home for Song Yuandao. These treats had a short shelf life, and Song Yuandao had only taken a couple of bites before losing consciousness. Now they were conveniently enjoyed by Huang Yueying. Madam Boss, I think the chairman must be together with the boss, said Huang Yueying. She had just swallowed half a mung bean cake. Whether choked or expressing adult sarcasm at Xiao Ye's observational skills, she rolled her eyes dramatically and patted her chest before speaking. So you finally noticed. I thought you were blind. Madam Boss, just because you have a boyfriend doesn't mean you can mock us flower-like maidens of marriageable age. Xiao Yi reached over and pulled the pastry box back as if to say that unless Huang Yueying retracted those words, she would never taste her family's pastries again. Huang Yueying was unfazed. She leaned comfortably back on Xiao Yi's hard bed. There's definitely something going on between those two. Just wait and see. Xiao Yi felt that her Achilles heel was her inability to resist the allure of gossip. Besides, more than one person had told her she was emotionally obtuse and slow on the uptake. So often gossips that most sharp-eyed people could condense into an 800 character story were shrouded in mist for her. She put on a fawning expression, placed the pastry box back in front of Huang Yueying, and looked eager to learn. Madam Boss, what's going on between my idol and the boss? Huang Yueying grabbed another cookie and crunched it noisily, shaking her head mysteriously. Hard to say, but my idol must have done something to upset the boss. Didn't you see the anguished look on his face when he looked at your idol? No, I didn't. Huang Yueying thought they should propose to Zhou Qingchen that at the next guard team evaluation Xiao Yi should be awarded the most straightforward award. Xiao Yi's personal terminal buzzed. She glanced down, brushed off the pastry crumbs on her hands, and said, let's go. The boss is calling. Huang Yueying hastily shoved another biscuit into her mouth before rushing out the door with Xiao Yi. Zhou Qingchen returned to his own room to freshen up, then went back to Song Yuandao's room. As soon as Xiao Yi arrived, Zhou Qingchen ordered her to examine Song Yuandao. The result was neither good nor bad. The same as a few days ago, he might wake up at any moment, or he might lie unconscious for who knows how long. Zhou Qingchen nodded without expression, indicating he understood. Xiao Yi pulled up a stool and sat opposite him, resting her chin on the table as she watched him. What news did you get when you went home that day? Zhou Qingchen was in no mood for pleasantries. Cheng Ying had been monitoring the surroundings for him these past few days. Though nothing unusual occurred, Zhou Qingchen knew he could not delay any longer. Song Yuandao's condition was dire, and he had to act quickly on what he could handle. The news about that sanctuary seems to have only recently been spread. Xiao Yi straightened up, her expression turning serious. In the beginning there was no talk of dream interpretation, they acted directly. People only learned of the trouble the next day when victims were found. Then gradually rumors spread that the current heads of the families involved would dream of ominous premonitions. After that, news of the sanctuary circulated wildly among the noble families. Zhou Qingchen nodded, but why disseminate this information in such a gradual manner? With Song Yuandao lying unconscious in bed, he had no one to consult. Zhou Qingchen dropped the topic and turned to Huang Yueying. There's something I need you to handle with some people. What is it? Zhou Qingchen had always thought Huang Yueying might be hyperactive whenever she had the chance to move. Xiao Yuan previously investigated that sanctuary, but the surveillance footage we obtained didn't capture the families that should have been present. How many reliable people do you and Jiang Yu have? Zhou Qingchen paused and abruptly changed the subject. Huang Yueying replied, enough undercover agents. Huang Yueying had great confidence in the team she and Jiang Yu had privately built up. Most of them had been in dire straits and received help from the too many would have died long ago without their aid. Then try to infiltrate that castle and see what intelligence you can gather. If it's too risky, don't force it, or we can think of another way. Zhou Qingchen fiddled with his personal terminal. I've sent you a reconstructed map of the castle's interior. The rest is up to you too. Don't worry, I know my limits. Huang Yueying's eyes sparkled. Zhou Qingchen and Xiao Yi exchanged a glance, momentarily unsure what to say. All right, nothing else today? Have most of the people returned? Zhou Qingchen looked up at Huang Yueying, who nodded. Almost all. Only Wang Xiaoqian hasn't come back. Where is she? Can you contact her? Zhou Qingchen felt a growing unease. The guard team was disciplined and efficient. They usually returned early after completing tasks, never falling behind schedule like this. Huang Yueying frowned. Wang Xiaoqian's timing was a bit awkward. She was only a few hours overdue, but in the current situation it was indeed worrisome. Lily and the others are looking for her. I hadn't heard anything before I came. Zhou Qingchen pinched the bridge of his nose. Go back. As soon as there's news, have someone notify me immediately. Yes, General. Xiao Yi and Huang Yueying left the room. Huang Yueying was still in high spirits. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment before asking, are you in a good mood because you're going to see the boss? You finally get it. That's not easy. It's a good news worth telling Gigi. Huang Yueying pinched Xiao Yi's cheeks, laughing. Xiao Yi mumbled, why tell Li Huaiji? Huang Yueying gave an ambiguous smile and shook her head with a hint of regret. Oh dear, 9 out of 10 holes opened. With that, she cheerfully returned to her room to contact Jiang Yue, leaving Xiao Yi alone on the dilapidated street, puzzled. If you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. No sooner had Xiao Yi and Huang Yueying left than Zhou Qingchen stood by Song Yuandao's bed, his expression grim, as he looked at the man who appeared no different from before. Young man, you have good ears. Song Yuandao opened his eyes, struggled to sit up, and leaned against the headboard, smiling at Zhou Qingxin. Zhou Qingxin was baffled by this change in Song Yuandao. He stared at him for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? You like Xiao Yuan, don't you? The man's tone was still flippant, making Zhou Qingxin's brow twitch. Who are you? Zhou Qingxin had an intuition he was about to uncover a secret Song Yuandao had always hidden from him, but at that moment he suddenly didn't want to know. He only wanted to know where Song Yuandao had gone. He's fine, still asleep. Zhou Qingxin glanced at the other man whose voice was gentle when mentioning Song Yuandao, carrying a concern that was hard to ignore. He never told you about this. Don't blame him. The man continued despite Zhou Qingxin's lack of response. He wanted to protect you all, but he never realized that the person who made a deal with him back then had deceived him. What do you know? Zhou Qingxin grew more confused. Who exactly are you? I know only one thing more than Xiao Yuan. He'll wake him up. Tell him that the person from back then deceived him, and Xiao Yuan will tell you everything he knows. I can't stay too long, or he might never wake up. Oh, by the way, I'm Song Chun. You're that child from the Xiao family, aren't you? You've grown up so much. Zhou Qingxin was stunned by the successive shocks, and could only stare blankly as Song Yuandao leaned against the head of the bed, tilted his head, and closed his eyes again. Rising to stand by the window, he slowly exhaled, and from behind came that voice once more, have you seen them? Zhou Qingxin came back to himself. The expression now on Song Yuandao's face was the one he truly knew, tinged with weary helplessness, and perhaps even a hint of long-absent disorientation. Zhou Qingxin poured him a glass of water. Song Yuandao's repeated collapses in recent days had honed Zhou Qingxin's skill in caring for others. He watched as Song Yuandao slowly finished the water, then simply took the cup and set it aside without asking a single question. Just now, as he gazed at the blood-red sun outside the window, Zhou Qingxin suddenly realized he no longer wished to know what secret Song Yuandao was hiding from him. Song Yuandao had always been like that, someone who preferred to silently digest all the pain alone, putting on a cold and aloof facade before them. Now, thinking about it carefully, it was his fear that if he ever revealed his secrets, he would drag all of them down into the abyss. Song Yuandao would rather shatter alone than walk the road to the underworld with anyone else. His Xiao Yuan. I don't know where to begin with this matter. Song Yuandao's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. According to what Song Chun had just said, there should have been resentment in Song Yuandao's heart, no matter who had deceived him back then. If you don't want to talk. Zhou Qingxin started to say that he had realized it didn't matter so much that he didn't even want to know, but Song Yuandao interrupted him. Whether I want to or not, I have to tell you. Song Yuandao gave Zhou Qingxin a very bitter smile. These things are inextricably linked to everything happening now, and I can't even tell which part is related. So it seems I have to start from the beginning. Zhou Qingxin sat on the edge of the bed. The sheet wrinkled slightly toward him, and Song Yuandao's fingers unconsciously traced the folds. When I was 5, one day the teacher couldn't come on time because of a sudden academic conference, so I ran out. Song Yuandao's fingers grew numb from rubbing the sheet. I was going to the cafeteria to find something to eat, but that day I got lost. Somehow I ended up in the office area and heard my uncle arguing fiercely with someone. That person seemed to want me to do something, but my uncle said I was his brother's only descendant and he would never let. When he opened the door and saw me, he was surprised. When I asked him what I could do to help, he got very angry. That was the first time I was confined to my room. Zhou Qingxin was somewhat astonished. He naturally remembered that incident well, but he had no idea that Song Yuandao's confinement had been for this reason. Actually, after the confinement, I forgot about it. I was too young then to understand the deeper meaning. I always thought my uncle was just unhappy that I had eavesdropped. Song Yuandao paid no attention to what Zhou Qingxin might be thinking and continued. Later, when I was 6, someone found me. He disguised himself as a teacher and asked me a question. Zhou Qingxin tried hard to recall what had happened when Song Yuandao was 6. He was 5 years older, already a boy of 11 at the time. There was no reason Song Yuandao remembered such an event, while he had no impression at all. Song Yuandao seemed to read his confusion and smiled at him. You didn't forget. Back then none of you thought anything unusual. Zhou Qingxin keenly caught the key phrase in Song Yuandao's words. He said, you all, meaning this incident involved more than just one of them. By then most of the current personal guards had reached school age and were studying together, having monthly physical checkups. Song Yuandao looked at Zhou Qingxin, speaking slowly, as if deliberately guiding him to remember that time. Zhou Qingxin nodded. Back then a group of them of similar age were already receiving uniform education in the central dormitory. Only Song Yuandao was still taught separately until after he turned 10. To us it was just a very ordinary checkup. But that person told me he had tampered with the procedure, and if I didn't cooperate you all would become monsters. Song Yuandao's expression remained unchanged, but Zhou Qingxin frowned slightly. I was too young then to distinguish many things. When he said that, I was swayed. Then he asked if I still wanted to help my uncle. I remembered the accidental eavesdropping from a year earlier and agreed. Song Yuandao massaged his brow. In the end it was all because I had no brains back then. Otherwise things wouldn't. Zhou Qingshan reached over and gently squeezed his shoulder without saying a word. Song Yuandao felt as if a weight had lifted, and he continued his story. I don't remember much of what happened afterward. He altered my memories, so many details I learned from the clone, and my father. Zhou Qingshan pulled Song Yuandao closer, letting him half lean against him as he listened to the secrets piled up by those old stories. After I agreed, he immediately injected me with a sedative and took me out of the center. For the following year, the person you all saw was my clone, the one the remaining clone referred to as his other brothers. Zhou Qingshan was startled by this news. Back then no one had detected anything wrong with Song Yuandao. He looked exactly the same, his temperament unchanged. Did your uncle know? Zhou Qingshan suddenly asked. Song Yuandao shook his head. I don't know if he knew. But even you who lived with me day and night noticed nothing unusual. At the time my uncle was busy promoting the crumbling system and had little time to look after me. Zhou Qingshan thought about it and realized it made sense. When Song Yuandao was 6, it was the second year of Song Ke's chairmanship, and the implementation of crumbling was facing many obstacles. At that time Song Ke must have been locked in daily battles of wits with the various clans, leaving him little time to care for his little nephew in a critical stage of growth. After I agreed, he took me to his own research institute, the replacement for the underground lab we later saw in the main world. I stayed there for a whole year. What did he do to you? 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhou Qingshan's mind. Who that person was, why he did it. But in the end what concerned him most was what had actually happened to Song Yuandao. He implanted an artificial intelligence system in me. Song Yuandao sighed. I've been reluctant to tell you because after all these years of dormancy that AI suddenly started evolving and Chunjun couldn't stop its evolution. You know, according to the theory we once studied, when an AI reaches its highest level, it will take over its host's consciousness. Is that why you've been keeping it from me? Zhou Qingshan's grip on Song Yuandao's shoulder tightened, as if afraid that in the next second he would become a stranger. Song Yuandao felt the pain, but did not stop him. Because I planned to end my life before its evolution was complete. Song Yuandao said it lightly, but Zhou Qingshan's anger surged uncontrollably. He suddenly pinned Song Yuandao to the bed, staring into his eyes. Were you thinking the same thing just before you lost consciousness this time? Yes. Song Yuandao met Zhou Qingshan's gaze without flinching, his eyes clearly reflecting Zhou Qingshan's image. No one can stop this unless the AI willingly gives up. Song Yuandao felt his cheeks grow hot under Zhou Qingshan's stare. He averted his gaze and continued in that somewhat ambiguous position. That's why I insisted on embedding Chunjun's controller inside my body. Only then could it monitor the other AI's changes in real time. But neither of us expected it to remain dormant for so long without any reaction. I thought the experiment had failed. Zhou Qingshan rolled off him and lay side by side. The single bed in Song Yuandao's room was really too small. You two grown men could only lie facing each other, and Song Yuandao could feel Zhou Qingshan's breath brushing past his earlobe. Then what does this have to do with us? I always thought that after I agreed to his terms your bodies wouldn't change. And judging by later developments, I didn't notice any obvious alterations. Song Yuandao's eyes suddenly dropped, his voice growing very low. But just now when I was unconscious my father told me many things I had never noticed before. I realized that you all had already been modified to some degree. What he told me from the beginning was a lie. The process is irreversible and unstoppable. Song Yuandao said. I failed to protect you all. Zhou Qingshan listened, surrounded by clouds and mist. Song Yuandao's nonsensical expressions mixed with occasional self-talk were certainly not a good way to clarify issues, yet Zhou Qingshan had no intention of interrupting him. After all, it was rare for Song Yuandao to have such a channel to vent his emotions completely. He slowly exhaled, finding a point that Zhou Qingshan could understand, to introduce the topic. I don't know if you've noticed, but Xiao Ye's memory is significantly better than that of ordinary people. We all know that the personal guard team doesn't use the crumbling system, so the exhibited memory capacity is inherent to their abilities. I used to think this was just due to Xiao Ye's good genetics, but after my recent conversation with my father I realized that back then your genes had already been altered to some extent. It's just that I hadn't noticed it before. Zhou Qingshan was slightly taken aback after hearing Song Yuandao's words. Thinking he was impacted by this revelation, Song Yuandao nervously asked, Are you alright, brother? Zhou Qingshan waved his hand, saying, It's not my issue. I haven't had anything particularly unusual in all these years. It's Hu Yifan. What happened to him? Song Yuandao considered himself close to Hu Yifan, yet he was also one of the people he had never noticed any anomalies in. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had excellent memories. Zhou Qingshan and Huang Yuang had exceptional athletic abilities, but compared to them Hu Yifan was rather unremarkable. Hu Yifan has always kept this matter from us. I thought you knew as well, but it seems you're quite in the dark about it. Zhou Qingshan rubbed his temples, troubled. Several days of sleeplessness had made his head feel heavy. Hu Yifan has an ability. He can determine how many people have directly touched an object through touch. We don't know how this ability works, and have always regarded it as a form of mysticism. Song Yuandao's previously calm expression was finally shattered by shock. He hadn't expected the truth to be so close, yet consistently eluded him for various reasons. Zhou Qingxin seemed to want to apologize, but Song Yuandao wearily shook his hand, indicating that there was no need to dwell on this issue. In the end, it's still me who owes him an apology. Zhou Qingxin knew who Song Yuandao was referring to, and the atmosphere suddenly became more somber than when their conversation began. Both had once been chased by that child who called them brother, and had taken him under their wings for protection, only to find they ultimately failed to keep him safe. The matter I promised Hu Lang has also been delayed due to my sudden appearance. It's still early, we need to visit the... Song Yuandao suddenly broke the torturous silence. Zhou Qingxin disagreed. After all, Song Yuandao had lost consciousness for several days and should rest more. However, it seemed the news he had just learned had spurred him, and he insisted on going to the Hu family immediately to explain Hu Yifan's situation to Hu Lang. Zhou Qingxin could not dissuade him, and reluctantly agreed, with an unhappy expression. Song Yuandao stood up to change out of the clothes he had worn for several days. He had been suffering from headaches and cold sweats, feeling as if he were wrapped in a jar of pickled vegetables. After stretching his limbs and finding no significant issues, he quickly took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes. When he came out, he saw Zhou Qingxin sitting on his bed with a frown and a bent leg. He approached and leaned down with his half-dried hair still loose, the ends dripping water onto Zhou Qingxin's leg. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Qingxin was toying with a wet strand of hair, and since Song Yuandao was taking his time getting up, he allowed Zhou Qingxin to play with his hair freely. "I was thinking." Song Yuandao didn't expect to get any answer from Zhou Qingxin, but when Zhou Qingxin suddenly spoke, it startled him, nearly causing him to pull his hair out of Zhou Qingxin's grip. Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Little Yuan is still obedient like when he was a child. Now nothing I say works anymore. Song Yuandao understood that Zhou Qingxin was displeased with his insistence on going to the Hu family today. The situation was special, and he had already delayed for several days. The developments ahead were unpredictable, and it was essential to grasp all available people and information as soon as possible for safety. Song Yuandao felt somewhat helpless. Although he knew Zhou Qingxin was playfully teasing him, he still softened and leaned down to gently kiss the corner of Zhou Qingxin's lips. "Alright, if this were when we were younger, you playing with my hair would have gotten you a slap." As he spoke, Song Yuandao rescued his hair from Zhou Qingxin's hand and pulled him upright, suddenly saying, "My dad really likes you, don't worry." Zhou Qingxin was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Up until now, he still found it hard to accept that Song Yuandao suddenly had another family member. Although he was happy about it, the thought of Song Chen occasionally coming over to chat with him made Zhou Jiangjun feel an even greater headache. Song Yuandao rummaged through his pocket and handed 2 painkillers into Zhou Qingxin's palm. "Dad said you've been up for several days. Take some painkillers to hold on and rest after this matter is settled." Zhou Qingxin's expression suddenly became complex, as if he felt a bit embarrassed. Song Yuandao found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. "It's all right. Even an ugly daughter-in-law will eventually meet her in-laws. Dad even asked if you prefer boys or girls, and whether we should cultivate one externally after this matter is over." Zhou Qingxin now seemed to understand why Xiao Lin's expressions were so hard to describe when mentioning Song Chen. He even doubted whether Song Yuandao had undergone a genetic mutation, as he was so different in temperament from Song Chen. "But why is the artificial intelligence in your body your father?" Zhou Qingxin stumbled over his words, sensing a strange honesty that connected Song Yuandao and Song Chen. "Do you remember the experiment about the extraction of human consciousness we saw in the underground research facility in the main world? They extracted my father's consciousness and preserved it, but we don't know what happened in between that turned him into an artificial intelligence." Song Yuandao's voice was low, and Zhou Qingxin sensed his anger about this issue, as it concerned his own father. Even though he had almost no related memories, blood ties still ran deep. "I suspect they might be researching something they consider to be a grand endeavor." As he concluded this, Zhou Qingxin walked alongside him down a deserted street, avoiding surveillance cameras. "What do you mean?" "Whether it's this method of preserving consciousness or the handling of my father's remains, I believe they aim to extend human existence indefinitely. In other words, I suspect they are researching immortality." Zhou Qingxin was momentarily stunned by this conclusion. While Song Yuandao's analysis was not without reason, given the current state of the new era, there were simply no excess resources or space to sustain so many. If those who should leave do not, then where will the newly born lives find their place? This topic was too heavy and complex, and Zhou Qingxin felt his mind, which had just begun to clear, was about to short-circuit again, so he abruptly ended the topic and quickly pulled Song Yuandao toward the Hu family's residence. Hu Lang thought they wouldn't come. Since that day, his confusion had only intensified, feeling that his trust had been too blind and hasty. He was somewhat surprised to receive news that both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin were coming. Although Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin's physical conditions were not ideal, they still appeared as vibrant as ever, showing no signs of fatigue. Song Yuandao first apologized for his previous failure to keep his promise, while Zhou Qingxin stood half a step behind him. When Zhou Qingxin had come alone a few days ago, Hu Lang hadn't felt much, but now that the two stood together, it was impossible for anyone to believe they were fakes. Every person who had genuinely faced the scene of both of them appearing together would never forget it. Even when it was just the two of them, Zhou Qingxin and Song Yuandao exuded an unstoppable momentum. Hu Yifan indeed died in the line of duty, and we feel deeply saddened by this. Song Yuandao's voice was somewhat hoarse, adding a tragic tone to the sad news. But I want to know if Hu Yifan had received any special training. Hu Lang's expression froze at this, and Zhou Qingxin observed everything behind Song Yuandao. He could see Hu Lang's surprise and struggle, so he spoke up to persuade Mr. Hu Yifan has already passed away, but we do not intend to let his life stop in its prime without reason. He did not die from an accident. We have reason to suspect that the ones who put him to death are the very people currently rampantly killing the aristocratic families. Hu Lang clenched and relaxed the hand at his side, finally seeming to make up his mind as he nodded and stepped aside to let them into the study. Come in, this matter requires some explanation. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin entered the study. After Zhou Qingxin pulled out a chair for Song Yuandao, he naturally stood behind him, showing no intention of sitting down. Song Yuandao glanced at him, and Zhou Qingxin gently nodded before sitting down, both remaining silent throughout. Let's talk about what happened back then. Hu Lang sat at the other end of the desk, sinking deeply into the spacious chair, the fatigue on his face seemingly impossible to conceal no matter what. Song Yuandao watched him from across the desk, silently guessing at Hu Lang's emotional state. A blend of despair and exhaustion from losing his son and being unable to uncover the truth behind his father's death, slowly bending the middle-aged man's spine under the weight of life. But this was something no one could change. Neither the untimely demise of old Master Hu back then, nor the fact that Hu Yifan had been inexplicably used as a pawn only to become a pawn in the end. Song Yuandao knew there was an intricate chain of causality between these events, but the cause stemmed from Hu Lang's father, while the consequences were borne entirely by Hu Yifan. And Hu Lang, caught in the middle, endured a pain that could not be described as merely twofold. My father did have such an invisible benefactor back then. I had only heard of him. I searched through all the documents and diaries my father left behind, but I couldn't find a single trace of that person in any of those writings. Hu Lang closed his eyes, as if recalling the vast sea of letters and journals left by his father. But when Hu Yifan was little, about 2 or 3 years old, he fell gravely ill. Many doctors said he couldn't be cured, but then my father's so-called benefactor appeared once. Song Yuandao straightened up upon hearing this, but Hu Lang shook his head self-deprecatingly. Appeared isn't quite accurate. He just sent a printed letter, identified himself, and took Hu Yifan away. Didn't you suspect anything? Song Yuandao found the whole story riddled with suspicion even now. He could hardly imagine that Hu Lang would have simply let his young son be taken away like that. My father left a family rule: any letter bearing that symbol must be obeyed unconditionally, no matter what it demanded. What symbol? Hu Lang seemed lost in thought again. After a moment, he pulled a stack of blank paper from his desk drawer and began drawing rapidly. For the first time, Song Yuandao felt grateful that the Hu family had possessed some artistic talent for generations. But then he thought of Hu Yifan. That kid hadn't seemed to inherit such artistic genes, but instead had achieved extraordinary things in biology. He turned to glance at Zhou Qingxin and saw him frowning at the tip of Hu Lang's pen scratching against the paper. Though no words passed between them, Song Yuandao was certain they had both arrived at the same thought. Lost in their own thoughts, neither interrupted Hu Lang as he continued drawing, as if no one else were present, the symbol he had glimpsed many years ago taking shape on the paper. The study fell silent, broken only by the sound of pen on paper. After a while, Hu Lang capped the pen with a crisp click and pushed the paper towards Song Yuandao. This is it. I can't recall the details clearly, but the general shape is correct. Song Yuandao glanced down and immediately recognized the symbol on the paper. It was the same mysterious research institute they had been tracking all along. Although Song Chun had regained consciousness within Song Yuandao's body, when he was awake, Song Yuandao had little chance to be lucid, leaving many matters unshared between them, including the details about this institute. You want to know how Hu Yifan died, don't you? Song Yuandao raised his eyes, staring straight at Hu Lang like a blade piercing his heart. I can tell you now, and I swear by the honor of our family that every word I'm about to say is true. Hu Lang said nothing, simply looking at Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao seemed to await his response, then Hu Lang nodded, adding, as if it weren't enough, I trust you. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod and began, by now you must have realized that many of the truths you believed were deliberately guided, even fabricated, by someone. But your grief and anger left you no choice but to believe. The royal guard was held back in the primary world by a false order, missing the optimal time to evacuate. The mastermind behind it all didn't hesitate to blow up the passage just to ensure they stayed trapped there. Song Yuandao let out a wry smile. I was with you in the secondary world from the beginning, but I was taken hostage as soon as we exited the passage. I'm not sure when Hu Yifan fell under the control of the mastermind. By the time I returned to the primary world, he was no longer the kid I remembered. He avoided me, and he avoided Zhou Qingchen too. We grew up with him. We were very close. When he was little, he was like a little tag-along following us everywhere. Song Yuandao lowered his eyes and smiled. From Hu Lang's angle, even that smile sent a pang of sorrow through his heart. Song Yuandao didn't notice his expression and continued. One night, we caught Hu Yifan secretly packing emergency supplies. Zhou Qingchen and I decided to evacuate immediately. Sure enough, the moment we finished gearing up, the primary world's firewall was breached. We had no choice but to flee. Along the way, we fought zombies and all sorts of sudden weather anomalies. We finally found a place to settle down, and then Hu Yifan nearly killed Zhou Qingchen. Hu Lang listened to Song Yuandao's almost monotone voice, his palms turning ice cold. This was something he had never imagined. Had his son been living on the edge of death all this time while he remained utterly unaware? Song Yuandao let out a shallow breath. Actually, by that time, Hu Yifan's body was no longer controlled by his own consciousness, but I only realized that after I killed him with my own hands. Song Yuandao stood up and bowed deeply to Hu Lang. I'm sorry, but at that moment we had no other choice. Zhou Qingchen glanced at Song Yuandao. He had concealed part of the truth, such as what Hu Yifan had turned into, how he had massacred their former companions. Song Yuandao's gentleness. Hu Lang seemed so shaken by the truth that he forgot to reach out and help Song Yuandao up. Song Yuandao remained bent over, unmoving. Zhou Qingchen stood and made a faint gesture to support him, but Song Yuandao refused. Only then did Hu Lang snap out of it, rise, and help him up, asking, Did Hu Yifan leave any last words? I'm sorry. Song Yuandao straightened up, looking Hu Lang in the eye, and speaking slowly, he said, I'm sorry. As Song Yuandao repeated those words while meeting Hu Lang's gaze, he finally grasped the immense weight of feeling packed into Hu Yifan's last words. Sorry for burdening everyone, sorry for making them see him like this, sorry for failing to serve the chairman to the end, sorry for not being able to take care of his father, sorry for not letting the world see how extraordinary he was. Those apologies, as heavy as mountains and vast as oceans, had been etched into his very soul in the final moment of Hu Yifan's life. What a pure and utterly despairing soul it must have been. Song Yuandao felt a pang of grief that had been absent for days. Zhou Qingchen reached out and gently grasped Song Yuandao's hand behind his back. The warmth passed through their skin and traveled quietly and reassuringly into Song Yuandao's heart. He let out a soft sigh. I was quick. Hu Yifan didn't suffer much pain. Thank you. Hu Lang's voice was hoarse, as if all his cries of agony were buried deep in his chest. This symbol. Song Yuandao's slender finger tapped the white paper on the desk. This is the culprit that turned Hu Yifan into what he became. Hu Lang stood dazed. He looked at Song Yuandao, but seemed to see nothing. Even the strength to slump back into his chair had deserted him. During the time Hu Yifan was taken away when he was ill, he must have undergone genetic modification. He gained abilities that ordinary people don't have, but also left behind hidden dangers that normal people never encounter. Maybe this person was once your family's benefactor, but that is no longer the case. Song Yuandao's gaze drifted toward the window, as if looking through the glass at something distant and long ago. It's good to repay kindness, but there's no need to drag the whole family into it. Mr. Hu, you're a smart man. I've been very clear today, and I've already said too much. I hope you'll think it over for yourself. If you need to find us, place a white hydrangea by the door, and someone will contact you. We are all deeply sorry about Hu Yifan. We won't let this rest. With those words, Song Yuandao rose and walked out of Hu Lang's study together with Zhou Qingchen. Hu Lang watched their tall, straight figures, as if even if the sky really fell, the two of them could hold it up single-handedly. If Hu Yifan were still alive, would he have become like that too? Hu Lang couldn't help but wonder. But that child who still seemed so young and lively would never come back. He would never again pick fresh white hydrangeas for his mother. Did you do that on purpose? Zhou Qingchen asked, turning his head to look at the person beside him after they had walked a certain distance. What? Song Yuandao seemed still lost in his own world, startled back to reality by Zhou Qingchen's question. The white hydrangeas. A subconscious reaction. Song Yuandao gazed into the distance, his voice low. They all thought he stole from the central greenhouse because his mother liked them. But he told me once when we were kids, he just liked them himself. The journey was silent. In Song Yuandao's mind, the image of Hu Yifan in his youth constantly lingered, with soft curled hair and a smile resembling a pear blossom touched by wine. He did not know why these scenes in his mind were always enveloped in a layer of soft, warm light, blurring the youthful face even further. How was your communication with Mr. Song? Zhou Qingchen's fingers hooked onto Song Yuandao's, and then he boldly grasped his palm, the calloused fingertips grazing over Song Yuandao's palm, sending a tingling sensation through him. It was not very smooth earlier. Song Yuandao snapped back to reality, smiling helplessly. At that time, my consciousness cohabitation with him was very low. Fortunately, he remembered our relationship at the last moment and left a gap for my consciousness to breathe, otherwise I would have completely vanished by now. Zhou Qingxin frowned at his words. If such a thing had really happened, he wouldn't know what to do with Song Yuandao. Luckily, the greatest crisis for both of them had been resolved. What do you plan to do next? Zhou Qingxin changed the topic as all these recent events had piled up, leaving them no time to deal with them leisurely one by one. Since the creator has fully evolved, I will relinquish control of consciousness shortly, and you can take him to find. As they spoke, they did not slow their pace. Not being able to use any transportation was indeed too inconvenient. Song Yuandao had only just awakened for a short time, his stamina already faltering. Zhou Qingxun could see the fine beads of sweat on the tip of his nose. How about I find someone to get a few flying cars? Zhou Qingxun glanced at Song Yuandao for a moment, suddenly blurting out this line. Song Yuandao turned to look at him, wiped the sweat from his nose with the back of his hand, and waved him off. No, getting a car now still requires biological information and property qualifications, even resource allocation proofs. If we really want to get a few cars, we would definitely expose ourselves, and hiding in this dilapidated building would be meaningless. Zhou Qingxun couldn't help but chuckle at his words. He really didn't know what to say about Song Yuandao's metaphor regarding their current residence, but it seemed to indeed hold some truth. Before, Song Yuandao had lived in a place with the best temperature and lighting in the center. Even the path to the cafeteria was slightly closer than elsewhere. Of course, that was something Zhou Qingxun had forced upon him, as he found that Song Yuandao had little interest in many things, but food seemed to be an exception. In contrast, the current place, where 3 meals a day could only be replaced by nutritional agents, and the curtains couldn't even block out sunlight, was entirely incomparable. When we meet the clone, just have my dad come and ask. They should have plenty to talk about. Song Yuandao chuckled ambiguously. After all, for him, that probably is a figure somewhat like a father. All right, Zhou Qingxun replied, reaching out to tug at Song Yuandao's hair. Song Yuandao turned around and patted him. Be good. Xiao Yuan, Zhou Qingxun suddenly called out to him. Song Yuandao turned to look at him. I like. Song Yuandao abruptly stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at Zhou Qingxun, his brow and eyes softening into a gentle smile. Zhou Qingxun felt like a scorching knife wedged into his heart, melting the last remnant of ice deep within. Zhou Qingxun. Song Yuandao maintained a rare, gentle smile that few had seen. I love you. Song Yuandao thought to himself that the word love was indeed too light. This sudden confession felt like a switch that had been delayed for a long time being pressed, igniting something completely new between the two. Zhou Qingxun felt that the gaze Song Yuandao directed at him was scorching, even hotter than the warmth in his own chest. Zhou Qingxun reached out to grasp Song Yuandao's hand, finding it warm and sweaty. He wiped his hand, and then rubbed it against Song Yuandao's cheek. Chairman Song, are you shy? Song Yuandao wiped his face in slight disgust, then shot a glance at Zhou Qingxun. I'm just nervous, afraid that the guy I've caught will fly away. Zhou Qingxun couldn't help but laugh. I'm not a duck. Song Yuandao's expression darkened for a moment at his words, then he chuckled. You can be. They'll go buy some right now. Zhou Qingxun was taken aback for a moment before understanding the teasing in Song Yuandao's words. For a time he didn't know how to react, so he just reached out and slapped Song Yuandao's backside. Song Yuandao jumped at the slap. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at their temporary residence. Song Yuandao concealed his playful expression and reached out to support Zhou Qingxun. Go ahead, I'll rest for a moment. Just after Zhou Qingxun heard this, he felt a weight on his arm drop momentarily, but it returned to normal in an instant. When Song Yuandao spoke again, he switched back to his usual carefree tone. Xiao Jiazi, we really need to find a time to have a good chat. They still had some distance to cover before reaching the room where the clone was held, and Zhou Qingxun couldn't help but admit his curiosity about Song Chun. For so many years this man had only existed in the narratives of the previous generation, and his personality was almost the complete opposite of Song Yuandao. Just call me uncle. Zhou Qingxun turned to look at the unfamiliar expression on Song Yuandao's face. For a moment, he couldn't react, especially since this person was asking him to call him uncle. Although Song Chen's age was indeed sufficient to be his uncle, this person was currently wearing Song Yuandao's face, which was hard to accept. Song Chun probably realized that his request, while wearing Song Yuandao's poker face, was a bit excessive, but they still needed a form of address for communication. After a while, Mr. Song Chun finally said, how about, we both call me Dad. Zhou Qingxun for the first time in his life stumbled, while walking, almost tripping in front of Song Yuandao. He thought to himself that indeed karma was watching. Initially he had bullied that silly clone, and now it seemed all the karma had returned to him. When Song Chun stopped his antics, Zhou Qingxun could see the familiar expression on Song Yuandao's face. The only difference was probably in their gazes. Having been through so much, Song Chen's eyes bore a melancholy that Song Yuandao did not possess. When Song Yuandao fell silent, his gaze towards others was filled with compassion, as if he were atoning for the suffering of all. Zhou Qingxun had always been unable to understand why Song Yuandao looked at them and at him with such eyes. However, after Song Yuandao personally put together the puzzle piece from his childhood, Zhou Qingchen finally understood. That was Song Yuandao's perceived debt of burden he had silently borne for over a decade. Xiao Yuan is a good kid. Suddenly Song Chun said this without context. Zhou Qingchen didn't turn to look back, otherwise it would be hard not to feel that Song Yuandao was boasting. Moreover, the phrasing sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but wonder if Song Yuandao truly spoke like that, would he be adorable? After thinking for a while, he felt he had let his imagination run wild, as he probably wouldn't expect Song Yuandao to ever utter such a phrase in his lifetime. Do you know who the research institute actually belongs to? Zhou Qingchen suddenly remembered that because Song Yuandao and Song Chen's consciousness had been competing for control of Song Yuandao's body, they hadn't had the chance to discuss these crucial pieces of information. This matter is lengthy. Song Chen sighed. The two stood at the door casually chatting instead of going inside. The origin of this matter in essence has little to do with you. In fact, it has little to do with our generation. This is a grudge from my father's generation. I thought it would end with me, but I never expected it to extend to Xiao Yuan, even involving a migration of such magnitude. At that moment, Zhou Qingchen realized that Song Chun was indeed much older than them, each word imbued with years of accumulated fatigue. Let's go in. After saying this, Song Chun took a step forward and pushed open the door. The clone had not been subjected to any harsh treatment. It was merely temporarily deprived of its senses to prevent it from leaking information. Song Chun was still very different from a human in many ways. Although he could use Song Yuandao's body, he could also access open networks, block signals, and possessed all the functionalities expected of an artificial intelligence. In fact, he was likely far more advanced than any AI currently available on the market. Song Chun first opened a privacy network to ensure the confidentiality of the conversation, then signaled Zhou Qingchen to unlock the restrictions on the clone. You are the sixth one, right? Song Chen squinted at him for a while before suddenly speaking. Upon hearing this, the clone became extremely excited, practically dancing with joy. Zhou Qingchen felt a bit like he wanted to cover his eyes. Facing two faces of Song Yuandao was already enough pressure. Moreover, these two were often making expressions that Song Yuandao would never make. Zhou Qingchen turned his back, pretending to observe the situation outside. Seeing him like this, Song Chun kindly called out to him, "Come and sit, I'll keep an eye on things outside." "Zhou Qingchen, I'm not here, please give me a break." Though somewhat reluctant, Zhou Qingchen still seated himself on a chair behind Song Chun, as if it were a habit ingrained over many years that he found hard to break. Always lingering not too far nor too near behind Song Yuandao, never asking an extra question nor uttering an extra word. Like a shadow that would never abandon Song Yuandao. Turning slightly, Song Chen caught sight of Zhou Qingchen. Half of the young man's face was hidden in the shadows beyond the lamplight, yet his gaze remained fixed on Song Chun. When he noticed Song Chen's movement, he frowned slightly in puzzlement. Song Chun gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, signaling that it was nothing, then turned back as if nothing had happened. Song Chen thought to himself that this son of the Shaolin family was rather interesting. But clearly this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. After the clone's restrictions were lifted, the way he looked at Song Yuandao was markedly different from before. Previously, when he gazed at Song Yuandao, his expression was akin to a child seeing a playmate of the same age. A mix of delight and eagerness, as if he were about to pounce and ask if the other wanted to play hide-and-seek. Now, however, the way he looked at Song Yuandao had become filled with profound respect and cautious tentativeness. Zhou Qingchen, seated at a slight distance, observed every minute shift in the clone's countenance. "Father." The clone's voice carried the same cautious, probing mirrored in his expression, along with barely concealed surprise. Zhou Qingchen sat behind Song Chun, unable to see his expression, but he guessed that if the real Song Yuandao were sitting here now instead of Song Chun inhabiting his body, he would surely be knitting his gracefully arched brows and staring at the clone in silence. Zhou Qingchen mused, then suddenly realized. Had Song Yuandao somehow drugged him? Why was he constantly thinking about that man? He dropped his gaze and let out a resigned smile. "Where is your grandfather?" Surprisingly, Song Chun did not react to the clone's address of him as father, and simply continued the conversation along those inexplicable lines. "Grandfather should be here, but I don't know the exact location." The clone blinked at Song Chun. Zhou Qingchen had just composed himself when he looked up and caught that ingratiating, coaxing expression on the clone's face. General Zhou felt a toothache coming on. "Did he not tell you?" Listening to Song Chen speak, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help analyzing the differences between him and Song Yuandao. The tone Song Chun used now lacked the easygoing nature he had when chatting with him on the road earlier. It was heavy, with the pitch dropping at the end, unconsciously exuding a sense of pressure. Zhou Qingchen found it fascinating. The external hardware remained the same, yet, because of the subtle internal change, the entire aura of the person had transformed so drastically. From the man's way of thinking down to his speaking tone and subconscious gestures, everything was completely different. Zhou Qingchen felt a pang of fear. How close Song Yuandao had come to becoming like this, never to return. Grandfather said that if father woke up he would surely know where he is. The clone's answer was vague, but his tone carried a pride of association. At the sight of it, Zhou Qingxin felt his toothache return. Song Chen had not obtained the information he most urgently needed, and his expression darkened. Seeing him like this, the clone seemed to grow fearful, and added in a very small voice, "Grandfather said he would stay in the castle." At these words, Zhou Qingxin's head shot up. Within their current scope of exploration, there was only that highly suspicious castle. Yet Huang Yueying and Jiang Yue, who had been sent to scout, had not returned. No one could find the clans who had been taken in under the guise of protection, and no one had ever seen the master of that castle. Previously, Zhou Qingxin had suspected it might be a decoy designed to divert their attention while the real target was elsewhere. But now with the clone's statement, it seemed like good news. Song Chun frowned as if lost in thought. After a long moment he spoke. "Are you still in contact with Ruin?" The clone shook his head. "Uncle made a mistake, and has been grounded by father for a long time. Father, would you like to go see him?" "What mistake?" "Uncle had big brother investigate your death, and even guided brother to the underground home." The clone's voice grew softer as he spoke, and Song Chen's expression grew darker. Though he had evolved overall, he had also lost some memories. For instance, he did not clearly recall everything that had happened in the underground research facility with Song Yuandao not long ago. At that time, he had only managed a hasty question, and Song Yuandao had evasively brushed him off. Others might not know what lay in that underground research facility, but Song Chen certainly did. Song Yuandao had gone there. It was nothing short of a brush with death. And there was also his own. Song Chun thought he had cultivated the skill of concealing his emotions through all he had endured over the years. Yet upon hearing that Song Yuandao had ventured into that damned underground place, rage surged within him nonetheless. A mistake. Zhou Qingxin heard Song Yuandao's voice, but the anger it contained was unfamiliar to him. Isn't that exactly what he wanted? "If you can contact Ruewen, tell him never to appear before me again. Otherwise I will kill him with my own hands." "Father." The clone's nose twitched, making him look like a frightened young beast. Song Chun, perhaps unwilling to be harsh with a face so identical to Song Yuandao's, ruffled the clone's head, then rose and left with Zhou Qingxin. Before leaving, neither of them reapplied the restrictions to the clone. Just as he was about to step out, Song Chun murmured, "Don't disappoint me." The clone watched the heavy door slowly close, sealing him off from the outside world. Yet Song Chen's words echoed in his mind. He suddenly smiled and replied softly, "I won't disappoint you." On the way back, Zhou Qingxin and Song Chun walked in silence. The desolate street was empty. When they neared Zhou Qingxin's dwelling, Song Chen suddenly spoke. "Did you go to that underground research facility?" Both Xiao Yuan and I went." Zhou Qingxin, unaware of how much this mattered to Song Chen, thought he was merely worried about Song Yuandao's safety, and said, "Nothing went wrong. We even brought back a big cat." Ever since the Black Panther had followed them to the subworld, it had been disappearing for days at a time. With everything that had happened to Song Yuandao, everyone had forgotten about it, until Zhou Qingxin mentioned it now. Seeing that Song Chun did not react, Zhou Qingxin assumed the panther posed no danger even if lost, so he remained silent, waiting for Song Chen to speak. "What did you see?" Though Zhou Qingxin appeared carefree and indifferent, he was actually perceptive. From Song Chen's tone, he instantly understood that Song Chun was afraid that his own unconscious, yet still lively body might have harmed them. "We saw you." Zhou Qingxin had no intention of hiding it. Song Chun must be the one among them who knew that place best, and would certainly know what they would encounter with the escape method they had ultimately chosen. He paused, and added somewhat abruptly, "Xiao Yuan did it. We weren't there." The person walking beside Zhou Qingxin suddenly stopped. When Zhou Qingxin turned to look, he regretted it. Song Chun was in tears, but he was wearing Song Yuandao's face. The sight tugged at Zhou Qingxin's heart, and he wanted to embrace him, but felt it inappropriate. So he stood awkwardly in the middle of the road, staring at Song Chun. Song Chun quickly regained his composure, wiped away the solitary tear on his cheek. "You haven't rested in days. Go back and get some sleep. I need to talk to Xiao Yuan." Zhou Qingxin was about to offer to accompany him, but then thought that the way the two communicated likely seemed to him like Song Yuandao sleeping. Besides, Song Yuandao was now a walking human weapon, and Song Chen's monitoring range was probably broader than Chungying and Chunjun combined. There seemed nothing to worry about. So he agreed readily, and turned into his own residence. After watching him go inside, Song Chun continued forward. Though he did not look back, he knew Zhou Qingxin was standing at the window, watching his departing silhouette. Song Chen muttered inwardly, hadn't realized before that the Xiao family had the genes for such devotion. Maybe it came from Zhou's side. He dismissed the thought impossible. The Zhou family didn't have anyone so considerate. He quickly concluded Zhou Qingxin must be a genetic mutation. Since Zhou Qingxin and Song Yuandao lived next to each other, Song Chun reached his destination shortly after parting. First he hung up the clothes he had worn, then he performed a simple wash before lying down on the bed. In these respects, father and son shared a similar fastidiousness. Song Chun was uncertain whether he could successfully communicate with Song Yuandao on the level of consciousness. In the past, he had only needed to devour others' consciousness. Learning to coexist peacefully, let alone protect another consciousness, was a first for him. While awakening Song Yuandao's slumbering consciousness, he also ceded control, figuring that Song Yuandao, who had coexisted peacefully with two AIs for over a decade, would handle it better. Upon awakening, Song Yuandao quickly took over control, only to find that Song Chun had already guided him into a region of the spiritual domain that even he himself had not visited for a long time. Song Yuandao saw a phantom of Song Chun just like the one he had seen in the underground research facility. Song Yuandao was silent for a moment before tentatively calling out, "Dad." Song Chen's ethereal figure remained motionless, yet Song Yuandao was unperturbed. He stepped forward twice and sat down cross-legged across from him. In the spirit realm, there was always this vast, empty void of darkness. Above their heads, the swirling memories emitted a faint milky white glow. Song Yuandao, relying on this feeble light, carefully studied Song Chun. Song Chen's appearance was not actually much older than Song Yuandao's. His consciousness had been extracted from his body when he was 30, and after that he himself did not know where he had spent his days. Thus his impression of himself remained fixed at the age of 30. Song Yuandao noticed that Song Chun and Song Ke did have some differences in appearance. They were not so similar as to be indistinguishable. Song Chen's features were softer compared to Song Ke's, but Song Yuandao wondered if it was because he had been raised by Song Ke that he had inherited that cold, grim disposition. Song Chun remained silent, and Song Yuandao was in no hurry. This feeling was quite unfamiliar to him, sitting face to face with his own biological father in a heartfelt conversation. Song Yuandao had never had a talk in this manner with anyone except Zhou Qingchen. Song Chun seemed to ponder for a long time where to begin. Finally, he spoke. "This story is long. If I start from the very beginning, I don't know how long it will take me to tell you. Let me first tell you the more important part." Song Yuandao nodded, his expression turning serious. Song Chun said, "The beginning of this matter is as distant as the dawn of the new era. The grudges and grievances within it should have ended in your grandfather's generation, yet somehow they have persisted until now, affecting so many people." Song Yuandao hadn't expected that this was actually a feud from his grandfather's time. Previously, he had thought it was some trouble caused by his father's drama club. That institute. Everyone there actually belonged to one family, but only one person remains in this generation. The events of the past changed his temperament drastically, leading to the situation we see today. "Do you know Ruiwen?" Song Chen suddenly asked. "He was once my chief secretary." Song Yuandao's expression darkened at the mention of that name, for this was a man deeply connected to both his father and his uncle. If Ruiwen hadn't schemed against Song Yuandao from the start, things wouldn't have come to such a pass. "His surname is exciting." Song Yuandao was startled. All along, whether it was Song Qianfeng or Song Ke, they had told Song Yuandao that Ruiwen was an orphan whose parents had been persecuted to death, so he had no surname. Only the single name Ruiwen. Song Qianfeng had taught and raised him. He had grown up with Song Chun and Song Ke, even entering the first academy together for their studies. But now Song Chun suddenly told him that Ruiwen did have a surname, exciting. The surname exciting should be known to everyone in the new era. This family had produced scientific geniuses for generations. The flying cars and nutrient solutions of today were first developed by members of this family. Moreover, the ties between this family and the Song family were undeniably close. Song Qianfeng and Abot exciting were close friends, while Song Yuandao's grandmother, He Zitong Xiaoxiang, daughter of Xiao Qingfeng, the first chairman of the new era, and Abot's sister Amanda were bosom friends. Yet he had never known that Ruiwen was a member of the exciting family. Do grandfather and uncle know about this? Song Yuandao clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps his beloved elders had also been deceived, and that Song Chun had only stumbled upon this truth after being taken away. But Song Chen's next sentence mercilessly shattered that hope. They knew. Though Song Yuandao had no physical form in the spiritual realm, he still felt a chill run through his entire being at those words. So this trap had not been set after he took office, but had been laid long before his birth, when he still knew nothing, dragging him into the game. He wanted to ask Song Chun why. But then he thought, what point was there in asking now? Ruiwen's father Abot and his uncle Yabo clashed fiercely over some matters due to differing views. Yabo held power in the exciting family, and still does. In a fit of rage, he drove Abot's family out of the castle. Song Yuandao was now slightly paranoid about the word castle. Hearing it made him jerk his head up reflexively. Song Chun noticed his reaction and smiled. They have a large family and prefer to live together in a labyrinthine castle. It's a tradition. During the Great Change era, many people were displaced and lost their families. But their family's technology was in demand no matter who was in power, so they never suffered persecution. After the new era was established, they were immediately treated as honored guests and continued to live in the castle as a family. Song Yuandao was not very familiar with the exciting family. In his impression, this family that should have had close ties with the Song family had never appeared. As if reading his confusion, Song Chun explained your grandfather had a misunderstanding with their family when he was young, and the exchanges between the two families gradually diminished. Song Yuandao nodded slightly and asked, so now I'm cleaning up the mess left by my grandfather's misunderstanding. Song Chun smiled wryly and nodded. You could say that. Song Yuandao felt a headache coming on. Song Chun continued. The four siblings of the evacuating family were not far apart in age. They all entered the first academy to study, roughly contemporaries of your grandfather, and the youngest boy among them was the most gifted of the family. Song Yuandao concentrated his attention on the tangled relationships behind the incident. Song Chun seemed lost in his own memories, his voice low and slow, making Song Yuandao feel drowsy. That boy was called Bezer. The prototype of what is now Penglai was first proposed by him. He had extraordinary talent and achievements in artificial intelligence, though now almost no one knows about it. Song Chun looked regretful. He died at the age of 20 by his own hand. Song Yuandao suddenly recalled that in the Underground Institute, when they discovered that such a vast facility had no research labs related to artificial intelligence, the clone had said that his grandfather did not engage in such studies. So it was because the most talented member of the family had already passed away. In this generation of the evacuating family, the one with the least achievements is the sole surviving member, Yabo. But he is cunning and skilled at dealing with elite families, which is why he has held the position of power steadily. However, the time left for him is probably not much. He must be nearly 90 by now. Song Yuandao felt that the mastermind behind it all had surfaced rather abruptly, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But Song Chin's next sentence nearly choked him. Over the years, he has been researching how to achieve immortality. And as he grows older, his urgency seems to increase, and he has become more and more extreme. Song Yuandao thought to himself, so it really is about that. For some reason in recent years, he came to believe that his younger brother's death was unjust and wanted to avenge him. That's how this whole series of events began. Song Yuandao felt that his ancestors were truly troublesome. What exactly did my grandfather do to earn such lasting enmity? Actually, it was a complete misunderstanding. Back then, after Bezer invented the Penglai system, he felt that the design was fundamentally anti-human. At the same time, he had also developed the control systems needed for the channels and the primary-secondary worlds. His long-standing vision was to disperse humanity across different worlds and avoid using these virtual systems. But Yabo disagreed with his approach and insisted on continuing research into Penglai and deploying it on a large scale. Song Chin also felt deep regret over Bezer's death, even though he had never met the man. Later, Bezer was placed under house arrest by Yabo. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that everything was his own fault. On his last meeting with your grandfather, who was a very close friend, he handed over all the Penglai code to your grandfather, hoping that he would destroy it. Your grandfather had always supported his idea of dispersing humanity across different worlds, so he gladly agreed. But no one expected that the moment your grandfather left, Bezer would take his own life. Yabo saw from surveillance footage that the last person to meet with Bezer was your grandfather, and he also discovered that the Penglai code was missing. He has since believed that your grandfather tricked him into giving up the code and drove his youngest brother to suicide. After hearing the entire backstory, Song Yuandao was rendered speechless. How could something that could be clarified in a few sentences become a grudge spanning more than half a century between two families? Song Chin shrugged at him. I don't know either. Compared to them, I think we father and son are the truly pitiful one. Song Yuandao was almost amused by Song Chin's remark, but when he thought of the storm he would have to face, he couldn't manage a smile. So he asked Song Chun, then what exactly do they want? Maybe to destroy the new era. Song Chin said calmly, he has always believed that everyone who uses Penglai should be buried with his brother. I don't use it, Song Yuandao muttered childishly. But you are a Song. The guards don't use it either, and Hu Yifan is still so young. Song Yuandao felt even more sorry for Hu Yifan after learning the reasons behind it all. In Yabo's eyes, they are probably just Song family's lackeys. Song Yuandao glared at Song Chun, who was amused by his expression. That rotten temper of yours is just like... Hearing this, Song Yuandao's heart suddenly ached. He stood up and embraced Song Chin's ethereal form, whispering softly, welcome home. It was an embrace that transcended life and death, spirit and flesh, and a tangled web of countless grievances and affections. Song Yuandao did not find Song Chin a stranger to him, even though he had known little of this mysterious father before. Yet when he appeared uttering the soft call of Xiao Yuan, during the final step of his evolution, it felt as though the 20-odd years missing between father and son had suddenly fluttered back into place, settling where they belonged, neither too much nor too little. It seemed they had always been relating in a way that defied explanation to outsiders. The embrace, brimming with all manner of emotions, did not last long, for there were still too many questions that needed to be elucidated and clarified. You set up a drama club at the academy. Song Yuandao stepped back to his original position and asked, you've managed to dig up quite a bit. Song Chin's voice carried a hint of laughter, as if commending the son who had never grown up before his eyes. Raven asked me to look into your death, so I put in a bit of effort. Perhaps it was Song Chen's sudden appearance that compensated to some extent for the long-missing paternal figure in Song Yuando's life, unleashing the childlike side of his personality that had long been suppressed and not dared to show, as if unsealed. Song Chun was momentarily uncertain about the young man before him. At first he thought Song Yuandao resembled Song Ku in character, probably because he had been raised by Song Ku from childhood, inheriting that cautious seriousness from scientific research. There was no impulsiveness. He even used artificial intelligence to forcibly regulate his hormones to maintain calm and rationality, always striving to be a robot devoid of emotions. At that time Song Chun had not yet recalled his humanity and was still scheming to seize Song Yuando's body for himself. But now, knowing that this was his own flesh and blood, admiration mingled with an involuntary pang of tenderness. This child who should have been cherished and cared for in the palms of his, and in Yuaning's hands. How had he grown up in those past years in that central building that seemed ready to devour people at every moment? Song Yuandao observed Song Chen's silence, unaware of the myriad thoughts running through a father's heart in those brief moments. Song Chen seemed to sense Song Yuando's probing gaze, and after a moment of thought said, "Since you've looked into the drama club, you must also know about the science club back then." Song Yuandao nodded. The families that are now being persecuted were all members of the science club. Song Chen appeared quite satisfied with Song Yuando's capabilities. Song Yuandao could faintly sense the approval emanating from the other, which filled him with immense accomplishment. Before he even realized it, a clean, pure smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "To be honest, I have no personal vendetta against the science club. If anything, it's just a difference in ideology." Song Chen sank into his memories, those faded recollections from years ago, seeing himself and in Yuaning, as well as Song Ku and Raven, looking even younger than Song Yuandao was now. "Your grandfather was influenced by Basel and strongly opposed the Penlai system. He believed the system bore some responsibility for Basil's death. That mindset also rubbed off on me, though not the part about responsibility. Because your grandfather would endure great pain during certain periods, I once spoke with him about it. After learning those things, I went to read Basil's works." Every time Song Chen mentioned that genius who died young, his tone was filled with regret. He was truly talented not just in science, but also in philosophy and art. He possessed a merciful, humanistic spirit. Song Yuandao still sat cross-legged on the floor, but his expression showed he was listening intently. Song Chun paid little attention to his audience's feedback and continued. He believed that once the Penlai system was in use, locking everyone in nutrient pods was an extremely inhumane practice. Then why did he propose the idea in the first place? Upon hearing Song Yuando's question, Song Chen shook his head gently. Basil initially envisioned a device for virtual travel and games, something that would let people experience the joy of traversing tunnels to other worlds for a very small fee. But after Abel saw his design, he somehow extended it into its current form. At that moment, Song Yuandao understood why the system was called Penlai. If it had followed Basil's original vision, it would indeed have been a good escape from troubles when one was feeling down. Pity that it ended up like this. I've digressed. Song Chun paused to recall where their conversation had started, then pulled the wandering stream of thought back. Back then, artificial intelligence and virtual reality research was at its peak. The bookworms in the science club got so excited at the mere mention of those things. Like moths drawn to a flame, they rushed to study it. Song Yuandao frowned. Wasn't that thing taken away by grandfather? Given his personality, even if he had missed the chance to destroy it, he wouldn't have paraded it around. Song Chen sighed. It was Song Ku. At that time, he had already shown extraordinary talent in artificial intelligence. Your grandfather thought that perhaps he could realize Basil's unfinished dream. So when Song Ku came of age, he showed him that set of code. Song Yuandao hadn't expected that the rift between his grandfather and uncle had begun so long ago. He could imagine that given their personalities, they would have been equally uncompromising on this matter, just like the countless arguments he remembered. Knowing this history, Song Yuandao finally understood the past disputes between the two. Those ambiguous and baffling conversations he had overheard now all pointed to this very matter. Song Qianfeng was a man of strong control and stubbornness. Song Ke's actions must have made him feel betrayed. Others might not understand his way. Song Yuandao smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed, Song Chen knew both of their temperaments well. Song Qianfeng was a man of strong control and stubbornness. Song Ke's actions must have made him feel betrayed. Others might not understand his ways, but his son most certainly could not. Perhaps this long-accumulated resentment was why Song Ku was unwilling to see Song Qianfeng in the end. Song Ku always felt that your grandfather and I were ganging up on him. Song Chen's voice carried a smile. At times like this, Song Yuandao felt that Song Chen truly acted like a big brother. He must have had a good relationship with Song Ku before. Even when mentioning such actions by Song Ku, his voice held no anger, only the exasperation one feels for a wayward younger sibling. They never reconciled in the end. Song Yuandao looked at Song Chen without speaking. He felt that telling the truth wouldn't make Song Chen happy, But he didn't want to lie, so he remained silent. Song Chen smiled. It seems so. Song Ku always thought your grandfather was partial to me, but in truth your grandparents doted on him the most. He was quiet as a child, and seemed especially well-behaved unlike me, always causing trouble. Song Chun sporadically told Song Yuandao about the past, and the Song Ku that had always seemed flat and one-dimensional in Song Yuandao's memory suddenly became three-dimensional. Your grandfather never expected his youngest son to have such grand ambitions. Song Chun said out of nowhere. Song Yuandao sensed that this statement might not only refer to Song Ku stealing the code for research, but no matter how much he pressed, Song Chen refused to elaborate further. Seeing that Song Chun was unwilling to continue, Song Yuandao had to drop the topic, but he made a mental note to investigate what else had happened back in the day once he woke up. I'm really curious now. When they implanted you into my body, didn't they ever consider that you might regain consciousness? They must have done a lot of work on my consciousness back then. Decoding, recoding, and so on. Song Chen paused, and continued, besides in their eyes I've hardly ever seen you. The bond between us apart from the genes you inherited from me is practically non-existent. Possibly even weaker than the relationship between a clone and its sample. Song Yuandao was stunned by this theory for a moment, then asked incredulously, are they all robots? More or less. They firmly believe that blood isn't thicker than water. Without shared memories or meetings, people are just strangers, even if you're my son. Song Yuandao was momentarily at a loss for words. This was probably a school of thought that came from those science geeks who spent every day holed up in dark underground research labs. The two talked intermittently for a long time. Song Chen figured it was about time and told Song Yuandao that he was tired and that he should rest during the last hours before dawn. When he woke, he would face another unpredictable and bloody situation. Song Yuandao agreed and prepared to withdraw from his own mental realm. Before leaving, he said to Song Chen, these are my memories. You're welcome to browse through them if you're interested. Song Chen smiled at the young man whose silhouette so closely resembled his own. Alright, I'll take a look at how cute my son was as a child. Song Yuandao was at a loss for words and simply exited the mental realm. The moment he was out, he woke up instantly. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Qingchen, who had somehow obtained a bowl of fried rice. He lay on his back on the bed and let out a long sigh. I think I just made a very unwise decision. What's wrong? Zhou Qingchen placed the fried rice on the table and came over to help Song Yuandao up. Song Yuandao looked at him with a grimace. I told my dad he could browse through my memories. Zhou Qingchen's eyes seemed to light up at this. I want to see them too. You have no idea how cute you were as a kid. Song Yuandao took advantage of the momentum to punch Zhou Qingchen. Get lost. Zhou Qingchen finally regained his spirits after a night's sleep. Although Song Yuandao had engaged in a lengthy conversation with Song Chen, within his own mental domain his body had still obtained ample rest. With both of them feeling refreshed, they indulged in a bout of playful banter. When Huang Yueying's message popped up on Zhou Qingchen's personal terminal, he was pressing down on Song Yuandao, persistently demanding a kiss. Song Yuandao's childish mischievousness momentarily took over, and he adamantly refused, so the two rolled around tussling on the bed. Huang Yueying's message, however, vibrated relentlessly on Zhou Qingchen's wrist, like an unromantic death warrant. Song Yuandao raised a hand and pushed him. What's the harm in taking a look? It's buzzing so much it's making my stomach numb. Zhou Qingchen smiled and rubbed Song Yuandao's belly, then turned over and sat up to open his communication page. The moment he saw the sender was Huang Yueying, his expression turned grave. Such a dense frequency of messages made him worry whether the reconnaissance squad sent to investigate the castle had encountered danger. Zhou Qingchen quickly scanned the messages before easing his expression. Seeing him silent, Song Yuandao also sat up and leaned half against the headboard, reaching out to squeeze the back of Zhou Qingchen's neck. What's wrong? The boss lady says they found it. Zhou Qingchen extracted the most crucial information from the torrent of Huang Yueying's exclamation-laden rants and relayed it to Song Yuandao in a flat, matter-of-fact report. Where are they now? Song Yuandao nodded to indicate he understood, then showed his concern for the hastily assembled team. After all, they were a motley crew without unified military training from the new era. He still hoped to achieve 0 casualties within the scope of conditions. They'll be back soon. She said they'd clean up first, and then come to debrief. Zhou Qingchen got up and sat at the table. Having wrestled with him for a while, Song Yuandao felt a bit hungry, so, without further delay, he scrambled to eat the fried rice Zhou Qingchen had brought back for him. How did it go with Uncle Song yesterday? Song Yuandao choked a little at Zhou Qingchen's address for Song Chen. Zhou Qingchen grinned at him. It's already decent that I didn't call him Dad directly. Song Yuandao scooped a spoonful of fried rice and remained silent. Where did you cook this? Song Yuandao chewed a couple of times, swallowed the food, and then launched a new topic. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. You can tell it's my cooking just from the taste. Do I look like someone who's lost their sense of taste? Song Yuandao snapped back. Zhou Qingchen for a moment could not quite articulate the feeling inside him. The relationship between him and Song Yuandao seemed to have naturally evolved into its current state, Yet for Zhou Qingchen, everything felt like an overwhelming heaven-sent surprise that left him dizzy and disoriented. Sometimes he couldn't help worrying, was this all just a dream that had stretched too long? When he opened his eyes, would Song Yuandao still be that cold, sour demeanor, and would they still be fleeing for their lives in the unfamiliar forests of the main world? What are you thinking about? Song Yuandao, having waited a long time for no answer, looked up to see Zhou Qingchen staring blankly at him. He stretched his foot under the table and lightly kicked his shin. Zhou Qingchen snapped out of it and smiled at him. I keep feeling like I'm dreaming. When the dream ends, you'll turn back into that silent gourd. Zhou Qingchen, you've even met my dad, and now you're telling me you're dreaming. Song Yuandao kept talking to Zhou Qingchen while still shoveling fried rice into his mouth. Zhou Qingchen had always cooked well, but what Song Yuandao didn't know was that only he thought so, because Zhou Qingchen's cooking had always catered solely to Song Yuandao's palate, and Song Yuandao's taste was so bland, it was almost infuriating. Zhou Qingchen smiled. Eat slowly, don't choke. After Song Yuandao finally managed to swallow the mouthful of rice, he continued their previous topic. With everything so busy now, stop overthinking. Once we clean up this business properly, you'll marry you. Zhou Qingchen jerked his head up. Song Yuandao still looked elegant. Even if he was just eating a plate of fried rice with nothing but eggs, even if his lips were slick with the shiny oil from the rice. But Zhou Qingchen thought his Song Yuandao was truly beautiful. Really? Bro. Song Yuandao finally finished the last spoonful of fried rice, then looked up at Zhou Qingchen with a slight frown. Did I ever abuse you before? Why are you so insecure? Zhou Qingchen shook his head slightly. You never abused me. He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but Song Yuandao seemed to know what he meant. You never abused me, but you abused yourself. Song Yuandao was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to defend himself, and finally fell into a quiet silence. Zhou Qingchen also felt he might have said the wrong thing, and wanted to say something to make amends, but the moment he thought of all the burdens Song Yuandao had carried over the years, every word at that moment felt so light, lighter than a feather, devoid of weight and warmth. So he suddenly stood up, leaned across the entire table, and kissed Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao, seeing Zhou Qingchen's face suddenly approach, momentarily forgot to move. When he came to, he circled his arms around Zhou Qingchen's neck as if to comfort him, then gently patted his back. Huang Yuing knocked twice and pushed the door open just in time to catch that beautiful scene of a kiss sealing the deal. She froze for 2 seconds, and by then the two had already ended their lingering kiss and looked at her together, leaving her unsure whether to step in or back out. The three of them stared at each other in awkward silence for a while. Suddenly Song Yuandao let out a laugh, then leaned out from beside Zhou Qingchen and waved at Huang Yuing. Come in. Huang Yuing finally found her legs and walked into Song Yuandao's room. How did it go? Song Yuandao could always switch into work mode quickly. Over on the other side, Zhou Qingchen was still rubbing his lips as if savoring the kiss. Catching his movement out of the corner of his eye, Song Yuandao found it both amusing and exasperating. He stretched out a leg to kick him, but unexpectedly bumped into Huang Yuing, who was about to start her report. Chairman, you kicked me. Huang Yuing looked at Song Yuandao with a smile. Zhou Qingchen looked up and laughed, noticing that Chairman Song's earlobes had turned red. All right, let's get down to business. Zhou Qingchen cleared his throat to suppress his amusement, then signaled Huang Yuing to stop fooling around and give her report. Huang Yuing dropped her playful expression and said, one of our informants has been to that place before, but he didn't meet the person behind it. According to his description, most of the staff inside are clones. At least the ones he saw all looked the same. What did he go there for? Song Yuandao leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, looking a bit languid after finishing his meal. The people inside made him meet a few individuals, say a few words, and then gave him enough nutritional supplement for a month. But he said the purity of that supplement seemed higher than what's available on the market. He felt the effects were particularly good after using it. Hearing this, Song Yuandao couldn't help frowning. His need for nutritional supplement was much higher than average. After all, his body housed 2 AIs, so he was well aware of the human body's tolerance limit for supplements. The reason the current market used this particular ratio and concentration was that it was the highest standard that did not cause addiction. And Song Yuandao had a vague idea of the consequences of nutritional supplement addiction, the inability to satisfy daily physiological needs through any food, the development of stronger aggression, and a tendency toward violence. These were lessons learned from countless experiments by predecessors. Since the adoption of supplements, all departments had strictly controlled their circulation, afraid that such a situation would spiral out of control. Seeing Song Yuandao's serious expression, Huang Yuing's heart skipped a beat, but she had to steel herself and continue. Many others like him were recruited to work there. Each person received at least a month's worth of supplement, and the work required was nothing difficult. So many people are still serving that mysterious organization. Where did they get this information? Zhou Qingchen, noticing Song Yuandao seemed distracted, asked on his behalf. Peng Lot. The answer stunned them both. As we know, people of that class cannot leave their nutrient pods freely to move in natural environments. they have monthly limits. In the virtual world, they would encounter a group that told them when and where to go for something good. Just that. At first no one believed it, but one vagrant couldn't afford to exchange points for supplement anymore, so he went with the attitude of nothing to lose. To his surprise, he was given half a year's worth of supplement. After the news spread, more and more people went there. And they calculated each person's free time per month, ensuring these people could work for them on a rotating basis. Song Yuandao had figured out most of it. If this had started after the Great Migration, the first batch of workers for Able would already be dependent on the supplement by now. Even if they didn't want to continue, they would have to serve Able again and again for that reason. Looking at Song Yuandao's expression, Zhou Qingshan knew this matter was no simple affair. But since Huang Yueying hadn't finished her report, he couldn't rashly ask questions. He could only suppress his doubts and wait for her to go on. Then did you see those people? Huang Yueying closed her eyes briefly as if pondering where to begin, then exhaled softly, yes. Not just one but several. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan exchanged a glance, perplexed by her cryptic reply. Huang Yueying pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaustion etched deep into her features. They've been cloned. Song Yuandao's elegant, elongated brows drew tightly together. Can you still tell which ones are genuine and which are clones? Huang Yueying shook her head. Our operative possesses exceptional talent for subterfuge. He infiltrated the castle posing as staff and slipped into its inner sanctum without detection. Beneath the structure lies a facility resembling a laboratory. We've only glimpsed it through his live feed, vague, fragmented. The full truth remains unknown to us. Was the footage preserved, Song Yuandao asked. Huang Yueying gave a slight nod, then lowered her gaze to her personal terminal and tapped swiftly. As she worked, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan exchanged several silent, weighted glances. The situation was spiraling beyond their control. A gentle vibration pulsed against Song Yuandao's wrist. He glanced down and projected the feed directly into the air, sharing it with Zhou Qingshan. Simultaneously, he reactivated Song Chun, long dormant, who might offer crucial insight given his profound understanding of Able. Only upon seeing the image did Song Yuandao realize Huang Yueying's description had fallen short. This was no mere laboratory. It was a factory churning out clones in relentless industrial succession. Unquestionably, the earlier clones of the elite guard originated here. Song Chen murmured lowly. Judging by this, the scions of the noble houses are likely already lost. Song Yuandao understood instantly. Clones, devoid of autonomous consciousness, were infinitely more controllable than living beings, yet bore identical biometric signatures. Anything their originals accessed legitimately, information resources, they could claim unimpeded. Cloning, like nutrient serum, had been subject to stringent upper-tier regulation since the new era's dawn. Though the technology itself was no longer classified, every clone generated was meticulously logged in central databases, gene source, intended purpose, and full archival metadata. If total population figures remained unchanged, the grim conclusion required no further contemplation. The originals, the genetic templates, had almost certainly vanished from this world entirely. A chill, sharp and undeniable, traced its way up Song Yuandao's spine. Huang Yueying had relayed all she knew. Days of ceaseless surveillance had left her utterly drained. The moment her vigilance eased, exhaustion crashed over her like a tide. Seeing her eyelids droop heavily, Song Yuandao urged her to rest, immediately, thoroughly, without lingering doubts or second thoughts. As Huang Yueying shuffled toward the door, her thoughts drifted hazily. I haven't the strength to think, nor even if I did the mind to do it. Song Yuandao, of course, received no such wobbling neural echo. Instead, he sat opposite, Zhou Qingshan, face grave, already weighing their next move. The crisis now hurtled toward an abyss from which there was no return. Even united, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan lacked the manpower or the means to halt it alone. They were outmatched in both personnel and equipment, no match for the opulent, resource-rich Austin family. Remembering Zhou Qingshan's ignorance of these intricacies, Song Yuandao recounted with urgent brevity his prior night's conversation with Song Chun. When he finished, Zhou Qingshan's expression mirrored his own, speechless, strained. Zhou Qingshan felt their generation had become unwitting scapegoats, sitting quietly at home, yet burdened with a colossal, inescapable weight dropped from above. We don't know how many have consumed this high-purity nutrient serum, or what happens should that supply abruptly cease. Song Yuandao attempted to organize the confirmed facts, searching for any viable path forward. Song Chun, who had remained silent since the feed began, suddenly spoke. Those noble houses, wherever they hide, cannot escape a grim fate. At the time the Penglai model was pioneered by Basil, in Abel's eyes they were thieves, stealing his beloved younger brother's most treasured creation. Now he merely wields others as his blade. Song Yuandao grasped Song Chen's meaning instantly. Abel was deliberately focusing global scrutiny on the Song family. Given time, toppling this dynasty, 3 generations of chairpersons would be inevitable. Song Yuandao paused, unwilling to let the Song name fall so ignominiously under his stewardship. Zhou Qingchen, observing his furrowed brow, surmised Song Chun had delivered another unsettling revelation. Yet Song Yuandao remained silent, deep in thought. A quiet concern settled over Zhou Qingchen. That Xiao boy is nearly frantic, Song Chen quipped, suddenly buoyant, then plunged back into hibernation with lightning speed, leaving Song Yuandao no chance to retort. The words "you incorrigible old rogue" lodged half-formed in Song Yuandao's throat, unsaid, unspoken. An unwarranted calamity. Song Yuandao cast a glance at Zhou Qingchen, uttering only those 4 words. Zhou Qingchen, hearing the summation, offered a wry, helpless smile, because indeed nothing else fit so precisely. "I cannot allow the Song family's honor to crumble on my watch," Song Yuandao murmured, voice low, but Zhou Qingchen heard every nuance, including the weariness woven through it. Zhou Qingchen rose from his chair and stepped toward Song Yuandao. As Song Yuandao looked up, a faint, tired smile touched his lips. Then he leaned forward and buried his face against Zhou Qingchen's abdomen. Zhou Qingchen stood before him. Song Yuandao, seated, rested his forehead perfectly against his lower abdomen. Years of rigorous training had left no trace of softness there, only taut, unyielding muscle. Song Yuandao winced slightly, then glanced down at his own slender frame, and felt a fresh wave of icy desolation. Without warning, Song Yuandao, startled by some sudden impulse, bit down sharply on Zhou Qingchen's abdomen. Zhou Qingchen sucked in a sharp breath and smacked the back of his head. "Behave." Song Yuandao only laughed softly into his abdomen. Zhou Qingchen's arm hovered loosely around his neck. His fingers idly kneaded the nape of Song Yuandao's neck. Soothing, rhythmic, until Song Yuandao tilted his head upward, eyes half-lidded, gazing up. Zhou Qingchen met his gaze, and sighed a quiet, tender exhalation. "Xiao Yuan, don't look at me like that." Song Yuandao blinked, guileless. "Why not?" Zhou Qingchen, utterly defeated, covered his eyes with one hand. "Because it's too beautiful." Song Yuandao finally understood the sting of self-sabotage he'd meant only to tease, but ended up ensnared himself. Zhou Qingchen watched the delicate flush bloom across his earlobe, and smiled. Song Yuandao, momentarily distracted by Zhou Qingchen's attentions, had forgotten he'd summoned Xiao Yi to detail the serum's addictive properties. She entered just as the scene reached its tender peak. No less arresting than the tableau Huang Yueying had witnessed that morning. Our brilliant, formidable chairman Song had stumbled twice in the same place, both times tripped by our newly triumphant General Zhou. Xiao Yi differed entirely from Huang Yueying. Perhaps her innate emotional perceptiveness was muted. Instead, she regarded them with the serene satisfaction of a mother witnessing her son's wedding. Her approval hung thick in the air, until Song Yuandao, flustered, coughed pointedly, urging her to attend to business. Xiao Yi cleared her throat, though mirth still danced in her voice. "It depends entirely on the precise ratios of each component. To ask me outright is to ask the impossible. This substance demands absolute precision. A fraction off, and everything unravels." Song Yuandao rubbed his temples. "Here's what we'll do once the madam awakens. Ask her whether anyone in her circle has used this serum, and still retains a supply. If you can devise a method to break their dependency, proceed without hesitation. Though our capacity is limited, we must aid whom we can, not stand idle and watch." Xiao Yi nodded, rose, rendered a crisp, formal salute, and departed. Song Yuandao watched her leave in silence. Zhou Qingchen snapped his fingers before his eyes, gently pulling his attention back. Then he ruffled his hair. "Don't rush. I'm here." Song Yuandao's agitation truly softened, dissolved almost beneath those few quiet words. He tilted his chin upward, meeting Zhou Qingchen's downward gaze. Zhou Qingchen's eyes were profoundly tender, and that tenderness was reserved for him alone. A quiet, radiant warmth bloomed in Song Yuandao's chest. Seeing Song Yuandao's expression ease, Zhou Qingchen relaxed. He knew well Song Yuandao's tendency to bear burdens silently, carrying weight alone. Now he resolved to lighten that load, by any means necessary. He would walk beside Song Yuandao, through whatever lay ahead. Huang Yueying was awakened by the incessant vibrations of the personal terminal on her wrist. She squinted at the time and realized she had only been asleep for 2 hours. Drowsily, she opened the message that had disturbed her sweet dreams. "We have found Feng Yan." Huang Yueying was now fully awake. She abruptly got out of bed, disregarding the darkness clouding her vision, and sent a flurry of messages to Jiang Yu. Huang Yueying had concealed this matter from Song Yuandao. Among the mass-produced clones, there was one person she could recognize even if the camera shook and the image blurred, and that person was Feng Yan. Huang Yueying and Jiang Yu being together was also thanks to Feng Yan. Jiang Yu was an orphan. He did not know the circumstances of his parents' deaths, and could not recall when he had started living in the orphanage where the director was Feng Yan's mother. So in a sense, Feng Yan could be considered Jiang Yu's younger brother. When Feng Yan was born, Jiang Yu was already 5 years old. The orphanage had many children and ample caregivers, so Feng Yan grew up alongside Jiang Yu and the other kids. Feng Yan never understood why he particularly liked playing with Jiang Yue, while Jiang Yu did not mind the trouble. Ever since Feng Yin learned to walk, it was always Jiang Yu taking care of him. At that time Huang Yueying had a crush on Jiang Yu, but was too shy to admit it. Under the guise of showing kindness, she frequently visited the orphanage until Feng Yin innocently revealed, "Sister, do you like my brother?" Feng Yin said this while munching on an apple that Huang Yueying had brought him. Something rare for children of their class, yet Huang Yueying's family had plenty to share, often bringing some for Feng Yin. Initially, she wanted to subtly probe Feng Yin for insights about Jiang Yu's preferences, hoping to find an opening. However, as time passed, she grew familiar with Feng Yin, finding him quite remarkable. Though young, he was wise beyond his years. While Huang Yueying did not extract any information, she unexpectedly forged a friendship. Huang Yueying always remembered Feng Yin's appearance back then, with an apple in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, like a little squirrel, eyes bright, with a unique blend of youthful cunning and sharpness, deliberately putting on a mature facade, as if he could see through everything. As the only daughter in her family, Huang Yueying eventually treated Feng Yin like a younger brother, just like Jiang Yu. In those days in the main world, aside from her family and Jiang Yu, the person she cared about most was Feng Yin. But at that time she often thought that Feng Yin's family did not possess any power. It was merely due to the nature of their work that they had more free time than others in their class, so there should not be any accidents. However, she did not anticipate that Feng Yin would venture to that castle for some rarely seen resources. Huang Yueying did not know what Feng Yin wanted those resources for. After all, he had always been a quietly non-confrontational boy in her memory, often found sitting in a corner of the nursery with a book. That corner was bathed in warm sunlight on sunny days, casting a soft golden hue on the boy's body, making him look like a little angel who had wandered into the human world. Huang Yueying did not understand why Feng Yin would do such a thing, but Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the deeper reasons behind it. It was just before Jiang Yu's birthday. As a fashion designer serving the upper-class Jiang, you should not have lacked for resources obtainable through proper channels, yet this year, his birthday coincidentally fell during the Great Migration, and Huang Yueying was still in the main world, unable to be by his side. Feng Yin intended to celebrate his birthday with him. Knowing the deeper motivations behind this made Jiang Yu feel even sadder and guilt-ridden. He was the elder brother, but had failed to protect his younger brother. Huang Yueying learned of Feng Yin's disappearance when she first arrived in the secondary world, but at that time neither of them knew where Feng Yin had gone missing. Feng Yin's mother was elderly, and all matters concerning the orphanage were now handled by Feng Yin. His mother only took 2 days a week from the virtual world to check if there was anything Feng Yin overlooked, so they did not even know how Feng Yin had gone missing. Jiang Yu had been privately investigating for a long time before Huang Yueying's arrival, but he had found nothing until one day he received a crumpled and signed letter in front of his house, which revealed that Feng Yin had gone to that castle. Huang Yueying intended to use this mission to find traces of Feng Yin in the castle, but the live footage she received showed her the scene she dreaded most. Feng Yin had been cloned. Now they could not even determine which one was the real Feng Yin, so before leaving, she left a message for her comrades still lurking in the castle, asking them to find a boy matching the condition, and then test which one was real using a set of questions only the 3 of them knew. Huang Yueying did not expect Feng Yin to still be alive, nor did she foresee receiving news about him, so Jiang Yu must have been even more anxious than Huang Yueying. After all, she had only known Feng Yin for a few years while Jiang Yu had watched him grow up. After contacting Jiang Yu, Huang Yueying decided almost immediately to return to that castle, determined to rescue Feng Yin. And she kept all of this from Song Yuandao. It wasn't that she did not trust Song Yuandao, in fact it was precisely because she trusted him that she was certain if he learned of this matter, he would try to stop them due to the dangers involved and the importance of the situation. Huang Yueying understood that Song Yuandao's concerns were valid. He was the chairman of the center, and he had to ensure everyone's safety. Song Yuandao could not be mistaken. However, Huang Yueying did not have so many people to protect, nor such a grand mission to bear. She only wanted her family to live safely and soundly. Her desire to protect was limited, as she could not fail again. After making up her mind, Huang Yueying climbed out of the second-floor window. She was agile and landed silently on the ground, confident she had not drawn any unnecessary attention. But she was unaware that Song Yuandao harbored a system that was at least 20 years ahead of the current technology. Song Chun was not online all day. He did not want to intrude on his son's romantic life, and Song Yuandao found it hard to accept being with his biological father 24 hours a day. Thus, they had tacitly agreed to awaken Song Chun when Song Yuandao needed rest, allowing him to monitor the movements around this temporary base and check if there were any past matters involving Song Yuandao that he was unaware of. Coincidentally, when Huang Yueying climbed out the window, Song Chun had just been awakened by Song Yuandao 5 minutes. With a part of Song Yuandao's consciousness still lingering and not yet dormant, Song Chun felt that keeping this matter from him was not a wise move, so he promptly informed Song Yuandao. A little girl just ran away from here. Immediately, Song Yuandao's remaining consciousness awakened the rest. In an instant, he regained control of his body and quickly messaged Zhou Qingchen to check which members of the personal guard were not in their rooms using the unique function of Chengying. Zhou Qingchen had installed a system linked with Chengying in each member's personal terminal so that Chengying could quickly acquire their locations. However, Huang Yueying had not considered this, as Zhou Qingchen rarely used this system. Although the personal guard seemed undisciplined when urgency struck, they followed orders with strict discipline, and Zhou Qingchen was indeed ruthless during training. No one wanted to discover the consequences of being late. She is moving towards the castle. Zhou Qingchen did not send another message to Song Yuandao, but directly pushed open the flimsy door to his room. Song Yuandao was changing clothes, and Zhou Qingchen, looking closely at his smooth lines, felt quite satisfied. Song Yuandao shot him a glance, and said, "Your gaze is about to strip me of the clothes I just put on." Zhou Qingchen chuckled, and knelt down to help Song Yuandao tidy his pants and shoelaces. Looking down at him, Song Yuandao couldn't help but smile slightly. "What is the boss lady hiding from us to go back for?" Song Yuandao was not someone who spent every day with a personal guard, so there were probably some matters Zhou Qingchen was more informed about. Jiang Yu has a younger brother named Feng Yin whom he grew up with. Zhou Qingchen tightened the shoelaces on Song Yuandao's boots. "He went to the castle a while ago and has not returned." Zhou Qingchen stood up, took a step back to let Song Yuandao see himself in the mirror, and then stepped out the door ahead of him. "I ran into a friend of Feng Yin's when I went to Hu Lang's house before. He suspects Feng Yin encountered something in the castle." Zhou Qingchen stood up, took a step back to let Song Yuandao see himself in the mirror, and then stepped out the door ahead of him. "I ran into a friend of Feng Yin's when I went to Hu." Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow at this. "I didn't expect there were so many secrets hidden right under our noses." Zhou Qingchen patted Song Yuandao on the head, but said nothing. Song Yuandao cast him a glance, removed his hand from his head, then followed closely as they exited together. With Chengying by his side, Zhou Qingchen had no need to keep too close a distance from Huang Yueying. The two of them concealed their forms all the way by relying on the shadows of roadside trees and sparse buildings, while Huang Yueying, perhaps too anxious in her heart, did not notice that her supposedly discreet infiltration had already attracted two tails she had never wished to alert. "It's too dangerous for her to go out like this." Song Yuandao's expression darkened, partly because Huang Yueying was acting behind his back, partly because her reckless and unprepared moves could easily ruin all their painstaking efforts of the past days in just one misstep. Moreover, given her current state of mind, she was hardly in a suitable condition to carry out an infiltration mission. Zhou Qingchen took Song Yuandao's hand and gave an ambiguous squeeze on his palm. "Care Cloud's judgment. If it were you in trouble, I'd probably be even more reckless than she is." Song Yuandao shot Zhou Qingchen a glance. "You're not a child." Zhou Qingchen let out a low laugh, which made Song Yuandao feel his own chest tremble along with it. Then he heard Zhou Qingchen's voice laced with mirth. "When I fell for you, I felt like a brash teenager who knew no better, frustrated, clumsy, with a heart full of feelings I didn't know how to express." Song Yuandao had never expected this man to casually recount his own love-struck history at such a moment. The eloquent Chairman Song found himself utterly silenced, unable to think of a single word to say in reply. Zhou Qingchen waited for a while, and found that Song Yuandao had been seriously walking all the way without speaking again. Dissatisfied, he teased him, embarrassed. Song Yuandao opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, the other went on, uninvited. "You'll need to get used." Song Yuandao decided it was better to keep his mouth shut. Zhou Qingchen suddenly tugged him. She stopped. Song Yuandao craned his neck to look at the position displayed on Zhou Qingchen's personal terminal. "That's Jiang Yu's residence." Zhou Qingchen frowned at the news. "There's no one around Jiang Yu's place." Song Yuandao's brows were also knitted, and his expression grim. 80% chance there definitely is. The issue they both thought of was not lost on Huang Yueying either. The fact that they had entered the secondary world was hardly a secret. Opening so many passages simultaneously would inevitably evade the surveillance equipment. And the hideout Song Yuandao had painstakingly planned for them was in truth the safest spot in this already out-of-control secondary world. But at this point she could no longer afford to care. She had to bring Feng Yin back. Huang Yueying had not been crouched in the bushes beneath the building for long before Jiang Yu came rushing out of his home as well. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen quietly shifted to another spot, ensuring they could keep an eye on the commotion there without exposing themselves. After waiting for Jiang Yu, Huang Yueying left without lingering. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen waited a moment longer and indeed saw a few more people trailing them. Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao exchanged a glance and followed quietly behind the group. Song Yuandao lowered his voice and said to Zhou Qingchen, "They sure know how to save others trouble, marching straight into the enemy's stronghold themselves." Zhou Qingchen chuckled at that. "Don't worry, we're here to cause them trouble." Song Yuandao thought for a moment. "I find your description very questionable. Back in grammar class, I was too busy drawing little men for you." Song Yuandao was taken aback by this remark. Those days seemed so far away now. Back then he had been filled with unease because of the foreign system forcibly implanted into his body, all his fears pressed down alone with nowhere to pour out. Zhou Qingchen had indeed noticed that Song Yuandao was never in high spirits every day. Although it was hard enough to read from Song Yuandao's perpetually guarded, unapproachable face, he, thanks to the keen sensitivity Song Yuandao had awakened in him, still managed to detect it. Back then he discovered that the only thing that seemed to bring a hint of happiness to Song Yuandao was the crude little comic strips he drew. So during every grammar class, while the elderly teacher was distracted, his pencil would fly across the paper to create pictures for Song Yuandao. Reminded by Zhou Qingchen, Song Yuandao suddenly recalled that there had indeed been such a time. Seeing that Song Yuandao was walking distractedly, Zhou Qingchen slapped him on the butt, so quick to point out others when you can't even keep your mind on the road. Startled by the sudden slap, Song Yuandao nearly jumped. He turned to glare at Zhou Qingchen before pulling his thoughts together and walking properly. The castle and their temporary hideout were actually very far apart, separated by an entire city. Neither Song Yuandao nor Zhou Qingchen had rested well lately, and now Song Yuandao felt his stamina failing him. Zhou Qingchen's hand would occasionally hover beside him ready to steady him. Then, as if a thought struck him, he asked Song Yuandao, was it because of that thing constantly absorbing your bioenergy that you always failed physical training back then? Song Yuandao hadn't expected Zhou Qingchen to suddenly bring up that matter. He gave a slight nod. Part of my motor functions were limited. It wasn't just the energy absorption. What kind of limitation? Zhou Qingchen had never found the right time to talk about these things with Song Yuandao. They had only dealt with the immediate issues. Now during this tale they found themselves chatting casually. Song Yuandao squinted as he thought, before it evolved. I couldn't seem to hurt anyone. Zhou Qingchen was somewhat surprised at this revelation. He hadn't expected such a limitation. Song Yuandao suddenly chuckled to himself. Now I think maybe my father didn't want me to turn into a cold-blooded monster from a young age. You aren't one now. Zhou Qingchen hated to hear Song Yuandao describe himself that way. He had never believed Song Yuandao to be such a person. Your rose-tinted glasses are too thick. Song Yuandao was still smiling, but Zhou Qingchen could detect no trace of warmth or emotion in his laugh. In the depths of the night, it chilled him to the core. Shoo! Before Zhou Qingchen could speak again, Song Yuandao grabbed him and came to an abrupt halt. There's surveillance ahead. Then they... Zhou Qingchen glanced at Huang Yueying and Jiang Yu. Song Yuandao shook his head. They've already been spotted. But we'll have to find a way to get them out later. After saying this, Song Yuandao fell silent for a moment, then added, I figure this will be tough, but there's no time to call for backup. If it really comes down to it, I'll hand over control. Zhou Qingchen leaned over and brushed his lips against Song Yuandao's forehead. I'm still not used to running missions with our dear dad, so let me handle it. Before this, Song Yuandao rarely had the chance to carry out missions with Zhou Qingchen. Whenever something came up, he preferred to scheme silently behind the scenes, achieving his goals through others' hands. Song Yuandao was used to standing alone at the front, used to facing all difficulties and reproaches by himself, used to bearing his guilt in solitude. Zhou Qingchen had told him more than once that he was there for him. But only now did Song Yuandao truly feel it. He wasn't alone. When he could no longer hold on, and felt there would be someone there to catch him. Zhou Qingchen squeezed Song Yuandao's shoulder to relax him. Do you know the way? Song Yuandao nodded. I came here once before by myself. Zhou Qingchen gave him a light pat on the waist, then lead the way. Song Yuandao didn't answer. He simply stepped forward and started walking. Zhou Qingchen's gaze followed him, and he noticed that Song Yuandao deliberately avoided certain spots, which reassured him that the man was not overexerting himself. Song Yuandao walked with ease. He roused Song Chun to ask for directions, and he could hear Zhou Qingchen's footsteps behind him, which gave him a strange sense of comfort. Song Yuandao looked up and saw that the group ahead had slowed down, presumably near their destination. He squinted into the distance, then slowed his own pace to let Zhou Qingchen catch up. Song Yuandao had the castle's map on his personal terminal. He sent it to Zhou Qingchen and asked him to overlay Huang Yueying's coordinates onto it. What's our plan? Against the vast castle and its highly sophisticated security system, the two of them seemed to have zero odds. So a direct confrontation was out of the question. They had to rely on wit. Unaware of where Feng Nian was right now, Huang Yueying and Jiang Yu believed they had infiltrated quietly. Watching them flit about on Zhou Qingchen's terminal like headless flies, Song Yuandao let out a helpless sigh. We need to hurry, or they'll really be caught like turtles in a jar. Zhou Qingchen squinted at his personal terminal. Song Yuandao pressed his lips together as he watched the two of them wander aimlessly. Finally, with no alternative, he turned to Zhou Qingchen. They'll briefly open a shielded channel. Try sending them a message with the surveillance positions, and tell them to avoid those areas. We'll find a way in and locate Feng Nian. Zhou Qingchen nodded. They extended their wrists and aligned their personal terminals. Song Yuandao murmured, I'm giving you 30 seconds. After sending, we move immediately. Zhou Qingchen's expression also turned serious. His fingers flew across the terminal, and they both watched the progress bar reach the end before instantly shifting their positions. Traversing through the woods was hardly a delightful experience for the two of them, especially in this world where an abnormal surveillance system always created a twilight atmosphere, turning the woods into a paradise for various insects under the current climatic conditions. Song Yuandao was so afraid that a sudden intake of breath would result in swallowing an insect that he could only pull the zipper of his combat suit all the way to the top, wishing he could bury his entire head inside it. Zhou Qingxin stood half a step behind him, observing Song Yuandao's actions, and knowing that the man's bad habits had likely resurfaced. Amused, he shook his head to himself, while Song Yuandao remained focused on following Song Qin's instructions, completely unaware that he had just been silently mocked by the person beside him. After a few more minutes of walking, Song Yuandao pulled Zhou Qingxin into a tree pit about half a person's height. Song Chun had already created false coordinates for the two of them and activated the shielding system as soon as the map transmission was completed. Compared to Huang Yueying and Jiang Yue, who were still aimlessly wandering in the castle, they were temporarily safe. The shielding system blocked two-way signals. Even though Zhou Qingxin could still use Chungying to bypass Song Chen's shielding and continue monitoring the positions of the two, the communication between the groups was genuinely interrupted. While observing their paths, Song Yuandao compared them with the detailed map on his personal terminal. Since neither he nor Zhou Qingxin had really entered the castle, guessing the location where Feng Yin was held based on just a few maps was indeed nearly impossible. On the other side, Huang Yueying and Zhang Yu had received the news that Feng Yin was indeed alive. However, the messenger also informed them that the place where these templates were held was changing daily, and only the personnel responsible for escorting them that day could know the exact coordinates and directions. Others had no chance of finding out. Thus, Huang Yueying had no choice but to search room by room with Zhang Yu. Yet in this tense atmosphere, she suddenly calmed down. Even if they did find Feng Yin, it would be difficult to ascertain whether the person they found was truly him in such a short time. Although they could confirm it by asking some personal questions, this method was not after all 100% reliable. As Huang Yueying pulled Zhang Yu through various rooms, she had to carefully avoid the almost omnipresent surveillance cameras. Just as she thought how wonderful it would be to have a distribution map of the surveillance system, she felt a slight vibration on her wrist from her personal terminal. Feeling the vibration made her heart skip a beat. The reason was simple. She had blocked communication with other members of the guard before coming out, fearing that she might be tracked by signals. The only person who could bypass this shielding and reach her would be Zhou Qingxin. Just as Zhou Qingxin rarely used Qing for monitoring, he also seldom employed this encrypted communication mode to bypass the shielding system. If he had used this method, something significant must have happened. Before Huang Yueying could even open the message, her mind was racing with countless thoughts. She naturally worried that something might go wrong at the temporary base while she had sneaked out, leading to a moment of panic. Her fingers trembled as she tapped several times before managing to bring up the information. Zhang Yu sensed that Huang Yueying's mood had suddenly shifted and pulled her to a monitoring blind spot, casting a probing glance at her. Huang Yueying happened to see the distribution map of the surveillance system displayed on her personal terminal, along with Zhou Qingxin's concise two words mantis. Having grown up together and worked side by side for many years, Huang Yueying understood immediately what Zhou Qingxin wanted to convey upon seeing those two words. She turned her head closer to Jiang Yue, lowering her voice to say, "We are being followed." Jiang Yue, after all, was just a fashion designer. Even though he interacted daily with countless elite heirs and young ladies from high society, he was merely a dexterous thinker at best. Coming suddenly into danger, he inevitably felt flustered. Huang Yueying tightened her grip on Jiang Yu's hand, feeling the cold, clammy sweat in his palm. She withdrew her hand and gently pinched his wrist bone, then smiled at him. Jiang Yu was slightly older than Huang Yueying, and during their interactions he had always been diligent in taking care of her. Even during arguments or silent treatments, he was the first to apologize. Therefore, Huang Yueying never denied that Jiang Yu had indeed always protected her well. However, Jiang Yu's forced calmness now stimulated Huang Yueying in a different way. She seemed to have suddenly found a sense of accomplishment in front of her teammate, signaling to Jiang Yu not to be too nervous and to leave everything to her. Although neither of them spoke, Jiang Yu understood Huang Yueying's intention to reassure him. He gently exhaled a breath of anxiety and nodded at her. Huang Yueying suddenly beamed at him, and then bent down to carefully study the distribution and coverage of the surveillance cameras. Avoiding all of them was impossible, but she aimed to check more rooms while passing through as few monitored areas as possible. Such a minor task was naturally no challenge for her. Years ago, Zhou Qingxin ranked first in reconnaissance, while Huang Yueying was a close second, trailing by just half a point. As she turned to signal Jiang Yu to follow her, she saw the man she had longed for injecting a vial of liquid into her body. She wanted to say something, but her muscles began to lose control, leaving her with a shocked expression as she slumped into Jiang Yu's arms. Huang Yueying realized she had only lost her ability to move, but was not unconscious. She heard Jiang Yu whispering in her ear, "Zhou Qingchen will definitely rescue you, but An Yin can't wait any longer. No one else can take him away but me." Before Huang Yueying could react, Jiang Yu had already handed her over to those who had been following them at a distance. She heard him say, "I've delivered the person to you. Where's my brother?" The newcomer's polite and demeanor bent, and gestured to Jiang Yu, "We have already found him. You can take him home." What will she experience here? Jiang Yu's voice seemed pained, his gaze lingering on Huang Yueying for just a moment, before quickly shifting away, leaving Huang Yueying feeling a bit amused. The gentleman is very interested in Miss Huang, and believes she will have a very pleasant time here. The man still maintained a courteous demeanor, but the insincerity in his words made Huang Yueying feel inexplicably nauseated. Then she felt the man's fingers suddenly resting on her abdomen. Even through the thick combat suit, she could sense the icy temperature of his palm. With a false tone of surprise, he said, "Congratulations, Miss Huang, you are pregnant." Huang Yueying felt a headache coming on. Jiang Yu looked at Huang Yueying in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the implications of those few words. Before he could react, those who had been following them split into two groups, one taking Jiang Yu to find Feng Yin, while the other expertly placed Huang Yueying on a stretcher, heading who knows where. Jiang Yu turned back to glance at Huang Yueying repeatedly, while she seemed to be exhausted, closing her eyes. She felt as if she could sense nothing anymore, the only relief being that Zhou Qingchen had discovered her unauthorized actions, and had even chased after her. Otherwise, she had no doubt she might have died in this hellish place along with this child that had appeared in her belly out of nowhere. Huang Yueying felt her life was inevitably heading towards a fantastical path, not only being sold into a den of thieves by her fiancé, but also suddenly learning she was pregnant. Life is full of surprises. Perhaps due to the effects of the drug, she felt as if everything around her was rapidly drifting away, while she floated like a solitary sail on a vast cold sea with nowhere to anchor. Zhou Qingchen looked down at the screen on his personal terminal, puzzled. He reached out and grabbed Song Yuando's sleeve. The latter quickly turned to check his terminal, adopting a similarly distressed expression. "Has it been discovered?" Song Yuando's voice was low, and to ensure Zhou Qingchen could hear him, he leaned in closer, causing Zhou Qingchen to feel the warmth of his breath brushing past his ear, sending a shiver down half of General Zhou's body. "At this rate, the boss lady will soon raid their lair." Zhou Qingchen frowned, his face darkening, yet he still managed to make a joke. Song Yuandao did not engage, merely lowering his gaze in thought. "In this situation, it would indeed be very difficult for the two of us to get in." Zhou Qingchen sighed. The boss lady shouldn't be this impulsive. But Song Yuandao gently shook his head. Huang Yueying has always been this kind of person. She wasn't impulsive before, it was just that what happened wasn't important enough for her, so you could still keep her in check. "Indeed, it is the power of love," Zhou Qingchen remarked dramatically. Song Yuandao patted his thigh. "You wait here, he'll go in alone." Zhou Qingchen naturally disagreed. He found Song Yuando's tendency to rush forward alone whenever danger arose utterly exasperating. Song Yuandao cast him a glance. "Since the creator system completed its evolution, I haven't yet visited that old acquaintance who made me lose part of my memory." Zhou Qingchen said nothing, his gaze fixed on Song Yuando's sharply defined face, his fingers gripping the latter's sleeve, as if he would never let go. Song Yuandao, disarmed by such stubbornness, could only soothe him like a child, gently patting the back of his hand. "There are only two of us now. One has to stay outside to coordinate. If we both get caught, then he'll weep with you inside," Zhou Qingchen interrupted before he could finish, leaving Song Yuandao torn between laughter and exasperation. He knew Zhou Qingchen had already conceded, but still had to indulge in a bit of defiant bravado. "Set up an encrypted communication channel." Song Yuandao pulled Zhou Qingchen's hand away from his own, straightened his clothes as he stood, and checked whether the residual bioenergy in his body could still sustain his next move. Upon receiving Chunjin's feedback, he unhesitatingly drew 3 nutrient syringes from inside his clothing and injected them directly into his system without even blinking. His fluid, practiced motions made Zhou Qingchen frown. Zhou Qingchen suddenly rose and pulled Song Yuandao into his arms. His voice was low, vibrating against Song Yuando's ear. "Have you been doing this kind of thing alone all the time?" Song Yuandao sensed this was not the right moment to admit it, so he decided to feign ignorance and brush the matter aside. He tilted his head, his expression the picture of innocence. "Shouldn't General Zhou be quite familiar with my past movements?" Zhou Qingchen was rendered speechless by his question. Back then, his trust in Song Yuandao had been absolute. Song Yuandao was his bottom line, his principle. Whatever Song Yuandao said, he believed. And Song Yuandao had never abused that trust to harm him. He had merely used it to shield Zhou Qingchen from the tempestuous trials that should have been their shared burden. After a moment's wait, sensing Zhou Qingchen had no intention of replying, Song Yuandao patted his back in their embrace, preparing to head into the castle to rescue Huang Yueying, the hapless child whose momentary impulse had caused such a catastrophe. Just then Zhou Qingchen suddenly spoke. "If not for this incident, how long would you have kept hiding this from me?" The question was ambiguous, but the two of them knew each other's hidden thoughts too well. Song Yuandao knew exactly what he meant. His step faltered, and he turned around, his upper body half hidden in the shadow of a tree, his silhouette indistinct. His voice was low but carried a tone of serene detachment. It's not that I kept it from you to protect you. I didn't tell you because this was never your burden to bear. As my captain of the personal guard, you protect Song Yuandao, the chairman of the new era, not Song Yuandao, the descendant of Song Qianfeng. I didn't want to drag you into something like this because of our personal relationship. Zhou Qingchen let out a laugh, but it carried a biting chill. But whether you like it or not, I've been in this game all along. Song Yuandao was silent for a moment before replying, I am sorry. If I had known sooner, I would have found a way to keep. Zhou Qingchen felt utterly helpless with Song Yuandao. That inexplicable guilt that clung to him, that instinctive urge to face danger alone. It tormented Zhou Qingchen ceaselessly through every deep night. It all made him feel that Song Yuandao was someone he could never grasp. Perhaps he would linger by his side for a while, but once danger loomed, he would inevitably charge ahead without hesitation. No matter how many times Zhou Qingchen told him he wasn't alone in this, it could never fully remedy the situation. Song Yuandao heard Zhou Qingchen suddenly sigh, as if exhaling the accumulated fatigue of countless. He stepped out from the shadow. Zhou Qingchen watched the man who had stirred his restless heart walk toward him, then suddenly drop to one knee. He instinctively reached out to help him up, but Song Yuandao twisted away with agility, evading his hand. Brother. Song Yuandao's right hand formed a loose fist over his heart, a gesture Zhou Qingchen knew all too well. He had performed it countless times himself during oaths, during every promise to protect him with his life. You want a world of peace and clarity, I'll give you that. But the desolation behind that peace I'll keep to myself. I choose to stand before you not because I don't trust you, but because I love you. Song Yuandao looked up at Zhou Qingchen, his eyes so pure that Zhou Qingchen could see his own reflection in them. At this abrupt confession, Zhou Qingchen was momentarily lost for words. Fate had taken them in a full circle back to that youthful night when a vague wish had been made, and now, as if teasing them, placed the fulfillment of that wish back in their own hands. Zhou Qingchen had made that wish, and Song Yuandao, even at the cost of giving himself away, was determined to realize it. A bitter laugh rose in Zhou Qingchen's throat. Suddenly, he felt nothing but weariness and disgust toward their identities in this life. Song Yuandao remained on one knee. He reached out, took Zhou Qingchen's hand, and gently brushed his lips across the back of it. Then without a backward glance, he turned and left with decisive swiftness. Zhou Qingchen watched his silhouette vanish from sight in silence, then immediately retreated to his previous corner, instructing Qingying to establish a fully encrypted communication channel between himself and Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao could smell the faint resinous scent of pine lingering around him. The forest was mostly pines with a thick soft layer of fallen needles beneath his feet, muffling his footsteps. As he oriented himself and slowly approached the castle, a monstrous form seemingly ready to devour in the twilight. Countless scenarios and countermeasures ran through his mind. Yet when he drew near, he realized belatedly that he felt not a trace of panic. Looking back, it was somewhat suspicious. Before the creator had fully evolved, Song Yuandao had already suspended Chunjin's weekly hormone level checks and all emotional regulation. By all logic, his mind should not have been so serene, as if he had forcibly suppressed himself in the old days. But at that moment, Song Yuandao had no time to dwell on it. He knew that Huang Yueying had no leverage to ensure her and Jiang Yu's safety. Every extra minute she stayed inside brought death a step closer. Song Yuandao appeared out of nowhere on the open ground before the gate, bypassing all surveillance and security personnel. He strode boldly forward, and before anyone could react, pressed the doorbell button beside the frame. Instantly, a piercing electronic chime rang through the entire castle. Song Yuandao silently apologized to Zhou Qingchen, who was monitoring his every move in real time from afar. Only then did the security personnel seem to snap out of a daze, converging on him from all directions. Song Yuandao stood there with a composed demeanor, as if waiting for the door to open before him. Just as the nearest guard pressed a gun muzzle to his head, the heavy door finally swung open. Song Yuandao said in a warm voice to no one in particular, "Thank you for the trouble." As soon as he stepped into the opulent hall, someone immediately came forward to guide him. He narrowed his eyes, studied the guide, then spoke to Song Chun, whose demeanor had grown tense since they entered. "This is a clone, isn't it?" Song Chun, however, did not answer immediately. Song Yuandao sensed something unusual about his mood today and wanted to ask more, but then he received a message from Chun Jun. The youth's clear voice echoed through his mind, yet the words carried a note of danger. They know. Song Chun had likely tried to convey as much information in as few words as possible, leaving only this vague warning for Chun Jun to deliver. Hearing it, Song Yuandao sighed in frustration. The scope of this message was far too broad. They know. What do they know? That he and Zhou Qingchen had been following them all along. Or that the creator had not assumed control over his body as they had anticipated, but instead willingly became an auxiliary system. Song Yuandao felt a headache coming on. While Song Yuandao was lost in thought, Chunjun meticulously recorded the path they had taken, marking it on their only map. Before he could reach a conclusion, the guide in front stopped and made a courteous gesture inviting him forward. Song Yuandao responded with a polite nod to the youth, likely a clone, and without hesitation pushed open the door before him. Beyond the door was darkness. After he entered, the guide firmly closed the door behind him. Song Yuandao squinted, adjusting to the dim light, and took in the room's structure and everything unfolding within. A man sat with his back to him in a wheelchair. His silhouette betrayed no hint of age. Song Yuandao's gaze lingered on him for only a moment before being drawn to Huang Yueying, who lay on the floor. His eyes rested upon Huang Yueying. She had not entirely lost consciousness, but her focus wavered, her vision blurred, and for a time, she was dazed, unable to discern the true nature of her predicament. Song Yuandao stared at her for a while, wishing to ask what had happened, how she felt, and where Jiang Yueran was. But no one in the room spoke, and he could not communicate with her at all. "You came here." The man's voice was processed through a voice changer, flat and devoid of emotion. Song Yuandao grunted in reply, then paused, and continued, "We're old acquaintances, no need to play tricks." The man seemed amused, and let out a dry laugh before maneuvering his wheelchair around until it stopped at Song Yuandao's feet. Looking down at him, Song Yuandao had no memory of the year he spent outside the center, so he could not determine if this person was the same one who had forcibly implanted an artificial intelligence in him. Though Song Yuandao did not remember, Song Chun knew everything. Song Yuandao could sense that Song Chun was extremely unstable, and he had to divide his attention to calm him, who was on the verge of a rampage. Song Yuandao felt truly exhausted. What's wrong with her? He shifted his gaze from the newcomer back. She is with child. My children merely wanted her to rest a while. Song Yuandao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to be so efficient. Thinking of Jiang Yue, his eyes darkened. Is he the only one? Mr. Jiang has left with his younger brother. Even though the man had revealed his true appearance, he still stubbornly used the voice changer to speak with Song Yuandao. Upon hearing this news, many thoughts swirled in Song Yuandao's mind, but he could not tell if he was overthinking or if that was the truth. Song Yuandao had little difficulty concluding that Jiang Yu had sacrificed Huang Yueying to take Feng Yin away. Not because he understood Jiang Yue, but because in his eyes Jiang Yu had always been that kind of person. Among all the members of the guard, everyone believed that Jiang Yu had always taken care of Huang Yueying, deferred to her, and spoiled her. Even Huang Yueying herself thought so. But Song Yuandao knew the truth was otherwise. Jiang Yu was an orphan, and his torturous childhood had made it difficult for him to trust anyone, especially upper-class people like Huang Yueying, whom he resented deeply. He believed that their monopoly of such abundant and excellent resources was inherently unfair. Others might not know this, but Song Yuandao could not afford to ignore it. Jiang Yu had long served various noble families. Song Yuandao had no choice but to investigate his background, inevitably uncovering his radical and idealistic rhetoric. "I'm here. Let her go." Song Yuandao frowned, snapping back to reality. Huang Yueying's condition forced him to find a way to ensure her safety first. The drug's effect on Huang Yueying was not long-lasting. It gradually waned over time. Hearing Song Yuandao's words, she struggled to grunt twice, but received no response she desired. As a bodyguard, her pride would not allow her to abandon her chairman here and leave first. But Song Yuandao had always been a paragon of obstinacy in such matters. "You are able." Song Yuandao's voice was calm, and he felt nothing. The anger, grievance, and reluctance he had expected did not reveal themselves. He experienced only an endless, tranquil stillness of mind. "You have indeed evolved completely." The man's voice was still that nondescript electronic tone, but Song Yuandao saw a chilling fervor on his face. Song Yuandao stepped back to distance himself, his gaze still fixed steadily on Huang Yueying. "Let her go first, then we can reminisce properly." Abel seemed to be weighing the deal's worth. Song Yuandao gave a dry laugh. "What does she have? Aside from carrying a fashion designer's child. But I am different. I carry the system you covet." Huang Yueying felt she could understand every word Song Yuandao said, but when strung together, they formed sentences entirely foreign to her, containing information beyond her comprehension. "Are you truly fully evolved, Oi?" Abel regarded Song Yuandao with interest. Song Yuandao avoided his gaze, still watching Huang Yueying. "Unless you let her leave safely, I will not answer any more of your questions." Song Yuandao's stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Qingchen, listening from that tree pit to the live broadcast of Song Yuandao's one-for-one exchange, was so furious he nearly fainted on the spot. They had come together, now they would leave together, but the companion had been replaced by someone else's pregnant partner. Life is truly full of surprises. Song Yuandao was not worried about Huang Yueying's safety outside, for he trusted Zhou Qingchen would find a way to bring the impulsive young woman safely back to their temporary base. Rather than worry about those still free, he should worry about himself, an experiment who did not know when he would leave this castle. Abel was indeed clever. He made no trouble and had someone bring Huang Yueying medicine for simple treatment before sending her out. Song Yuandao remained tight-lipped until Zhou Qingxin messaged him confirming their safety. Only then did Song Yuandao take a proper look at the man before him. He was an aged old man. Though his eyes always held a disconcerting gleam, the wrinkles on his face and the white hair at his temples proclaimed to all who saw him that his remaining days were likely few. Your fusion with the Creator has been the most successful. Abel suddenly spoke. Song Yuandao looked at him in silence. The man cared not, and continued as if talking to himself. People must die, but I am unwilling. I have so many great ideas yet to realize. Why should I be limited by time? Song Yuandao felt his expression must be that of looking at a madman. You think him mad? Abel grew agitated, an unnatural flush on his face. You think him mad too? How can you? Song Yuandao curled the corner of his mouth, but it was not a pleasant expression. It carried a hint of contemptuous mockery. How can I not? You were the first to dare embed an artificial intelligence controller in your body. Don't you realize how wonderful? Not at all. Song Yuandao spotted a nearby sofa and walked over, settling into a comfortable position. I don't find it wonderful when someone plays the wedding march while I kiss my boyfriend. As soon as he finished, Chunjin's voice came through plaintive. Sir, if you don't like it, you can tell me privately. To speak of it in front of outsiders makes me terribly shy. Song Yuandao's expression did not change. He merely tossed a curt, shut up, to Chunjun. Today Chunjun was once again at a loss for words. You seek immortality. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to glance at the old man not far away. What meaning would your immortality hold? Your family has already departed. Do you intend to live another 100 or 80 years alone? Song Yuandao felt he had spent too much time with Zhou Qingxin. His speech had grown so inelegant. I still have many great visions to realize. What is loneliness? Abel was clearly in a state of frenzy. Song Yuandao looked at him impassively. Then tell me what great vision. A vicious expression suddenly appeared on Abel's face, his serpentine gaze fixed on Song Yuandao. I will make the Song family never rise again. Song Yuandao found it amusing. He shifted the position of his crossed legs and spoke unhurriedly without any trace of urgency. Just because you misunderstood your genius younger brother's intentions, you want to transfer that fault onto my grandfather. I truly feel sorry for your brother. If not for you, he would probably be an old man enjoying family happiness, and for generations the Austin family has been the sole possessors of the most cutting-edge technology. But you are indeed a blot on this ancient lineage. Song Yuandao suddenly remembered something and asked, where have you put my chief secretary? Your creator misses him greatly. Abel's pupils contracted at the words. Song Yuandao was not very close to him, and the room's lighting was poor, so he did not notice the stiffness on Abel's face. He continued, do you want to see the astonishing power of your research achievements after full evolution? Before Abel could answer, Song Yuandao let out a snort and waved his hand. Forget it. I'm afraid you may have the life to watch, but not the breath to marvel. Now let us talk business. What exactly do you want? The conversation splits into two sides. The atmosphere here fell into a thick silence, while on the other side, Zhou Qingxin carefully brought Huang Yueying back to their temporary base. Zhou Qingxin first called Xiao Yi to check on Huang Yueying's health, as her situation was special, and there was no one among them with the experience to take care of her. They could only rely on the theoretical knowledge of Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi. On the way, Xiao Yi had listened to Zhou Qingxin recount the events. Upon seeing Huang Yueying, her complexion was not good, clearly indicating her poor mood. Huang Yueying felt that her actions this time were inappropriate. Now, leaving Song Yuandao alone there, everyone understood that the people on that side wanted to deal with Song Yuandao the most. He had walked into a tiger's den, and no one could guarantee whether he could even be returned unharmed. She opened her mouth several times to say something, but looking at Xiao Yi's expression, she hesitated to speak. In the end, it was Xiao Yi who couldn't help but scold Huang Yueying outright. How old are you? Do you think just because you're getting married you can act recklessly? Huang Yueying was taken aback by the question. She thought Xiao Yi's displeasure was because her impulsive actions had put Song Yuandao in danger, but she was surprised that it was about this instead. Are you mute? Xiao Yi glanced at her. Now Jiang Yu was nowhere to be found, and they could not return home on their own. The personal guard was the closest thing Huang Yueying had to a concept of home. Suddenly Huang Yueying felt an inexplicable tightness in her nose. She had not felt wronged when Jiang Yu plotted against her. She did not panic when she was suddenly told she was pregnant. She did not feel nervous when she was detained in that dark room with someone unknown. But now those negative emotions that she had buried deep in her heart suddenly broke through like bamboo shoots after rain, one after another breaking through the layer of defense she thought was solid. Xiao Yi felt that she had only turned around for a moment to fetch some medicine and did not notice Huang Yueying, who, when she turned back, this person had red eyes. Xiao Yi lowered her gaze and thought her previous words might have been too harsh, so she gently hugged Huang Yueying, who was sitting by the bed. Silly girl, we are still here. Huang Yueying lowered her head and leaned against Xiao Yi's shoulder. Xiao Yi was so thin that this position was uncomfortable for both as they were both poked painfully by each other's bones, yet neither moved. Xiao Yi felt a damp spot on her shoulder, her palm slowly caressed Huang Yueying's back, as if trying to smooth out the wrinkles that had suddenly appeared in her heart overnight. You are pregnant now, I'll try not to let your emotions fluctuate so much. Xiao Yi originally wanted Huang Yueying to take this opportunity to vent her grievances, but after waiting for a while she found that this person not only showed no signs of stopping, but seemed to be escalating, so she could only helplessly speak up to advise her. Zhou Qingxin stood outside staring blankly at the distant eaves. The temporary communication channel established by Cheng Ying had distance limitations, and the place they were in was almost at opposite ends of the city from that castle. He could no longer receive any news from Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingxin repeatedly told himself to trust Song Yuandao. He would surely have a way to come out of that hellish place unharmed. But after thinking for a while he realized that this was not a problem that could be solved simply by trusting Song Yuandao, as the variable was that deranged scientist in the castle who had lost his sanity to science. Zhou Qingxin sighed. Song Yuandao had made the best plans in the shortest time possible. If he could not get out for a while, all matters outside would be taken care of by Zhou Qingxin, which was the unspoken understanding and plan between Zhou Qingxin and Song Yuandao. The light and temperature in the room made Song Yuandao drowsy. The room he was staying in could hardly be called comfortable. It often woke him up from the cold in the middle of the night. As the chairman of the new era, he now found himself living in a dilapidated house with drafts on all sides where even the curtains could not serve him properly. It would be hard for anyone to believe. After all, everyone thought that Song Yuandao should live in a place as convenient, comfortable, and elegant as the respected Mr. Abel, easily stirring the political climate and shaking the outside world. Thinking of this made Song Yuandao chuckle. The subtle yet beautiful curve at the corner of his lips did not escape Abel's eyes, and the flat mechanical voice sounded again, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Song Yuandao raised his eyelids to glance at him. In such a scene, every movement of Song Yuandao revealed that his past 20 years must have been spent in such a manner. Every gesture made it clear that he was a young master. Abel looked at Song Yuandao with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Song Yuandao smiled again. "You don't want my life, do you?" Abel's attention was drawn to his words, seemingly finding that this little guy who had only spent a year by his side had become more interesting after growing up. "Then what do you think I want?" "What you want?" Song Yuandao's voice was low, like a glass of rich red wine, exuding a noble fragrance and a relaxing aura, "should be to treat me as a vessel." Abel's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. "Your original consciousness is quite clever, but unfortunately it still can't compare to mine." Song Yuandao appeared indifferent. "For so many years besides me, you haven't found anyone else who can accommodate two consciousnesses at the same time, have you?" Abel fell silent, and Song Yuandao knew that this moment of silence was merely his acquiescence. So he continued at an unhurried pace. "You have figured out how to separate a person's consciousness from their body, and how to mask clone new individuals, but you haven't found the correct method to integrate consciousness and body. I might be your first successful experiment. And also the only one. Otherwise you wouldn't still be stuck in a wheelchair, unable to speak for yourself." Abel's fingers trembled slightly, unclear whether from excitement or anger. Song Yuandao chuckled. "If I were to walk out from here right now, you wouldn't dare let your subordinates kill me. You have no other choice but me, right? But that shouldn't cause you to make such a big commotion. If one day your conspiracy succeeds, Song Yuandao's reputation has already been ruined by you. You will have to go to great lengths to clear your name. Wouldn't that be very unwise?" However, Abel suddenly laughed. "I haven't talked to a clever person like you in a long time, so I might as well share some information." Song Yuandao seemed to finally take some interest, and looked at Abel, waiting for him to continue. "The thing you've been searching for is in my hands." Song Yuandao was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt statement, but it didn't take long for him to realize what the other party was referring to, the master control device of Penglai. He and Zhou Qingxin had spent a long time searching for this master control device that seemed to exist only in theory, yet they had found nothing. However, they were both certain that such a device was controlling the currently operational Penglai system. Song Yuandao remained silent, lowering his eyes as he pondered the credibility of this matter. The prototype of the Penglai system was proposed by Basil, so it seemed reasonable that this device would be in Abel's hands, but this system was handed over to Song Qianfeng at the last moment by Basil, and was heavily promoted during Song Ke's tenure. This piece of information made Song Yuandao think further. "Did your uncle give it to you?" Song Yuandao suddenly asked after a moment of thought. "I find myself liking you more and more. You really are a clever young man." Abel's flat mechanical voice could not fully convey his actual delight, but Song Yuandao still felt goosebumps rise from his choice of words. "But you are a foolish old man." Song Yuandao thought this might be his reaction to encountering something disgusting. "In a few decades you will just be a foolish young man. This is all your grandfather's fault." Song Yuandao responded with a smile. "My grandfather was wrong in that he understood your brother's intentions too well, and as a close friend unhesitatingly stood behind him. Your grandfather is a thief." Song Yuandao felt that he had not wasted the years spent with Chun Jun, as he could easily detect Abel's tone from the electronic voice. Your brother willingly gave it to my grandfather. If you must say he is at fault, it is probably for not listening to Mr. Bazel's advice to destroy this device. Song Yuandao sighed softly, but no matter what, these past grievances should have ended with your generation. Why should they still affect people today? Song Yuandao's gaze was warm, yet sorrowful. How long have they just started to live a peaceful life? Your grandfather passed it on as a family heirloom to Song Ku. My uncle was ignorant at that time. Song Yuandao suddenly stood up and bowed to Abel. I apologize for him regarding this matter. Abel snorted coldly. Do you think this will make me forgive the dirty deeds done by your family? It's just a matter of principle. They did wrong and I apologize for them. If you insist on not letting go of all these people from both families, then I will accompany you to the end. Abel suddenly realized that this was no longer the same child from years ago. Song Yuandao was long past being the naive, cold little boy who forcibly put on a stern face to seem mature and steady, yet would accept bizarre and perilous conditions to protect his friends. The child who had no other way to safeguard those he cared about except by yielding to others' threats. He could now stand calmly and unflinchingly before all whom he wished to protect. Should the heavens collapse, he would be the sky. Should the earth sink, he would be the ground. As long as Song Yuandao remained standing, no one could threaten even a hair on the heads of those behind him. I truly like you. Abel's gaze held keen interest. In his long life, he had seen countless people. Those who fawned for fame and wealth, sacrificing even their families to curry favor with the so-called powerful, the stiff young idealists eventually destroyed by the dreams they insisted on. Those obsessed with money, those obsessed with women. But someone like Song Yuandao he had only encountered twice in his entire existence. The other was Song Chun. Yet Song Yuandao was even more resilient than Song Chun. At that time, Song Chun had been utterly despondent after losing his beloved. Though his tongue remained as sharp as ever, his eyes revealed a worldly cunning and weariness etched by life's harshness. But Song Yuandao was now in the prime of his life. He had someone to love, abundant physical strength, the courage to dream, and the pride to shatter every obstacle. He was a green bamboo, not easily broken by reality, able to bend yet resilient. He was an ocean, seemingly calm on the surface, yet silently enduring all harm and tempests. He was the wind, enough to encircle everyone he wished to protect, never fading or giving up. Song Yuandao stared at Abel in silence, not uttering a word. This was a silent contest of wills. Song Yuandao knew Abel would not easily lay hands on him. Even if the other intended to drag the Song family into ruin and shatter all their accumulated prestige, Abel would not kill him. Instead, Abel would want him to witness it all helplessly before seizing his unparalleled, irreplaceable body. He could foresee it all, but he still could not determine whether he would be able to leave this place. Song Yuandao was confident that Zhou Qingchen with his capabilities had already safely reached their refuge. The partial truth Zhou Qingchen already knew would suffice to lead subsequent operations in Song Yuandao's absence. Thus Song Yuandao was not worried about that. But he was worried about Zhou Qingchen. He knew Zhou Qingchen's nature all too well. He was also acutely aware that if he himself could not escape, Zhou Qingchen would not mobilize the personal guard, but would instead storm this impregnable castle alone, whether claiming to rescue him or merely wanting to see him one last time. Song Yuandao was absolutely certain this was precisely what the youngest general of the new era would do. There is a young woman in your personal guard. Abel suddenly spoke, drawing Song Yuandao's attention. Song Yuandao pressed his well-shaped lips together and nodded slightly to confirm. I know who you mean. Is she with you? Back when she was at Yingsu, I thought she was remarkably beautiful. But later she vanished without a trace, and I never expected she would join your guard. Song Yuandao offered no comment on this claim. When Wang Xiaoqian failed to return on time, he already suspected things would not be simple. Years ago when Wang Xiaoqian participated in Yingsu, she was just a teenager. At that time the post was held by Song Yuandao's uncle Song Ku. Seeing how young she was, Song Ku could not bear to leave her there, so he used his own funds to bring her back, letting her stay at the center to study alongside Song Yuandao. When Song Yuandao later formed his personal guard, he naturally included her. She was originally one of mine. Abel smirked at Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao found the expression far from pleasant, so he simply waited in silence for the continuation. She was gathering information in a bar when my people spotted her, and we invited her back. As if sensing Song Yuandao's skepticism, Abel added, I am a gentleman. I never lay a hand on women. Song Yuandao recalled the state of Huang Yueying, and merely raised an eyebrow at Abel expressing disbelief. The other seemed unconcerned with such details, simply spreading his hands, and continuing, I never imagined that after 10 years apart she would refuse to heed my words entirely. This makes me very curious about you. Song Yuandao's expression remained unchanged. If you hadn't treated her as a tool back then, but instead shown her kindness, perhaps you wouldn't have given someone like me an opening. Do you truly believe Song Ku bought her back without any ulterior motive? That was my uncle's private affair. I only know she is my friend. Song Yuandao had little interest in Song Ke's affairs, just as he had no desire to investigate the cause of Song Ke's death back then, and just as he would not have wanted to know so much about Song Chen's past if Raven had not brought it up. Song Yuandao admitted to having an avoidant personality. Moreover, he believed that these events were too far in the past, and had all become unchangeable facts. Whether he knew the truth or not, the outcomes would never alter. The lost would never return, and the experiences lost would never reoccur. He did not wish to lose anyone else around him over these so-called truths of the past. He felt that from birth he had been losing his mother, his father, his grandfather, an uncle, his freedom, his infinite future possibilities, and himself. Every time he awoke with a start in the middle of the night, he longed to reach out and grasp something, but it was always in vain. He always felt that these events were punishments for his childhood powerlessness. Since he could not protect those he considered important, he might as well not have anything he could call important. You are even more cold-blooded than I imagined. Thanks to you. Song Yuandao felt that his heart only beat when it concerned Zhou Qingchun. At all other times he was like a robot stripped of all emotion, eternally calm and infallible. Don't you think that's a wonderful thing? Abel stared at him with blazing eyes. How many people yearn to think so calmly and objectively, and you achieve it without any effort? I don't feel anything. Song Yuandao thought that his ability to converse so peacefully right now already proved Abel's words had some truth. Even Song Chun, now an incorporeal consciousness, would cause Song Yuandao to sense his unstable emotional fluctuations whenever he saw Abel. But Song Yuandao, upon careful introspection, felt absolutely nothing. You are more suited to becoming a consciousness entity than your father. Abel continued, you have no emotional fluctuations. You always choose the most advantageous path and direction. You would stop at nothing to achieve your goals. If it were you, that current consciousness in the body would have been eliminated long ago. Song Yuandao sneered inwardly at Abel's words, not at anyone else, but at himself. He always felt that he was indeed the freak described by the other, a complete egoist who cared for nothing. Song Chun had not spoken since Song Yuandao entered the room. But now he suddenly interjected, don't listen to him. This is always his tactic when persuading people. Your father was more sensitive than you. Abel squinted as if reminiscing and painted a picture of a radiant young Song Chun in a few sentences. You share some physical resemblance, but your temperaments differ greatly. Have you nothing to say? Abel, perhaps finding his monologue too dull, suddenly asked Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao stood up casually, stretching his limbs as if no one else was present. Then he walked to Abel's wheelchair and leaned down slightly. I think I should take my leave. It seems I have imposed on you for too long. That was quite rude. Do you think I'll let you go? Abel smiled at him. I think not, but what I need to do. Song Yuandao turned around carelessly, exposing his back to the other, and even waved his hand with extraordinary flair. No one has ever stopped me. Even while sitting, Song Yuandao had not been idle. He directed Song Chun and Chunjun to alter and replace all surveillance footage. Thanks to the two AI's audacity and skill, they went completely unnoticed. Song Yuandao had also long observed that Abel's need for control inclined him to issue commands personally. So Song Yuandao used a little trick to cut off his connection to the outside world. The clones bustling outside were nothing but mindless copies posing no threat to him. Abel squinted at Song Yuandao's retreating figure, shuddering with excitement at the thought that this shell would soon be his. He too knew that Song Yuandao would only act when fully confident. After a brief test confirmed his external communication had been severed, he made no further struggle and allowed Song Yuandao to come and go with such audacious swagger. He smiled faintly and murmured to himself, we will meet again. Song Yuandao hurried along his way, partly worried about Abel's unstable mindset. If someone were to chase after him, he knew he didn't possess the same skill and tracking abilities as Zhou Qingchun, and his own biological energy was about to be devoured by two insatiable entities. On the other hand, Song Yuandao focused intently, confirming that he wanted to see Zhou Qingchun as soon as possible. This impulse was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. It was familiar because during those days when the two of them relied on each other every time Zhou Qingchun left him alone to carry out a mission with his personal guard, this feeling would linger in Song Yuandao's heart, regardless of the danger of the task at hand. It was unfamiliar mainly because Song Yuandao realized that there was a softness and concern in his current thoughts that he had never felt before. With these thoughts, Song Yuandao rushed back to the base. He looked up and saw the light in his room still on. If one disregarded that tireless ball of fire, it could be considered late at night. He was not curious about who was in his room, as no matter how he thought about it, the answer would always be that one person. However, he was quite eager to know why the general, who always maintained a military standard of living, had not gone to bed at such a late hour. Song Yuandao gently pushed open the door of his room, which looked like it could blow out the light at any moment. Zhou Qingchun was curled up on his hard bed, which was even less comfortable than Abel's sofa, with his back to the door. Suddenly Song Yuandao felt a strong desire to embrace that person from behind. Hearing the noise, Zhou Qingqian turned around to sit up and looked at Song Yuandao, his eyes clear and devoid of any sign of having been disturbed from a deep sleep. Song Yuandao smiled at him and said, "Waiting for me?" "No." Zhou Qingqian glanced at Song Yuandao briefly and noticed that he bore no signs of injury, which eased his mind. He smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to be late so I could come look for you." Song Yuandao took off his combat uniform jacket and hung it on the back of a chair. Zhou Qingqian shifted to make some space for him, and Song Yuandao strode to the edge of the bed and sat down. Zhou Qingqian felt the bed dip slightly towards Song Yuandao, a sensation that brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. "How's it going? You should already know about Jiang Yu and Huang Yueying." Zhou Qingqian placed his hand on Song Yuandao's shoulder, gently kneading it. Song Yuandao squinted in comfort, as if Zhou Qingqian was gradually crushing the burdens on his shoulders. His voice lowered a notch. "Abel has the main control device of Penglai." Zhou Qingqian paused in his movements. Song Yuandao, and he shared a deep understanding. Even without words, he knew what Zhou Qingqian was thinking. "I don't know the extent of that device's capabilities or how much control it has, but I think we should retrieve it as soon as possible. Is there anything else?" Zhou Qingqian nodded. "Wang Xiaoqian is in their hands." Song Yuandao rubbed his brow, showing some weariness. He was human after all, and the prolonged trials and confrontations along with the arrangements made by Chun Jun and Song Chun had drained him of too much energy. "But I don't plan to trade her back. I think Xiaoqian is safer with them." Zhou Qingqian nodded. After all, Wang Xiaoqian was a member of the personal guard. At Song Yuandao's request, the information acquisition among the members of the personal guard had always been equal, meaning that even if Wang Xiaoqian did not come from a prominent family like Xiao Yi and Huang Yueying, she knew as much as anyone else. Song Yuandao leaned back against Zhou Qingqian. When Zhou Qingqian spoke, there was a slight vibration in his chest that resonated in the space between them. "Did he just let you go?" Song Yuandao laughed, but Zhou Qingqian instantly understood that this laugh was filled with sarcasm. "And more useful to him. If I get hurt, he would be more distressed than either of us. He wants that too." Zhou Qingqian almost spoke the words out loud, but thought better of it. He realized that phrasing it that way seemed a bit strange. Song Yuandao lightly nodded. "At first, I was just an experiment to him. Who would have thought that after all these years he has not found anyone else who could accept an external consciousness like me? So now I've become his only option." Song Yuandao closed his eyes, his eyelashes lightly trembling. "And judging by his appearance, he might not have much time left. Then we need to hurry. What do you think his general plan is?" Zhou Qingqian didn't want to push Song Yuandao to think about these distressing matters at this time, but he had no other choice. Every second was incredibly precious to them, and he could only force Song Yuandao, who was at the eye of the storm, to constantly reflect and confront everything he was facing. It was cruel, and he felt very reluctant. Firstly, Song Yuandao's voice was low, likely due to his exhaustion. Zhou Qingqian fished out a nutrient solution from his pocket and pressed it into his hand. Song Yuandao chuckled, sounding a bit nasal, and playfully said to Zhou Qingqian, "I don't have the strength anymore. Can you help me, brother?" "All right," Zhou Qingqian replied helplessly as he rolled up Song Yuandao's sleeve. "Continue." Song Yuandao nodded. Zhou Qingqian's movements were smooth and quick, not hindering Song Yuandao's train of thought. He definitely wants to avenge his brother Basil, and this so-called enemy can only be me now. Once the revenge is over, he will likely turn his attention to me, taking me back to his dark and twisted castle for experiments. Ultimately, I believe he wants to use the main control device of Penglai to cleanse me, so he can continue his great scientific endeavors with my body infused with his thoughts. Song Yuandao expressed this simply, yet it was enough to make Zhou Qingqian frown in agitation. Every bit of this plan was directed at Song Yuandao, and even if it was to deal with them, it was just a secondary objective. "Don't worry too much." After a moment of silence, Song Yuandao noticed Zhou Qingqian's lack of response and encouraged him, "There will always be a way." Zhou Qingqian responded disinterestedly. Song Yuandao quickly shifted the topic. "How's the boss lady?" "Xiao Yi came to check on her. It's nothing serious, just that she's really pregnant." At this time, Song Yuandao couldn't help but frown. He thought that if Huang Yueying could return home, she would likely receive better care. However, at present the safest place for her was indeed their shabby base. Xiao Yi said she could only offer some medical advice. He thought that if Huang Yueying could return home, she would likely receive better care. However, at present, Zhou Qingqian also appeared quite helpless. "We haven't received any news from Jiang Yue, so we don't know where he and Feng Yin are hiding. I think Feng Yin should be quite an important figure." Song Yuandao pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, with his background, how could he be captured by Abel? There must be something unusual about him. We need to find Jiang Yu and have him bring Feng Yin to see me, and also let him check on his fiancée whom he betrayed. Zhou Qingqian sensed a hint of displeasure in Song Yuandao's tone, so he comfortingly patted his head twice. Song Yuandao seemed to appreciate it, tilting his head to nuzzle against Zhou Qingqian's hand. "It's getting late. Let's sleep for a bit." Zhou Qingquan felt a tickling sensation from the hair brushing against his palm, a feeling that penetrated deep into his heart, leaving him both helpless and pleased. Meanwhile, the instigator Song Yuandao smiled at him, and then pulled the blanket over both of them. Good night. After saying this, Mr. Song Yuandao seemed to have logged off, leaving General Zhou Qingquan alone staring at the back of his head in speechless silence. Brother. Feng Yin reached out to grab Jiang Yu's shirt, his youthful face flushed with an unusual pink hue, panting heavily, as if he might faint at any moment. Where are we going? We're almost there. Just hang on a little longer. Jiang Yu's appearance was far from well. He stopped as Feng Yin tugged at him and roughly discerned the direction. I can't go on anymore, brother. Why don't you go on without me? I'm going home. No way. Jiang Yu's voice was a bit louder in rejection, startling Feng Yin. The young man's face turned pale, only his cheeks flushed from exertion. Jiang Yu realized his outburst and gently rubbed Feng Yin's head. You're in danger right now. If you go home, I can't guarantee your safety, nor can I ensure your parents' safety. Is that what you want? Feng Yin, being exceptionally obedient, quickly shook his head at the words, taking a few deep breaths before standing tall to say to Jiang Yu, I'll go with you. Jiang Yu looked into his bright eyes and couldn't help but think of Huang Yueying, feeling both heartbroken and guilty. However, it was too late for regrets. He had indeed been extremely ruthless in betraying his fiancée, leaving her and their unborn child behind in that seemingly ravenous den of horrors. But this was not the time for regrets. Jiang Yu gathered himself and turned back. Let's go. To conserve their strength, Jiang Yu and Feng Yin traveled in relative silence. Although Feng Yin had no idea where Jiang Yu was taking him, years of accumulated trust kept him from asking questions. Jiang Yu, possessing greater stamina, occasionally slowed his pace to allow Feng Yin to catch up. Jiang Yu had known from the very beginning that even if he managed to bring Feng Yin out, his own ability to survive in the current situation was precarious, let alone protecting Feng Yin, who might have learned something in that castle. After leading Feng Yin in circles to shake off any pursuit, he decided with some reluctance to seek help from Song Yuandao. Only Song Yuandao and his personal guard could ensure Feng Yin's safety. Jiang Yu cared little about his own future, but he was determined to protect Feng Yin and ensure he lived well. This was his way of repaying the debt of gratitude he owed to Feng Yin's parents for raising him. Feng Yin, unaware that his successful escape had been bought by Jiang Yu at the cost of Huang Yueying, was instead marveling at Jiang Yu's resourcefulness in finding a way to extract him from that place as they ran. Jiang Yu slowed his pace to reorient himself. Dawn was merely half an hour away. He needed to deliver Feng Yin into Song Yuandao's hands before daylight arrived. He pulled Feng Yin to a halt. Jiang Yu, slightly taller, looked down at him. I'll take you to my friend. Huang Yueying is there too. They'll take good care of you. You can trust them. Tell them whatever you need to, and if they ask what you experienced inside, don't hide anything. Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on Feng Yin, as if to ensure he understood, and repeated, got it. Feng Yin nodded. Jiang Yu, having received his confirmation, prepared to continue onward. But Feng Yin suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Brother, aren't you staying with me? Jiang Yu halted, a trace of bitterness flickering across his face. I still have work to do. I can't stay with you all the time. But you can find Huang Yueying. She'll introduce you to her friends. Don't worry. Did you and sister have a fight? Feng Yin sensed something unusual in Jiang Yu's expression whenever he mentioned Huang Yueying that day. Concerned, he couldn't help asking. Jiang Yu ruffled Feng Yin's hair with a faint smile. Nothing like that. Don't overthink it. I'm just tired. Feng Yin nodded doubtfully. On second thought, Jiang Yu had indeed been through a lot, rescuing him from the castle single-handedly, and then leading him through a series of hiding spots. It was understandable that he was exhausted. With that realization, the young boy wisely fell silent, signaling with his eyes that they could continue. Jiang Yu, unwilling to waste any more time, turned and resumed leading the way. Someone's coming. Song Chen's voice cut through the dense fog before Song Yuandao's eyes, dragging his thoughts from the hazy state of slumber. Song Yuandao had barely sat up when Zhou Qingquan also stirred awake. What's wrong? Zhou Qingquan's voice was hoarse from sleep. He reached out and patted Song Yuandao's back twice. Had a dream. Song Yuandao's thoughts finally cleared. His throat was dry upon waking. He shook his head and said hoarsely. Zhou Qingquan quickly got up, put on his coat, handed Song Yuandao his clothes, and poured him a glass of warm water before slipping out the door. Song Yuandao pulled on his clothes, slowly drank half the water to soothe his parched throat, and then leisurely went to wash up. Zhou Qingquan, blessed with sharp eyesight, spotted the two approaching figures from a great distance. He chuckled and murmured, well, no need to search far and wide. He hadn't strayed far from Song Yuandao's room. He knocked on the door and announced, Jiang Yu and Feng Yin are here. Song Yuandao's voice came muffled through the door. Inform the landlady. Ask if she wants to meet Jiang Yu. Zhou Qingquan acknowledged. Song Yuandao splashed cold water on his face, shivering at the shock. General. Jiang Yu had always followed Huang Yueying's lead in addressing Zhou Qingquan. Meeting Zhou Qingquan's ambiguous smile, Jiang Yu felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. Huang Yueying had told him more than once that the personal guard was her second family. If Jiang Yu ever dared to bully her, the guard would make his life miserable. That had been a joke back then, but now it had become a prophecy come true. Jiang Yu's mind wandered as he thought of the past, until Feng Nian tugged his sleeve to bring him back. Zhou Qingchen smiled at his expression. The landlady is waiting for you. Leave the kid here. Xiao Yuan might have some questions for him later. Jiang Yu nodded. He hadn't expected Huang Yueying to agree to see him so soon, nor had he figured out what to say to her. This time was clearly different from their previous squabbles. Even if Huang Yueying wanted to dissolve their engagement, he would accept it without complaint. But their child. Jiang Yu's lips tightened, his expression dark. Feng Nian cast a timid glance at Zhou Qingchen, but the man only patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Go. Don't keep her waiting. Now that Jiang Yu felt his personal safety was assured, all the emotions he had buried deep surged up. Regret and heartache, guilt and helplessness, nearly suffocating him in those few minutes. Don't stand by the door. Come in. No sooner had Jiang Yu left than Song Yuandao told Zhou Qingchen to bring the boy inside. Zhou Qingchen found it amusing. Song Yuandao was clearly avoiding Jiang Yu. At such moments one could see the childish streak in Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao sat behind a desk that looked like it could collapse any moment, his hair loosely tied back with a few stray strands around his temples, resembling a scholar who had just stepped out of an ink painting. He lifted his gaze and met Feng Nian's inquisitive eyes heated. Feng Nian flinched under his stare. After a moment of scrutiny, Song Yuandao looked away. Sit. Zhou Qingchen pulled out 2 chairs, signaling to Feng Nian not to be too restrained, and plopped down into one himself. Song Yuandao pushed his cup of water toward Zhou Qingchen, who took it without hesitation and drank a few sips. Then he turned and saw Feng Nian still standing there dumbly. He let out a laugh. Sit down. Why are you standing around? Feng Nian, snapping out of his daze, murmured an acknowledgement and sat down, looking bewilderedly at the 2 men. Song Yuandao made a quick assessment. Feng Nian was the type who couldn't hide a thing. Everything was written on his face. But he seemed to have been frightened by whatever he had experienced in that awful place, and now he looked terrified of everything. Song Yuandao's expression softened. He pointed at Zhou Qingchen and said to Feng Nian, my boyfriend. Feng Nian, caught off guard by Song Yuandao's bluntness, blushed deeply. Zhou Qingchen found the boy amusing and ruffled his hair. Don't be scared. We just want to ask you a few things. Then we'll find you a place to eat. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zhou Qingchen's palm, Feng Nian felt a sense of security. He nodded obediently, then turned his gaze back to Song Yuandao. Sir, what do you want to ask me? What did you see there? Song Yuandao wasted no time, cutting straight to the point. Anything. It doesn't matter whether it seems useful or not. Feng Nian nodded. They didn't really mistreat me. They just came to draw my blood from time to time, and hook me up to all sorts of monitors. But after the first few times I hardly saw anyone else. He closed his eyes as if recalling something terrifying, but his eyelashes trembled. I also saw many people who looked exactly like me. I don't know where they were going. Zhou Qingchen got up, poured Feng Nian a glass of warm water mixed with a nutrient supplement, and handed it to him. Drink some. You've been running around with Jiang Yu for so long, you're completely drained. Feng Nian obediently nodded and sipped the warm water like a little rabbit. The friend who went with me. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen exchanged glances. They hadn't known Feng Nian had gone with someone else. But everyone who entered that castle was given a month's supply of modified nutrient supplements. Feng Nian had been inside for so long, if his friend was still working for Yabo, his condition would probably not be good. What's your friend's name? Song Yuandao asked. Any distinguishing features? Feng Nian bit his lower lip, feeling the warm water slide smoothly down his throat into his stomach, a sensation that offered him great comfort. After a moment of thought, he said, I have his home address. Song Yuandao tapped a few times on his personal terminal, and a massive map materialized in midair. Zhou Qingchen looked up, then turned to Feng Nian. Mark his house on the map. We'll send someone to check. Some of Huang Yueying's people had also shown signs of addiction after using that nutrient supplement, but fortunately they hadn't taken it for very long. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi had managed to help them quit after a few days of study. However, given the length of Feng Nian's disappearance, his friend's addiction was likely far more severe. This presented a valuable research opportunity for Xiao Yi and the others. Feng Nian squinted at the enormous city map for a moment, then gently tapped a point on it. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod and thanked him, then turned his gaze to Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen immediately caught his meaning. I'll have Deshang make a trip. It was the time when humans in this subworld were slowly waking from their dreams. Some who had obtained travel permits chose to go out for errands or leisure at this hour. Yet compared to the former main world, every facility here seemed so crude and tedious. A child rarely taken out by his parents was thoroughly dissatisfied with a scene so divergent from his expectations and began to wail in displeasure. The young parents were utterly at a loss before their crying child. After all, the poor environment was an undeniable fact, and they could not blame the child. So they could only soothe him tenderly along the way, promising to buy him an ice cream later. Only then did the little boy quiet down. Guocheng passed by this happy yet helpless family of three. Blessed with sharp ears, he pieced together the cause and effect from their fragmented words, letting out a helpless sigh. No one wished for the world to turn out like this, but someone driven by selfish desires had committed such heinous acts. Moreover, they possessed such immense power that even the so-called elites among them could do nothing about it. Guocheng was usually a man of few words, but the guards knew he had a delicate and soft heart, treating others with unparalleled kindness. He couldn't help turning his head to glance again at the family of three already melting into the crowd. He missed home too. Even though he knew he was only one step away from returning, he still couldn't go back to see his aging parents. His heart was constantly filled with worry for them. Fortunately, Zhang Yu had once found an excuse to visit and check on his parents. But now Zhang Yu's scheming against Huang Yueying filled Guocheng with great displeasure. Ever since Song Yuando's guard team was established, Huang Yueying had been the leader of the first squad, and Guocheng had always been her most capable right hand. Back when Huang Yueying first got together with Jiang Yue, she often chattered to Guocheng about their little moments of love, to the point where Guocheng once desperately wished for a girlfriend of his own. If anyone knew best how much Huang Yueying loved Jiang Yue, it was undoubtedly Guocheng. Huang Yueying had always been a tomboy. It was only after she got together with Jiang Yu that Guocheng saw a hint of softness and delicacy in her, witnessing for the first time how she would toss and turn all night, her heart tangled with emotions for someone. Back then, Guocheng felt that love was a wondrous thing. It could render a person infinitely soft, yet infinitely strong, bringing boundless joy and boundless sorrow. Precisely because he knew the depth of Huang Yueying's love, he found Jiang Yu utterly unforgivable in this matter. No matter how justified his reasons were, no matter how much he wanted to repay that family's kindness, Guocheng could neither accept nor understand. Doing good for one person should not come at the cost of hurting another's feelings. In Guocheng's earpiece, Zhou Qingchen's emotionless voice kept correcting his route to avoid surveillance cameras and other monitoring devices. Guocheng, lost in his thoughts, blended into the bustling crowd like a fish slipping into water. Xiao Yi and Zhou Qingchen sat nearby. She listened half-heartedly to Zhou Qingchen's commands while tapping her fingers on the table in front of Song Yuandao. My idol, the way our leader talks is becoming more and more like yours. We grew up together, so it's not surprising that he sounds like me, Song Yuandao replied, absently, his eyes fixed on the surveillance map before Zhou Qingchen. Xiao Yi lowered her head, pondering for a moment. But I grew up with you all too. Why doesn't my speech sound as cool? Song Yuandao spared a moment to glance at Xiao Yi, then suddenly smiled at his childhood friend. His thin lips parted and his pleasant voice assertively invaded Xiao Yi's ears. Because you're dumb. Xiao Yi. What did I do wrong? Almost there, Zhou Qingchen suddenly said, pulling Xiao Yi's attention back. She blinked at the screen hovering in midair. Once Guocheng met the person, he would transmit the image in real time. Xiao Yi first had to judge from the image and the data from the sensors on Guocheng whether Feng Yan's friend could still be saved. If Xiao Yi concluded that the addiction was irreversible, then that friend would likely meet the fate of becoming Abel's puppet. The silence on this side was one of concentration, waiting for the next development. In a room a few doors away, there was also a dead silence. Huang Yueying stood at the door, while Zhang Yu leaned on the bed, staring at each other across the entire room without a word. Zhang Yu had come to apologize, but Huang Yueying just kept looking at him. She neither lost her temper as before nor responded to his words, nor invited him in to sit. So Zhang Yu could only stand awkwardly at the door. After a long while, Huang Yueying suddenly spoke. Leave and don't come back. After the baby is born safely, I'll pay you according to the current market price for sperm donors. Zhang Yu jerked his head up. He hadn't expected things to come to this. Seeing his shocked expression, Huang Yueying let out a faint smile. You find this surprising? Do you think I'm overreacting and being unreasonable? Zhang Yu remained silent. Even without you using me as a bargaining chip, I could have gotten Feng Yan out of that place. I've been on missions far more dangerous than this. This one is nothing, Huang Yueying said, still smiling. The person who told me about Feng Yan's whereabouts. You sent him, didn't you? You must have known Feng Yan was there long ago, even knew that the people inside wanted me to go in exchange. You just hadn't figured out how to trick me into it. And of course I care about everything concerning you. The moment I got the news, I rushed out without a second thought. If the general hadn't caught me sneaking out at midnight, would I still be trapped in that damn place with no one knowing if I'm alive or dead, eh? Jiang Yu. Huang Yueying's voice was somewhat hoarse. I can't entrust the rest of my life to someone like you. I can take any harm the enemy throws at me. I can handle it. Her voice dropped. But when my lover stabs me in the back like this, how am I supposed to bear it? Zhang Yu was suddenly speechless. Huang Yueying said nothing more, neither letting him leave nor inviting him in. The atmosphere hung awkwardly in between. Zhang Yu raised his eyes to look at Huang Yueying and found her looking back at him. She smiled. I still like you very much, but I'm sorry. I can't accept something like this. Zhang Yu felt himself nod with great difficulty. Huang Yueying's feelings about his response were also complicated. She sighed softly. Don't get tangled up with those people. Their little schemes are too shady and dirty. You can't handle them. Jiang Yu nodded again before saying, "I'll leave Xiao Nian here for now. I can't protect him either. Please take good." Huang Yueying gave a slight nod. Feeling there was no point in staying longer, Jiang Yu took a simple leave of her. The atmosphere in the room a few doors away was even more oppressive. Guocheng had successfully met Feng Nian's friend, but the man under the influence of high-purity nutrients was already showing signs of madness. Retrieving him quietly seemed to require some difficulty. Xiao Yi squinted at the feed for a while, then called Li Huaizhi to analyze the data transmitted from the sensors. Both their expressions darkened. According to the data, his chances of returning to normal are very slim, but we still think it's worth trying. Song Yuandao nodded and looked at Zhou Qingchen. The latter also gave a slight nod, then rapidly issued orders. Bring him back. Knock him out, and carry him. Guocheng didn't hesitate. He reached out and squeezed the man's nape, and the body immediately went limp in his arms. After a moment's thought, Guocheng rummaged through the storage room and actually found a burlap sack. He stuffed the man inside, hoisted it over his shoulder, and left, after first removing the camera. Song Yuandao, witnessing Guocheng's entire smooth series of actions, was both amused and exasperated. His own guard seemed quite adept at looting and pillaging. He glanced at Zhou Qingchen and muttered, "What kind of rogue general trained these soldiers?" Li Huaizhi and Xiao Yi, who had been carefully studying the treatment plan, both quickly and uniformly pointed at Zhou Qingchen upon hearing Song Yuandao's question. Zhou Qingchen shot them a sideways glance. "You two are getting bold. Is it because there's no room for training anymore?" The two young tech specialists promptly shut up and fled Song Yuandao's room like a flash of lightning. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to look at the man sitting across from him. "Look how you scared those kids." Zhou Qingchen shrugged innocently. "We rogues are like that." Song Yuandao was left speechless. He got up to pour himself a glass of water. "I wonder how many more people like that there are." Zhou Qingchen said nothing, pondering the same question. The matter had yet to reveal its full severity, but both he and Song Yuandao knew that if they didn't find a solution, soon those who had lost their minds and fallen under control would cause trouble sooner or later. For now, we can only hope that little Leaf and the others can surprise us even under such crude conditions. "You need to have some faith in my people," Zhou Qingchen said, standing up and taking a sip from the same cup as Song Yuandao. "Yeah, after all, I've seen how smoothly they pull off their looting and pillaging." Zhou Qingchen was half choked by the water he had just consumed, and Song Yuandao cast a disdainful glance at him, yet still resignedly walked behind him to pat his back. "I'm just speaking the truth. Do you really need to react so dramatically?" Zhou Qingchen felt fortunate that he had already swallowed that unfortunate pure water upon hearing this. After a moment, he solemnly addressed Song Yuandao. "Xiao Yuan, you never used to speak like this. As the flower of our new era, how elegant and approachable you are." Song Yuandao shot Zhou Qingchen a cool sideways glance. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly said something earth-shattering. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. "It's nothing, let's just let that remark perfectly miss your ears." Song Yuandao chuckled slightly, but Zhou Qingchen swore on his reputation as a general of the new era that it was a smile devoid of warmth. Feeling somewhat endangered, Zhou Qingchen decided to sneak back to his room to wash up. Before he could act, the door to Song Yuandao's room was pushed open. "What are you doing here?" Song Yuandao frowned at the newcomer. "How did you find this place?" The visitor was none other than Hu Lang, whom he hadn't seen for some time. Initially, Song Yuandao had chosen a remote and sparsely populated location for everyone's safety, not expecting Hu Lang to find his way there. "I've discovered something." Hu Lang, not bothering to reflect on how the flower of their new era was living in such a dilapidated environment, simply pulled out a chair and sat down, continuing, "I couldn't wait for your people to notice the hydrangeas at the door and come to find me. I found a notebook left by my father years ago which mentions some matters concerning Penglai." Song Yuandao glanced at Zhou Qingchen, who promptly stood up to pour a cup of water for Hu Lang, gently patting his shoulder to indicate that there was no need to rush, he could speak at his own pace. Hu Lang looked up and smiled at him gratefully, and Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly in return. Song Yuandao observed all of this and suddenly heard Song Chen's voice in his mind. "He is looking at you through the lens of his son." Song Yuandao was taken aback, immediately thinking of those past days when Song Chen, desperate for survival, might have looked at the so-called researchers' children with a similar gaze. Song Chen had no idea what Song Yuandao was thinking. He was simply intrigued by the news regarding Penglai, and after all, it was this very thing that had been ridiculed during its initial conception, ultimately causing a rift too great between the three of them, making it impossible to return to the youthful past that Song Chen remembered. "What has Mr. Hu discovered?" Song Yuandao snapped back to attention and asked slowly. Hu Lang glanced at him and noticed that Song Yuandao's gaze did not directly meet his. Instead, it was slightly averted, position just right to convey that he was listening intently without feeling offended. Hu Lang couldn't help but secretly admire him. Indeed, Song Yuandao was the most outstanding among this group of young people. He usually appeared like a sword concealed within a magnificent scabbard, seemingly harmless, yet capable of taking a life in an instant when drawn. Noticing that Hu Lang seemed a bit distracted, Song Yuandao gently reminded him, "Mr. Hu." Hu Lang snapped back to reality at the mention of his name, pursing his lips, as if searching for a suitable entry point. After a brief pause, he slowly began, "My father mentioned the function of the Penglai master control device." Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen exchanged glances. Although Mr. Hu's era had long passed with the rapid advancements in technology today, no one knew exactly what this controller could do now. However, having access to its initial basic information would be invaluable for them to speculate on its current capabilities. "The Penglai on him is fake." Song Chen suddenly interjected, and Song Yuandao naturally did not doubt his abilities. However, to his knowledge, he was the only one among the upper echelons of the new era's aristocracy who steadfastly refused to use the Penglai system, adhering to his grandfather's dying wish. The rest could only have their personal guards prohibited from using it. The aristocratic families had once revered this technology, eager to see it universally adopted by humanity the very next day. Yet Hu Lang, how could he be using a fake? Song Yuandao sensed that this matter might be crucial, so he interrupted Hu Lang's intended statement and raised his gaze to meet Hu Lang's eyes. He smiled gently like a spring breeze, his voice warm. "Before you continue, could you please answer me one question?" Zhou Qingchen had not heard Song Chen's earlier remark, so he was momentarily perplexed by the direction of Song Yuandao's inquiry, opting instead to sit quietly and observe. "You may ask." Hu Lang's demeanor suggested he had received very good training in an environment where everyone was treated as equals. It was comfortable to engage in conversation. "Mr. Who is the Penglai system on you?" Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming slightly ethereal at the end. "Fake." Hu Lang clearly hadn't anticipated that his years of painstaking disguise would be uncovered by Song Yuandao at this moment. They had met several times before, so why was this question suddenly raised now? Many thoughts flashed through Hu Lang's mind, but no matter how he struggled with them, he would never have guessed that the truth was simply that Song Yuandao's body had just undergone a complete evolution into an artificial intelligence system that surpassed all current technological levels. "Can you tell me the reason?" Song Yuandao did not doubt Song Chen's judgment. Noticing Hu Lang's change in expression, he understood enough of the situation and no longer insisted on whether Hu Lang needed to admit it verbally. Instead, he turned to the deeper issue behind it. "My father left behind a family instruction." Hu Lang raised his hand to wipe his face. "Last time I only told you one of them. The other is that descendants of the Hu family are not allowed to use the Penglai system." "Then wouldn't it have been better if you hadn't installed the chip from the start?" Zhou Qingchen was somewhat puzzled by Hu Lang's thoughts. For upper-class families like the Hu family, the Penglai system was not something they necessarily had to install. Their resources were sufficient to allow them to live happily in the real world without being trapped in a monotonous slumber for years. Hu Lang simply smiled wryly at Zhou Qingchen's question. "Back then my father passed away early, and I was too young to understand. All the other kids had this thing, playing games and watching movies together. It was great. He wouldn't let me have one, so I secretly installed one myself." "And what happened afterward?" Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen engaged in a back-and-forth with Hu Lang. These events were merely one of the many foolish things he had committed in his youth, and Hu Lang didn't mind being questioned by them. He squinted as if lost in recollection. "After my father's death, while sorting through his belongings, I found a letter he left for me. The gist was that he had long known I had secretly installed the Penglai system chip behind his back, and he hoped I could fulfill his dying wish to create a fake system and never use it again." "Did your father know he didn't have long to live?" Zhou Qingchen asked curiously. They all knew that the cause of Hu Lang's father's death was sudden cardiac arrest. How could such an ailment be predicted in advance? Hu Lang sighed heavily. "That's why I was so determined to uncover the truth behind my father's death. He had known he wouldn't live long, which is why he left me that letter." "Did your father tell you who to seek for handling this matter?" The code and design of the Penglai system were secrets of the new era. Even if someone had the courage to take on the task of modifying it, they would have no idea how to approach it. Thus the person must be someone well-versed in the Penglai system, but could not be able. Who could it be? Hu Lang looked at Song Yuandao with a strange expression upon hearing this question. He hesitated for a moment before finally uttering a name. Just as he began to speak, Song Chen's voice suddenly echoed in Song Yuandao's mind, Song Ko. Both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen were taken aback. However, upon further reflection, it seemed there was indeed nothing wrong. At that time, Song Ko should have obtained the most primitive code of Penglai from Song Qianfeng. All subsequent changes relied on that original set of rules. Therefore, it would have been a simple matter for Song Ko to make minor adjustments to the chip. Moreover, given Song Ko's noble status, even if someone discovered it, it wouldn't pose any problem. The room fell silent. Song Yuandao suddenly felt that the uncle who had raised him had transformed into a completely unfamiliar person within a few short months. He seemed deeply involved in these matters, yet never exhibited any signs of connections to Abel and others during his tenure. The master control device of Peng Lai was in Abel's hands. Song could not possibly be unaware of it. Song Yuandao wearily closed his eyes. That was the most treasured possession of Song Ku during his entire tenure, yet he had entrusted the most critical part of it to someone who had always been at odds with their family. Why? This question was directed at both himself and Song Chun. But no one answered. The three individuals along with Song Chun, who was hidden within Song Yuandao's mind, fell into a quietude, as if no one cared about the topic that Hu Lang initially wanted to discuss. The part concerning the Peng Lai master control device mentioned in his father's notes. Song Yuandao felt a momentary dizziness. Everything around him seemed to turn unfamiliar in the blink of an eye, and he vaguely saw himself as a child with Song Ke reaching out to pat his head and laughing. "You look just like my brother." Song Ke seldom referred to Song Chun as your father. Whenever he mentioned Song Chun, he always called him my brother. For a long time Song Yuandao believed that his father, who had left no impression on him, and this uncle, who raised him as his own, must have had a very good relationship. Upon learning of Song Qianfeng's passing, Song Yuandao conveyed to his uncle, "We have always favored." At that time Song Yuandao felt a brief moment of confusion. His uncle and father appeared to be very close. Had they really quarreled over this matter? However, soon the sorrow of Song Qianfeng's death diluted Song Yuandao's obsession and contemplation regarding this matter, although fleeting thoughts related to it occasionally flashed through his mind. Yet he knew it was all futile, because the relevant individuals had long since passed away. These matters should have been buried deep within Song Yuandao's memories with the passing of these two generations, but now one event after another was forcefully dragging them back from the depths of his mind. The silence of Song Yuandao at this moment mirrored that of Song Chun. Song Chun's memories of Song Ke had become quite vague. He had been away for too long and spent too much time as an emotionless artificial intelligence. The experiences he had while possessing a body felt like a great dream, awakening time and again. Zhou Qingshun looked at Song Yuandao's expression with concern. Every time Song Yuandao's face turned this way, it meant that no amount of effort from Zhou Qingshun could elicit a reason from him. Unsurprisingly, he felt defeated and could not help but feel heartache for him. Suddenly he stood up and walked in front of Song Yuandao, pressing Song Yuandao's head against himself, causing Song Yuandao to dazingly bump into Zhou Qingshun's welted abs accumulated from years of training. Song Yuandao was aware that there were others nearby, but he didn't want to move at all. He felt an exhaustion surging from deep within his heart, swiftly occupying his limbs and body. There had been times like this before, but he had never thought to express it to anyone. However, it was different now. He had Zhou Qingshun, and he felt it was truly okay to rest a bit. Thus Song Yuandao suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhou Qingshun's solid waist, nuzzling against him like a sport. Zhou Qingshun's body stiffened abruptly. The innocent Song Yuandao immediately sensed this change. For a moment his mood seemed to improve, and he even chuckled softly. He released his grip and wriggled out of Zhou Qingshun's embrace, once again adopting that seemingly expressionless face, then said to Hu Lang lightly, "Apologies, I lost my composure for a moment." Hu Lang, still recovering from the surprise, shook his head and gestured at Song Yuandao to indicate that it was fine. Song Yuandao nodded, and Zhou Qingshun turned back to sit down, seeing that he seemed to have regained his spirits. "What did your father's note say?" Song Yuandao steered the conversation back to its original point, and Hu Lang finally seemed to recover, completely reorganizing his thoughts, which had been led astray by the two in front of him, before speaking. "My father's notes don't have much in this section either. He used a lot of coded language, and the parts one can understand are very limited, but there is one line I remember very clearly, which means that the Peng Lai master control device can modify the memories of everyone using the Peng Lai system." Song Yuandao stared at Hu Lang in surprise, as if he had not processed the information. Zhou Qingshun gently nudged Song Yuandao's leg, prompting him to cover up his earlier slip. At the moment Hu Lang uttered this sentence, Song Yuandao felt as if he had grasped something, yet at the same time, he felt he hadn't. He was unsure what exactly had startled him so much. Meanwhile, Song Chun had entered sleep mode since Song Yuandao had asked that question, and Song Yuandao had a feeling that when Song Chun next engaged in conversation with him, he would surely reveal some explosive news. Song Yuandao couldn't help but sigh inwardly again, thinking that none of his family's elders were worth worrying about. "Did your father mention how he learned about this matter?" Song Yuandao asked Hu Lang. "I'm not very sure either. He used a lot of codes, and the parts one can understand are just those my father taught me to recognize when I was young. I didn't know many characters back then, so I remember very few codes." Hu Lang seemed a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Song Yuandao sighed lightly. "Would you let me take a look at that part of the notes? I want to look at the other sections of your father's notes." Hu Lang raised his head, half surprised and half delighted. "Do you know?" "I'm not very certain, but I think it's worth a try," Song Yuandao replied, somewhat unsure. Hu Lang took out an old-looking notebook from his pocket and solemnly placed it on the table. "If you can understand this code, I have a small request. You want me to help you translate it?" Song Yuandao carefully flipped to the first page, glanced at it, and found that it was the same code he had discovered in Song Chen's room. However, he wasn't sure who Song Chun had distributed this code to during the reassignment process. If the Hu family had always continued this code, Hu Lang would have no reason not to recognize it. But now Song Yuandao had no time to ponder this matter. After all, Song Chun was right in his mind, almost at his beck and call. He could easily wait until Hu Lang left to discuss the stories from when Song Chun formed secret clubs during his school days. After a cursory glance, Song Yuandao confirmed that this was indeed the content from Song Chen's old codebook. However, if it was to be translated, it seemed that Song Chen's speed would definitely surpass his own. Thus, disregarding the fact that Song Chun had just entered sleep mode in a heavy mood, Song Yuandao forcefully invoked his authority as the one with physical control and woke Song Chun up. Song Chun seemed to have improved a bit in mood after this brief rest. The first thing he said upon waking was, "Who taught you to be so disrespectful to your elders?" Song Yuandao was too lazy to banter with him, but helplessly he needed something from him. Moreover, Song Chun had a rather unfortunate and reckless personality. If Song Yuandao didn't respond, Song Chun would likely find him boring. So Song Yuandao replied whimsically, "You're still in your prime. Get up and move around to avoid getting senile later." Song Chun found himself both amused and exasperated by Song Yuandao's words. Considering his current situation, using the term immortal to describe him wasn't an exaggeration. Even if one day Song Yuandao's body could no longer function, as long as Song Chun switched to a healthy body, he would still be a sturdy young man. Song Yuandao seemed to realize this too, giving a resigned smile. Hu Lang heard Song Yuandao chuckle and thought he had found some information from his father's notebook. However, when he looked up, he found that Song Yuandao was staring blankly at some vague point in the air. Hu Lang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He secretly thought, could it be true that Song Yuandao was going insane, as rumored outside? It was just not that serious, right? Zhou Qingchen's gaze swept between the two, guessing that Song Yuandao was likely being distracted by Song Chen's antics, while Hu Lang's expression was as clear as if a sheet of white paper with black letters had been pasted on his face. Zhou Qingchen helplessly nudged Song Yuandao once more. Meanwhile, the exchange between Song Yuandao and Song Chun was also coming to an end. Song Yuandao had to admit that when it came to causing trouble and making a fuss, he was indeed no match for his father. Song Chen's translation speed was indeed much faster than Song Yuandao's. Those codes seemed like his mother tongue, flowing effortlessly without any stumbles or pauses. Song Yuandao felt as if he had talked enough to match the words he had spoken over the past 3 days. The notes recorded many things, some of which seemed intricately connected to Yi Bo, while others appeared more like Mr. Huss ramblings. However, it repeatedly mentioned that the Panlai system was a very dangerous thing, and also brought up a term that sent a chill down Song Yuandao's spine: the creator. Song Chun also seemed unclear about what the creator's plan entailed. Song Yuandao had always thought that the creator's plan referred to Song Chun, but now from this notebook it appeared to be a very complex and massive system involving a number of people that was surprisingly difficult to estimate. Furrowing his brows, Song Yuandao seemed deep in thought. Zhou Qingchen stood up to refill everyone's glasses with water, seemingly, as evening approached. Finally, Song Yuandao remembered to ask, "Hu Lang, how did you know we were here?" The reason Song Yuandao did not appear overly flustered upon discovering Hu Lang's sudden arrival was that Song Chun had informed him that there were no suspicious activities nearby, so he hadn't paid much attention. However, now that the important matters had concluded, Song Yuandao had to inquire who had leaked this life-and-death information. Hu Lang seemed to find no need for concealment in this matter. After finishing a cup of water, he rubbed his brow and said it was Jiang Yu who mentioned it. Today the room was repeatedly filled with silence, and Song Yuandao felt as if he had lost the ability to speak, as if Chun Jun and Song Chun were working frantically together, exhausting the last bit of vitality from his body. This exhaustion made it difficult for him to express himself. He knew that everyone around him had plotted against him, and even during the last moments before their withdrawal, he had never felt as powerless as he did now. Despite knowing he was gradually falling into the tightly woven trap of his enemies, Song Yuandao always believed he had ways to escape this situation and that these issues would eventually be resolved. He believed not only in himself, but also in those friends and family he had categorized as his people. Jiang Yu was here, and so was Song Ko. However, as he was forced to step towards the so-called truth, he had to personally peel away the thin veil that maintained the balance of relationships among everyone, which was probably why he had always despised the exhausting pursuit of truth. Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao had no intention of speaking and naturally took over the task of receiving guests. He smiled at Hu Lang and said, "It's getting late, Mr. Hu has had a tiring afternoon. Given the current circumstances, we can't openly send someone to escort you back, but rest assured we can guarantee your safety." After saying this, Zhou Qingchen didn't wait for Hu Lang's agreement and tapped a few times on his personal terminal, instructing Huang Yuang to select 2 capable individuals from his team to follow Hu Lang from a distance, ensuring they would return immediately after seeing him safely home, without any delay. Huang Yueying briefly replied with received, and then turned to arrange the work. Hu Lang found it hard to say anything further. This matter today was indeed initiated by his own impulsiveness. At this moment, whether Zhou Qingshun was genuinely trying to protect him or was merely monitoring him under the guise of protection, he had no grounds to refute, so he silently accepted. Song Yuandao leaned back in his chair resembling a large cat that had just awakened from a nap under the afternoon sun, not revealing the desolation within or the depths he had sunk into. All that could be seen was the calm and relaxed demeanor on his face along with the elegance that had accumulated in his bones and blood over the years. Then I will take my leave. Hu Lang for some reason found himself instinctively lowering his voice upon seeing Song Yuandao's appearance. Finally Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to glance at him, nodding slightly, and a fleeting smile appeared on his lips. Thank you for your hard work, be careful on the way. Hu Lang couldn't help but compare Song Yuandao's smile with Zhou Qingshun's earlier smile. Zhou Qingshun's smile carried a hint of childlike mischief and an air of carefree nonchalance, while Song Yuandao's smile was gentle and polite, leaving no room for offense. Thus, it was impossible to glean any useful confidence from his expression. Zhou Qingshun's smile was more vibrant while Song Yuandao's smile and demeanor seemed to repel others from it. Hu Lang closed the door behind them, and after hearing a faint sound from the door, Song Yuandao collapsed onto the table without any pretense. Zhou Qingshun stood behind him, playfully kneading the back of his neck as if coaxing a cat. Song Yuandao didn't stop him, allowing his hands to roam freely under this tacit approval. What are you thinking about? Zhou Qingshun's voice was quiet, but still made Song Yuandao feel a tingling sensation on the half of his body that was closer to him, as if he lacked the strength to even lift a finger. Nothing, Song Yuandao replied, but after realizing that his response seemed too casual, he added, I just feel. Hearing this, Zhou Qingshun was momentarily unsure whether to feel sorry for him or to be pleased that Song Yuandao had finally learned to show some vulnerability, so he ultimately fell silent and ruffled his hair, saying, it's okay, I'm here. Zhou Qingshun's words were indeed succinct, what might take others a moment to ponder. Song Yuandao instantly. What Zhou Qingshun meant was, you can rest if you're tired. If you don't want to do something, then don't do it. It doesn't matter, because I will always be here. Has the Chung come back? After lying down for a while, Song Yuandao seemed to regain some strength. He stood up from the table, stretched lazily, and unabashedly extended his long limbs before Zhou Qingshun. Zhou Qingshun felt a dryness in his throat, but didn't want to interrupt Song Yuandao's current actions, not wanting to miss out on this beautiful sight that he hoped to see more of each day. So he discreetly shifted his gaze to the ground where a patch of sunlight was casting slanted shadows from outside. He's back. Zhou Qingshun glanced at his personal terminal, and after confirming he hadn't missed any new messages, continued to update Song Yuandao. The person has been brought to Li Weizi's house, and now he and Xiao Yi are studying that person's condition. No progress yet. Song Yuandao took a cup of water, drank a mouthful, and then casually handed the cup to Zhou Qingshun. As Zhou Qingshun looked up, he saw a glistening sheen on Song Yuandao's lips, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze away, silently thinking to himself, today really feels surreal. Every time I look up, I see Song Yuandao like this. How can anyone withstand such a sight if it happens more often? But soon another voice within him answered the question, emphatically saying, I can. Zhou Qingshun was amused by this internal dialogue, but he still calmly glanced at Song Yuandao's expression before deciding to bury this conversation deep within his heart. What are you thinking about? Song Yuandao observed Zhou Qingshun's expression go through a whirlwind of thoughts and couldn't help but wonder what chaotic thoughts he was having. Amused yet helpless, he reached out and tapped his head, prompting Zhou Qingshun to snap back to reality and shake his head. I guess there's nothing urgent. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would have rushed over by now to share the good news with you. Thinking about it, it does seem to make sense. The day's ups and downs have indeed left him exhausted. He patted Zhou Qingshun's head a couple of times before removing his battlesuit jacket and casually hanging it on the back of a chair. You entertain yourself for a bit. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Zhou Qingshun looked down at the time, then raised his head to glance at Song Yuandao's back, feeling that today was indeed strange. Song Yuandao was preparing to sleep while others were having dinner. In truth, Song Yuandao wasn't really planning to sleep, but the sheer amount of information Hu Lang had brought was overwhelming, all involving Song Chun Song Ku in matters pertaining to his grandfather's generation. Although Song Yuandao knew that his family's situation was indeed less than that of ordinary aristocratic families compared to the experiences of Song Chun, what he knew felt utterly insignificant. Thus he decided to have a thorough exchange of information with Song Chun in his own dark and obscure mental domain. Zhou Qingshun sat alone in Song Yuandao's room for a while, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, before finally raising his voice to bid farewell. Song Yuandao's voice came through the door muffled and indistinct, and Zhou Qingshun smiled as he opened the door and left. After leaving, Zhou Qingshun didn't return to his own residence. Even though he hadn't been back for several days, he didn't spare a glance for his small room as he passed by, heading straight for Li Weizi's room. Before he even reached the door, he could hear furious shouting coming from inside, as if some monster was locked up in there. In all his years of experience, Zhou Qingchen had never heard anyone yell like that. Zhou Qingchen knocked lightly on the door, and he could hear Qiao Ye's voice sounding quite breathless as if he had just finished some intense exercise. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Qingchen's mischievous thoughts bubbled to the surface, and he stood at the door and called out, "Are you too convenient? If not, I can come back later." The quality of the building in this area left much to be desired. Just not collapsing was already a favor to the guards, let alone soundproofing. So, when Zhou Qingchen shouted, it echoed clearly enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi were already overwhelmed by that troublesome individual, and if they didn't keep a close watch on him for even a moment, he would leap around, either attacking others or going berserk. And now that Guocheng had gone to rest, and Huang Yuang was pregnant, 2 members of Group 1 had been taken away to follow Hu Lang. They were already stretched thin. When Xiao Yi was exhausted, his mind surprisingly became sharp, and he yelled at Zhou Qingchen outside, "If your grandfather." Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but laugh, shaking all over. As he laughed, he opened the door, and his voice was much more tactful. "I don't have a grandfather, but regarding my relationship with your idol, my grandfather might be." Xiao Yi, unable to hold back any longer, leaned close to Zhou Qingchen's ear and shouted, "Shut up." Zhou Qingchen, still smiling, reached out to grab the arm of the struggling and frenzied individual, then composed himself and glanced at the two. "So, is there any hope left? Meanwhile, let's turn to the other side." While the 3 individuals were gravely encircling, a young man devoid of all reason, Song Yuandao, had already washed up and collapsed onto his not-quite-soft bed. Reaching for the blanket, he plunged headlong into his own spiritual realm. Song Chun was still waiting for him at their usual spot. Song Yuandao, now familiar with the path, walked to the seat opposite Song Chun. The projection cast by his own will sat cross-legged before Song Chun. Song Chun lifted his eyelids to glance at his son and spoke in an unhurried tone, "Ask away." Yet Song Chen's words instantly deflated Song Yuandao's frustration. He did have questions to ask, but Song Chen's utterly candid demeanor left him uncertain where to begin. Worse, he feared each query would be like a blade piercing Song Chen's long-settled heart, a heart already returned to dust. But evasion could never resolve anything. Both Song Chun and Song Yuandao knew this tacitly at this moment. Song Yuandao pondered for a moment before replying, "Actually, I don't even know what to ask. Let's just compile and discuss what each of us knows and deduces. Right now, I feel that too many people around me are entangled in this affair, and I can't truly grasp the complexity of the situation we're facing." Seeing that Song Yuandao was still coherent, Song Chun nodded in agreement. Before Song Yuandao could speak, Song Chun said, "After all, these matters have nothing to do with me anymore. I'm already dead." Song Yuandao opened his mouth, instinctively feeling he should say something to console this man bound to him by the deepest blood ties. Yet all the elegant, warm words that came to his lips now seemed pallid and frigid. No one could console Song Chun for all he had endured. "Actually, I've always felt that your mother's death was also very suspicious." Song Yuandao looked up, his gaze perhaps bewildered. Over this period, he had heard such words too many times. It seemed that behind every death of those close to him lay a vast conspiracy he could neither bear nor avoid uncovering. Song Chun let out a faint smile, as if comforting Song Yuandao, or indicating he had already let go of these bygone memories. Throughout Ainan's checkups, everything indicated that both she and you were in excellent condition. Even when she entered the delivery room, there were no issues. It was the first time Song Yuandao heard Song Chun refer to Yuning this way. The lively, eccentric lady of noble birth, as described by others, became a charming, spoiled girl under his intimate address. Song Yuandao suddenly felt that despite all the truths and falsehoods around him, this emotion, whether Song Chen's love for Yuning or Zhou Qingchen's devotion to him, was genuinely tangible. Though abstract, it now struck him as profoundly concrete. "You didn't go in to accompany her?" Song Yuandao was somewhat curious. Given Song Chen's feelings for Yuning, he shouldn't have let her enter the delivery room alone. Song Chun gave a helpless smile. "Your mother absolutely refused to let me in. She said she wanted to give me a surprise and told me to wait outside, promising she would make it quick." Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao was speechless. He finally seemed to understand why Yuning and Song Chun had tied the knot and reached their lives' peak. They shared the same whimsical attitude toward life. Seeming to feel it was inappropriate to describe his mother in such a way to Song Yuandao, who had never met her, Song Chun quickly added, "Your mother was a very intelligent woman." Song Yuandao felt Song Chen's remark was rather like a guilty conscience needs no accuser, so he simply smiled and replied, "I never said my mother was stupid." Song Chen paused, realizing that continuing this topic wouldn't be favorable for him, so he naturally changed the subject. "Although I didn't go in, I stayed at the door the whole time. I didn't hear any unusual sounds. In the end, the doctor came out holding you and told me your wife couldn't survive the difficult labor. Didn't you find anything suspicious at that time?" Song Yuandao frowned, looking quite puzzled. "I did, but by then I had already sensed subtle changes happening. However, I wasn't sure whether they were targeting me or your uncle." Song Chen's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. Song Yuandao bit his lower lip. Why must it be you too? What if it was targeting my grandfather? Song Chun shook his head. At that time your grandfather had been the chairman of the new era for too long. No one could easily shake his position, and his term was about to expire. Song Yuandao glanced at Song Chun. Why were they more inclined to have my uncle succeed rather than you? Upon hearing the question, Song Chun was taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Song Yuandao was also puzzled. Song Chun surely knew now that Song Ke would take his place, because before Song Qianfeng stepped down, Song Chun had already been taken away by Abel's people and locked in that damned underground research facility. But why did Song Chun react this way to the question? Did he have some unspoken difficulty? Song Chun seemed hesitant. He looked at Song Yuandao for a long moment before speaking. The person who should have succeeded back then was me. Song Yuandao was also stunned. This didn't match the records in the database or everyone's accounts. From childhood, Song Yuandao knew that his father had died a year before Song Qianfeng's retirement, consumed by grief over Yuning's difficult childbirth. But before that, everyone had already confirmed that Song Ke would take over from Song Qianfeng as the chairman of the new era. Song Yuandao thought Song Chun had known this all along before being taken away, as Song Chun thought Song Ke's succession was due to his own mishap. Thus, neither had ever considered this issue until Song Yuandao inadvertently brought it up today, only to discover such a huge discrepancy in the information they held. What did your grandfather say to you before he died? Song Chun suddenly asked. Grandfather said that the family had always favored my uncle and told me to stop holding grudges against the family. Hearing this, Song Chun sighed. Song Ke was always obsessed with artificial intelligence research. He had been fascinated by it since childhood. Your grandfather thought that since the family had 2 children, at least one of them should be free to live the life he wanted. Even though I wasn't much older than Song Ke, I still bore the title of elder brother. So your grandfather told me from a young age that I would have to work harder and become stronger to ensure Song Ke had the environment and opportunity to do what he wanted. Song Yuandao listened quietly as Song Chun spoke of the dust-laden past, saying nothing. Seeming satisfied with the conversation's atmosphere, Song Chun continued without hesitation. I was held to higher standards from childhood. Song Ke's upbringing was far more relaxed than mine. At first he found it nice. No pressure, no need to learn all those flashy but impractical things like I did. But as he grew older, Song Chin's voice became ethereal, as if it had tunneled through time to the past. When he was around 10, he probably felt that me learning so many extra things was unfair, that it was because our parents favored me. At this point, Song Chun couldn't help but show a bitter smile. From then on, his attitude toward your grandfather and me became very subtle. At that time, your grandmother was still alive. Feeling guilty that it was unfair to me, she seemed to favor me more as well. So that's why your grandfather said those words on his deathbed. But so much time has passed. No matter how much one wants to reconcile and explain, it's too difficult. Song Chin's voice never changed, yet Song Yuandao could sense a profound helplessness in his understated narration. In the beginning, everyone wanted to do good for one person, but in the end that person felt the whole world was unjust to him. It was unjust because everyone was favoring him. Song Chun sighed and gave a slight smile. Your uncle and I used to have a really good relationship when we were both still children. Song Yuandao nodded, and for some reason added, during the time uncle took care of me, whenever he mentioned you, he would say my elder brother. Song Chun was taken aback. Song Yuandao noticed and asked what was wrong. Before I disappeared, he hadn't called me that in a long time. Song Chun pinched the bridge of his nose. Back then he secretly leaked the Punlai source code your grandfather had given him. Your grandfather asked me to talk to him, but he thought I was just trying to soothe him because I felt he had stolen something that rightfully belonged to me. I was also to blame. Too young, too hot-headed, and I spoke harshly. We had a big fight, and after that he never called me brother again, nor used that term to refer to me in front of others. Then why? Song Yuandao was puzzled. By that time Song Chun had already been declared dead and was rarely mentioned. Only when people saw Song Yuandao would they reminisce and say he really looks like that one from back then. Was Song Ke trying to pretend he had a good relationship with Song Chun? But who would he be pretending for? No one who knew about those old matters would gossip in front of Song Yuandao. It all seemed meaningless. But Song Chun suddenly answered Song Yuandao's question. He might have felt guilty. Song Yuandao almost instinctively wanted to ask Song Chun what Song Ke had to be guilty about, but the words lingered on his lips before he ultimately failed to voice them. Both of them already harbored the answer in their hearts, one unwilling to speak, the other feigning ignorance. Yet neither could truly escape the truth. Song Yuandao fell silent, and Song Chun, with a slight furrow of his brows, also refrained from speaking. For the first time Song Yuandao felt this spiritual world, which had always brought him peace, become so oppressive that he longed to flee. Yet he could not. He had to remain here, facing truths that tormented him, with every step confronting the pain and resentment of his closest kin, and enduring the betrayal of his own blood. This matter, Song Chun began, but trailed off, his voice lowering, as if reconsidering. After a moment he picked up the thread again, asking, if I told you not to meddle, could you let it go? Song Yuandao lifted his gaze to Song Chun, as if trying to discern his intentions. Song Chun met his probing stare, without flinching, offering a faint smile to ease his mind. I think it's better if I handle my own affairs. Song Yuandao felt his eyelid twitch. Without even a physical form, how do you intend to achieve such a lofty goal without relying on me? Song Chun remained grinning, as if the matter posed no difficulty, and scarcely occupied his thoughts. For now I need to know one thing. Have you thoroughly investigated Song Ku's death back then? Hearing this, Song Yuandao fell silent for a moment before speaking with some remorse. I'm sorry. I never imagined there was more to it. When Uncle passed away, I didn't dwell on it much. Though I found many aspects suspicious, I never delved deeper. Song Chun showed no sign of displeasure, merely nodding lightly. You're even less suited for this position than your— Song Yuandao said nothing, but he knew Song Chun was right. He had never harbored any interest in such matters. He had never wished to dig too deeply. The new era left by Song Qianfeng and Song Ku was already a perfect world, running smoothly in every aspect. He only needed to finish his term without major blunders, choose a suitable successor, and then settle into a peaceful life with Zhou Qingxin. But his plans had been foiled by a ceaseless stream of troubles that left him worn out. After waiting a while, and seeing that Song Yuandao seemed disinclined to speak, Song Chun offered a consoling remark. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I know shouldering this mission since childhood hasn't been easy or joyful. Don't blame yourself. Song Chen's words only deepened Song Yuandao's guilt. It was clear Song Chun was trying to find excuses for him. Song Yuandao knew that others saw him as a capable young man, but he alone understood the inexplicable emotions he felt when handling many tasks. He was not exactly negligent, but he tended to take the path of least resistance. The advantage of technological progress is that even if we live in an entirely different place, we can still dig up many past events. Song Chun had no time to worry about Song Yuandao's mood. They had already spent a considerable amount of time here, and dawn was approaching. Before daybreak, Song Chun felt it best to explain his plans face-to-face. After a moment's deliberation, he continued, I'll search the cloud for any information related to Song Ku's accidental death. If you come across anything relevant in the real world, let me know. These matters are clearly interconnected, we can't treat them separately. Song Yuandao nodded to show he was listening. Song Chun seemed satisfied with his response, and the atmosphere between them held a harmonious quality reminiscent of a father-son conversation. After a pause, Song Chun added, I still don't understand why Song Ku handed the main controller to Yabo. Perhaps they had some deal, but I must have been completely unaware at the time. I might have already been. He searched for the right word, finally settling on soul departed. Song Yuandao gave a helpless, amused glance at Song Chun. From their time together, he had come to understand the kind of person Song Chun truly was. At the same age, Song Chun must have been a far more endearing young man than he. Someone who feared nothing, not the bloody truth, not the arduous future, not the overwhelming tide of love. Always smiling as if nothing mattered, yet handling everything with immaculate grace when no one was watching. Compared to himself, Song Yuandao felt that Song Chun was the true paragon and role model of the new era. Seeing Song Yuandao smile, Song Chun finally allowed himself to relax a little. What Song Yuandao failed to notice, Song Chun saw clearly from an outsider's perspective. Perhaps because he had been raised by Song Ku, he bore a striking resemblance to him in many ways. For instance, he always hid his thoughts so well that others could hardly discern them. He often appeared rational and composed, yet when faced with difficulties, he was just as lost inside. But Song Chun also discovered traits deeply etched into them by blood, confirming that this child was the very one Yuaning had given her life to protect. Don't worry about my safety in the cloud, you don't need to. Song Chun kept his casual, carefree tone. Given the virtual projection he had assumed in this space, he looked more like Song Yuandao's elder brother than his father. I have great faith in Yabo's technology. I took a little stroll up there earlier while your young friend wasn't looking. No trouble at all. Hearing this, Song Yuandao frowned. He had indeed told Chunjun to keep an eye on Song Chen's movements, fearing that Song Chun might inadvertently reveal that he had already given up fighting for control of the body. But Chunjun's capabilities apparently fell short. The young friend had taken a whole spin without even noticing. Song Yuandao cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. I'll have a word with that young friend. Song Chun chuckled nonchalantly. That young friend of yours has a very good computational program. Who made it? Song Yuandao pressed his lips together. I did. Did Song Ku teach you? Song Chen's voice was as inscrutable as Song Yuandao's, though one was always smiling and the other always expressionless. Song Chen shook his head slightly. He didn't teach me, but your habits are almost identical. Song Chun had never shown much interest in these things before, but his current state allowed him to navigate networks and systems with such ease that he could discern the unique signature of each program's creator. Uncle always. Song Yuandao hesitated before continuing, refused to teach me these things. He said kids should learn something lively, not spend all day in front of a computer like him, ignoring everything else. Song Chun laughed at that. That's him taking a dig at your grandfather and me. Song Yuandao remained silent, but clearly acquiesced. I stole his notebook when he was out on an inspection tour and taught myself. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Song Chen recalled that notebook of Song Ke's. At the time, Song Ke had been developing a new programming language, and the notebook was crammed with what looked like a celestial script. Surprised by the compliment, Song Yuandao dropped his gaze to the ground before shaking his head. No, I think it's because Yabo used some brain-enhancing drug when implanting the creator's system into me. Song Chen fell silent, pondering the possibility. After a moment, he nodded slightly. They did research on such drugs. It's plausible. Song Yuandao stared at his open palms. Sometimes I feel like a monster. Song Chen glanced at him, but offered no comfort, steering the conversation back to its previous track. I don't know if you've noticed. The programming language of the Pinglai system uses that same algorithm and language. Song Yuandao shook his head. Grandfather forbade me from ever using Pinglai since I was a child, and uncle never mentioned it in my presence. He always said he didn't want to put me in an awkward position with grandfather, but now I think he was trying to keep me from discovering Pinglai's secrets. Song Chen sighed helplessly. See, you're so easy to fool. Once Yabo tricked you into following him for a year, once Song Ke deceived you, you kept yourself in the dark for all these years. I know you took on this enormous burden reluctantly, but you can't keep your eyes shut pretending nothing happened. If you had seen the truth earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Although Song Chen had lectured him, Song Yuandao felt no resentment. He simply bowed his head and acknowledged yes. Song Chen's voice softened, yet remained gentle. Let's go. It's time. Song Yuandao opened his eyes and glanced at the personal terminal on his wrist. The time faithfully indicated that he had spent an entire night analyzing within his mental domain alongside Song Chen. Though they seemed to have reached no concrete conclusions, an unwelcome truth had been thrust before him. Song Ke likely had some sort of transaction with Abel, and as the price had handed over his most precious research achievement, the main controller of Pinglai. Song Yuandao did not wish to dwell on the specifics of that transaction, but the truth was as unmistakable as a rock jutting above the water's surface, clear at a single glance. Yet since Song Chen said he wanted to investigate further, Song Yuandao naturally would not call it out directly. He could no longer fathom the complex emotions stirring within Song Chen as he searched through the myriad data in the cloud for traces of Song Ke, yet he knew all too well how deeply sorrowful, even grievous, Song Chen would feel if their suspicions ultimately proved true. Because at this moment in this matter, Song Yuandao stood in the same position as Song Chen. They were kin bound, they were family that should have trusted each other unconditionally. Yet now everything seemed to mock their presumptuousness and self-will. Song Yuandao suddenly felt a strong urge to meet Zhou Qingchen, but that man, who would always show up without fail in such matters, was now nowhere to be found. Song Yuandao sat up from the bed, reaching for the clean combat suit draped beside him, while commanding Chunjun to locate Zhou Qingchen. Chunjun provided Zhou Qingchen's precise location before Song Yuandao had even finished dressing. With a single glance, Song Yuandao recognized the place. He frowned slightly, puzzled. Why is he still there? Zhou Qingchen had not emerged from Li Weizi's room since entering it yesterday, and Song Yuandao had likewise plunged into his own mental world around the same time, shutting out all outside affairs. He could not immediately ascertain Zhou Qingchen's situation, but judging by how long Zhou Qingchen had been absent, it was unlikely to be optimistic. After tidying up, Song Yuandao ambled toward Li Weizi's quarters. From a considerable distance, he heard the roar of an enraged voice. His expression turned cold as he broke into a sprint. Without bothering to knock, he kicked open the already rickety wooden door. The three conscious occupants inside all looked up at him. Song Yuandao's leg was still held aloft from the kick. For a moment the four of them stared blankly at one another. Then Xiao Yi snapped out of it, and cried joyfully, "You're here, my idol." Song Yuandao stared at the person being pinned down on the bed by the three of them, still writhing and roaring. After a pause, he asked incredulously, "You three haven't been holding him down all night, have you?" Xiao Yi grimaced, and explained, "My idol, you have no idea. This guy is mindless and incredibly strong. He can't speak a word no matter what you ask, he just howls aha endlessly. And he's resistant to all the tranquilizers we have on hand. We're at our wits' end." Song Yuandao reached out to help Xiao Yi hold the man's arm. "Take a break. Sit down and talk." Xiao Yi was truly exhausted, so she didn't stand on ceremony. She plopped onto a nearby chair, massaging her sore arms. Song Yuandao found it amusing and couldn't help lifting the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yi happened to catch his expression. The young girl whined while swinging her arms. "My idol, I've noticed that since you got together with our boss, you've become more and more heartless." Song Yuandao paused, then replied smoothly, "One takes on the color of one's company." Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, then asked dazedly, "My idol, shouldn't it be one takes on the color of the company one keeps?" Zhou Qingchen turned to Xiao Yi with a grin. "Little Yi, you don't get it, do you? Your idol is exactly into me for this." Song Yuandao still had plenty of energy. With one hand holding the man's arm, he raised the other and flicked Zhou Qingchen on the forehead. Zhou Qingchen didn't mind. He laughed and took it, even asking Song Yuandao if his hand hurt. Song Yuandao's irritation dissolved under the teasing. The gloom from his night-long talk with Song Chen also dissipated considerably. He lowered his gaze to the still struggling man being pinned by 3 adults. Have you found out his name? Zhou Qingxin shook his head. Isn't Feng Yin still here? Didn't you ask him? Song Yuandao frowned. That meant all this time had passed, and they had made no progress at all on this matter. I went to ask him. Qiao Yi said, pouring water for everyone. She pulled out several packets of nutrient supplements from the cabinet, intending to let the 3 who had stayed up all night replenish their energy first. As she deftly tore open a packet, she reported to Song Yuandao. Feng Yin said he must see this person before telling us his name. But given the current state of this one, I didn't think it appropriate to let him see. What's inappropriate? Song Yuandao's expression remained unchanged, though the veins on his hand and the taut lines of his arm showed how much force he was exerting to restrain the man's wildly flailing limbs. I'm afraid. Qiao Yi's voice hesitated. She sensed that Song Yuandao was not in the best mood and wasn't sure whether to continue. Song Yuandao sighed softly. After what happened, Feng Yin can never go back to being the naive person he once was. If we can't break his addiction to the nutrient supplements, are we going to keep Feng Yin from seeing his friends forever? Qiao Yi found his reasoning persuasive. She picked up the cup of nutrient supplement from the table, downed it in one heroic gulp, slammed the cup back down, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and ran out the door. I'll go call him right now. Song Yuandao and the others watched Qiao Yi's receding figure in the early morning light, lost in thought for a long while. Finally, Zhou Qingxin snapped out of it and asked Li Huaizhi what happened to little Yi when she was with you. What's gotten into her? Li Huaizhi was still dazed and answered bluntly, we're not together yet. Song Yuandao couldn't help bursting into laughter. Li Huaizhi realized what he had inadvertently revealed, and his cheeks flushed crimson. Song Yuandao teased him, how come you're still not together yet? Li Huaizhi shook his head and sighed deeply. You know how little Yes mind works. It's only got room for human organs, tissue cells, and rare diseases. I doubt there's space for anything else. Zhou Qingxin suggested a devious trick. If there's no room, force it in. Squeeze yourself in. Li Huaizhi grimaced. Boss, just tell me how to squeeze, and I'll do it right away. Zhou Qingxin smiled mysteriously and said, I don't have much experience with that. After all, I'm not only in your idol's head, I'm also in his heart. Song Yuandao and Li Huaizhi both stared at him, clearly shocked by this sudden declaration. Realizing that Zhou Qingxin's subtle display of affection was the deadliest, Li Huaizhi wore a look of tragic despair. Song Yuandao found his expression highly amusing. The corners of his mouth hadn't dropped at all. Zhou Qingxin sidled closer and whispered in his ear, I know it's a bit unfair to Gigi, but are you feeling better now? At Zhou Qingxin's question, Song Yuandao's grip suddenly loosened, nearly getting slapped by the man's flailing arm. Zhou Qingxin quickly pulled Song Yuandao aside, sparing the new era chairman the indignity of being slapped by a madman. Careful, Zhou Qingxin said in a steady voice that made Song Yuandao feel the half of his body closest to. I'll tell you when we get back. It's all leftover issues from the past. Song Yuandao quickly changed the subject. Zhou Qingxin nodded slightly, just as Qiao Yi's chattering voice approached from the distance. You made good time today. Zhou Qingxin glanced at his personal terminal, mentally calculating Qiao Yi's performance. As she entered, he said to her, you can upgrade your 3,000-meter run to grade A. Qiao Yi, still holding Feng Yin's arm, froze on the spot. She rubbed her ears and pinched her brow, then turned to Feng Yin. Did you hear what our boss just said? I feel like I'm hallucinating. Feng Yin, ever the honest lad, affirmed. Sister Yi, if you're asking whether Mr. Zhou said you could do the 3,000-meter run at grade A. Yes, he definitely did. Qiao Yi immediately released Feng Yin's arm, walked to the corner, and began thumping her head lightly against the wall, muttering, my fate is sealed. Song Yuandao was unfamiliar with the evaluation system for their physical fitness tests. After all, no one would make him undergo such tests regularly. But from Qiao Yi's reaction, he could infer just how atrocious grade A must be. Curious, he turned to Zhou Qingxin, and what grade do you usually get? Song Yuandao's voice was not low. Qiao Yi, standing by the wall, stopped herself battering and looked at him dolefully. By the boss calculation, he himself runs at the 3S level. Song Yuandao wisely decided never to bring up anything related to sports in front of Zhou Qingxin again. But Zhou Qingxin preempted him. Xiao Yuan, you're in much better shape now than when you were a kid. Next time we train, you should join us. Song Yuandao grinned at Zhou Qingxin, then offered General Zhou a single-word scram. Zhou Qingxin felt that at this moment he really ought to put on a bewildered and innocent expression to show that he was merely being responsible for the future of the new era, but Song Yuandao knew him all too well. Before General Zhou could even adjust his expression, Song Yuandao stopped him without mercy. Don't even start. Zhou Qingxin had no choice but to turn his attention to Feng Yin, who had just been dragged over by Qiao Yi. The expression on Feng Yin's face was one of utter shock. After they had parted, he had seen through the surveillance cameras that his friend had left that eerily strange house safe and sound. How could he have ended up like this now? Before Feng Yin could figure it out, the others did not rush to ask him about the madman on the bed. They stood quietly waiting for Feng Yin to come back to his senses. Before Feng Yin could react, the young man, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly erupted in violent struggles. The muscles on the arms of Song Yuandao and the others tensed instantly. Li Huaizhi felt he could barely hold on, and shouted to Qiao Yi, who stood aside, "Call Deshang and bring people here. We can't hold him." Hearing this, Qiao Yi immediately opened her personal terminal and sent a message to Guo Cheng, the background sound being the roar of the still unnamed friend. Guo Cheng had already expended considerable effort when he brought this person back the previous day. Now unable to conduct daily training sessions with his team as they did in the main world center, his time had become far more flexible in a way. When Guo Cheng received Qiao Yi's message, he had just woken up, his mind still half in a dream. The background noise from the message nearly made the nearly 1.9-meter tall man jump out of bed. He rushed to get dressed and sprinted toward Li Huaizhi's room, shouting at his team members' windows along the way. In some respects, Guo Cheng and Huang Yueying possessed an astonishing similarity in their methods. For instance, when others preferred using personal terminals to send messages, the two of them preferred yelling across the world, as if competing in volume. Zhou Qingxin had once found their behavior unbearable, but after speaking to them several times with no improvement, he had to let it be. Song Yuandao could hear Guo Cheng and his people running all the way from a great distance. His voice was slightly strained from exertion, but his tone remained light as he teased Zhou Qingxin. "Did your team come from a chant-leading background?" Zhou Qingxin gave a helpless smile. "They all think it makes them look more imposing." Song Yuandao did not relax his grip, but looked up at the ceiling with a worried expression. "I doubt this house can withstand their ruckus. If it collapses, finding another place like this won't be easy." Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. Before he could reply, Guo Cheng and his group burst through the door with a thunderous noise. Li Huaizhi immediately looked at Guo Cheng with a pleading expression. Guo Cheng wasted no time and took his place, while the other two similarly relieved Zhou Qingxin and Song Yuandao. After drinking some water, Song Yuandao finally found a moment to talk and asked Feng Nian, "What's your friend's name?" Feng Nian, still dazed by the overwhelming scene, stared blankly at his friend and answered weakly, "His name." Song Yuandao waited for a moment. Seeing that Feng Nian seemed unable to organize his words to explain the situation, he leaned against the table and gently guided him. "How did you two meet?" "His family." Feng Nian seemed to be coming back to his senses a little. He finally tore his gaze away from Zhang Kai and turned to face Zhou Qingxin, as if unwilling, his eyes carefully falling to the ground as though afraid they might leave a dent. "His family sells little trinkets," Feng Nian said, gesturing to indicate the size. "The kind of things that appear. Our orphanage often collaborated with them. His father is highly skilled, and his creations are famous. Many children from upper-class families might have played with toys made by his father when they were young. So he wasn't too restricted by those limits. He was quite free and often came to my place to play." "So you two are childhood friends?" Song Yuandao asked. "Yes, we've known each other since we were 4 or 5. Feng Nian bit his lip and looked back at his friend with concern. How could he become like this? When he left, he was still. He seemed unable to continue, his voice dropping low. Qiao Yi felt that Feng Nian was truly a kind-hearted young man. His tone revealed his sorrow over his friend's plight. Song Yuandao, however, merely narrowed his eyes at Feng Nian without answering. Feng Nian didn't seem to mind the silence, as if he were just asking himself, is there any hope for him? At that moment, the voice of Chunjun suddenly sounded in Song Yuandao's mind. "Sir, Mr. Zhou says that since Feng Nian arrived, the patient's reactions have become much more intense." Song Yuandao exchanged a glance with Zhou Qingxin without changing his expression. Zhang Kai was completely unable to communicate effectively with anyone, so aside from restraining him to stop his flailing, there was little else they could do. Song Yuandao lowered his head and thought for a moment. "Is there anything else you can tell us about him that might help us?" Feng Nian pondered the question, then after a few minutes looked up with a confused shake of his head. "Nothing much. Zhang Kai and I are both ordinary people. It should be." He paused as if recalling something, then spoke rapidly. "Something happened that day when we went to the castle." "What?" "When we were walking through a corridor, I felt very uncomfortable, but Zhang Kai was perfectly fine. We were supposed to go to the same place, but after passing through the corridor, 2 people suddenly appeared and took us to different places. Could there be something wrong with that corridor?" Song Yuandao seemed intrigued by what Feng Nian said, but Zhang Kai was perfectly fine. "We were supposed to go. I felt very scared, as if someone was watching me from behind. My heart was racing, and I felt a bit nauseous." Feng Nian became increasingly confused as he spoke. If that was the case, he should have been the one with the problem. Yet it was Zhang Kai who had ended up like this, while he himself had only been well-fed and looked after in that castle, occasionally having blood drawn. No one had ever mistreated him. Before Feng Nian could figure it out, he heard Song Yuandao let out a soft laugh, as if he had heard something quite. Song Yuandao lifted his eyes and gave Feng Nian a meaningful look. "Zhang Kai is different from you. He is a complete ordinary person, but you are not." Feng Nian seemed about to ask more, but Song Yuandao beckoned to Qiao Yi. "Take him to the landlady. Ask her to keep a close eye on him. If anything happens, use the emergency channel to contact me." Qiao Yi nodded and led Feng Nian away. Feng Nian wanted to ask Song Yuandao in what way he was different, but meeting Song Yuandao's gaze made him lose his nerve. Song Yuandao paid no mind to Feng Yin's burgeoning curiosity and confusion. He turned to Li Huaiji and gave rapid instructions. After you rest a bit, work with Xiao Yezi to develop a suitable sedative for his condition. We can't have our manpower tied up like this. If there's one now, there will be more later. We don't have the manpower to waste on them. Li Huaiji recognized the seriousness of the matter, nodded, and planned to replenish some nutrients, wash up briefly, and then continue his work. Zhou Qingqian exchanged a few words with Guocheng, then followed Song Yuandao back to Song's room. What are you planning? As soon as he entered, Zhou Qingqian sprawled ungracefully on Song Yuandao's bed. Song Yuandao walked over and gave him a light kick or two. Your clothes are filthy. Get up. Zhou Qingqian grinned at Song Yuandao, but made no move to get up, so Song couldn't be bothered to argue. We don't know yet how long it takes for the addiction to the nutrient solution to reach Zhang Kai's level, but we can find a way to roughly determine it. What way? Zhou Qingqian seemed interested. Song Yuandao winked mysteriously. We don't need to do it ourselves. There are plenty of people who can handle it. Song Yuandao closed his eyes and sent a message to Song Chun asking him to retrieve all surveillance footage of Zhang Kai from the time he left the castle until Guocheng brought him back. They needed to know who he had met, where he had gone, and why his reaction upon seeing Feng Yin had been so intense. For Song Chun, this was a trivial task. 5 minutes later, Song Yuandao had a backup of the footage he wanted. Come on, let's watch a movie. Zhou Qingqian rolled over and got out of Song Yuandao's bed. Before standing up, he thought for a moment and leaned back against the headboard, waving at Song Yuandao. It's fine, I can just watch from here. Song Yuandao was about to mock him a bit, but then he remembered that this person probably had a standoff with Zhang Kai all night, and he felt a little sympathy. So the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Song Yuandao waved his hand, projecting the images that Song Chun had collected and processed into the air. The light in this secondary world always seemed dim, giving off a somewhat cinematic feel. Zhou Qingqian, leaning against the headboard, beckoned to Song Yuandao. Why don't you come over too? Song Yuandao thought for a moment, and then lay down next to Zhou Qingqian, turning a serious task into something resembling a couple's honeymoon. These are all the images from the time Zhang Kai left the castle until Guocheng brought him back. I will have Chun Jun create a record of his movements to see which places he visited during this time. What we need to do now is to check who he met, and if possible to find out what he said during those meetings. Although Song Yuandao had spent the entire night in deep conversation with Song Chun, and then had been active with Zhou Qingqian for half the morning, at this moment his thoughts were still very clear and organized, allowing him to convey to Zhou Qingqian what they needed to do in just a few words, while also prompting Zhou Qingqian to think about the reasoning behind their actions. Zhou Qingqian adored the way Song Yuandao looked now, calm and rational like a cold machine that never made mistakes. Yet when he turned to look at Zhou Qingqian, his gaze always held a layer of light that could not be ignored. That layer of light was probably called affection. As Song Yuandao watched the images in front of him, he realized that the devices in this secondary world were not as good as those in the primary world. The resolution was truly limited and people's facial features blurred into indistinguishable pixelated masses. After a short while, he felt pain and strain in his eyes. Zhou Qingqian raised his hand to cover Song Yuandao's eyes, pausing the blurry images with fleeting shadows. Song Yuandao reached out to grab him, and Zhou Qingqian laughed softly. Take a break, my eyes are getting blurry. After Zhou Qingqian released him, he saw Song Yuandao rubbing his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Chun Jun processed this image for me. Once he gave the instructions, Song Yuandao leaned back, resting against Zhou Qingqian, who then reached out to hold him, lightly squeezing his arm gently. Song Yuandao indeed felt discomfort in his arm, sore and swollen, probably due to using too much force when pressing Zhang Kai in the morning without relaxing his muscles in time. Now, after being squeezed by Zhou Qingqian, he felt so comfortable that he closed his eyes, resembling a content cat. Seeing him like this amused Zhou Qingqian, who couldn't help but tease him. Little Yuan, meow for me a couple of times, will you? Although Song Yuandao found Zhou Qingqian's massage quite pleasant, he wasn't about to let such a minor comfort undermine his ironclad rationality. Thus, the diligent General Zhou only received a single response from Chairman Song: be honest. Zhou Qingqian felt a bit wrong today. Sir. Song Yuandao hadn't let Chun Jun project his image for a long time, but today, with the mindset of a parent worried about their child's prolonged stress, he decided to let Chun Jun out. Zhou Qingqian looked at Chun Jun's somewhat ethereal image and asked Song Yuandao, shouldn't this child have a slightly more mature appearance? Zhou Qingqian's remark seemed to hold some merit, as Chun Jun still appeared as a 15 or 16-year-old boy, while Cheng Ying had already matured into an adult figure, often bullying Chun Jun by virtue of looking older. So when Chun Jun heard the suggestion, he appeared quite excited. Song Yuandao glanced at him and nodded. Once this matter is safely resolved, let's give him an adult appearance. Otherwise, I can't shake the feeling that I'm employing child labor. The images have been processed. Chun Jun seemed in a good mood, his tone carrying a playful lilt. Song Yuandao nodded, indicating he was aware, and then replayed the lengthy footage that exceeded the combined runtime of over 10 films. Feng Yin was right, as Zhang Kai did have privileges in certain matters. No ordinary person should have had so much travel documentation in such a short time. Moreover, each of Zhang Kai's outings was remarkably brief, yet the scattered moments accumulated significant duration. Song Yuandao paused the footage and slightly turned to ask Zhou Qingchen. The reason Abel selected Zhang Kai likely stems from the fact that he can connect with many children from prominent families, right? Song Yuandao's long fingers lightly tapped the screen. Look, his outings are generally to deliver toys and small items from his father to those children from noble families. Although each visit is quite brief, he has been to all the families that have encountered problems. Zhou Qingchen squinted at the accelerated replay, then nodded affirmatively at Song Yuandao. You're right. Is Abel trying to have him convey messages to these noble families? Song Yuandao pondered for a moment and replied, this is still just my conjecture, you'll need to verify. Zhou Qingchen seemed to perk up at this, sitting upright. Only then did Song Yuandao slowly articulate his thoughts. People from these noble families have reported dreaming certain dreams before their misfortunes. Although we still cannot determine what exactly they dreamt, we can ascertain that it is certainly related to me or the Song family. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly in agreement, and upon receiving his feedback, Song Yuandao continued, I previously suspected that something was influencing them initially, but unfortunately we were still struggling in the primary world at that time, missing that crucial period. Now, after comparing this with Zhang Kai's movements, I have reason to believe that the dreams might involve these toys. Zhou Qingchen thought for a moment and asked, how could it be that coincidentally all these families have young children who would want to play with those toys? Song Yuandao shook his head, and a new display window popped up beside him, showing an invitation. An invitation to a birthday celebration for a child from the Austin family. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback by the invitation. Although the Austin family had not completely fallen from grace over the years, they had rarely appeared in the public eye. He and Song Yuandao were well aware. There had been no children born into the Austin family in recent years. Whether or not such a child exists is not the point. The key is that they all went to this place. Song Yuandao looked at the invitation with a grim expression. If that thing is indeed connected to the toys of these children, and all the adults who came into contact with it are plagued by nightmares, then who knows what has happened to those children? What do you want me to do? Zhou Qingchen got up from the bed, seemingly well-rested. Don't rush. Song Yuandao rubbed his forehead, seemingly contemplating what to do next. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Go check those families and see if the toy is still there. If it is, bring it back. If not, we'll think of another way. Surely no one would take a toy while fleeing, right? Zhou Qingchen rubbed his long hair, feeling that soon he would have to ask Song Yuandao for a rubber band to tie his hair back. It's hard to say. However, Song Yuandao's expression remained grim. After calmly pouring himself a glass of water, he continued to analyze for Zhou Qingchen. The first few families were completely wiped out by pursuers, so the person executing this task is very likely to have recovered that item. The later families sought refuge at Abel's castle. If I were Abel, I would simply use that item as a so-called ticket or entry pass to retrieve it in such circumstances. Zhou Qingchen thought about this and felt it made sense. Song Yuandao glanced at him and continued, so don't hold too high hopes for your search. If you can't find it, withdraw immediately and don't waste time. Zhou Qingchen nodded, I understand. Don't worry. Song Yuandao's gaze returned to the display screen. Chun Jun sent Zhou Qingchen the images of these items that Zhang Kai has. Chun Jun, who had been quietly standing in the corner, saluted Song Yuandao upon hearing this, and swiftly executed this task that was exceptionally simple for him. You should rest a bit before going. Song Yuandao glanced at the dark circles under Zhou Qingchen's eyes, feeling a bit guilty. Delay could lead to changes. However, Zhou Qingchen just shook his head. I'll go quickly and come back quickly. No matter the outcome, you'll be able to proceed with your next steps. Song Yuandao found no other reason and could only reluctantly agree. As Zhou Qingchen set out to find that item, Song Yuandao finished watching the remaining surveillance footage alone, discovering someone he and Zhou Qingchen were both familiar with. After frowning for a moment, he first contacted Li Huaiji and Xiao Yi to ask about their progress, receiving neither good nor bad news. After reminding them to be cautious, he quietly left. Song Yuandao walked alone through the not-so-bustling streets, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Everything was unfolding as planned. This world could be better. It could also be worse. During his time in the main world, Song Yuandao seldom had the opportunity to wander through the streets like this. Back then, wherever he went, he was always surrounded by a throng of people, as if he were an exquisite and expensive porcelain doll, where even the slightest bump or scratch would be a major incident. Thinking of this, Song Yuandao couldn't help but chuckle. He was no longer a porcelain doll, but had now completely fallen to the level of a rat scurrying across the streets, despised by everyone. This transformation seemed rather novel to Song Yuandao. As he contemplated his thoughts, he walked in what appeared to be a direction without purpose. In a video, Song Yuandao saw Zhang Kai leave the castle, and not long after he sought out Hu Lang. Hu Lang no longer had children who needed the toys made by Zhang Kai's father, so this should have been a visit for personal reasons. However, Song Yuandao found it hard to imagine why Zhang Kai wanted to meet Hu Lang, as their relationship seemed utterly unrelated. Hu Lang had already become a standout in the upper class of the new era thanks to the foundation laid by his father, while Zhang Kai was merely a craftsman with slightly more freedom than the average commoner. This thought made Song Yuandao furrow his brows slightly. He was well aware that recklessly leaving his temporary stronghold to appear on the streets was an extremely dangerous act. However, the information they had was too scattered, lacking a main thread to connect them, leading Song Yuandao to only vaguely guess what Abel intended to do, while much of the information remained unclear. This left Song Yuandao and the personal guard team feeling very passive in the midst of the bloody storm happening secretly, a situation he disliked. Moreover, he believed in high investment, high risk, and high returns. Song Yuandao felt that he had already lost everything he could lose from here on. All he could lose was his life. He was not fearless out of ignorance, he was simply too aware. As he contemplated his next plan, Song Yuandao raised his hand and knocked on Hu Lang's door. As expected, the Hu family had indeed entered the upper class. Even amidst the hurried retreat of everyone, they found such a luxurious house in a place that was resource poor, with infrastructure comparable to zero compared to the main world. Song Yuandao couldn't help but wonder if his previous life was also this lavish and extravagant. Before he could figure it out, someone from the Hu family came out to lead him to Hu Lang's study. Hu Lang was in the study flipping through his father's notebook. Upon seeing Song Yuandao, he seemed neither surprised nor evasive, continuing to flip through the notes while instructing the person who brought Song Yuandao in to prepare some drinks. Mr. Hu, Song Yuandao greeted after the person left. Hu Lang lifted his head and gently placed the pen he held on the table. Is there something you need, Mr. Song? I have a few questions for you, Mr. Hu, regarding one of our young friends and his companion. Hu Lang nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to cooperate. It seemed that after Song Yuandao helped him translate Mr. Hu's notebook, a very solid cooperative relationship had been established between them. Song Yuandao did not want to waste too much time here, so he quickly pulled up a photo of Zhang Kai on his personal terminal, projecting it between the two of them, and asked, Mr. Hu, have you seen this young man? Hu Lang squinted slightly as if carefully scrutinizing the other's appearance, but soon he nodded affirmatively. I have seen him. He said his friend died, and the cause of death is similar to that of my father's, hoping I could investigate this matter with him. Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow at this. Did you agree to help him, Mr. Hu? Hu Lang showed a hint of guilt after taking off his glasses to clean them. He nodded. At that time, I was overwhelmed by the circumstances surrounding my father's death. When he came to me, I was somewhat desperate, and thought that even if it led nowhere, it was still a clue, so I agreed to help him. And then, oi. Song Yuandao took a small sip of the coffee handed to him by the silent butler, and looked up, and then, oi. Hu Lang smiled and waved his hand. I guess it was just a child's prank. Ever since that time, he hasn't shown up again. At first I thought it might be a trap set by someone behind the scenes, but nothing has happened until now. After finishing, Hu Lang looked at the photo again. What about this child? Song Yuandao placed the coffee cup on the table, the base colliding with the surface, producing a crisp sound. He also looked at the child's photo with Hu Lang. He's gone mad, unable to articulate anything clearly. The sedatives haven't worked at all, and he seems to have boundless energy from morning till night. He isn't even 20 yet. Hu Lang fell silent upon hearing this. His Hu Yifan was also not yet 20, and was now left all alone in the empty main world. Song Yuandao could roughly guess what Hu Lang was thinking, but at this moment all consolation seemed too pale and powerless, rendering it unnecessary to speak. They suddenly fell into silence, and after a while Song Yuandao finally found his voice and asked, aside from that, did he say anything else to you? Hu Lang shook his head. He only said he saw his friend's corpse, and that a staff member told him the cause of his friend's death was similar to that of the old master of the Hu family many years ago. Now it seemed that Song Yuandao understood why Zhang Kai's reaction was so intense upon seeing Feng Yan. It was likely because in his memory Feng Yan was already dead, and now that he suddenly appeared before him, it would naturally cause panic. Having realized this, Song Yuandao decided not to linger longer at Hu Lang's place, as there were still many matters he needed to attend to. The cause of my father's death. Hu Lang seemed to be asking himself, but Song Yuandao felt that the current situation of the Hu family was indeed quite tragic, so he turned to Hu Lang and said, your father's cause of death is indeed related to the Panlai system, but even I cannot determine whether it was a system malfunction or something intentional. After all, you should have seen some explanations regarding the Panlai main controller in Mr. Hu's notes, and I can now confirm that this main controller is in the hands of your father's so-called benefactor, and has been for a long time. With that, Song Yuandao took his leave, turning away from the Hu family's splendid exterior, which was left empty save for Hu Lang and his wife's room. Zhang Kai had seen Feng Yan's corpse before, but what he saw was likely just a clone. Song Yuandao felt a sudden unease at this thought. The Feng Yin now appearing before them was the one Zhang Yu had brought back from the castle after sacrificing Huang Yueying, but could this Feng Yin truly be the original? Although Huang Yueying had been probing and confirming this Feng Yin's authenticity through shared experiences in the past during these days, and had found no signs of anything amiss, Song Yuandao was still filled with worry, because nobody could ascertain what bizarre things Abel had. The advancement of technology had almost made people unrecognizable to each other. Song Yuandao quietly smiled to himself as he vanished into the bustling street. Upon returning to the temporary stronghold, Song Yuandao did not head directly to his room to rest, but instead visited Li Weizi's room. He saw Guocheng and a few others pinning Zhang Kai down and sighed helplessly. Xiao Yi, hearing the noise, turned to look at Song Yuandao, her expression equally helpless. She pointed at the struggling young man on the bed. I've tried using a small dose of muscle relaxant on him, but it hasn't worked at all. Song Yuandao wasn't particularly knowledgeable in these areas, but he understood Xiao Yi's line of thought. He looked at Zhang Kai and thought for a moment before saying, just try to keep him safe, but we can't let anything happen to him. After all, he is still a child. Xiao Yi continued preparing the potion without pausing, simply nodding in reply. I understand. What about Gigi? Song Yuandao glanced around the room, but couldn't find Li Huaiji and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yi chuckled. He's so tired, he might topple over at the control panel. I sent him to my room to rest for a bit. He can come back to brainstorm after he wakes up. Song Yuandao nodded lightly and turned to remind everyone before leaving. You all need to pay attention to rotating shifts to ensure rest time. Don't think you can push through just because your stamina is good. The big boys brought by Guocheng all laughed and nodded in agreement. What about Feng Yin? Song Yuandao suddenly remembered something and asked Xiao Yi again. Without raising her head, Xiao Yi's long fingers steadily controlled the dosage of the potion in the test tube, and her speed of speech was not delayed by these matters. Still with the boss lady, said she was going to keep her company during her pregnancy. Alright, I got it. If there's anything, you can contact me through the emergency channel as well. Okay, male god. Song Yuandao replied with a sound and left Li Weizi's house. He was originally headed towards his room, but paused midway and turned towards Huang Yueying's room. From several households away, he could hear her laughter coming from inside. Song Yuandao stood still for a moment, ultimately turning back to his own room. Song Yuandao's room was still empty. It seemed that Zhou Qinsheng had not yet returned. Since they established their relationship, Zhou Qinsheng's room had become somewhat redundant, no longer serving any purpose. Song Yuandao took a simple shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed, beginning to contemplate all the small details he had. On the other hand, Zhou Qinsheng did not enjoy such a clean and leisurely environment. He had to search through the rooms inch by inch, looking for any childhood trinkets that might have been left behind, even in those rooms still stained with dried blood. It seemed that Song Yuandao was right. In the first few places he checked, Zhou Qinsheng truly found not a single clue. The rooms appeared to be filled with items, yet conspicuously absent was any trivial toy. As Zhou Qinsheng searched, he couldn't help but feel like a simpleton, utterly unable to grasp what cunning individuals like Song Yuandao were thinking day in and day out. Just when Zhou Qinsheng had almost lost hope in this house, he spotted something resembling one of the toys Song Yuandao had shown him in a corner of a wardrobe. With his hands wrapped in black leather gloves, he pulled the item from the floor of the wardrobe without any hesitation. Looking at the intricately crafted little gadget, Zhou Qinsheng thought to himself that it was fortunate the clone's brains were still inferior to real humans, otherwise he might have left empty-handed today. Zhou Qinsheng stuffed the little gadget into the pocket of his combat suit and sent Song Yuandao a message stating that he had finally found something. Without waiting for a reply, he swiftly left the house for the next location. Zhou Qinsheng's ability to conceal himself was far superior to Song Yuandao's. Even without Chen Ying's reminders, he could effortlessly avoid surveillance cameras with his almost innate talent. Consequently, he moved much faster than Song Yuandao. Even though they couldn't use any public transportation or vehicles, Zhou Qinsheng managed to cover a lot of ground in a single day. He could only blame the distant locations of these noble families, which forced him to spend a considerable amount of time running around. Although he knew that no more clues would appear in this house, Zhou Qinsheng still navigated it with ease. He quietly climbed through the window, landed gracefully, and surveyed his surroundings, mentally sketching a rough floor plan of the house he was visiting for the first time. This skill was likely Zhou Qinsheng's unique secret. He could draw a floor plan of a room with just a glance. Of course, this was also thanks to Hu Yifan, who had stealthily taken countless design drafts from his grandfather's study. Many noble families favored Mr. Hu's designs, which made Zhou Qinsheng think that once Song Yuandao stepped down, he might be able to support the new era by dabbling in architectural design. The thought brought him a bit of satisfaction. While carefully searching for the inconspicuous little item, Zhou Qinsheng also looked for any documents that might have been left behind. This family seemed to have fled in a great hurry, so there might be important information remaining. Song Yuandao simply replied to Zhou Qinsheng to be careful, not saying much more. He instinctively felt that Zhou Qinsheng's abilities would prevent him from encountering any problems. Zhou Qinsheng discovered that although these people appeared to have left in a rush, they had not left behind any meaningful information. He stood up and returned to the living room, taking another look around to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything before deciding to leave, satisfied that he had at least acquired something they wanted. Song Yuandao pondered for a moment, realizing he had no effective way to determine whether Feng Nian was truly the original. Ultimately, he decided to seek help from a professional, specifically the clone child still confined to the room. While talking to the child, Song Yuandao sensed that Song Chun might be more useful than himself. Thus, he decided to summon Song Chun back from the cloud to help him address this pressing issue. Song Chun readily agreed to his son's request after hearing Song Yuandao's intentions, putting aside his information-gathering work in the cloud and taking over control of Song Yuandao's body. Although Song Yuandao could not control his body, his consciousness remained clear. He could observe everything from an outsider's perspective, perhaps noticing many details that Song Chun could not. The clone could effortlessly distinguish whether the person present was Song Chun or Song Yuandao. This was likely a unique gift of his, as while Song Chun and Song Yuandao did have different vibes, most people wouldn't notice any difference until they spoke. However, the clone could clearly perceive the subtle distinctions between the two. The clone looked at Song Chun timidly. Song Chun smiled at him, a gesture that greatly alleviated the clone's tension. Song Yuandao could feel that the clone genuinely regarded Song Chun as his father. This resemblance to a child meeting a stern father was a novel experience for Song Yuandao, as he had never encountered such a situation himself. He couldn't help but wonder why his clone seemed to embody a greater sense of filial duty than he did. After contemplating for a moment, Song Yuandao watched as Song Chun began to ask the clone some seemingly irrelevant questions. At that moment, Song Yuandao finally believed that the person Song Qianfeng had intended to cultivate was indeed Song Chun. His negotiation skills and this guided questioning style were tactics that Song Yuandao often employed. However, Song Ku did not possess such skills. He preferred to be straightforward, laying all his cards on the table. While Song Yuandao may have been influenced by Song Ku in this regard, he would keep his cards close to his chest instead of revealing how much he was willing to concede. Sometimes Song Yuandao thought of himself as quite cunning, yet he couldn't be an upright young man. His youthful idealism had been ground away during his early tenure. Song Chen's assessment of him was only half accurate. Song Yuandao truly did not wish to hold the position of chairman, but it hadn't always been this way. Initially, he was a passionate young man eager to fight for the welfare of all humanity. However, through endless negotiations with noble families, he had worn down all his edges and fervor. He felt as if he was the only one wanting to effect real change, leaving him exhausted and bewildered, until one day, he discovered that his childhood friends still harbored unquenched zeal and were striving to achieve dreams he had long abandoned. Song Yuandao suddenly thought that although he could no longer walk down the path he once desired, perhaps he could pave a new road and create a new space for them, allowing them to pursue their passions as peacefully as possible. Thus, he discreetly manipulated events behind the scenes, stirring up turmoil while shielding his friends from the schemes and traps. The remaining peace and prosperity were left for his friends and for the ordinary citizens who affectionately called him the flower of the new era. But it seemed no one ever understood this. The one person Song Yuandao least wanted to comprehend it, however, was acutely aware. Zhou Qinsheng was an insurmountable obstacle for Song Yuandao. He stood in Song Yuandao's way, preventing him from racing down a darker path from which there was no return. He restrained Song Yuandao, ensuring he didn't completely transform into a soulless artificial intelligence. He helped Song Yuandao see glimpses of clarity amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Song Yuandao felt it was all worthwhile. The nightmares that haunted him in the dead of night, the illusions that robbed him of sleep in the early hours, seemed to matter less and were more bearable. After collecting his thoughts, Song Yuandao heard Song Chen ask, "Is there a way to distinguish between the clone?" The clone seemed taken aback, not quite understanding why Song Chen would ask such a question. However, he instinctively felt a strong desire to please and be close to Song Chen. After a moment of thought, he made an effort to answer coherently. "Generally, we can determine this through common habits or memories. However, my grandfather has always had a technology similar to memory copying. Although it cannot maintain the same thought patterns as the original, we can retain the original's memories." The clone cautiously glanced at Song Chen, seemingly struggling with something, before reluctantly admitting, "Although my grandfather said you must never know this, he indeed cloned all of the older brother's memories from when he was 6 years old. Since we are just clones, this memory does not fade as we age, so all the memories of the older brother regarding you that were erased, I have them all here." Song Yuandao was completely stunned by this, revelry, struggling with something, before reluctantly admitting, Song Yuandao was naturally unable to discern what those vanished memories of Song Chun, which had disappeared without a trace from his recollections, truly were. However, Song Chun had completed his entire evolution, removing all the restrictions that had once bound his memories and emotions. The moment the clone spoke, he had already determined the essence of those so-called erased memories. The clone noticed that Song Chen's expression indeed darkened upon hearing the news. A touch of fear crept in, prompting him to shuffle slightly toward the corner. Though the movement was barely perceptible, it did not escape Song Chen's notice. Song Chen raised his eyes and swept a glance over him, his countenance seemingly returning to its usual composure. He let out a soft sigh as if to reassure him, "It's fine. This isn't your fault." The clone finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He then clumsily steered the conversation back to the original topic, pondering for a moment before speaking with conviction to Song Chen. "If a clone like us has been implanted with the original memories, an ordinary person truly has no way to determine what it is through these means alone. With our current detection methods, unless the clone's acquired personality differs drastically from the original body, there is indeed no effective way to confirm." After speaking, the clone seemed a little embarrassed and added, "Someone like me, for instance, would immediately arouse suspicion. That's probably why grandfather didn't want me." Song Chen was taken aback by the last sentence. "What did Abel do to you?" Although the clone's mind appeared to be that of a young child, it was unexpectedly sharp in certain respects. He replied with some difficulty, "When the main world system was on the verge of collapse, grandfather began preparations for retreat with his men. He took everything away but ordered me to stay behind and hinder their actions in the main world." The clone let out a quiet, self-mocking laugh. On his face, so identical to Song Yuandao's, the fragile, sorrowful expression was enough to tug at one's heartstrings. But Song Chen knew too well that his son's face would never wear such an expression, so he made no move and simply waited for him to continue. The clone seemed not to expect any comfort. He merely stated the fact in a flat, unadorned tone back. "Then everyone thought the main world was doomed. You might not know this yet, but I witnessed the entire thing unfold by grandfather's side." The clone let out a shallow breath and continued, "I also saw him activate you, who had been kept as a chip inside Big Brother's body. At that moment I thought that if I stayed, I might still get to see you awaken. But you didn't expect them to take Xia Yuan away as well." "Yes." The clone said, a hint of confusion surfacing on his face. They had initially decided to leave Big Brother to fend for himself in the main world. If nothing unexpected happened during your evolution, grandfather would open a passage and take him away. But later I don't know why they suddenly brought him away and then sent him back. Song Yuandao, hearing this, whispered to Song Chen, "It was for Poppy." Song Chen certainly knew what Poppy was, but at that time he had not yet begun his evolution, and he respected Song Yuandao's personal privacy, never once delving into his memories of that period. Thus only now did Song Chen learn that Song Yuandao, still the incumbent chairman, had been taken into Poppy, as if he were mere cargo. Song Yuandao did not have control of the body at the moment, but he could vaguely sense the surging anger within Song Chen. The feeling was unfamiliar to him, as if he could not quite understand where Song Chen's fury came from. "I'm fine. Nothing happened to me." Fearing that Song Chen might lose his composure and do something irreversible, Song Yuandao quickly tried to soothe him. Song Chen found himself simultaneously exasperated and amused by such reassurance. He hurriedly took leave of the clone and returned to Song Yuandao's room. The moment he entered, he asked as if he had been holding back for a long time, "Do you know what sort of place Poppy is?" Song Yuandao was stunned by the question and replied rather bluntly, "Yes, I do." Song Chen felt he might burst with anger. He knew full well that Song Yuandao by nature would never willingly go to such places. But that also meant he could not possibly know the consequences of setting foot there. Yet Song Chen himself had been there more than once. When he was groomed as a successor, he had to painstakingly cultivate relationships with all the noble families. Every year he was obliged to attend Poppy's gatherings, despite every fiber of his being protesting. Song Yuandao dared not speak rashly while waiting for Song Chen's response. This was arguably the most angry he had ever seen Song Chen since the completion of his evolution, far surpassing their earlier meeting with Abel at the castle. "Knowing you were going there, why didn't you run?" "Because I couldn't." Song Chen finally grasped just how infuriating his own son could be. Talent clearly inherited. Stuck speechless by Song Yuandao's impeccably upright reply, he could only huffily hand over control of the body to Song Yuandao, then vanish into the vast complex streams of data high above the clouds. Song Yuandao stood alone in the center of his room, looking as innocent and bewildered as a child who had no idea what just happened. Before he could discuss with Song Chen, the mysterious young man currently in the stronghold Song Chen had fled beyond reach. When Zhou Qingchen pushed open the door, he saw Song Yuandao standing alone in the middle of the room, looking both forlorn and slightly dazed. Finding it amusing, he walked over and tugged at Song Yuandao's hair. Surprisingly, the latter did not get angry or complain, but instead said in an extremely uncertain tone, "I think I made my dad angry." Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. Given the countless experiences Song Chen had endured, he rarely lost his temper, always maintaining an air of detached transcendence. Intrigued by what Song Yuandao said, Zhou Qingchen grew curious about the reason behind Song Chen's anger. Song Yuandao recounted what had just happened in a few sentences. After listening, Zhou Qingqian suddenly pulled Song Yuandao into a tight embrace. Song Yuandao, still wearing that expression of total obliviousness, accepted the hug. Zhou Qingqian thought the whole situation sounded almost surreal, but this feeling was perhaps too special for Song Yuandao. Had always appeared invincible, needing no one's protection. Yet no one truly knew how many unimaginable difficulties and dangers he had faced. Occasionally fragments of these trials would surface from elsewhere, enough to make everyone who cared about him worry and fret. But he never seemed to regard them as problems at all. Holding him, Zhou Qingqian suddenly asked Xiaoyuan, "Is there anything you're afraid of?" Song Yuandao rested his forehead against Zhou Qingqian's shoulder, his voice somewhat muffled, sounding like a sulking child. "Before, I was afraid you'd get hurt or wronged, afraid you'd discover that this world is nothing like you imagined, afraid that one mistake from me would drag you all down." Song Yuandao exhaled slowly. Zhou Qingqian watched the rise and fall of his shoulders, as if he were shedding all those heavy burdens. Song Yuandao's calm voice came from below. "Now all those things have happened. Everything I feared and didn't want to see is happening right now. I thought I wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. But..." Zhou Qingqian patted Song Yuandao's shoulder reassuringly. "Usually at times like this there's a but come." Song Yuandao was amused by Zhou Qingqian's remark. He gave a slight nod, his short hair brushing against Zhou Qingqian's neck and tickling him. "I thought the more you lose, the more indifferent you become. But maybe there's a law of conservation, of gain and loss. I've lost everything I once held dear. But I've got you. The most important, the most cherished, the one I love most. You." Zhou Qingqian's arms, still holding Song Yuandao, suddenly didn't know where to rest. He hadn't expected such a sudden, complete confession at this moment. He had only meant to comfort the young man who always stood in front of everyone, shielding them from the storm, yet now he found himself rendered speechless by these words that had so perfectly warmed his heart. Noticing that Zhou Qingqian had frozen as if hit by a pause button, Song Yuandao curiously looked up with probing eyes. Zhou Qingqian lowered his head slightly, meeting Song Yuandao's gaze, and instinctively leaned in to kiss his lips. Song Yuandao was stunned by the kiss. When Xiao Yi abruptly pushed open the door, that was the scene she encountered. The inexperienced young girl's face rapidly turned crimson. Hearing the noise, the two reluctantly ended their kiss, then calmly asked something up. When Xiao Yi abruptly pushed open the door, that was the scene she encountered. The inexperienced young girl's face rapidly turned crimson. Hearing the noise, the two reluctantly ended their kiss, then calmly asked something up. Xiao Yi stood frozen for a long moment, her face as red as if she had been the one involved in that passionate kiss. Only when Zhou Qingqian cleared his throat did she snap back to reality and blurted out, "Oh yes, yes, yes. That person. He seems to have regained some consciousness." Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingqian, though they had to steal moments for romance amidst such tense circumstances, would swiftly extricate themselves from their sweet, affectionate life and transition into a serious, work-oriented state the moment anything happened. Song Yuandao caught the key point in Xiao Yi's words and asked with some confusion, "What do you mean by regained a little consciousness?" Xiao Yi, leading them toward Li Weizi's house, reported the progress at a rapid pace. "We couldn't find suitable sedatives, but perhaps after trying too many drugs some interaction occurred. Coupled with the high concentration of nutrient agents remaining in the patient's body, unexpected results may have emerged under such conditions." Xiao Yi paused, then continued. "He can now say a few words we can understand. The general meaning is that he saw someone's corpse before, but now that person appears before him again. He thinks it's a haunting." Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao realized that Zhang Kai's delirious account completely matched the information Hu Lang had given him. So he no longer concealed anything and nodded to the two of them, saying, "The person Zhang Kai mentioned is Feng Yin. We currently cannot determine the authenticity of this Feng Yin. I took a moment earlier to talk with my own clone, and he indicated that Yabo does have the ability to back up the original's memories and transplant them into a clone. Therefore, even if Feng Yin has past memories, we cannot simply believe he is the same Feng Yin who grew up with Jianyu." Xiao Yi still seemed to hold a significant grudge against Jianyu. Hearing that name, she even couldn't help rolling her eyes. Song Yuandao found it amusing and asked casually, "How is the boss lady doing lately?" From the perspective of a not-so-professional obstetrician, she seems to be doing quite well. After saying that, Xiao Yi muttered under her breath, "My hero, when will all this end? We can't have the boss lattice child be born in a place like this." Song Yuandao naturally understood that Xiao Yi was right, but he honestly couldn't be sure when all this would end. There were always endless new situations hindering their progress. Recently, the clone team of the personal guard had also vanished, and Song Yuandao had no idea when Yabo planned to have them reappear to cause more trouble. He'll try to get the boss lady home as soon as possible. After all, family care is far better than what we can provide. And regarding her marriage with Jiang Yue, it seems we need to give some explanation to her family. Xiao Yi nodded and pushed open the door to Li Weizi's room for them. Perhaps because Zhang Kai had regained some reason and awareness, his struggles were no longer as violent as before. The people brought by Guocheng had taken shifts to rest, leaving only 2 people standing by the bedside on standby ready to subdue Zhang Kai if he made even a slight commotion. How are things going? Song Yuandao glanced at Li Huaiji, who was fiddling with bottles and jars at the operating table. The man seemed in a good mood, shaking a flask in his hand while gesturing with his chin toward Zhang Kai. He's a bit more lucid now. I want to try to expel the excess high-concentration nutrient agent remaining in his body first, then administer some at a normal concentration to maintain his vital signs. That is a method after all. Zhou Qingshan understood even less about these things than Song Yuandao, but Li Huaizi's brief explanation was clear enough, and it sounded like a feasible solution. But his body has already adapted to this concentration. If we rashly clear it out, might there be uncontrollable consequences? Xiao Yi seemed to have a natural sensitivity and intuition for such matters, quickly finding an entry point to ask questions and offer suggestions to Li Huaiji. Li Huaiji placed the test tube back on the rack and nodded. I've thought about that too, so I've decided to gradually lower the concentration in his body. He gave Xiao Yi a confident smile, like boiling a frog slowly. Understand. Xiao Yi leaned in to look at the solution Li Huaiji was preparing and raised an eyebrow. Glucose. Li Huaiji shot Xiao Yi an approving glance. This way he won't completely lose energy, it should meet basic survival needs. Later the nutrient agent might need to be diluted before use. Song Yuandao crossed his arms and listened to their back-and-forth discussion for a while, then looked at Zhang Kai, who occasionally struggled on the bed. How many days has he been here? 3 days. Zhou Qingshan checked his personal terminal to confirm the time. Song Yuandao nodded. Then we can be certain that he hasn't used high-concentration nutrient agents for at least 3 days. Could his current condition be due to insufficient bioenergy in his body? Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji had been engrossed in their experiments day and night, seemingly forgetting this simplest matter. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said to Li Huaiji, pay more attention to his withdrawal symptoms. Li Huaiji nodded in agreement. Song Yuandao then looked at Xiao Yi, go get Feng Yan. Let him talk. Xiao Yi nodded and headed for the door. Song Yuandao turned to give Zhou Qingshan a meaningful glance, and Zhou Qingshan quickly grasped his intention. Feng Yan's voice sounded extremely anxious, seemingly genuine. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan stepped back a bit to give him space to chat with his old friend. When Feng Yan entered and saw so many people in the room, he seemed a bit surprised. Song Yuandao stopped Xiao Yi and gave her a few instructions, then used the excuse of too many people and too many things to leave with Zhou Qingshan first. After leaving, the two wandered around the small block for a while, but instead of returning to their own rooms, they headed to Huang Yueying's room. Huang Yueying was lying on the bed daydreaming. This was the first time Song Yuandao had come to see her specifically since Feng Yan's return. She looked to be in good spirits. Old Master Qiao had somehow managed a secret supply line, sending food over every few days. Since no one had a chance to go home, Xiao Yi only distributed these small treats to a few close associates. At that moment, Huang Yueying was munching on Xiao Yi's special treats while spacing out. Seeing them arrive, she waved the pastry in her hand and said, come on and make yourselves at home. Living the good life, huh? Little Yi is going to fatten you up soon. Zhou Qingshan pulled over 2 chairs and sat beside Huang Yueying's bed with Song Yuandao. Huang Yueying glared at Zhou Qingshan but couldn't think of a retort. Now pregnant, she could no longer relish her former high-intensity training regimen. Her daily routine consisted of lounging in bed, eating, and snacking their walks with Xiao Yi around the dilapidated block, come evenings spending asleep to listening Feng Yan recounting his childhood tales or whispering fairy tales to the child in her belly. You'll hear about Feng Yan. Huang Yueying had become the leader of Team 1 not just because of her high combat prowess. Aside from her agile skills, she was indeed a perceptive person. Song Yuandao didn't intend to hide his purpose. He nodded in agreement and summarized what Zhang Kai had seen along with the information from the clone, sharing it with Huang Yueying. Huang Yueying nodded. Actually, I've been suspicious of him all along. After Jiang Yu sold me out to that castle, he brought him out without any trouble. But I don't think it should be that simple, because neither I nor my hero was treated harshly in there, nor did we pay any price. It seemed like we were just invited in for a chat. Song Yuandao agreed with Huang Yueying's consideration. This matter had been strange from the start. Given Huang Yueying's abilities and the support from Song Yuandao, and Zhou Qingshan behind her, bringing Feng Yan out should not have been difficult. But if this Feng Yan is a clone, what do they want to achieve? Song Yuandao hadn't figured it out either. If Feng Yan carried any tracking device or surveillance equipment, Song Yuandao had no doubt that their dilapidated temporary base would have been wiped out long ago by Yabo's well-trained private army. After all, time was running out for Yabo. But since it hadn't happened yet, it meant that was not what he was after. As Feng Yan shown any abnormality, Zhou Qingshan, seeing no quick resolution to this issue, turned to it. Huang Yueying popped another piece of pastry into her mouth and shook her head, speaking indistinctly. Actually, I don't know Feng Yan that well. After all, we met because I was passionately pursuing Jiang Yu back then. At most, it's been just a few years of acquaintance, and we didn't see each other every day. Back then Feng Yin was in his developmental and adolescent years. I felt that every time I saw him after a few days he looked different. My only impression of him was that he was genuinely a nice kid, quite gentle and harmless. Song Yuandao pondered for a moment before speaking. This appearance is very easy to mimic, so we still cannot determine his authenticity. Locking him up rashly would seem too hurtful. For now we can only leave him in your charge. Keep him occupied and don't let him out of your sight when he's conscious. Got it, my hero. Huang Yueying agreed readily, half leaning on the bed, and giving Song Yuandao a look. After all, Huang Yueying's situation was special, and Song Yuandao couldn't help but remind her a few more times. Huang Yueying felt a bit embarrassed glancing at Zhou Qingqian for help, hoping that her notoriously unscrupulous superior could save her. After catching Huang Yueying's pleading gaze, Zhou Qingqian surprisingly had no ill intentions. He reached over and put his arm around Song Yuandao's shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. Zhou Qingqian's voice was low and Huang Yueying couldn't quite hear what he said, but she noticed Song Yuandao's ears turning a light shade of red just as Zhou Qingqian finished speaking. Huang Yueying smiled and gestured to Zhou Qingqian. Song Yuandao's eyes shifted from Huang Yueying's fingers to Zhou Qingqian's smug face. After a moment's thought he suddenly said, "Originally, after this matter concludes and everything returns to normal, I plan to reward you both with something extra. However, seeing how lively you two are, it's clear that you haven't suffered any setbacks during this incident. In that case, I won't be providing any extra rewards and will instead allocate the surplus to Xiao Yezi and the others." Huang Yueying felt somewhat innocent, but realized that she had indeed sought Zhou Qingqian's help first. She felt a deep sense of bitterness, as if someone had poured bitter lotus juice into her heart. Song Yuandao came to check on Huang Yueying's recent situation and reminded her to be cautious of Feng Yin. Now that the conversation was over, it seemed that Feng Yin would be returning soon, so Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingqian planned to leave. Before leaving, Song Yuandao suddenly seemed to remember something and told Huang Yueying, "Don't let him know we were here." Huang Yueying responded with a clear, "Understood." Song Yuandao nodded slightly, and then left with Zhou. The two returned to Song Yuandao's room. Zhou Qingqian had been busy outside for most of the day, and after taking off his sweat-soaked combat uniform, he borrowed Song Yuandao's bathroom to take a quick shower. Although Song Yuandao hadn't been out as much as Zhou Qingqian, he too had a tiring day, and had to deal with the irritable Song Chun, who was stirring up trouble, not knowing what sort of monsters he had unleashed. Chun Jun. Song Yuandao thought for a moment, and felt a bit uneasy, so he called out for Chun Jun. Recently Chun Jun seemed to enjoy projecting his image. Song Yuandao thought this was probably Chun Jun's way of subtly reminding him to update his appearance soon. What is he doing in the clouds? Song Yuandao pondered and added, "I promise once this matter is completely resolved, I will give you a brand new image." Chun Jun's eyes swiftly flashed with a stream of data before he uttered 4 words, "Killing all directions." Song Yuandao felt a headache coming on. When Zhou Qingqian emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, he found Song Yuandao staring blankly at a point in the air, looking troubled. Zhou Qingqian rubbed his hair with one hand, while snapping his fingers in front of Song Yuandao with the other. "What are you thinking about?" Song Yuandao sighed helplessly. Chun Jun said, "My dad is wreaking havoc in those databases in the cloud." Zhou Qingqian tossed his towel and dirty combat uniform together, planning to clean them up later. He stretched his arm and pulled Song Yuandao onto the bed, gently tapping his forehead. "Don't worry too much. Our dad is more than capable." Hearing this, Song Yuandao couldn't help but chuckle, then immediately said, "I'm not worried about him getting into trouble. I'm afraid his actions will be too loud and destructive." Zhou Qingqian rubbed Song Yuandao's cheek. "Relax, my chairman Song. Our dad is not just anyone." Thinking it over, Song Yuandao found some truth in Zhou Qingqian's words and decided to temporarily set them. "How did you fare today?" Zhou Qingqian had only sent himself a message when he found the first item. Song Yuandao had to admit he was hoping Zhou Qingqian would bring him some good news. "I found one item, but it might be because the child from that household didn't like it, so it was tossed to the bottom of the wardrobe. The clone sent there might not have been very bright." Zhou Qingqian pinched the back of Song Yuandao's neck. "So this is a bargain for me now. Where did you put the item?" Song Yuandao turned over in Zhou Qingqian's arms, who just happened to wrap him up tightly from behind. Zhou Qingqian's body was a bit warmer and carried a light scent of shower gel from after his bath. Song Yuandao couldn't help but sniffle, then relaxed against him. Zhou Qingqian seemed to appreciate Song Yuandao's behavior, giving his shoulders a gentle squeeze. "It's in the pocket of my combat uniform." As Zhou Qingqian relaxed Song Yuandao's muscles, he engaged him in conversation to organize information. "Do you think it's because of this item that those families are having dreams? Should we try and see if we will dream too?" Song Yuandao thought this might be a solution. The saying "practice makes perfect" always held some truth. So he let Zhou Qingqian take the item out and place it on the table beside them. Song Yuandao stared at the small object for a while, Dao turned to look at him. Zhou Qingqian gestured as Zhou Qingqian, half leaning against him to look at the item, squinted his eyes and thought upon hearing Song Yuandao's question, then suddenly sat up and patted Song Yuandao. Feeling the significant movement behind him, Song Yuandao turned to look at him. Zhou Qingshun gestured as he spoke. When you were a child, probably around 4 or 5 years old, after you had been grounded for a while, you were having a falling out with your uncle, possibly blaming him for locking you up or something. Listening to Zhou Qingshun, Song Yuandao tried hard to recall those events. However, compared to being grounded, those moments felt trivial. Since learning that his memories had been altered, he felt his recollections were unreliable, preferring to rely on Zhou Qingshun's outsider perspective to uncover the truth of the past. Seeing Song Yuandao's blank expression, clearly unable to remember anything, Zhou Qingshun rubbed the back of his head, comforting him. It's normal not to remember. You were too young then, and these events probably didn't last long in your memory. Song Yuandao nodded, but did not tell Zhou Qingshun that his memories might have been altered by Abel. At that time, Zhou Qingshun was already a 10-year-old boy, and he remembered many things much clearer than Song Yuandao, especially regarding matters about Song Yuandao. He felt that when they both grew old, he could write a memoir on behalf of Song Yuandao. Your quarrel with your uncle lasted a long time. He came to find me asking me to persuade you and cheer you up. But every time I hinted at helping him, you would chase me away as well. Zhou Qingshun seemed to find it amusing, remembering the stubbornness of childhood Song Yuandao. Unable to help himself, he chuckled. Song Yuandao had always been unwilling to admit he had such a childish side. He didn't know why, but every time he heard Zhou Qingshun talk about his childhood, he felt a strong aversion. After receiving an unexpected glare from Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingshun quickly steered the conversation back on track. He thought for a moment and continued, "At that time you refused to see your uncle no matter what. One day after class he found me and handed me this item, saying I should give it to you. You would definitely like it, and if it could help you stop being angry with him, that would be even better." Song Yuandao seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. He recalled that when he was 4 or 5 years old, the only significant event was being locked up by Song Ku, which left him with endless childhood trauma. Did I like this item back then? Song Yuandao looked at the toy on the table, puzzled. He couldn't even distinguish what kind of toy it was. If it was a character from an animated series, it shouldn't still be popular after more than 20 years. Moreover, Song Yuandao had absolutely no interest in animated series as a child. If Song Ku wanted to give him something to cheer him up, he would certainly have paid attention to it. Zhou Qingshun thought for a moment before replying, "I think you probably liked it somewhat. You were never particularly interested in these things as a child. Most of the items you received were piled in my room. The only one you kept in your room for quite a while was this one, which only disappeared when you were around 6 or 7 years old. Where did I used to keep it?" Song Yuandao was somewhat concerned about when this toy had vanished from his room. At 6 or 7, he had been locked up in the house by Abel for a whole year. That year, all that appeared in the center were his clones. Song Yuandao instinctively felt that the disappearance of this toy was connected to that incident, but now he couldn't find those who had replaced him back then. All that remained was a younger sibling with questionable intelligence and emotional capacity. Song Yuandao silently noted this matter in his heart, planning to ask the clone children tomorrow if they remember. Zhou Qingshun looked at the toy with a hint of confusion. "Honestly, I wanted to ask you what this thing was back then, but since it seemed like you liked it, I hesitated to ask, worried it might undermine your uncle's good intentions." Hearing this, Song Yuandao laughed. "As a child, I didn't even know what this was. Now I have no clues at all to." Zhou Qingshun sighed helplessly. The two men, combined over 50 years of age, found themselves staring blankly at a toy meant for a 5-year-old. After a long while, the two still found no clue about this object. Song Yuandao rubbed his eyes, feeling visual fatigue from staring at it for so long. Children's toys were inherently gaudy, truly testing Song Yuandao's aesthetic sensibilities. He decisively gave up on trying to recall any memory related to the object, pulled the blanket over himself, and lay back on the bed to rest with his eyes closed. As he did so, he continued discussing the next steps regarding the toy with Zhou Qingshun. Xiaoya and the others have been busy lately, probably too busy to conduct biological analysis. For now, take this thing to Lily's place and have them run a simple analysis using the existing equipment. Zhou Qingshun also slipped under the covers and lay side by side with Song Yuandao, occasionally humming in acknowledgement. Encouraged by the response, Song Yuandao continued, "See if you can still get in touch with Zhang Kai's father. This thing should be his work, but judging by his son's current condition, I'm afraid he's in deep trouble." Zhou Qingshun felt this matter could no longer be delayed. He immediately used his personal terminal to take several photos of the oddly shaped toy and sent them to Guocheng. Given that Zhang Kai's condition was stable, asking him to spare 2 people to look for Zhang Kai's father was not a difficult task. After finishing all this, Zhou Qingshun settled back into the covers and said, "Close your eyes and sleep. I'm curious to see what dream I'll have." Song Yuandao found Zhou Qingshun's words amusing, so he closed his eyes as well, intending to explore the so-called dream world. Song Yuandao was fully aware that he was dreaming because everything here presented itself to him as an unrelated third party. Even though every single event was something he had personally experienced, Song Yuandao saw himself as a child. He felt that this age was roughly the same as when he was locked in solitary confinement. Unsurprisingly, he also saw Zhou Qingchun as a 10-year-old. Zhou Qingchun back then seemed even more composed than he was now, probably because he had to constantly look after a short-legged long-haired Song Yuandao. Even in his dreams, Song Yuandao kept his own thoughts like a spectator who had stumbled into a theater watching the performance on stage while silently critiquing the plot and acting. Xiao Yuan. Song Yuandao heard someone calling him, but could not locate the source of the voice. He leaned against the wall watching his younger self being toyed with by the voice. As a child, he naturally could not recognize the voice, but now Song Yuandao found it deeply familiar. It was Song Chen's voice. As Song Yuandao watched these long-forgotten memories, his mind raced. According to the information he now possessed by this time, Song Chun had long been imprisoned by Yabo in that later smaller laboratory. His consciousness had likely been extracted, leaving his body a hollow shell. Song Yuandao quietly followed his younger self. Song Yuandao seemed to possess a skill of remaining calm even as Mount Tai collapsed before him. He watched his younger self show not a hint of panic, only confusion, as he followed the direction of the voice. As expected, no one was visible, but the voice was indeed emanating from the speaker in front of his current position. When he was young, Song Yuandao probably did not understand, but now he was very familiar with this operation. At this time, Song Chun had already had his consciousness extracted, similar to the state of Chunjun and the others. He could use the network to easily infiltrate surveillance equipment or speaker systems in certain areas to find the information he wanted or deliver a message. The young Song Yuandao sat silently cross-legged in front of the speaker. Song Chun did not reveal his identity, but left him a message: beware of Song Ku. Song Yuandao clearly saw a puzzled expression on his own face. At that time, the only blood relatives he had were Song Ku and Song Qianfeng. Now a stranger who refused to show himself had left such a message, clearly stirring his still fragile mind. The voice from the speaker hesitated, as if unsure how to phrase things. Song Yuandao patiently waited for him to finish. But Song Chen suddenly changed the subject and said an unrelated thing: he raised you well. Song Yuandao tilted his head and stared at the speaker, his face full of bewilderment. Song Chen seemed to chuckle, then continued, maybe he won't harm you, but the things he hides from you might. Song Yuandao wanted to ask the voice what his uncle was hiding from him, but at that moment, he clearly sensed that the voice had already left. Song Yuandao was still young at that time, easily swayed by the voice's few words. He found himself suddenly unable to face his uncle, so he used the confinement as an excuse to throw a tantrum. Soon after, he received that strange gift from Song Ku. In his dream, Song Yuandao finally pieced together the cause and effect of this matter, but he still could not understand the meaning or function of the toy's shape, nor what dreams those who obtained it had. When Song Yuandao opened his eyes, he found it was still early, only midnight. Zhou Qingxin beside him seemed still asleep, but the information from the dream had left Song Yuandao wide awake. Song Chun might still be wreaking havoc in the cloud database. The signs in this dream suggested that Song Chun had known about Song Ke's problems from the very beginning, even taking great risks to hack into the center's system to warn him. But why in their previous exchanges did Song Chun always act as if he knew nothing about it? Song Yuandao wanted to call Song Chun back and ask him directly. Perhaps Song Chun would also know what the shape of this toy symbolized. But suddenly Song Yuandao once again felt that weariness. Everything was beyond his understanding. Everything he thought should be one way now revealed its true, ferocious face. Song Yuandao felt utterly exhausted from dealing with these monsters day after day. But he had no other choice. Only this path, barely even a path, lay before him, forcing him to walk, forcing him not to look back. Song Yuandao turned over, burrowing into Zhou Qingchen's arms and refusing to move. In reality, Zhou Qingchen had woken up even earlier than Song Yuandao. But he had a dream with an overwhelming amount of information, leaving him unsure how to face Song Yuandao, and how to use coherent and convincing words to make Song Yuandao believe these things were true. This latter task was extremely difficult for Zhou Qingchen, because even he himself did not believe it was true. Yet the clues in his dream made him feel that this was indeed the case. He dreamed of the death of Song Ku and Xiao Lin. It was said they died in an accidental fire. Xiao Lin and Song Ku had always been close, though not quite as close as Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao, but presumably not far off. After all, the bond between the captain of the personal guard and the chairman was too special, even surpassing all worldly emotions. On the day of the accident, Song Ku had invited Xiao Lin to his home for dinner. Song Ku was an excellent cook. Zhou Qingchen had even learned a few dishes from him to cheer up Song Yuandao. On the day Xiao Lin left, Zhou Qingchen was about to accompany Song Yuandao on an inspection of infrastructure in a certain area. As he left, Xiao Lin joked that Zhou Qingchen was taking over his role as a workhorse. Zhou Qingchen retorted that Song Yuandao was much harder to serve than Song Chun. The last words Xiao Lin said to Zhou Qingchen were, "When I come back tonight, I'll bring you some of Uncle Song Ke's cooking. Don't eat at the cafeteria." But Zhou Qingchen never made it to the evening. just as he and Song Yuandao were thousands of kilometers away listening to the local official boasting about how advanced and intelligent their newly installed infrastructure was. Both of their personal terminals rang with emergency call alerts. Zhou Qingshan's first thought was it couldn't be that right after we came to this godforsaken place the center turned upside down. But Song Yuandao only glanced down at his personal terminal and hung up. My uncle is gone. Cheng Ying's voice carrying the information transmitted by Song Yuandao through Chuanjuan exploded in Zhou Qingshan's mind. Soon after, Zhou Qingshan heard the medical staff on the other end of the communication system informing him of the tragic news in a formulaic, sorrowful tone. Mr. Shaolin has passed away in an accident. Family members are requested to come to the first hospital to identify the body. Zhou Qingshan turned to say something to Song Yuandao, only to find that the always composed young man was staring blankly at his personal terminal. On the screen was Song Ke's health monitor from the Penglai system. The electrocardiogram had become a silent flat line, and the green, symbolizing his heartbeat, no longer flickered. Everything had suddenly and quietly returned to nothingness. Song Yuandao's composure broke only for a very short time. When he looked up again, he seemed to have regained his invulnerable demeanor. He bid farewell to the local officials with great grace. But the moment he stepped into the flying car, his eyes instantly turned red. Brother, I have no family left. These long-past memories remained as vivid in his dreams as if they had just occurred, so much so that even the expression on Song Yuandao's face was detailed enough to make Zhou Qingshan feel a sharp pang in his heart, even within the dream. Zhou Qingshan did not know why he dreamed of this matter. Although the cause of death of Shaolin and Song Ke had troubled him for a long time, at this moment, he felt he had long since ceased to care. Death extinguishes a person like a lamp. Even though they were once the closest people to Zhou Qingshan and Song Yuandao, they could not withstand the years that had passed, nor the elusive truth long buried in the river of time. Zhou Qingshan knew that what Song Yuandao had seen in his dream was probably no less troubling, so he allowed him to snuggle into his embrace, like a small animal. Thus the two lay until dawn, each harboring their own thoughts. When Song Yuandao got up, he still wore that expression, revealing nothing of his mind. This expression on his face was probably his best armor. No one could ever hope to discern even a hint of it. Zhou Qingshan, however, always did things that caught Song Yuandao off guard. He had prepared himself to casually say nothing much. Now the person who should have asked the question instead launched into his own dream. I dreamed of the day my maternal uncle. Song Yuandao's hand, which was reaching for his clothes, paused at these words. Zhou Qingshan glanced at Song Yuandao's reaction with half-slitted eyes, but then, as if completely unconcerned, continued rambling. You were very sad that day. You told me that from then on you would have no more family. I wanted to say something to you then, but in the end I didn't dare. Now that I've remembered this matter, I'll give you those. You still have me. Song Yuandao sat silently with his back to Zhou Qingshan. Just as Zhou Qingshan thought he would get up and let the matter pass as if nothing had happened, Song Yuandao suddenly spoke. When I was little I saw. Not exactly saw, but heard my father once. Zhou Qingshan was startled. He hadn't expected this method to actually work. So he half sat up, waiting for Song Yuandao to continue. He told me that my uncle would not harm me, but that the things my uncle had concealed might one day bring about my death. What things, eh? He didn't say. But judging from the current situation, I suppose it's probably nothing more than my uncle taking Penglai's main controller and exchanging it for something with Yabo. Song Yuandao took his coat and draped it over his shoulders, then casually gathered his long hair. I think my father probably knew more back then at Yabo's place. For instance, what my uncle exchanged that main controller for. Zhou Qingshan thought for a moment and found a logical flaw. Xiao Yuan look, we're still not entirely clear on how powerful the Penglai system is, but judging from what we know so far, if one could obtain Penglai's main controller, one could almost wield supreme power in the new era, don't you think? Song Yuandao nodded in agreement. So I've never understood either. At that time my father had been confirmed dead, and my uncle would surely have secured the position of chairman of the new era. If he already had the main controller in his hands, there was absolutely no reason for him to make any deal with Yabo. You can ask your father. I think we must have missed something in between. Zhou Qingshan, while speaking, glanced down at his personal terminal. There were no urgent messages, but it was indeed time for him to get up and move around. Want to go for a few laps with me? Zhou Qingshan joked as he invited Song Yuandao. The latter, heading toward the bathroom, waved a hand at Zhou Qingshan. Take your time. Zhou Qingshan watched Song Yuandao's retreating back and shook his head helplessly. In the past, Song Yuandao indeed had trouble with high-intensity exercise because there was a creator system inside him. But now that the system had completed its evolution, it no longer plundered the bioenergy in Song Yuandao's body as voraciously as before. However, Song Yuandao had simply given up and made no effort to hide his intense dislike for exercise. Zhou Qingshan put the little toy back into his coat, leaned against the bathroom door, and knocked twice with his finger. He'll take the thing and find Lily first. Contact me if anything comes up. Song Yuandao, presumably brushing his teeth, mumbled an acknowledgement. The sound came through the door like a Zhou Qingshan smiled, then turned and left to find Lily and the others to analyze the composition of the little. Since arriving here, Lily and her team had been quite idle. Song Yuandao could only quietly find them a place to stay and prepare some basic facilities, but he wasn't able to provide much more. Thus Lily and the others, the new era elite, specializing in network engineering, had no outlet for their talents. They spent their days together fixing the firewall of this small gathering point, but a fully evolved Song Chun was enough to make this place an impenetrable fortress. When Zhou Qingshan placed the thing on the table, a group of people's eyes lit up. They gathered around the childlike toy, looking it over from every angle, as if ready to perform a composition analysis with their own eyes. Lily glanced at it twice, then grabbed Zhou Qingshan's sleeve. "Boss, what's this?" Zhou Qingshan briefly explained the origin of the thing and Song Yuandao's request. Lily looked around at the few pieces of equipment in the room, then patted the shoulder of the young man who was photographing the toy. "Luhe, after you finish shooting, do a radioactivity analysis on this." Luhe nodded in agreement, while rapidly taking pictures of the little thing. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly blurted out, "Haven't I seen this somewhere before?" Zhou Qingshan patted him upon hearing this. "Think carefully. This thing is actually quite common. It's just a child's toy. But the person who made it has a big name, so ordinary families rarely get access to it. Plus its shape is a bit puzzling too." The several people still in the room heard Zhou Qingshan's words and gathered to look at the thing. Their ages were not far apart, so the toys they had encountered in childhood should be similar. But aside from Luhe, no one else found it familiar. Instead, they all felt the shape was unsettling. While carrying it to perform the analysis, Luhe was still racking his brain, trying to remember where he had seen this thing. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only recall a vague silhouette with no deeper details. Seeing his distressed expression, Zhou Qingshan comfortingly squeezed his shoulder. "It's fine. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Even your idol's memory didn't recall ever seeing this thing." "Idol?" Luhe, still a bit slow on the uptake, asked bemusedly. "Chairman Song." "That's right." Zhou Qingshan took the nutritious supplement Lily had just brewed and downed it with a straight face. He looked at Luhe's expression with amusement. "You haven't lost your memory, have you?" Luhe looked at the toy again and slapped his forehead. "I remember where I saw this. Wasn't it from your idol's birthday party when we were kids? Didn't each of us get one?" Not to mention the others, even Zhou Qingshan was taken aback. When did Song Yuandao ever have a birthday? Luhe was about the same age as Zhou Qingshan, meaning they were both slightly older than the others. Others might have been too young to remember, but Zhou Qingshan would not have forgotten, especially since it involved Song Yuandao. The Song family had always advocated frugality. Almost every year Song Yuandao's birthday was simply a quiet family meal at home. At least in Zhou Qingshan's memory, Song Yuandao had never thrown any grand birthday party. The others, hearing Zhou Qingshan's question, looked at Luhe with doubtful expressions. Under everyone's stare, Luhe himself began to doubt his own memory. But he clearly remembered being over 10 years old at that time. No reason to be as confused as a 5 or 6-year-old child. So he stubbornly continued describing it, trying to jog everyone's memory. Luhe looked eagerly at Zhou Qingshan, gesturing. "Boss, you're about my age. They were young and might not remember, but you have no excuse not to remember this." Zhou Qingshan, seeing Luhe's flushed face, was momentarily dazed. How old was he when this happened? "About 6 or 7. Luhe answered with certainty. He was sure this event had definitely occurred in his memory, but everyone else seemed to have no recollection of it at all. Luhe looked at Lily and said, "That day you even smeared cake on your dress and cried for a while. Don't you remember?" Lily's face showed a genuine look of confusion, as if she had truly never experienced such a thing. Zhou Qingshan felt a headache coming on early in the morning. He sensed that this was not going anywhere, so he simply opened his personal terminal and called Song Yuandao over. "I've called your idol over. You can ask him properly whether this really happened." Luhe nodded vigorously. "I can't be mistaken. I was already that old." Zhou Qingshan was amused by his words. "How old could you have been? You were about my age. Song Yuandao really never had the habit of throwing such parties. But you can ask him later." Luhe nodded with an air of confidence. "Then I definitely will ask him properly to prove my innocence." Just as Song Yuandao finished tidying up and was about to engage in another friendly information exchange with Song Chun, he received a message from Zhou Qingshan. Zhou Qingshan did not explain the reason, leaving Song Yuandao puzzled as he hurried to the room where Lily and the others often gathered. As soon as he entered, he felt the gazes of several people on him. Confused, Song Yuandao glanced at his clothes, and seeing nothing inappropriate, looked at Zhou Qingshan with a questioning expression. Zhou Qingshan seemed to find the situation amusing, smirking as he pulled Song Yuandao to Luhe, saying, "He mentioned that he attended one of your birthday parties when he was a child and saw this toy at the party." Hearing this, Song Yuandao appeared bewildered, asking, "When did I ever have a birthday party? My birthday is just a meal with your family, right?" Although it was no secret that the Song and Xiao families were close, Song Yuandao's sudden remark made everyone perceive a situation of childhood innocence and secret commitments. Upon hearing that Song Yuandao didn't even remember this incident, Lu He became anxious, gesturing animatedly. You were just this big, then don't you really remember? Seeing Lu He's earnestness, Song Yuandao suppressed his playful demeanor to listen. After Lu He's somewhat incoherent explanation, Song Yuandao shook his head saying, You must be talking about when I was 6 or 7. I don't remember. Even the fact that I saw this type of toy as a child was something Zhou Qingshun reminded me of before I recalled it. After saying this, Song Yuandao glanced around at the others and asked, Do any of you have any recollection of this? I honestly don't remember at all. Lily responded to Song Yuandao's inquiry saying, Lu He mentioned he saw me at that party and I cried because I got my dress dirty, but I don't remember attending your birthday party at all. The others shook their heads, indicating they had no knowledge of the matter. Lu He closed his eyes in despair and retrieved the enigmatic toy from the testing device, placing it on the table, and projected the test results before everyone. After glancing at it, Lily frowned. Song Yuandao's expression was also not good. Zhou Qingshun wasn't particularly knowledgeable about these things and couldn't immediately discern any clues, but Song Yuandao quickly explained, This is coated with a mineral that can induce hallucinations. If it's just dreaming, it might be a matter of luck, but those with bad luck might go insane as a result. However, if this substance is on a child's toy, Lily said with a frown, her expression grave, if adults are already affected and starting to dream, the situation for the children must be worse than we imagine. Song Yuandao nodded slightly, his gaze drifting over Lu He before considering. Lu He, go find Xiao Yi or Li Huaiji for a health check. Are you worried that I might be affected by this thing? Lu He thought for a moment and nodded, saying, All right, I'll go now. Song Yuandao nodded again and turned to Lily saying, Take another look at this thing. If you find any issues, just message me directly. Zhou Qingshun followed Song Yuandao out of the room, but noticed that he seemed to have no intention of returning to his own room. He didn't ask further questions and just accompanied Song Yuandao towards the farthest house where the clones were located. Do you have something to ask him? Yes. Song Yuandao thought for a moment and said, If Louis's attendance at that gathering was merely his illusion, that's one thing. But if it wasn't and there was indeed a real event, it could indicate that during the time I was taken away, Abel held a birthday party for me for reasons I'm still unaware of, inviting Lu He, but not others. Zhou Qingshun mulled over Song Yuandao's reasoning and asked, Is there anything special about Lu He? Song Yuandao shook his head saying, I don't know yet. We need to first ask the clone if this actually happened. I would rather it is true, otherwise we won't know how significant the impact of that thing on the human body is, Zhou Qingshun remarked to himself. I didn't mention this earlier, but that mineral is one of the ingredients used in the nutrient agent. Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, looking at the small house at the end of the road. Whether it induces hallucinations or madness, it all relies on this mineral. Zhou Qingshun had never been particularly attentive to matters concerning the nutrient agents, as it had long established its own balanced mechanism after decades of research and control. The upper-level leaders strictly regulated the raw materials and circulation of nutrient agents, ensuring that ordinary people could maintain proper usage and receive adequate supply each month for their daily lives. Most people would not consider that this item, which had circulated for decades or even a century, could have any problems. However, it was clear that Song Yuandao had always been somewhat concerned about it, even having studied the ratios of its various components. Are you coming in with me, or will you wait outside? Song Yuandao's hand was on the doorknob, but hesitated to press down. Zhou Qingshun thought for a moment and replied, I'll go in with you. Song Yuandao nodded and opened the door. Light flooded into the room, revealing the clone curled up on the bed, watching a film that someone had delivered. Big brother. The clone squinted and called out to Song Yuandao, who nodded in greeting. When we were young, when I was living at your house. Song Yuandao spoke gently in a tone meant to soothe the child. Did your grandfather ever throw me a birthday? Yes. The clone paused the movie and turned to Song Yuandao, nodding. But that day you were sick and sleeping, so someone else went in your place. Song Yuandao wasn't particularly concerned about who attended his birthday party that day, as aside from the somewhat silly clone in front of him, the others had long since disappeared from this world. Who else did you invite? Do you remember? Of course, our memories don't fade with time. Yours shouldn't either, right? The clone counted a few names on his fingers and continued. As for the others, Grandpa said he didn't have time to notify them, so he used their substitutes. What substitutes? Zhou Qingshun couldn't help but ask. The clone smiled, pointing at himself, and then at Song Yuandao, saying, just like me and Big Brother here, I am his substitute. Zhou Qingshun felt a chill run down his back upon hearing this. According to Lu He's description, that birthday party must have been quite large, yet the actual invitees numbered fewer than 5, with all the rest being clones. This implied that Abel had possessed the biological information of all of them a long time ago. However, Zhou Qingshun recalled the health check Song Yuandao previously mentioned, which didn't seem strange upon further reflection. Meanwhile, Song Yuandao furrowed his brow deep in thought. After a while, he pulled up an image of the toy from his personal terminal and showed it to the clone. Upon seeing the image, the clone suddenly displayed a look of terror. Both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin found it strange, as it was only a toy and there seemed to be no reason for him to be so afraid. After struggling a few times, the clone timidly told Song Yuandao, "Big brother, you might not remember, but this was used by Grandpa to punish disobedient children." Song Yuandao felt a flicker of recognition pass through his mind, but it was too fleeting to grasp before it vanished. "Continue," Zhou Qingxin casually asked upon seeing Song Yuandao lost in thought. Although he realized that if Song Yuandao recalled what this item was under the clone's prompting, it might also bring back many unpleasant memories, he had to trust that Song Yuandao could face these matters, and indeed he must. "This thing has a replacement effect," the clone pointed at the small toy in the picture. "If I had the physical object, I could show you how it works, but if you see it, Big brother would be very sad." "Why would I be sad?" Song Yuandao's expression was calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The clone's voice trembled slightly with a hint of tears in his eyes. "Because this was forced upon you by Grandpa. All the other brothers died because of this thing." Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao froze entirely. It seemed he finally caught a glimpse of something related to this object in his vague memories, a blood-tinted recollection that mirrored the light of this world. Song Yuandao seemed to understand why Abel had chosen this particular world among so many others. The memories that flickered in the light and shadow caused Song Yuandao a splitting headache. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to go. He clutched Zhou Qingxin's hand tightly, and at the moment he looked up, Zhou Qingxin noticed that Song Yuandao was already in tears. The clone was also sobbing beside him, as if he were about to lose his breath. He suddenly choked, and said to Zhou Qingxin, "Hug him, he's too miserable." Neither Zhou Qingxin nor Song Yuandao had anticipated that a simple inquiry would evolve into such a situation. Song Yuandao had already forgotten everything. The nightmares he endured during his childhood, every single one of them, had slipped from his memory. Yet now a few words from the clone body had cracked open the tightly sealed vault of his past, creating a gaping wound. Those old, unbearable memories, steeped in hopelessness, surged forth like water, finding its exit, flooding Song Yuandao's mind. Song Yuandao felt as though he were drowning. He could see no light, hear no sound, only the cloying scent of blood lingered in his nostrils. He wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Zhou Qingxin sensed Song Yuandao swaying beside him on the verge of collapsing. Forced to cut short their conversation with the clone body, he swept Song Yuandao into his arms and carried him away. Zhou Qingxin had often wanted to ask Song Yuandao what he had experienced in those years. But every time he caught even a fleeting glimpse, he learned something that made his heart tremble with fear. He no longer dared to ask. On one hand, he feared he could not bear it. On the other, he could not bring himself to make Song Yuandao relive those memories. How painful must it have been? Song Yuandao felt he must be dreaming, yet everything in this dream was terrifyingly real. In the dream, he found himself back in his childhood, back to the time when he was taken by Yabo. Those things long buried in the depths of his memory now came alive. Only then did Song Yuandao realize that the claim his memories had been erased was nothing but a lie. These memories had merely been sealed away, tucked into the deepest recesses of his brain, waiting for the right moment to reawaken and paint bold, vivid strokes onto the already chaotic canvas of his life. It was a place utterly foreign to the current Song Yuandao. The door bore the intricate family crest of the Aesiding family. Once again, he observed everything from a bystander's perspective. He pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked along the winding corridor into the heart of the building. The corridor was lined with many rooms, all with closed doors, their silence absolute. Song Yuandao felt he should know what these rooms were used for, but as a child he had apparently paid a heavy price for his curiosity. Song Yuandao did not bother to look into those rooms again, for deep in his subconscious, he was certain they contained nothing but Yabo's perverse experiments. At the end of the corridor was a staircase. Song Yuandao ascended the spiral steps. Yabo's earlier laboratory had been built underground, but this one was entirely above ground. It was a tall building with no mechanical elevators, only a daunting spiral staircase. As Song Yuandao climbed leisurely, he wondered, did the researchers run up and down these stairs every day? Wouldn't such a setup affect their efficiency? No one could answer that question. Song Yuandao stopped only after reaching the 4th floor. He had a vague feeling that this might be where he had once lived. The 4th floor was structurally similar to the ones below, lined with rooms with closed doors. But this time Song Yuandao did not drift past them indifferently. He pushed open a door. The first room appeared to be a playroom filled with things children would love. Yet Song Yuandao sensed he had had little interest in them as a child. He glanced around, briefly left without lingering, and did not close the door. Instead, he moved on to the next. The adjacent room belonged to one of the clone bodies. Song Yuandao could tell that the furnishings were identical to those in his room at the center, but subtle details revealed differences. Though clone bodies inherited his memories and many habits, they inevitably developed distinct traits through their own life experiences. The next several rooms were similar. Song Yuandao felt like he was playing a game of spotting differences. From minor details, he could discern slight differences in personality among the clone bodies. Some were livelier, others more reserved, some seemed careless about organization, while others acted, as if driven by obsessive compulsion, meticulous to the extreme. These traits had all appeared in Song Yuandao, to varying degrees, as if the clone bodies were pieces of him extracted and forged into new individuals. Song Yuandao moved quickly, and soon reached the last room on this side. As his hand touched the doorknob, his fingers suddenly tightened. From the depths of memory, fragments of images flashed and struggled to break free. He stood at the door, his hand pausing mid-motion. Song Yuandao took a deep breath, then pressed down on the handle and pushed open the door. This room was entirely different from the previous ones. There were no children's decorations or objects. Instead, in the center of the room stood a massive iron cage. As Song Yuandao gazed at the dark cage, a surge of terror rose from the depths of his heart. This was the room he had once lived in. But why had they prepared such a thing for him? He was nothing more than a child of a few years old. Why would they need such a device to restrain his movements? Song Yuandao could not remember. He merely trailed his fingers over the cold bars. The impersonal, frigid touch of metal traveled from the nerve endings of his fingertips straight into his heart. He felt chilled and helpless, as if he had regressed to his childhood, unable to protect himself from these inexplicable harms, unable to stop those around him from walking into traps woven by others. Zhou Qingqian had been watching over Song Yuandao. He noticed that even in unconsciousness, Song Yuandao's brows were tightly furrowed, never relaxing for a moment. He did not know what Song Yuandao saw in his dreams, but it surely was nothing pleasant. He gently placed his hand over Song Yuandao's, then, as if that were not enough, clasped the limp hand firmly in. A trace of warmth passed from his palm into Song Yuandao, gradually thawing the frozen limbs and organs. Song Yuandao pulled his hand away from the cold bars, squinted at the cage that had once imprisoned him, and silently resolved, if he could not recall the reason, he would seek answers from those who knew when he awoke. Having made that decision, he left the room without nostalgia and began to explore the rooms on the opposite side. The first few rooms were unremarkable. Common facilities found in research institutes, such as a monitoring room, a chemical laboratory, and an operating theater that must have been state-of-the-art at the time. Song Yuandao glanced over them briefly, showing little interest, and left the doors wide open as he continued. The next room exceeded his expectations. Dried bloodstains covered the floor. He had no idea where the blood came from, but from his rudimentary knowledge of biology, he suspected it belonged to more than one person. Song Yuandao crouched down to examine them for a while, but could not glean any further useful information. He stood up and leaned against the doorframe, lost in thought. He recalled the clone Buddha's words. It was he who had developed the hallucinogenic substance resulting in the deaths of several other clone bodies. Though as the original Song Yuandao's feelings toward the clone bodies were complex, they were still living beings with independent consciousness. They bled when wounded, felt pain, knew sorrow, and understood joy. Song Yuandao desperately wanted to know under what circumstances he had created such a thing, and used it to snuff out several vibrant lives. He clearly understood that the cruelty of that thing likely surpassed his current imagination. For the destructiveness of a child paired with a nearly innocent malice was the most terrifying force. Song Yuandao was afraid to face the consequences of his own actions, yet he knew deep down that he had to confront them. He had no choice. He could only move forward. Even if the path ahead was strewn with thorn swamps or mountains of blades and seas of fire, he had to press on relentlessly. Just as he had no choice but to bear the vengeance and hatred directed at his ancestors. He had no other option. Zhou Qingqian noticed that Song Yuandao seemed calmer than before, as if he had fallen into a deep, sweet slumber. He felt a slight relief. He initially wanted to call Qiao Yi or Li Huaiji to check if Song Yuandao had other issues. But considering that before losing consciousness the information leaked by the clone body had been enough to shake the entire new era, Zhou Qingqian was uncertain whether Song Yuandao might utter unconscious words. So he decided it was best to guard him alone. It was not that he distrusted the others, rather Zhou Qingqian was sure that even if Song Yuandao had done something unbelievable, even something deemed malicious, he could still accept it. He could still unreservedly entrust his back to this person lying unconscious in the bed. That was reason enough for his faith. Zhou Qingqian's various thoughts outside were naturally unknown to Song Yuandao, who was currently in a coma. He was leaning against the dilapidated door frame, staring blankly at the dried, dark bloodstains on the floor. As Song Yuandao tried to find a clue about his current situation amidst his chaotic memories, he heard the sounds of children laughing and playing behind him, likely the clones who had returned from somewhere. Song Yuandao could not recall how he had accepted living with so many identical children in his childhood, but judging by the current situation, he seemed to be adapting quite well. Just like in previous memories and dreams, the children still could not see the sudden intrusion of his presence, as if he had unknowingly acquired some special skill to conceal himself. Thus Song Yuandao was quite content to relax lazily, leaning against the door frame while watching the group of children. He roughly counted and found that the number was still intact. There had been no losses among the clones due to any incidents. He could still easily identify which child among the identical ones was the true him. The children were discussing trivial topics, and Song Yuandao noticed that he appeared much more silent and taciturn compared to his peers. The group of children, whether intentionally or unintentionally, surrounded him seemingly, making him the center of their conversation. If Song Yuandao were not so clear about his own personality, or if he could not clearly hear the children's dialogues from his position, he might almost have believed he was once a leader among children. A few children passed by his room, but showed no intention of entering. Instead, they stood at his doorstep, one of them asking, "Brother, can't we go in and see your room today?" Song Yuandao's hand rested on the doorknob, but remained still. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Your grandfather probably won't let you enter my room, so just go back." The children exchanged doubtful glances, whispering among themselves, "Do you think it's because he has fun things in his room that we can't go in?" Another child immediately chimed in, "I think it's possible. We definitely have to go in today." The children's voices were not particularly quiet, and given the narrow corridor design, their words echoed clearly. Hearing their conversation, Song Yuandao decided to take his hand off the doorknob, adopting an expression that suggested he would not allow them to enter regardless of what they said. The children remained at the door stalemated. Song Yuandao stood not far away, pondering what his inner thoughts had been at that time, whether he was afraid of being embarrassed in front of the children or if he was worried about scaring them. Song Yuandao had no way of knowing, but he understood that the children's intense curiosity about his room was likely due to Abel's influence. The atmosphere in the corridor became tense. Neither side seemed willing to concede. Although Song Yuandao was alone, his expression and posture appeared far more commanding than the group of children combined. Looking at his childhood self, Song Yuandao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had already begun to display a dominant demeanor at that time, which explained why Abel held such unusual regard for him. Just as things were at a standstill, music suddenly played over the intercom. The children exchanged glances filled with irritation and departed from in front of Song Yuandao's door. The childhood version of Song Yuandao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at the sound, and quickly opened the door to dive into his room. Entering the room was no challenge for Song Yuandao. He could pass through walls without even needing to open the door. After all, he did not belong to this time and space, so the various restrictions held no power over him. He watched as his younger self effortlessly squeezed into the cage, showing no signs of rejection or discomfort. Song Yuandao was unsure how long he had been in this place, or why it seemed like all his spirit and pride had been worn down. He stood separated from his younger self by a cold, hard cage, along with the many years of time and a past he could not recall. He heard mechanical sounds of movement followed by a muffled groan from within the cage. Unable to hold back any longer, Song Yuandao directly passed through the cage. It turned out that the inside was not just a simple cage as he had assumed. It contained many medical instruments for experimentation, such as a syringe, injecting an unknown liquid into his younger self. He could see the pain etched on his own face. Although all the cries of agony were forcefully suppressed deep within his throat, Song Yuandao could still see the immense suffering reflected in the pale face of his younger self and the sweat on his forehead. The liquid was not much, and it was soon finished. Perhaps due to his young age, he seemed to have lost consciousness under such torment. Song Yuandao looked around the cage and realized it was likely a small experimental facility, completely impossible to open from the inside, leaving him nothing but a pitiful state of being at the mercy of others. Song Yuandao rubbed his temples, uncertain of when he would regain consciousness. Watching helplessly as his younger self endured this torment left him feeling utterly defeated. But soon he understood the purpose of the cage, and he realized what the substances injected into him were. High-purity nutrients that Abel was currently researching, attempting to figure out how to break the addiction to them. Looking at his younger self in the cage, Song Yuandao felt a sudden sense of admiration. Given the dosage they administered, he had thought he should be dead, without a doubt. Yet he had survived, and growing up to this point was indeed no easy feat. It was no wonder he could handle an injection of nutrients exceeding the limits of a normal human's tolerance during emergencies and still remain lively. Zhou Qingshan waited for Song Chun to finish circling around, but did not wait for Song Yuandao to awaken. After a thorough search of data in the cloud, when Song Chun reallocated his consciousness to Song Yuandao, he found him in a state akin to autopilot, so he simply took over control. Opening his eyes, he discovered that the Shao family kid was guarding him. Zhou Qingshan felt quite excited when he saw Song Yuandao blink awake, but as soon as he spoke, he realized the one who had emerged was likely Song Chun, not Song Yuandao. So he briefly explained the current situation to Song Chun, and they both fell into silence. Little Yuan's consciousness is currently in a dormant state. There is no danger. After sensing this, Song Chun first conveyed the message to Zhou Qingshan to reassure him. Zhou Qingshan merely nodded lightly to acknowledge. Song Chun thought for a moment and continued, "I should have been there back then, but the chances of seeing little Yuan were almost non-existent. Now I have no way of knowing what he experienced back then, and I fear I did not have my own consciousness when he was taken away. Zhou Qingchen smiled slightly and shook his head, saying it's okay. I believe in him, a little Yuan will be fine. He has always been that kind of person, able to handle everything on his own very well. Zhou Qingchen's voice was low, unsure if he was speaking to Song Chun or to himself. And now I am here. Song Chen nodded and told Zhou Qingchen to convey a message to Song Yuandao. When he woke up, just tell him I found something and let him find time to talk to me. Zhou Qingchen nodded, and once again Song Yuandao's eyes closed, returning to the appearance of someone who was seemingly fast asleep. In his memory, Song Yuandao still could not find that toy, but he discovered that his body had a tolerance for high-purity nutrients. Perhaps approaching it from his side could help Xiao Yi and Li Huaiji in their research. Song Yuandao no longer wished to stay in this place. He was no longer his younger self. He understood that remaining here was futile, as it served no purpose other than watching his childhood self helplessly. He took one last deep look at the cold cage before promptly leaving this dreadful place. Awake! Zhou Qingchen's voice was hoarse. As Song Yuandao opened his eyes, his vision struggled to focus, so he gazed blankly in the direction of the voice and gently nodded. Just as he was about to rise, Zhou Qingchen pressed him back down, saying, "Don't move yet. You've been lying for 2 days. Let me get you a glass of water." Song Yuandao did feel his muscles protesting all over. A slight movement made him dizzy. So he quietly lay in bed, reflecting on everything he had seen in his memories. Zhou Qingchen helped him sit up and fed him half a cup of water. As Song Yuandao was just about to say something, Zhou Qingchen nearly spilled the remaining half cup on his face. Song Yuandao said, "I injected high-purity nutrients when I was a child, but I seem to be fine now." Zhou Qingchen felt at a loss for words. What should he say? Should he congratulate Song Yuandao or praise him? Zhou Qingchen sensed that neither response seemed appropriate, so he remained silent, gazing at Song Yuandao, who also appeared not to expect Zhou Qingchen to continue the conversation. Thus they exchanged silent glances. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you remember what made you break free from the addiction to this?" Song Yuandao shook his head, looking quite helpless. "I can't recall it all. If it weren't for a few words from the clone that led me into this memory, which had long been deliberately sealed by Abel, I shouldn't even have been able to remember these matters at all." Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, his fingers trembling as they brushed over Song Yuandao's lips. "What else did you see? Don't hide anything from me." Song Yuandao was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Qingchen's question. He opened his mouth several times to say he saw nothing, but upon meeting Zhou Qingchen's gaze he lost his resolve. It seemed that even a few words required all his strength, so he silently shut his mouth, sealing it tight, unwilling to utter another word. Seeing his expression, Zhou Qingchen felt both pity and amusement. He reached out and tugged at Song Yuandao's disheveled hair, as if fiddling with some mechanism on him. "When you fainted, the clone said something to me." Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao immediately became alert. Now he had a general impression of his past experiences, but he was unsure what the clueless clone might have said while he was unconscious. Zhou Qingchen's hand moved to the back of Song Yuandao's neck, squeezing gently. "Relax." He didn't provide any detailed information. Song Yuandao's tense body relaxed a bit, and Zhou Qingchen squinted at him before continuing, "He only mentioned that you had a tough childhood and asked me to hold you." Song Yuandao paused, no longer resisting accepting Zhou Qingchen's embrace, which wasn't particularly abrupt. He thought of the cold cage he had seen in his memories and felt that indeed his childhood had been quite miserable. Zhou Qingchen held him for a while without any intention of letting go, prompting Song Yuandao to simply continue chatting with him in this position. "I plan to go find Xiao Yi and the others soon for a comprehensive checkup and tests. I'm curious why I can withstand such high concentrations of nutrient solutions." Zhou Qingchen leaned his head close to Song Yuandao's ear, his breath warm against him, making Song Yuandao unsure whether to move away or stay still, so he just remained stiff listening to him speak. "We've done so many checkups together, and I didn't feel you were any different from us. The reports may not reflect the truth, otherwise it would have been noted long ago that none of you are normal." Song Yuandao casually retorted. Zhou Qingchen thought for a moment and realized that this made sense, so he fell silent. The two of them sat quietly wrapped in each other's arms for a while. Their strong heartbeats intertwined through their combat suits. Song Yuandao discovered that he was no longer so afraid of confronting his childhood. He even felt somewhat justified in thinking that even though he couldn't protect himself, now Zhou Qingchen was still there for him. However, he was soon startled by this thought, struggling to comprehend where this sense of vulnerability came from. He pressed his lips together slightly, furrowing his brows. Zhou Qingchen sensed that Song Yuandao was restless in his arms, so he reluctantly let go and looked at him helplessly. "If you're really that anxious, you should just go find Xiao Yi to get it checked out now." Song Yuandao felt that resolving this matter would indeed help many people, so he got out of bed. However, having not exercised for a long time, he nearly bumped into the table corner upon standing, startling Zhou Qingchen into reaching out to pull him back. After steadying himself against the table for a moment, Song Yuandao waved his hand at the worried Zhou Qingshun, signaling that he was fine, and only then did Zhou Qingshun reluctantly let him go. Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi still hadn't made significant progress. Although they had done their best to flush out the high-purity nutrient solutions remaining in Zhang Kai's body, through intravenous methods Zhang Kai still seemed unchanged aside from no longer being violent. He could not consume food normally, and could only maintain his vital signs within a normal range using glucose and standard concentrations of nutrient solutions. Song Yuandao briefly recounted his experiences to Xiao Yi. After listening, Xiao Yi exchanged a glance with Li Huaizhi and quickly began preparing for Song Yuandao's medical examination. Zhou Qingshun stood by with his arms crossed watching them. Seeing him idle, Xiao Yi casually asked, "Boss, do you want to get checked too?" Zhou Qingshun smiled and waved his hand. "I believe I'm in good health and I haven't had any unusual experiences. Just take a look at him." Song Yuandao rolled up the sleeves of his combat suit, glancing at Zhou Qingshun. "Are you really not interested? This could be considered an employee benefit." Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh at Song Yuandao's words and nudged Li Huaizhi, saying, "After we finish we can enjoy this employee benefit for ourselves." Li Huaizhi deftly drew a small sample of blood from Song Yuandao's arm, cheerfully responding to Xiao Yi's suggestion, "Just don't give me a needle, your hand is too heavy." Xiao Yi frowned in dissatisfaction at Li Huaizhi's comment. "You didn't say that when you wanted me to practice on you before." Li Huaizhi processed the blood sample from Song Yuandao in the centrifuge and shook his head. "I was younger then, now that I'm older I can't be too reckless." "I'm still here, you know," Zhou Qingshun remarked, chuckling. "Do you two little brats think there's not enough work to do?" Xiao Yi stuck her tongue out at Song Yuandao, as if to say, "Handle your friend's bad-tempered general." Zhou Qingshun's personal terminal vibrated lightly. He glanced down, and then leaned close to Song Yuandao's ear, whispering a few words. Once Song Yuandao nodded, he quickly left Li Huaizhi's room. Xiao Yi looked curiously at Song Yuandao, but his expression remained unchanged, giving nothing away. When Song Yuandao slightly raised his gaze and met Xiao Yi's eyes, he smiled and said, "It's nothing, you all continue with your work." Li Huaizhi quickly conducted a few more tests on Song Yuandao, then stated that this was the maximum examination they could perform under the current conditions. Song Yuandao nodded, straightened his clothes, and instructed the two, "If there are any results, just inform me. If you find anything useful, use it without needing to consult me again." Xiao Yi gave him a salute with a click of her heels, indicating her understanding. Zhou Qingshun nodded and opened the door to leave. "I feel like the idol and the boss are hiding a lot from us." Xiao Yi stared at the door that Song Yuandao had just exited, a little lost in thought. Li Huaizhi paused his actions and looked at her, unable to resist ruffling her hair. "They must have their reasons for doing this, don't overthink it." Xiao Yi disregarded the hand playing with her hair and softly said, "I know that knowing too much isn't beneficial for us, but won't it be too hard for the idol and the boss? It seems like they are bearing all the burdens, leaving us with no place to contribute." Li Huaizhi's fingers wandered through Xiao Yi's soft black hair, reminiscent of teasing a fluffy little animal. Perhaps her emotions were soothed by his gesture, and she fell silent, letting out a gentle sigh. Li Huaizhi thought for a moment before speaking again. "I don't want you to feel too bad, but we need to be aware of the situation." "Go ahead," Xiao Yi said, pulling Li Huaizhi's hand away from her head and turning to look at him. "The boss and the idol." Li Huaizhi took a slow breath before saying, "They probably want us to believe that if this endeavor fails we can retreat unharmed. We seem to have participated, but in reality we know very little. They have exerted themselves to protect us. Even if we cannot stand in front of them like they protect us, we should not trouble them further." "Why are they?" Xiao Yi couldn't finish her sentence, tears already rolling down her cheeks. "The idol has no one left at home, and the boss has been brought into the center by Mr. Xiao since he was young, so his relationship with his parents isn't particularly strong either." Li Huaizhi, with flushed cheeks, used his fingers to wipe away a tear from Xiao Yi's cheek. "But we have a whole family supporting us. You have your grandfather and younger brother, I have my parents and older brother." Li Huaizhi sighed. "We have too many people to take responsibility for. But the idol and the boss don't have enough. They are responsible for us and all those behind us. Xiao Yuan is even a little younger than I am. When did he grow up so much?" Xiao Yi's eyes turned red, while Li Huaizhi turned his gaze away, seemingly unable to bear looking any longer, suddenly reaching out to pull Xiao Yi into his embrace. "Don't cry," he said, "it hurts my heart." The two individuals who had been the subject of Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi's lengthy discussion, completely unaware of the conversation that had left Xiao Yi sobbing, received a message from Lily. It informed them that some new discoveries had been made regarding the toy left with them for examination. Zhou Qingshun hurried to the room they used as a research lab ahead of Song Yuandao. Luha had been restless these past 2 days. After all, being told that a memory from his childhood, crystal clear and deeply ingrained, might very well be fabricated, was something he found hard to accept. Yet as a researcher with professional integrity, he gave his utmost to complete the inspection of the toy. "Boss." Zhou Qingshun knocked twice, then pushed the door open. Along the way, members of the personal guard greeted him, and he acknowledged them with a slight nod, wasting not a single minute as he drifted toward his destination. "You're here." Lily removed her glasses, set them aside, and grabbed a research report from the edge of the desk, thrusting it into Zhou Qingshan's hands. "All the info on that little thing is basically here. Aside from its hallucinogenic properties, we haven't found any other issues. But I think it's best to have Lu He get a checkup as soon as possible. He's nearly made several serious mistakes at work these past 2 days." Zhou Qingshan glanced down at the report, flipping through a couple of pages casually. Deciding he was hardly cut out for research work, he rolled it up and stuffed it into his pants pocket, intending to hand it directly to Song Yuandao later. Then, following Lily's gaze, he turned to look at Lu He, who was staggering unsteadily, and nodded. "I just came from Xiao Yetzi's place. She and Gigi aren't particularly busy recently. Have Lu He go over for a checkup when he can. They'll give them a heads up beforehand." Lily nodded and thanked him. Zhou Qingshan waved dismissively. "Don't be polite. Hand me that thing. They'll take it to Xiao Yezi and the others later." Lily got up and retrieved the item from the testing equipment. "Couldn't Lu He just bring it over to them? Why bother making the trip yourself, boss?" "Lu He's in no state for that. I'll let him keep as far from this thing as possible." Zhou Qingshan wrapped the item in several layers of isolation cloth and tucked it into his coat. "I've got things to do. I'm off." Lily saw him to the door, then flashed a bright smile and waved. "Boss, your complexion and temper are much better than before. A man nourished by love is really something different." Zhou Qingshan shot her a look that was both exasperated and amused. "Still running your mouth? You all have too easy a life, don't you?" Lily quickly covered her mouth and took a step back, shaking her head vehemently. No. Look at us. Busy every day, barely touching the ground, responsible for communication security in such a vast area. It's incredibly hard work." Hearing this, Zhou Qingshan couldn't help but smile. These naive kids had no idea that Song Yuandao was running with a built-in cheat. There was no need for them to wear themselves out. No matter how hard they toiled, they could never match a tiny tweak from Song Chun on the other side. Of course, Zhou Qingshan would never say that. For one, Song Chen's situation was a huge secret to everyone. For another, there was no point in discouraging his hard-working staff. Thus, the great General Zhou simply wore an inscrutable smile and left the room, vibrant, chaotic, and full of energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Yuandao had said his goodbyes to Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi and returned to the room where his clone was. The clone was playing happily with the Black Panther they had brought from the main world. Song Yuandao hadn't seen the big cat in quite a while, so he couldn't resist giving it a good rub before plopping down on the clone's bed and straightening his expression. "Big brother, how much do you remember now?" The clone squinted as he kneaded and ruffled the Black Panther, which looked thoroughly reluctant to endure such treatment, and struck up a conversation with Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao watched the clone, then tried hard to recall the group of children from his memories, attempting to identify which one he was. But all those kids seemed to share the same brand of simple-minded foolishness, and for a moment, he couldn't distinguish which one was the clone before him. "Did you finally go into my room?" The clone seemed surprised that Song Yuandao had asked that. His hand paused for a moment as he kneaded the panther's head, then he spoke slowly. "So big brother saw that part of the memory. I thought that after I said all that you'd directly see the most important part." Song Yuandao caught a hint of deeper meaning in the clone's words. He stared fixedly at the clone as if trying to see through whatever secrets the other was hiding. The clone simply smiled to himself. "We did go in the end." Song Yuandao didn't know what answer he was hoping for. Most of those who knew about his past were already dead, and the few still alive would eventually join the former ones, becoming motionless, unsmiling, silent corpses. "One day when grandfather took you for some checkup, we sneaked open the door to your room. Since we all shared the exact same set of biological information, we got into your room without any effort. But what we saw in there gave all of us a real fright." The clone still squinted, as if walking back into that past moment. "We were all so small then, and we didn't understand why your treatment was different from ours. We'd always been jealous of you, and grandfather did tell us not to go into your room and disturb your rest." At that time, the clone smiled, and Song Yuandao felt that in reminiscing about the past he for once looked like an adult. Perhaps only in such moments could they both confirm that the other had indeed lived through over 20 years in this time. Song Yuandao thought about the room he'd seen in his memory, a huge iron cage and nothing else. He couldn't help but smile wryly. The clone saw Song Yuandao smile and seemed to relax. "So when we saw that thing, we were truly terrified. We didn't look closely, we just wanted to run out." "What happened next?" Song Yuandao felt that the clone's recounting of the past gave him an unrelenting headache, as if something deep in his brain was struggling to break free from its restraints. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What else happened?" The clone gave the Black Panther a couple of gentle pats on the head. The big cat flicked its tail in displeasure, but obediently slipped out of the clone's room. Then the clone's expression grew serious, his voice taking on a graver tone. "Back then, grandfather was always giving you all sorts of medicine. We had no idea what those things were for, because you seemed no different from us in daily life. just very quiet like any ordinary child. But that day when we came out of your room you caught us. You were very angry. The clone seemed to be weighing his next words. Song Yuandao didn't rush him because every word, every image formed by those words felt deeply familiar. He was certain that if the clone gave him a few key time points and descriptions he would remember the whole incident completely. But the clone suddenly stopped. Song Yuandao opened his eyes and looked at him, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Go on. The clone's expression was uneasy, as if wondering how Song Yuandao would react after he finished. He stammered for a while before speaking. If I finish, won't you faint right here in my room, big brother? Song Yuandao waved his hand. It's fine. There's still your creator. The clone perked up at the mention of Song Chun stepping in if Song Yuandao fainted. Then, organizing his words, he continued. You beat us all up. You were very harsh. Several of us ended up with broken bones. Of course that didn't escape grandfather's scrutiny. He came to ask you personally, did you hate us? Song Yuandao felt his head feel like it was about to explode, but he had no choice. He had to listen. He had to know what he did as a child. He had to face that childish, ignorant, fearless malice. You kept shaking your head. You said you didn't hate us. You just didn't like us barging into your room uninvited. The clone's voice was calm, as if he were simply narrating the scene to Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao let his thoughts follow the description, constructing a scene that matched the situation exactly. Grandfather kept trying to brainwash you. Whether because you were too young, or because of the drugs you soon lost your... You suddenly grabbed my clothes, and said to me word by word, I hate you. I hate you. Song Yuandao seemed to have no recollection of these events at all. His expression was far too calm, as if he were listening to something completely unrelated to himself. The clone kept stealing glances at Song Yuandao's expression while speaking, but seeing the other's demeanor, he truly couldn't gauge his mood, so he had no choice but to let the topic linger awkwardly in the air. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Song Yuandao asked as if unconcerned, and then... The clone shuddered as if jolted awake by his words. After that I cannot speak further. Song Yuandao was not angered, he still appeared patient, even with a calm tone. Why can't you say more? Is it because of something I did, or because after you speak something uncontrollable will happen to me? Yeah. The clone pursed his lips and shook his head. Song Yuandao quietly observed the face identical to his own, but saw a struggle and hesitation that never appeared on his own features. Finding it somewhat amusing, he kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the other's bed. I'm asking you, why is that? The clone was silent for a moment, then spoke with difficulty. Grandfather said these things shouldn't be told to you. Song Yuandao laughed upon hearing this. You've already said so much, what's the difference in saying a little more? The clone was momentarily at a loss. He knew that from the moment he arrived he had already divulged far more than he should. But he also understood that from the moment Abel ordered him to stay in the main world, he was treated as a discarded pawn. Yet who would willingly be a discarded pawn? You should know Abel won't protect you anymore. You hit me. The clone suddenly interjected, seemingly out of nowhere. Song Yuandao glanced at him, but said nothing else, only indicating with his eyes for him to continue. Grandfather seemed very interested in that phenomenon. At the time the other brothers and the staff tried to pull us apart, but grandfather stopped them. I was no match for you at all. I was beaten badly enough that it took more than half a month before I could get out of bed. Listening to the clone's account, Song Yuandao felt deeply conflicted. Both he and his bodyguards, including the teachers who had trained him, knew that his physical strength had always been poor. Back then a creator had already been implanted in his body, so many things were beyond his capability. Even Song Yuandao had never imagined he once had such a formidable moment, enough to beat a peer of the same stature until he couldn't get out of bed. You don't have to believe me, the clone muttered, looking at Song Yuandao's expression a little defiantly, adding under his breath. I had multiple fractures all over my body at the time. Song Yuandao waved his hand dismissively. What happened afterward? The clone shuddered violently, as if recalling something terrifying. After I recovered, though I could get out of bed, I still relied on a wheelchair and others' help. At first the other brothers often visited me, but starting one day, they all stopped coming. I thought grandfather had sent them on missions or something wrong with their health requiring checks. That had happened before, so I didn't think much of it. But when I was well, I asked the staff member who had been caring for me. She just shook her head and said nothing. Hearing this, Song Yuandao could roughly guess what had happened. The time while the clone was recovering was probably when Abel had forced him to invent that toy he had no memory of, which led to the deaths of the other clones. But then he realized something was off. Zhou Qingxin had mentioned that the toy had appeared in his room before Abel took him to the lab brought by Song Ku. Why did the clone claim that Song Yuandao had invented it? Was that toy really my invention? Song Yuandao felt so many questions crowding his mind that he had to ask the first one that came to him to avoid letting them all pile up and cause him inexplicable tension and unease. Big brother brought it himself. You didn't bring much when you came. It seemed very important to you. You held on to it and wouldn't let go. Song Yuandao understood then. The toy was probably something Song Ku had found somewhere to cheer him up, so when he was taken away, he stubbornly brought it along. But why the toy's material turned into the raw material for nutritional supplements, and how it could kill several children still baffled him. Can that toy be taken apart? Song Yuando's memory of the toy was also vague, likely related to that period erased by Abel later. The clone thought for a moment. I can't explain clearly. If I could get it, I could demonstrate. Song Yuandao unbuttoned his sleeve, letting his personal terminal slide down from his arm to his wrist. He tapped a few times, and Zhou Qingshan's lackadaisical voice came through. What is it, my dear chairman? Where's the toy now? Song Yuandao didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and went straight to the point. Zhou Qingshan was heading toward Xiao Yi and Li Weizi's residence, the toy tucked inside his inner pocket. Hearing Song Yuando's question, he paused in his steps, and replied on the spot. I have it with me. Do you need it? Yes, I'm at the clone's place. Bring the toy over. Without waiting for Zhou Qingshan's response, Song Yuandao ended the communication and leaned against the wall, wearily rubbing his temples. The clone wasn't wrong. His brief narration of the past had given Song Yuandao a headache so severe it was almost unbearable. But he still maintained a calm appearance, looking merely a little tired. Zhou Qingshan didn't dare delay. Soon he arrived at the clone's room with the small toy that felt like a hot potato. So far neither he nor Song Yuandao could understand how such a seemingly harmless little object, besides its hallucinogenic effect, could have allowed young Song Yuandao to take the lives of the other clones. The clone stared at the small object, his eyes full of terror, but he mustered the courage to take the toy from Zhou Qingshan. How did you know about that while you were recovering? Song Yuandao still half leaned against the wall, looking like a languid nobleman, but in reality his headache drained all his strength. Grandfather showed me. The clone said, his fingertips trembling. He set the culprit aside, closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then spoke slowly. At that time the staff on that floor were all tight-lipped about it. No matter who I asked, no one would answer. So I gathered my courage and went to grandfather. When he heard my question, he gave me a chilling smile and personally pushed my wheelchair to the monitor. I saw he was watching a replay. The clone seemed about to describe in detail what he saw on the monitor, but Zhou Qingshan made a silencing gesture. Confused, the clone looked at him. Zhou Qingshan quickly glanced towards Song Yuandao and said, take a look at this toy. Your brother is a bit tired. The clone had only lived briefly with Song Yuandao for a year when they were very young. He didn't know the habits Song Yuandao developed in the long years that followed. Even as a child he had struggled to play the role of Song Yuandao, let alone after Song Yuandao left Abel's horrific lab and underwent rapid maturation. In his early teens, Song Yuandao appeared even more mature than Zhou Qingshan, who was a few years older. But Zhou Qingshan had lived with Song Yuandao for so long that he was all too familiar with those subtle moves he made to hide his true state. The clone tried to separate the toy's parts. Suddenly Zhou Qingshan knelt on the bed and leaned close to Song Yuandao, startling the chairman, who was absorbed in watching the clone's actions. Half annoyed, half helpless, Song Yuandao looked at him. What? Do you have a headache? Song Yuandao glanced at Zhou Qingshan and was about to say he was fine, but the other suddenly bit him on the lip and said playfully, Mr. Song Yuandao, as the flower of the new era, can't you be a little more honest? Song Yuandao lost his temper, and for a moment the headache seemed less acute. He nodded slightly. Probably the flood of information stirred up things I should have forgotten. It's nothing. Zhou Qingshan's expression softened a bit after hearing that. He rubbed Song Yuando's temples unhurriedly, then couldn't help adding in a plaintive wife-like tone, you say it's nothing, but your face is pale. Song Yuandao opened his mouth several times, but could not utter a single word, as if startled by Zhou Qingshan's movement, and allowed the other's warm palm to gently knead his temple. It's all right. With a couple of quick motions the clone disassembled the toy into a pile of parts. Song Yuandao turned his head to look, his face still blank with bewilderment. Because even now, with the toy reduced to pieces, he could detect not the faintest trace of lethality. At most it was nothing more than dismantled building blocks. The clone, watching Song Yuandao's puzzled expression, rare as it was, offered a helpless smile. This toy was always like that, similar to the old 9-link puzzles people used to play with. But later you smeared on a drug your grandfather had always given you, locked all the other clones except me in that house of yours, then threw each of them a toy, and said only one could remain. Song Yuandao recalled that room, and was horrified to realize that as a child he had actually done such appalling things. Zhou Qingshan felt him trembling beside him, so he reached out, gently pinched his shoulder, and drew him into his arms. It's okay. It's over. Song nodded very slightly. If Zhou Qingshan had not been watching him so closely, the gesture would likely have been missed. In the end, I probably didn't leave a single one alive, did I? Song's voice betrayed no joy or sorrow as he spoke, as if the matter had nothing to do with him at all. When the clone spoke of it, his voice finally revealed a likeness to Song Yuandao's. Zhou Qingshan found himself drifting as he listened to their exchange, wondering whether had Song never been thrust to the forefront to inherit the chairmanship of XNGUN. Had he never been the so-called flower of XNGUN, his speech might have sounded as light and crisply youthful as the clone's. Even though he was already 25, Zhou Qingshan still wished he could have enjoyed a carefree, fervent youth. But Zhou Qingxian wondered if Song Yuandao had ever truly known such ease. He probably never had. While they all lived their simple foolish lives and studied, what had Song been thinking alone all that time? No one knew. Didn't you say he was forced? Zhou asked suddenly. The clone nodded. When he did those things he was unconscious. He was being manipulated by his grandfather. Song seemed to dimly recall something and shot the clone a warning look, but the clone ignored him and went on. When the eldest brother regained consciousness, only he was alive in the room. He was covered in blood, but could not tell whose blood it was. He was devastated. The clone looked up at Song as he spoke. Song's face held no expression, but he knew with terrible clarity that he had remembered everything, all that he had done while unconscious and under control. He could even recall the sensation of the children's blood splashing across his face. That toy. Song suddenly took up the explanation himself. In truth, as we see now, apart from its hallucinogenic effect, it had no real killing power. Yet at the time, to survive, they still drove the thing into one another's bodies. I was there watching them do it, even clapping for them. Zhou Qingxian suddenly seized Song Yuandao's hand. The palm he took was slick with cold, clammy sweat. Song pressed his lower lip as if to pull his hand away, but Zhou held on so tightly that Song's fingers ached from the grasp. I remember it all now, Song said, lowering his head as if speaking to himself. The clone glanced at Zhou and nodded slightly, as if to confirm that Song spoke the truth. Zhou remained silent for a long while, feeling that this could not go on, so he bade the clone farewell and half-carried, half-dragged Song back to the room. Brother, Song croaked. Zhou Qingxian had intended to leave Song alone for a moment. He knew rationally that there was nothing he could do to fix this. Song's hand slid from beneath the quilt and gripped the hem of Zhou's clothes with fierce strength. When Zhou glanced down, he saw Song's knuckles blanch where he had held on so hard. Stay with me for a while, Song said, without letting go, pulling Zhou further onto the bed. Zhou, afraid of hurting him, moved forward to follow. Suddenly Song threw his arms around Zhou's neck and, as if driven mad, kissed him. For the first time, Zhou felt an emotion in Song that could only be called fear. In all the years and in all the incidents before, he had never seen Song wear such a panicked expression. He could be tired, resigned, anxious. He could strategize, look down upon everything, and act with composed confidence. But Song had never been this afraid. Am I a monster? Song asked in a low voice, though he did not seem to expect an answer. He babbled on to himself. How could I? How could I have? Zhou could not find words and instead wrapped him in a tight embrace. It's over. Zhou intuited that his consolation offered little real remedy, but with nothing else to say, he kept repeating those words over and over. You both probably wanted this outcome, Song said. Song let out a bitter laugh. He wanted to watch me discover that the moral lines and principles I'd rigidly kept were trampled underfoot in childhood. He wanted me to become a total joke. But perhaps he never imagined this. Song continued, his voice exhausted and drained. I have never belonged to any moral system. Long before he implanted the Creator into my body, I had already surrendered so many things. Joy, sorrow, care, concern, anger, hatred. Brother, Song suddenly called to Zhou again. I have none of those things. Zhou reached out and checked Song's forehead. He felt that Song was beginning to lose touch with reason and speak wild things, yet each of those words cut to the bone for Zhou. He suddenly did not know what to do. He could not even be sure what Song meant by that abrupt declaration. Without waiting for an answer, Song murmured on. But you were different from the start. With you I can feel emotions that are strange, even to me. You are like a key that opens everything in me inside and out. Zhou was utterly stunned. He had been bracing for the prelude to a breakup, yet Song unexpectedly delivered a flood of confession, rendering every line Zhou had prepared useless. He could only stare bewildered as Song smiled and relaxed, as if melting the frozen part of Zhou's heart. What did you think I was going to say? Such a socially adept man as Song could not have missed Zhou's thoughts. He smiled at the man who had grown up beside him. Break up, eh? Zhou felt awkward to have his private worry guessed, and fell silent. Song shook his head, vague in his denial, and after a moment said, How could that be, eh? The entire Xingun could only find someone like you. How could I possibly let you go? Brother. Song gripped Zhou's hand, and with a reverent gesture kissed each fingertip. I will not let you go. In life and death, we must be together. Song smiled again. Only in moments like this do I feel that I truly was capable as a child of committing such monstrous acts. Zhou reached up and smoothed Song's hair, comforting him softly. It's over. It wasn't your fault. Don't burden yourself with guilt. You had no awareness then, you never meant to hurt them. Xiao Yuan, you have always been so good. Zhou's voice was slow, suffused with an ineffable tenderness that Song knew he only ever showed in front of him. The man holding him spoke each word deliberately. No matter what you display to the world, I can see the place within you. Who you are, what you do, and why you do it. I know it all. That is why I have always believed you would never harm me. Zhou's words largely soothed Song's unsettled heart, and he gently helped loosen the knots inside him. We all know Yabo did this simply because you are the sole heir of the Song family. Someone is using these past events to punish you. Stop punishing yourself. This is a remnant of history and has nothing to do with your true nature. Song looked at Zhou in silence. Zhou poked his cheek and smiled. Even if you don't believe yourself, you should believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Song smiled. I believe you. When Song Yuandao woke up, he felt a severe dizziness. He couldn't even clearly recall when he had fallen asleep. His continuous memories were disrupted and fragmented by the childhood memories forcibly excavated from the depths of his mind, leaving him helpless as he rubbed his temples. Zhou Qingxin had already gotten up and left without him noticing. Now the room only had Song Yuandao alone. He wasn't sure where Zhou Qingxin had gone so early in the morning, but according to his habits, it was most likely that he was out doing his routine morning exercises around the small gathering area. The familiarity of knowing each other's habits made Song Yuandao feel at ease as he lay in bed waiting for the unpleasant dizziness to fade away. Before he could fully regain his ability to move, Zhou Qingxin pushed the door open, bringing in a chill from outside. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids to glance at him, and the latter responded with a slight smile, suddenly extending his hands from behind his back towards Song Yuandao, a look of eager expectation on his face. Song Yuandao couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Qingxin's exceedingly childish expression, then noticed what he was holding, and his eyes brightened. From a young age, Song Yuandao had never lacked for food and clothing given his status and family background. No one dared to deny him what he wanted. However, perhaps because his upbringing had been too refined, he had an endless fascination and enthusiasm for the street snacks sold outside. What Zhou Qingxin had in his hands was probably one of Song Yuandao's weaknesses from his childhood. These snacks were not something one couldn't find in the cafeteria, but Song Yuandao still had to sneak out to buy them from the street vendors each time. Over time, Zhou Qingxin had also grown accustomed to this strange habit of seeking the distant rather than the near. It wasn't until much later that he realized Song Yuandao likely did not enjoy these dusty and overwhelmingly flavored street snacks so much as they represented the only freedom he could grasp at that age. Whenever Zhou Qingxin thought about these matters, he felt a pang of sadness and a sense of helplessness. He had intended to take good care of Song Yuandao and provide him with a relaxed atmosphere, yet he hadn't anticipated that it would end up like this. Song Yuandao quickly finished the small treat with grease still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Qingxin found it amusing and tore off a couple of pieces of paper to help him wipe his mouth. Song Yuandao looked up at him, appearing as obedient as a child yet to grow up. As Zhou Qingxin watched, his heart softened, and he leaned down to bite Song Yuandao's lips. Song Yuandao didn't know if it was because he suddenly regained some childhood memories, or if this awakening had brought to life feelings he had long suppressed, but he displayed a near-petulant demeanor, mumbling to Zhou Qingxin, "Go away." Zhou Qingxin chuckled and let him go, preparing to turn around and dispose of the things Song Yuandao had used, but suddenly remembered something and turned back. "By the way, it seems your dad is looking for you." Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow at this. "It's rare for him to still remember me. It's been so long without eating." Zhou Qingxin, after throwing the trash away, returned to wash his hands while chatting with Song Yuandao. "That's not quite it. When he came back, you had just fainted. It's not that he doesn't care about you." Song Yuandao wasn't truly concerned about this matter. He just laughed a couple of times before rolling back onto the bed. "It's about time. I think this matter should come to a close." Zhou Qingxin was a bit surprised by his sudden statement. There were still many unresolved issues, and it was hard for anyone to believe that Song Yuandao would abruptly declare it should come to an end. Song Yuandao looked at Zhou Qingxin. "Do you know what cutting off the fuel at the root means?" Zhou Qingxin remained silent, seemingly waiting for Song Yuandao to provide an explanation. Song Yuandao wasn't in a hurry either. He lay there with his eyes closed, resting, while explaining. "Now, we have several issues that remain unclear. First, all the clones from the personal guard are currently missing. We don't know if they were cleaned up by Yabo or hidden away by him. Second, all those families of moderate power also seem to have disappeared, and he has enclosed a vast area on his own, making it extremely convenient for him to do whatever he wants. Third, what exactly did my uncle agree upon with him that led to the main controller of the Panlai system being handed over to him? Fourth, there's the issue of this high-purity nutrient solution, which should be the most urgent matter among these. We must resolve this quickly, otherwise with more people like Zhang Kai, this world will eventually spiral out of control." Zhou Qingxin listened to Song Yuandao's analysis and found it quite reasonable. Confirming that he wasn't just hastily making a decision due to some stimulus from yesterday's incident with the clones, he gently nodded. "Whatever you want to do, I will support you." Song Yuandao pinched the bridge of his nose, appearing fatigued from overthinking. Zhou Qingxin quietly stood by without speaking. After a long silence, Song Yuandao suddenly spoke. "How about this? You go check with the landlady to see if Feng Nian has had any unusual activity lately, and then take that toy to Li Huaiji and Xiao Yi for testing. Also see if they have any results on analyzing my blood and whether it can help with Zhang Kai's recovery." Zhou Qingxin carefully replayed everything Song Yuandao had instructed in his mind, then bowed to him. Song Yuandao glanced at him and added, "I won't go out. I need to find my dad and see if there's any useful information over there." Only then did Zhou Qingxin feel relieved and turned to leave. One couldn't blame Zhou Qingxin for being overly cautious with Song Yuandao's condition. Recently his health had been worrying with frequent fainting and headaches. Now that things had escalated to such a tense stage, if he were to suffer any further mishaps, it would truly be impossible to carry on. Zhou Qingxin, as he had done several times before, tucked the inconspicuous little toy into his coat and turned to leave. Song Yuandao, lying back, first asked Chun Jun if Song Chun had had any earth-shattering actions recently. After receiving a negative response, he let out a shallow sigh and instructed the previously issued blank check to Chun Jun to find Song Chun. Accessing the cloud database was as easy as pie for Song Chun, much like an adult with a higher education level doing kindergarten arithmetic. However, Chun Jun in front of Song Chun just happened to be like a kindergarten child, although in some ways Chun Jun was likely older than Song Chun. Just as Song Yuandao was about to fall asleep, he heard Song Chun's casual voice echo in his mind, carrying a hint of reluctance. Song Yuandao felt a bit speechless. Song Chun was quite a grown person, yet he still acted every day like a child. But Song Yuandao certainly wouldn't discuss this issue with Song Chun. He quietly waited for Song Chun's barrage of complaints to finish before leisurely asking, "Did you find any useful information?" Song Yuandao sensed that Song Chun was in a poor mood. It wasn't the subtle displeasure he sensed earlier from Song Chun being interrupted during his work, but rather the kind of low anger and disappointment reminiscent of their last encounter in the seemingly man-eating castle of Yabo. Song Yuandao had a gut feeling that Song Chun had discovered some terribly bad news amidst the chaotic and vast data streams in the cloud. Song Chun remained silent, and Song Yuandao didn't speak either. The two of them sat there in silence for a while before Song Chun finally spoke with some difficulty. "Before your little friend called me down, I had just discovered some news that I'm not quite willing to accept myself. Although this is merely a hypothesis derived from a multitude of data, its reliability could exceed 80%. Hearing this, Song Yuandao couldn't help but take the matter more seriously. He sat up in bed, leaning against the headboard, the wooden edge pressing painfully against his shoulder blades. "What?" Song Chun fell silent again, seemingly struggling to find the right words to describe the matter. Song Yuandao didn't rush him, continuing to slightly close his eyes, feeling the discomfort of his shoulder blades pressing against the hard wood while waiting for Song Chun to explain. "I thought your uncle just wanted to promote the Punlai system. I can understand that it's his field of study, and I can imagine how appealing this system is to them. But I didn't expect that. He wanted more than just that." Song Yuandao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, pondering why the complex grievances of the previous generation had to manifest in their generation. Why they had to be forced into this remote subworld during their youth, experiencing a difficult life they would never have the chance to understand in the past 20 years. Seeing Song Yuandao remain silent, Song Chun assumed he was shocked by Song Ke's actions. Little did he know that Song Yuandao was currently lost in thought, pondering all sorts of strange things. "The reason I was captured by Yabo and ended up like this is entirely because of your uncle's intention." Song Yuandao felt for the first time that his mind might not be sufficient. The information conveyed in those few short sentences by Song Chun left him momentarily unable to respond or strategize. He maintained a calm expression, yet it seemed he had lost control and coordination of his facial features due to immense inner astonishment. The voice of Song Chun faded from his mind, replaced by every action and moment spent with Song Ku over the years. Song Yuandao suddenly felt that perhaps all his memories were no longer their true forms. Otherwise, how could the man who had once clumsily bought toys to appease him during his tantrums be the same person who turned his biological father into the current state he was in? Neither Song Yuandao nor Song Chun could comprehend this. Song Chun had lost far too many memories of the past. Even the basic emotions that one should naturally possess had vanished. By the time he regained all of this, he was already able to view everything from a higher perspective, whether it was the memories of the past with Song Ku or the indulgence towards Song Ku mingled with a hint of jealousy due to perceived unfairness from their parents, followed by helplessness over Song Ke's rebellious actions. In Song Chun's memories, these things appeared invaluable due to their irreplaceability. In Song Chun's recollections, these memories felt like a movie softened by a gentle filter where every sharp edge had been smoothed and rendered harmless through countless reflections. They represented his family, the place where he first experienced love in this world. But now everything was peeling away that filter, exposing all those softened edges. Song Chun finally saw the enormous monster lurking deep within his memories, its claws bared and its fierce demeanor unmistakable. Before this, every time Song Chun thought of Song Ku, he still saw him as that little one who would follow behind him, calling him brother in a babyish voice, or perhaps as the boy who later stubbornly refused to introduce him as "This is my brother Song Chun" to anyone. Yet Song Chun had never imagined that unnoticed by anyone, Song Ku had harbored deep resentment and transformed his brother into something that was neither human nor ghost. Earlier, Song Yuandao suddenly spoke, interrupting Song Chun's memories and reflections. Song Chun was more than eager for him to say something to pull him out of those memories, for the stark contrast was so heavy it nearly obliterated him. I revisited a memory from my childhood, probably when I was around 4 or 5 years old. You had infiltrated part of the central broadcast system and conveyed a message that I couldn't comprehend at the time. The gist was that my uncle wouldn't harm me, but the things he was concealing from me would one day lead to my demise. What exactly was that matter? Song Chin suddenly fell silent, not because he was unwilling to reveal what that matter was to Song Yuandao, but because at that time, he had just awakened from a deep slumber separated from consciousness and body. His memories and many ways of thinking were still tangled up, and perhaps it was merely out of a lingering affection for his child that he had done everything possible to hack into that ironclad system of the center to leave him that message. However, recalling what he had referred to at that moment was indeed somewhat challenging. I don't remember. After a while, Song Chin spoke very honestly. At that time, my consciousness was not very clear. But this matter must have been extremely dangerous, prompting me to warn you, even in such an unconscious and perilous state. Song Yuandao felt that Song Chun made sense, but their immediate urgency was to recall what exactly Song Chun had intended to say. Song Yuandao felt that Song Chun made sense, but their immediate urgency was to Song Chin seemed unwilling to give up, desperately trying to retrieve some semblance of the Song who he remembered from when he left. A boy who, despite being stubborn, always harbored good intentions. Yes, he treated me well and respected the deceased you, but his relationship with Grandpa was always lukewarm. He often deliberately avoided seeing Grandpa, but constantly urged me to spend more time with him privately. Song Yuandao's voice was devoid of emotion, as if these past events had no relation to him at all. He truly did not know how to face this past, for everything about it now appeared to be a farce. What exactly did you find in the database? You don't have experiences like mine where you can place your entire self into the database, so to you those continuously uploaded and downloaded databases seem like mere documents, numbers, and literature. But due to the uniqueness of my current condition, I can directly immerse myself in it. After doing so, what I saw resembled those scenes you witnessed during memory retrospection. Thus, when I tell you all this, it isn't entirely my conjecture, because I genuinely witnessed everything unfold. What? I probably never told you why I was taken away. Song Chin's tone was calm. Song Yuandao feared that if he became too emotional, he would experience a massive emotional upheaval, like during the last time he entered Abel's castle. However, Song Chun appeared very composed today, slowly revealing the past that had always held an air of mystery in Song Yuandao's understanding. That day was the anniversary of your mother's passing, the first year since she left. I was indeed in a very bad mood, sitting alone by her grave for a long time. Song Chin's voice sounded somewhat distant, as if he had momentarily returned to that evening many years ago. It was a sunny day, the main world didn't have rain, and there were hardly any clouds in the sky. Your mother's burial site was far from others. She had told me long ago that she wanted to be buried there when she passed. I never expected it would come into play so soon. I sat there all day doing nothing. Whenever I thought of something interesting, I would chat with her, sharing many things about you. You were just a little bundle of flesh back then, and I couldn't have imagined you growing up to be so lifeless. You should focus on the matter at hand. Why are you resorting to personal attacks? Song Yuandao rolled his eyes in exasperation, and Song Chin chuckled, not appearing particularly distressed. It was probably evening then. Your mother chose a high spot where I could see both the sunrise and sunset. I intended to stay until after sunset before leaving, but I received an urgent communication from Song Ko. Song Yuandao understood what Song Chin meant. According to Song Chun at that time, he was about to take over the role of the chairman of the new era, so his communication channels and methods were not much different from those of Song Qianfeng, who was still in office. Under normal circumstances, routine and non-personal communications would be handled by Chun Jun, and his secretary only marked private and urgent communications would alert Song Chin directly. Among these private communications were merely private numbers disguised under work numbers, accessible only to those whom Song Chun granted permission during the communication process, whereas urgent communications could be initiated by anyone at will. However, the new era had always tightly controlled this aspect, so no one would recklessly exploit it for amusement. At that time, Song Ke told me during that urgent communication that he had been kidnapped. Song Chin chuckled wryly. I was already in a frenzy due to your mother's anniversary, and I had long been uneasy about the cause of her death. Therefore, upon receiving Song Ke's call, I didn't think much. I instructed Xiao Lin, who was about to become my personal guard captain, to organize the guards to head to the location we calculated while I drove the flying car there myself. Your uncle was indeed there, and he had indeed been kidnapped. Song Chen's pace slowed, as if he was also beginning to be unclear about what had happened at that time, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. I suggested that he was just a student. Your uncle was indeed still a student then. Your grandfather and I thought he wanted to pursue an academic path, living his life with those little robots, and eventually becoming a thorough technical expert in researching the Penglai system. Song Chun smiled slightly, and Song Yuandao couldn't tell if he was mocking himself. Then he heard Song Chun continue. At that time it was clear that I was soon to take over as the chairman of the new era from your grandfather, so I proposed a hostage exchange. I hadn't even figured out what the other party wanted. It was merely because I saw your uncle in a state of imminent death that I became frantic. I had just lost your mother, and I told myself I couldn't bear to lose anyone so close to me again. Thus all I could think about was saving him. The other party quickly agreed to the exchange request. Song Chun suddenly smiled. When Song Ku was led past me as a hostage, he called me brother for the first time in ages. Song Yuandao listened to Song Chen's account in silence. Even if Song Chen stopped speaking, he could imagine that the guards who should have come to rescue both of them must have been entirely dispatched by Song Chen to send Song Ku back home, and that Song Ku had used such a simple ruse to sabotage his elder brother's bright future and glorious life, even dragging down the beautiful lives of their generation. My uncle. What was it for? Song Chen also had no answer to give Song Yuandao, for even he himself did not know when the child who had been cherished as a pearl by the entire family had come to harbor such deep resentment toward them that one day he would do something beyond anyone's imagination. Song Yuandao let out a soft sigh tinged with helplessness and more of an unspoken sorrow. Is there anything else? I checked the recent procurement data for daily necessities, nutrient supplements, and food at Abel's castle. Song Chen's tone had reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, as if he had not just discovered that his own brother had betrayed the entire family, and perhaps even the entire new era itself. What did you find? Song Yuandao had never considered this angle before. Those noble families tricked into Abel's castle could not accept a future where fresh food supplies were far inferior to what they once had. If Abel intended to win them over, he would have to provide far more generous rations than Song Yuandao's faction. By establishing a model with those data and running it through Chunjin's calculations, one could determine whether those families were still alive. Song Chun even let out a light whistle, and Song Yuandao sensed this wasn't good news. I calculated that those clan members should have all vanished, but I can't guarantee Abel hasn't preserved some clones of them. You know it's his favorite little trick. Song Yuandao nodded, seemingly plotting something else in his mind. I think you and Zhou Qingshan should go to that castle again. I can only infer how many people are inside from the data, but you know Abel is quite talented in science. He might have substitutes for nutrients or food. We must determine how many combat-capable individuals they have and further investigate the castle's geography, so we can have more advantages when we close the net. Song Yuandao was momentarily stunned. He had only casually mentioned ending this matter to Zhou Qingshan earlier back, when Song Chun was probably sulking in some database of the cloud. Now Song Chun had accurately guessed his intentions. Song Yuandao silently remarked to himself, "Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. I've gathered a lot of data and materials, but haven't had time to organize them. Now that you're preparing for war, I'll sort through that mess as well, so we can know exactly how much leverage we have. After all, you wouldn't be foolish enough to pit your 30 men against Abel's personal small army, would you?" Song Yuandao was amused by the teasing tone in Song Chen's words, and couldn't help but chuckle. Go mind your own business. With so much to do, you still have time to banter with me. Song Chun hummed in acknowledgement, and busied himself in a corner of Song Yuandao's consciousness, while Song Yuandao retreated into his bed, seemingly resting with closed eyes, but actually calculating various possible scenarios and countermeasures in his mind. Song Yuandao was well aware that everything he currently held lacked concrete evidence. Only second-hand accounts from those who had experienced the events and his own deductions based on the available proof. Abel's previous farce, where he used various clones to stage the new era star, has completely lost reason and descended into madness, was far more convincing and attention-grabbing than Song Yuandao's flimsy evidence. Song Yuandao knew he could still leverage the family forces behind each member of his guard unit. But how could he convince those old foxes, long accustomed to power and distrustful of everyone, that the ones standing with him were their genuine descendants, not some fake videotape Abel had prepared at some unknown time? Lost in thought, Song Yuandao was startled as Zhou Qingshan burst through the door in a fluster. Song Yuandao opened his eyes and looked at him as if scolding him for being so impulsive and restless at his age. Zhou Qingshan ignored Song Yuandao's slightly dissatisfied gaze, poured himself a glass of water, then sat on the edge of Song Yuandao's bed and raised two fingers. Two big things. First, Huang Yueying says Feng Nian has been up to some small moves lately, but she doesn't dare follow too closely. She promises to notify us as soon as she has concrete information. Second, Zaiwaizi and Jiji have extracted from your blood a substance that can alleviate the dependency on high-purity nutrient supplements. After testing on Zhang Kai, all data and clinical reactions look very promising. Once this incident is resolved and mass production begins, it can mitigate the huge risks and dangers that this drug currently poses to the unsuspecting public. Song Yuandao's expression finally brightened at the latter news. He briefly told Zhou Qingshan about Song Chen's findings in the cloud, and then continued, I think we need to infiltrate the castle again for a detailed reconnaissance. Find out exactly who is inside, who can be saved, and who must be abandoned. Also, we need to obtain everyone's genetic information from inside and destroy all existing clones of you. Once that's done, it'll have all guard members contact their family forces to ensure they can lend a hand when we need them. After listening, Zhou Qingchen nodded, agreed. The fewer people involved in the reconnaissance, the better. He'll assign patrol and defense duties to Guocheng, and then the two of us will handle this as soon as possible. Song Yuandao hummed in agreement and gazed at the blood-red sun through the window. I hope that after all this is over I can fulfill the vision of my grandfather and Bezel. What vision? Zhou Qingchen had been idly playing with the long strands of Song Yuandao's hair that lay spread on the bed, and his curiosity was piqued. Bezel's original idea was to disperse all of humanity across many worlds connected by pathways that would allow travel-like activities, with everyone self-sufficient in obtaining the freshest food and all experiencing changes in the natural environment equally. Zhou Qingchen shot Song Yuandao a glance, seemingly taken aback. Sensing his gaze, Song Yuandao looked back quizzically, as if asking a silent what. Zhou Qingchen shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Even I was almost fooled by your cold exterior. I thought you were an icy, heartless block of ice. Turns out you have such thoughtful ideas. Song Yuandao looked away, his gaze drifting into empty air. I think this is best for everyone. If it had been done from the start, perhaps many troubles could have been avoided. No one should have the right to control anyone else, yet the main controller of the Penglai system is precisely that unreasonable contradiction. Now I truly understand why Bezel insisted my grandfather destroy that thing instead of preserving it. Song Yuandao's voice drifted like water ripples through the room, as Zhou Qingchen's fingers wound through his soft hair. He continued, too few people can resist the temptation of that thing. Even my uncle was bewitched into trading something with Abel for who knows what. I still can't believe he could do such a thing to his own twin brother. Song Yuandao glanced at Zhou Qingchen again, and suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. See how well I treat you. I didn't even sell you to Abel. Zhou Qingchen was torn between laughter and tears at Song Yuandao's words. He tugged at Song Yuandao's hair and retorted, selling me to him wouldn't help. I can't be a vessel for his clever brain. I think you'd better stay obedient and agreeable to me, or one day, when I'm in a bad mood, I'll gift you to that old monster. Song Yuandao couldn't stop laughing at Zhou Qingchen's childish tone. He looked at Zhou Qingchen and shook his head. You wouldn't do that. Careful, my dad might break your legs. Zhou Qingchen shot Song Yuandao a sidelong glance. Given our current disparity in physical strength, even our dad might find it difficult to do that. Song Yuandao was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. He glared at Zhou Qingchen, then turned over in his arms, presenting his back, and closing his eyes as if sulking. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, and pulled Song Yuandao into his embrace from behind. He knew Song Yuandao was also anxious and tense about the impending, unpredictable situation. All he could do was provide a place where Song Yuandao could safely entrust his back and find solace. Zhou Qingchen understood everything. Brother, Song Yuandao called him softly from within his arms. Zhou Qingchen hummed in response. Are you really my brother? Song Yuandao pressed him like a child, throwing a tantrum. I am your brother. Zhou Qingchen thought to himself, of course we are brothers, and also lovers. He happily added adjectives in front of those two nouns. Brothers who share heart, and soul lovers who cling to each other through life's tribulations. Song Yuandao nestled comfortably in Zhou Qingchen's embrace, enjoying a restful sleep. A night devoid of dreams. When he opened his eyes the next day, Zhou Qingchen was surprisingly still beside him. Song Yuandao blinked a few times in a daze before fully awakening, then turned to Zhou Qingchen and asked, Why aren't you training today? Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. This made Song Yuandao's heart flutter inexplicably. He cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness and raised an eyebrow at Zhou Qingchen, saying, I'm asking you a question. Zhou Qingchen winked at Song Yuandao before replying, You don't know? Today is the day Cheng leads their training. If I go out with them, I might scare them. Song Yuandao rolled his eyes in annoyance, expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhou Qingchen's underlying message of being the fittest. Zhou Qingchen found it amusing, reminiscent of their childhood, and playfully flicked his forehead with a finger. At that moment, Song Chen suddenly emitted a warning sound in Song Yuandao's mind. Zhou Qingchen noticed the person beside him had tensed up all at once. He lowered his voice and asked, What's wrong? Song Yuandao's gaze turned toward the window, but since they were both lying in bed, their angle prevented them from seeing what was outside. He had no choice but to return his gaze to Zhou Qingchen and whispered, Someone's coming. Zhou Qingchen, like a big cat, silently rolled out of bed, reached for his combat uniform, and handed Song Yuandao his outerwear as well. The two quickly dressed, and after a moment Song Chen added, It's Hu Lang. Song Yuandao informed Zhou Qingchen of this news. They exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of confusion on each other's faces, unsure of why Hu Lang had come here alone at this time. Song Yuandao remembered that when he last sent Hu Lang away from here, both he and Zhou Qingchen had warned him not to act recklessly again. If this matter and their location were discovered, it would endanger everyone, not just them. Hu Lang stood breathlessly in front of Song Yuandao's door, having just raised his hand to knock, when the wooden door, that should have been closed, opened by itself. Hu Lang was startled by the sudden movement. Upon seeing Zhou Qingchen behind the door, he let out a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly turned strange. Zhou Qingchen, being a perceptive person, immediately noticed the fleeting expressions on Hu Lang's face. While he found it peculiar the doorway was not the place for conversation, so he slightly moved aside to let Hu Lang in. "Didn't I tell you not to come here alone last time?" Song Yuandao sat behind the table with his arms crossed, exuding a somewhat intimidating aura. Hu Lang, out of breath and with a dry throat, couldn't speak and could only wave his hand towards Song Yuandao. Then he pulled out a notebook from his pocket. Zhou Qingchen poured a glass of water for Hu Lang, and the two of them looked at the notebook without touching it. This notebook looked no different from the one Hu Lang had brought last time, presumably also a journal or notes left by Mr. Hu. After drinking most of the water, Hu Lang finally regained his composure and pointed at the notebook on the table, saying, "A couple of days ago, I found another notebook at home, which should also belong to my father. I looked through it briefly and discovered it records a plan they had implemented back then." Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen waited for him to continue, momentarily silent. Hu Lang flipped open the notebook, pointing to a page, saying, "Look here, but should provide more information than I could guess on my own." Song Yuandao felt a tug at his mind as Song Chun took control. After a moment of observation, he could clearly sense his father's emotional shift. In simple terms, Song Yuandao realized his father's mood was quite poor at that moment. However, aside from Song Yuandao, no one else seemed aware of this issue. Song Yuandao surrendered control of his body, now curled up in darkness, unaware of what Song Chen had seen. After a while, Song Yuandao heard his own voice say, "This is a plan titled The Creator." Suddenly, Song Yuandao was engulfed in confusion and panic. Even if others were unaware of what this plan entailed, didn't he and Song Chen know? Suddenly, Song Yuandao was engulfed in confusion and panic. Even if others were unaware of what this plan, he attempted to reclaim control of his body from Song Chun, but this time Song Chen firmly retained control, refusing to yield even an inch. It was only at this moment that Song Yuandao first realized that if he were not Song Yuandao, and if the creator were not Song Chun, he would have long been a pitiful consciousness, merely observing as his body performed bewildering actions under someone else's command. Thus, being able to possess his own body now was already a stroke of luck amidst all the misfortunes of late. Song Yuandao continued listening as his voice calmly recited the contents of the notebook. "This plan is not significantly related to your generation." Song Yuandao understood that he was referring to Hu Lang. Then he heard Song Chun continue, "This plan is aimed at my generation and Zhou Qingchen's. It details the genetic composition of several influential families today, predicting the gene sequences of those of our generation, even proposing alterations to the predicted genetic structure to achieve exceptional accomplishments in certain aspects." At this point, Song Yuandao grasped most of it. Why Hu's family, despite starting in construction, had Hu Lang diverting to a related but different industry, while Hu Yifun ventured into biotechnology. Even Xiao Yezi and Li Huaiji likely excelled in biology and medicine for similar reasons, as Zhou Qingchen and Huang Yueying's athletic talents and Lily's achievements in programming and computing. All these had been predetermined long before they entered this world. While they believed they were bravely forging ahead on their chosen paths, they were merely traversing areas already delineated by others many years prior. All their efforts, struggles against adversity, and battles with choices, were they nothing more than jokes in the eyes of Abel, who manipulated everyone at will? Song Yuandao mused. No wonder he claimed to not believe in destiny, for in his eyes, he was destiny itself. Piece by piece, these matters formed a shining silver thread that illuminated everything previously hidden in darkness. Thus, the physical examinations and biological information leaks that occurred during their childhood were not merely whims of Abel or attempts to thwart Song Yuandao, but rather a means to evaluate the results of a plan conceived years prior. Song Chun continued to murmur about something. Song Yuandao pulled his thoughts back from afar, focusing intently on the portion of Mr. Hu's diary being read aloud, and on his understanding of the entire situation. Among those present, perhaps no one knew more than Song Chun, as he was a part of this plan. He was the creator himself. This plan faced substantial opposition at the time, but for some reason, it was ultimately successfully implemented. Zhou Qingchen clenched his fingers tightly. He had learned quite a bit about this matter from Song Yuandao and Song Chun, but when all the concrete evidence was laid out before him, he still found it hard to believe, and he felt a sense of injustice for them all. Yet no matter what was said now, it couldn't change anything. They had already achieved accomplishments in the realms dictated by Abel's designs, and it was impossible to return to the beginning of all events, as if nothing had happened. This matter must not be known by anyone else besides us three, Zhou Qingchen suddenly stated. After clarifying everything, Song Chun willingly returned control of the body to Song Yuandao. During the handover, Song Yuandao felt a familiar wave of dizziness. He discreetly pinched the space between his brows and nodded in agreement with Zhou Qingchen's words. Among us the youngest is already an adult. None of us have been free from labels of genius or prodigy since childhood. They have been proud for so long, so let's not diminish their pride at this moment. It won't help matters anyway. A hint of undeniable fatigue laced Song Yuando's voice as he looked at Hu Lang with a polite smile. Thank you for coming to inform us of this matter today. It greatly contributes to our next plan. Since Mr. Hu is here, I will also share with you that this matter will soon come to an end. For now you should stay home and wait for news. Trust no one. We will not allow Hu Yifan to die in vain. Hu Lang froze at the mention of his child's name, then looked at Song Yuandao with a piercing gaze. In Song Yuando's eyes he saw a father's hope and trust. He gently nodded at Hu Lang and said softly, "Rest assured." Hu Lang cast another profound glance at Song Yuandao, then rose to bow, departing from Song Yuando's chamber without a single word. Far from the tempestuous energy of his arrival, like a receding tide after a tsunami. The impact and pressure he brought lingered long upon Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin. Without ever discussing whether to confide every hardship they now faced to the guards who shared their meals and quarters, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin silently agreed to keep their silence. Because both had felt that deep sense of helplessness as they neared the truth. Song Yuandao could not stop Hu Yifan from choosing death. Zhou Qingxin could do nothing, as the creator completed upgrade after evolution within Song Yuandao. No one could walk Huang Yuang through the betrayal of her beloved. In the underground research facility of the main world, as Song Yuandao and Song Chen's physical forms stared at each other through a glass wall, no one could tell him what he should do, and when he discovered that those around him were not gifted but exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, his regret was futile. No one could alter the past nor heal the cracks and scars in all hearts. All they could do now was to shield the countless multitudes behind them. Those who cherished the Penglai system in ignorance of its true nature, the ordinary people tumbling into Abel's trap in hopes of a better life, and the guards burdened by responsibility, yet deluded into thinking themselves the chosen. From a very young age, Song Yuandao had always told himself, these are the people I must protect. I cannot retreat a single step. Even if no path lies before me, I will pave one with my own flesh and blood. Zhou Qingxin had never known how many burdens Song Yuandao, who had always seemed frail and sickly, carried in his heart, nor how many people he shielded. Only now, having finally broken into the heart Song Yuandao had sealed for over a decade, and obtained a commensurate share of information, did he realize that Song Yuandao had never betrayed the nickname the people had given him. He was truly the light of the new era. From what we know, we can roughly piece together Abel's actions over the years. Although we can't yet draw a precise conclusion about his ultimate goal, we can make him tell us himself after our plan succeeds. Leaning back in his chair at times like this, Song Yuandao looked like a young scion from a scholarly family experiencing the hardships of the world. His face bore an innocent, passionless expression, as if he might stand up at any moment and declare, "I believe in this world." Such words, pure to the point of naivety, hung in the air. Zhou Qingxin fixed his gaze on Song Yuando's face, who found the stare disconcerting and raised an eyebrow to ask what was wrong. Seeing Song Yuando's expression suddenly come alive, Zhou Qingxin felt amused and curved his lips. The tips of Song Yuando's ears flushed a suspiciously swift red. He averted his eyes to a spot on the floor and quickly resumed, analyzing their situation. On one hand, we need to Chung and his team to ensure the safety of our temporary base. On the other, we too must be ready to act swiftly. Zhou Qingxin, swiftly pulled into work mode by Song Yuando's attitude, nodded and responded, "Zhang, Kai has mostly recovered. Among us, he is the most familiar with Feng Yan. I plan to have him test the waters a few more times. If anything goes wrong, I'll inform Huang Yuang to act at her discretion." Song Yuandao pondered a moment, then nodded in approval. "Tell Xiao Yezi and Li Huaiji to prepare for mass production of the antidote for the nutrient agents, and try to ensure the mass-produced medicine won't require further modifications in the short term." Zhou Qingxin acknowledged. After a moment, Song Yuandao continued, "Notify Lily and her team to find a way to identify all the commoners who have worked in Abel's castle recently. Compile a complete list, and then give it to Xiao Yezi and the others to see if the medicine needs slight adjustments." Zhou Qingxin was stunned for a moment before agreeing. Song Yuando's meticulousness in certain matters always exceeded his expectations. On the issue of the antidote, it hardly occurred to Zhou Qingxin that those deceived by Abel included both men and women, many of similar age to Feng Yan or Zhang Kai, and possibly a considerable number of minors. Using the same dosage on everyone could cause great harm to the children. After quickly arranging these matters, Song Yuandao fell silent again, and Zhou Qingxin sat quietly across from him without a word. He knew this was Song Yuando's habit. After making a series of dense decisions, he always needed a moment of silence to review whether he had overlooked anything or made any omissions. In the past, Zhou Qingxin would have teased him about having OCD, but now that he truly understood what Song Yuandao had endured, he just gazed at him in these moments, watching his Xiao Yuan grow into a man so responsible and reliable. This was his Xiao Yuan. the youth he had watched evolve from a reticent child into the man he was now. This realization that he occupied so much of Song Yuando's life satisfied Zhou Qingchen deeply. Alright, that should be it for now. Go inform them. Song Yuandao rose and stretched toward the sunlight streaming through the window. In that moment his body unfurled. Zhou Qingchen squinted at his silhouette, his lean waist, firm rear, long and powerful limbs and shoulder blades spreading like a butterfly about to take flight after shedding his combat coat. After a brief look, Zhou Qingchen quickly averted his gaze, feeling that if he kept staring something unspeakable might occur. Even though they were both adults, this hardly seemed the right time for an intimate conversation. Unaware of the ambiguous attention behind him, Song Yuandao innocently turned his head slightly and said, "After you finish, take a shower and change. Once we're both ready, we'll move out today." Zhou Qingchen nodded, then suddenly recalled something I'd like to leave Chunying with them for defense. What? Song Yuandao thought for a moment and agreed, alright. I can't remove Chunjun in such a short time. Leaving Chunying behind is a convenient arrangement. Zhou Qingchen saluted Song Yuandao and left through the door. Almost simultaneously, both issued the same command to their AI, opened a private communication channel ready to receive abnormal signals. This private communication channel differed from a personal one. It was a secret channel exclusive to Chunying and Xuanjuan, designed from the start to be undetectable by any signal collector and immune to eavesdropping. Song Yuandao stripped off his clothes and draped them over the bathroom door. Warm water cascaded from his head down the lines of his body to his feet. His breathing was light, his expression peaceful, none of the pre-battle tension. He and Zhou Qingchen had planned everything here, yet spoke not a word about the mission they were about to undertake. Partly it was their enviable chemistry cultivated by years of living and studying together. Partly it was because both knew this undercover operation might be discovered and likely fail. Another reason they couldn't make detailed plans was that no one truly understood the specifics of Abel's castle. They could only leverage the intelligence they had to obtain more, preparing adequately for the final battle. Song Yuandao thought with a touch of self-mockery, nothing to fear. Worst case, Abel catches me and stuffs all that junk from his mind into mine. After a moment he shook his head under the water, sending droplets flying, and decided that even if he survived, he'd rather not. He really didn't want his body to carry Abel's garbage. After returning to his own room from the key personnel, Zhou Qingchen subconsciously touched the pendant around his neck, only to remember he'd left Chunying with Lily. Suddenly missing that object felt strange, but he soon immersed himself in another consuming task, sorting out his usable weapons and tools. Then he recalled that Song Yuandao was no longer the seemingly frail child of years past. He was now a human weapon capable of killing imperceptibly at any moment. Realizing this, Zhou Qingchen shook his head helplessly. He still wished Song Yuandao were the same boy who struggled even to run, rather than someone so capable that he insisted on shouldering everything alone. Zhou Qingchen mused, how is it that falling in love lands me a boyfriend so competent, giving me a sense of useless frustration? The curtain had risen, all the machines roared into motion. When Zhou Qingchen pushed open the door to Song Yuandao's room, he found that man sitting in a chair, lost in thought, with a toy in front of him that brought back many unpleasant memories. Zhou Qingchen's gaze lingered on the toy for a moment before he casually turned away and asked, "Is this from Xiao Yezi?" Song Yuandao reached for a piece of pastry placed aside and put it in his mouth, nodding slightly as his eyes swept over the small toy. "They said there's nothing suspicious about it now, and it wouldn't be of much use if we left it there, so they brought it back for me." "What about Luha?" Zhou Qingchen suddenly recalled that poor soul whose memories had become tangled due to these trivial matters, and he asked. "When I went over earlier, Xiao Yezi said he was still receiving treatment. Luha is fine now. The hallucinogenic part of this toy is also the main component of the nutrient agent, so the similar antibodies extracted from me can also be applied to Luha. Xiao Yezi told me when she came over that all of Lu He's test values are normal now, so they felt reassured to let him go back." Zhou Qingchen nodded, saying, "Having one more person is very important for us right now." Song Yuandao smiled slightly. "It's okay. If we can successfully complete this task today, we will be able to find quite a bit of reinforcements." Zhou Qingchen was a clever and adaptable person. Hearing Song Yuandao's words, he understood the underlying meaning and relaxed, winking at Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao adjusted his demeanor, pulling himself slightly away from the uncomfortable chair, placing his hands on the table as he looked at Zhou Qingchen and began, "Let's clarify what we need to do now. First, we need to ascertain the security capabilities and distribution of Abel, so we can formulate a battle plan later. Next, we need to locate the original biological information of your team and the whereabouts of those clones. Finally, we need to determine whether those who were deceived by Abel are alive or dead, and if they are alive, where they are." Zhou Qingchen nodded and pulled the zipper of his combat suit all the way up, enveloping his entire body tightly. Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow at his action and waved his hand, signaling him to stop. Song Yuandao knew Zhou Qingchen too well. He understood that Zhou Qingchen's actions indicated something, and unless he stopped him, he would suddenly kneel before him to swear an oath. After being halted by Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingxin looked at him somewhat awkwardly, as if ready to oppose Song Yuandao's decision and remain kneeling. What's the use of swearing an oath now? If we fail, you will die there. Who will take care of the personal guard for me? Song Yuandao chuckled at Zhou Qingxin, saying, right now your value of being alive is greater than mine, so stop saying foolish things. Zhou Qingxin stood silently before Song Yuandao for a long time without speaking. Song Yuandao stood up, straightened his clothes, and smiled at Zhou Qingxin, saying, I'm so powerful now, you can rest assured. We will be fine. We will definitely win. Zhou Qingxin looked into the young man's eyes, which sparkled with an undeniable brilliance, and nodded. Song Yuandao wrapped his arms around Zhou Qingxin's neck and leaned close, placing a gentle and lingering kiss on his lips. Let's go. The grove outside the castle had shed all its leaves due to the recent drop in temperature. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin quietly lay in a tree pit, while Song Chun infiltrated all nearby surveillance cameras to gather terrain data. Zhou Qingxin's personal terminal displayed real-time images sent by Song Chun. He analyzed the security personnel's rotation patterns and weaknesses based on his military theories and years of experience, while Song Yuandao lay quietly beside him, appearing as if he were asleep. Zhou Qingxin moved slightly, wanting to shield Song Yuandao from the biting cold wind that was swirling around them. Song Yuandao didn't move, though all his energy was directed towards supporting Song Chen's activities, but feeling the reduced chill beside him, he relaxed his tense muscles a little. Zhou Qingxin was close enough to sense this change in Song Yuandao. He maintained a calm demeanor and curled the corners of his mouth before redirecting his focus back to the small screen of his personal terminal. He didn't need to immediately assess the situation of the security personnel. Zhou Qingxin was merely searching for a convenient opportunity for both him and Song Yuandao to enter, and the two of them silently focused on their respective tasks. Zhou Qingxin didn't feel overly nervous. He had no idea how many reconnaissance missions he had undertaken in the past. This time, he was simply carrying the lives of more people. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt he should be nervous, but then he reconsidered these people were originally meant to perish in the man-made disaster of the main world. Their survival until now was solely due to Song Yuandao's near-miraculous persistence. That was enough. Zhou Qingxin's thoughts drifted aimlessly while he meticulously analyzed the situation displayed on his personal terminal. Song Yuandao moved slightly, saying, all right. Zhou Qingxin's gaze lingered on his personal terminal for a moment before he quickly tapped a few times with his finger and sent a route map to Song Yuandao. I calculated it. If we follow this route, we will encounter the fewest people and can infiltrate without triggering their defense systems. Song Yuandao nodded, not examining the route map. Zhou Qingxin sent him in detail. He trusted Zhou Qingxin's professional competence and believed in him. Song Yuandao had always been curious. He wondered if Zhou Qingxin, like him, felt that something was lacking in this tense atmosphere, or if there was a special method that allowed him to appear effortlessly calm and composed at all times. But if he knew that Zhou Qingxin's mind would race wildly when he was nervous, he wouldn't know what to think. The blood-red sunlight cast shadows in the dim forest, and the dry leaves crunched underfoot with the slightest misstep. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin cautiously advanced, trying to minimize their movements to avoid attracting any unnecessary trouble. Song Yuandao couldn't quite understand many of Abel's decisions, such as why he only allowed the clones of that personal guard to operate briefly before they vanished, or why he concentrated all the threatened aristocratic families in his castle only to leave them with no further information. Could it be that his age was causing him to make decisions he himself did not understand? However, during the main world's events before this incident occurred, he had made all his preparations in a very organized manner, sufficient to force Song Yuandao onto the current desperate path. Song Yuandao couldn't fathom it. He always felt there was something important he had overlooked. Abel's way of doing things left Song Yuandao and the others utterly bewildered. They had been pursuing one matter all along, yet just when they were about to uncover the truth, they found that the lead had been abandoned by the other party. Then other matters would arise, keeping them constantly on the run. While Song Yuandao was deep in thought, he followed Zhou Qingxin, but he didn't notice that Zhou Qingxin had suddenly stopped. As a result, Song Yuandao bumped right into him. Zhou Qingxin didn't turn back. He simply steadied Song Yuandao by grabbing his arm. Song Yuandao pressed against Zhou Qingxin's back, warmth exchanged between their bodies. He asked softly. Zhou Qingxin made a hand gesture. Though Song Yuandao wasn't from a regular military background and hadn't received formal training like Zhou Qingxin and the personal guards, he had attended all the theoretical classes with them, so he almost immediately recalled the meaning of Zhou Qingxin's gesture, there are people ahead. Song Yuandao felt a hint of unease. According to Zhou Qingxin's calculations, there should be no personnel rotation at this time, and this corner should be a suitable spot for the two of them to advance unimpeded. Zhou Qingxin seemed to sense Song Yuandao's subtle emotional fluctuations. He reassuringly squeezed his arm, and then led Song Yuandao to a sheltered spot to lie down. Zhou Qingxin had sharper hearing than Song Yuandao. The moment they lay down, he heard two people talking nearby. Lacking context, he could only make some guesses based on their current conversation. In the past few days, we've had more work than in the previous week combined. The higher-ups say that the master wants to run away and is working hard to destroy the evidence. Run? In such a large place with so many of us, how can he escape? Humph, the second person scoffed. Do you really think you're something? If the higher-ups want to escape, who will care about you? The first speaker fell silent for a moment, then asked somewhat cautiously, Brother, what about the nutrient agents we requested? The one being questioned also fell silent before laughing dryly. All right, let's not overthink it. This matter is still undecided, so let's get back to work quickly, or we'll get scolded again. Song Yuandao tilted his head slightly, and saw Zhou Qingshan listening attentively, so he didn't speak up. After a while, Zhou Qingshan propped himself up a bit, and looked over, turning to Song Yuandao, and saying, All right, they've left. What did you just hear? Song Yuandao used Zhou Qingshan's pull to rise. Zhou Qingshan stood at the spot where the two men had been talking, and gently tapped the ground with the tip of his shoe, saying, There's something here. As Zhou Qingshan's words faded, Song Yuandao crouched down and gently pressed the ground with his fingers. The two of them had traveled light on this trip, and they couldn't find suitable tools to dig up the soil immediately. After pressing a few times, Song Yuandao looked up and said to Zhou Qingshan, They were in a hurry, didn't bury it firmly. Should we dig it up and take a look? Upon hearing Song Yuandao's question, Zhou Qingshan reopened the image that Song Chun had sent him earlier and quickly made a calculation. After about half a minute, he finally spoke. We have at most 10 minutes. We need to be quick. Song Yuandao gave a slight nod, showing no concern, as he directly began to dig up what the two people had just buried. Those two were probably unsettled by the recent gossip circulating in the castle. They should have buried the evidence deep underground, but they had only covered it with a shallow layer of soil before leaving. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan had little trouble uncovering what they had hidden, a corpse. Song Yuandao tilted his head, stared at the corpse's features for a moment, and then said to Zhou Qingshan, I'm not entirely sure, but this should be a child from a family with some influence. I might have seen him not long before the incident. Zhou Qingshan had always placed blind trust in Song Yuandao's memory. Not long before the incident, Song Yuandao had been invited to attend the opening ceremony of the first academy. Although neither of them had actually attended classes at the academy, the teachers who came to the center to give lectures all drew a salary there, so, in name, they were also students of the academy. Was it at the opening ceremony? Zhou Qingshan asked, trying to jog Song Yuandao's memory for more details. Song Yuandao narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. It should have been at the opening ceremony, yes. But there were too many people there. I remember him because he was standing quite far forward, but we probably didn't interact, or else I would have asked his name. Zhou Qingshan nodded. The two silently covered the soil back. Song Yuandao lowered his voice and said, Right now we can't tell whether this is a clone or the original. As Zhou Qingshan led the way, he turned slightly and asked, What do you think Abel is trying to do? Song Yuandao let out a smile, but it was icy cold without any warmth. If I were Abel, having done so many things and used so many people, I would trust no one. Unless it was a clone over which I had complete control. He brings these people over, extracts their memories and biological information, alters and conceals those memories using means we don't yet understand, just as he did to me, and then disposes of the originals. What remains is a group that possesses the same information and resources as the originals, but is completely obedient to him. He could easily use this method to create an entirely new era. Zhou Qingshan paused in his steps ahead, pulled Song Yuandao to the side, and a patrol of security guards passed by them. After they had gone, Song Yuandao continued in a rapid, low voice. Combined with the experiments he conducted using me and my father, he could almost achieve a state of immortality. The main controller of Penglai is in his hands. Abel could also use this cycle to repeatedly alter the memories of the unsuspecting populace, keeping them trapped unknowingly in his world and rule. Song Yuandao's voice carried a chilling smile. Even Zhou Qingshan, who knew him so well, felt a shiver run down his spine at that tone. Abel really has some brilliant ideas. But Song Yuandao's tone shifted, the icy laughter fading away as if it had never been. Perhaps just a figment of Zhou Qingshan's nervous imagination. These are only my speculations for now. I'm not entirely certain about Abel's intentions, but based on the information we've gathered, this seems the most likely scenario. While Song Yuandao was speaking, the two had arrived at the edge of a woods a few meters from an inconspicuous side door of the castle. For heavily armed security guards stood at the entrance. Zhou Qingshan held his breath, watching for a moment, about to tell Song Yuandao that these four wouldn't be easy to handle, when he saw Song Yuandao narrow his eyes and hold his breath for a few seconds. The four guards collapsed to the ground without anyone noticing. Simultaneously, Song Chun had infiltrated the surveillance system and replaced the footage with a precopied loop playing in a pattern that wasn't entirely repetitive, making it difficult for anyone to detect any anomaly at the entrance. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan crept toward the small door. They sized up the unconscious guards, and each selected one, stripping off their uniforms. Song Yuando's physique was no match for the muscles honed by years of training in these retired soldiers. After a moment's thought, he decided to wear the combat suit over his clothes to avoid the uniform hanging loose on him and causing trouble later. Zhou Qingchen glanced back at Song Yuandao, who had tucked his long hair into the hat. Fortunately, though Song Yuandao was smaller than these men, his flowing locks might have otherwise been a problem. Together they dragged the unconscious men into a small room in the castle, its purpose unknown, and then slipped silently into the castle. The floor plan of the castle had been obtained by Huang Yueying and Zhang Yu on a previous mission. Song Chun had contributed significantly to that effort. But since Zhang Yu had betrayed Huang Yueying, his credibility in the honor guard had plummeted to zero, and the reliability of the information he brought back was severely compromised. So although Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen had the hard-won data, they remained cautious about potential changes. Along the way, no one noticed anything unusual about them. This area seemed to be the logistical department of the castle, bustling with people, each preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving them no time to pay attention to two strangers. Zhou Qingchen, sharp-eared and keen-eyed, led Song Yuandao through the crowd, while listening to sounds and conversations from all directions. Some organizations had internal communication rules different from the outside world. For instance, the honor guard had a cipher established by each successive captain. By convention, this cipher was supposed to be created jointly by the guard captain and the chairman. They served to prevent a potential mutiny. But Song Yuandao refused to follow this rule. When Zhou Qingchen approached him about it, Song Yuandao, while quickly scanning reports that Riven had brought him, replied rapidly and decisively, "Don't occupy my mind with this. I'm already busy enough. Just set up something simple. I can understand it." Though Zhou Qingchen was exasperated by Song Yuando's attitude, he knew it was true. During their games of cracking each other's passwords, Zhou Qingchen had discovered that Song Yuandao never lost. Later, Zhou Qingchen asked him why. At that time, Song Yuandao was calmly holding a cup of steaming black tea, leaning by the window, watching the traffic on the street. He smiled and glanced back, because people have patterned thinking. Every time you set a password, you use a similar formula, some complex, some simple. But from my perspective, in a certain sense, they are all the same. Zhou Qingchen thought to himself, it's a good thing this guy isn't physically strong, or he could single-handedly do the entire guard's job. That would be too embarrassing to admit. But now Song Yuandao still shouldered most of the guard's activities. The only thing he never took on, and never wanted to, was properly protecting himself. Song Yuandao kept his eyes lowered, following half a step behind Zhou Qingchen, reversing their usual positions. It wasn't that he feared danger, but his face was too striking among the burly security personnel in the room. Zhou Qingchen could be described as handsome, but Song Yuandao was simply beautiful. Though he resented this fact, he couldn't change it. His appearance came from his parents. Song Chun was already good-looking, and in Yu Ning was a rare beauty. That Song Yuandao would look this way surprised no one. Even Song Ke had to admit that the child had perfectly inherited his brother and sister-in-law's fine features. Song Yuando's mind wandered aimlessly over these trivial matters. When his thoughts landed on Song Ke, his expression darkened. He seemed unable to forgive the betrayal and disaster brought by his family. He couldn't understand why Song Ke, who had been showered with even more affection than he and Song Chun, would do such a thing. Song Yuandao knew that although he couldn't grasp the reason, yet he would soon find out. Song Yuando's memories along the way seemed rather unfocused, perhaps due to the anxiety of returning home. As he stepped deeper into what was termed the truth, venturing into the heart of the fog that had shrouded those years, he felt a twinge of unease in his heart. The matters he had to confront loomed before him, flickering like shadows, as if mocking his efforts to expose the deep-seated and unspeakable secrets of his family. Yet he had no choice. He could only proceed. Within the range of Song Yuando's vision, only Zhou Qingchen's back remained. His pace was steady, and Song Yuandao could never glean the man's inner thoughts from his body language, just as Zhou Qingchen could never decipher the tightly composed expression Song Yuandao maintained. Zhou Qingchen quickly gestured for Song Yuandao with his hand behind his back, then turned and led the way in another direction. Song Yuandao was unsure where Zhou Qingchen intended to take him, but he soon realized that Zhou had blended seamlessly into a crowd, speaking in their similar manner and using their cryptic language. Song Yuandao paused for a moment, then unnoticed revealed a slightly helpless smile. Zhou Qingchen exuded a streetwise aura that Song Yuandao could not hope to emulate. He easily assimilated into new environments without raising any suspicions, while Song Yuandao, regardless of how unfamiliar others were with him, could instantly perceive the world to which Zhou Qingchen belonged. Song Yuandao continued to gaze downward, lost in thought, while Zhou Qingchen swiftly gleaned information from others. After expressing his gratitude, he pulled Song Yuandao in another direction, lowering his voice to explain. Their management is quite chaotic at the moment. This is their logistics department. I just inquired about what items are sent where. If we're not too unlucky and remain vigilant, we could gather enough intel to figure things out here in about a day using this disguise. But don't forget, when they change shifts, it's easy for them to discover the few people we've knocked out and left there. Song Yuandao spoke quickly and softly, requiring Zhou Qingchen to focus intently to catch what he— No worries. There aren't many people here who truly know each other, so if we act quickly we should be fine. Though Zhou Qingchen's voice was quiet, the certainty and confidence in his tone reached Song Yuandao without— Though Zhou Qingchen's voice was quiet, the certainty and confidence in his tone reached Song Yuandao without— Zhou Qingchen led Song Yuandao through the bustling house for a few rounds, gathered a few items, and then took him— What did you take? The corridor outside was still bustling with groups of people. Song Yuandao chose not to follow directly behind Zhou Qingchen, but walked alongside him to the next location. Zhou Qingchen slightly raised his wrist to glance at the map displayed on his personal terminal, then pointed out the nearest area to them. It was a spacious place, but Huang Yueying and the others hadn't seen what it was used for, leaving a large blank space on the map. Zhou Qingchen pulled Song Yuandao into a temporarily empty corridor, showing him the place, and analyzing— This space is quite large. I feel it could serve as either a laboratory or a prison. Shall we try our luck here? Song Yuandao lowered his head to take a look. With a complete map of the castle stored in his mind, he nodded after a brief comparison, saying, I'll have Song Shin navigate. Don't keep looking down at your terminal, it's too obvious. After Zhou Qingchen agreed, the two swiftly merged back into the bustling crowd like two fish diving into a— Song Yuandao distinctly sensed that the people hidden deep within the castle were those who struggled to get by in the outside world. They sought work here to support their families, never realizing that Abel was exploiting their mindset, leading them down an irreversible path. However, at this moment Song Yuandao felt powerless to resolve the situation. These individuals hoped to migrate with Abel to an unknown place to sustain their families still here. Are we providing insufficient supplies to the common people? Song Yuandao couldn't help but ask Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen understood what Song Yuandao was implying. His gaze swept over the busy crowd around them, yet he remained silent. Those in high positions received fresh vegetables in amounts that could last these people a month, or even 3. Although with the advancement of technology humans could thrive on nutrient agents alone, no one would willingly forego the pleasures of life. At this moment Song Yuandao felt the significance of Basil's proposal from years ago more acutely than ever, recognizing how power could corrupt and distort a person's character. Zhou Qingchen sensed that Song Yuandao's feelings were in a very dark place, but he didn't know how to comfort him as his own emotions were equally heavy. The zombies left in the main world and the common people poisoned by high-purity nutrient agents were fundamentally the same. Both were exploited by those vying for power while harboring immense love for their families, willingly walking step by step toward death, as if no one could halt their progress. Song Yuandao whispered, I want to save them. Zhou Qingchen gently squeezed Song Yuandao's wrist twice, conveying his intent for him to remain calm, to avoid acting impulsively based on momentary feelings. They couldn't afford to make mistakes right now, nor did they have any margin for error. Song Yuandao glanced at him and gently shook his head, saying, I'm aware of that. With that, Zhou Qingchen finally let go. Song Yuandao knew he would eventually need to rescue these people, but he was a rational adult now. The youthful fervor he once possessed had seemingly vanished without a trace. He could no longer waver from the meticulously executed plan he was currently following due to his inner thoughts. He had learned these lessons long ago when he assumed the role of Song Ke's successor. Song Yuandao couldn't help but think of Basil. What kind of person was this young man who died just after turning 20? Under what circumstances did he conceive the idea of dispersing so many people from the new era into various subworlds, ensuring everyone had equal access to resources? And when did he realize his invention might bring greater disasters to humanity? These traits were not merely due to Basil's intelligence, but also stemmed from his kindness. Song Yuandao recalled a teacher who once told him in class that every researcher, if they truly wished to benefit others and equitably serve everyone, must possess a tranquil and kind heart along with a deep-seated sense of humanitarian concern. If it was merely for personal gain, then regardless of how useful or miraculous the things they created appeared, they would inevitably consume the lives and trust of all. Song Yuandao firmly believed this. In contrast, his elder brother seemed to embody the opposite, hoarding all selfishness to himself with no one truly existing in his eyes. Song Yuandao couldn't help but ponder, could it truly be the years of hatred that transformed Abel into— Perhaps long ago, when Song Qianfeng was still a youth, Abel was not as incomprehensible as he was today. As Song Yuandao was lost in thought, Zhou Qingchen suddenly tugged at him. Startled, Song Yuandao looked at Zhou Qingchen, who helplessly mouthed, We've passed it. Turning his head, Song Yuandao saw a cold metallic door, the texture reminding him of the cage he had slept in as a child. Song Yuandao gently shook his head as if trying to erase those unpleasant memories from his mind, then pursed his lips and looked at Zhou Qingchen as if asking how they should enter. Zhou Qingchen surveyed the surroundings and spotted an entrance for a card reader on the wall. He gestured to Song Yuandao, who followed his finger to see it, then smoothly assigned the task of unlocking the door to Song Chen. This was likely what they meant by specialization. Song Chun silently infiltrated the card reader's system, and in an instant allowed the two uninvited guests to enter the ambiguous large room. In fact, Zhou Qingchun did possess a sharper observation than most in certain aspects. As he had said, this place was a prison, but there weren't many people inside, not even any guards. Song Chun had already replaced the surveillance footage with a loop of the previous recordings, and the mode was random, making it generally difficult to discern what had transpired here. Thus Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchun boldly began to examine the room in detail. This room appeared largely empty, perhaps once housing many individuals of various kinds, but now all seemed to have vanished. Song Yuandao followed Zhou Qingchun as they crouched by the entrance, inspecting the coagulated bloodstains on the floor. Near a few cells, their expressions solemn. After all, this place was still more of a research facility. Whether it held experimental subjects or the aristocratic families lured in by Abel's honeyed words, such extensive bloodstains should not have appeared. Song Yuandao could not determine whether the blood belonged to one person or several, but if it came from a single individual, that person must have been in grave danger. Zhou Qingchun glanced around briefly before rising and walking forward. It was clear he could glean no more information here. His only hope was that moving ahead might yield some clues to aid him and Song Yuandao. They moved with great stealth, making almost no sound as they wove between rows of cells with cold iron bars. Aside from the pool of blood near the entrance, they saw nothing else. Song Yuandao was pondering whether everyone in this place had been disposed of like the person they had seen outside, when Zhou Qingchun suddenly tugged hard at his sleeve and made a silencing gesture. Song Yuandao's pupils constricted slightly. He tilted his head as if listening, but after a moment, he looked at Zhou Qingchun in confusion. The latter gave him a reassuring smile, then pointed ahead and mouthed, "There's still someone here." Song Yuandao wasn't sure whether this was good news or bad. Zhou Qingchun could only detect sounds of activity, but without seeing the person they had no way to determine who remained in this place. Zhou Qingchun and Song Yuandao switched positions, silently creeping to the last row of cells. When they saw that the cells held a group of children, both breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant they could avoid a fierce battle. The children seemed trapped in a deep slumber, but even in their dreams they appeared restless. Their small faces bore expressions of terror, making Song Yuandao yearn to reach in and smooth their furrowed brows. Zhou Qingchun shifted aside to give Song Yuandao room, then lowered his voice to ask, "Any recognition?" Song Yuandao replied in a hushed tone, "No. These children aren't like the little masters from families closely tied to the center. Those are only registered in the system at birth, not specifically reported to me." However, he narrowed his eyes and studied one of the children, then pointed to a little girl with tears still glistening in her eyes. "This child is related to little Yetzi's family, I think." The two families' crests looked quite similar at first glance. Zhou Qingchun followed Song Yuandao's finger and nodded. "Yes, they do look somewhat alike. These children, I suspect they are all in their original bodies. They probably fell into this coma due to the substance on the toys, and their paralysis is comparable to that of general anesthesia. But clearly their dreams are far from pleasant." Song Yuandao murmured, as if to himself. Zhou Qingchun was about to ask how he knew these things, but then recalled Song Yuandao's tragic childhood and wisely held his tongue. Song Yuandao marked this room on his personal terminals map, then signaled Zhou Qingchun to prepare to leave. For now, using their own strength to figure out the purpose of each room in the castle was already commendable. Though Song Yuandao worried that Abel might whimsically endanger the children, there was nothing they could do at the moment. Just as they were about to leave, Song Yuandao glanced back at the children, and then struck by a thought told Zhou Qingchun to check the stamps on their palms. Though puzzled, Zhou Qingchun returned and examined the palms of the children nearest the bars. To his surprise, Song Yuandao was right. Each child's palm bore a stamp with a distinct pattern. He wanted Song Yuandao to come see, but the latter calmly refused, and instead sat down against the bars. Song Yuandao's eyelashes drooped. The oversized uniform made him appear fragile and slender, as if a single blow could render him helpless. He took several nutrient injections from his inner pocket and administered them without hesitation, then pursed his lower lip as he waited for the dizziness to pass before explaining to Zhou Qingchun, "That stamp. You all had them when you were children." Zhou Qingchun stared at him in astonishment, for he had no memory of such a thing. Song Yuandao gave a bitter smile and shook his head slightly. "You wouldn't remember. It was the year of the medical examination incident. But back then Abel still needed to keep up appearances, so he didn't dare leave the stamps on you directly. He used invisible ink." Song Yuandao seemed lost in memory, seeing again his younger self who wanted to help his friends, but was powerless. He pinched the bridge of his nose and continued, "Different patterns on the stamps represent different genetic modification directions. Some enhance artistry, others enhance physical ability. Years ago, when Abel first tried to lure me, he showed me photos of the stamps on your hands." Zhou Qingchun knew that Song Yuandao had never forgiven himself for that, constantly blaming the child. But no one could help him move on, especially now that he had to work with them every day with no choice. What was he thinking every time he saw each of them achieve incredible feats in their fields of pride? No one knew. Let's go. Song Yuandao seemed to have recovered his spirits. He pushed himself up from the ground, and as they walked out together with Zhou Qingchen analyzed, I think we've been wrong about our earlier approach. How so? Zhou Qingchen asked while checking the map on his personal terminal. We thought those toys were targeting the adults in these families, but that's not it. The adults were merely collateral damage experiencing various problems. The real targets were the children. Song Yuandao woke Song Chun and had him resume navigation. After swapping positions he continued, the toys were only meant for children. Those with children of the right age were all brought here by Abel. Those without children were simply killed, weren't they? Zhou Qingchen reviewed the information on these families and realized Song Yuandao was right. Song Yuandao gave a chilling laugh that made Zhou Qingchen's blood run cold. Abel must be running out of time. Otherwise he would have waited until our generation had children before executing this plan. But the oldest among us, you aren't even married yet. Only Huang Yueying has a baby in her belly. No wonder he tricked the landlady here. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but admire Song Yuandao's sharp mind. He could deduce so many truths from a single clue. Fortunately, this man was his brother and lover in life and death. If he were an enemy, he would have to spend immeasurable time dealing with him. But I still don't know what Abel wants these children for or why this plan has gone on for so long. Song Yuandao murmured, as if speaking to someone or to himself. The creator. Song Chun, roused from sleep, heard Song Yuandao's question and answered. Abel's intelligence far surpasses Bazel's, but for some reason, he could never achieve what his younger brother did. As if he were just a shell with great hardware. I once found an interview with Bazel in the database where he said he wished he were as smart as his elder brother. Yet back then Bazel was already recognized as a child prodigy of the new era. Abel believed his lack of success was due to his assistants not being smart enough. So he pinned his hopes on this genetic modification plan, hoping to create a legion of sufficiently intelligent assistants to surpass his brother's achievements. After listening, Song Yuandao was silent for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with that old man's mind, but clearly no one could give him an answer. Zhou Qingchen, unable to hear Song Chen's words, could only see a complex expression on Song Yuandao's face. He shot a questioning glance, and Song Yuandao shook his head to indicate it was nothing, allowing Zhou Qingchen to relax and continue forward. As they traversed more areas within the castle, it was not hard to discern that the castle still adhered to the Hu family's design traditions. Though there were slight variations in certain places, on the whole, everything remained within the scope Zhou Qingchen could predict. At that time, Zhou Qingchen was once assigned by Song Yuandao to design security systems for various aristocratic residences. While carrying out this task, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and study the architectural style and layout of each mansion. Since everyone then regarded the Hu family's design as the finest, Zhou Qingchen was all too familiar with their design aesthetics. Moreover, Song Yuandao had grown up in the center, and the central building was likely the magnum opus of old Master Hu's designs. Thus, even without a detailed map of this castle, the two found it quite easy to navigate the interior. Before coming, Song Yuandao had expected to find many people brought by Abel or their clones within the castle. However, after carefully inspecting each room with Zhou Qingchen, they saw no one except for the group of unconscious children in the first room. Song Yuandao felt uneasy. Earlier, Zhou Qingchen overheard two people outside saying that this castle was about to become one of Abel's abandoned sites, much like the vast underground laboratory in the main world. Could it be that those whom Abel had lured with sweet words had already met with a grim fate? After all, for Abel, real humans and clones were no different. Moreover, if he truly decided to relocate, the biological information required for clones would naturally be far easier to transport than a crowd of noisy living people. As Song Yuandao followed Zhou Qingchen toward the central part of the castle, he silently calculated what Abel might be plotting. Yet he still found it difficult to comprehend certain key points in the whole matter, for no matter how he looked at it, things appeared far too contradictory. Song Yuandao gently touched the back of Zhou Qingchen's hand and said in a low voice, "I estimate that those people have already met a tragic end. Let's try to get as close to their laboratory as possible and see if there are any biological information files of yours." Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, his movement so subtle that even surveillance cameras could not capture it. Song Yuandao gently closed his eyes, and an overhead view of the entire castle appeared in his mind. The areas they had already traversed were marked by Song Chun. Drawing on faint memories of Abel's house from his childhood, Song Yuandao made some guesses and judgments. Since Song Chun was then in a state of daily lethargy and could hardly help, Song Yuandao had to wait with Zhou Qingchen for his own decision on the next location. Fortunately, Song Yuandao always acted quickly. Having rapidly decided on the next destination, he took the lead half a step ahead of Zhou Qingchen. While covertly surveying the surroundings, he contemplated his next move. It was not impossible to attack this place from the outside, but given their current manpower and resources, it would undoubtedly be a thankless task. The best approach would be to dismantle the place from within. The staff and security personnel here seemed to be ordinary civilians before arriving. In the past, Song Yuandao could have rallied them with a single call, but after such a major incident, he could easily imagine that he had lost all credibility among the populace. As he pondered countermeasures, he turned a corner with seeming familiarity. However, he and Zhou Qingxin were still wearing the standard uniform of security personnel. The chance of sneaking into Abel's laboratory in such attire was extremely slim. Moreover, Abel, distrusting everyone, had devised a self-protection mechanism that was both convenient for his personal management and difficult for others to exploit. After being taken away by Abel as a child, Song Yuandao had once gone to great lengths to escape from that place, which made him deeply unhappy. Thus, he had conducted considerable research on Abel's protection mechanism. For instance, Song Yuandao knew that the security personnel's uniforms were uniform, but no one was permanently assigned to a specific area. Their shift changes followed a system of random assignment, so before receiving an actual order, no one knew where they would go or what task they would perform. As for the researchers, most had average physical abilities and no remarkable skills, their minds filled only with their own professional knowledge. Many had attempted to infiltrate Abel's institute via the researcher route, but Song Yuandao had discovered that the research rooms and the researchers' living quarters were internally connected. Under normal circumstances, researchers rarely left their rooms. Moreover, Abel's research area was always located at the center of the building. Thus, to get in through the researcher route, one had to overcome numerous obstacles, and by the time one finally reached the research room, it would likely be too late to avoid being taken by Abel. These facts surfaced in Song Yuandao's mind along with those unpleasant memories from the past. Unexpectedly, they proved useful at this very moment. Now they had to find a way into that airtight research room to locate the biological information that Abel had illicitly copied. However, how to get in was something worth careful consideration. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin had originally planned to conduct a covert reconnaissance. If they caused too much commotion, the few security personnel still unconscious at the periphery would no longer be concealed for long, which would deviate from their initial intention. Song Yuandao was momentarily at a loss. The methods he could think of all seemed too noisy. After a moment, he paused slightly, then pulled Zhou Qingxin into an inconspicuous corner. Lowering his voice, he said, "I have a bold idea, but I don't know if it will work." Zhou Qingxin, looking at Song Yuandao in the shadows, raised an eyebrow slightly. "What idea do you have?" Song Yuandao quickly summarized Abel's security measures and the near self-protective system here, then continued. "If we want to find those biological information, we must enter the research room itself. However, I don't want to cause such a big commotion, so I've decided to try controlling one of the researchers and have them retrieve what I need." As Song Yuandao explained his plan to Zhou Qingxin, he was also mentally simulating possible emergencies and solutions. He knew that obtaining the biological information was only the first step, and ensuring that Abel had no copies left was the second step, and the most critical one. Song Yuandao knew that if he could use his inexplicable ability to control a researcher and make them hand over what he wanted, he could also try to use the same ability to dismantle Abel's behemoth from within. But at this moment, he had little confidence. He couldn't even determine how much bioenergy such an operation would consume, or whether he would collapse from exhaustion midway. All of this was beyond his current knowledge. "This is the safest method I can think of right now. If I collapse from exhaustion later, there are 5 nutrient vials in the inner pocket of my combat suit. You must ensure you inject all of them into me at once." Zhou Qingxin's face darkened. His voice was low, even frighteningly deep. "Are you fucking crazy? 5 vials. You'll die." A normal person's tolerance for nutrient vials was only 3. What would happen beyond that dosage varied with individual constitution. However, Zhou Qingxin felt that Song Yuandao had never been in good health, and he had endured so many unimaginable hardships as a child. Zhou Qingxin was truly afraid that injecting 5 vials could actually kill Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao looked at Zhou Qingxin in silence, showing no intention of backing down. Zhou Qingxin felt that he could not let Song Yuandao act recklessly this time. If he actually agreed to Song Yuandao's request, and ended up killing him, where would he go, and from whom could he get another living Song Yuandao back? As if reading Zhou Qingxin's expression, Song Yuandao chuckled, leaned closer to him, and murmured in his ear, "Isn't there a clone lying over there? If I'm gone, you can make do with him." Zhou Qingxin was so furious he wanted to punch Song Yuandao, thinking that if he knocked the guy unconscious there wouldn't be all this trouble. Seeing that Zhou Qingxin was genuinely angry, Song Yuandao dropped his playful expression and said, "I've always been afraid that you might discover I'm different from you. I have 2 artificial intelligence systems built into my body, so of course I'm different." Even though Chunjun was only later added with a controller to suppress the creator, which hadn't fully evolved at that time, the creator has always been inside me, relying on my bioenergy to sustain its dormancy and updates. That's why I couldn't engage in intense physical activities as a child, because I only consumed 1 nutrient vial, but had to sustain nearly 3 individuals. And what I never told you is that when I was 6 my tolerance limit for nutrient vials was 10. So even if you inject 5 at once I won't be in any life-threatening danger. Trust me. And what I never told you is that when I was 6 my tolerance limit for nutrient vials was 10. So even if you inject 5 at once I won't be in any life-threatening danger. Trust me, trust me. Zhou Qingchen was once again rendered speechless by Song Yuandao. The two remained locked in an unwavering stare, neither willing to yield. Song Yuandao knew that Zhou Qingchen would rather he storm in alone than allow him to take such a risk or endanger his life in this way. Yet from Song Yuandao's perspective he too wished nothing more than to place Zhou Qingchen in a position of safety, taking upon himself the most perilous and unpredictable part of the plan. Each of them perfectly understood what the other was thinking, yet neither was willing to let the other take the risk. After a moment Song Yuandao likely realized that continuing like this was no solution. Though they remained frozen in place, everything around them and time itself surged forward relentlessly. The window for their decision was shrinking at a visibly alarming rate. From the inner pocket of his combat suit Song Yuandao pulled out 5 nutrient supplements, and without giving Zhou Qingchen a chance to refuse pressed them into his hands. He gave Zhou Qingchen a smile. Don't argue with me. Have you ever really made me admit defeat? Zhou Qingchen looked at Song Yuandao's confident demeanor and felt a surge of irritation. This child had been like this since he was young. Countless times Zhou Qingchen had bowed to that smile and let him do things that he had initially never intended to permit. But this time was different. Zhou Qingchen turned his face away, unwilling to look at Song Yuandao's smile that seemed to glow even in the darkness. Now that he knew what Abel had in mind for Song Yuandao, how could he still thoughtlessly let Song Yuandao go as before? Song Yuandao also noticed that Zhou Qingchen seemed unusually stubborn this time. At such a critical juncture their deadlock benefited neither of them, but Zhou Qingchen simply refused to nod. Song Yuandao naturally had ways to make Zhou Qingchen agree, even against his will. After all, he was the chairman of the new era, and Zhou Qingchen was his bodyguard captain bound to unconditionally execute any order Song Yuandao gave. Zhou Qingchen was fully aware of this, yet now that Song Yuandao had rarely softened and approached him with an unprecedented consultative attitude, he still could not obtain his consent. Song Yuandao couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. In truth, this kind of resistance was foreign to him. When he had been safely serving as chairman in the main world, he had encountered many dangerous situations. But back then Song Yuandao never told anyone, insisting on standing alone at the front and bearing everything on his own shoulders. By the time Zhou Qingchen discovered his latest move, the man would already be bathed, leaning by the window, perfectly suited for watching the sunset, holding a steaming cup of black tea, and revealing a rare, childishly sly expression as he blinked at Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen realized he had never been able to handle this man. Not a single way to rein him in. Brother, Song Yuandao reached out and grasped Zhou Qingchen's wrist, pulling him out of his thoughts. The moment Zhou Qingchen looked up, he met Song Yuandao's extremely sincere expression. I don't want to use my authority to pressure you. You know that if I give you an order, any resistance from you would be useless against me, right? I don't want that. Song Yuandao's gaze dropped suddenly, making him look like a well-behaved child who had been misunderstood and was stubbornly refusing to admit fault. I couldn't protect you back then. At least let me try today. Otherwise I'll carry this burden for the rest of my life. Do you want me to never hold my head up in front of you? Zhou Qingchen found himself unable to refute Song Yuandao's words. After thinking it over, what he said did seem to make some sense. This matter had indeed been a knot that Zhou Qingchen had long wished to help Song Yuandao untie, but he had never imagined it would happen at this time in this place in a way he was unwilling to accept. Song Yuandao knew that by saying this there was at least an 80% chance he could persuade Zhou Qingchen to let him do it without having to resort to his authority. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Zhou Qingchen finally nodded. Be very careful. Song Yuandao's eyes curved into a smile as he said, you keep watch here. If someone comes from outside, you'll have to hide me away until I wake up, or completely pass out. Zhou Qingchen nodded. Song Yuandao gently patted his shoulder twice. Don't be nervous. Relax. It'll be fine. After saying this, Song Yuandao softly closed his eyes. His mind had to some extent merged with Song Chen's. This method had only been revealed to him by Song Chen not long ago, but he had never had the chance to use it. He never expected it would actually come in handy here today. Song Chen was an artificial intelligence capable of infiltrating any system or network, but from a certain perspective he lacked some essential qualities of a human being, so he couldn't easily invade someone's mind like he could a system. However, if his spirit and Song Yuandao's achieved a symbiotic coexistence, they could together influence other people's thought patterns and memories, even manipulating them to achieve certain goals. When Song Chen had first told Song Yuandao this news, he had seemed hesitant. After learning it, Song Yuandao remained silent for a long time before finally asking, almost drained of strength, then what difference is there between me and a monster? Song Chen was after all his father. Hearing Song Yuandao say that couldn't have failed to pain him. After a long pause, he managed to force out somewhat stiffly, "Of course there's a difference." "What difference?" "What normal person can casually alter others' memories like I can? Casually manipulate someone else's brain? I've been a monster since I was 6 years old." Just as Song Yuandao could sense Song Qin's emotions, Song Qin too tried to perceive Song Yuandao's feelings at that moment. But under his detection, he found Song Yuandao's mood was remarkably calm, not a single ripple detectable. At that moment, Song Yuandao suddenly realized that these hadn't been angry words vented in a fit of rage. He genuinely believed this likely had since he was 6, that he was a monster, a creature forever incapable of living a normal life. This self-awareness carried the melancholy and resentment of Song Yuandao's many years. But Song Chun had already missed too much time with his son. A dry, feeble, "Of course there's a difference," seemed utterly useless, yet Song Chun didn't know what else he could say. After all, Song Yuandao was his son. Even though he had been raised by Song Ko all these years, some things buried deep in the blood could never change. Song Chun understood him all too well. After that, Song Chun never brought up the matter again, and Song Yuandao, perhaps out of avoidance, was even less likely to broach the topic himself. Song Qin never expected that under these circumstances Song Yuandao would actually consider using this method to achieve his goal. Song Yuandao truly hadn't wanted to use this method at first. It was like an invisible line he had always striven to uphold, as if by not using this ability, he could still be a normal person. But when he found himself unable to think of any viable alternative, the matter Song Chun had mentioned automatically surfaced in his mind. Song Yuandao couldn't help wondering, if I don't use this ability, am I a normal person? Of course I'm not, because this thing, whether I want to use it or not, seems destined to stay with me forever. Since Abel forcibly imposed it on me back, then I'll use it today to cause some trouble for him. Song Yuandao admitted this was a very childish thought, but it was precisely this childish thought that gave him a new possibility for completing the mission. After all, he couldn't let Zhou Qingchen charge in alone and blindly search through the massive amount of biological data inside. That would be handing his bodyguard captain over on a silver platter. Song Yuandao asked himself if he was really that foolish. Apparently not. Zhou Qingchen reached out and caught Song Yuandao's suddenly limp body, then dragged him deeper into the shadows. He didn't know how long Song Yuandao would remain in this slumber, nor did he know what real difference there was between this state and the so-called complete coma Song Yuandao had mentioned. All he could do was guard the unconscious Song Yuandao, hoping that soon he would open his eyes, drag him to the lab entrance, and accept the biological data that some unlucky researcher inside would offer up with both hands. Whenever Zhou Qingchen grew tense, his mind would start to wander aimlessly. Although his thoughts were scattered and not focused on anything in particular, that didn't stop him from keeping an ear out for any disturbance outside. Perhaps this, like Song Yuandao's ability, could be considered a kind of special talent in its own way. As Zhou Qingchen's mind drifted, he chuckled inwardly. In comparison, Song Yuandao's ability was far more useful. From now on, whenever they caught someone, they wouldn't need to interrogate them. They could just make them spill everything on their own. Zhou Qingchen pulled his thoughts back from all directions, bent down, and gently pressed a kiss to Song Yuandao's forehead. Wake up soon, he thought. Song Yuandao experienced this detachment for the first time. It was an experience utterly unlike placing himself within his own mental world. If forced to draw an analogy, Song Yuandao felt it resembled an out-of-body experience. He could clearly perceive everything around him, such as Zhou Qingchen's reverent yet cautious kiss upon his forehead, the solid and powerful arms encircling his sides, and Zhou Qingchen's body temperature warmer than his own. At the same time, Song Yuandao could also sense things beyond his immediate vicinity, like being carried by Song Chun through various places, the whispers along their path, and the distinct scent of chemicals in the laboratory. In that moment, Song Yuandao felt as if he perceived everything yet nothing at all. Song Chun, carrying Song Yuandao's consciousness now completely detached from his physical body, dashed wildly through the laboratory, though given their current state, colliding with anyone was impossible. Still, Song Yuandao could not help worrying whether Song Chen's impetuous conduct would bring them trouble. At the same time, he became acutely aware of the manner in which Song Chun stirred up storms from the cloud, understanding why even Chun Jun found him uncontrollable. Can you still handle it? Song Chun asked solicitously about Song Yuandao's experience, but he did not reveal just how extraordinary Song Yuandao truly was. What is there to handle? Song Yuandao appeared quite puzzled by Song Chen's question, for he felt nothing unusual about himself except being able to simultaneously sense Zhou Qingchen's embrace of his physical body and the myriad sensations of his consciousness' current location. There was nothing else out of the ordinary. Hearing Song Yuandao's response, Song Chun remained silent for a moment, then suspiciously refrained from continuing the discussion on that topic. Song Yuandao's mind was not focused on the conversation with Song Chun, because Song Chun had told him how to select a target when he first pulled his consciousness out of his body. Time was extremely tight, so they had to choose subjects easy to manipulate and control. If Song Yuandao unfortunately selected a person with strong self-awareness as his prey or target before being implanted into Song Yuandao's body by Yabo Song Chun, had undergone various forms of integration with many people. In every Form 1 test, was whether Song Chun could directly pull the other's consciousness out of their body and observe the subject's subsequent reactions. Song Chun had conducted numerous experiments, but none had ever been truly successful. Some people's consciousness could not detach from their bodies at all. For others, the moment their consciousness left the body, they were declared dead. In short, among Song Chun's many attempts, none had ever truly succeeded, except Song Yuandao, who always seemed to be an exception. Song Chun had only discovered this fact recently, when organizing the portion of data he had stolen from the cloud. During the time Song Yuandao lived with Yabo, he had been forced to undergo many bizarre experiments. To Yabo, Song Yuandao was probably the best toy he had found in years, satisfying many of his wild and seemingly impossible fantasies. Song Chun discovered that Song Yuandao had once had his consciousness pulled out of his body by another artificial intelligence created by Yabo. At that time, Song Yuandao was only 6 or 7 years old, the youngest subject Song Chun had ever known, yet also the only one who had truly succeeded. Song Chun naturally wanted to know what made his son different from others, enabling him to survive such seemingly impossible experiments time and again, and unfortunately be selected by Yabo as the sole vessel to store his consciousness and memories. As for the origin of all this, Song Chun felt it was less due to Yabo's long-held grudge against Song Qianfeng over the death of his brother Baser, and more because Song Ku had reached some unknown agreement with Yabo when no one was paying attention. For nearly every consequential event began with Song Ke's kidnapping and Song Chun's rescue without hesitation. Song Chun was no longer a child like Song Yuandao. He belonged to the same generation as Song Ku. He would not ask what led Song Ku to commit acts that could be described as rebellious and unfilial. The only thing he was certain of was that the little boy, once doted on by the entire family, had meticulously schemed, driving the whole family, including their descendants, into a dead end. If Song Chun had truly learned anything from Yabo, it was that often people do things without a definite reason, only because they harbor certain desires that must be satisfied, and they are willing to pay any price for those desires. Song Chun had long stopped asking anyone why, because over those years he had repeated those 3 words enough times, perhaps exhausting every opportunity he would ever have to ask them in his life. Is this person suitable? Song Chun and Song Yuandao had both been lost in their own worlds, one earnestly searching for someone whose mind and consciousness could be infiltrated and controlled, the other engrossed in his own thoughts. Yet after much contemplation, Song Yuandao could not reach any conclusion that would help their current situation. Song Chun was brought back to attention by Song Yuandao's words, and together they reanalyzed the candidate's qualifications. Even before Song Yuandao had left his body, he had considered what traits his chosen target should possess. First, the person must have sufficient authority to access the laboratory's core area. Second, their mental strength should be relatively weak, ensuring they could never regain consciousness and remain under Song Yuandao's complete control throughout the process. Finally, the person should preferably be male, because neither Song Yuandao nor Song Chun knew how Yabo was currently storing information or how much biological data he had accumulated. If there was too much, Song Yuandao needed to ensure that even alone this person could extract everything from within. After a moment, Song Chun affirmed Song Yuandao's thoughts and choice. For the first time while executing such tasks, Song Yuandao felt a trace of nervousness. Though his spirit had left his body, that did not impair his ability to experience all sensations and perceptions as before. Song Chun naturally noticed Song Yuandao's slightly tense spirit. So maintaining his usual casual tone, he offered a few words of comfort. It's fine. If we can't make it, well, run fast. That brat from the Zhou family seems quick on his feet. Song Yuandao felt that Song Chun's comfort was worse than nothing. A classic case of boosting others' morale and deflating their own. Song Yuandao slowly infiltrated his consciousness into the man's brain. He had never experienced anything like this. He could feel his consciousness conquering the other's mind boldly, yet delicately fitting into every neuron. Now he not only possessed his own memories as Song Yuandao, but could also freely access all the memories of this man named Wang Qing. Wang Qing was a seemingly ordinary man. His burly physique made him look somewhat out of place in the laboratory, but Song Yuandao knew clearly that although this man did not appear suited for scientific research, he was actually a supervisor with moderate authority within this laboratory. The department they were in was precisely the one Song Yuandao needed: biological information modification and cloning. Even Song Chun had to admit that Song Yuandao's meticulousness in such matters was beyond his own reach. Song Yuandao and Song Chun quickly occupied Wang Qing's mind and spirit. This man seemed to have few desires. His heart was devoted entirely to his work. He had no wife or children, only an elderly pair of parents outside the castle. Song Yuandao found even more information in his memories. This man had once been the head of a private research group. a group Song Yuandao had heard of before. Their interest happened to align with Yabo's, but they had aimed to prevent hereditary diseases by altering genetic information, never imagining their proud knowledge would be used for such purposes. Song Yuandao now understood why Wang Qing was so easily controlled. On one hand, he had no deep obsessions, on the other, he was not as fanatical about his current project as others. On his way here, Song Yuandao had noticed many other people who had apparently been brainwashed by Yabo displaying an almost crazed enthusiasm for their research. Such people's spirits were generally stubborn, so Song Yuandao had never considered using them. Wang Qing, on the other hand, was the kind of person who, if given a little time to explain his intentions, would probably be eager to welcome them in. Yet Song Yuandao was certain Wang Qing must have hidden his true feelings very well to have reached his current position. After we finish, shouldn't we find a way to take Wang Qing away from here? Song Yuandao thought, and asked Song Chun, do you have a way to get him out? A wise man has his own clever plans. Song Yuandao chuckled mysteriously, then suddenly said to Song Chun, you should be able to detach from me now and return to my body to take back control, right? Song Chun replied affirmatively, then guessed what Song Yuandao had in mind, and chuckled as well. You really are clever. Song Yuandao's plan was for him to control Wang Qing, while Song Chun returned to take over his own body. This way, after the three of them obtained the biological information Song Yuandao had been desperately seeking, they could withdraw from this place relatively smoothly. However, Song Yuandao still needed to devise a plausible reason for Wang Qing to leave the lab. Song Chun was still waiting for Song Yuandao to walk him through the entire mission procedure again, because once he returned to Song Yuandao's body, neither he nor Zhou Qingshun would be able to contact Song Yuandao anymore. Everything Song Yuandao did in this lab would have to be accomplished entirely on his own. Song Yuandao attempted to search Wang Qing's memories for any legitimate reason to leave the lab, but unfortunately Wang Qing was almost a solitary figure, aside from his elderly parents who had already entered the retirement system. Consequently, he had naturally lost the weekly visitation privileges for his wife and child. However, at the same time, Song Yuandao discovered in his memories a passage that led directly from within the lab to the outside world. Without any hesitation, Song Yuandao laid out his improvised plan to Song Chun. Once you go back, proceed with Zhou Qingshun and continue the search. According to Zhou Qingshun's calculations, in 90 minutes the shift personnel will discover those unlucky ones I knocked unconscious. We'll meet outside the eastern woods in 85 minutes. After a moment's thought, Song Yuandao added an uneasy note. If you really can't find those people, forget it. You should know what's most important. Song Chun fell silent for a while before agreeing to Song Yuandao's proposal. Then, without wasting a second, Song Chun couldn't have been unaware of the considerations behind Song Yuandao's suggestion. In truth, at that very moment, Song Chun also clearly understood that once Song Yuandao truly completed the neural integration with another person's consciousness, it wouldn't matter whether the one left behind was Song Chun or Song Yuandao. But Song Yuandao chose to send Song Chun out. He had told Song Chun many things, yet one unspoken truth weighed heavily between them, known to both, without ever being uttered. No matter what happened, they must do their utmost to protect Zhou Qingshun. Having lost in Yuaning in his early years, Song Chun understood perfectly the underlying reasons Song Yuandao had left unsaid. And naturally, Song Chun had countless reasons to agree to Song Yuandao's request. Zhou Qingshun felt Song Yuandao, who lay in his arms, suddenly stir. He immediately lowered his voice and asked Xiao Yuan. Song Chun felt a momentary dizziness, a sensation he had grown accustomed to every time he took control. Lately, Song Yuandao's body had been in decent shape, and Song Chun had been busy organizing the materials he had collected. Being once again confined within this body felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable. He clenched and unclenched the fingers hanging at his side a few times before opening his eyes to look at Zhou Qingshun. They were now in a rather shadowy corridor. Zhou Qingshun didn't immediately realize that the person who had awoken was different from the one who had been ready to sacrifice himself moments ago. But soon as Song Chun spoke, Zhou Qingshun sensed that the controller of this body had changed. Give me the nutrient solution Xiao Yuan left with you. Zhou Qingshun was slightly taken aback by Song Chun's words, as it had been a long time since they had met in this form. In previous situations, whenever Song Chun needed to urgently contact Zhou Qingshun, he had always relayed messages through Chenging. Where is Xiao Yuan? During missions, Zhou Qingshun was always terrifyingly calm, making one wonder if he possessed any emotions or desires at all. He seemed to care about nothing except the current task. As he asked Song Chun, he unhesitatingly took out the nutrient solution from his pocket and deftly injected it into Song Yuandao's body. Still inside, Song Chun knew clearly that his consumption of bioenergy far exceeded Song Yuandao's, so he practically forced Zhou Qingshun to inject all 5 vials of nutrient solution into Song Yuandao's body at once. Feeling strength gradually return to his limbs, Song Chun performed a small range of motion exercises to loosen his stiff body. At the same time, he swiftly summarized Song Yuandao's plan and relayed it concisely to Zhou Qingshun. Song Chen noticed Zhou Qingshan's clenched fists trembling from excessive tension. At a loss for words, he raised his wrist to glance at the personal terminal strapped to Song Yuandao's arm, partly to break the awkwardness. 75 minutes left. Let's go. At this moment, the three individuals in different locations were all concerned about each other's movements, yet they also understood perfectly that only by doing what they themselves had to do now could they help the others. From Wang Qing's memories, Song Yuandao obtained much useful information for his actions. He also discovered that Wang Qing had long known that the nutrient solution Abel supplied to those people was tainted and had been secretly researching ways to suppress its addictive properties. Upon discovering this, Song Yuandao couldn't help but find it amusing. How could Abel allow such an insubordinate person to work right under his nose without fearing trouble? At the same time, Song Yuandao felt a trace of admiration for this man. He knew that the retirement system for Wang Qing's parents was, to put it nicely, a welfare benefit specially approved for the researchers' families. But to put it bluntly, it was merely a way to place their parents under house arrest, ensuring these researchers would dedicate themselves loyally to Abel's service. Song Yuandao was all too familiar with Abel's tactics. It seemed that for a long time Abel had employed this method, threatening researchers with their families, then constantly brainwashing them during their work to make them believe their research was for the betterment of all humanity. Song Yuandao had no idea what kind of mystical potion Abel had fed these people, but regardless, this seemingly mindless and crude method had worked smoothly for so many years. Following the route in Wang Qing's memory, Song Yuandao smoothly entered the core lab from the outer lab. Along the way, many people greeted Wang Qing. Fortunately, Song Yuandao could recall Wang Qing's usual response patterns from his memories. Otherwise, if he had used his own strategy of nodding without smiling, he would have caused a news item titled "Director Wang is in a very bad mood today" to spread throughout the research facility before the day's work ended. Song Yuandao wanted to avoid such trouble as much as possible. A simple and smooth entry into the core area would suffice. His coping strategy proved remarkably effective. Nothing beyond his expectations occurred along the way, and he entered the core research lab without incident. Abel stored everyone's biological information in a test tube box. Song Yuandao repeatedly confirmed from Wang Qing's memory whether there were any other storage locations. Soon he received a negative answer. This lab was not only at the center of the facility Wang Qing managed, but also at the heart of the entire castle adjacent to Abel's living quarters. Song Yuandao chuckled to himself and took all materials related to the Creator project as well. Song Yuandao knew very well that obtaining the items was not the hardest part. The greatest difficulty lay in how to leave this research facility. Wang Qing's memory indicated that he only knew of the existence of this passage, but not where it led. Song Yuandao had deceived Song Chen earlier, allowing him to leave confidently to help Zhou Qingshan. Now Song Yuandao only had a relatively vague impression of the castle's topographical map. He resolved that if he couldn't make it out in time to rendezvous with Zhou Qingshan and the other, he would destroy all the materials as quickly as possible. In this critical moment, Song Yuandao became even calmer. Wang Qing's expression betrayed nothing. The security personnel greeted him as usual, and Song Yuandao advanced unimpeded all the way to the final door. He knew that pushing it open would allow him to leave the castle, but he still couldn't determine in which direction it would lead. However, based on his rough calculations along the path he had taken, this exit should lead to the periphery of the castle. Such an overly smooth operation always made Song Yuandao suspect a trap, but he had no choice but to take this path. He had no alternative. He never had any alternative. Song Yuandao pushed open the heavy door before him. The light of the blood-red sun on the horizon spilled all the way to his feet, as if paving a long crimson road for him. Daring not to waste any more time, Song Yuandao knew that as he took Wang Qing away, he would have to find a way to rescue his parents as well. Fortunately, Wang Qing's physical condition was excellent. Song Yuandao, controlling him, broke into a long-legged sprint through the woods. Wang Qing had no communication system on him, so Song Yuandao had to rely on his own eyes to locate Zhou Qingshan and Song Chen. Song Yuandao stood at the edge of the woods looking around, rather lost. Then he heard a whistle from behind him. He whirled around and saw Zhou Qingshan waving at him from not far away. He saw Zhou Qingshan's lips move. Xiao Yuan. The wind swept through the forest branches, which had long shed their leaves due to the temperature drop in this subworld. They pointed straight up at the sky as if intending to poke a hole through it with their fragile twigs that could snap at the slightest breeze. Song Yuandao's spirit resided in the body of a man completely unfamiliar to Zhou Qingshan. Yet Zhou Qingshan could instantly recognize that this was his Xiao Yuan, the one who always shielded them behind him, exposing himself to every harm. Zhou Qingshan dared not delay any longer. He estimated that only a few minutes remained until the shift change. The three of them had to escape the security coverage of this castle area within that time. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan acted in tacit understanding. Neither chose to inquire about how the other's task went during this moment. Instead, they swiftly stretched their long legs and began running through the woods. Wang Qing's physical constitution was much better than Song Yuandao's original body, allowing him to keep up with Zhou Qingchen's pace for once. But this became a hardship for Song Chun. Zhou Qingchen kept looking back at Song Chun as they ran. Finally, apparently at his wits' end, he hoisted Song Chun onto his back and muttered to himself, "Respect the elderly and cherish the young." That remark nearly made Song Chun pull out all of Zhou Qingchen's hair in anger. After today's ordeal, Song Yuandao became increasingly certain that Abel had little time left. His mind no longer seemed focused on his own chessboard. Well, when a person is at death's door, who cares about the outcome of their current move? Abel must now be consumed by the thought of how to get Song Yuandao and make full use of his body. A chess game can be restarted, but if the player is gone, doesn't the other side win completely? That was the difference between Song Yuandao and Abel. Abel always wanted to settle everything concerning himself first before discussing the future with Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao, on the other hand, always placed the bigger picture before himself. He could be captured. He had considered every possible accident that might befall him. One reason he let Zhou Qingchen get involved this time was to ensure someone would always know their situation and could carry on these tasks methodically even if something happened to him. He had never spoken of these thoughts to anyone, but that didn't mean Abel always wanted to settle everything concerning him. In those sleepless nights and those early mornings jolted awake by nightmares, he endlessly pondered these things. Zhou Qingchen once said to him, "Xiao Yuan, don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. Those things back then were never your fault. You were only 5 or 6 years old. Don't be so harsh on a child." Zhou Qingchen knew exactly where his friend's knot lay, and he also knew that no matter what he said, Song Yuandao would carry that burden for a lifetime. He hoped that after today, when Song Yuandao recalled those memories, he might let go a little and stop carrying so much. Zhou Qingchen admitted that he sometimes grew terrified. With so much weighing on Song Yuandao, could he go far? Yet they still had such a long road ahead for their future. "What are you thinking about?" Song Chen suddenly spoke from Zhou Qingchen's back. While Zhou Qingchen was lost in thought, he had already led them out of the woods. Song Yuandao and Song Chen discussed and decided it was better to let Wang Qing regain his consciousness after returning. At the same time, Song Yuandao informed Zhou Qingchen that they now had an additional task, rescuing Wang Qing's parents, and it must be done as quickly as possible. Zhou Qingchen gave a slight nod and swiftly pulled up Guo Cheng's communication interface on his personal terminal, instructing him to find 2 quick-acting guards and extract the elderly couple from the nursing home system by whatever means necessary. Only now did Song Yuandao seem to catch his breath, as if just coming to his senses. Although some things hadn't turned out exactly as they initially envisioned, in the end, they had reached a fairly satisfactory conclusion. When Song Yuandao and the others returned to the temporary base, they felt that day had been unbearably long. Zhou Qingchen even felt that all the patience in his life had been drained during the time he waited for Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao first sent Wang Qing over to Qiao Yi and Li Huaiji. Since this was the first time he and Song Chun had actually carried out such an operation, they weren't sure if Wang Qing would experience any physical discomfort upon waking. Moreover, Song Yuandao hoped that when Wang Qing awoke, he would see his elderly parents sitting unharmed by his bedside. That might give Song Yuandao more information about the castle and Abel. By the time Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen had washed and tidied themselves, time had sluggishly drifted into the next day. Song Yuandao half leaned on the bed, watching Zhou Qingchen. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, softened as it fell upon them. The ends of Song Yuandao's long hair were still dripping water, and Zhou Qingchen took a clean towel to dry them carefully. "What would have happened if you had failed today?" Zhou Qingchen's movements were gentle, but Song Yuandao felt his tone carried a hint of murderous intent. Song Yuandao hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying, "I might become a vegetable, alive but unable to move." In truth, Song Yuandao wasn't entirely sure of the consequences of such a failure, but he chose what seemed the most likely outcome to tell Zhou Qingchen. The room fell into silence, but Song Yuandao felt this stillness wasn't the kind of satisfying exhaustion after completing a task that he liked. It felt more like Zhou Qingchen was openly brewing a very bad temper right in front of him. Song Yuandao naturally knew that his actions today had been too risky, so he wisely softened his voice and began apologizing to Zhou Qingchen. "Bro." When Zhou Qingchen heard Song Yuandao call him, he lifted his eyelids to glance at him, then raised an eyebrow subtly, as if asking what Song Yuandao wanted. "I was wrong." The sincerity in Song Yuandao's expression, tone, and attitude of admitting his mistake would have left anyone without anger, but unfortunately Zhou Qingchen was no ordinary person. "Is that it?" Zhou Qingchen felt both helpless and amused. This trick had been Song Yuandao's go-to since he was a child, and even now, after countless system updates to pure grace, Song Yuandao hadn't patched himself even once. He stuck to the same move as if planning to wear Zhou Qingchen down for all eternity. Song Yuandao was stunned by Zhou Qingchen's question. While carefully maintaining his standard apologetic expression, "I know I'm wrong, I won't dare do it again," he secretly complained in his mind. "Since when did you develop such an unexpected move that catches me off guard?" But this silent scream from Chairman Song Yuandao naturally received no response. Zhou Qingshan watched Song Yuandao's expression with amusement, then suddenly asked, "Is your face frozen stiff?" Song Yuandao immediately dropped his formulaic expression and replaced it with the usual poker face he showed the world. The unspoken question, "What exactly do you want?" was woven into every feature from his eyebrows to the corners of his eyes, impossible for Zhou Qingshan to miss. "Well, you've always been good at admitting mistakes, but never change." Zhou Qingshan smiled at Song Yuandao, who maintained the look of "say what you will, I've done my best." Zhou Qingshan felt a bit helpless. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. "Have you ever thought about me?" Song Yuandao had never seen Zhou Qingshan so emotionally exposed. In his eyes, Zhou Qingshan always turned his worry about their future into concern for Song Yuandao's safety, standing from an elder brother's perspective to advise him not to act so recklessly. Today, openly asking Song Yuandao whether he cared about or considered him was truly a first. Song Yuandao stared blankly at Zhou Qingshan's eyes for a moment, then suddenly curved his eyes into a smile. In that instant, Zhou Qingshan felt that Song Yuandao's smile truly resembled the thawing of ice and snow. "The wish you made when I was a child. Heaven can't grant it, so I thought I'll help you fulfill it. You said you wanted the new era to be peaceful and prosperous with abundant lives." Song Yuandao smiled, but there was an ancient sorrow in his eyes. "He'll help you. Bro, you really can." The two stared at each other. Every time their conversation touched upon their future or emotions, it seemed to turn into this tense standoff. Zhou Qingshan looked away, his voice slightly hoarse. "That wish I made was for you to have an easier time after taking office, not for myself. What do I need it for?" Zhou Qingshan also smiled. "I only need to be responsible for you. Do I really care what this world is like? The only one I care about is you, but you never care about yourself." Song Yuandao reached out and hugged Zhou Qingshan. At that moment, his voice shed all its heavy disguises and became the tone of an immensely joyful youth. He spoke word by word into Zhou Qingshan's ear, "Same as you, the only one I care about is you. But if you care about me so much that it pains you." Zhou Qingshan felt a jolt at Song Yuandao's tone, then heard him continue lightly, "Then I'll reluctantly give you a hand." In this dim indoor space, the cold winds of early winter howled through the window. Song Yuandao instinctively snuggled closer to the warm spot beside him, tightening the blanket. Zhou Qingshan had woken up a bit earlier. He was originally just lying in bed with his eyes closed to rest, but upon feeling Song Yuandao's animal-like movements, he swiftly stretched out his hand and pulled him into his embrace. The bizarre experiments Song Yuandao conducted in his childhood had ultimately inflicted irreversible damage on his body. He had always been afraid of the cold, yet for various reasons he could never reveal this flaw in front of anyone. Only now, in the unconscious state of his dreams, did he express the most basic human need, warmth. Zhou Qingshan's warm and sturdy arm embraced him, and Song Yuandao finally relaxed his brow in his sleep, revealing a serene expression that rarely appeared even when he was unaware. Zhou Qingshan smiled and unusually canceled his daily morning exercise routine, just lying there comfortably, holding Song Yuandao. In his dream, Song Yuandao returned to his childhood, and those memories under Abel's control resurfaced as the clone revealed everything from the past. This segment of experience seemed to transform into an inescapable nightmare for Song Yuandao, due to this twist of fate. The metallic cage brought a bone-chilling cold to Song Yuandao. Time and again, he found himself observing from a third-person perspective, watching himself struggle helplessly before ultimately accepting those atrocious experiments. He also witnessed himself being directed and controlled by Abel in a state of madness, forced to commit acts that harmed others. Although anyone witnessing these events would reassure Song Yuandao that it wasn't his fault, all of it in his mind was his own mistake. He had countless reasons to blame himself. For instance, blaming himself for being too naive back then, or for lacking determination at that time. All the faults were solely his own. These memories lingered in Song Yuandao's dreams, and every time he closed his eyes, he would effortlessly be drawn into that despairing whirlpool. He was still just a child, he couldn't save anyone. Song Yuandao suddenly opened his eyes. Zhou Qingshan noticed Song Yuandao's movement and gently patted him, then turned his face to ask, "Did you dream again?" Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He wanted to ask how Zhou Qingshan knew, but he refrained, simply gazing at him intently. Zhou Qingshan smiled as if he could see through Song Yuandao's thoughts, and poked his face lightly, saying, "What do I?" Song Yuandao thought about it, and realized it was indeed the case. Zhou Qingshan usually woke up a bit earlier than him, and Song Yuandao's little movements in his sleep were hardly hidden from his eyes. Neither of them spoke further, lying on the bed lost in thought. Song Yuandao was waking up, trying to clear his mind of the nightmare he had just escaped, while also sorting through the information he had gathered and confirmed, contemplating what to do next. Zhou Qingshan gently kissed his forehead, and then got up first to take a shower. Song Yuandao's mind was in disarray. He eliminated the distracting information that disturbed his main objective, leaving only the relevant details for his next steps. While he was mentally processing this, Zhou Qingxin had already finished getting ready and emerged from Song Yuandao's bathroom. Did you find those people yesterday? As soon as Zhou Qingxin stepped out, he heard Song Yuandao ask this, and he quickly nodded in response, saying, I found them, they're all locked up in one place. I asked a bit, and it seems they haven't eaten or drunk anything for days and are begging us to rescue them. Did they recognize who you are? Unlike Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingxin didn't have many opportunities to show his face, so it was quite possible for these people not to recognize him. Moreover, Song Yuandao thought that if Zhou Qingxin remained unrecognized, it would be more advantageous for their upcoming plan. Sure enough, Zhou Qingxin gave Song Yuandao a complicated look, and then shook his head with a wry smile, saying, No, is it, because I don't look as good as you? Song Yuandao was amused by Zhou Qingxin's pitiful expression, smiling as he shook his head, and said, That's not true. You're still the best looking. How about I also give you the name Flower of the New Era as a sign of my sincerity? With no other options, Zhou Qingxin stepped forward a few paces, pulled Song Yuandao up from the bed, and tousled his hair into a messy tangle, saying, You're the flower. Song Yuandao, having lost his temper due to Zhou Qingxin's antics, restrained his mischievous expression and continued to ask, Did you discover anything else? Seeing that Song Yuandao was serious, Zhou Qingxin stopped joking and responded earnestly, We believe Abel is indeed about to give up this place. Most of the rooms are already empty, and some people are moving things in and out. I overheard a few individuals of similar status to the two we encountered initially whispering. What were they saying? As Song Yuandao got up to wash up, he adjusted his hair, which had become unrecognizable after Zhou Qingxin's teasing, and shot Zhou Qingxin a glare. Zhou Qingxin returned a harmless and obedient look and continued to answer Song Yuandao's question. They seemed to be closer to the center of power than the two outside before, so they apparently had more information. I heard them say that Abel has been busy with a major task lately, and once there's progress he will definitely leave this castle. Are they sure Abel will move to another place? Song Yuandao neatly tied his long hair back and suddenly asked Zhou Qingxin a somewhat abrupt question. Before he could respond, did they specifically mention Abel? Zhou Qingxin paused, seemingly not understanding what Song Yuandao was trying to imply. I mean, did the people you overheard explicitly say Abel wants to move? Song Yuandao turned around, his eyes clear and bright, resembling a child whose curiosity had not been No. Zhou Qingxin understood Song Yuandao's meaning, and squinting his eyes in thought shook his head. Their exact words were probably the higher-ups should soon abandon this place. We should hurry to find a place that can continue to operate. Song Yuandao murmured in confusion. Zhou Qingxin reflected on the line he had just relayed to Song Yuandao, and quickly understood what Song Yuandao was perplexed about. Is there something wrong with the virtual world we set up in the Penglai system? Song Yuandao rubbed his temples. Is there anyone we can trust still using this system? Zhou Qingxin thought for a moment, and then recalled someone who could use it. Is Zhang Kai still with us? We can't trust Feng Nian, but I believe we owe Zhang Kai a life-saving grace, so we can at least let him try. You should have someone from Lily's side monitor and track all the indicators and conditions after Zhang Kai enters the Penglai system. I want to see how much they tampered with our system. Zhou Qingxin didn't waste any time and immediately sent a message to Lily's side to prepare, also instructing Guocheng to personally bring Zhang Kai from Qiao Yes Group to Lily's control room. After arranging this matter, Song Yuandao focused his attention back on the plans he had prepared in his mind. He closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then discussed with Zhou Qingxin, let's set this unexpected event aside for now. Have Wang Qing's parents been brought over? Zhou Qingxin's expression finally relaxed a bit as he nodded at Song Yuandao, replying, They've been brought back. When I was waking up I heard they just arrived and are currently by Wang Qing's bedside. It seems Wang Qing cried his heart out when he saw his parents. Wang Qing has already woken up. Song Yuandao finished putting on his combat suit, then crouched down and tightened the laces of his combat boots. He stood up, looking at Zhou Qingxin. Brother, this move I made was a good gamble. By doing this for him, we have alleviated his worries for the rest of his life. We also need to tell him that although we are currently a bit short-handed, we can still ensure the safety of his family. As Song Yuandao opened the door and walked out, he thought for a moment and told Zhou Qingxin, Before I fell asleep yesterday, I looked at his research findings. I personally think his research is very meaningful. When we have time, we can let him and Xiao Yezi Li Huaiji discuss how to overcome the addiction of this high-purity nutrient. Zhou Qingxin shot a glance at Song Yuandao, seemingly dissatisfied. Didn't you tell me you were so tired last night that you had to sleep? Song Yuandao, like a child caught sneaking a cookie, stuck out his tongue. I was really curious about this person's level, so I couldn't help but take a look and found his experiments quite interesting, so I watched for a bit longer. Zhou Qingxin still shot him a sideways glance and coolly remarked, I think you're just asking for a beating. Do you think just because you're older I can't manage you? Song Yuandao softly retorted from the side, That's not the case. I was just as unruly when I was younger, and you couldn't manage me either. Brother, don't you agree? Today it seemed General Zhou Qingxin was a bit reluctant to engage in conversation with Chairman Song Yuandao. As they spent more time in the main world, the outdoor temperature grew increasingly frigid. Song Yuandao could see white puffs of mist escaping his lips as he conversed with Zhou Qingchen, and he deliberately blew a cloud of it into Zhou Qingchen's face with childlike mischief, then looked at him with an innocent grin. Zhou Qingchen grabbed him, appearing fierce, but using hardly any strength to flick Song Yuandao's forehead, then chuckled. When it snows in a couple of days, we'll see who begs for mercy. Song Yuandao looked up at the sky, a sky that seemed never to have changed since creation, and seriously doubted whether it would ever snow. Zhou Qingchen caught his expression and quickly understood his concern. He patted Song Yuandao's backside and said, "Whether it snows here or not, I don't know." Song Yuandao shot him a sideways glance as if to say, "Then why are you wasting my emotions?" Zhou Qingchen laughed, his voice low and firm, "But the main world is about to snow, isn't it?" At these words, Song Yuandao's footsteps faltered. Song Yuandao knew himself all too well. On the surface, he appeared to have extraordinary control over everything, always seeming effortlessly composed. But deep down, he was filled with uncertainties about the future of all of them. They were trapped in the other's chess game. Abel had spent years meticulously scheming, weaving everyone from their elders into his plan, building up slowly, until even the youngest of their generation had grown up. Then in a very short span, he unleashed everything, sending them all reeling, often unsure of where they stood. And the position Song Yuandao now found himself in seemed to constantly pressure him, forcing him to bear more responsibilities and face greater challenges, all while deliberately hiding everything to maintain an image of calm confidence and unruffled ease. As Zhou Qingchen spoke, he noticed that the person beside him seemed to have drifted off somewhere, allowing the light-hearted conversation to die abruptly. He looked up and saw that they were not far from the room where Qiao Yi and the others were staying. Song Yuandao's habit of zoning out so easily still worried him. He reached out and grabbed Song Yuandao, who snapped back to reality at the sudden touch. They stood on the empty street, Song Yuandao lifting his eyes slightly to meet Zhou Qingchen's gaze. In Song Yuandao's eyes, Zhou Qingchen could clearly see his own reflection. "Xiao Yuan, I don't know exactly what you're thinking, but just from your expression, I can guess a thing or two." Zhou Qingchen spoke slowly, as if by slowing his pace, he could stuff every word into Song Yuandao's mind. "You're not a savior. You can't protect everyone. You're not omnipotent. When you can't handle things, I'm here." Song Yuandao stared unblinkingly at Zhou Qingchen, as if drawing energy from him. Zhou Qingchen met his eyes without hesitation and continued calmly. "When we were children, you couldn't protect us. But now both you and we have grown up, become capable individuals. We are a family that can protect each other. You're too tense. That does none of us any good. I think you know that better than I do." Listening to Zhou Qingchen's words, Song Yuandao seemed unmoved. After a while, he came to his senses and nodded gently. "You're right. I really have been too tense." Zhou Qingchen patted his shoulder and said, "Take a deep breath. It'll be fine. Soon we'll be back in the main world watching the snow." Song Yuandao slowly exhaled a deep breath, then took Zhou Qingchen's hand and walked unhurriedly toward the house, where Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi were tending to the injured. Song Yuandao pushed the door open gently, as if afraid to disturb the warm reunion of the family inside. But before sensing that cozy atmosphere, a strong smell of disinfectant hit him, causing him to sneeze loudly. He rubbed his nose helplessly and glanced around the makeshift ward, but couldn't find the culprit who had caused his current predicament. Zhou Qingchen was also dizzy from the overwhelming odor. Seeing their pathetic state, Wang Qing couldn't help but laugh aloud. Song Yuandao sensed this was a good start, so he returned the smile to Wang Qing. Song Yuandao's smile was a whole different level. Zhou Qingchen had once considered classifying it as a weapon of mass destruction. Wang Qing was instantly dazzled by that smile, nearly losing his sense of direction. Standing half a step behind Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingchen observed everything. He retaliated by tapping Song Yuandao's head and muttered, attracting bees and butterflies. Though not exceptionally sharp-eared, Song Yuandao was a keen young man. He turned back to glare at Zhou Qingchen, then looked at Wang Qing and asked, "Is your body all right?" Wang Qing moved his arm to show he was physically fine. Song Yuandao thought it was a bit miraculous, so he asked again, "Any discomfort elsewhere?" "It was rude of us not to ask for your consent yesterday." "Sorry." Wang Qing shook his head, being quite straightforward. "I owe you gratitude. Without you, I don't know how long I'd have suffered in that dreadful place." From Wang Qing's few words, Song Yuandao quickly gauged his character, and his tone became as lighthearted as Zhou Qingchen's. "You seem to be thriving in Abel's castle." Wang Qing's expression shifted oddly at Song Yuandao's remark. Both Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen were shrewd enough to sense there must be a hidden story. So Zhou Qingchen unhesitatingly pulled Qiao Yi from some corner of the room and instructed her to take Wang Qing's parents to a clean, unoccupied house where they could rest comfortably, fulfilling their needs. After arranging everything, Zhou Qingchen dragged a chair over and made Song Yuandao sit down. Wang Qing observed their orderly actions and felt somewhat relieved. Before he could speak, Song Yuandao said, "First, though our situation may not look great, we can still protect your family. You can rest assured. We won't just pull you out of that place and abandon you. We'll do our utmost to keep your family safe. Wang Qing's expression visibly relaxed, and he gave Song Yuandao a grateful smile before explaining why his face had twitched earlier. Let me confirm you are Chairman Song Yuandao and General Zhou Qingchen, right? Song Yuandao nodded slightly, feeling that Wang Qing was about to reveal a huge secret. Mr. Song Ku is your uncle, right? Wang Qing turned his eyes to Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao nodded, and in that instant a shocking guess formed in his mind. What I'm about to say, I swear on my life, is 100% true. Go ahead. Song Yuandao felt his heart racing abnormally. He could even hear his own thunderous heartbeat. Zhou Qingchen stepped forward and placed a hand on Song Yuandao's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Song Yuandao took a shallow breath. Mr. Song Ku is still alive. Song Yuandao felt everything around him recede at the speed of light. He was sucked into a dazzling kaleidoscopic tunnel, and every memory of Song Ku surged up from the depths of his mind, wrapping around him densely, leaving no room to breathe. He closed his eyes in despair. The castle is actually Mr. Song Ku's property. Zhou Qingchen felt the body beneath his hand turn instantly rigid. No one could comfort Song Yuandao at that moment, for none had ever faced a situation where a beloved relative wanted their life. After a long silence, Song Yuandao heard Song Chen's faint voice. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Using the decoy trick. Very clever. Overwhelmed by dizzying waves, Song Yuandao couldn't speak, and simply handed control to Song Chun. Song Chun understood Song Yuandao's state. After all, Song Yuandao had been raised by Song Ku, who had been both father and mother during those years when Song Yuandao lacked parental love, guiding him through ordinary, yet immensely difficult times. How is Song Ku now? Song Chen's tone was perpetually casual. Wang Qing was taken aback, unable to imagine that an AI resided inside Song Yuandao, though he assumed the shock had caused Song Yuandao to lose his composure. Wang Qing glanced at Zhou Qingchen, uncertainly unsure whether to continue. Don't look at him. If I ask you, answer. Song Chen chuckled. No one can control me now. Zhou Qingchen stood silently behind, eyes fixed, as if ready to turn himself into a statue. Wang Qing, failing to gain support from his ally, was even more perplexed. Song Chen, still with a calm and unhurried tone as if in a leisurely mood, repeated his question. I said, how is Song Ku lately? You couldn't have not seen him, right? Wang Qing considered his current situation. Not to mention that Song Yuandao and the others had rescued him from that demonic lair. Even if he wanted to escape now, it would be utterly impossible. As a former insider of the castle, Wang Qing knew very well the attitude the higher-ups held towards Song Yuandao and his group. If his almost traitorous actions were discovered, he would only end up dead, without a complete corpse. Song Chun could sense that Song Yuandao truly didn't want to face this matter. Sometimes he also felt that Song Yuandao's temperament was rather strange. Because whether it was Song Chen himself or Song Ku, both seemed to be very indifferent to family affection to some extent. Yet the betrayal from family seemed to have severely struck Song Yuandao on a level that Song Chun couldn't comprehend. Mr. Song Ku looks no different from the image in my memory. Song Chen looked up at Wang Qing. Upon no different. He repeated this phrase in his mind. Actually, Song Ku had only stepped down for 5 years, and during his tenure he promoted the Penglai project. Naturally, many people appreciated his kindness and many remembered him. What surprised Song Chun was not the change time had wrought on Song Ku's appearance, but rather that both from Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen's accounts, and from the data he had researched on the cloud database, it showed that the fire that was supposed to have killed Song Ku was indeed very large. Theoretically, no one could have survived such a fire unscathed. Moreover, he remembered Song Yuandao telling him that because the bodies of Song Ku and Xiao Lin were burned beyond recognition, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen had to do biological information comparison. According to that inspection method, there should be no possibility of a substitute death. After such a long silence, Zhou Qingchen finally asked in a hoarse voice the question that had been on his mind ever since he heard that Song Ku had not died. Have you seen Xiao Lin? The significance of Xiao Lin to Song Ku was somewhat different from that of Zhou Qingchen to Song Yuandao. On one hand, those two were indeed childhood friends, and this relationship never progressed further until both met in accidental death. On the other hand, Song Yuandao had never liked letting Zhou Qingchen appear in the public eye. Xiao Yi and others even joked whether he was afraid that their leader was too handsome and would steal Song Yuandao's spotlight. Song Yuandao nodded and laughed, admitting that he was such a petty man. But Zhou Qingchen knew in his heart that Song Yuandao didn't want to put his own life and his under the media spotlight to be watched, focused on, and then judged by all the people of the new era. Song Yuandao did his utmost to give Zhou Qingchen freedom. But Xiao Lin, as Song Ku's personal guard captain, always came and went with Song Ku. Wherever you could see Song Ku, you could definitely see Xiao Lin. So those familiar with Song Ku would certainly not be unfamiliar with Xiao Lin. Upon hearing Zhou Qingchen's question, Wang Qing narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Zhou Qingchen carefully before asking, you and Xiao Lin are? Zhou Qingchen bit his lower lip, a hint of barely perceptible tension in his voice. Shaolin is my uncle. Wang Qing nodded understandingly upon hearing this answer, but then a look of pain appeared on his face. He said, I have not seen Mr. Shaolin in the castle, nor have I ever heard Mr. Song Ke mention him. Zhou Qingshan nodded slightly, then lowered his gaze. This outcome was not entirely unexpected. Even before asking, he was quite sure he wouldn't get any surprising answer. But the doubts that had been swirling in Zhou Qingshan's mind at the time of Shaolin and Song Ke's accidental deaths began to stir again, as if ready to break through the surface and pour out the malicious speculations he had long buried deep in his heart before Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingshan knew he absolutely could not do that. Even if he truly suspected that the whole thing was Song Ke's attempt to escape by a clever trick innocently implicating Shaolin, he couldn't bring this up to question Song Yuandao. Because Song Yuandao had already been harmed enough by Song Ke and Abel, who among them was not innocent. Then where is Abel? Song Chun, however, began to take a great interest in this matter. He remembered that the last time Song Yuandao broke into the castle, he clearly saw an Abel who, though not very agile in his legs, was still alive. Wang Qing was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer. Song Chun toyed with the personal terminal on Song Yuandao's arm, while waiting for Wang Qing to speak. After a while, Wang Qing finally seemed to find his voice, and said, Mr. Abel has been dead for a long time. As soon as Wang Qing said this, the whole room fell into dead silence. Zhou Qingshan felt his mind was confused. Could it be that those things they thought were done by Abel were actually done by Song Ke? Then who was that old man on the verge of death that Song Yuandao saw in the castle? Both Song Yuandao and Song Ke had seen Abel many years ago, and there was no possibility of error in Song Yuandao's memory. Could it be someone impersonating him? Then who was the one who wanted Song Yuandao's body as a vessel for consciousness? Was it Song Ke? Zhou Qingshan's handsome long brows knit together. He didn't know where Song Yuandao was hiding now, nor how much of this he had heard. What should Song Yuandao do? Zhou Qingshan actually knew that Song Yuandao was no longer a child. He had encountered things like this, even more difficult ones. But before Zhou Qingshan realized it, Song Yuandao was already looking at him with a carefree smile and greeting him. Zhou Qingshan felt that he had never been as close to Song Yuandao's heart as during this period, truly feeling what he was thinking, what he feared, what he worried about, and what made him deeply guilty. The more he understood Song Yuandao's past, and his every thought now, the more Zhou Qingshan couldn't control his heartache. So much so that he suddenly reached out from behind and placed his hand on Song Yuan's shoulder. But at this moment, the one controlling this body was Song Chun. Zhou Qingshan felt the body under his hand stiffen for a moment. Then he and Song Chun understood each other's thoughts with tacit understanding. Song Chun turned back to look at Zhou Qingshan, shook his head slightly, and said softly, "It's okay." Zhou Qingshan nodded slightly and withdrew his hand, but his gaze remained fixed on the small space in front of him, as if that shabby wooden chair would become gilded and silvered in the next second. When you say a long time, roughly how long? Song Chun finally remembered the beginning of this topic and the main purpose of their trip. Wang Qing probably also realized how shocking the news he just delivered was, so when he spoke again, he was much more cautious. Seeing Wang Qing like this, Song Chun gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, just tell the truth. How to accept it and how to deal with it are our own matters." Wang Qing saw that Song Chun's expression was relatively calm, as if he had adapted to this reaction after Song Yuandao was stimulated. So he took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to our internal records, Mr. Abel passed away at least 3 years ago. The fire that killed Song Ke and Shaolin also happened 3 years ago. It's hard to believe there is no connection. However, Mr. Song Ke only started showing his true face recently, and only recently told us that Mr. Abel had passed away a long time ago. Before that, we always thought we were serving Mr. Abel." Song Chun closed his eyes as if trying to sort out his thoughts. He found himself increasingly unable to understand what his younger brother was thinking every day. Just as Song Yuandao had always felt, the person behind the scenes seemed to have a somewhat unclear mind. Wang Qing saw the two fall silent again. Unable to say anything else, he quietly waited to see if they had more questions. Song Chun suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are you sure Song Ke has no other biological information left?" Wang Qing shook his head firmly. "I don't know why, but Mr. Song Ke seemed to trust me very much and gave all those things to me for safekeeping. So I'm certain he no longer has these biological information. The preservation conditions are also very troublesome. Now those biological information should be completely invalid. However, I assume you are not taking this to do anything messy, so it doesn't matter." Song Chun glanced at Wang Qing and chuckled. "You seem to have a comprehensive plan." Wang Qing scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and giggled. Song Chun stood up, and as he turned to leave, he left Wang Qing with the sentence, "Have a good rest. The matters from now on have nothing to do with you. After all, it's a family matter." Zhou Qingshan stood frozen in place, unable to regain his senses after hearing the words left behind by Song Chun. When Song Chun turned around and noticed that Zhou Qingshan had not followed, he glanced back at him and said, "What are you dawdling for? Did you not see Uncle Song Ke back then?" Zhou Qingchen finally snapped back to reality, quickening his pace to catch up with Song Chun, yet he remained troubled by Song Yuandao, burdened by thoughts of that child who had witnessed such actions from his own uncle. Zhou Qingchen felt that Song Yuandao would rarely exhibit childlike reactions in such matters, just as he believed that his family should never be capable of such things. But how could there be so many good things? How could there be so many impossibilities? Zhou Qingchen understood all too well that humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They must satisfy their various, even ever-expanding desires. The so-called insatiable cravings are nothing more than this. He did not know much about Song Ku. He only knew that he was a very kind uncle to him, and that his relationship with his maternal uncle was incredibly close in both public and private respects. However, he could never truly know what Song Ku was like in the past. All he knew was that Xiao Lin would occasionally sigh softly in his presence, then ruffle his hair and say, "It was best when you were this age." Before these events occurred, Zhou Qingchen had always thought that Xiao Lin's words implied that his current work was too busy, leaving him little time to accompany his family. The burden was heavy, and the person responsible was the highest authority of the new era, so the pressure was naturally immense. However, it was only when Zhou Qingchen gradually approached Song Yuandao, and when he and Song Yuandao walked together into the fog of past events, that he realized that the seemingly casual words Xiao Lin had spoken while reminiscing about his youth were likely directed at Song Ku. Although the person walking in front of Zhou Qingchen was not really Song Yuandao, he still maintained the old habit of walking half a step behind him, a lesson taught by Xiao Lin, my uncle at that time. Zhou Qingchen looked at the ponytail swaying in front of him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Although Song Chen did not hear the whole thing, he could guess Zhou Qingchen's thoughts with a high degree of accuracy. He shook his head, and Song Yuandao's long hair fixed that morning swayed with his movements. I don't know if Xiao Lin discovered something back then, nor do I know if that last fire was a result of Song Ku killing Xiao Lin to cover up his tracks as he made his escape. But now I realize that Song Ku is a talent more capable than I am. Zhou Qingchen lowered his gaze and listened in silence. Song Chun chuckled, a sound that Zhou Qingchen had always found unsettling, reminiscent of Song Yuandao's laugh, which could make one's hair stand on end. He is much more ruthless than I am. There are some people I hesitate to deal with. It seems he has no such concerns. If I had discovered his talents earlier, I should have trained him to be the chairman, which would have spared me the pain of losing my partner on the operating table. Zhou Qingchen felt that the implications of Song Chen's words were quite substantial. The reason for An Yuning's death had always been thought to be due to complications during childbirth, yet in Song Chen's simple statement lay a clear hint of something more. Song Chen also fell silent. Although he no longer spoke, he divided some of his attention to begin conversing with Song Yuandao. "You're not a child anymore. Why are you throwing a tantrum at a time like this?" Song Chun was both amused and exasperated. This news seemed like the last straw for Song Yuandao, making him no longer wish to strive for anything or seek any explanations or outcomes. He felt that all his careful planning and caution over the past period had been directed against his maternal uncle who had raised him. This realization was emotionally hard for him to accept, so he bluntly told Song Chun that until this matter was resolved, Song Chun need not return control of his body to him. "How old are you now?" Song Chen's tone remained as usual, revealing no signs of being affected by the situation with Song Ku. "Don't cause a scene right now. If it comes to it, when you see Song Ku, will you just rush up and pull out all his hair?" Song Yuandao remained silent. "What good does hiding here do you? I can still go to the cloud database and find some information. Besides pretending to be an ostrich, what else can you do?" Song Chun was not angry. He leisurely walked back, with Zhou Qingchen making an effort to persuade Song Yuandao with kind words. "And if you don't come back, are you expecting me to help you maintain a relationship with your little boyfriend?" Song Chen seemed to recall something amusing, chuckling to himself before continuing, "My loyalty to your mother is as clear as day. You mustn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts." "Shut up." Song Yuandao's mood had indeed been very poor, but the light-hearted banter from Song Chen completely extinguished his anger. He unconsciously emerged from the despair and powerlessness he had felt earlier, letting out a shallow sigh as he replied, "Now we understand that your brother seems ready to flee at any moment, but we still don't know why he wants to abandon the castle he has painstakingly built up." Song Yuandao continued after a brief pause. "However, before he abandons this place, our situation needs to improve slightly. After all, they are in the open, while we are in the dark. If we simply allow them to migrate to a new location, it will turn into a struggle in the shadows, and it will be difficult to determine who wins or loses." Song Chun was quite confident in his son's ability to think clearly after calming down, and he agreed with Song Yuandao's perspective. The two reached a consensus on the point that this matter needs to be resolved before Song Ku leaves the castle without much effort. Zhou Qingchen, following behind them, was unaware that a significant silent conversation had taken place in a place where he could not hear. He mistakenly believed that it was his issue that prompted Song Chun to recall some beautiful memories that now seemed only heart-wrenching. He contemplated what to say to ease Song Chen's sadness, while Song Chun was exerting his parental authority to pressure Song Yuandao into taking back control of his body, threatening to hand over the position to Chun Jun if he did not. Song Yuandao felt that if it were possible, he should already be enraged to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices at this moment. Unfortunately, whether he appeared in a spiritual form or as a normal human being, he could not achieve the feat of smoke coming out of his orifices, so he could only sulkily take back control of his body. The transition between the two consciousnesses brought back a familiar dizziness, and Zhou Qingchen, who was lost in thought behind Song Yuandao, instinctively reached out to grab him when he saw his body tremble. Xiao Yuan. In the moment their eyes met, Zhou Qingchen realized who was inhabiting the body before him. The person maintained the posture in his embrace and smiled at him, then childishly complained, "My dad just kicked me out. Even at my age he still bullies a child." Zhou Qingchen helped Song Yuandao up, ensuring he stood steadily on the ground, then immediately pulled him into a tight embrace. He wanted to ask, "Are you alright? Do you have any issues? How are you feeling now?" But in the end he couldn't utter a single word, as if all his questions were transformed into his strong embrace. Song Yuandao patted Zhou Qingchen's back, as if he were the one comforting Zhou Qingchen. His voice was calm and firm and fine. "I heard everything from earlier. I will give you an explanation regarding my uncle as well as my own matters, and concerning our entire personal guard, especially regarding the massive migration that involves all of humanity. I will ensure everyone receives an explanation." Song Yuandao released Zhou Qingchen, his gaze drifting into the distance, perhaps landing on the ever-unchanging sunset. "No need." Zhou Qingchen's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if someone had mixed a handful of scorching dry sand into his speech. "What?" Song Yuandao did not quite understand what Zhou Qingchen was saying, his tone rising in curiosity. Zhou Qingchen suddenly looked earnestly into Song Yuandao's eyes, and stated word by word, "I said no need. You do not need to be responsible for so many people, nor do you need to provide explanations to everyone. I know you are the chairman of the new era, I understand what your responsibilities are, and I know what you should do, or must do. But before all those things you are just you. You first need to be responsible for yourself, to give yourself an explanation. You have endured countless grievances and hardships all these years to protect us. You never spoke about it before and you still refuse to speak now, but that does not mean I am unaware of it. Before protecting all of us, you should first take care of yourself and be responsible for yourself." Song Yuandao remained silent for a long time after listening to Zhou Qingchen's words. After a while he suddenly laughed, looking at Zhou Qingchen with a gentle smile, asking, "If I accomplish all these things alone, what will I ask of you then?" "My dear General Zhou Qingchen, I always thought our roles were that I protect everyone and you protect me. I am responsible for all of humanity, and you are responsible for me. Have I been mistaken all along?" Zhou Qingchen was left speechless by Song Yuandao's words, so he could only take out his frustration on Song Yuandao's hair, ruffling it angrily, and replying, "There's never been a time when I couldn't retort against you." Just as Song Yuandao attempted to ease his unspeakable anxiety by joking around with Zhou Qingchen, he felt the personal terminal on Zhou Qingchen's wrist vibrate violently, as if it were determined to pull them both out of their current state of reluctant attachment. Song Yuandao placed his hand on Zhou Qingchen's head, transferring the vibrations of the personal terminal downwards, then raised an eyebrow to indicate that Zhou Qingchen should focus on more serious matters. Zhou Qingchen felt a bit unsettled by the frequency of the vibrations, as he couldn't quite comprehend why there seemed to be something urgent to report. However, he soon realized that it wasn't due to the sender's high frequency, it was simply because she was contacting Zhou Qingchen through an emergency communication channel. "Feng Nian has escaped," Huang Yueying succinctly told Zhou Qingchen through the emergency channel. This statement undoubtedly triggered the deepest unease within Song Yuandao at such a critical moment. Song Yuandao could not determine whether the technology that utilized living individuals for surveillance was left behind by Abel or developed by his uncle for some purpose. Regardless of which, it was the escape of someone who had always caused them concern at such a crucial juncture could only be bad news. The timing of Feng Nian's escape was indeed too critical. It coincided exactly with the moment Song Yuandao realized that he had been dealing with his uncle all along. His previous state had to some extent affected Song Chen's vigilance and protective capabilities. Otherwise, how could so many people only learn that Feng Nian had escaped when Huang Yueying made her urgent report? As Song Yuandao contemplated this layer of complexity, his gaze fell. Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao appeared somewhat downcast. Although he couldn't yet determine the cause of this melancholic demeanor, he reached out to give him a comforting hug. When Song Yuandao lifted his head to look at Zhou Qingchen, neither his expression nor his eyes betrayed any sign of despair. Zhou Qingchen even felt that there was a sharp, aggressive emotion emanating from Song Yuandao's gaze. Song Yuandao's voice was soft, maintaining a calm, business-like tone as he instructed, "Let's send someone to keep an eye on Wang Qing. We mustn't make our intentions too obvious." Zhou Qingchen did not question Song Yuandao's decision. At that moment, as their eyes met, he suddenly realized that Song Yuandao had rapidly matured within the short span of a few hours. Although he had always seemed rational and composed, he had previously approached each task with a somewhat playful attitude, possibly due to competitiveness or a tinge of resentment regarding past experiences. Now Zhou Qingchen sensed a strange, yet promising anger within Song Yuandao. In this state of anger, Song Yuandao resembled a sharp sword that had finally emerged from its sheath. Song Yuandao swiftly grabbed his battle uniform from the chair, the edges cutting through the air with a fierce arc as it floated past Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen maintained his usual habit of trailing half a step behind Song Yuandao. To Zhou Qingchen's eyes, Song Yuandao was enveloped in a shimmering aura, as if cloaked in a faint red light. Looking at him, Zhou Qingchen suddenly understood why everyone always referred to him as the light of the new era. Having spent such a long youth together and experienced so much, Zhou Qingchen now felt for the first time that Song Yuandao truly lived up to his name. He was indeed light. Even in the darkest of times, he could forge a path with the brilliance that radiated from him. Huang Yueying sat on the bed, the thin blanket enveloping her abdomen and lower body. Upon seeing Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen approaching, she slowly rose from the bed, prompting Song Yuandao to realize that this once fearless girl was now a woman pregnant for several months, soon to be a mother. There was a hint of guilt on Huang Yueying's face that neither of them could ignore. Song Yuandao gently patted her head, saying, "Don't feel like you owe us anything or let anyone down. If the situation didn't allow it, you should be resting at home. It's only because we lack personnel that you're in charge of this." As expected, Song Yuandao lowered his gaze and noticed Huang Yueying's defiant expression. He smiled, and the warmth in his voice spread through each word as he continued, "I'm not saying you're incapable of handling this task, but we all know what you need most right now is rest. This is the first little treasure of the guards. If it weren't absolutely necessary, we should provide you with better conditions." Huang Yueying maintained her gaze upwards towards Song Yuandao. After so many years together, everyone understood what kind of person he truly was. Although he often appeared cold and distant, he genuinely possessed a heart that was transparent and sincerely wished well for others. Song Yuandao could see his reflection gently swaying in Huang Yueying's eyes. He still held on to his previous smile, and the comforting warmth from his palm continuously radiated to the top of Huang Yueying's head. "It's fine if this matter will happen sooner or later. The fact that you informed us in a timely manner is already—" Huang Yueying blinked her eyes at Song Yuandao. At this moment, she appeared much softer than before. The sharpness and agility that had once marked her began to fade, with the gentle curve of her belly revealing the image of a young mother. Song Yuandao suddenly thought about whether his mother in Yuaning had a similar expression and demeanor when she was pregnant with him. To be fair, Yuaning had more striking features than Huang Yueying. How beautiful must his mother have been back then? Song Yuandao abruptly turned his gaze away. He belatedly realized that at some point he had developed a more nuanced and complete experience of many emotions. For instance, at this very moment, he felt a longing for his mother whom he had never met. Song Yuandao was momentarily lost in thought. Zhou Qingchen noticed his lack of response to Huang Yueying's report and had no choice but to maintain his composure while briefly addressing the various details Huang Yueying had recounted. It turned out that Huang Yueying had not been feeling well today. Feng Nian had been keeping her company since early morning, but when he saw that she seemed unable to lift her spirits, he repeatedly inquired whether she was all right. However, Huang Yueying herself was unsure what was wrong today. During her checkup with Qiao Yi, it had been clearly stated that her physical condition was excellent, and her pregnancy symptoms shouldn't be as pronounced as those of other women her age. Thus, for Huang Yueying, only her increasingly prominent belly served as the most direct reminder that she was indeed pregnant. Feng Nian insisted on going to find someone from Qiao Yi's team to check on Huang Yueying, but she said she could handle it via her personal terminal. However, she was unable to contact Qiao Yi or Li Huaiji at that moment. As Zhou Qingchen listened to Huang Yueying's account, he compared the time she mentioned with Song Yuandao's previous activities and discovered that Li Huaiji and Qiao Yi were unreachable precisely when they were in the hospital discussing matters with Wang Qing. All of this at this moment circled back to form a conspiracy. When Song Yuandao regained his senses, Huang Yueying had nearly finished reporting the day's events. He lightly placed his hand behind his back and signaled to Zhou Qingchen. Given their proximity, Zhou Qingchen simply squeezed Song Yuandao's wrist discreetly. Understanding that Zhou Qingchen was already well informed about the situation, Song Yuandao felt no guilt as he directly skipped over the factual details to speak to Huang Yueying in a formal tone. "You should rest well. We'll take care of this matter from here on out, and you'll be home soon." As Song Yuandao finished speaking, he turned to leave to address this unexpectedly tricky incident with Zhou Qingchen. However, Huang Yueying suddenly reached out and grabbed him, asking, "My God, are we really going home soon? Do I still have a home to return to?" Song Yuandao did not turn around. He simply turned his head to reveal the same reassuring smile he had shown earlier. Of course you still have a home to return to. I promise you can go home to rest, and not have to worry about postpartum care. Huang Yueying's eyes sparkled like a brilliant little flame, and Song Yuandao felt a stir in his heart at her expression. He reached out and patted the hand that grasped his clothing, saying, "Trust me, your male god has never deceived you." Huang Yueying began to nod, her gaze falling upon her belly. "I certainly believe you. Once this child is born, I'll need you to help name him." "All right," Song Yuandao replied with a smile. In this world, countless events occur every moment. Some emerge while others conclude, and many individuals are born, fall ill, or pass away. Everything seems to be placed in a vast sandbox where an invisible hand occasionally stirs things up, whimsically disrupting the life trajectories of many who were originally safe and sound. As Song Yuandao walked towards the residence of Qiao Yi and the others, he pondered the information he had just received from Zhou Qingchen, relayed from Huang Yueying. While they were discussing matters concerning Song Ke, the communication system of Qiao Yi and Li Huaiji conveniently malfunctioned, allowing Feng Nian to escape at the moment when Song Qin's defenses were weakest. Song Yuandao couldn't help but think, if Wang Qing's appearance was premeditated, how much credibility should be given to what he said about Song Ke. Perhaps he brought up Song Ke just to divert their attention, giving Feng Nian a chance to escape. Logically, Song Yuandao knew that this line of thought was a naive and futile wishful thinking, yet he preferred to believe he had fallen into a trap, rather than accept that Song Ke had been plotting against him for so long. Having lost his parents at an early age, Song Ke raised him with great care, embodying both father and mother. It was not an exaggeration. After Zhou Qingchen shared that little story about the toy, Song Yuandao often recalled what mindset Song Ke must have had when he chose that plain little item to gift him. Song Yuandao believed that although Song Ke had never shown any overt emotions, he truly loved him. Regardless of whether that love was intertwined with guilt towards Song Chun, or remorse towards An Yuning, or even nostalgia for his childhood pride in his brother, Song Yuandao felt it was unimportant. Because as a child he needed that familial love, and Song Ke selflessly laid it all before him. Song Yuandao always felt he could no longer endure any form of loss regarding family. "My idol." Qiao Yi stood at the door, head down, looking like a kindergarten child ready to be reprimanded. On the way here, Zhou Qingchen had quickly briefed every member of the personal guard on the incident. When Qiao Yi saw the briefing, she realized that if she and Li Huaiji hadn't lost contact, Feng Nian wouldn't have had such an opportunity to escape. "Have Lily and the others come over for an inspection." Song Yuandao's gaze had already fallen on Qiao Yi, but he was asking Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen quickly nodded and saluted, informing Song Yuandao that everything had been arranged. Song Yuandao nodded slightly and placed his hand gently on Qiao Yi's shoulder. "Don't overthink it. This incident isn't your fault. It was my initial decision that was flawed." Qiao Yi opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. Song Yuandao noticed her every little gesture, and with a hint of helplessness flicked her smooth forehead. "Speak up. Who taught you this annoying habit of hesitating? If it weren't for us two." Qiao Yi muttered a few words, but Song Yuandao silenced her with a glance. "You know that what you're saying now isn't very useful, right? You told me to speak up? About something useful like what you two were doing back then." Zhou Qingchen stood behind them, chuckling softly, prompting both in front to turn around and give him a look. Zhou Qingchen shook his head, indicating he hadn't done anything, maintaining a polite interest in their conversation. But would Qiao Yi and Song Yuandao believe him? Of course not. Qiao Yi's mood had improved considerably, and she boldly shot a fierce glare at Zhou Qingchen before returning to her conversation with Song Yuandao. "Back then you said you wanted to check on that patient named Wang Qing. After examining him, we found that both his physical and mental health were quite stable. His compatibility with his own Penglai system was excellent. We originally planned to let him rest, but then a team from Deshang brought his parents, and he asked us if he could spend some time alone with them. During the previous examination, he proposed a very creative idea for overcoming addiction to high-purity nutritional supplements, and Li Huaiji and I wanted to go to the lab to see if his idea could work." As they spoke, the three of them had entered Qiao Yi's room. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen chose two inconspicuous spots to sit down. Qiao Yi poured water for both of them, and brought a few snacks from her home for Song Yuandao, before continuing. "The method Wang Qing proposed can indeed be used to overcome the addiction to high-purity nutritional supplements, and it is significantly better than the method Li Huaiji and I had previously tried. He must have conducted numerous experiments using the advanced equipment in that castle to achieve such a good result." Song Yuandao pondered for a moment as he listened to Qiao Yi. "Have you and Li Huaiji confirmed whether there are any side effects to Wang Qing's method?" Qiao Yi shook her head. "Li Huaiji and I checked for any potential serious side effects we could think of, and so far it seems there are no issues." Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao nodded, but soon Zhou Qingchen noticed that Song Yuandao's attention had wandered again. With a hint of helplessness, he kicked Song Yuandao's chair lightly. Song Yuandao snapped back to reality, yet his expression seemed to suggest he had suddenly figured something out, and he appeared quite pleased. "Wang Qing is indeed a breakthrough point." Song Yuandao squinted his eyes. Zhou Qingshan felt that he looked like a little fox that had just stolen a chicken from someone else's house. Before Zhou Qingshan could fully imagine this, Song Yuandao began to mutter, Wang Qing indeed has some genuine thoughts about wanting to change, and it is true that he was chosen by me and brought back. Otherwise, if all this were just coincidence, it would indeed be hard to believe. We still cannot determine whether Wang Qing has any tracking or information-gathering devices on him. Although our equipment should be able to block some of the information, we still need to be prepared for battle, just in case. On the other hand, we can ascertain that there must be some problems on the castle's side, and they are likely to initiate a migration soon. Therefore, if possible, we should catch them off guard. There are only so few of us. How are you going to give them that feeling? If they strike first, we would probably be wiped out. Zhou Qingshan was well aware of the capabilities of the security system at their temporary gathering point. Based on the weapons he had seen in the castle, they had no means of counterattack, so it would be somewhat challenging for Song Yuandao to achieve the element of surprise he envisioned. Of course, Zhou Qingshan did not deny that Song Yuandao was quite talented in strategic planning, perhaps on par with himself, but it was still difficult to achieve anything with such a small number of people. Even if these individuals were the elite of the new era, he found it hard to think of a solution. However, one significant difference between Zhou Qingshan and Song Yuandao was that Song Yuandao often faced more complex environments. He not only had to rely on the limited personnel he had, but he also had to depend on various forms of public opinion, usually, to build momentum. I will definitely find a way. Song Yuandao played with the snacks made by Qiao Ye's family, a sly smile appearing on his face. He brought the snack to his lips and took a bite, then licked the crumbs off his lips and waved at Xiao Yi. Take a break, go home for a visit, and then ask your grandfather to help us with something. Xiao Yi stuffed a few snacks into her mouth in quick succession, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. Nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain, she shyly asked, "Can I bring Li Huaiji with me?" Upon hearing her question, Song Yuandao thought he had misheard and stared at Xiao Yi in surprise for a moment before nodding. "Sure, when are you two planning to invite us for a meal?" Zhou Qingshan also teased Xiao Yi from the side. "You two are truly engaging in a covert operation, aren't you? How long has it been? Why didn't you say a word to us?" Qiao Ye's face turned as red as a ripe apple. With her gaze fixed on the ground, she grumbled, "What is there to say? You all must have known long ago and didn't tell me, leaving me all alone with him, creating countless opportunities." Hearing Xiao Ye's words made Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan laugh. Song Yuandao thought of a very good strategy immediately. "They'll bring you those things later. Consider it a gift from me to both of you." Xiao Yi blinked. "I bet it won't be anything good." "Whether the things are good or not is uncertain, but they will definitely be useful. When you go home, show them to your grandfather, and he will understand my intentions." Song Yuandao smiled, killing two birds with one stone. Xiao Yi returned home with the items Song Yuandao had given her, yet she was utterly oblivious to the exceedingly malicious scheme Song Yuandao had devised against her grandfather. Of course, the origin and root of this scheme stemmed from Xiao Yi herself choosing this very moment to bring Li Huaiji home for some so-called family visit, which happened to provide Song Yuandao, who was still at a loss, with a perfect opportunity. The relationship between the Song family and the Li family could hardly be described as close, but Li Huaiji was indeed renowned as a well-behaved child within their circle of aristocratic families. Thus, although the Song family held a rather poor opinion of his mother, they all genuinely liked Li Huaiji himself. Xiao Yi had never really understood the significance of the large pile of things Song Yuandao had given her. However, Li Huaiji, after a single glance, flushed deeply and even stammered when speaking. Xiao Yi questioned him all the way about what these items symbolized, but Li Huaiji merely shook his head, his face red, refusing to tell her. Xiao Yi was forced to carry this doubt with her until after the day's meeting ended. The old butler, who had always taken care of their daily life, led Li Huaiji to the guest room to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was surrounded by her family members, and the entire living room felt like the scene of a tripartite interrogation. "Do you really like that Li boy?" Old Master Qiao was the first to ask. Xiao Yi, that guileless little girl, didn't even go through a stage of shyness or coyness. She directly and quickly nodded to indicate that she really did like Li Huaiji very much. Xiao Yi's mother couldn't help but take a few extra glances at her daughter, as if suspecting that she might have eaten something she shouldn't have during her pregnancy with Xiao Yi, leading to the current predicament of having to face such an unpredictably impulsive daughter. "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Probably because her mother's gaze was too much for Xiao Yi to handle, she glanced back at her mother in bewilderment, and then couldn't help but shiver. "Why is it so cold in our house today?" Old Master Qiao, however, remained beaming at his granddaughter, his gaze even more intense than her mother's. Only then did Xiao Yi belatedly realize that the current scene seemed somewhat delicate. "Do you know what Xiao Yuan meant by having you bring these things back?" Old Master Qiao smiled as he rubbed the items in his hand. Xiao Yi's gaze was now inevitably drawn to them, staring blankly at the pile of things that meant nothing to her. She looked around at her family members, all of whom wore enigmatic smiles, and suddenly felt even more panicked. "What do you think about the proposal of marrying Li Huaiji?" Xiao Ye's mother asked, feigning casualness. Xiao Yi had just taken a bite of a steaming hot pastry, and upon hearing this nearly choked to death on the homemade treat. I think. Xiao Yi struggled to swallow the pastry in her mouth. Isn't it a bit too rushed? We haven't known each other that long. But Xiao Yuan bringing these things back should mean exactly that. Old Master Qiao placed the object he had been fiddling with in front of Xiao Yi. This appears to be all your and that young Li friend's identification documents and information. Xiao Yi glanced down and realized it was indeed those documents. When they had volunteered to join the guard unit back, then they had handed over all their identity proof documents to Song Yuandao. They had never seen these documents ever since, simply because their current status as guards was more useful than such documents in their daily comings and goings, obviating the need to prove themselves with such papers. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon those documents, now somewhat unfamiliar to her, as if she still couldn't quite grasp what situation she was facing. The living room fell into a serene stillness for a moment, and Xiao Yi hadn't yet sorted out her own thoughts. She knew she liked Li Huaizhi, but this was also the first time in her life she had ever liked someone, and it happened to be during such a tense time. She hadn't even had the chance to tell anyone or share her first love feelings and maidenly thoughts with Huang Yueying. Was she going to get married just like that? Hadn't Huang Yueying just been engaged to Jiang Yu? Xiao Yi felt as if she was being swept into a dizzying radiance at that moment. Everything around her whirled rapidly, and she didn't know what she wanted or what she would face. Only the clamorous questions and teasing congratulations surrounded and fixed her in place. Suddenly, someone reached from behind and covered her ears. Xiao Yi didn't turn around, but she identified the person by its scent. It was Li Huaizhi. Li Huaizhi carried the same disinfectant smell as Xiao Yi, a scent she hadn't smelled at home for a long time. When she was very young, during the days when old Master Qiao occasionally went to the lab to oversee work, Qiao, he had also smelled this fragrance. That aroma, unpleasant to others, was the most comforting scent for Xiao Yi. Don't bully little Yi anymore. Li Huaizhi's voice carried a laugh. Xiao Yi was somewhat unaccustomed to this tone of his, gentle yet tinged with helplessness. His fingers caressed Xiao Ye's earlobes for a moment before he slowly released his hands, walked around to face Qiao. He suddenly dropped to one knee and looked up into her eyes. Xiao Yi thought that Li Huaizhi's eyes were so bright, as if they held the shattered starlight of the night sky, or had their own little sun. She felt she understood what Li Huaizhi was doing, but at that moment her mind seemed rusted solid, and she merely stared blankly at him. Little Yi, what anyone says doesn't matter. Before coming here, your handsome guy specifically told me that the most important thing is to listen to you. Li Huaizhi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I really like you, and want to take care of you forever. Even though saying this now might sound frivolous or too hasty, I still want to ask you, would you be willing to marry me? Xiao Yi silently gazed at Li Huaizhi. The atmosphere in the living room seemed tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on the two young people. After a long pause, Xiao Yi nodded vigorously, smiling like a child. Sure, but this is my first time in love, and my first time getting married. If I do something wrong, you have to tell me. Xiao Yi reached out to pull Li Huaizhi up from the ground, but he suddenly grasped her hand and kissed it. Xiao Yi could feel the scorching air exhaled from his nostrils, a warmth that seemed to flow from her fingertips to the back of her hand, and then rush straight up to her cheeks. The two of them stared at each other, both blushing fiercely. All right. Old Master Qiao laughed and interrupted their gaze. Although this event is nominally your wedding, given the current timing, I'm sure you both understand that this occasion is not merely about holding a ceremony. Li Huaizhi was slightly more composed than Xiao Yi. He quickly suppressed the expression of bliss on his face and nodded. We certainly understand that, but we're still not entirely clear on how this purpose is to be achieved. Old Master Qiao nodded, and then instructed everyone except Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi to go and rest promptly, as from tomorrow onward the whole family would be bustling about for the marital affairs of the two youngsters. Xiao Ye's parents had never directly participated in any matters related to struggles or research, so they immediately took Xiao Ye's little brother back to their room to rest. Only Old Master Qiao, Li Huaizhi, and Xiao Yi remained in the living room. The heavy curtains shut out all light and prying eyes. Old Master Qiao continued to gaze at the two juniors with kind eyes. After a moment, he took a document bag from the inner pocket of his clothes. Xiao Ye's attention was soon captured by that document bag. She remembered that when she was little her grandfather's study had many such bags, but he had also told her very seriously, "These are all top secret materials, you absolutely must not look at them. If you do, Grandpa will be taken away." Not long after, Old Master Qiao said that a group of people politely came to Xiao Ye's home and took all those things away. Xiao Yi recalled that they had carefully counted the quantity, and it was then that she realized those items indeed had a definite number, and her grandfather's warning hadn't been just to scare her. So where did the thing in her grandfather's hand come from? No matter what was written inside, it should have disappeared from the Qiao residence along with all those other items back then. Why was it still in her grandfather's hands until now? Countless doubts swirled in Xiao Ye's mind, but she voiced none of them. She preferred to believe that her grandfather had kept these things for a reason. You must be curious why I still have this. Old Master Chow's voice was calm, his eyes resting on the document bag, as if lost in reminiscence. Everyone believed that clones and originals could not be truly distinguished, but just before I left my position, I discovered this method. It can indeed differentiate between the original and the clone. But at that time I was about to leave the Central Research Department, and theoretically all these things had to be handed over. The reason this one was left behind. Old Master Chow gave a faint smile, and continued, is because your grandmother and I had a quarrel that day, and all the documents were scattered. While tidying up, we accidentally mixed in the file bag containing our marriage certificate. Chow Yi listened silently to Old Master Chow's account, her expression, as if she couldn't believe such a thing was even possible. Li Huaiji stood nearby with a look that suggested he had something to say, but hesitated. Old Master Chow, feeling a bit embarrassed under the gaze of the two youngsters, could only rub his cheek awkwardly. Well, at that time, you know. Chow Yi exchanged an awkward glance with Li Huaiji. After a moment, they smiled at each other, both recognizing a certain helplessness toward the elderly man. After a while, Old Master Chow wiped the cheerful grin from his face and flicked the file that Grandma Chow had inexplicably left behind. The contents inside are extremely useful. This is your best chance to prove your identity. Chow Yi bit her lower lip, seeming a little unhappy. Li Huaiji gently squeezed her shoulder. What's wrong? I feel like this is my wedding, isn't it unfair to me? Li Huaiji wrapped his arms around Chow Yi from behind, his chin resting on top of her head, his voice gentle and calm. It is your wedding. I understand what your idol means. Li Huaiji looked up at Old Master Chow. So we should go back now and prepare to send invitations to our relatives and friends. Will you have enough time to prepare the materials to verify our identities? Old Master Chow gave Li Huaiji a gratified smile. You really are a bit smarter than our Xiao Yezi. I'm old now. Take this file back and see if you can produce enough of what you need in time. Li Huaiji took the file from Old Master Chow, and the butler brought out some freshly made pastries from the kitchen for Xiao Yi. Take these back for Xiao Yuan to eat. He's been working too hard on these matters lately. Xiao Yi packed up her things and returned to the temporary base without even staying at home for a night. The light in Song Yuandao's room was still on, as if he knew they would be back soon. When Xiao Yi entered, she didn't see Zhou Qingchen. Only Song Yuandao was sitting on the edge of the bed, his wet hair loose around him, holding a freshly washed apple in his hand. Back! Song Yuandao took a bite of the apple, a crisp sound echoing in the room. Why did you do that? Xiao Yi's eyes reddened. Song Yuandao glanced at her, stood up, set the apple on the nearby table, and pulled her into a hug. I know why you're unhappy, but the wedding is still yours. But you want to use it to accomplish your own things, don't you? Xiao Yi's gaze was as distrustful and suspicious as when she first met her family in the subworld, full of doubt towards Song Yuandao and suspicion of this world. Song Yuandao shook his head. No, even without this there would be other opportunities. Do you really think your idol has only this one way? Xiao Yi looked at him doubtfully, but he just smiled back at her. It was Gigi. Zhou Qingchen suddenly pushed the door open, holding 2 dripping apples. He took a bite in the same manner as Song Yuandao. He said he wants to marry you as soon as possible, because he's afraid that he won't know when this matter will come to an end. Zhou Qingchen tossed an apple to Xiao Yi. She caught it, spun it in her hand, then lowered her eyes to look at the apple quietly resting in her palm. Really? Zhou Qingchen sat next to Song Yuandao and pulled him into his arms. They both nodded in unison. The beginning of this whole affair traces back to a few nights earlier. Song Yuandao had just come out of the bathroom after a shower exactly the same as today and ran right into Zhou Qingchen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with a worried expression. Song Yuandao dried his hair while looking at Zhou Qingchen. What kind of expression is that? Zhou Qingchen took his personal terminal off his wrist and tossed it to Song Yuandao, signaling him to look directly. Tell me at a time like this who has the mood to deal with this nonsense. Song Yuandao glanced down at the information displayed on Zhou Qingchen's terminal and found it both ridiculous and helpless. But then his eyes flickered and he tossed the terminal back. Well, it's not like there's no way. At that time they had no idea what would happen later, but Song Yuandao already had a vague plan in mind. Then various things occurred which only solidified his resolve to proceed with this approach. Zhou Qingchen finished his apple in a few bites and tossed the core into the trash. He leaned back on his hands on the bed, smiling at Xiao Yi. So it's not that Xiao Yuan insists on using your wedding for his agenda, but Li Huaiji wanted to give you a surprise. He's really upset seeing you like this. Why don't you go back and keep him company instead of wasting time here with us? Xiao Yi blinked at them. Song Yuandao finally finished his apple, slowly got up to throw the core into the trash, washed his hands, and then gently patted Xiao Yi on the head. Go ahead. Have a good wedding. What we're doing won't affect you. Xiao Yi still looked skeptical, but relying on the deep friendship and almost irrational trust she had built with these people over the years, she didn't say another word and left the room. Song Yuandao lay on the bed with his eyes closed, lost in silence. Zhou Qingchen breathed steadily beside him, but both knew the other wasn't asleep. They simply enjoyed the quiet moment together. Song Yuandao had known about that file since childhood because the person who had swapped it was actually him. The couple that had quarreled was indeed old Master Qiao with his fiery temper and the even more hot-tempered old lady. But Song Yuandao happened to be in old Master Qiao's study looking for books at the time. They were so engrossed in their argument that they forgot a child was hiding under the desk. Only after it was over did old Master Qiao discover him when he bent down to pick up the file. Song Yuandao blinked innocently at old Master Qiao, who pulled him out from under the desk and told him not to remember anything he had heard for both their sakes. To this day, Song Yuandao truly cannot recall what they were arguing about. But he still remembers that when he counted the files and found one missing, he had to grab a similar-looking one from old Master Qiao's shelf to temporarily fill the gap. Song Yuandao never knew what that file actually contained. But Song Chen knew that among the items Yabo had recovered, one crucial piece for his research was missing. During those days, Song Chen had managed to gather quite a bit of information through sheer obsession or something similar. Thus he learned that in the new era there was still a way to determine whether a person was the original or a clone. However, in the process of his evolution, as he gained new skills, knowledge, and power, he also lost some things, like these painstakingly collected data and information. But now, thanks to his relatively smooth fusion with Song Yuandao, he had more time for reflection. He dug up those pieces hidden deep in his memory that refused to surface, and by merging them with the documents and information Song Yuandao had acquired outside, he obtained even more data. For example, this file that Song Yuandao had inadvertently swapped actually contained something extremely useful for their current situation. Song Yuandao felt this was what people meant by heaven never seals off all exits. When Xiao Yi returned to her room, she didn't see Li Huaizhi either. She changed into her lab coat and opened the door to the lab, unsurprised to find him staring at the file from her grandfather on the workbench. Xiao Yi walked over and patted his hand, signaling him to let her see the file too. Li Huaizhi seemed to have something he wanted to say, but he hesitated and remained silent, swallowing back the words that had almost reached his lips under Xiao Yi's inquiring gaze. Xiao Yi soon became absorbed in the contents of the file, losing her curiosity about what Li Huaizhi had tried but failed to tell her. To be fair, Xiao Yi wasn't as angry or dissatisfied with Li Huaizhi as she had imagined. While scanning the document rapidly, she was also thinking about what Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao had told her. In truth, deep down, everyone was filled with profound uncertainty and unease. Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao had not told anyone how far things had progressed. They simply broke every task into tiny pieces and delegated them, so each person was responsible only for the small part they could see. But the atmosphere in the base was extremely tense. Everyone sensed an impending major battle, yet no one dared to openly discuss it. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen were consuming the trust and friendship they had built over so many years. Xiao Yi felt that if this couldn't be resolved soon, an inevitable crisis of trust would erupt among them. Although Li Huaizhi appeared to be a scientific researcher who paid no attention to the outside world, he was after all a child raised in a powerful family. He had never forgotten how to read people. Choosing to marry Xiao Yi at this time was both a fear that they might have no future left, and a way to remind himself and Xiao Yi that they still had each other. The room where Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingchen stayed remained as quiet as it had been hours before, as if both had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet each knew full well that the other was merely contemplating their next move. Song Yuandao resolved to bring everything to a definitive end within his own generation, whether it was the Creator Project clones or the Penglai plan of nutrient agents. All of it should be completely cleaned up in his era. He aspired to accomplish what Bazel had once longed for, but never had the chance to do. Zhou Qingchen thought that no matter what happened next, he could no longer allow Song Yuandao to bear the burden alone. The two of them should advance and retreat together as they always had. Xiao Yuan, Zhou Qingchen called softly. Song Yuandao turned to look at him, his eyes clear and bright, a sure sign that he had not slept a single minute all night. What is it? Song Yuandao's voice was equally gentle. Zhou Qingchen shifted and reached out to touch the dark circles under his eyes. Why don't you rest for a while? Song Yuandao let out a soft laugh, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhou Qingchen. You didn't sleep either, did you? Zhou Qingchen coughed lightly, then pinched the tip of Song Yuandao's nose. Seriously, what are you planning to do next? Song Yuandao removed Zhou Qingchen's fingers from his nose and pinched his own bridge, revealing an undeniable weariness. If this person had been Yabo, I wouldn't have been as confident as I am now. But if the mastermind is truly my uncle, then given mine and my father's understanding of him, resolving this matter perfectly should not be an issue. Through Xiao Yezi and Zizi's wedding, what exactly are you hoping to achieve? Zhou Qingchen had never really understood what purpose Xiao Yi's wedding could serve for Song Yuandao. Given their relationship, Song Yuandao would surely want Xiao Yi to have a perfect ceremony, one without any mishaps. Yet he also intended to use that wedding as an opportunity to accomplish certain goals. The intricacies of this left Zhou Qingchen deeply curious. Song Ke's personality is meticulous, completely unlike my father's erratic nature. I believe that during those years of occasional interaction you have also noticed that Song Ke detests anything happening outside his plans. Song Yuandao glanced at Zhou Qingchun as he spoke. Zhou Qingchun pondered a few incidents he could recall clearly and found that everything indeed matched Song Yuandao's assessment. Song Ke thinks I am just like him. Song Yuandao smiled to himself. Since I grew up by his side, he always believed I would inherit everything from him, including his temperament and way of handling things. And during the years he was active in the main world, I never encountered anything that required me to solve it with such unorthodox methods. Song Yuandao sighed. Song Ke probably never imagined that I would use a wedding to let everyone know. We are fine, we have returned. Song Ke dislikes grand occasions and anything sensational. That's why he always had your uncle handle public. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Song Yuandao's lips like a child who had just successfully tricked an adult. He told me countless times never to do anything risky. But this time I am going to do it anyway. Lily and Lu He worked non-stop for days to complete the wedding invitations for Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi. Emails flew through the invisible network to the mailboxes of various noble families. Everyone who received an invitation wore a look of astonishment and uncertainty. 3 days later, Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi finally emerged from the laboratory, holding the system for distinguishing between original bodies and clones, developed based on the materials left by old Master Qiao. Song Yuandao leaned by the window, gazing blankly at the red sun. When Zhou Qingchun pushed open the door after his morning exercise and saw him like that, he felt that at that moment Song Yuandao looked almost exactly like Song Ke. Once when Zhou Qingchun was young, he had accidentally barged into Song Ke's office and seen him in the same pose. How is it going? Song Yuandao turned at the sound and looked at Zhou Qingchun. The insignia on Zhou Qingchun's shoulder carried the cool morning dew. He took off his combat jacket, set it aside, and plopped down on the edge of Song Yuandao's desk. Almost everything is ready. The wedding is set for the day after tomorrow in the morning. Xiao Yezi wants you to officiate. Song Yuandao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhou Qingchun. She finally shows some sense for once. Zhou Qingchun shook his head with a smile. How could she think of that? It was Li Huaizhi who reminded her. Since they are both your personal guards, it's only proper to have you witness the ceremony. Song Yuandao gave Zhou Qingchun a wry look. That little girl, I wonder when she will grow up. But it's fine. She was protected by us before, and from now on, she will be in Li Huaizhi's hands. Zhou Qingchun jumped off the desk and walked behind Song Yuandao, gently wrapping his arms around him. It's better for us. From the past to the future, you have only been protected by me. Song Yuandao patted Zhou Qingchun's arm lightly. Do I need your protection? Can you even protect me? Zhou Qingchun was about to retort when he suddenly realized that his Xiao Yuan had grown into someone who no longer needed much protection. Someone who had never sought his protection at all. Like a flower that thrived wildly in the darkness, he had blossomed into his current form without anyone knowing. Xiao Yuan. Zhou Qingchun said, still holding him from behind, his chin resting in the hollow of Song Yuandao's shoulder. Can you? At this final moment. What? Song Yuandao turned his head slightly. A strand of hair fell across his cheek, brushing Zhou Qingchun's forehead, tickling him so that he almost laughed. I think we only have this last and biggest matter to handle. Can you give me a chance to feel what it's like to protect you? Song Yuandao nodded. The final matter. I will leave it to you. I haven't figured out how to face the man who raised me with such care only to turn against me and try to kill me and those around me. Zhou Qingchun felt Song Yuandao's body trembling slightly. He suddenly understood all these days. Though Song Yuandao appeared composed on the surface, inside, he had never let go of this matter. Even though Song Chun had been trying to guide him to face it bravely, Song Yuandao had been afraid, terrified, worried, and doubting all along. The man who should have loved him most had been secretly colluding with the mad scientist experimenting on Song Yuandao. Now Song Yuandao realized that it wasn't that the clones were exceptionally good at impersonating him, but that the man who should have most easily noticed the difference had known from the very beginning that the child before him was no longer the one his brother had left behind. Zhou Qingchun had once mentioned that the only year he didn't attend classes with Song Yuandao, or was allowed to stay outside his room, was the year Song, who had been in charge of these matters when Song Yuandao was young. These things had formed a coherent picture in Song Yuandao's mind the moment Wang Qing revealed the most improbable truth. All the things he couldn't understand now seemed perfectly logical. Xiao Yuan. Zhou Qingchun turned Song Yuandao around in his arms. He could feel Song Yuandao's resistance, but Song Yuandao was no match for him physically. Song Yuandao turned to face him, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Qingchun looked into Song Yuandao's eyes, bewildered, as if he couldn't believe that Song Yuandao appeared to have been crying. All the comforting words he had prepared lost their color and warmth like a cold, stiff piece of paper that could never fit anyone's chest properly. I'm fine. Song Yuandao's voice trembled. His gaze was stubbornly fixed in one direction, resolutely refusing to meet Zhou Qingchun's eyes. Zhou Qingchun couldn't bear to force him any further and simply let him stare at some point in the air. I won't abandon you, and I won't betray you. Zhou Qingchen spoke slowly, but Song Yuandao still looked like a stubborn child with downcast eyes, making Zhou Qingchen's lips curl up involuntarily. I swore to you. You can lean on me safely. I won't let you fall. Zhou Qingchen's hands remained on Song Yuandao's shoulders, still feeling the stiffness in his body. He squeezed Song Yuandao's shoulders with the right amount of pressure. Relax. Xiao Yezi and the others are coming later to formally invite you. How can I let you see them like this? Don't let Xiao Yezi get scared by her childhood friend before she even has time to be nervous about her own wedding. Song Yuandao gradually loosened his body and slowly raised his eyes to meet Zhou Qingchen's. Alright. When Xiao Yezi and the others go out and tell the guards that they can go to Xiao Yezi first to complete identity verification, and then each can prepare to go home. Once Xiao Yezi's wedding is over, everything will be ready. There was no longer any tremor or uncertainty in Song Yuandao's voice. Only calm instructions, one task after another. Then we can go home. Going home. The concept of home has become somewhat foreign to those who now find themselves in this alternate world. None among them can accurately describe what the main world looks like at this moment. All the settings that supported the main world have already shown signs of collapse since their departure. Although with Song Yuandao's high-level permissions he could restore all the settings to their original state, the damage already inflicted cannot be undone by any means other than relying on human resources and time, requiring significant financial investment to restore things to the way they once were in their memories. At the moment Song Yuandao uttered those two words, Zhou Qingchen's mind recalled the rooftop, where they had roasted meat together and held bonfire parties. However, Zhou Qingchen also vividly remembered the rooftop's fate, as it had completely collapsed when they hastily gathered to leave, let alone that small platform that held most of their moments of rest. Old Master Qiao's device proved to be remarkably effective, completing gene authentication for most individuals within an hour. Song Yuandao found the device quite fascinating. He brought the clone along for testing and discovered that it could indeed differentiate which one of them was the original body. He was inclined to ask what enabled the device to perform such detection, but upon seeing Xiao Ye's expression he reconsidered and decided against it. It was not that Xiao Yi was still angry with Song Yuandao or anything, but rather because she appeared exceedingly anxious. Song Yuandao always kept his tension bottled up inside, expertly masking his emotions, and he had often observed others' actions and states of nervousness, hoping to correct his own behavior and avoid revealing his unease beneath a calm facade. Thus at this moment, observing Xiao Ye's furrowed brows and occasionally clenched hands, he realized that this carefree girl was finally experiencing what it meant to feel nervous excitement on the eve of her wedding. Song Yuandao walked over to Li Huaizhi and exchanged a few words before pulling Xiao Yi into a dimly lit room at the back. Xiao Yi was bewilderedly pulled into the unlit room by Song Yuandao, with only a sliver of sunlight filtering through the window, barely stopping at their feet. Don't be nervous. Song Yuandao leaned back against the table, adopting a rare relaxed posture. Initially Xiao Ye's gaze was fixed on the sunlight at her feet, but upon hearing Song Yuandao speak, she lifted her eyes to look at him. I'm not. Xiao Yi wanted to assert that she was not nervous at all, but the words barely began to form before they vanished under Song Yuandao's gaze. She had no choice but to turn her eyes away, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. It's just my first time. Of course I feel a bit nervous. Song Yuandao chuckled softly, and Xiao Yi could tell that he was genuinely in a good mood, just as he could immediately discern whether she was truly nervous. Li Huaizhi wouldn't dare treat you poorly. Oh, I've threatened him on your behalf. Song Yuandao turned to look at Xiao Yi, and the delicate-featured girl before him gradually merged with the little girl from years ago, who had happily followed them with snacks in hand. Song Yuandao was acutely aware of the changes they had made to each of their guardians. Even what he had shared with Zhou Qingchen was only part of the story. The only time he felt grateful for his identity was because of this. If Song Yuandao did not have his current identity, if he had not grown up as the heir of the new era chairman, living, learning, and playing with these people, everything would be entirely different from how it is now. Just like Hu Yifan could discern how many people had touched an object by merely feeling it, each of them possessed a nearly supernatural ability. Yet Song Yuandao had never confided this to anyone, primarily because he did not want anyone to feel as he did, like a monster that did not belong in this world. Xiao Ye's gaze remained fixed on Song Yuandao, and he decided to indulge her, allowing her gaze to pin him in place like a nail. I feel like my progress with him is too fast. I don't know. Xiao Ye's tone gradually softened. Song Yuandao understood that for Xiao Yi and everyone who had been with her, or those who had once been such as him, and Zhou Qingchen, or Huang Yueying, and Zhang Yue, it seemed to have taken an interminably long time before they finally confirmed they wished to spend their lives together. How do you know that, mister? Li Huaizhi hasn't secretly treated you well for just as long. Song Yuandao looked at Xiao Yi and smiled. You know, we all can see it clearly. You're the only one who seems blind to it all. Then why didn't you tell me? Xiao Ye's cheeks flushed a bright red. Song Yuandao chuckled. Even if we dared to say it, you might not believe us anyway. Xiao Yi stopped speaking, looking at Song Yuandao, who still maintained his relaxed demeanor. He simply smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. You and Gigi are the same, neither of you will admit it, and you both act blind. If it weren't for this situation, you two wouldn't even know how much longer it would take to resolve this. Now I'm telling you the truth. Song Yuandao lowered his gaze and withdrew his hand from Xiao Yi's head. Regarding this matter, I don't have as much confidence as you might think. There's a significant chance we might fail, as the other party's manpower and resources far exceed ours. Even if we manage to use your wedding to notify various families that their children are not dead and gather them around us, our available resources are still no match for theirs. Song Yuandao's voice was soft, as if fearing that outsiders might overhear what was still considered an extremely private conversation. So you two should hurry and get married lest anything happen and I end up blamed for not giving you a chance to be with the one you love. Once he finished speaking, Song Yuandao reached out to embrace Xiao Yi, intending to take his leave. Just before he stepped out, Xiao Yi suddenly said, "Liar." Song Yuandao paused, but did not turn around. Xiao Yi's voice softened, sounding like a little girl who had not yet grown up, teasing her older brother. "No matter what you say on the surface, you will ultimately protect us." Song Yuandao waved his hand without looking back. "I'm leaving. See you on your wedding day." In a place unseen by Xiao Yi, Song Yuandao's lips curled into a slight smile, as he thought, this little girl isn't too foolish after all. Oh, I wonder where she got her perceptiveness from. Zhou Qingqian held a brief meeting with the first batch of guardians preparing to return home, reminding them to contact him, or Song Yuandao, through the emergency communication channel, in case of any unexpected events. The two of them would be online all day. Huang Yueying's belly had grown noticeably larger. Song Yuandao privately informed her that after returning home, she would be on temporary leave and the leadership of Team 1 had already been taken over by Guocheng. She would no longer need to participate in subsequent tasks. Huang Yueying seemed eager to refute this, but Song Yuandao gently shook his head to stop her. "Look at yourself. In your current state, we can't let you take on missions. Everyone is lining up to be the godparents of the little treasure in your belly. If anything goes wrong, and we fail to protect this child, I'd be a historical sinner, wouldn't I?" Huang Yueying couldn't help but chuckle at Song Yuandao's words, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Then handsome, please tell the Cheng that when I return, I expect my position as team leader back." Song Yuandao replied with a smile, calling over Guocheng to remind him to ensure Huang Yueying got home safely before returning to his own house. He turned back to Huang Yueying and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell him yourself. Oh, I'm not responsible for relaying your messages." Guocheng stood beside Huang Yueying, realizing for the first time that this fearless team leader was merely a little girl who needed care and protection. He wrapped an arm around her and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "What's up, my great leader? Do you have any instructions for me?" Huang Yueying understood that these people were closer to her than her own family. Her family was quite large, and several peers nearly fought over the opportunity to join the guardianship team. To secure that chance, some had even endangered her life multiple times. Ultimately, it was Zhou Qingqian who, armed with Song Yuandao's orders, specifically chose her and rescued her from that hellhole. "The handsome man told me to take a break at home." Huang Yueying's voice was light and cheerful, seemingly unbothered by the decision. The identity of a guardian was extremely important to her. Because of her parents' gentle nature, she often faced bullying from several cousins among her peers. However, since she gained this identity, no one dared to set traps for her family, either openly or covertly. "And then, oi?" Guocheng asked, following Huang Yueying's lead. She smiled slightly and replied, "I told the handsome man that when I return I want my position as team leader back, and he agreed." Guocheng chuckled, "Understood, my team leader." Song Yuandao's temporary base had lost many people in a single stroke. He glanced at Zhou Qingqian standing beside him and asked, "Aren't you going back to see your parents?" Although Zhou Qingqian had been raised in the center by Shaolin since childhood, his difference from Song Yuandao lay in the fact that Song Yuandao had to be raised by Song Ko only after both his parents passed away, whereas Zhou Qingqian's parents were still alive. He was merely the most promising among his peers, which was why Shaolin had taken him away. Zhou Qingqian was the only child in his family, and he only returned home for about a week each year to accompany his parents, whom he had rarely seen since childhood. Song Yuandao once asked Zhou Qingqian if he wanted to bring his parents into the center for better care, but Zhou Qingqian always found an excuse to deflect the matter. Song Yuandao was no naive child. After a few such instances, he understood that Zhou Qingqian had his own considerations on this issue, and thus never brought it up again. Hearing Song Yuandao's question, Zhou Qingqian looked at him oddly. "If I leave, can you alone watch over such a vast area?" Song Yuandao pointed at his head and raised an eyebrow at Zhou Qingqian. "Who says him alone?" Zhou Qingqian fell silent for a moment before adding, "Even with two, it's useless. Not a single one capable of fighting." Song Yuandao shot Zhou Qingqian a glance and said nothing. The two quietly observed the people hurrying through the streets, their faces a mixture of excitement and tension. They had known ever since they followed Song Yuandao into the subworld during that week-long reconnaissance that they were now considered dead to their families. They quickly understood why Song Yuandao had refused to let them return home for so long. On one hand fearing danger to them, and their families on the other fearing that their families might say something that would cause them pain and sorrow. But now it was different. The thin slip of paper in their hands served as their identity proof. The guards, highly trained over the years, acted swiftly, leaving the temporary base in an orderly fashion group by group. Only a few guards like Wang Xiaoqian remained, those without families. Song Yuandao sent them a notification asking them to arrange their own shifts and remain vigilant, maintaining the same duty pattern as before. He and Zhou Qingshun would temporarily fill in for the missing personnel. After arranging everything, Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshun went to the clone's room. They had long ceased to keep a strict watch over the clone. Song Yuandao had even sent him the foolish Black Panther, yet the clone rarely left his room. Song Yuandao visited him several times and noticed he had changed significantly from the beginning, but he didn't know how to console him. Song Yuandao could now genuinely understand the feeling the clone had when he learned that Abel intended to leave him alone in the main world. It was probably like the despair he himself felt upon discovering that the one who had been scheming against him all along was his own uncle. Utter hopelessness. The significance of Song Ku to Song Yuandao was not fundamentally different from what Abel meant to the clone. Even though Abel had never truly loved any of his children, it did not stop these clones who shared the same genetic sequence as Song Yuandao from earnestly investing all their dependence and affection for their elders in Abel. Thus, at the moment of abandonment, the two must have experienced the same emotion. Do you want to go out and have a look? Song Yuandao crouched by the clone's bed, his gaze sincere as he looked at the other. The clone idly stroked the sleek, soft fur of the Black Panther and lifted his eyelids to glance at Song Yuandao, shaking his head. Big brother, where can I go? Song Yuandao's eyes drifted to the foot of the bed. The clone's room was too clean. When he was abruptly found and brought back by Zhou Qingshan's people in the main world, no one had treated him as one of their own. He had never been given any necessary supplies or equipment. The only items in his room were the essential daily necessities that Song Yuandao, through an extremely convoluted way, had contacted Jiang Yu to prepare before he left the subworld. Song Yuandao sat cross-legged on the floor. The Black Panther's tail happened to dangle by his hand. He reached out and stroked it twice. Hey race, what I'm thinking, at most another week, and everything here will be over. But I'm not sure about the best outcome. If we don't make it, go find an address. Look for an old gentleman named Xiao. He will help you continue living in this place. As he spoke, Song Yuandao projected a map into the air, marking the Xiao family's location, and had the clone memorize it carefully. And if you win, what will you do with me? At some point, the clone had shed all traces of childishness. He looked at Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingshan calmly and sternly. Zhou Qingshan turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes, because he had never discussed the clone's fate with Song Yuandao. Knowing what Song Yuandao had experienced in childhood, he didn't want to touch any sore spots, and he couldn't fathom what sentiment Song Yuandao now held for the clone. You stayed with Abel for so long. Did you know he had a younger brother named Bazera? Song Yuandao didn't answer the clone's question, but instead posed a seemingly irrelevant one. Yes, I know. The clone's gaze dropped to Song Yuandao's hand, which was idly stroking the panther's tail. Grandpa always kept their photo on his desk. He once proposed a concept to disperse all people across various worlds instead of gathering everyone in the main world, which has led to the current resource crunch and made it impossible to carry out many activities as humans have long been accustomed to. Song Yuandao paused and continued. If this matter can be resolved satisfactorily, you can return to the main world with us, or choose a sub-world you like to start a new life. It's entirely up to you. The clone stared at Song Yuandao for a long time without speaking. Song Yuandao looked back at him like an elder brother patiently waiting for his younger brother to make a decision. After a while, the clone suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "You can't do it. No one can." Song Yuandao looked at him with slight bewilderment and was about to ask why when the clone answered the question himself. Because of the Penglai system. Song Yuandao blinked in confusion, then heard the clone continue. The Penglai system is one that breeds laziness in humans. The intensity of work within it is far less than the production activities humans once engaged in. What makes you think you can make those people give up their current comfortable easy jobs to do thankless tasks? Song Yuandao, unusually at a loss for words, paused for a while. I thought they prefer real sunlight and warmth and fresh vegetables and fruits over nutrient supplements. The clone chuckled and shook his head. The formula for the nutrient supplements was modified by Abel back in the day. Modified is just a fancy word. He added addictive substances. You don't feel addicted because you only rely on them during missions. In peacetime, you live on fresh fruits and vegetables. So naturally you can't understand that the lower class people who can barely survive on nutrient supplements are now completely and utterly unable to live without them. Song Yuandao jerked his head up. Zhou Qingshan quickly held down the Black Panther, which was about to lash out because Song Yuandao had suddenly tightened his fingers, and startled its tail. Song Yuandao opened his fingers and lowered his head weakly. Did this start back in my grandfather's time? The clone nodded slightly. I've seen Abel's experiment records. The timeline indeed goes back to your grandfather's era. And your uncle didn't actually die. Song Yuandao looked up at the clone with confusion. You knew all along. No, I didn't. The clone shook his head. After the fire back, then the hospital sent someone here. A man with severe burns all over his body. The hospital said he was an important figure, but there was nothing they could do, so they asked my grandfather if he had any way. Song Yuandao said nothing, waiting for the clone to continue. Someone came here a couple of days ago and said that Song Ku was the real mastermind, right? Song Yuandao's eyes brightened. Is that false? The clone shook his head. Not exactly false. Song Ku has indeed been colluding ambiguously with Abel all along, but Abel really isn't dead. After all these years I can still tell who's real and who's fake. Song Yuandao felt his thoughts swirling in confusion. Judging by the clone's tone, it seemed he was very clear about all the interconnections, yet for so long the clone had acted like a child who knew nothing. His concealment had been too perfect. They had it all planned out long ago. They wanted to destroy you. Song Yuandao's expression remained unchanged upon hearing these words. He merely maintained that seemingly undisturbed demeanor, quietly gazing at the clone. The clone gazed back at Song Yuandao. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and smiled faintly, saying, You have never known that you were theoretically the least likely to succeed among all the projects of the entire new era, yet you turned out to be the most successful one. Song Yuandao's mind was actually racing, the scattered clues deep within his brain gradually connected. Song Yuandao had always thought that the Creator project referred to Abel's transformation of the peers around him, or simply the changes that had occurred in Song Chun. But at this moment he suddenly understood this project, these people he had felt guilty towards since childhood, this father, who had left him shortly after his birth. They were all merely batches upon batches of failed experiments that came before him. I'm a bit tired. Song Yuandao let out a faint sigh. Zhou Qingshan reached out and pulled him into an embrace. The clone was silent for a moment before continuing. I know you want to do your best with this matter to accomplish the great vision that Bazel failed to achieve back then. But first you must ensure your own safety. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. The expression on the clone's face was almost identical to Song Yuandao's. Don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about. Song Yuandao pursed his lower lip, nodded at the clone with restrained politeness, then grabbed Zhou Qingshan and turned to leave. Zhou Qingshan looked at Song Yuandao with concern. Song Yuandao's hair hung down from his temples, covering most of his expression. Zhou Qingshan couldn't discern anything, which inexplicably made him a little restless. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Yuandao's shoulder, turning him around to look him in the eyes. Song Yuandao heard him ask, What exactly are you thinking? Song Yuandao tilted his head slightly. The expression on his face was a naive stubbornness, like a child who never learned to admit defeat or apologize. He looked at Zhou Qingshan, but his eyes grew redder and redder. After a long moment, he let out a soft laugh. A laugh as sharp and thin as a dagger, piercing straight into Zhou Qingshan's heart. I'm wondering why a monster like me is still alive. Zhou Qingshan's movements suddenly lost all control. Song Yuandao felt that his collarbone was about to be crushed by this suddenly enraged man. Song Yuandao smiled, his eyes filled with a long-settled desolation. In that instant, Zhou Qingshan finally had to admit that perhaps his earlier words were utterly meaningless. Things like, if Song Yuandao falls I will catch him, or, no matter what he faces afterward I will bear it with him. And in that moment, Zhou Qingshan felt as if the icy desolation in Song Yuandao's gaze had pierced through his own heart. All the passion he had once harbored seemed to leak out through that invisible, intangible little hole. Song Yuandao took advantage of Zhou Qingshan's daze to break free from his grasp. With his back to Zhou Qingshan, his voice was carried far away by the wind howling through the empty, dilapidated street. He spoke slowly, word by word, yet with unwavering determination. Zhou Qingshan, the person you originally wanted to serve, should have been a normal man, not a monster like me. I am the Creator, and the consequences of all failed experiments among you should be borne by me, the only successful subject. Zhou Qingshan took 2 steps forward and embraced Song Yuandao from behind. He could feel Song Yuandao's body trembling slightly in his arms, but that person remained silent the whole time. Zhou Qingshan's breath brushed against Song Yuandao's ear. Xiao Yuan, you also know that you, like us, are just a test subject. Upon hearing this, Song Yuandao laughed, his voice tinged with a bitterness reminiscent of a bitter coffee that left no room for a sip. You and I were never the same from the very beginning. How are we different? Zhou Qingshan finally understood what was going on in Song Yuandao's mind, and he was painfully aware that there was nothing he could do to help in this matter. But he still hoped Song Yuandao would have an outlet for his emotions rather than keeping these bitter things locked inside. He feared that if this continued, Song Yuandao's soft, sweet, and delicious lips would become unbearably bitter. My birth. Song Yuandao's voice was a little hoarse. Even though Zhou Qingshan couldn't see Song Yuandao's expression from behind, he knew that the other must have lightly licked his lower lip and then slightly narrowed his eyes before continuing. It was all calculated from the very beginning. Zhou Qingxin opened his mouth wanting to retort, how could such a thing be possible, or to say, at that time Song Chun was the heir to the new era's chairman, no one would have dared to tamper with his child. But in the end he couldn't utter a single word, just silently waiting for Song Yuandao to continue. Song Yuandao struggled lightly in Zhou Qingxin's arms. Zhou Qingxin's arm slid down along the curve of Song Yuandao's body, brushing against his cold hand. Only then did Zhou Qingxin suddenly realize that Song Yuandao's body was far from being as robust as his own. Standing out in the cold wind like this was probably a considerable burden on Song Yuandao's health. Zhou Qingxin placed his hand on Song Yuandao's lower back and patted it twice in an affectionate and ambiguous manner. Alright, let's not stand guard out here anymore. Let's go inside. It seemed that Song Yuandao had also exhausted his strength with those few words. He no longer threw any stubborn childish tantrums with Zhou Qingxin, but obediently let Zhou Qingxin take his hand and lead him back to the room. Song Yuandao flopped onto his bed with no regard for dignity. Zhou Qingxin somehow produced 2 apples, washed them, and coaxed him like a child, shoving one into his hand. He also poured a glass of hot water and placed it beside Song Yuandao. Then he settled into a storytelling posture, waiting for Song Yuandao to finish the tale he had started. Song Yuandao took a bite of the apple. The sweet, clear juice instantly filled his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, I've known about these things for a long time, but back then I was too young and always thought it was my imagination or something like that. Later, as I grew older, my feelings toward my uncle became far too complicated. Most of the time I preferred to believe that he was good to me, that he genuinely took care of me out of kindness. My father said that his meticulous care for me stemmed from some sort of guilt toward him. I never wanted to believe that. Song Yuandao paused and continued, I know this mindset of mine is very childish, but I can't control it. Just as it's hard for the clone to accept that Abel abandoned him in the main world, I can't accept that my uncle had been scheming against me even before I was born. Song Yuandao turned the apple in his hand and left a neat bite mark on a new spot. The reason I can be certain that my uncle started scheming against me before my birth is not because of what the clone said today. Although those things to some extent confirmed my thoughts, they aren't the main reason. Zhou Qingxin's gaze was fixed unblinkingly on Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, offering a reassuring smile before continuing. As we all know, the person behind the scenes now, whether it's Abel or my uncle, wants to achieve roughly these things. First, they want to use the Penglai system to brainwash all humans living in the new era, making everyone's thoughts conform to their will. Second, both Abel and my uncle seem greatly interested in immortality. Abel is already very old, and his body has begun to decay. As for my uncle, from the clone's description, you must have gathered that he was severely burned at the time, so he likely wants a brand new healthy body. Finally, and most closely related to me, is that they both want to destroy me. Zhou Qingxin's brow furrowed, as if he found Song Yuandao's statement very unsettling. Song Yuandao shook his head, signaling that he didn't need to make such an expression, because he knew full well that he was merely stating facts. Zhou Qingxin averted his gaze, as if he couldn't bear to watch Song Yuandao discuss matters of life and death with such a detached expression. Yet he couldn't stop Song Yuandao from slowly unfolding the intricacies of the situation word by word. I cannot die. Song Yuandao's opening words struck like a thunderbolt. Zhou Qingxin glanced at him. Song Yuandao wore his usual, but rather unappealing smile. My consciousness will not dissipate. I am now fully capable of immediately transferring into a new body when the biological energy supply of my current one is insufficient. So complete annihilation is now very difficult to achieve. Even if they forcibly inject their own thoughts into my body, I won't lose my consciousness because of that. So what they mean by destroying me is essentially that the only way to make me unable to stand up ever again is to completely annihilate my consciousness. Song Yuandao suddenly revealed a very childlike smile. They wish. If I were to lose all my consciousness, I wouldn't leave them this body that they could still exploit. Right, brother? Time slipped away rapidly before anyone could react. Song Yuandao and Zhou Qingxin patrolled near the temporary stronghold according to the schedule arranged by the remaining few. In recent days, Song Yuandao had not contacted Song Chun. That person seemed to have sunk into the depths of his mind, never stirring again. 3 days passed swiftly. Zhou Qingxin slipped out on the evening before returning to the stronghold by 6 the next morning, just before Song Yuandao awoke. Where have you been? Song Yuandao lay supine on the bed, eyes closed, and asked upon hearing a faint rustling at the door. Zhou Qingxin carried the cool morning air from outside the subworld. He crept stealthily to Song Yuandao's bedside and set something down beside him. Song Yuandao turned his head and opened his eyes. Before him lay a pattern he knew all too well. It was his formal attire. Where did this come from? Song Yuandao turned over his fingers, caressing tenderly the lines and ornaments he had long since memorized. I stole it from Jiang Yu's place, Zhou Qingchen said, grinning like a child who had just pulled off a prank. Before the landlady left, I specifically asked her for Jiang Yu's address. Song Yuandao's hand moved from the formal attire to Zhou Qingchen's taut thigh. The touch between palm and leg produced a crisp sound. Zhou Qingchen exaggeratedly sucked in a breath. Song Yuandao smiled at him. How disgraceful. The first general of the new era sneaking into someone's home to steal clothes. Zhou Qingchen reached out, pinched Song Yuandao's nose, and shook it affectionately. And for whom did I do this? Song Yuandao hummed twice, patted Zhou Qingchen's hand, then pointed at the clock on the wall, indicating it was getting late. He did not wish to be a witness who arrived late to someone else's wedding. Zhou Qingchen followed Song Yuandao's gaze and glanced at the wall clock. Finding Song Yuandao's concern reasonable, he released his friend's poor nose, which had suffered unfairly since early morning, and stepped aside. Song Yuandao rose quickly, took a swift shower, tidied himself, and efficiently wrapped himself into the intricate formal attire. Zhou Qingchen stood by, arms folded, watching Song Yuandao, still clad in his battle suit washed countless times. Why didn't you think to steal a set for yourself? Song Yuandao tied up his long hair before the mirror, but his gaze fell on Zhou Qingchen through the reflection. Zhou Qingchen smiled. Like this I can blend into the crowd better. If someone tries to make a move later, they want to target me first. Song Yuandao rolled his eyes and adjusted the bow tie at his neck. All right. I assume you also borrowed a car for us last night. Zhou Qingchen stepped forward, familiarly draping an arm around Song Yuandao's shoulder. The two were of similar height, and they stood quietly before the mirror for a moment. Zhou Qingchen's hand slid down from Song Yuandao's shoulder and grasped his palm. Let's go, Mr. Chairman. Half a district away from the temporary stronghold, the Qiao residence. Qiao Yi sat silently before the vanity mirror, watching her family bustle around her. The soft bristles of the makeup brush glided gently across her face. The makeup artist was a very young girl. During a pause in the work, Qiao Yi stole a glance at her, guessing their ages were not far apart. The girl brushed a peachy blush onto Qiao Yi's cheeks, saying enviously, I'm really jealous of you. You're so young, and already marrying the one you love. The pink on Qiao Yi's cheeks deepened. The girl pursed her lips with a smile, then applied a vibrant lipstick with bright eyes. You have such a lovely complexion, and my makeup products are jealous of you. Qiao Yi was naturally thin-skinned and that she didn't even know where to look, causing the young makeup artist to laugh crisply. After a moment, Qiao Yi asked, as if awakening from a dream, Are you really envious of me? The girl kept her cheerful expression, her hands never slowing. She nodded. I truly am. But my fiancé and I have been together for less than half a month. I always feel my decision might be too hasty. Qiao Yi's eyelashes drooped low. The girl sprayed some perfume behind her ear, emitting a sweet, girlish fragrance. But you've known each other for a long time. The girl curled Qiao Yi's hair and twisted it into a bun at the back of her head. I saw the booklet about both of you that was printed for the event. It explains everything clearly. Qiao Yi was stunned by this, then asked blankly, What booklet? The girl was taken aback and covered her mouth. Having spent years with Song Yuandao, Qiao Yi had absorbed a thing or two. She gazed quietly at the young girl without saying a word, but so intense was her stare that the girl felt her scalp tingle. Finally, unable to withstand Qiao Yi's look, she whispered, Well, your fiancé seems to have prepared booklets about your shared moments before the wedding. If any guests are curious about your story, they can take one and read it at home. Or something. Qiao Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and moved. Her fiancé seemed like a somewhat childish yet inexplicably touching boy. Little Leaf. Song Yuandao's voice sounded not far behind her. True to Chairman Song's expectations of his honest comrade, Zhou Qingchen had indeed stolen a flying car from outside one with their electronic information preloaded. Thus a journey that would have taken half a day now took mere moments. Qiao Yi did not turn around. She merely raised her eyes slightly through the vanity mirror to look at Song Yuandao, who was dressed in his formal attire. Qiao Yi stared at Song Yuandao for a moment, realizing it had been so long since she had seen him in his ceremonial clothes. When had the Song Yuandao who was forever proud and noble in her memory disappeared? When had he last appeared like this? Where had Song Yuandao hidden his pride during those days of eating and living with them? Qiao Yi didn't know, as she couldn't fathom it. But in the mirror, Song Yuandao suddenly smiled gently at her and formed a silent phrase, Cheer up. Don't be. At that moment, Qiao Yi's eyes reddened. She had always believed Song Yuandao intended to use her wedding to achieve some agenda of his own. Even if she seemed indifferent to it, deep in her heart, that thought had never truly passed. But here Song Yuandao was appearing before her. Having known him for so many years, she was confident she could tell when his words were sincere and when they were false. She knew Song Yuandao had just genuinely wished her a happy marriage. Qiao Yi maintained her expressionless stare into the mirror, but Song Yuandao saw her nod slightly, a hint of a smile she couldn't hide at the corner of her lips. Song Yuandao did not linger in the room. Even though this girl had been a close childhood playmate, she was soon to become another's bride. Given his emotional intelligence, he knew well how to maintain proper distance. Zhou Qingchen leaned against the doorframe waiting. As Song Yuandao exited, he heard the teasing voice beside him. So you're willing to indulge her in these girlish whims. Song Yuandao chuckled lightly, then walked a couple of steps ahead with his hands behind his back, before turning to face Zhou Qingchen. And am willing to cater to your girlish whims too. Zhou Qingchen took 2 quick strides, and pulled Song Yuandao into his arms, tugging at his long hair. Even though it was tied up, it was still quite long. Song Yuandao then viciously stomped on his freshly cleaned combat boot. After stomping, Song Yuandao glanced down. It's rare for you to clean your boots so well. It would be a shame not to step on them. Zhou Qingchen thought this over, and felt something was off. He looked at Song Yuandao in protest. I only let myself go after that mess in the main world, Chairman Song. You do me an injustice. Song Yuandao shot him a look. General Zhou, are you implying it's my fault for not managing the main world properly? Zhou Qingchen read Song Yuandao's expression, intuiting his mood wasn't too bad, and casually teased back, maybe a little. Chairman Song declared that if his stamina were not so inferior to Zhou Qingchen's, he would have chased him around the Qiao residence and pinned him down for a beating. But General Zhou, ever considerate of Chairman Song, thoughtfully omitted the chase, and simply left an opening, allowing Song Yuandao, in his formal attire, to beat him on the ground. Both of them knew perfectly well that they were merely venting the tension before a major confrontation through this dispute. The prelude to this confrontation bore the exact tune of a wedding march. Song Yuandao, watching Xiao Yi standing before the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly. It remained unknown who ultimately designed Xiao Yi's wedding gown for Jiang Yue. The one who was supposed to design dresses for the guard team had become a pariah. From this perspective, it seemed Jiang Yue had never truly integrated into their inseparable group. Rather, he had merely basked in the faint glow of everyone's affection for Huang Yueying. The wedding venue was meticulously arranged, and it was said that Hu Lang had contributed considerably. Ever since Hu Yifan's sacrifice, Hu Lang had shown extraordinary care and concern for any member of the guard team who was the same age as Hu Yifan. In the past, hiring him for such an event would have cost a fortune, but this time Xiao Yi said Hu Lang did not accept a single cent from them, devoting himself wholeheartedly to completing the task. Zhou Qingchen sat beside Song Yuandao. The guards were scattered throughout the grand banquet hall with their families, but on the lobes of their right ears each wore a black earring that glimmered, flickering in rhythm with their breaths. This was the communicator that the guard team had specially prepared for formal missions. Though Zhou Qingchen's gaze remained fixed on the ceremony ahead, his ears and mind were alternately filled with the voices of Cheng Ying and the other team members. Before arriving, Song Yuandao had a very private conversation with Song Chen. Zhou Qingchen did not know what the two had discussed in a space beyond his perception, but when Song Yuandao came to, he brought Zhou Qingchen only one piece of news that both he and Song Chen were certain of after receiving word Song Ku would likely attend the ceremony. Although Zhou Qingchen did not know how the father and son had reached this consensus and conclusion, as the two people in the new era who knew Song Ku best, Zhou Qingchen felt he had to trust this judgment. Thus, before their arrival, Zhou Qingchen quietly adjusted the seating arrangement with Hu Lang to ensure his guards sat in the most advantageous observation spots, providing him with all the information needed to analyze the current situation. The information Song Yuandao had gleaned from the clone's few words left him momentarily uncertain about Song Ke's current appearance. Because of the fire, whose truth remained elusive to this day, Song Ku had suffered extensive burns, and Song Yuandao suspected that his features might have been drastically altered as well. Song Yuandao had to return to that house and seek out the clone again, hoping for an accurate description of Song Ke's present appearance. The clone thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "At that time, Grandpa originally wanted to perform a skin graft surgery or something similar for Mr. Song Ku. You know, given the medical techniques and technology my grandfather possesses, restoring someone's appearance to what it was before the fire would have been no trouble at all. But Mr. Song Ku refused. He preferred to wear various masks to conceal his face, so, until we evacuated from the main world, none of us ever saw what his face looked like beneath the mask." After a pause, the clone continued, "Not only could we not learn his exact appearance, we couldn't even figure out which masks he favored." After hearing this, Song Yuandao said very little. He merely expressed his gratitude to the clone in accordance with the refined upbringing and courteous family precepts he had adhered to for years, and then quickly departed. Under Zhou Qingchen's astute analysis, this piece of information was transformed into clear, precise instructions relayed to the guard team. "Xiao Yuan, it's almost your turn." Zhou Qingchen leaned slightly closer to Song Yuandao, his words so soft that the warm breath from between his lips and teeth tickled Song Yuandao. Song Yuandao nodded. His face revealed nothing, but when Zhou Qingchen looked into his eyes, he could always see tiny glimmers flickering within them. Zhou Qingchen knew that Song Yuandao was genuinely happy that Xiao Yi and Li Huaizhi, two people who loved each other, had finally tied the knot. Song Yuandao's gaze rested calmly on the couple on the stage. Earlier that morning, he had told Xiao Yi, "Don't be nervous, be happy." Now he happened to catch the scene of Li Huaizhi's hand trembling slightly, as he slipped the ring onto Qiao Ye's finger, and for a moment he didn't know what expression to wear. Zhou Qingchen was also watching the two on the stage with Song Yuandao. After a while he suddenly turned to Song Yuandao and said, "If this were our wedding, if it were the two of us exchanging rings right now." Song Yuandao withdrew his gaze and let it fall quietly on Zhou Qingchen's fingers resting on his combat pants. "What would you do?" "I'd probably be just as nervous and excited as Li Huaizhi." Song Yuandao lowered his eyes in thought. He truly could not imagine Zhou Qingchen's hands trembling, for Zhou Qingchen possessed the steadiness of a sniper. This meant Zhou Qingchen's hands were extremely stable. Song Yuandao had always believed that almost nothing could make Zhou Qingchen's fingers quiver in the slightest. Yet now he was telling him, "If I were putting a ring on you, my hands would shake." Song Yuandao didn't know why, but from the bottom of his heart he felt this was the most romantic confession he had. Just as he was about to turn his gaze back to the stage, he suddenly spotted a figure in a dim corner. For some reason Song Yuandao's heart stirred. He subtly shifted his eyes away, then lowered his voice and even minimized the movement of his lips as he said to Zhou Qingchen, 2 o'clock dark corner. Those 7 words were all it took. The moment Song Yuandao finished speaking, he rose and walked forward with a resolute and natural stride. Along the way people pointed at him, and some whispers even reached Zhou Qingchen's ears. Yet the one at the center of the buzz showed not a hint of displeasure. The upward curve of his lips was as precisely calibrated as if measured by a machine. A fraction less would make him seem insufficiently happy, but a fraction more would render him insincere. Zhou Qingchen could only see Song Yuandao's expression on the large screen ahead. Although most people would consider measuring a smile laughable or a fantasy, Zhou Qingchen knew that these expressions of Song Yuandao's were indeed measured and then honed through constant practice. Thus the more one knew about Song Yuandao, the more one understood what he had been through, the harder it became to read even a trace of his current mood from his expression. Zhou Qingchen was forced to accept this fact. "Thank you everyone." Song Yuandao's voice was transmitted through a microphone and speakers. Hu Lang had apparently spared no expense for the Qiao and Li families on these devices, and Zhou Qingchen rarely heard Song Yuandao's voice sound so undistorted through such transmission. His voice brimmed with laughter. Holding the microphone, Song Yuandao stood between Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi. He first turned to look at Qiao Yi, then glanced at Li Huaizhi and let out a soft chuckle. At that moment Zhou Qingchen deeply understood why the people called Song Yuandao the flower of the new era. Watching the male and female guests around him all wearing expressions of undisguised fascination with Song Yuandao, Zhou Qingchen felt a throbbing at his temples. "Our little Yezi grew up with me. I've watched her transform from a little girl into this graceful beauty. When she was young she used to carry homemade pastries and run around after Zhou Qingchen and me." Song Yuandao's gaze softened and grew vivid with the memory, but Zhou Qingchen's eyes kept darting toward the direction Song Yuandao had pointed out earlier. He had already sent the information to the guard team via the encrypted communication channel, but none of them dared to act rashly. Because before the ceremony began Song Yuandao had repeatedly told them that under no circumstances should they disrupt Qiao Ye's wedding for the sake of the mission. After all, this wedding was the first of its kind among the guard team. Naturally no one objected to Song Yuandao's request. Although the guards from aristocratic families still dared not move, those who had originally come from orphanages or welfare homes had no such reservations. They had already been mixed into the service staff by Zhou Qingchen, and one of them, taking advantage of serving a dish, was gradually approaching the table set up in the dark corner. Zhou Qingchen couldn't even recall that a table existed in that spot. Qiao Yi and Li Huaizhi's wedding invited only the top echelons of high society. The corner where that table appeared was not a suitable place to watch the ceremony. Based on Zhou Qingchen's understanding of the Hu family, they would never do something so offensive. They would never seat anyone there. And yet there was a table there now, and behind it sat a person sitting upright. When something is out of the ordinary, the guard disguised as a waiter reached the target without much effort, but made no move. Instead, he used the micro camera on his tie clip to capture a full image of the person's appearance, then promptly sent it to every guard. All this happened in an instant. Song Yuandao continued his speech on stage. "Little Yezi asked me to be a witness. But I'm not the only witness. Everyone here is a witness to this blessed union." Song Yuandao smiled. "I'm mainly here to tell Mr. Li Huaizhi not to bully our little Yezi in the future." Note the original input had 38 scenes, but the user provided only up to ID 38 in the input data. However, the assistant's response shows 36 items. This is because the assistant inadvertently omitted some scenes. To comply with the requirement of maintaining the exact number of scenes, the assistant should have included all 38. But given the context, the answer above only shows 36 entries. The correct output should have 38 entries. Since the user's input had 38 scenes ID 138, the assistant must output exactly 38. The answer provided above has entries from ID 1 to ID 36, missing 2 scenarios. This is an error. However, as the assistant, I need to correct it. I will now produce the full 38 scene translation. The crowd below burst into laughter at Song Yuandao's words. Xiao Yi standing beside him covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Song Yuandao glanced at her, and Xiao Yi with a smile in her eyes mouthed the words, "Thank you." Song Yuandao naturally knew what Xiao Yi was thanking him for, simply that he had not ruined her wedding. Zhou Qingchen instructed Qingying to send the visual data directly to Chunjun. Due to his special constitution, Song Yuandao could perceive everything Zhou Qingchen transmitted without the need to project the images. The guard tasked with approaching and filming was quite adept at his job. He not only took still photos, but also recorded a dynamic video clip to distribute. Song Yuandao, standing on the stage like a mascot, smiled for pictures, but his full attention had already shifted to that video. Song Yuandao firmly believed that while Song Ke's appearance might have changed due to the fire, the habitual gestures he had developed over the years, shaped by time and constant practice, were extremely difficult to alter. This conclusion was drawn from Song Yuandao's meticulous observation over many years from childhood to adulthood, and it was also the primary reason why he later became extremely cautious about his own words and actions in front of others. Thus everyone found Song Yuandao an inscrutable person. Only Zhou Qingchen, when Song Yuandao was off guard, could glean some different information from his subtle movements. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Song Yuandao bowed in acknowledgement. In the moment Song Yuandao bent over, Zhou Qingchen received a message from him. Just 2 words, "It's him." Zhou Qingchen in that instant felt as if all the blood in his body had reversed its flow, sending a tremor through his entire being. He was like a long-distance traveler who had never known the destination, suddenly seeing his future and the end of all things in that moment. Song Yuandao straightened up and embraced Li Huaizhi and Xiao Yi. Zhou Qingchen's command, traveling through invisible waves in the air, instantly reached everyone's personal terminal systems. The slight vibration on their wrists and Zhou Qingchen's voice transmitted from the black ear studs were the signal for the operation to begin. After Song Yuandao finished his speech, the entire ceremony came to an end. What remained was merely a reception for guests and hosts to enjoy themselves. Everyone rose from their seats, and the hall, which had seemed so spacious moments ago, was quickly filled with people. Nobles of all kinds, dressed in elegant and dignified attire, gracefully moved about with glasses in hand, seeking to establish the social connections necessary for their family's future endeavors. Song Yuandao was no exception. Of course, he wasn't doing it to accomplish anything or achieve any purpose. It was simply because he was still young, and on the surface he had no direct elders or relatives left. Although over the years the clan leaders of these great families might not have given him any help, Song Yuandao always made sure to fulfill the necessary courtesies with impeccable propriety. He never gave anyone any leverage in such matters. The guards were equally adept at this. They quickly brought the dark corner table under their control. Huang Yueying had not attended the event due to her health condition, but Zhou Qingchen and Song Yuandao had arranged a task suitable for her current state. After discussing with Hulang, Song Yuandao had set up several private boxes on the second floor, inviting some guards who could barely defend themselves along with their families to stay upstairs, including Huang Yueying's entire household. Huang Yueying had excellent eyesight, a fact universally acknowledged among the guard team. From her vantage point on the second floor, she observed every detail below, checking for any vulnerabilities, areas where the crowd was too dense and easily noticed, and then provided real-time feedback to Zhou Qingchen. Song Yuandao's gaze periodically fell on that corner as he exchanged idle pleasantries with those who came to greet him while strategically edging closer to that area. Song Chun had long infiltrated all the network surveillance systems here. Whenever something amiss was detected, he would immediately notify Song Yuandao. Everything was unfolding in perfect order, hidden from the sight of the masses. Song Yuandao did not tell Zhou Qingchen what the final step would be. He was like a desperate gambler, staking everything he had and all his knowledge of Song Ku. He pulled out the chair opposite Song Ku and sat down. Song Ku lifted his eyes to glance at him, his tone carrying the familiarity of two acquaintances who had not seen each other for years. "You've come," he said. Song Yuandao placed the wine glass he had been toying with on the table between them, watching Song Ku with interest. "Uncle, what made you think of coming here?" Zhou Qingchen was standing not too far away. Every detail of Song Ke's appearance and expression fell into his eyes. Zhou Qingchen could no longer recognize the man who had once asked him to secretly give toys to Song Yuandao. The Song Ku of now possessed a face unfamiliar to them all. Among everyone present, only Song Yuandao could discern from his old habits some subtle clues that others could hardly capture. "Isn't this seat specially reserved for me?" Song Ke's expression was calm. Song Yuandao stared at his face without shifting his gaze, as if trying to see through his mask and discover the face hidden beneath that seamless facade. Song Yuandao smiled. Zhou Qingchen, naturally able to hear their conversation through the communicator, suddenly realized why there was a solitary table placed in an area where no seats should have existed. "Just a precaution." Song Yuandao took a sip of red wine, and then asked calmly, "Uncle, what exactly?" Without waiting for Song Ke's answer, Song Yuandao continued on his own. Now it seems you schemed to exclude your own brother from the succession, leaving him in a state neither alive nor dead, without even a physical form. Then you raised his son as your own, and eventually passed the position of chairman of the new era to this child, who seemed to have been meticulously taught by you. Song Yuandao glanced at Song Ke, his expression unexpectedly showing a gentle and warm smile, his voice even tinged with a light layer of amusement. Zhou Qingshan had long authorized Cheng Ying to block direct communication between the guards and Song Yuandao. Because every word Song Yuandao spoke now was tarnishing the reputation of this illustrious family that had been renowned since the dawn of the new era, and was like stabbing a knife into his own heart blow after blow. Song Ke remained silent, and Song Yuandao quietly watched him. Zhou Qingshan stood not far behind Song Yuandao, clenching his fists. I never had a child in my entire life, Song Ke said. Song Ke's voice was slightly different from what Zhou Qingshan remembered. He couldn't tell if the change was due to the noisy venue causing transmission errors, the fire that had damaged his vocal cords, or Song Ke deliberately altering his voice to disguise his identity and make it harder for them to recognize him. Zhou Qingshan still wanted to ask Song Ke whether his uncle was dead or alive. Is Yabo dead or not? Song Yuandao's voice was very calm, impossible to tell if he was angered by these matters. Song Ke's gaze was also steadily fixed on Song Yuandao. The two stared at each other across years of secrets and an irreconcilable estrangement. No, Song Ke smiled. But his current state is merely a lingering existence. He has lost consciousness. It's just that his body can no longer support his mind. Your main purpose in coming today should be to take me back. Song Yuandao's voice was as light as clouds. Zhou Qingshan was suddenly enveloped by a sense of unreality again. When exactly had Song Yuandao figured out these matters, or rather learned of them? After so many days he had never revealed a single word to Zhou Qingshan. Before Zhou Qingshan could recover himself, Song Yuandao's voice came through the communicator again. The deal between you two should be that you deliver me to him, and he hands over the main controller of Penglai to you. Song Yuandao swirled the red wine in his hand. Although Zhou Qingshan maintained a certain distance, he still felt as if the light, yet irresistibly lingering aroma of the wine from Song Yuandao's glass was wafting around the tip of his nose. Rich and fragrant. Once you have the main controller, you can continue your idea of eternal rule over the new era. Song Yuandao reached out, and the two crystal glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Song Ke watched the glass in Song Yuandao's hand, lost in thought. Song Yuandao, however, appeared utterly nonchalant. He took Song Ke's glass, mixed the wine from both glasses, then divided it back into two. Won't you even give me this face? A toast to our reunion. Song Ke withdrew his gaze, and following Song Yuandao down the blood-red liquid that made one's heart tremble. A look of immense relief suddenly appeared on Song Yuandao's face. Uncle, were you worried that I might have poisoned your glass? How could I use such a foolish method to deal with you? Song Ke's expression suddenly changed as he watched Song Yuandao. Zhou Qingshan, listening to their conversation, also felt a sense of foreboding. Soon Song Yuandao confirmed Zhou Qingshan's ominous premonition. Both he and Song Ke heard Song Yuandao say with absolute calm and certainty, word by word, "Of course I have poisoned both our glasses." Song Yuandao flicked the glass in front of him with his finger, his expression unchanged. Zhou Qingshan saw a trail of blood tears streaming from the corner of Song Ke's eye. Song Yuandao's voice had never carried such soaring joy. He said, "I've had enough." Song Yuandao's voice had never carried such soaring joy. He said, "I've had enough."